He was trapped in hell for 100,000 years. His power, it already easily rivals the gods. Yet despite ruling everything, he still holds only one single dream. He wants to return to Earth, and he won't hesitate even if it costs him his entire power. His real name is Kangwoo. One day, he accidentally fell straight into hell. Back then, all he had was a fierce desire to survive. So he ground his way from the 1,000th level to the 9,000th. Over the years, Kangwoo devoured hundreds of thousands of demons, forcing 7 strongholds to surrender to him. But now he has claimed absolutely everything, including immortality. And yet, he still decides to return to Earth, abandoning absolutely everything. But why? Because honestly, the food in this hell tastes like complete garbage. Plus, the local demon girls are as ugly as monsters. Ignoring all their desperate pleas, he resolutely steps forward to claim the reward that belongs to him. Kangwoo's eyes flash with power as he orders Balrog to prepare that thing. Balrog hesitantly asks him to clarify, but Kangwoo just closes his eyes, coldly saying Balrog. Glaring at him as a monstrous shadow rises behind his back, he asks if he needs to repeat himself. Absolutely terrified, Balrog bows, repeatedly apologizing and promising to get everything ready immediately. He barks orders at the other demons, telling them to summon Amon and prepare the 7 wonders. They shout back in unison, understood. Elsewhere, a monstrous creature with a pretty horrific appearance is softly chanting an ancient spell. He is surrounded by massive statues, each holding a strange object. Suddenly, a mysterious light begins to glow inside a statue shaped exactly like giant octopus tentacles. Balrog bows deeply, reporting that preparations are complete, to which Kangwoo simply grunts. Tearfully, Lilith watches him go, filled with deep regret. Not just her, even Balrog has tears welling up as he cries out for his king. Stripping off his cool armor, Kangwoo reveals a muscular physique as he quickly climbs to the top. Amon is already waiting there quietly, explaining that channeling massive magic into the 7 instruments is key. By bending the boundaries of time and space, they can force open a dimensional rift, and this old monster is none other than the dark mage Amon. Kangwoo nods. Time to begin. He thinks to himself with pure joy that he is finally going home. His entire body is soon enveloped in a deeply mysterious dark purple flow. This is the 100,000 demon cores. As the sphere cracks open, it signals its massive release. Energy waves shoot into the sky. Kangwoo's entire body is completely blanketed in that blinding purple light. Even from a distance, Amon can barely withstand the absolute heavens-defying pressure, forcing himself to brace against it while marveling at the sheer overwhelming power of the 100,000 demon cores that easily mesmerizes anyone looking. Yet the 4 surrounding statues stand absolutely firm, completely unyielding. Right in the middle of that pouring energy, suddenly the eyes of the giant stone statues flash with light. Everything is blinded by the light. In utter shock, Amon cries out that all 7 pieces have reacted, and the gate will open very soon. Within his mind right now, a sudden worry begins to creep in, wondering what if he returns only to find his family, friends, and lover are no longer there. But at least Earth is not like this damn place, so that is enough. As a physical rift tears open, Kangwoo wraps a simple cloth coat over himself and waves goodbye, saying he is off. Lilith tearfully cries out for her demon king while Balrog runs to stop her from doing something reckless. Suddenly, Kangwoo's eyes widen in absolute shock. Behind him is Lilith's tear-stained face, crying out to ask if he is really truly abandoning her like this. He looks down calmly, turning to tell her not to cry. But inside, he is not calm at all. She is absolutely terrifying. She continues rambling on about how incredibly gentle his words are, claiming that little Lilith feels like her heart is about to burst from the sheer weight of her king's love. On the hem of her dress, strange white bubbles suddenly begin to form. A second later, they burst violently, spraying water all over the place. Her whiny voice continues to echo while Kangwoo's face twists in utter disgust as she begs to go along with her king. Terrified, he immediately dives right into that damn watery rift. Behind him, Lilith still desperately calls out, "My demon king," Lilith pleads. No matter what, she will follow him anywhere. As the rift closes, Kangwoo's mouth twists into a smirk. He smiles brightly with pure relief, flipping her off while swearing he will never see her again. Having survived in hell for over 10,000 years, he has no desire to change the past or seek any specific future. All he wants is to see the Earth he once knew. Kangwoo finally sets foot on safe ground again. He really believes he is finally returning to Earth, but his joyful expression instantly freezes when strange crackling sparks of electricity suddenly appear. What is going on? A system screen pops up detecting the core of the rift. The Gaia system's defense mechanism for the rift has been activated. As red sparks crackle all around, Kangwoo looks completely lost, wondering what kind of crazy situation he has just landed in. A flurry of alerts appears in mid-air, warning that the core's energy has exceeded the limit, activating the defense mechanism across all dimensions. He mutters in confusion, wondering what the hell this is. The Gaia system is currently overloading. Intense waves of electricity begin to surge. They strike Kangwoo directly, causing him to scream out in agony. The system continues flashing red warnings, repeatedly reporting failure after failure to completely eliminate the rift's core. Veins pop on his face from the agony as the sealing process begins. Kangwoo desperately reaches out his hand, but the unbearable, overwhelming pain is simply too much and he blacks out completely. Damn it all. Damn it. He grimaces and slowly opens his eyes, only to find his surroundings completely transformed. Warm sunlight and a lush green forest greet him. Is this really Earth? Skeptical, Kangwoo decides to check his body first, but a new notification immediately pops up to initialize his status window. Confused, he sits up and rubs his aching head. Oh, Kangwoo, level 1 first stage awakened. His predation attribute is mostly sealed, with stage 2 attributes revealing at level 10. His stats read as stamina 8, constitution 7, intelligence 8, dexterity 9, and magic power 12 with agility at 7. This leaves him totally baffled, wondering what on earth is going on. He is shocked to find his legendary powers completely sealed. Suddenly, a loud screech echoes nearby. Kangwoo snaps his head back in surprise. He spots a pack of incredibly hideous goblins heading his way. The monsters immediately charge directly at him. He thinks to himself in confusion, knowing the Earth he once left behind never had monsters like this. Without hesitation, Kangwoo prepares to unleash his power, deciding to wipe these pests out first. But before he can even strike, his mana completely vanishes. Frustrated, he curses the pathetic mana from 100,000 demon cores. As the goblins leap forward with wicked grins, Kangwoo realizes he needs to try a different approach. Clenching his fists, Kangwoo decides he has no choice but to use this skill. He unleashes an insane skill at blinding speed, tearing right through the goblins and slicing them clean in half. Immediately, following up with another demonic technique, he unleashes the brutal demon shredding blade. His eyes burn with pure determination and rising fury. A purple goblin suddenly charges straight at him, but the system instantly alerts him that he has successfully defeated an E-rank goblin. Kangwoo moves with lightning-fast precision. Another system notification pops up, experience points increased. Unleashing his brutal power, Kangwoo wipes out the entire pack in seconds, triggers another alert leveled up to level 4. With the fight over, he stares in confusion. What on earth are these creatures? Looking back in disgust, he finds this whole experience point system completely ridiculous, yet he can actually feel himself growing stronger. He looks down silently at the scattered goblin bodies, offering no further comment. Raising his hand, his mind races with one clear goal: he must learn more about this world. He absorbs all the leftover mana from the dead goblins, utilizing the unique hunting power of Demon King Kangwoo. Deep down, despite closely analyzing the biology of these creatures, he still cannot find any information about this mysterious world. Suddenly, a new system notification alerts him that his mana has increased by 1 point. Reading this, Kangwoo freezes in shock. Did the system seriously just say mana? He curses in frustration. How can a dark energy native only to hell exist here, unless this place actually is not Earth? Clutching his head in pure horror, he refuses to believe it. The only reason he survived thousands of grueling years in that terrifying hell was to find a way back home to Earth. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes in the distance. Snapping out of his panic, Kangwoo listens closely. A human scream. He turns toward the sound, immediately realizing it does not belong to any kind of monster. As the cry echoes once more, Kangwoo spins around in shock. That is definitely a human. Activating his high-speed movement skill, the authority of Valifor, he rushes straight toward the source. Filled with desperate hope, he prays with all his heart. After spending 10,000 grueling years staring at hideous beasts with thousands of terrifying arms and slimy tentacles, he will accept anyone. He does not care what they look like, even if they are terrifying, as long as they have 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, and are actually human. Please, he begs, let them be a real human and absolutely under no circumstances have any horrible tentacles. Just thinking of Lilith sends a shiver down his spine. Please, no tentacles, anything but that. Arriving at the scene, he spots a girl surrounded by goblins. He is thrilled to find someone, yet still deeply anxious. He silently begs the heavens, please let her be an actual human. As he watches the terrified girl break down in tears, he begins anxiously counting her features, one by one: 2 eyes and moving down a single nose. And finally, a completely normal human body. Kangwoo almost tears up. Thank goodness there are 0 tentacles. He starts crying from pure joy, dashing over to help her. Just then, a goblin lunges forward to attack her. Trembling against a tree trunk, her tears flow freely as she braces herself for the end. But to her surprise, the expected blow never lands. Confused by the sudden silence, she slowly opens her eyes to see what happened. Every single goblin has already been wiped out by Kangwoo. He walks right up to the trembling girl. Gently, Kangwoo extends his hand toward her. Staring up at him with wide, beautiful eyes, the girl slowly reaches back with a look of pure gratitude. She gently places her soft hand into Kangwoo's palm. He stands there completely dazed, staring blankly, while screaming with joy on the inside. Kangwoo shivers in excitement, causing the girl to blush and completely lose her words. She introduces herself with a bright smile, thanking him and saying her name is Han Seola. Kangwoo keeps shaking, making her worry if something is actually wrong with him. Suddenly, he grabs Han Seola by the hand, giving her quite a start. He looks at her with desperate eyes and begs her to marry him. With pleading eyes, Kangwoo asks Han Seola to get married, leaving her totally confused and stammering. Han Seola nervously asks him to repeat that, making Kangwoo realize he totally overdid it. He lets go of her hand, apologizing and introducing himself as Kangwoo to clear the air. Kangwoo asks about her injuries and she gently assures him that it is nothing serious, but her leg is actually bleeding pretty badly, prompting a panicked shout from Kangwoo. She loses her balance and collapses right into his arms, leaving him startled as he asks if she is alright. A strange rectangular object falls out of Han Seola's pocket. Kangwoo stares at it instantly, recognizing the little glass rectangle. It is a real smartphone, proof that he is truly back on Earth. Helping her sit, he tells her to rest while he treats her leg, earning a soft thank you from the grateful girl. He smiles and says it is no trouble, quietly relieved that they can actually understand each other. While wrapping her leg, he remembers how he banned the demonic tongue in hell, forcing the demons to speak Korean, so he would never forget his native language. Those demons had the funniest, most broken accents, but he always scolded them to speak properly. Meeting Han Seola makes him incredibly happy since he can finally converse with a real human being instead of literal monsters. Once the bandage is secure, he tells her to keep still, and she looks up with deep gratitude, thanking him for the care. He shrugs it off with a smile and hands back her dropped phone, telling her not to worry. Handing it over, he spots the year 2023 on the screen. 5 years have passed since he fell into hell. He is certain he calculated the time coordinates correctly. Did portals and monsters really start appearing during his absence? He advises her to rest before they head out. She agrees, but his mind remains flooded with questions about this new Earth. Curious, he asks how she ended up here, and she shyly explains she was trying to hunt alone inside a gate. She only awakened as a player yesterday, admitting she was incredibly foolish to enter an E-rank gate all by herself. Puzzled by this player system, he asks for her level. She reveals she is only level 6, then asks what a powerful hunter like him is doing in a low-level gate. Realizing his own status level might actually be lower, he chuckles and says he had a few complications of his own. He looks at her gently, thinking her misunderstanding is perfectly normal. Suddenly, Han Seola gasps as if remembering something important. She tells him she understands. Her face suddenly flushes bright red. Quickly standing up, she asks if they should head out, but he wonders if she can walk with that deep injury. She insists she is fine. Out of nowhere, she squeaks as he suddenly takes her hand to support her. Blushing furiously, she waves her hands, stammering that she does not want to be a burden to him. Kangwoo refuses to take no for an answer, asking for the way. Giving in, she points toward the exit and asks him to guide her there. He smiles and agrees. Imagine that his first actual conversation with a human in 10,000 years. As they walk, Kangwoo is absolutely thrilled. Aside from his awkward proposal, everything went smoothly, and she clearly does not suspect his bizarre background. He is well on his way to blending into modern society. Han Seola points ahead happily, announcing they have reached the exit. A glowing magic circle hovers near a massive tree, leaving Kangwoo totally astonished. He realizes that traveling through spatial cracks means this place is not entirely Earth. Looking around, he tries to understand how such a massive spatial tier can maintain itself without any machinery keeping it open. Once they arrive, she gently releases his arm and says she feels much better, urging him to step through. Together, they step into the glowing portal. A sudden rush of energy forces him to shield his eyes as his body adjusts. Stepping through the other side, he slowly opens his eyes. Kangwoo looks completely astonished by what lies right before his eyes. A recruiter nearby is shouting about open spots for an E-rank goblin hunt, but the only thing Kangwoo actually focuses on is that the man has 2 normal eyes. Over there, 2 people are gossiping about fuel trucks, but Kangwoo is busy counting features just like he did with Han Seola. Yes, that is 1 normal nose. He keeps observing. 1 normal mouth. Nearby, a hopeful recruit asks a guard if they accept ex-convicts, but Kangwoo only cares about 1 key detail: absolutely 0 tentacles on display. The guard quickly turns the guy down, stammering that having a criminal record makes things a bit too complicated. Kangwoo takes it all in. There are only actual humans here. His entire body begins to tremble with pure emotion, leaving Han Seola feeling quite curious. Tears of joy well up in his eyes as he realizes he is finally back home. Han Seola notices that Kangwoo's cloak is torn in several places. She looks down at the bandages he used for her first aid. Han Seola softly calls out his name, and when he turns, she shyly asks if he might be up for something. She nervously tucks her hair back, asking if he wants to grab dinner at her place, which makes his face flush red. She quickly adds that she feels incredibly grateful and wants to at least treat him to a home-cooked meal. Hearing this, the fool is absolutely walking on air, thinking his personal spring has finally arrived. He puts on a playful smile, acting like he has no choice but to accept when a sudden voice barks out, "Hey, you 2 over there, hold on a second." 2 guards march over and politely request to see their player identification cards, leaving Kangwoo completely baffled. Player cards. Han Seola gladly pulls hers out, but when the guard notices Kangwoo hesitating, he demands that he show his card too, prompting Kangwoo to curse under his breath. He acts like he is searching his pockets, but on the inside he realizes he has absolutely no choice but to use his secret weapon. His eyes suddenly glow bright blue. Extending an empty hand, he says here it is instantly activating his power to warp the guard's mind and bend his visual perception to his absolute will. Utilizing the visual authority of Dantalion, Kangwoo literally flips the guard off, knowing the man's vision is totally blinded. The guard blankly nods, saying he has successfully verified the card. Breathing a quiet sigh of relief, Kangwoo smiles at Han Seola and suggests they get moving. Behind them, the clueless guards remain completely unaware of the trick, bickering about their shift ending soon as Han Seola happily agrees to head out. Arriving at a building, Han Seola announces that this is her home. She admits with a bit of embarrassment that there is no elevator, meaning they have to climb, but a blushing Kangwoo insists that he does not mind it at all. Deep down, the familiar scent of this old apartment brings him comfort. He takes in everything, especially the narrow stairs. The cool metal handrail is something that never existed down in hell. Even a simple dusty window pane makes him feel incredibly relaxed and at ease. Everything finally feels completely real to him now. What he loves most is that out of all the places on Earth, he ended up right at Han Solo's home, making him absolutely certain that a bright and happy future is waiting. Grinning like an absolute daydreamer, he keeps telling himself that life from here on out is going to be incredibly sweet. But the moment they step inside, Han Seola calls out for her mom, who warmly replies from the back. Kangwoo's smile instantly vanishes in panic. Her mother rushes over to ask if she is hurt and if she stayed safe for the large group, forcing Han Seola to laugh and offer a little white lie. Meanwhile, Kangwoo gets a harsh reality check with her mom right here. It turns out this invitation was actually just for a plain old dinner. Breaking up the sweet reunion, Han Seola introduces him as Kangwoo, explaining that he rescued her from a dangerous situation and that she invited him for dinner. Kangwoo bows very politely, leaving her mother absolutely startled and saying, "Oh my goodness." She tightly grabs both of his hands to thank him. With tears in her eyes, she expresses how deeply grateful she is for saving her daughter, leaving Kangwoo feeling a bit awkward as he insists it was nothing at all. She warmly ushers him inside, promising that while it might not be a fancy feast, she will cook up the absolute best meal she can manage. He offers his thanks, and though he feels a tiny bit disappointed about not being completely alone with Han Seola, he reminds himself of his brutal days back in hell and realizes this cozy moment is incredibly precious. Her mother happily asks her to help out in the kitchen, and Han Seola quickly kicks off her shoes and agrees to help. Before heading to her room to change, Han Seola checks her phone and asks if her mom had texted her earlier. Her mother sighs, telling her she needs to stay in touch whenever she visits dangerous zones, prompting Han Seola to offer a sweet apology to calm her down. Hearing this, Kangwoo suddenly realizes that a smartphone is the perfect tool for him to gather much-needed information about Earth, so he calls out to her. He asks if he could possibly borrow her phone since he managed to lose his own, and Han Seola happily agrees to let him use it. She hands the device over, telling him to make himself right at home while she gets dinner started, and he gratefully takes it from her. Running his finger along the screen, Kangwoo is absolutely thrilled to touch modern technology again after 10,000 years in the dark. He sits at the table, hangs his coat on the chair, and prepares to focus, but first he needs to gather 10 key pieces of information. Typing away, Kangwoo thinks back to when he was dragged into hell 5 years ago, deciding to look up news from 2018. The search results pop up. February 22nd, 2018, the fateful day, a massive disaster changed the entire world. Monsters suddenly started pouring out from hundreds of mysterious gates. Conventional weapons were useless, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers were wiped out. A global emergency alliance was quickly formed, and South Korea became the 9th country to join the coalition. Then the first player awakened in America. Who exactly is she? As the number of players skyrocketed worldwide, humanity wondered if they were the ultimate hope for survival. Kangwoo reads through it all. Suddenly, he spots an article about a gate that opened in Seoul on that exact day, February 22nd, 2018. He remembers it clearly. That was the day he got pulled straight into hell. Piece by piece, it all connects. Was he actually sucked into one of those dimensional gates that opened up that day? He clicks his tongue, realizing these articles are just theories, and decides to search more later, just as Seol-ah's mother calls out that dinner is ready. Kangwoo sets his phone down and politely thanks them for the meal. But get this, the dish waiting on the table leaves him speechless. A piping hot pot of delicious kimchi stew sitting right in front of him. Seol-ah's mother kindly bids him enjoy, hoping it suits his taste, while he just stares in absolute awe at the kimchi stew. He picks up his spoon, dazed to see real kimchi stew again. Slowly, he scoops up a spoonful. Seol-ah's mother tells her daughter to eat, who happily replies while Kangwoo just stares at his spoon, whispering the word kimchi. His quiet whispering immediately catches Seol-ah's attention. With a trembling hand, he brings the soup spoon to his mouth. He eats under the watchful eyes of Seol-ah and her mother. Down goes the very first bite. Instantly, he goes back for a second spoonful. He chews silently, showing absolutely no expression on his face. Then a massive spoonful of rice. He eats like a starved beast, shocking them as he remembers his 10,000 years of suffering in the depths of hell. To survive there, he had to devour demonic power, slowly transforming into a monster himself. Yet, because he kept his humanity, his taste buds could never adapt to the horrors of hell. The hideous demons he was forced to eat just to stay alive. They tasted absolutely wretched, like actual garbage. Going completely insane from the horrific taste was a daily threat, but the sole reason he managed to maintain his sanity through it all was one single, desperate wish: just to return to Earth. Tears stream down his face in pure, overwhelming joy as he finally realizes he is truly back home. He can hardly believe he is on Earth as Seol-Ah asks with deep concern if he is all right. Sobbing quietly, he calls out her name. Stuttering, he tells Seol-Ah how incredibly grateful he truly is. Choking back tears, he thanks her endlessly for making such an incredibly delicious meal. Seol-Ah gently replies that she is the one who should be thanking him. She blushes, apologizing for only being able to repay him with a simple meal, yet shocked that he loves it so much. Giggling happily, she asks if it is really that good, and he tearfully asks if he can have another bowl. Leaping up, she happily gets him another portion right away, while her mother smiles warmly, expressing how wonderful it is to see someone enjoy her cooking so much. Sipping the soup, he quietly thinks to himself that he is truly deeply happy to finally be back home. Han Seola brings out the rice pot with a warm, friendly smile. Boom! Suddenly, the wall shatters into pieces, leaving both mother and daughter in absolute shock. But Kangwoo, he just happily keeps enjoying his meal. Some idiot smashed the wall, yelling his head off and cursing. Han Seola and her mother run out while the intruder complains that the door was way too tough. He stomps on a floor tile, completely shattering it beneath his boot. A cocky blonde punk, he yells at the top of his lungs for Han Seola to get out here immediately. The heavy, arrogant footsteps of Han Tae-hyun begin to echo through the room. Shoving his way inside, he aggressively demands to know who gave her permission to enter the gate. Han Seola scowls in pure annoyance. Go away, her voice shaking. Acting completely dumbfounded, Han Tae-hyun asks her what she just said. Han Seola snaps back, telling him to leave, demanding to know who he thinks he is to barge into their home. He listens blankly as she warns him to stay back, claiming she finally has the power to protect herself. Han Tae-hyun bursts out laughing, nearly doubling over. He cannot help but mock her, repeating her claim about having power and calling it incredibly cute. Instantly, his smile fades as he slams his fist into the wall, threateningly asking how a pathetic low-level player like her dares to run her mouth. Shielding her mother, Han Seola warily warns him not to take another step forward. Under his glare, her mother trembles. He sneers viciously, mocking her dead father and her dirt-poor mother. Pushed too far, Han Seola furiously screams that he is the exact reason their lives were ruined in the first place. Refusing to argue, Han Tae-hyun grabs her arm, demanding she come with him to the Andras Guild right this second. Han Seola struggles to pull away, declaring she will never join such a garbage guild. Mocking her attitude, he calls her rude and promises to show her what truly good people are like. She grits her teeth. Catching Han Tae-hyun off guard, she bites down hard on his hand, making him shriek in sudden pain. He violently throws Han Seola away. Her mother screams her name in panic. Enraged, Han Tae-hyun snarls and calls her a miserable little brat. Gritting his teeth, he asks if she really thinks playing hero is enough to survive, sneering that the world has been far too soft on her. He threatens her to submit, mocking her feeble attempts at independence. Glaring at the mother and daughter while releasing a suffocating aura, he cruelly suggests that as active players, they should finally have an honest face-to-face confrontation. Terrified by his hostility, her mother desperately begs Han Tae-hyun to stop, promising to work harder if he just spares her daughter. He coldly tells the old woman to get lost, but she tightly clings to his arm, crying out for mercy. Without a shred of mercy, he violently kicks the poor mother away. He scowls, cursing her as nothing but worthless trash. Terrified, she screams out for her mother. Crawling over to shake her mother, Han Seola desperately cries out to her, while Han Tae-hyun indifferently remarks that this is exactly what happens when people refuse to listen and get out of his way. Their weeping only irritates him more, making him complain about how incredibly annoying they are. She glares at him. He sneers, asking what she could possibly do to him and telling her to stop staring. He repeatedly calls her a nuisance, reminding her that he has already become a second-tier awakened. He mocks her, asking if she honestly believes she stands any chance. He calls her a pretty fool. He demands she join the Andras Guild to please their boss. Suddenly, a noise cuts him off, making him fall completely silent. Looking around, he sees Kangwoo completely lost in slurping his soup. He immediately curses under his breath. Standing there, he watches the guy feast without a single care for the world. He lets go of her and sneers how surprising this place is not a famous restaurant. Han Tae-hyun targets him next, scoffing if he is blind to the situation as Han Seola anxiously calls out to Kangwoo. He keeps shouting at him to listen. Since Kangwoo ignores him and keeps eating, Han Tae-hyun just chuckles in disbelief. Han Taehyun turns around immediately and suddenly kicks the table clean over, cursing out at the complete bastard. Kangwoo blankly watches his food spill everywhere. Han Seola watches the whole scene with pure terror. Han Taehyun grits his teeth. Meanwhile, Kangwoo stands completely frozen, staring at his dinner scattered all over the dirty floor. Han Sola calls out Mr. Kangwoo. Kangwoo burst into tears, screaming in agony. He drops to his knees by the shattered bowl in pain, leaving Han Taehyun utterly confused by his weird behavior. He asks her where on earth she dragged this dirty beggar from. Seeing him still wailing, Han Taehyun sneers in disgust at the hobo. He kicks him and tells him to shut up and get up, but Kangwoo just whimpers about his kimchi stew. Furious, he unleashes a thick, murderous aura, glaring daggers at Han Taehyun. Kangwoo keeps growling the word "you," making Han Taehyun freeze up in utter confusion. His voice turns incredibly dark. "You dare to knock over my kimchi stew." Inside, Han Taehyun panics. Is this guy a demon? Kangwoo collapses to the floor, his entire body trembling as he continues to mourn his precious kimchi stew. Standing opposite, Han Taehyun grows increasingly annoyed at this pathetic display, biting his lip in sheer frustration. Without hesitation, Han Taehyun throws a devastating no-holds-barred punch. But then he suddenly freezes mid-strike, his flaming fists completely stopping as he stares at the kneeling figure in front of him. Feeling uneasy, Han Taehyun tells himself he must be seeing things. He scowls, raises his fist with a sneer, asking the guy if he has completely lost his mind. Suddenly, a flash of light shoots from nowhere, blocking the fist just in time. This completely sets Han Taehyun off. He glares furiously at the origin of the attack, growling out a curse. Han Seola steps up with a magic staff in hand, screaming desperately at Kangwoo to get out of there. But it is too late. A sharp blade suddenly erupts from the back of his hand, leaving Han Seola to watch with teary-wide eyes. Moving at lightning speed, Kangwoo lunges forward and appears right in front of Han Taehyun in the blink of an eye. Both siblings stand frozen, completely blown away by this terrifying speed. While Han Seola screams out his name, Kangwoo slams straight into him with that incredible momentum, catching him off guard. Han Taehyun grimaces in agonizing pain as angry red veins bulge in his eyes. He spits out a curse, desperately trying to convince himself that the attack was just a lucky strike. Kangwoo keeps rushing in like an absolute maniac, raising his fist, armed with that deadly blade. Han Taehyun desperately tries to analyze his movements, predicting the attack will come from the left side. But things never go as planned, and instead of a left hook, Kangwoo drives a brutal knee strike directly into his chest. Han Taehyun gasps in agony, wondering if it was a feint as his eyes roll back and he spits out blood. Han Taehyun grits his teeth, growling through the pain at the bastard in front of him. Still cursing, he gathers all his strength to unleash a barrage of flaming punches, which Kangwoo effortlessly and skillfully dodges. Not one to stand back, Kangwoo immediately counters with a solid strike to the face. On top of that, Kangwoo delivers a brutal sweep that practically shatters Han Taehyun's spine, leaving him screaming in agony as his futile resistance proves completely useless. Face utterly contorted and covered in a mixture of blood and spit, Han Taehyun groans in agony, gritting his teeth to endure the brutal beating. Clutching the leg that kicked him, he panics inside, realizing there is no way this guy should be this strong. Taehyun uses all his strength to throw him down. But it fails again as Kangwoo redirects the momentum, leaping up with his other leg to deliver a brutal kick that looks like it is going to dislocate Taehyun's jaw completely. After that, he lands in the most epic ultra-cool pose imaginable. Taehyun's head flies back, his face swelling up instantly as blood splatters everywhere, yet he still tries to act tough. Seeing Kangwoo charge at him again, he immediately starts cursing, calling him an absolute bastard. He strikes back, unleashing a fierce blue energy from his fist, but Kangwoo casually dodges by leaning completely backward, keeping his feet ready to counter at any second. Taehyun gasps in utter agony from Kangwoo's uppercut, crying inside over why this is happening again. This time, Taehyun is truly finished. Dropping to his knees, his flames completely burn out as he lies there devastated, wondering if he just got tricked by another distraction. Clutching his chest, Taehyun desperately wonders who this guy actually is. No answer comes, only his face hitting the dirt. Taehyun is pinned flat on the floor, with Kangwoo's heavy boot pressing down hard on his head. He tries to squirm and escape that overwhelming pressure, but he cannot budge a single inch, only able to let out weak, pathetic groans. Annoyed, Kangwoo stomps down harder, sinking his claws deep into Taehyun's arm as he growls out, "Who the hell are you?" Without even waiting for a response, Kangwoo leans down close and warns him that they are far from finished. He warns him to cut the tough act. With bloodshot eyes showing his absolute rage, Kangwoo promises there are plenty more brutal punishments waiting, all because he dared to knock over his precious kimchi stew. With his arm pinned down and trembling, Taehyun asks in utter confusion if all this insane, terrifying violence is seriously just because of a single bowl of kimchi stew. Absolutely livid, Kangwoo grabs him by the hair and growls out every syllable, "just because," pushing his face right up to Taehyun's. His expression, turning completely dark, he snaps. Did you really just say it is just a bowl of kimchi? Pulling back slightly, Kangwoo roars at him, making Taehyun tremble, and quickly stammer out that he meant something else entirely. But it is way too late as Kangwoo slams Taehyun's face straight into the ground. He repeatedly slams him into the floor like a complete madman, screaming at the top of his lungs about the tragic loss of his sacred kimchi stew. Only after a while does he cool down slightly, his teeth still gritted as he smirks. Kangwoo finally releases his grip and calls out, "Hey." Leaning in close to Taehyun's ear, he whispers that when he counts to 1, the reply must be kimchi is. And at 2, he better yell out that it is a gift from the heavens, warning him to scream it loud if he wants to survive. Starting the countdown, Kangwoo shouts 1 and Taehyun weakly lifts his head to chant along that kimchi is. Unhappy with the volume, Kangwoo presses down harder, ordering him to be much louder, resulting in an immediate painful scream from Taehyun. Refusing to let him off the hook, Kangwoo repeats the count, forcing a crying, bloody-nosed Taehyun to gasp out that kimchi is. He says 2. Under that terrifying intense glare, Taehyun has no choice. He screams out the response that it is a gift from the heavens. Even that fails to satisfy the demon as Kangwoo frowns and complains that it is way too weak. He resumes the merciless beating, screaming at him to make it louder like a pig being slaughtered, or how he would howl whenever a pretty girl walks past them. Seola stands completely frozen by the side, far too terrified to even think of intervening. She watches the bloody, brutal comedy unfold in complete and utter silence. Kangwoo demands him to shout until his face contorts, ordering him to scream until his lungs literally explode. Sobbing hysterically, Taehyun obediently screams out that kimchi is indeed a gift from the heavens. Yet, it still is not enough to please his tormentor, who lets out another frustrated curse. Flying into another rage, Kangwoo demands him to do it again, telling him to hit a high note and scream it even louder. In complete and utter despair, the poor guy takes a deep breath, filling his lungs to capacity. Summoning every ounce of strength left in his body, he screams at the top of his lungs, declaring that kimchi is a gift from the heavens. Finally, Kangwoo seems satisfied, leaving Taehyun completely exhausted, gasping for air on the floor. He retracts his deadly claws, giving him a quiet, approving nod. Pulling back his terrifying aura, Kangwoo calmly stands back up. But he didn't forget to give a dark warning: never ever underestimate kimchi. His spirit was completely shattered. Exhausted, he lay face down on the floor, crying miserably, only daring to curse in his head. What the hell is this guy? A runaway? This is pathetic. After the clash, the furniture was left in absolute ruins. The broken pieces were quickly swept into a corner. Over on the sofa, Han Seola was quietly bandaging her mother's wounds, looking down at her sadly. She could only glare at the culprit behind all this, Han Taehyun. Meanwhile, he was busy washing dishes, cursing under his breath about his awful luck. Han Taehyun winced in pain, his face completely beaten and bruised. He cursed, having to meet such a monster and getting beaten like a dog. His gear was stolen, and seeing Kangwoo peacefully sipping tea only made him angrier. His swollen face twisted as he glared at the damn kimchi stew bastard. But no matter how angry he was, he had to swallow his pride, all of this over some stupid kimchi stew. Han Taehyun glared at him, screaming in his head, why did he have to be treated like this? Kangwoo slammed his teacup down, making him jump. He coldly asked, what is it? Rubbing salt in his wound, Kangwoo asked if he was throwing a tantrum just because he got beaten to a pulp over a bowl of kimchi stew. Han Taehyun quickly stammered out a denial. Kangwoo stared coldly at Han Taehyun, listing off basic daily privileges, like eating, sleeping, and living comfortably. You will never understand how many blessings have been bestowed upon your comfortable life, so you better start showing some gratitude, and seriously learn to cherish your life. Got it. Han Taehyun loudly shouted that he understood perfectly, but in his mind he was swearing vengeance. This absolute bastard is begging for trouble. Just you wait. He calculated that once he reported this guy to the Andras Guild, he would be completely finished. But then, Kangwoo suddenly called him back. Startled, he stammered a response. Kangwoo simply ordered him to come over once he finished the dishes. He cryptically added that he had been thinking. Han Taehyun listened meekly as he was told he had no real value to stay alive, so he had better behave if he wanted to survive. He panicked when Kangwoo warned him that the world is far from gentle. He grabbed Han Taehyun by the collar, telling him not to worry. With a terrifying smile, I won't kill you, but maybe dying would be better. Suddenly, his eyes glowed with a bizarre, creepy color. Terrified, he gasped, what on earth is this? Han Taehyun was paralyzed by the demonic power of Orobaz's authority of fear. He panicked as he felt crushed by a giant unseen hand. No, stop. Don't come near me, please don't. He screamed out in absolute terror, no. The demonic claws of Orobaz closed, entrapping him. Han Taehyun cowered back, desperately shaking and screaming no, as a permanent, unbreakable fear etched itself deep into his very soul. Kangwoo issued a final warning: do not speak a word about what happened. Having successfully infiltrated his target's soul to turn him into a complete puppet, he calmly ordered him to get lost. Han Tae-hyun stumbled away trembling, wetting himself as he whimpered, while Oh Kangwoo smirked at the pathetic fool. Han Seola quietly watched him obey like a lifeless machine. She thought it was the same this time. Silently thanking Oh Kangwoo for saving her once again, he quietly scrolled through his phone. Thinking back to Han Tae-hyun's aggressive attitude, he can't help but feel a bit bothered by it. Scrolling rapidly through his phone, Kangwoo sighs at his empty bank account. He desperately needs to make some cash. Suddenly, his eyes light up with a quiet gasp. He tracks down some highly useful information about mana stones. These crystals store a monster's magic power inside a central stone-like cell in their bodies. The closer the stone's color is to pitch black, the higher its grade actually is, with all their different shapes illustrated below according to their specific ranking. Startled, Han Seola quickly nods, prompting Kangwoo to ask if she has any mana stones he could examine. Han Seola rushes off to find one, telling him to wait just a moment. She hands him a small crystal, explaining it is an E-rank mana stone from a goblin hunt. Gripping the stone to inspect it, Kangwoo recalls that darker colors indicate a much higher rank. Under Han Seola's curious gaze, he closes his eyes to focus but feels absolutely no mana inside it. Kangwoo suspects that while it definitely holds power, it is not actually mana. After all, he recently felt his own magic energy rise by 1 level. Because of that, he assumed magic power resided in these stones. But the strange energy locked inside this crystal, it might be a completely different force altogether. If that is true, then where does real mana come from? Brushing the thought aside, Kangwoo returns the stone, thanking her and complimenting its beauty. As Han Seola awkwardly takes it back, he realizes his immediate priority is finding a way to sell these for quick cash. To pull this off, he needs a solid plan. Kangwoo asks if there is an awakened management office nearby, and she explains that while there is nothing local, the closest branch is right next to Seoul Station. When Han Seola offers to go together since she is heading there anyway, Kangwoo is surprised to hear she has business there. Glancing at her bedridden mother, she sighs and admits her family is struggling financially. Clutching the mana stone, she explains that she risked entering a gate out of desperation, only realizing how incredibly reckless she was being. She smiles warmly, thanking him once again for saving her, leaving Kangwoo scratching his head in mild embarrassment. He acts as a pure hero, though internally his soul is exhausted after 10,000 years of slaughtering demons. Determined to change her life, Han Seola vows to master the basics and reach stage 2. Listening to her earnest goals, Kangwoo realizes he has finally struck gold with an actual angel. He cheers her on, and though her sweet smile warms the air, Kangwoo privately resolves that he has absolutely no intention of actually carrying her. He suggests they head out, and a thrilled Han Seola quickly agrees, saying she is fully prepared to leave. Kangwoo knows that dragging along a weak partner will only drag down his hunting efficiency. It might sound heartless, but hey, survival demands cold realism. He has to minimize any unnecessary risks because regaining his power is his absolute top priority. Earth is a dangerous place now, and surviving after 10,000 years away means getting stronger. It is no different from his time in hell. Interrupting his deep thoughts, she asks if he even has an ID card, forcing a panicked Kangwoo to deflect and suggest they head to headquarters first. He eventually secures a replacement identity card. On the subway, Kangwoo cannot take his eyes off the tiny piece of plastic. Staring at it, he is just relieved they simply reissued it without trouble. Back at the counter, he had stammered to ask if the process was finished, and the polite receptionist smiled, confirming everything was set and asking if there was anything else she could do for him. He politely declines and leaves internally, sighing with relief since he fully expected to be flagged on a missing persons list. But get this, the stark reality quickly sets in because absolutely nobody realized he was even gone. Reflecting on his grueling torment in hell, a wave of loneliness washes over him because not a single soul has remembered him over the past 5 years. Fragmented memories of his old life flash by, reminding him that he has always struggled completely and utterly alone, constantly fighting just to survive, with nobody by his side. Just as the darkness threatens to swallow him, a gentle voice pulls him back to the present. Han Seola points eagerly out the window, urging him to look at the view outside. Her bright enthusiasm catches him off guard, and he smiles as she happily announces they are almost at their destination. Just as those words leave her mouth, a massive building with incredibly unique architecture rises right before their eyes, the player management office. Han Seola admires the view, saying she really loves the scenery here. Realizing he is no longer completely alone like before, Oh Kangwoo quietly slips his registration card into his pocket. It is like he is leaving his past behind and telling himself that from now on everything will be different. He turns to Han Seola and replies that it really is great. After traveling for a short while, they finally arrive at their stop, where the announcement echoes that the left doors are opening. Han Seola excitedly calls him over, and he quickly follows. At the main plaza of the Seoul Player Management Office, Han Seola happily welcomes him to the headquarters. Witnessing such a massive and grand structure for the very first time in his life, Oh Kangwoo is completely awestruck and can only mutter that it is absolutely huge. Staring at the sheer scale of the massive welcoming gate, he silently wonders if this place might actually be even larger than Incheon Airport. Right beside him, Han Seola suddenly searches her pockets, pulls something out, and hands it over to Kangwoo, saying she has something important to tell him. With those words, she suddenly produces a smartphone and hands it to him, explaining that it is just her old phone. She kindly reminds him that the office has free Wi-Fi so they can use it to stay in touch. Though he does not cry on the outside, Kangwoo is practically weeping tears of gratitude, internally praising her as a literal angel as he thanks her with shining eyes. Even though they arrive together, their goals are quite different, so Han Seola mentions she needs to sign up for the beginner lectures. Realizing it is time to handle his own business, he quickly replies that he should get going too and promises to call her later. True to her incredibly sweet nature, Han Seola suggests that even if she finishes up late, they should definitely grab some dinner together. Just the thought of food instantly puts a massive grin on Kangwoo's face as he happily agrees, telling her to be careful while celebrating his good fortune in his head. Now watch this. Once they part ways, Kangwoo heads inside the player management building alone. Staring at the massive interior stretching out in every direction, he cannot help but marvel at the scale, thinking that the sheer size of this place is absolutely no joke. Just taking a quick glance at the high-end gear and equipment everyone is carrying, he figures it is because players have truly become major VIPs in this society. From a distance, a sleek machine suddenly catches his eye, displaying a prompt to scan his identification card for verification. Kangwoo looks on with curiosity, wondering if that is where he needs to get his waiting ticket. The moment Kangwoo inserts his card, the automated system begins processing, telling him to scan his card as the verification is underway. After a brief wait, his photo pops up on the screen as the machine automatically registers him, confirming that Kangwoo's identity has been verified. It assigns him waiting number 18 and asks him to take his ticket. While Kangwoo is still quietly marveling at this incredibly advanced technology, the machine gives him further instructions, telling him to follow the path to the examination room with his ticket. Just as the speaker goes silent, the numbered ticket in his hand begins to vibrate. A second later, a glowing digital guide path suddenly lights up right under Kangwoo's feet, guiding him toward the examination room along with his waiting ticket. Following the digital path all the way to waiting room number 9, Kangwoo finds a quiet spot to sit down, pulls out Han Seola's old phone, and begins browsing the internet. Right behind him, two other hunters are quietly chatting, with one asking the other about his rank during Stage 1. The other replies that he was a D rank and asks if he thinks he can reach grade A or B during Stage 2. The older D rank hunter lets out a hearty laugh, replying that there is no way he can compare himself to famous players like Baek Kang-yoon or Cha Yeonju. The other hunter agrees, saying those people are on a completely different level anyway, while Kangwoo completely ignores them and continues diligently typing away on his phone. Listening closely, Kangwoo overhears them saying that normal players should not compare themselves to the 5 major guild leaders who achieved S rank during their very first awakening. One notes that reaching S rank gets you scouted by a top guild, though the other admits he does not want to stand out too much during stages 1 and 2, preferring to be recognized later on. Hearing this, Kangwoo wonders about these 5 major guilds. To summarize, there's Kim Jae-hyun of Mir, and Cha Yeon-jo of Red Rose, along with Baek Kang-hyun of Hanul and Jung Hyun-ju of Sanare. Finally, Chae Min-hyuk of Onnuri. These are the prominent names he will remember. Resting his hand on his face, he quietly calculates his next moves, noting that these guilds were founded by Korea's top 5 players. He realizes he will eventually cross paths with them once his power is restored. He calmly figures that the stronger they are, the more they stand out, meaning he has likely encountered them before. To ensure a comfortable and convenient future for himself, he immediately sets a clear personal goal, realizing he must restore his original demonic strength faster than ever before. Trust me on this, his power source might be heavily restricted now, but obtaining a player title would easily make him far stronger than before. While he is deeply lost in thought, a voice suddenly calls out his registration number, instantly snapping him back to reality, calling for number 18 to step inside. As the door swings open, Kangwoo steps right inside. Once he enters, a polite staff member directs him toward the examination counter, pointing out his designated seat over on the other side. Moving to his assigned spot, Kangwoo sits down to answer the examiner's questions, confirming that his name is indeed Kangwoo. She places a crystal sphere in front of him, explaining that he simply needs to place his hand on it, and as he channels his power, it will change color based on his attribute rank. The higher his rank, the deeper the color will get. Drawing on his 10,000 years of experience, Kangwoo silently sighs, worrying that standing out too much might backfire if his power registers as way too strong. Kangwoo places his hand on the sphere and begins transferring his mana into the device, which immediately begins to emit a blindingly fierce light. Without even waiting to see the final result, Kangwoo winces and silently complains, fearing that he might have overdone it with his energy. At the desk, the examiner simply stares intensely at the glowing orb from start to finish, completely speechless. After the blinding light finally fades, she delivers the news. "Oh, Kangwoo, it turns out you are just an F rank awakened." He stands frozen in absolute shock as she tells him he can let go now. The helpful counselor gently offers to guide him through some vital tips he needs to keep in mind for D rank and lower abilities. He is too exhausted to speak, knowing his power is sealed, but dropping all the way to F rank is ridiculous. Adjusting her glasses, she explains that he will receive an E rank player card, allowing him to enter corresponding low-level gates. For any higher-level dungeons, he will absolutely need a certified guardian to accompany him. Oh, Kangwoo quietly asks if there is any chance the system simply misjudged his abilities, since his power does not exactly fit the standard definition. He scoffs with a quiet smirk, thinking that if Balrog heard this, that hot-headed demon would absolutely lose his mind. He would probably scream about how dare she suggest the great demon king needs some cheap protection. Feeling completely exhausted after surviving 10,000 years of torment just to end up here, Oh Kangwoo sighs and asks what he needs to do to raise his player rank. The counselor explains that the player association is actively involved in the promotion process. Simply completing their basic training course will immediately bump him up to D rank. The other way is utilizing the magic stones he just traded, which can help him level up. Oh Kangwoo quietly notes to himself that this sounds like a much better option. Having a clear grasp of his situation, Oh Kangwoo slowly stands up to leave, prompting the panicked counselor to quickly ask him to wait while she prepares his player card. She then offers to help him sign up for the basic training, but Oh Kangwoo already has other plans in mind and politely declines, saying it is perfectly fine. Having seen this play out many times before, she assumes he is just in deep shock over his pathetic rank and sighs at how sad the situation is. Unfortunately, entering a gate in this state is practically a death sentence for someone like him. To her, an F-rank evaluation is essentially a death sentence, meaning it is probably much safer for someone like him to just give up on being a player entirely. While she is completely distracted, the testing crystal next to her suddenly begins to transform, shifting from a clear, transparent white into a deep pitch-black darkness that instantly catches her attention as she gasps in confusion. She reaches out to examine the sphere, wondering what on earth is happening and if the machine is simply broken. Suddenly, the crystal sphere overloads and snaps completely in half, releasing a massive wave of energy that leaves her trembling as she struggles to believe his rank was truly just F. Thick, dark energy and smoke continue to swirl around the broken pieces, leaving the stunned counselor frozen in place with a racing mind. This is absolutely impossible. Even the energy of Bak Kangyeon, a legendary S-rank player, only registered as a dark gray color. There is absolutely no reason for any human to produce pure, terrifying black. Snapping out of it, she urgently calls the front desk to get a replacement crystal ball. Let us leave that mystery behind as we head over to the bustling entrance of a dungeon gate. The area is packed with loud players shouting to form parties, all desperately hunting for mages or healers. Some are looking for rogues, while others flatly reject any thieves. They are shouting for healers of D rank or higher, or asking for any available brawlers. Getting picked for a decent party is highly competitive, and Oh Kangwoo witnesses this harsh reality firsthand the moment he arrives. A desperate rogue begs to join a group only to be rejected immediately by teams looking for any other class. Hearing the constant rejections for the rogue class makes Oh Kangwoo sigh, wondering why on earth everyone seems to hate thieves so much. He quickly walks up to the gate guard to present his credentials, quietly thinking to himself that none of this party drama really concerns him anyway as he shows his player card. The guard takes only a moment to verify the information, confirming he is indeed registered as an E-rank player and letting him pass. Leaving all the chaotic noise behind, Oh Kangwoo steps through the massive portal to begin his very first hunt. Arriving on the other side in a strange new environment, he looks around and whispers that he successfully made it inside. He feels a brief wave of anxiety, secretly worrying that this place might turn out to be another hellish nightmare. On top of that, the sudden teleportation sickness hits him hard, forcing him to clutch his aching head and complain about how much he absolutely hates instant travel. Shaking off the dizziness, he stretches his shoulders to prepare for the hunt, telling himself he should probably start searching for monsters. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over him from behind as a booming voice calls out to catch his attention. Mid-stretch, he tilts his head back to see who is standing there. Staring up at the colossal figure, he cannot help but wonder if he just ran into a giant bear. But it turns out to be an incredibly massive man looking down at him with a friendly greeting. The giant man curiously asks if he is alone and whether he has already gone through his second awakening. Having no information about this stranger, Oh Kangwoo keeps his answers short and polite while secretly staying on guard, wondering what this massive guy could possibly want from him. From further back, the big guy's teammates shout that they are ready to go. Oh Kangwoo simply shakes his head, telling the giant that he actually has not had his second awakening yet. Hearing this, the giant suddenly lets out a booming shout of surprise, completely startling his two teammates in the background. He quickly breaks into a warm smile, advising Oh Kangwoo that since he skipped the basic training, an E-rank player like him would be much safer joining a group instead of going solo. The giant enthusiastically offers the former Demon King a spot, asking what he thinks about joining them if he does not have a party yet. He points eagerly toward his party, proposing that Kangwoo should join their squad for this run. Hearing this, his female teammate immediately snaps at Kang Tae-soo for making crazy decisions without consulting them first, while the grumbling swordsman behind her quickly agrees, claiming that a low-level rookie like him will not be able to help their team at all. Hearing their harsh and selfish words, Kang Tae-soo gets furious and yells back, asking them how they can be so heartless when this rookie's life is literally on the line. He even offers to completely give up his share of the magic stones if they are that worried, begging them to just let the guy join their party. Kang Tae-soo's pure passion actually makes Kangwoo pause, realizing the giant is genuinely a good person. Even as Kang Tae-soo continues to argue that the rookie will not get in their way, Kangwoo ultimately decides to decline the kind offer, politely telling them that he prefers to hunt completely on his own without a party. Before he can even finish his sentence, the excited giant rushes over to grab his hand, loudly declaring that everyone has agreed and introducing himself as Kang Tae-soo. And yours. Kangwoo already has his own plans, so he politely turns down the offer. He introduces himself as Kangwoo and thanks him, but makes it clear he has no intention of joining any party. Before he can even finish, Kang Tae-soo laughs out loud, telling him to speak casually because despite his aged looks, he is actually only 24 years old. That age absolutely stuns Kangwoo. Complete disbelief. There is no way this guy is 24 with that face. But Kang Tae-soo has already anticipated this exact reaction. He whips out his identification card to show Kangwoo, proudly declaring his birth year while his teammates sigh in embarrassment behind him. See, he was born in 1999, making him Kang Tae-soo. This ridiculous situation makes Kangwoo seriously wonder what on earth happened to the world over the past 5 years. Shaking it off, he gets back to business and nods, agreeing to speak more comfortably. He addresses him directly, telling Kang Tae-soo he is truly grateful for the offer, but he entered the gate with a specific plan already in mind. The teammates nearby already understand Kangwoo's stance and choose not to press further, leaving Kang Tae-soo to mutter in awkward confusion. After a long pause, he scratches his head in regret, admitting that there is no helping it if he is that determined. Being naturally kind-hearted, Kang Tae-soo does not forget to warn Kangwoo to stay alert, explaining that this territory is crawling with goblins, including a massive beast known as the Hobgoblin. In essence, it is a much larger, stronger, and far more lethal variant. It is a boss monster on an entirely different level compared to normal creatures, so he must escape from it at all costs. Seeing his genuine concern brings a soft smile to Kangwoo's face, thinking the man is truly kind, before offering a polite thank you for the helpful advice. Once the crucial warnings are shared, it is time for Kang Tae-soo's party to head out, though he makes sure to tell Kangwoo to take care of himself. Watching them go, Kangwoo lets out a quiet sigh, thinking that if he really were just an F-rank rookie, he might have joined them, but he is far from weak. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepares for action, knowing he operates much better alone. Kangwoo steps into the forest, his fighting spirit burning bright. Time to move. With that, he bolts forward like a shooting star, instantly vanishing from sight. As he races through the woods, he keeps a sharp eye out for goblin tracks and signs of life. There are quite a few. The monsters must be lurking around here somewhere. Darting through the trees, he spots them with excitement, finding his prey. He charges straight into the pack without a single second of hesitation. Without saying a word, Kangwoo breaches the goblin den and instantly claims his first kill, dropping one unsuspecting monster in the blink of an eye. Sensing an intruder, the goblins shriek to alert the rest of the camp. But Kangwoo moves too fast, dropping one beast and immediately blitzing the next before they can even process his presence. His terrifying speed leaves them completely helpless. Realizing he has stumbled upon an entire village of easy experience points, he cannot help but smirk, thinking to himself that he has hit the absolute jackpot. The terrified monsters scramble back. Facing these weak creatures, Kangwoo prepares to unleash his full might, eager to wipe them out. Goblins might be stupid and weak, but they never back down from a fight. Driven into a frenzy by Kangwoo's presence, they brandish their weapons and swarm him all at once. With that momentum, he slices down two. Spinning around, he sends another pair to their graves. Capitalizing on a perceived opening, a goblin leaps from his blind spot. But he is the main character and he has predicted everything. Using his current momentum, he seamlessly spins around to execute the coward in midair. But that is nowhere near enough for him. Gaining some distance, he quickly pivots his hips and draws his blade to parry the incoming attacks from the surrounding mob. Without a word, a single powerful counter slash is more than enough to send several more monsters straight into his experience bar. He instantly blitzes from one group to the next, leaving the surviving goblins completely stunned. They barely raise their weapons before they are cleanly wiped out. One after another, sometimes dropping 2 or 3 of them at the exact same time they fall. Every single effort they make is entirely in vain. His blade freely bathes in their dark blood. They are merely props in Kangwoo's wild, chaotic dance. The weaker monsters tremble violently as they watch their comrades fall, terrified by the cold sound of his voice, asking if there are still more left to slaughter. At this point, the dark thrill of the hunt has only just begun. Grinning with pure excitement, he tells them he is about to send them on their way. With those words, his sword resumes its lethal dance in the wilderness. After a while, the swinging finally stops as he slowly sheathes his blade. The initial chaos slowly fades, replaced by Kangwoo's tired sighs as he realizes just how many he actually killed. Staring at the battlefield, he mutters that clearing out this many monsters is exhausting. But then, a system notification pops up, and looking closer, he spots several crucial updates. He defeated an E-class goblin, gained experience, leveled up 4 times, and gained 1 mana point. Surprised, he realizes that leveling up also boosts his mana. But putting that aside for a moment, he reaches his hand toward a cold goblin corpse on the ground, already knowing one thing for sure. There is no actual magical energy inside the magic stones. The moment he activates his gluttonous devour ability, the entire area suddenly turns pitch black. Countless giant mouths emerge from the endless void, greedily swallowing up every single piece of monster loot scattered on the ground. While focusing on the process, he suddenly feels something strange. He can actually sense the magic itself. Examining the shredded monster remains, he comes to a fascinating conclusion about the source of their mana. It does not actually sit inside the magic stones. It flows through their entire bodies, its strength fading over time after death. This means absorbing fresh monster corpses will let him collect raw magic power bit by bit. Kangwoo is thrilled. This is awesome. He thinks he can sell the stones and absorb mana. Plus, he harvests free mana on top of that. Once the corpses turn to bones, Kangwoo happily realizes he only needs to pick up the magic stones before leaving. While happily picking up the remaining magic stones, he starts wondering how much money these will bring in. Specifically, how many fried chickens can he buy with this haul? Looking at the clean bones left behind on the floor, he laughs, realizing he ate the meat and left the bones exactly like eating chicken. The mere thought of hot, crispy, golden brown fried chicken wings and drumsticks makes him drool. He decides that the second he gets out of this place, he is heading straight to a restaurant and inviting Han Solo along. Just imagining Han Solo gently feeding him chicken makes Kangwoo drool with joy. Even a king could not live a better life than that. Driven by this massive motivation, he feels a 200% boost in energy. He frantically scoops up the remaining magic stones while shouting aloud for Han Solo to wait, promising to buy her crispy fried chicken and pickled radish. Mid-shout, a massive noise echoes nearby, causing him to instantly freeze and listen. He cautiously turns his head. He spots something highly interesting right in front of him. Staring at the massive figure, he wonders if this is the monster Kang Tae-soo warned him about. A massive hobgoblin. Without saying a word, the giant beast glares at Kangwoo with glowing red eyes and growls. The monster is now completely locked onto him, ready to strike. A second later, it roars as immense energy erupts from its body. Kangwoo is taken aback, wondering if that is actually magic. Watching the giant green monster charge, he is genuinely surprised that a brute like this actually knows how to use spells. He takes a defensive stance with sharp, determined eyes. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly calculates that in terms of raw destructive power, his own demonic energy is far superior to this monster's clumsy magic. In the blink of an eye, the beast stands right before him, raising its massive blade high. With a terrifying roar, the green brute swings the weapon down hard, targeting the exact spot where he stands. Fortunately, Kangwoo manages to dodge out of the way just in time. Even though he stepped aside, the sheer shockwave of the blow still throws him back a considerable distance. He immediately raises both of his daggers to block the incoming attack. A heavy impact hits, and this time the force blasts him a long way back. Before he can even land, the massive beast is already charging ahead with its blade raised. Another devastating strike shatters the ground, throwing up a thick cloud of dust that slowly reveals the monster's heavy, solid foot. Kangwoo lowers his stance and raises his arms over his head, barely blocking the massive overhead smash. However, this heavy block is clearly pushing him to his limit. Gritting his teeth, he glares at the clashing weapons with deep concern, knowing the pure difference in physical strength and weight class is working against him. Unable to hold the stance any longer, he grits his teeth in determination. Using his remaining strength, he parries the blade to the side and successfully escapes the deadly pressure. This only infuriates the beast further, causing it to bare its terrifying fangs in sheer rage. Sensing immediate danger, he decides to seize the initiative and strike first. The beast quickly tilts its body blocks with its shoulder armor and flings Kangwoo backward. Looking at the armor, there is only a tiny crack. Kangwoo curses silently. Damn it, he got knocked back because his current stats are still too low. He needs to find a bigger weakness. While complaining, he ducks to dodge the giant incoming blade. But the monster's follow-up attack is even faster, forcing Kangwoo to use every bit of his speed to dodge. With every strike, the speed increases. Kangwoo is forced lower and lower, his body practically scraping the dirt to dodge. Frustrated that it cannot land a single hit, the green monster raises its giant blade, stomps its massive foot, and kicks right where he is dodging. It alternates between slashing its blade and dropping its knee to block his retreat, and throwing wild hooks. Yet, Kangwoo's body moves like pure water, effortlessly dodging every single lethal swing of that massive blade. He leaps back to create some space, keeping low to the ground while his sharp eyes dissect the monster's complex attack patterns. His mind races. Those powerful arms make it a fierce fighter, and as the boss, it has to have a trick. Kangwoo's face hardens. He narrows his eyes, calculating his next move based on the monsters he has already slain. The beast swings its blade again. Kangwoo dodges it easily, but the massive tree behind him is sliced completely in half by a single strike. Staring down at the rocky ground, Kangwoo has a sudden realization. As the proud destroyer of this domain, he casually reaches down and picks up a rock. He effortlessly weaves through its wild slashes, reminding himself that after slaughtering all of its minions, this boss is just another target. It is nothing more than a toy for his absolute entertainment. Smirking, Kangwoo hurls the stone forward with terrifying speed, aiming right at the green monster's head. As the object bounces off and lands, the beast realizes it is the skull of one of its dead minions. It instantly flies into a rage, letting out a deafening roar. Holding his stance, Kangwoo confidently declares that this should be enough to get the job done. Kangwoo clenches his fists tightly, channeling a massive, overwhelming surge of pure demonic energy. Activating the demonic authority of rage, his body begins to transform, his eyes glowing blue as thick veins bulge across his skin. He loosens his grip, reminding himself that this anger belongs to his target. Suddenly, an even more terrifying demonic phantom manifests right behind the massive green beast. Oblivious to the danger, the monster keeps its glare locked onto Kangwoo. It growls with pure, unbridled rage, absolutely itching to tear him apart limb from limb. But a split second later, that roar turns into a shriek of absolute agony. Razor-sharp demonic claws clamp down tightly on its massive frame, pinning the helpless green beast completely in place. Kangwoo exhales, thinking it is over. But in the very next second, the monster's grip on its weapon actually tightens. Defying the restraint, the beast lunges forward and unleashes a devastating slash. Luckily, Kangwoo ducks down just in time. The dense forest behind them is not so lucky. A whole row of massive trees is sliced clean in half. Still unsatisfied, it flips the blade for another swing. Kangwoo is unharmed, but more trees are shredded to splinters. Kangwoo pauses, realizing this authority's nature. It is actually a massive reinforcement buff that multiplies the target's physical strength. Glowing with pure rage and power, the green monster roars. The beast goes completely berserk, charging with wild punches, throwing heavy hooks then switching to rapid swings of its blade. Amidst the chaotic, dusty battleground, Kangwoo easily dodges while calmly analyzing the power. In reality, the price of this buff is a curse that turns the target's brain into useless decorative mush. Dodging at supersonic speeds, he maintains a highly confident smirk. After all, the chaotic, mindless attacks of an irrational beast are far too easy for him to predict. With his eyes glowing crimson and his smirk intact, he raises his fist to strike back. Mindless rage is always the easiest thing to exploit. It creates massive openings for him to exploit. Kangwoo charges forward, confidently slipping right past the monster's swinging blade. Dodging fluidly, he lands a brutal first strike directly onto its left knee, making the beast roar in agonizing pain. The strike forces the beast down, buckling its knee right before Kangwoo clenches his fist's eyes, looking up to predict its next move as the green monster raises its blade. His previous attack triggered its counter-passive. With glowing eyes, the green beast swings down with absolute fury, leaving him momentarily dazed under the force of the strike, and it is unclear whose blood is spraying out, Kangwoo's or the monster's. The beast falls motionless. Kangwoo's blade has pierced clean through its skull, scattering blood everywhere as he finally lets out a long, relieved sigh looking at his blood-stained hands. Kangwoo sighs at his own utter weakness. If only he had his real power, this would be easy. But now he has to start from scratch. Shaking the blood off his hands, he notices a holographic male icon floating before him. Kangwoo taps it and several notifications pop up. He has cleared the monster territory completely solo, earning a massive 150% bonus experience for defeating the C-rank boss Hobgoblin. He mutters to himself that it was a boss, but the system screen. The notifications keep coming. He has leveled up 3 times, catching Kangwoo completely off guard. Right below that, he sees he unlocked his second awakening after reaching level 10. His special second awakening ability is now completely unlocked and his fists clench in sheer excitement. This news has Kangwoo absolutely thrilled. His second awakening is here, and the description of this new power appears right below it. The second awakening special ability is Insatiable Hunger. It allows him to absorb far more demonic energy from defeated targets whenever he uses predation. He thinks to himself that this is decent. Even if it is not the strongest skill, he can now absorb much more demonic energy. Rapidly tapping on his virtual screen, Kangwoo mutters with excitement that using his player status will definitely make him even stronger. Now he wants to see just how strong this special ability is. Looking at the massive corpse before him, gently places his hand on its head, quietly activating his predation skill. A surge of violent dark energy erupts quickly, swallowing up the massive monster's corpse as Kangwoo stares at the energy swirling around his hands, muttering in surprise. The aura has grown significantly darker. He wonders if this is the effect of his new special ability, then touches the faint shadow left behind. The system immediately shoots out a notification. Insatiable hunger has been activated, allowing him to absorb a much larger amount of demonic energy. His Magi stat increases by 3, bringing his total to 19. These numbers leave Kangwoo thoroughly surprised. The absorption rate has definitely shot up. Holding a small ball of energy in his palm, he smiles. Defeating stronger monsters will definitely make him even more powerful. The massive beast's corpse has turned into a pile of pale bones. Kangwoo narrows his eyes, silently calculating. Perfect. Let's see how much this increase in Magi actually affects him. He closes his eyes to feel the new demonic energy swirling around him, but Kangwoo is taken aback. He initially expected this boost to make him at least twice as strong as before, but as he clenches his fist, doubt creeps in. It is actually 3 times stronger. How did his power increase so incredibly fast? Kangwoo warns himself that such a sudden spike in power could be dangerous. A thick, demonic mist rises completely, enveloping him in a bizarre illusion. Sitting down, Kangwoo focuses on the flat ground beneath his feet. This place is the Mirage Gate. He seems to realize something, thinking to himself that his hunch was right. His brows furrow as a wave of unease washes over him. The seal on the Mirage Gate has weakened. He casts his gaze down in deep confusion. Why would this happen when nothing besides his awakening should have triggered any changes? Glancing at the floating holographic screen beside him, a sudden realization strikes his mind like lightning, and Kangwoo forms a shocking theory. Could it be that every single time he unlocks a new awakening like this, second awakening at level 10, the seal on the dangerous Mirage Gate actually weakens because of it? Smirks with absolute confidence, his gaze growing even more determined. If that's the truth, then leveling up continuously will eventually allow him to reclaim his original godlike power. And if so, he has every reason to head toward higher tier gates. Kangwoo stands tall silently, encouraging himself to push forward. He picks up the glowing mana crystal from the monster's skeleton. Kangwoo lets out a sinister smile, tossing the crystal in his palm. He whispers that his next target is the 3rd awakening at level 21. A while later, in a bustling restaurant filled with lively chatter, he and Han Seola are sitting together eating like they haven't tasted food in years. Kangwoo stuffs a piece of fried chicken into his mouth, while his other hand eagerly grabs the next piece. He devours every single bite with absolute joy, swallowing it down before immediately reaching for his cold beer. He chugs down half of his glass in one big gulp. He slams the glass down on the table, letting out a satisfied sigh. Sitting across from him, Han Seola smiles at his hearty eating and asks if it is really that good. Kangwoo wipes his mouth, nodding enthusiastically. Wanting to tease him, she drops a killer question, asking if it is better than her kimchi stew. This completely freezes him, leaving him torn on how to answer. Finally, he seriously answers that he still prefers her kimchi stew. Han Seola bursts out laughing, saying she was only joking and that he is quite a fun guy. He raises his beer glass to hide his embarrassment, laughing sheepishly. Feeling a bit bad, she quickly piles food onto his plate, offering him her share. He lets out a happy gasp, asking if she is really sure. But before she can even answer, he quickly thanks her. Suddenly, she falls quiet for a brief moment. After a moment, Han Seola hesitantly asks him if he would mind. Kangwoo, still chewing, happily looks up at her with curiosity. She pauses before asking if he has any friends or family. The heavy question immediately catches him completely off guard. The atmosphere turns dead silent, despite the noisy chatter around them. He lifts his beer to finish the rest of his drink. He slams the glass down, muttering with a trace of anger that he has no friends. The fork he accidentally knocked off clatters onto the floor. He sadly adds that he has no family nor a home. Looking at him with deep worry, she gently asks where he sleeps. Leaning forward to hide his raw emotions, he replies in a calm voice that he really has nowhere to go. Yet his hands tightly clutching his fork slightly tremble, giving away his true vulnerable feelings. Seeing this, she makes a gentle offer, unsure if he will find it comfortable. She asks if he would like to stay at her house. Hearing this, his eyes widen in complete shock as he asks if she is absolutely sure. She pulls out another fork from the container and nods, saying he has already helped her so much lately. She explains with a warm smile that there is absolutely nothing for him to worry about. Scratching his head in sheer embarrassment, he awkwardly agrees to accept her generous offer with a sheepish grin. Taking the fork from her, he cheerfully wishes them both good luck, and she loudly agrees with a big smile. She playfully giggles, saying she will also be in his care. Looking at him affectionately, she quietly thinks that he seems to have a lot on his mind. After sitting for a bit, he suddenly gasps, remembering that he has something to give her. He slides over a thick envelope containing about 3 million won. Her eyes go wide in absolute shock, demanding to know why. He calmly tells her to consider it rent. She waves her hands frantically, stammering that she cannot possibly accept it. She murmurs sadly, saying he has already done so much for her, so she cannot take his hard-earned cash. Before she can finish, he gently cuts her off to reassure her, pointing out that she has been spending a lot lately and must be struggling. Preventing any further refusal, he pushes the stack of cash forward, telling her not to feel pressured since he will also be eating her food. If rent sounds too formal, she can just call it grocery money. Looking at the stack of cash, she has no choice. She reluctantly accepts the envelope, letting out a helpless sigh. Clutching the money tightly with teary eyes, she thanks him deeply. He smiles awkwardly, telling her it is no big deal. She immediately offers to buy much higher quality meat tomorrow to make an even tastier kimchi stew for them. Hearing this, he literally starts drooling with pure excitement, asking if she is actually serious, absolutely thrilled at the thought of eating her cooking every single day. He realizes she is a literal angel, resolving to sell mana stones to earn money and make her happy. Just thinking about it brings tears of joy to his eyes. Suddenly, remembering something, he stops eating for a second and asks if there are any D-rank gates nearby. After thinking for a moment, she replies that there is a D-rank gate nearby. She has never been, but hears it is crawling with dangerous lizardmen. Stuffing another bite of food into his mouth, his eyes drift as he mentally plans his trip to that gate tomorrow. He needs to defeat stronger monsters to trigger his next awakening faster, while pocketing some extra cash along the way. Even while lost in deep thought, he continues to stab piece after piece of meat on his plate. His mind drifts into weird territory as he wonders if lizardman meat actually tastes any good, prompting him to call out her name. Han Seola leads him to a spare bedroom that has been vacant for a long time. She mentions that the room used to belong to her older brother, but he is more than welcome to use it as he likes. Carrying his few belongings inside, he offers a polite thank you to her. Sitting down on the small single bed, he expresses his heartfelt gratitude for finally giving him a warm, comfortable place to sleep. Her face blushes slightly as she whispers that it is really no problem. Realizing how incredibly late it has gotten, she decides to let him get some rest, turning off the bedroom lights while softly wishing him a good night, a sentiment he gently returns as she closes the door. The room door shuts, but not completely. A tiny crack remains, letting a sliver of outside light spill straight into his pitch-black room. He stares at that sliver of light for a second, then he quietly lies down on his single bed, lost in thought. This is a level of comfort he hasn't felt in 10,000 years. It is incredibly peaceful, so comfortable. Coming back here was definitely the right choice. Meanwhile, elsewhere people gather. A massive crowd has gathered, gearing up for what looks like an incredibly important raid. The entire area is buzzing as people frantically search for teammates. One recruiter shouts that they desperately need a Phase 2 healer. Another yells over the noise, looking for high-tier players above rank C to join their squad. Meanwhile, a third group promises safe passage for anyone looking to reach Phase 3 quickly. Kangwoo figures that since he has already reached rank D, finding a reliable team here should not be too difficult. While searching for a group, he spots Han Tae-hyun kneeling and begging to join a team. The desperate guy promises to keep quiet and just help bandage wounds, but they flatly reject him, saying they do not need someone who can only bandage. Kangwoo, surprised to see him again, feeling a bit bad for his desperate situation. He walks up to the registration gate. The soldier on duty inspects his card and confirms his status, officially verifying that Kangwoo is indeed a rank D player. Han Tae-hyun's desperate face still lingers in his mind, but Kangwoo shrugs it off, reminding himself that it is none of his business. Kangwoo steps through the rank D gate. He looks around the new dungeon environment before dropping straight onto the grass. A rank, D gate. Maybe he should move in secret. Without hesitation, Kangwoo instantly activates his silent power. His thoughts drift back to the lizard men. He recalls Han Seola warning him that they are extremely sensitive to sound but have terrible eyesight. If he does not approach in total silence, they will jump him instantly. These lizardmen are massive creatures walking upright on two legs about the same size as an adult human. Aside from those features, they look exactly like giant common lizards in every other way. His eyes narrow as he spots them. Han Seola had also mentioned that they absolutely fear fire. Because of this, having a fire mage in the party would normally make hunting them down incredibly easy. Remembering this, he immediately unleashes the hellfire of the demon Andros, instantly engulfing every single lizard man on the scene in roaring flames. Unable to see what is coming, they are completely caught in the blaze. They thrash around in agony. Diving straight into the water, they desperately try to extinguish the flames. Kangwoo just watches coldly, knowing standard water will not work. You cannot put out hellfire like a normal fire. Unless they use pure magic to suppress it, those flames will burn forever. It eats away at their vital life force, not just their physical bodies. Soon, nothing but a hollow corpse will remain for their enemies. Speaking of which, is Han Taehyun's guild really named Andras? He probably just pulled that name out of thin air. If things do not work out, he can always burn it all down himself. He watches as the lizardmen are completely stripped of their strength. But right behind him, another pack of lizardmen emerges. Kangwoo turns to face them, calculating if he should keep hunting. Should he clear out another pack? While he is hesitating, a sudden voice cuts through the silence. A young guy approaches him, asking if he is a rookie based on his cheap gear. He asks if Kangwoo wants to join their hunting guild. Barely interested, Kangwoo casually asks what guild they are. Hojun proudly introduces them. We are the Andras Guild. Kangwoo stares at them for a long moment before giving his reply. No interest. He turns and walks away, leaving him behind. Hojun is absolutely furious at his attitude, calling him an arrogant rookie who lacks any basic respect. The woman beside him anxiously whispers, asking what they should do since returning like this will make the guild leader angry. He replies that they should just beat the kid half to death and dump his body somewhere. It has been a while since they got to blow off some steam. That guy needs to be taught a serious life lesson. His face darkens with a pretty shady look, revealing his ugly intentions as Kangwoo leaves the group behind. Leaving those people behind, Kangwoo continues his hunt for lizardmen, once again relying on the same old strategy to easily wipe them all out. Once a pretty decent number of them are dead, he thinks that clearing out this whole area is definitely his safest option. Safe is good, but taking a few risks is totally fine if he wants to level up fast. Kangwoo holds a glowing purple energy orb, likely containing the combined essence of all those fallen lizardmen. Rubbing his chin, he stares down at it deeply, contemplating what his next move should be while he is completely lost in his own world. Suddenly, a voice startles him, causing his hand to squeeze the glowing orb as he reflexively snaps his head toward the source of the sound quickly. Analyzing the voice, the stranger seemingly reads his mind and speaks up. Do you not remember me? I am your senior, you know. I was just wondering if the new rookie was doing okay on his hunt, so I came over to check. Kangwoo quietly looks the guy over and instantly realizes he is just another piece of trash who loves to bully the weak, trying to act tough. Kangwoo keeps his cool, telling him his worry is completely pointless since, as he can plainly see, he is doing just fine. Jun gives him a disdainful look. Is that so? Then why are your clothes so clean and why is there not a single monster corpse around? Kangwoo replies with complete indifference, claiming he just wanted to take a short break. Jun raises his voice, demanding to know why a junior is being so disrespectful to a senior. Realizing that playing nice only invites trouble, Kangwoo decides to drop the act, calmly replying that he simply finds this senior pretty annoying. That carefree attitude immediately drives the man insane, making him curse at the absolute nerve of this bastard. He fumes in anger, but Kangwoo just acts even more nonchalant, casually asking if they want to fight. Taehyun, standing right behind him, cannot contain his rage and charges forward. But before he can even launch an attack, a hand reaches out and holds him back, telling Han Taehyun to stop. Han Taehyun complains, but Hojun tells him not to worry, having already figured out a pretty good way to teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. Kangwoo quietly calculates that if this guy is acting so clueless, his level must be rank B at the absolute lowest. Hojun sneers, calling him an incredibly annoying punk and promising to make him regret everything right now. Kangwoo does not show a single hint of fear. Instead, he looks genuinely excited, saying it sounds pretty promising. Hojun grips his sword tightly, warning that he wants to see exactly how long that playful attitude is going to last, saying that he violently bangs his sword against the metal armor on his forearm, making an incredibly loud clanging noise. His teammate quickly speaks up to warn him, asking if he realizes that those lizardmen are actually super sensitive to loud noises. Kangwoo just stares at him like he is an idiot who loves showing off. Seriously, it is almost cute how clueless this guy is. Only does he strike it once, but he is actually crazy enough to slam it a second time. This loud noise successfully attracts the lizardmen from under the water as ripples form. He shouts excitedly that they are coming, telling them to get ready to cast a quick defensive spell. After stepping inside his defensive barrier, he looks back at Kangwoo with utter contempt, asking how he expects to stop him. He brags that he can easily handle hundreds of monsters just by using sound like this, though it might be a bit overkill to teach an arrogant punk a lesson. He sneers that if Kangwoo kneels and begs, he might think twice before crippling him. Now, he asks if the rookie is too terrified to even speak. At this moment, Kangwoo finally replies casually, admitting he was curious about their actual strength but is pretty disappointed to see they are this pathetic. Hojun catches the clear mockery in his voice, completely unable to process the insult as he demands to know what the hell he is talking about. Kangwoo decides to show them how to actually terrify someone, telling them that if they want to scare a person, they need to do it like this. 2. He spreads his hands wide, gathering 10 massive surges of energy before unleashing a devastating supersonic shockwave. Just with a single clap, he creates a blast dozens of times louder than the pathetic clanging Hojin made with his sword against his armor earlier. Of course, he is not about to stop there because this is just the absolute beginning of his power. The bully panics, stammering, "What is this?" He screams for this lunatic to stop. Kangwoo prepares to leap into the air and stomp the ground with crushing force, but because the pathetic guys beg him for mercy, he decides to gently touch back down onto the solid ground, leaving Hojun completely bewildered, screaming about what the hell is even going on with this absolute bastard. Things grow darker for the group. Ruthless lizardmen begin emerging from every corner. They have completely surrounded Hojun and his party. Inside, Hojun mutters that this is absolute madness. A terrified woman screams she has never seen so many of them before, but another teammate barks at her to stop panicking and focus on reinforcing their failing shield. Hojun loses his mind and starts shouting at Kangwoo, asking if the psycho plans on dragging everyone down to hell with him. Down on the ground, Kangwoo leaps onto a branch and looks down. He asks if Hojun was not the one who said these monsters are incredibly sensitive to sound. He knew it, in fact, he knew it perfectly well. The lizard men launch a relentless, savage assault. They throw themselves against the barrier. At this moment, Hojun screams in a mix of 70% fury, 20% despair, and 10% sheer confusion, asking if that lunatic Kangwoo wants everyone dead just to satisfy a grudge. Kangwoo only offers a calm shrug, asking why he would ever choose to die alongside them. Perched high on his branch, his gaze turns deadly as his voice sharpens, making it clear that the only ones destined to die here are them. He stands tall on the branch, watching the pathetic group struggle inside their cramped shield as the monsters close in a truly brutal display of his supreme sound magic. Seeing that the rampaging lizard men completely ignore Kangwoo, Hojun panics as the realization hits him, wondering if it is his sound control skill. He desperately screams at his remaining teammates to hold. "Get that barrier back up now." But it is too late as a lizard man thrusts a spear directly through his teammate's stomach. Another teammate glares at him with pure resentment. Hojun collapses to the ground in sheer terror as he watches his allies get slaughtered one after another, completely unable to fight back. He clamps both hands over his mouth to choke back his desperate sobs. Paralyzed by a deep, suffocating helplessness, there is nothing else he can do except sit perfectly still in the dirt and pray he does not make a single sound. A heavy weapon slips from the limp hand of his dead teammate. It clatters down right next to where Hojun is shivering. He looks up trembling and begs Kangwoo for help. "Please," he begs, "save me." He admits his mistake and pleads for mercy. But his desperate cries are met with nothing but cold, unbothered silence. Kangwoo simply looks down and delivers a few quiet words. "Goodbye, senior." Wishing him luck, Kangwoo clenches his fist and triggers a massive, deafening noise right beside the trembling man. Completely broken, Hojun screams in utter helplessness, cursing Kangwoo's name with his very last breath. There is no escaping his grim fate now. A hungry wave of lizardmen floods directly over his position, tearing him apart in a painful, agonizing end. To defeat monsters, one must become an even greater monster. He counters their bloodlust with an even more suffocating, killing intent. Perched high on his branch, Kangwoo calmly observes the bloody aftermath. He unleashes hellfire, burning the entire area to clean up the evidence. Once the raging flames subside and things settle down, he steps forward to harvest his spoils, whispering that it is time to get to work. Kangwoo activates his devour skill, triggering a system alert. The system announces his magic stat has increased by 1. The further consumption is blocked by system-protected seals. Seeing this notification, he wonders if the Gaia system is setting a trap. It sounds so familiar, and then he suddenly remembers that moment. Standing in the middle of this absolute chaos, he realizes that everything he sees here suggests players are being protected by a special force, also known as the Gaia system. He wants to see if he can actually digest it using the special trait of a gluttony player. He looks over at Hojun's corpse. Right next to it lies a magic stone. Kangwoo sighs softly. In the end, none of that really matters. The amount of magic power he can actually harness is what counts. The system notifies him that his magic stat has reached 30. He looks at the screen, amazed at how much his power has grown. And it is not just about quantity. Once he finishes gathering everything, Kangwoo activates his Hellfire skill to test it. That is when he realizes the sheer quality of his magic is the real upgrade. He just needs to level up a bit more. He cannot wait for his third awakening. After hunting so much today, that third awakening is right around the corner. He picks up the magic stone near Hojun's body and heads back. He plans to keep grinding a bit longer. 3 days later, he is over at Ah's house. He lifts the entire pot, happily devouring every single bite she cooked. He praises her cooking as always, while Ah thanks him and asks if he is planning to head right back out to the gates to hunt. He thinks for a second before replying that he will be back by dinner. Ah lifts the kettle, worrying that he is pushing himself too hard without any rest, but Kangwoo just smiles and says he is doing fine. Remembering something, he asks when her class will end, and she says she should be done in just a couple of days. She mentions they are starting to hunt goblins today to level up. Chatting as she pours tea, she admits she wants to reach her second awakening soon, even if she is nervous about their success. Kangwoo sincerely reassures her that she will make it, and she happily thanks him. Handing over the warm tea, she tells him to drink up since he looks completely exhausted from lack of sleep, making him secretly think she is an absolute angel. After a brief silence, Ah suddenly remembers the rumors surrounding the gate that he had asked her to look into. She asks if he has heard the news yet, leaving him quite curious. She shares that there is a rumor about a high-level player wandering around the area, warning Kangwoo that he needs to stay highly alert just in case. He immediately wonders if these crazy rumors about high-level players disguising their ranks to attack others actually stem from that absolute bastard Andres. But he quickly shakes the thought off since he made sure there were absolutely no witnesses left behind at the scene. Besides, the corpses made it look like Lizardman did it, so he has nothing to worry about. Still, he cannot be completely sure. Mutters to himself that he needs to prepare for the worst and level up quickly right before the system alerts him that he has finally hit level 20, triggering his third awakening. With his third awakening now active, he can feel an incredible surge of magic power flowing through him that is on a completely different level. Time to test out this new power. He unleashes his Hellfire skill, noting that it works exactly as expected. Yet a deep concern still lingers in his mind because each of his awakenings weakens the seal on countless demon gates, letting more and more dark magic bleed through. Right on the ground, a glowing blue magic stone rests inside a strange structure resembling a monster's maw surrounded by an eerie purple haze that makes the gem stand out even more. Kangwoo eyes the magic stone, wondering if he should examine it first. The system alerts him of his new A-rank attribute from his third awakening, Demonic Mana Thirst, which lets him absorb and convert magic stones directly into demonic energy. Picking the magic stone up, he realizes its quality is actually top-tier, packed with as much concentrated demonic power as an entire high-level monster. This will easily double his absorption speed, though he still feels a slight pang of regret about losing out on the massive cash he could have made by selling it off. He quickly shrugs the feeling off since he has already made a ton of money recently, meaning there is no real reason for him to visit the exchange center anyway. While scrolling through his phone, a brilliant idea suddenly strikes him, and since he has plenty of time to spare, he decides to thoroughly test out his brand new ability. Kangwoo thinks he should wander around the forest just a little longer. Taking action immediately, he takes off his outer jacket, ties it around his waist, and begins his exploration. Crouching down, Kangwoo prepares to use the sky's power to launch himself high into the air. This high vantage point makes it much easier to observe everything. Hovering in midair, he suddenly realizes something. Now that he thinks about it, he still hasn't run into that lizard man boss. He really wants to try absorbing a slightly higher quality magic stone, but this dense forest makes it incredibly hard to see. Sighing in disappointment, he realizes he lacks the demonic energy to activate his observational power. While closely scanning his surroundings, he hears voices nearby asking someone what they're doing, and recognizing that familiar voice, he instantly wonders if it belongs to Kang Tae-soo. Just as he guessed, Kang Tae-soo is standing right opposite Tae-ho and Kang Chun-ho, his teeth clenched tight. Kangwoo flies closer to the scene and observes everything. Tae-ho's voice is dripping with contempt as he calls Kang Tae-soo a brainless brute whose stubbornness is downright sickening. Kang Chun-ho mockingly agrees, saying it fits his idiot brain perfectly, though he admits the giant is far more resilient than he originally expected. Hiding safely behind a massive tree, Kangwoo grows highly suspicious, realizing that something is definitely not right with this situation. His eyes shift to Han Tae-hyun, lying face down on the ground, just as Kang Tae-soo roars out asking why they did it. After staring for a moment, he finally remembers that guy wasn't he the lone player who kept looking for a party. Kang Tae-soo roars in anger at the two of them, demanding to know why they attacked his teammates. Kang Chun-ho speaks with pure annoyance, telling him to shut up, while Tae-ho quickly warns him that his loud shouting might easily attract the attention of that brutal lizardman boss nearby. Completely ignoring their warnings, Kang Tae-soo continues to press them for a straight answer, and after watching the tense confrontation for a while, Kangwoo easily pieces the situation together, realizing the poor guy was betrayed by the one infamous player killers mentioned in the local rumors. He quietly sighs with relief, glad to confirm that he isn't the target of their betrayal. Tae-ho raises his weapon to strike, ignoring Kang Tae-soo's frustrated questions and demanding that he simply shut up and do exactly as he is told. He lunges forward, forcing Kang Tae-soo to quickly block the heavy blow with his shield, but the raw force is so immense that his body is pushed straight backward. Unable to retaliate, Kang Tae-soo just clenches his teeth and pants heavily. Kang Chun-ho notes how incredibly tough the guy is, while Tae-ho wonders if he's really just a second-stage awakened player because of his crazy strength. Kang Tae-soo tightly grips his shield, slamming it hard into the ground. A bright golden light erupts around him as he defiantly declares that he won't go down as easily as they think. Kang Chun-ho finally answers Tae-ho's question, guessing that the shield warrior must have awakened with pretty high stats, but Taeho slowly walks toward him, mockingly noting that someone who hasn't even passed their third awakening stands absolutely zero chance against seasoned veterans like them. Kang Tae-soo's eyebrows furrow tightly as he struggles to hold his ground. Taeho runs his tongue along his axe with a sinister grin, ready to end it right there, though Kang Chun-ho quickly reminds him that they aren't supposed to kill the guy, which Taeho casually dismisses, saying of course he remembers. Kangwoo is left wondering what they could possibly mean by not being allowed to kill him. His gaze turns serious as he silently observes the unfolding drama. Staring at Kang Tae-soo, Kangwoo hesitates, remembering he only ran over here out of sheer curiosity. Still, he wonders if he should step in to help. Taeho arrogantly warns Kang Tae-soo to keep his shield up, mockingly advising him that the next blow is going to hurt quite a bit. Kangwoo's eyes widen as he looks at the weapon. Wait, that is it. Kangwoo instantly leaps out from the brush, throwing himself directly between the two fighters and turning his back to Kang Tae-soo to inspect the weapon closer. It's definitely demonic energy, he realizes, but how on earth could people like this possess such power? Taeho stares at him, utterly confused. He demands to know who he is, just a random bystander. Kang Chun-ho snickers, mockingly calling the newcomer pretty damn unlucky. Seeing a familiar face, Kang Tae-soo is stunned, but one of the player killers quickly warns him that since he's seen their faces, he shouldn't dream of leaving here alive. Kang Tae-soo calls out Kangwoo's name in utter disbelief. Taeho glares directly at Kangwoo, asking Kang Chun-ho if they have any real reason to keep this new kid alive, to which Kang Chun-ho casually agrees that they obviously don't. Playing it cool, they mockingly add that they already filled their quota with those other two. Taeho lets out a pretty sinister laugh, saying, fine then. He grips his axe and slowly steps toward Kangwoo. Seeing this unfold after so long, Kang Tae-soo quickly rushes to warn him. Kangwoo, just run away. The man keeps rambling, muttering that he should finally get to slaughter people just like he always wanted. He swings his heavy axe hard toward Kangwoo. Despite all the sheer power behind that wild attack, Kangwoo is unbothered. He simply flicks his wrist with absolute ease. Taeho goes flying back, leaving his teammate Kang Chun-ho completely frozen in utter disbelief. Kang Chun-ho cannot believe his eyes, demanding to know what on earth is wrong with him out of nowhere. Holding his swollen face, Taeho groans that something is seriously wrong with his opponent. Before Taeho can even move, Kangwoo rushes in and absolutely unloads a barrage of relentless punches. Kang Tae-soo watches in total shock. Kangwoo just stares. Watching Taeho getting beaten to a pulp, Kang Chun-ho decides to jump in to save his buddy. He grabs his weapon and charges at Kangwoo, screaming out in pure rage. Remaining completely expressionless, Kangwoo unleashes his destructive black hole power to target both of them right away. He eliminates both threats with zero wasted movement, moving so incredibly fast that he leaves only after images behind. Kang Chun-ho takes a direct hit, screaming in absolute agony. Taeho gets it even worse. Frankly, his face is beaten so incredibly swollen that even his own mother would never be able to recognize him. Kangwoo calmly walks over, grabs him by the hair to force his face up, and asks in a chilling, emotionless voice, let me ask you one simple question. Where exactly did you get that demonic power from? Even with the brutal beating, Taeho refuses to answer angrily, yelling out, how do you even know about that? Before he can even finish, Kangwoo slams his face into the dirt, yanking him back up by the hair. Kangwoo coldly reminds him who is asking the questions here, ordering him to start talking. Where did you get that magic power? Even with his face completely ruined, Taeho stubbornly refuses to utter a single word. Kangwoo sighs, telling him that he simply refuses to cooperate, so he has to unleash his terrifying power of horror to force him to speak. Sure enough, the sheer terror is too much. Taeho utterly breaks down and gasps out the word guild. He stammers guildmaster over and over again. But before he can even finish, his panicked teammate immediately screams out for him to shut up, screaming if he has lost his mind. Annoyed by the loud interruption, Kangwoo instantly blasts him, telling him to stay quiet. Right there, idiot. Kang Chun-ho gets blown backward from the impact, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Turning his attention back, Kangwoo asks what the name of this mysterious guild is. Taeho answers almost instantly, saying it is the Andra's Guild. Kneeling in absolute terror, he confesses that their leader held a ritual to grant them this dark power. Intrigued, Kangwoo asks him what kind of ritual they performed. Taeho starts to hesitate, struggling to find the words. Seeing his hesitation, Kangwoo steps closer and tightly squeezes his cheeks, warning him that he clearly has not learned his lesson. Once again, the brutal interrogation continues without mercy. Shaking uncontrollably, he stammers about the ritual over and over again. He died writhing in agony right before their eyes. Without spilling a single piece of useful information, Kangwoo is left empty-handed. He clicks his tongue, staring down at the corpse with a grim expression. He deduces that they must have installed a device that triggers if they mention the ritual. Kang Tae-soo carefully asks if he is Kangwoo, the guy he met before. Han Tae-hyun finally wakes up and asks what is going on. Kang Tae-soo is absolutely thrilled to meet his old acquaintance again. He immediately turns to the newly awakened Han Taehyun, who sits up in a daze and asks who this mysterious savior actually is. Kang Tae-soo proudly introduces Kangwoo, the player who just saved their lives. He suddenly remembers something and asks Kangwoo why he is not still back at the E-rank gate. Kangwoo casually replies that he was just running a few quick errands. Remembering their very first meeting, Kang Tae-soo recalls asking him if he was just a rookie, and Kangwoo only gave a simple nod. He finally understands why the guy needed some time to think. He happily shakes Kangwoo's hand, thanking him warmly. He admits they would have surely died to those insane bastards if he had not stepped in. His massive hand grips Kangwoo's tightly and shakes it vigorously, looking a bit ridiculous. Meanwhile, Han Tae-hyun stands nearby, blushing and scratching his neck. He mumbles a quiet thank you, but his voice is so soft it barely registers. Kang Tae-soo laughs, heartily amazed to meet again like this. He vows to repay the favor, especially now that he knows Kangwoo is such an elite player. Kangwoo smiles politely, telling them not to worry about it. Kang Tae-soo mentions the notorious Andras Guild with deep disgust, noting that their reputation has always been pretty terrible, but he never expected them to have players using actual demonic energy. He decides to report this to the Hwoarang Corps, immediately prompting a confused Kangwoo to ask who they are. Kang Tae-soo explains they are a major player group managed by the government. If they report that the Andras Guild is employing players with demonic energy, the authorities will launch an immediate investigation. Kangwoo rubs his chin, pondering this information carefully. He advises Kang Tae-soo not to report this incident just yet, leaving the giant completely baffled. Kangwoo declares his intention to deal with the Andras Guild on his own. Trusting his savior, Kang Tae-soo readily accepts without questioning his motives. Though slightly bewildered by the big guy's easy compliance, Kangwoo tells them to just forget everything that happened here. Suddenly, Kang Tae-soo drops to one knee, taking Kangwoo completely by surprise. Kang Tae-soo solemnly declares his loyalty right then and there. He solemnly vows to follow his lead, promising to help on his journey and make the Andras Guild pay dearly for their crimes. A stunned Kangwoo can only stare as Kang Tae-soo blabbers about joining his crusade for justice. Kangwoo's mind is racing, wondering what on earth this crazy giant is talking about. The giant is practically radiating the kind of righteous cinematic heroism you only see in movies. Inside, Kangwoo is screaming in pure horror, wondering if this guy has completely lost his mind. With pure determination, Kang Tae-soo claims he has been deeply moved by his bravery. He insists on joining his party, eager to protect him and repay the debt of saving his life along the way. Kangwoo stands there utterly speechless. Looking at the giant's starry-eyed face, Kangwoo cannot help but compare him to his loyal demon subordinate Balrog. Suddenly, Han Tae-hyun bows deeply and shouts his gratitude, confessing that even though he is currently a bottom-tier rogue, he wants to help. He promises to find a way to repay him, leaving Kangwoo with nothing but a dry, awkward smile. Kangwoo recalls what that slang term actually means in this world. It refers to thieves who are notoriously bad at dealing damage or tanking, which explains why they are treated as useless outcasts that no party wants to recruit. Kang Tae-soo grabs Han Tae-hyun's shoulder boisterously, declaring that this union is nothing short of destiny. He laughs heartily and suggests that they all form a party together right now. Talk about an awkward team-up, it leaves Kangwoo standing there in utter helpless disbelief. Han Tae-hyun is so deeply moved by this that tears well up in his eyes. He squeezes Kang Tae-soo's hand, expressing his sincere gratitude. But he quickly laments that he is still far too weak, having done absolutely nothing but drag everyone down as a massive burden. With burning determination, he yells that he will get stronger so he can actually support them in the future. Kang Tae-soo laughs loudly and praises his noble spirit, commending his courage and dedication to get stronger. Meanwhile, Kangwoo just stands there watching this dramatic display with a blank stare, wondering if both of these guys have completely lost their minds. Han Tae-hyun bows deeply one last time before heading off, leaving the other two waving goodbye politely. He stands there thinking that having someone owe him a favor is pretty good. He looks over at Kang Tae-soo, who is currently chatting with Han Tae-hyun and telling him to take care, but his main concern right now is what exactly he should do with this absolute bastard. Kangwoo suddenly speaks up and calls for Kang Tae-soo, who quickly replies with a polite yes before being asked what level he currently is. Kang Tae-soo replies that he is level 12 and just completed his second awakening not too long ago. Kangwoo continues to probe about his initial skill rank, and Kang Tae-soo excitedly reveals his first special ability was only rank C, which forced him to level up by hunting. With a curious expression, Kangwoo asks what rank his special ability turned out to be during his second awakening. Kang Tae-soo proudly places his hands on his hips and boasts that his second awakening ability is rank A, making Kangwoo realize this guy has way more potential than he originally thought. Kangwoo probes further, asking why he does not just join a guild since he could easily enter any of them, but Kang Tae-soo closes his eyes and admits he was conflicted. But now he explains there is no need to join any guild, which comes as a pretty big surprise to Kangwoo. Kang Tae-soo clenches his fists with determination, declaring that as a real man he has made his choice. He has decided to follow Kangwoo. He laughs out loud as Kangwoo stands there, thinking that this is actually pretty great. Now talk about a potential goldmine. He is already imagining Kang Tae-soo's growth since players with high ranks tend to get even more broken skills later on. He smiles gently, realizing Han Seola should also awaken for the second time soon before finally agreeing to officially welcome Kang Tae-soo into his group. Kang Tae-soo excitedly shouts his thanks to Kangwoo. He pulls out his phone and asks for his number, promising to rush over the moment his help is needed. As they swap numbers, Kangwoo mentions that he actually has a favor to ask right now. Kang Tae-soo's eyes instantly light up, telling him to just say it, but a highly annoyed Kangwoo tells him to back off because he is being exhausting. He hands the phone back to Kang Tae-soo and instructs him that in a few days an acquaintance of his will finish basic training, so he wants them to form a party and level up together. When Kang Tae-soo asks about her class, Kangwoo reveals she is a healer, which makes him thrilled to join since damage dealers are so easy to find. He vows to build the strongest party, leaving Kangwoo satisfied enough to say he will call later, though Kang Tae-soo wonders if he is heading to the Andraz Guild next. Kangwoo stays silent for a moment, staring blankly into the distance. Meanwhile, Kang Chunho is absolutely miserable after getting trashed, groaning in sheer pain as he gets slammed hard against a tree. A cold, familiar voice asks if he is finally awake yet. Kangwoo pins Kang Chunho down by the neck under the tree, warning him in a menacing tone that he has questions, and it is best not to lie. Just nod if you understand, and he does. Seeing the desperate nod, Kangwoo pats his shoulder reassuringly. Kangwoo asks for his name, and the terrified guy quickly stammers out that he is Kang Chunho. Kangwoo likes that answer, saying that's very good, Kang Chunho. He demands to know if it is true that they had to capture players alive. The guy cowers, whispering that he forgets. He gets a brutal kick straight to the head. He screams out in absolute agony, grabbing him. Kangwoo asks if his memory has returned yet. Shaking with fear, he admits they needed them alive to offer up as sacrifices. Kangwoo growls the word sacrifice, sending a sudden chill straight down Kang Chunho's spine. His eyes glow a deep red. Kangwoo tosses him aside, silently realizing there are far more crazies in this world than he expected. After all, that other bastard Han Tae-hyun said the exact same thing before. He lets out a chilling, quiet smirk. Kangwoo grabs Kang Chunho by the jaw once more. His red eyes flash as a truly villainous expression creeps onto his face. I have a little job for you. A miserable, battered figure drags a heavy suitcase down a narrow alleyway. Stop right there. A voice commands, "Who are you?" Kang Chunho grips the suitcase tightly and answers that it is him. The man opposite shines a flashlight in his face and asks if he and Taeho went hunting for sacrifices together. Seeing his bruised and battered face, the cultist asks in utter shock why it took so long. He demands to know what happened since Kang Chunho was only supposed to raid a D-rank gate. And where on earth is Taeho? Kang Chunho stammers that Taeho is dead. Confused by this news, the man looks at him blankly. Terrified, Kang Chunho shoves the suitcase forward, begging the cultist to just take the sacrifice and get out of there. The cultist scoffs, demanding how Taeho could possibly die in a mere D-rank dungeon. He refuses to believe it. Shaking, Kang Chunho insists it is the absolute truth, but the man won't drop it, demanding to know what really happened in there. The man finally grabs the suitcase. There was a high-level player among their targets. Kang Chunho avoids eye contact and stammers that thanks to Taeho, he barely managed to take down the high-level player. He insists he brought him back. He brought the guy back to serve as their sacrifice. The white-haired cultist crouches down, inspecting the unconscious body inside the suitcase to ensure he is still breathing. He slaps Kangwoo's face, muttering that the sacrifice's condition is not bad. He shines the flashlight back onto Kang Chunho, pointing out that his behavior is suspicious. Kang Chunho quickly covers his face, guilty, muttering that losing his partner has left him deeply shaken. Kang Chunho steps back to avoid further scrutiny. The white-haired cultist just scoffs, saying that fewer survivors only mean a bigger share of the reward for them. The white-haired man picks up the suitcase, reminding him that bringing this sacrifice guarantees they will receive divine grace. Plus, with Taeho dead, all his mana now belongs to Kang Chunho. The cultist asks mockingly if Kang Chunho managed to get by this time without using even a fraction of his power, his sarcastic tone dripping with absolute disdain. He openly wonders if Kang Chunho killed his own partner just to hoard all the divine rewards for himself. Hearing this dark accusation, Kang Chunho completely loses his temper. Kang Chunho turns away in a fury, telling him to shut up and do whatever he wants with the sacrifice before storming off. The white-haired man calls after him, asking where he is going today. He watches Kang Chunho's disheveled, messy retreat with deep confusion. He wonders if that pathetic bastard is actually just mourning his partner's sudden death or if something else is going on. But he cannot see Kang Chunho's face, which is deathly pale and covered in cold sweat. It turns out he is far more terrified than anyone realized. Meanwhile, inside the hidden lair, one of the cultists drags the heavy suitcase across the cold floor. The subordinate tries to speak, but the guild master immediately cuts him off coldly, noting that he is late. He bows and explains they were ambushed by a high-ranking player, resulting in Taeho's sudden death. The guild master demands to know about the sacrifice. The subordinate quickly slides the suitcase forward, presenting it. The guild master orders him to bring it up immediately, warning that time is running out. The cultist nods respectfully and pops the locks on the heavy suitcase. Chants echo through the chamber as the guild master carries Kangwoo onto the altar, praising the absolute immortality of the great demon Andros. They chant for Andros' blessing and power. The guild master smiles beneath his mask, pleased that everything is unfolding exactly as he planned. The cultists beg their dark lord to grant them his supreme power. The guild master watches them completely satisfied. Leaning on his staff, he unbuttons his robe, reflecting on the year that has passed since his own transformation. His circle of devoted followers has been steadily growing. After all, every single player craves power. They all hunger for ultimate strength, and he is more than happy to feed that hunger with dark magic. The guild master chuckles and removes his mask, announcing that it is finally time to begin the ritual. Cho Do-hyun commands his followers to bring forth the magic stones. They instantly respond with absolute obedience. The chants for the great Andros grow even louder. Cho Do-hyun opens a chest filled with shimmering magic stones, his mind completely consumed by greed for more power. He looks down at the unconscious Kangwoo with smug satisfaction. The more his followers crave strength, the more his own body, heart, and power will demonize, pushing him closer to his goal. He is destined to become a true demon. Laughing, Cho Do-hyun asks whose turn it is to receive his blessing today. A kneeling subordinate reveals that it was supposed to be Kang Chunho, but the man refused to attend today's ceremony. This unexpected refusal leaves Cho Do-hyun quite puzzled. Since Kang Chunho skipped out, Cho Do-hyun declares that no one will receive a blessing today. The cultists instantly break out into worried whispers. The guild master's angry voice instantly cuts through their chatter, commanding absolute silence. Cho Do-hyun warns them that divine grace must be earned with fresh sacrifices and magic stones. Those who fail to work hard deserve absolutely nothing. Terrified by his cold fury, the cultists quickly bow and obey. He coldly reminds them that without his personal guidance, they wouldn't even have a shot at obtaining this legendary power. Since Kang Chunho walked away, this unclaimed sacrifice now belongs entirely to him. Cho Do-hyun excitedly orders the ritual to begin, sending a jolt of dark energy through the room as they answer him. He slams his staff into the stone floor, shattering a magic stone to release a surge of raw energy. A glowing red magic circle flares to life. Cho Do-hyun watches the flowing energy with sadistic joy. With this bounty of magic stones, he can easily perform the blessing several more times. His power will grow to unimaginable heights as he keeps absorbing it. He eagerly drains the demonic mana leaking from the rift. Streams of raw power tear through space, creating a massive epic rift across the ground. Cho Do-hyun is overwhelmed with pure excitement at this absolute magic power, desperately wanting to absorb it right away. However, absorbing it directly without any filter is far too dangerous, and doing so would only lead to a certain death. He places his hands on Kangwoo, causing thick veins to bulge out across the young man's skin. His plan is to let these sacrifices absorb the magic until they die, then extract the power from their blood. That way, he can obtain the most refined mana possible. Controlling his internal energy, Cho Do-hyun begins the sacrifice, letting the mana slowly consume the helpless man on the floor until it takes his life. Looking at Kangwoo, he wonders if the boy's awakening is a rank or higher given how well he's enduring this. Cho Do-hyun grins wider, knowing the longer they hold out, the more raw magic power he gets to harvest later. It feels 5 times stronger. 10-15 times over, you bastard. This bastard is an unbelievably strong sacrifice, pulling in an incredible amount of magic that will soon belong to him. Laughing maniacally at this glorious sight, Cho Do-hyun goads his victim to open his eyes and scream in absolute agony. He counts in his head 20, 30, 45, 50 times. But suddenly Cho Do-hyun senses that something is terribly wrong here. Why does the magic volume keep rising without showing any limit? Panicking, he begins to stumble back, stammering for it to wait and stop. Stop, I said, stop. Seriously, please just stop right now. His sudden erratic behavior leaves the onlookers below completely confused and deeply unsettled. Cho Do-hyun screams in terror, desperately shutting off his power. As the chaotic power slowly fades away, this man falls flat onto the ground with a completely pale face. Trembling violently, Cho Do-hyun claws at the dirt, muttering that this is absolutely impossible. Kangwoo casually sits up with a smirk, noting his stats just jumped by 20 points. Cho Do-hyun stares in sheer disbelief, stuttering and demanding to know how this could even happen. Kangwoo chuckles softly and asks if they can perform that weird ritual just one more time. He grins even wider, pointing at his mouth, begging for another round. Cho Do-hyun sits there shaking, stammering that there is no way. His increasingly high-pitched shriek leaves the surrounding crowd even more bewildered. The leader quickly gathers his strength and lunges forward, screaming in absolute rage. Kangwoo simply steps aside, effortlessly dodging the frantic attack. A chaotic scene unfolds as one swings wildly while the other smoothly dodges every single strike. He mockingly tells the guildmaster that he is not half bad. Infuriated, the president unleashes his full power and charges directly at Kangwoo. A loud, powerful crash echoes upon impact. He concentrates his massive energy onto a single point. The relentless barrage of attacks repeats over and over. A massive sphere of energy strikes the exact same spot. The guildmaster is stunned to see Kangwoo standing unharmed in a completely different form. His magic has shifted into the powerful iron wall defense form. With a smirk, he admits that having magic power is indeed quite convenient. Fuming with rage, the guildmaster barks orders at his subordinates. He screams, asking what they are waiting for, and orders them to attack immediately. Hearing the command, all the underlings charge forward at Kangwoo. But Kangwoo calmly envelops his body in a thick aura of power. He condenses his raw energy into a sharp blade right in his hand. He strikes the enemies directly before him. Every single attacker collapses to the ground instantly as Kangwoo charges deeper into the fray. He tears through them one by one. Every single strike sends them crashing to the ground in absolute agony. A loud voice booms, "Get out of the way, you trash." The onlookers suddenly see a glimmer of hope when guild leader Cho Do-hyun steps up to face him. Cho Do-hyun unleashes his magic with a smug grin. "Behold the ultimate flame. This hellfire burns life itself," he screams, conjuring a massive swirling ball of flame. Kangwoo just stands there completely speechless for a moment. He covers his mouth to stifle a laugh. This makes Cho Do-hyun rage, shouting that he doesn't care how. Kangwoo got magic. "You will never defeat me, but wait." Kangwoo instantly summons a massive fireball that completely dwarfs Cho Do-hyun's. Cho Do-hyun is absolutely speechless. How? Shaking in terror, his voice cracks as he asks what that monstrous thing is. He stumbles backward, completely losing his mind. Pure unadulterated fear washes over Cho Do-hyun's face. Staring at Kangwoo's creepy smile, Cho Do-hyun realizes such an absurd power shouldn't exist and there's absolutely no way to beat him. Trembling from head to toe, he slowly puts out his own flame. He drops to his knees before Kangwoo's sheer aura. Kangwoo sighs, "What on earth are you doing now, Cho Do-hyun?" The guild leader suddenly screams, "You are the great demon Andros in human form." Kangwoo blinks in utter confusion, barely managing to mutter a quick "huh." Cho Do-hyun bows deeply, crying out that he has waited forever for his lord's descent, calling him their king, their god, and their ultimate salvation. The legendary king who will rule over this entire world. He looks at his men, ordering them to bow down to Kangwoo immediately. You have to love how Kangwoo instantly flips the script here, wondering if he should just play along with this crazy act. Kangwoo lets out a booming laugh, saying he is glad they finally recognize his true majestic self. Yes, he is the great Andres, the lord of hellfire and the demonic ruler. Cho Do-hyun slams his forehead against the floor, begging the great king of fire and lord of all demons to accept his humble devotion. Kangwoo grins, ordering him to dismiss his lackeys so they can have a little private chat. Their interrogation begins. Kangwoo demands his name, and the trembling leader stammers that his name is Cho Do-hyun. Kangwoo coldly tells Cho Do-hyun that he has some serious questions he needs answered. Feeling a bit bolder, Cho Do-hyun addresses him as Andres again, making Kangwoo groan in pure exhaustion. "I told you I am not Andres, you fool." He looks up, asking who he is, and gets grabbed by the collar. He glares down at the trembling man, growling that Cho Do-hyun is only allowed to answer questions, not ask them. No questions. Terrified by this, the leader quickly squeaks out a yes. Raising his voice, Kangwoo demands to know exactly how he learned to use magic stones to tear open these dangerous dimensional rifts. Cho Do-hyun confesses he learned to create rifts from a weird sermon. A sermon? Kangwoo is totally lost. Sweating bullets, Cho Do-hyun confesses that a strange man wearing a devil mask approached him, promising that he would gain eternal life if he agreed to join their sinister demon cult. He slaps Cho Do-hyun across the face, yelling at him for being stupid enough to trust a complete stranger. Cho Do-hyun grovels, whimpering that the masked man was just far too powerful to resist. He explains how the stranger effortlessly crushed their entire guild, giving them a simple choice between absolute obedience or death. With no other choice, they had to obey his orders. Kangwoo presses him further, demanding to know where this masked freak is hiding at this very moment. Cho Do-hyun frantically shakes his head, explaining they only receive orders through email and he hasn't seen the man since that day. Kangwoo pokes him with a weapon, asking why he risked his life following those crazy orders, but Cho Do-hyun just mutters that the guy was too strong. Kangwoo lets out a deep sigh, realizing they were definitely coerced into this from the very start. Yet tempted by the raw power of demons, Cho Do-hyun willingly dove into those dark rituals far too early. Could it really be the demon cult? It looks like they are not an officially recognized group yet, but those bastards definitely know how to drive people insane. They cannot be underestimated. Kangwoo barks an order to hand over any letters containing instructions, and Cho Do-hyun quickly obeys, passing them over. As he takes the letter, Kangwoo raises an eyebrow. Only one. The man trembles in fear. Trying to please him, the guy nods and confirms it. Kangwoo shrugs and opens the envelope. Let us see what this says. Accept demonic energy, transform into a demon, and recruit as many players as possible. At that exact moment, the grim reality of their plan sets in. The veins on Kangwoo's neck bulge with anger. He demands to know if Cho Do-hyun is the only one who got recruited. The terrified man steals a glance and stammers that he is not sure and has not met others. Kangwoo stands up and ponders. There is no way this guy is alone. Unless the cult leaders are absolute idiots, they would never risk their entire expansion plan by relying solely on Cho Do-hyun. This is about building a massive demonic army after all. With that thought, he grabs the coward. Grabbing Cho Do-hyun by his collar, his voice drops. Filled with boiling rage, he warns him that those bastards are trying to turn this world into a living hell. Now he tells him there are 3 rules to follow. First, find out everything about the demon cult. Second, never perform these rituals again. Choking back tears, the man quickly nods in agreement. Kangwoo glares and adds the 3rd rule, keep everything between us a complete secret. Kangwoo growls, terrifying the poor guy who repeatedly squeals that he understands. With that, he kicks him out and tells him to get lost. Alone now, Kangwoo deeply contemplates. Even if he stops these cultists, the sheer amount of chaos caused by the Andrus Guild is already a major headache. This is definitely not the first time they have used weak players as sacrificial pawns. The authorities are already watching closely. They might catch on to him if he starts digging too deep into this cult, but the risk is worth taking. He used the power of fear to interrogate them, so he cannot let any leaks get out. Once he gets what he needs, he will make a clean exit. Sighing deeply, he admits today was way more exhausting than expected. It is finally time to go home and relax. Back at his apartment, Kangwoo cheerfully calls out that he is home. An incredibly surprised voice stammers his name. Kangwoo looks confused as Han Seola rushes over with deep worry. She tells him that she should be the one asking that since he spent ages inside the gate without checking in once. She even mentions he did not answer his phone. Checking it, Kangwoo sheepishly scratches his head. He apologizes, explaining that some unexpected things popped up, but he is completely fine. Han Seola sighs in relief, admitting she was terrified that something awful had happened. He looks at her with a soft smile and thanks her for caring so much. He promises to call her next time. Blushing slightly, she says she will be waiting for his call. She heads to the kitchen to prepare dinner and asks what he wants. Kangwoo eagerly yells out that he wants kimchi stew. Giggling, she admits she already knew that and is currently simmering it with plenty of meat. This news instantly makes him drool with excitement. He clasps his hands and laughs, thanking her for cooking such amazing meals every single night. She humbly waves it off, telling him it is nothing. She proudly mentions that during her hunt today, she achieved her 2nd awakening and can finally repay him. This completely catches Kangwoo off guard. She beams with excitement and urges him to listen closely. She is now a B rank with a rare special ability called Blessing of Light from her 2nd awakening. Kangwoo claps along, genuinely thrilled for her. He thinks to himself that if they form a proper party with Kang Tae-soo, they will be absolutely unstoppable. A top-tier healer paired with a powerhouse like Kang Tae-soo would easily make their squad way stronger than any average group out there. Sitting down, he asks if any guilds have scouted her yet. Smiling secretly, she says she got plenty of offers. She blushes and looks down, confessing that she has absolutely no desire to join any massive guild. Instead, she just wants to support Kangwoo. He sits there thinking she is a literal angel. He speaks up, telling her that while her new high-tier ability is incredible, he does not think she should party with him. Hearing this, she completely freezes. He explains bluntly that right now she would not be able to help him. Hurt by his honesty, she quietly looks down. Looking at her with deeply apologetic eyes, he shakes his head. He thinks that maybe they can team up later, but definitely not yet. He is already far stronger than anyone else at his level. If they party up now, it will only slow down his experience gain and keep him out of high-stakes fights. To push his limits, he needs to recruit team members of his own caliber. He suggests that she should team up with Kang Tae-soo, who has an A-rank ability, so they can level up and gather valuable combat experience together first. That is what she needs most right now. Blushing slightly while cooking, she agrees. He adds that once she gets stronger, they can finally team up. They can form a proper squad and conquer much higher grade gates together. This promise leaves her completely thrilled, bringing a bright smile to her face. She happily agrees to team up with Kangwoo as Kangwoo continues their chat. Since they both have high-tier potential, they will definitely level up in no time. Seola smiles warmly, eagerly explaining how she wants to grow stronger as fast as possible to stand by Kangwoo. He reassures her it won't take long, promising to back her up whenever she needs help. This completely warms Seola's heart as she softly thanks him. Kangwoo just sits there looking at her, thinking to himself that this is indeed a perfect investment. He wonders when he should help Seola and Tae-soo level up. Right then, Seola brings out a fresh pot of kimchi stew and Kangwoo's eyes immediately light up. His eyes glow kimchi stew. He stares excitedly at the vibrant, bright red stew bubbling right before him. Thank you for the meal, Seola. Seola brings over another pot using tongs to pull something out. She tells Kangwoo to wait because they are adding a little something extra today. Kangwoo's eyes widen even more. It is instant ramen. In his eyes, the pot of stew looks like a divine holy light shining right in the room. His hands literally shake as he slowly reaches for his chopsticks. You bastards. I do not care who you are, but I will protect this world alongside my ramen. Nothing will stop him from protecting his beloved kimchi stew. The next morning, at the player support center, he is told his rank C card will arrive tomorrow. Kangwoo wonders if he can get it today, but the girl firmly says no. She explains that rank C cards require magic identification, which takes time to process. She goes on and on with her explanation until Kangwoo finally gets it. After leaving the center, he is left deep in thought. Seola said it takes a day, but this is still so inconvenient. Kangwoo lets out a long sigh. He realizes that ever since returning to Earth, he has not had a single moment of rest. It is absolutely exhausting. Plus, he hasn't made a move against the demonic cult. This is the perfect chance to relax, but what should he even do? Before he got dragged down to hell, he had no money. He used to kill time reading comics on his phone. He looks down at it. Then he turns it off, deciding he should do something else instead. He worked way too hard over the last 10,000 years to get back here. He has to actually enjoy his life now. Let us see. His gaze shifts to the side. He enters a PC cafe and sits down. The chair is unbelievably comfortable as he stares at the screen. Wait, can he actually order food directly from the computer? This is pure heaven. He clicks the picture of the ramen. Everyone knows PC cafe ramen tastes the absolute best. Now what about games? Kangwoo gets excited, choosing the most popular game on the server. Looks like there is even an event running. 5-man teams with distinct roles like tank and support. This is basically like real life. So what is his role? Naturally, he chooses to be a high-speed assassin who can annihilate enemies instantly and cause absolute chaos. With a grin, he locks in his pick as the game starts up. A voice echoes from the speakers, "Welcome to League of Legends." Kangwoo's eyes light up as he realizes he gets gold for killing monsters. So killing monsters gives him gold. But his teammates are already flaming him in chat for being a total newbie. He decides he should probably teach these guys a lesson. Just then, an employee brings over his egg ramen, politely telling him his food is ready. Looking at the screen full of insults, he tells the worker to just set it down. The employee happily wishes him a good meal. He slurps the hot noodles, completely ignoring the toxic chat. This is absolutely delicious. He grabs a piece of pickled radish. Nothing beats this perfect combo. His eyes light up with pure excitement. Instant noodles with pickled radish is seriously the perfect combo. Next time, he will grab a strawberry sting to wash it down. Absolute heaven. But suddenly, a screen emits a sudden scream, catching his attention. Wait, what is going on? He actually died. Oh, Kangwoo looks around in surprise, but right behind him, a piercing scream rings out, calling him a completely useless bastard. How could he ruin her promotion match to Bronze 4? Oh, Kangwoo wipes the noodle broth from his chin and turns around. Seriously, who's yelling? A red-haired girl stands behind him, absolutely furious, demanding to know who he is. She warns him to look away because she is in a terrible mood. The girl glares directly at his game screen. Wait, check this out. Truly hard to tell if this is good luck or bad luck. She steps closer to Kangwoo, mocking him for eating egg noodles right in the middle of a serious match. She then threatens him to get lost while she is still playing nice. Kangwoo feels slightly confused and asks what she's even talking about. The furious girl gets even more enraged, screaming about him, ruining her entire game. She lunges forward, trying to grab him by the collar, but she recoils in shock when her hand misses. Kangwoo easily blocks her hand and asks why she is suddenly attacking an innocent bystander. But without warning, her hand lunges forward again, forcing him to quickly slide to the side. Once more, her hand misses completely. She glares at Kangwoo, wondering how this guy is dodging so easily. Channeling all her power, she strikes again. This time, Kangwoo gets serious and smoothly dodges her rapid strikes. The two of them clash, with one attacking while the other dodges. The red-haired girl seems to have reached her boiling point, rapidly throwing out continuous deadly strikes. Kangwoo calmly observes and dodges. Her eyes widen as she clenches, her fists tightly channeling a surge of raw power. She demands to know who is highly suspicious. Is he an assassin sent by the Mia Guild? The girl stands ready to fight, fists clenched tight. Kangwoo recognizes the name of the elite Mia Guild. He honestly tells her that he is unaffiliated and has no idea what she is talking about. She clenches her fists, accusing him of lying. How could someone with his skills be independent? Kangwoo feels He looks a bit puzzled, asking if joining a guild is mandatory. Smirking confidently, she boasts about belonging to one of the top 5 elite guilds, the legendary Hong Guild. But then she suddenly freezes up, realizing she just leaked a major classified secret in her excitement. She tries to calm down, but Kangwoo completely ignores her. He casually walks over to the counter to pay his bill, leaving the server sweating in absolute confusion. The girl explodes with rage at being ignored, screaming at him to stop. Sighing heavily, Kangwoo turns back, with a smug look, asking if she finally noticed his indifference. This completely pushes her over the edge, her anger reaching a boiling point as she storms over to him. She demands a straight answer, claiming she has never heard of an A-rank player who is not in a guild. He calmly pulls out his official license card. The girl stares in absolute shock. A D rank. She stumbles back, unable to believe he is just a rookie. Kangwoo nods and slips the card back into his pocket, telling her to show some respect since he almost died back there. Internally, she is completely baffled. If he is just a newbie, she should have crushed him easily. Can a mere D rank possess such insane skills? Meanwhile, Kangwoo, he walks away with a lazy tone, asking if she is done talking before leaving. The clerk bows politely to wish him a good day, leaving her standing there utterly dumbfounded. She wants to call out to him, but the words get stuck in her throat. She can't help but wonder if that bastard is actually. Meanwhile, at this moment, the man has already left the shop. With a slightly frowning face, he is lost in deep thought about his current state. He has lost all of his legendary demonic powers, leaving him incredibly weak for now. He still keeps those sharp combat reflexes, but there's a catch. He never expected to run into someone of her caliber this early, especially considering her final attack. In that split second, she actually managed to vanish right out of his sight. The look in Kangwoo's eyes shows he has witnessed a power that went way beyond his calculations. Who is she? He lets out a quiet sigh of relief for getting out of that tense situation. But suddenly, he feels a strange sensation. Down below, in a quiet room, a hand gently slides the door open. Slipping out, her feet quickly step off the walls as a shadow darts silently through the narrow back alley. Her eyes suddenly flash as she opens, her phone confirming that the coast is clear and the white noise is enough to mask her call. Her fingers rapidly tap on her phone and the line connects. A voice answers, greeting her as the Red Rose Guild leader, Cha Yeonju. She immediately orders them to patch her through to HR, and they respectfully comply. Soon after, another formal voice picks up. It is Park Hyun-gu, the HR director, asking guild leader Cha Yeonju what seems to be the problem. Her eyes flash with intensity as she gives a direct order, telling Park Hyun-gu that she needs him to run an urgent investigation. When he asks if she suspects a demonic cultist, Cha Yeonju clenches her fist, replying that it is hard to say for sure. She explains that the guy is hiding his identity and acting highly suspicious. She managed to check his license, and his name is listed as Kangwoo. Strangely, his rank is registered as rank D. Park Hyun-gu points out that a rank D player would not have a mana measuring device on them, making it incredibly easy to forge a fake license. However, he warns that if he really is a cultist, he might be hunting other low-tier players. But Cha Yeonju quickly shuts that theory down. She explains that his skills are insane, easily predicting her every move. This leaves Park Hyun-gu completely shocked. He notes that even if she held back, no cultist should be able to keep up with her speed. As she listens, she reflects on his words. She realizes he is right. Having hunted cultists for years, she knows none of them should match her level. Yet that guy somehow did. There is simply no way. But those reflexes from that bastard raise a terrifying question. Could he actually be a top executive? She recalls the intense exchange during her brief clash with Kangwoo. On the other end, Park Hyun-gu suggests that with skills like that, the guy might be a high-ranking manager or even the leader of the cult, meaning the enemy is finally making their move. Cha Yeonju punches the wall in frustration, demanding he dig up everything on him immediately. After he agrees, she hangs up the phone. Cha Yeonju remains deep in thought. While his connection to the cult is still unconfirmed, one thing is absolutely certain. She looks down at the button clutched in her hand. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is staring at his torn collar, realizing he did not completely dodge her swift attack. Both of them, in two separate locations, are thinking the exact same thing. That person is way stronger than me. The thought sparks a quiet fire inside them. Cha Yeonju clenches her fist, muttering that if he is really just a rank D who can fight like that purely off sheer talent, then I can never let him out of my sight. Kang Tae-soo looks at the shop sign, muttering that he thought he'd finally get a break. Instead, the moment he gets his player license tomorrow, he has to head straight to the C-rank gate because of Kangwoo. He realizes that as long as Kangwoo exists, there is no guarantee he can keep his high-rank status. To secure his future, he knows he has to grow much stronger. Meanwhile, inside the PC cafe, Cha Yeonju stares at the seat where Kangwoo sat, clutching her head in frustration. Her screen sparks, Cha Yeonju gets even angrier, cursing Kangwoo as a total bastard. She vows to hunt him down and kill him, gripping her collar button so hard that it literally turns into ash. On the other side, Kangwoo suddenly gets a creepy shiver, wondering why he's getting goosebumps out of nowhere. He stands right in front of the warp gate to check it out. It is the Mokdong C-rank gate, and he intends to enter. He needs to start hunting as fast as possible, but a voice suddenly shouts for him to wait. The gate guard steps up, explaining that entry requires a C-rank license and a 5-man party, leaving Kangwoo pretty surprised. Apparently, a troll boss has spawned inside the dungeon, and solo play is banned whenever a boss is active. He nods secretly, thinking he got incredibly lucky that a boss spawned just as he got his license. Nearby, other players are gossiping, asking if they're crazy to fight a boss today. They decide their only option is to form a large group. Kangwoo watches them, realizing that C-rank gates really are in a completely different league. Way better gear. With security being this tight, entering alone to clear the dungeon is going to be his biggest challenge. Suddenly, an excited player shouts about taking the boss's head to pocket the reward of 1 million won, catching Kangwoo's attention as the crowd around him cheers in agreement. Behind them, another group of players whispers nervously, admitting they don't feel confident at all. Kangwoo looks at them and reads their inner conflict. Some are absolutely terrified and ready to skip today's hunt, while others want to risk it all and hope for a miracle. A wicked grin spreads across his face, and seriously, you are not ready for the absolute chaos he is about to unleash. He channels dark power into his palm, not needing to go all out like before. Meanwhile, the players keep talking about the giant reward. With a silent grin, Kangwoo taps the leader's shoulder, injecting a tiny spark of demonic influence to give them that final desperate push. This frenzy is just enough to completely take over their minds. The brainwashed blonde leader suddenly snaps, yelling out to his team about why they're being such cowards. His teammates look on, confused by his sudden behavior. He starts ranting about how they were always bullied in school, only ever dreaming of fighting back. They only lived to imagine tearing those bullies apart. But then the gates opened, and he believed his dreams had finally come true. He thought having real power meant they would never have to grovel like bugs again. Screaming in pure frustration, he demands to know why they are backing down from these monsters. His teammate panics, calling him completely crazy. But then, even that teammate loses control, agreeing that they shouldn't always be living in fear. Another hunter joins the yelling, vowing to slaughter the monsters who took his younger sibling. They all scream about crushing the beasts and claiming the massive rewards they deserve. It's time to stop wasting away in these low-level dungeons. The fiery words rile up the entire squad, and they shout about making everyone who looked down on them kneel. Instantly, the entire group joins the chant with absolute determination, shouting that they will butcher the monsters and take the boss's head. Let's slaughter that boss. The gate guards watch in sheer confusion, wondering why they're suddenly screaming. Slamming down his card, the blonde leader demands they open the gate immediately. An absolute mob surges forward. They yell to open up so they can kill the boss. Frozen in fear, the guard watches them pass, having never witnessed such a bizarre scene before. He grabs his radio to report a massive crowd storming the C-rank gate, calling for immediate assistance. Busy reporting, they completely miss a figure dashing past behind them. Kangwoo leaps straight into the gate with a huge grin on his face. This is perfect, he thinks. What a beautiful sight, seeing everyone united like this. Outside, the roaring battle cries still echo, destroy them, decapitate the boss. He smirks. Naturally, he is going to claim every single reward for himself. Heading deeper into the portal the moment his feet touch the ground. Kangwoo begins examining the vast desert surroundings. Walking along, he mutters that this is completely different from the previous swamp. It is incredibly vast. Scanning ahead, finding the boss in this massive space is going to be pretty tough. Should he use the power of the sky? He looks over at his status window. He finally realizes that he might actually be able to use this skill now. Checking the stats, his magic power is over 50, so it should work. His strength is 23, agility 21, stamina 20, magic power 53, and intellect 11. Alright, should he give it a shot? He starts leaping up a nearby cliffside. After scaling a few peaks, he finally lands on a high ledge. He activates his demonic skill, the authority of Astaroth, to start searching. Chilling magical eyes begin scanning every corner of this vast, scorching desert. Way too much information. Let us look closely. Over there, he spots a massive boss moving through the shifting desert sands. Fantastic. There it is. Kangwoo quickly wipes the sweat from his brow. The boss is surrounded by hordes of minions. He watches the loud group from earlier charging in. Excellent. Down below, they are hyping themselves up to finally unlock their fourth awakening. Let us decapitate the boss, the blonde guy screams. Standing above them, Kangwoo realizes he can easily use these fools. He leaps from the cliffside, moving quickly to a better vantage point. He will let those players clear the minions while he personally assassinates the boss. Kangwoo scans the area. First, he needs to lure them out. So then, let the ultimate attack begin. He starts manifesting his dark energy on the back of his hand. A dark surge of black energy erupts quickly, solidifying into a long, wicked black sword. Gathering his focus, Kangwoo grips the hilt with two hands, spinning it fluidly before bringing the blade crashing down. His eyes flash with a sinister blood-red glow as his true power blasts straight toward the boss. The system notification pops up, Rank B Dungeon Boss Troll Chief has been defeated. Experience points will now be distributed. Since you contributed the absolute most to defeating the boss, your experience rewards are tripled. You have also successfully leveled up 4 times. Kangwoo gapes in utter shock, muttering to himself, did it really die in just one single strike? He stares down at the dead monster, totally dumbfounded. Was that really the boss? Kangwoo is completely confused, checking the status window. Why on earth is a rank C boss so incredibly weak? He thinks about it. No, it is not weak. The info says it is appropriate for rank C. He is just way stronger than he realized. He actually planned to hunt as carefully as possible, rolling up his sleeves. Kangwoo realized that with this insane level of power, he can easily dominate. He summons a giant black scythe, slowly walking toward the monsters. A dark smile spreads across his face. It is time to change plans. The surrounding monsters roar loudly, charging straight toward him. Kangwoo stands completely still for a moment and then lets out a cold, playful smirk. His sharp eyes flash with demonic malice. If it is like this, he promises to slice them all in half at once. Swiftly dashing through the mob, his strike leaves clean, deep cuts straight across their bodies. He quickly retracts the massive blade in his hand as their bodies collapse. Right now, every single beast has a dark mark lining its wounds. Their flesh heals over rapidly, but it's like a raging fire is suddenly ignited within them. Sharp blades begin erupting from their bodies, causing massive, grotesque boils to swell up all over their mutated skin. The sudden bloody spectacle leaves Kangwoo quite satisfied. Watching blood spray everywhere from the horde, he smiles. He is grinning to himself, feeling absolutely thrilled. Overpowering the blade's curse inside their bodies is no challenge at all with his massive mana reserves. Just then, a blue system notification panel flashes. You have successfully eliminated a herd of rank C beasts. Your level has increased by 2 and you now possess the rank A skill, Sword Vomit. An active skill like this is far more effective. Kangwoo stares in surprise at the notification flashing in front of him, thinking, is this really a skill? He heard players can obtain these when they possess enough specialized attribute power. Suddenly, Kangwoo speaks aloud, drawing the beast's attention. All right, he whispers, squeezing some blood from his fingertip. Time for a quick test. The drop of blood hits the ground, instantly creating a glowing barrier. The terrified beasts shudder in fear, stepping back and refusing to advance. Underneath them, glowing circles suddenly materialize and sharp blades shoot straight up, impaling their legs. Screaming in pain, the monsters scatter in a frantic panic, but as they try to flee, spectral blades materialize out of nowhere, overtaking them in a flash, and each weapon slices through their bodies, hacking the beasts into bloody pieces. After this swift display of absolute slaughter, Kangwoo strolls over to their remains. This skill really is much more efficient. Time to enjoy the fruits of his labor. With a grin, he unleashes his authority of predation on the corpses. Kangwoo strolls past them, watching the dark purple shadows devour the monster's flesh. Suddenly, a system notification chimes, showing his mana has increased by just 2. Staring in disappointment, he mutters only 2. Kangwoo quietly ponders. Is it because his mana stat has already reached 50? Even after consuming all those mana stones, it barely nudged. So this is what they meant about high-level stats becoming incredibly difficult to raise. Still, his leveling speed is pretty decent. Only 4 levels left until his 4th awakening. In that case, he will hunt a bit more before heading back. Meanwhile, the exhaustedly complaining party is groaning. Where is the boss anyway, I thought. We were in for a big fight, but there's nothing. Is the government counting things wrong? Forget the boss, even the regular minions are gone. Exactly. We have only seen a few bulls running away in panic. We haven't even found the boss's corpse. There are tracks, but absolutely no body. They are starting to get discouraged. Let's head back, it is our best option. Just a bit further, damn it. This is completely unacceptable. How could they mess up the calculations? Should we file a complaint? Kangwoo, hiding behind a boulder, sighs in relief. It seems his authority of wrath still works. He should quietly blend in with them and use their cover to leave. The players up ahead are still grumbling. What a frustrating day. Those bastards warned us about a boss, so we got all prepared for nothing. Everyone begins leaving the gate in anger, blaming the guards. How could you get the timing so wrong? If I had known, I wouldn't have skipped work. How will you compensate us? He stands at the back, watching and thinking, great, keep it up. Suddenly, a loud voice bellows silence. Kangwoo is instantly drawn to that voice and looks straight ahead. The crowd begins whispering in confusion after seeing the people blocking the path. What is this? The Huarang Corps? Why is the Huarang Corps here? Is there some kind of emergency? Why did so many of them show up? What is going on anyway? I just want to go home quickly. What a waste of time. Look over. There a silver-haired woman appears walking toward the gate. Everyone is a bit bewildered. Isn't that the captain of the Huarang Corps 3rd Squadron, Bak Huiyan? Yes, it really is her. She steps forward to block the portal, and as the 3rd Squad Captain Bak Huiyan slams her scabbard heavily against the ground. Silence. We have something to say to you players, Bak Huiyan says, looking grimly at them. Recently word quickly got out about a chaotic player hiding at the rank D gate, meaning someone with raw, monstrous power far exceeding their actual rank, so the authorities immediately stepped in. Bak Huiyan announced they would randomly check players at or above the 3rd awakening stage, asking the grumbling crowd for cooperation. Murmurs quickly spread through the crowd. These rumors were wild. Hidden in the back, Kangwoo watched them with a tight expression, pursing his lips in silence. Searching for a chaotic player, just then, staff members began checking everyone, demanding they present their player cards. Kangwoo looked at Bak Huiyan, feeling a slight sting of panic. Surely they could not expose him. She stepped up to calm the crowd, explaining that it was just a quick routine check on a select list of players and they would leave shortly. Still, Kangwoo stood there silently, wondering if his recent troublesome stunts had triggered this. He hoped he was not their target. He scanned the area. Fighting them now would be incredibly dangerous, with so many witnesses around, making escaping unnoticed merely impossible, especially with that silver-haired woman Bak Huiyan standing right there. She looked incredibly sharp and tough to deal with. Suddenly his eyes flashed with a cold, lethal intent. He wanted to slip away quietly, but a voice suddenly shattered his thoughts, asking for his player card. The inspector reached out, asking if he had lost it. Startled, Kangwoo stammered for her to wait a moment while he reached for his card, panicking inside and wondering if he was overthinking things. Kangwoo noticed her slight frown and breathed a silent sigh of relief. He bypassed her suspicion. Still, he knew he had to be much more careful now that these chaotic players were active. He wondered if he should pry more information out of her. He thanked her for conducting the check personally, and Bak Huiyan replied that delegating the task made her uneasy. Kangwoo thought she was quite impressive, casually praising her dedication. She scrutinized the card with a sharp, serious gaze, mentioning that chaotic players had been appearing frequently. That was exactly why they conducted these surprise random checks. Once she finished, Bak Huiyan returned his card, confirming everything was clear. Kangwoo smiled warmly, taking it back and thanking her for her time. Yet, Kangwoo felt a chill when she added that hunting monsters was already enough to live on finding it, terrifying how people would murder for money. He gently pulled his card back, agreeing that greed was indeed a frightening thing. His eyes gleamed with a dark satisfaction. He knew she was lying, as the government was already aware that chaotic players were not after money but rather the demon cult instead. Bak Huiyan turned to leave, bidding him farewell, but he suddenly interrupted, asking which chaotic player they were searching for so he could report any sightings to her organization. Bak Huiyan smiled warmly and thanked him, but insisted they handle it themselves, as protecting players was their ultimate duty. Kangwoo flashed a polite fake smile. Bak Huiyan then offered some friendly advice, noting he seemed to be a new rank C player. She warned him that while higher-level gates are tempting, training safely in rank D gates was much smarter. Kangwoo nodded in agreement, thanking her for the warning. Bak Huiyan smiled warmly, glad to meet someone so cooperative, expressing hope to see more players like him in the future. Kangwoo smirked, knowing the world would be in absolute chaos if there were more like him. He thanked her politely, watching her walk away. So the government was secretly investigating the demon cult. Knowing this, he decided it was time to head home. He pulled out his phone to call Kang Tae-soo, asking if he wanted to meet up. A few days later, they met up at a local cafe. Kang Tae-soo arrived in high spirits, excitedly introducing himself to their companion and extending his hand to Han Seola, asking if she was the healer Kangwoo always talked about. Startled, she stepped back with a shy smile and shook his hand, introducing herself as Han Seola. Kang Tae-soo grinned widely and told Kangwoo she was gorgeous, but Kangwoo quickly cut him off, telling him to stop staring. Sitting down with a red face, Kangwoo changed the subject, asking Kang Tae-soo to help carry Han Seola through a rank D gate. Kang Tae-soo gladly agreed, noting a rank B healer was a rare find. He teasingly asked if his future sister-in-law only had healing skills. Han Seola blushed furiously, stuttering at the term sister-in-law. Kangwoo sat beside her, stealing a shy glance at her flustered face. Kang Tae-soo laughed even louder at their reactions, telling them there was no need to be shy. He asked for details on her trait. Hanseola stiffened up nervously, explaining that her trait was light blessing. Aside from healing, she could buff strength, health, and agility. Kang Tae-soo was highly impressed by her utility, asking if she could heal and buff simultaneously. Hanseola smiled shyly, adding that she could even fight, though her combat skills were weak. Kang Tae-soo was completely blown away. Kangwoo nearly choked on his drink when Kang Tae-soo suddenly turned to him, hyping up her utility. A healer who could buff and fight was insanely rare, and even elite guilds like Hwanan would recruit her immediately. Hanseola thanked him shyly, while Kangwoo silently wondered if she was really that highly valued. Hanseola smiled warmly, stating she had no interest in joining any guilds. Her gentle smile left Kangwoo absolutely spellbound, and he certainly was not going to reject that sister-in-law title. Kang Tae-soo laughed along, agreeing with her decision as he chugs down his water in one gulp and raises his voice, declaring that he wants to make history alongside his brother. Kangwoo can only watch in absolute silence. Since when did water become beer? Kang Tae-soo putting the cup down with a look of pure bliss. Kang Tae-soo insists that a hot Americano is the ultimate drink. Kangwoo stares back in utter disbelief, silently wondering if this guy thinks he's drinking soup. Kangwoo speaks up, asking if Kang Tae-soo has anyone else in mind to fill out the rest of their party. Kang Tae-soo doesn't hesitate, confidently claiming he's already found two incredibly talented prospects. He explains they just completed their second awakening and are so good, it's a mystery why they're still guildless. He guarantees Kangwoo will love them, boasting about his own sharp eye for talent. Kangwoo raises an eyebrow, highly skeptical of that claim. Kang Tae-soo flinches slightly under the intense stare and sheepishly admits that while he makes mistakes, sometimes his track record is usually solid. He goes on, explaining he met them back during his rookie goblin hunting days and vouching for their character. He offers to introduce them tomorrow before the hunt, and Kangwoo simply nods along. Turning to Hanseola, Kangwoo asks for her opinion. She blinks in surprise before offering a soft response, noting that anyone recommended by Kangwoo is more than welcome in her book. With a sweet smile, she adds that she needs to level up as fast as possible to keep pace with him. Kangwoo blushes slightly, his voice turning uncharacteristically gentle as he tells her to take things slow because her safety is always his top priority. Kang Tae-soo watches them with a massive knowing grin, teasing that they look incredibly sweet together. Kangwoo instantly snaps back, telling his giant friend to stop staring. Shifting gears, Kang Tae-soo suggests they meet up on the west side of Incheon tomorrow, promising to send the coordinates later. Kangwoo is caught off guard, questioning why they are traveling so far. Kang Tae-soo quickly explains, reminding him of the high accident rate at the local gate, which is why he wants to target chorts at the West Incheon gate instead of lizardmen. Kangwoo is genuinely shocked rookies hunting D-ranked chorts already. Kang Tae-soo nods, noting that because they're stronger, they yield more experience. Plus, they're much easier to track since they don't have to stay quiet like they would in a swamp. Kangwoo finds himself agreeing. He silently praises the giant, realizing that Kang Tae-soo is actually pretty clever. Finding a subordinate like this is a massive win. This is turning out great. Kangwoo gets up, agreeing to meet tomorrow. Kang Tae-soo looks up in confusion, asking if he's leaving already. Kangwoo quickly nods, explaining he has some errands to run. Kang Tae-soo pouts, wondering what could possibly be so important. Kangwoo glances at his arm with a soft smirk. It's grinding time. Now inside the gate, Kangwoo is busy ripping through monsters. At level 29, he's just one step away from his fourth awakening. He unleashes his power, eyes blazing red as he eagerly declares it's time to get started. Crimson energy begins to snake across the cavern, forming a massive glowing net that sweeps right over the first batch of beasts. 8 targets in total. He makes his move. Moving like lightning, he swings his blade clean through the monsters in a single sweep. Deep crimson lines spray from their necks, a perfectly clean cut that leaves them absolutely no time to react. After wiping them out, he shakes the foul blood off his blade with a look of pure disgust, wondering how many more he has to kill. Suddenly, a sharp scent hits his nose, putting him on high alert. That smell, it's fresh blood. It's human blood. While not entirely unusual in a hunting ground, this particular scent is incredibly heavy, likely a massacre of 5 or 6 people. A C-rank party wiped out instantly, even without a boss nearby. Without hesitation, Kangwoo dashes toward the source. A slaughter like this is usually the work of chaotic players. Then he spots it. He stops in his tracks, staring down at the lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. Leaping down to investigate, he confirms they're all dead. The demonic cult wouldn't just slaughter players like this since they need living sacrifices. So who did it? The blood is still warm, meaning the killer has to be close by. Who could have done this? His eyes narrow. But then a flash of genuine shock hits his eyes as he looks to the right. Massive fangs are greedily tearing into a human corpse. It's a hellhound. The sight catches Kangwoo completely off guard. Why on earth is a hellhound here? Right in front of him is a massive raging beast letting out a deafening roar. How did a creature like this escape hell? Snapping its jaws wide open, the beast lunges straight at him with terrifying speed. Kangwoo immediately braces himself and channels his power, keeping his eyes locked onto the charging monster. With a heavy slash, his blade deflects the beast, forcing it to crash aside. Dodging the counterattacks while trading blows is no joke. This thing is incredibly strong, a true hellhound. Suddenly, the beast opens its maw wide as a massive ball of fire begins to condense inside. The blazing sphere swells before launching directly at him. A massive explosion rips through the cavern, obliterating everything in its path. Growling low, the monster looks up toward the ceiling. Emerging from the falling debris, Kangwoo leaps high into the air, instantly formulating a plan. If his sword isn't enough, right then Kangwoo starts to gather a strange dark power right in his palm. A long pitch-black spear suddenly materializes in his grip. He spins it fast, taking a stance as blue light flashes across the sky. Hurling the dark weapon straight down, he impales the beast below and forces out a truly horrific shriek. Dropping down from above, Kangwoo lands safely and lets out a quick breath. He feels a brief moment of relief. But before he can even finish his thought, he realizes he screwed up. The monster is completely enraged, now rising to its feet and charging straight at him. He plants his feet firmly, preparing to move. Leaping high into the air, Kangwoo looks for a clean opening. He aims his leg directly at the beast. He stomps hard right on its snout, landing back down. Now he gathers even more dark, surging energy directly into his powerful hands, slashing his palm downward. Kangwoo triggers a massive earthquake right beneath its feet. The ground violently splinters and collapses, trapping the massive beast as he launches upward. Charging up that black energy once again, he dives straight toward the highly disoriented monster below as a glowing blade appears, materializes in his hand, and he drives it deep into the monster's skull, triggering an absolutely agonizing scream of pain. It thrashes so violently that he can barely keep his footing. Gnashing its fangs, its heavy tail begins to smash everything nearby, giving Kangwoo a perfect opening. He leaps away from its head just as a massive crater tears right through the dry desert sand. Still, desperately trying to fight back, it swings. It throws Kangwoo backward. A trace of concern finally crosses his face as he stares. His fierce eyes completely refuse to back down. This thing is incredibly resilient, he thinks, and he is right. Standard attacks simply will not cut it against something this powerful. It is just as strong as before. The monster braces its massive body once more. Crimson energy surges around it, wrapping its skin in a bloody glow. Letting out a furious, deafening roar, the monster charges straight forward with intense speed. It barrels directly toward the spot where Kangwoo is standing. He merely scoffs at its charge, muttering that it is still just a brainless beast before summoning his power. Dark energy pools in both of his highly powerful fists. Channeling the demonic authority of Baphomet, he unleashes the familiar crushing force of a devil. Sensing a truly terrifying shift in power, the beast freezes in its tracks while he closes the distance. His overflowing presence completely paralyzes the creature, leaving it utterly terrified and unable to take a single step. He closes his eyes and focuses his strength. He drives a massive punch straight into its face. The sheer impact launches the massive creature high into the air. It crashes back down to the desert floor. Kangwoo lets out a long breath. That monster was seriously tough. But the beast struggles back up, making him curse. Damn it, if only he could use two authorities at once. Fortunately, he has slain these beasts countless times back in hell. His current level is more than enough to bring it down. Now the monster suddenly wobbles and crashes heavily to the ground. This sudden collapse completely catches Kangwoo off guard. What a pain, he thinks while catching his heavy breath. Then a system notification pops up stating he successfully destroyed the rift fragment. The text on the notification screen honestly takes him by surprise. His experience points have increased, jumping him up 5 levels. Since he reached level 30, the 4th awakening will now take place. His 4th awakening trait is Ruler of Mana rank A. This allows him to manipulate mana much faster and smoother, plus completely erase any mana traces on other living things. Just then, the system pops up with a new notification, announcing he defeated a rank C rift fragment. Kangwoo activates the system. Looking at the ruined landscape before him, with a sharp arrow piercing deep into a dry skeleton, he quietly ponders this rift fragment. His mind grows slightly confused. He realizes he has never heard of a rift core before. Is hell itself just another rift? He wonders in silence. Glancing at the light emitting from that arrow tip, he pauses. Wait, how did these creatures even cross over? Kangwoo is utterly baffled. Stroking his chin, he remembers hellhounds cannot use weapons belonging to the 7 princes of hell. No, wait, what exactly is this rift anyway? Is it really just connected to hell? In the end, Kangwoo scratches his head in defeat, tapping a few system buttons. Forget it, obsessing over things with 0 clues is just a waste of time. Let's check the remaining notifications. Suddenly, his eyes light up with sheer shock. There are so many. What is this on the screen? The system message reads, since you reached level 30, your fourth awakening is triggered. The trait is Ruler of Mana rank A. This lets you manipulate mana much smoother and faster and completely erase mana traces on other living beings. Kangwoo thinks to himself that getting a rank A trait on his fourth awakening is an absolute jackpot. He slowly raises his hand to cast his magic. Now that he has reached the fourth awakening, he no longer needs to worry about such tedious things. Time to feast. A dark shadow looms as a demon with razor-sharp teeth appears. It opens its mouth wide, ready to swallow its prey. This is none other than the authority of predation. Kangwoo grins terrifyingly. He masterfully controls the demon, directing it to carry out his wild plans. If he can recover his original stats, he might become even stronger than he was in hell. Leveling up is definitely the best solution. Returning to the city, Kangwoo finishes his task and happily stretches before leaving the gate. Time to go home. He is really quite satisfied with today's results. Smiling happily, he thinks today was amazing and heading home for some kimchi stew would be perfect. As he walks, a sudden, loud shout catches Kangwoo's attention, making him turn his head around to find a red-haired woman wearing a baseball cap leaning against the wall. Cha Yeonjo tilts her cap up, revealing cold, deep blue eyes. She says, "Long time no see." Kangwoo shows clear annoyance, standing there completely indifferent, with his hands on his hips, ignoring her. He says they are not close enough for greetings and they do not even know each other's names. Cha Yeonju steps closer and calmly asks if they did not already handle the internet cafe incident. Cha Yeonjo even intentionally repeats her name once more, stating her name is Cha Yeonjo. Kangwoo suddenly recalls a past conversation he overheard between two players. Someone had mentioned that other hunters were nothing compared to Baek, Kanghyun, and Cha Yeonju. He did not pay attention back then, but now the name rings a bell. He is absolutely sure he has heard that name before. Kangwoo tries to guess, searching his memory. Is that not the guild leader of one of the 5 major guilds, Mir Hanul Sanal? Thinking of this, he blurts out Red Rose. Cha Yeonjo adjusts her cap, giving a confident smirk. Yes, she is the guild leader of Red Rose. The Red Rose leader, Cha Yeonjo. Kangwoo suddenly feels a bit wary, realizing that explains why she is so strong. He calmly asks what the guild leader wants with him. Cha Yeonjo does not hide it, answering honestly and clearly. She says she did a little investigation. Kangwoo, born in 1995, currently 28 years old, raised in the Gyeongsang orphanage and never adopted, living completely alone after leaving. She glances at him with an intense, commanding stare. There are no traces of him for 5 years, yet this year he suddenly registered as a player. She asks if she is correct. Kangwoo's face grows highly alert as he looks at Cha Yeonjo. He says he does not know why she investigated him, but she is absolutely correct. She looks down and smoothly reads the phone screen, stating he registered on March 16th, about 3 weeks ago. Kangwoo's expression darkens with every passing second. He desperately holds back his rising anger as Cha Yeonjo's voice keeps buzzing in his ears. She points out that the Player Support Center rated his first awakening as rank F, but she assumes that is completely wrong. If he were truly rank F, he could never hunt in a rank C gate after only 3 weeks. Cha Yeonjo frowns, noting he suddenly appeared after 5 years and is already hunting in rank C gates. She originally thought he bought this identity because he was a criminal, but his face and fingerprints perfectly match his past records. Hearing this, Kangwoo is confused, wondering how she got his fingerprints. Cha Yeonjo remains entirely calm, explaining that players must register their fingerprints upon signing up anyway. Kangwoo warily thinks to himself that they have records of every gate he entered along with his fingerprints. Major guilds hold far more power than he expected. Cha Yeonjo calmly adds she confirmed he is not using a fake identity. She snaps her phone shut and glares directly at him. Her gaze turns intense as she admits he is an incredibly talented player, perhaps even surpassing herself or Baek Kanghyun. Hearing this, Kangwoo suddenly falls dead silent, feeling a bit conflicted. After a long pause, he politely responds, thanking her for the compliment but asking what exactly she wants. Cha Yeonjo subconsciously grips her phone tightly. She politely extends her hand and offers a deal, stating that as the Red Rose Guild leader, she wants to personally sponsor a talented player like him. Hearing this, Kangwoo suddenly bursts into laughter, catching her off guard. She asks what he expected, and he playfully teases her, saying he assumed she was going to recruit him into Red Rose. Cha Yeonjo arrogantly scoffs, asking why she would let an F-rank hider join her guild so easily. She smirks with disdain, noting he would not have hidden his power if he wanted to join. Kangwoo innocently wonders when he ever hid anything, then bluntly asks what kind of sponsorship she is offering. Cha Yeonju decisively explains it is financial support to help him level up much faster. Oh Kangwoo chuckles, teasingly asking what she gets in return, perhaps his help in that game from before. Furious, Cha Yeonjo completely loses her cool, muttering under her breath until she shakily holds her head, taking deep breaths to calm herself down. Reminding herself she is a guild leader, she grinds her teeth, stating she only wants a business agreement. Seeing her struggle to suppress her raging anger, Oh Kangwoo bursts into laughter, claiming he was only joking since it was his first time. She scowls, grumbling that every time she remembers failing to reach silver rank because of him, she gets mad. Oh Kangwoo rubs his chin in mock thought, teasingly asking if she is stuck at bronze rank because that seems awfully low. Hit right in her pride, she defensively protests, claiming she easily has the skill for silver, but always gets matched with teammates exactly like him. Oh Kangwoo half jokingly and half seriously steers the conversation back, asking why she is so eager to sponsor him. Cha Yeonjo sighs with relief, adjusting her cap, and explains it is simply because he will get stronger. She points out that he is a rookie who registered just 2 weeks ago, yet he leveled up at an absolute breakneck pace. Hunting completely alone in D rank and even C rank gates proves his immense potential to grow far stronger than he is today. Oh Kangwoo asks what exactly he will receive in return. She honestly answers that they will start by providing him with a temporary pass, granting him unrestricted access to any gate ranked A or below. Oh Kangwoo, highly satisfied, lets out an impressed murmur, admitting it sounds pretty good. Cha Yeonjo crosses her arms and continues her pitch, offering to match him with guild members of any rank he needs. Furthermore, if he sells magic stones through them, they will slash the taxes to the absolute minimum. Oh Kangwoo lights up at the mention of tax cuts and party support, thinking it sounds incredibly lucrative. Cha Yeonju emphasizes that they can even lend him high-tier weapons, though unique grade gear and above requires a deposit. However, lower tiers are free to borrow. She even offers to provide housing and a vehicle if he needs them. Hearing this, Oh Kangwoo is utterly dumbfounded, suspecting this deal might actually be too good to be true. Her voice suddenly cuts through his thoughts, asking what is on his mind. She shrugs, invitingly calling it an investment in his future. He hesitates, admitting it still feels a bit too generous. Cha Yeonjo grows dead serious, clarifying that nothing is truly free, as the guild will eventually assign him various crucial tasks he must execute when called upon. Hearing this, Oh Kangwoo rests his chin on his hand, realizing they want him to carry out difficult missions in exchange for their heavy backing. After a moment, he openly asks if she can elaborate on those future assignments. Cha Yeonjo looks down and coldly replies that it is not the time yet. Oh Kangwoo is slightly disappointed but simply rubs the back of his neck, assuming the details are complicated anyway. He agrees not to pry, though in his head Kangwoo resolves that if the tasks turn out to be completely unreasonable, he can always just back out. Extending his hand, he agrees and bares his sharp fangs with a pleased grin, stating he accepts her proposal. Cha Yeonju smiles back. Oh Kangwoo keeps his hand extended smugly, realizing this is a goldmine opportunity to build ties with a major guild. Cha Yeonju reaches out, and he looks forward to utilizing all the resources they are about to throw at him. Oh Kangwoo and Cha Yeonjo successfully lock hands in a firm handshake, exchanging surprisingly sincere looks. Brimming with absolute confidence, he silently smirks, knowing he simply cannot let a golden opportunity like this slip away. Oh Kangwoo excitedly grips her hand tight, reiterating that he accepts the deal. Quite pleased with his response, she smiles, calling it a wise decision. Once the two of them finish shaking hands, they let go. Oh Kangwoo inquires when she will reveal the mission, but she casually brushes it off, stating she will tell him when the time comes. Staring at him, she questions what he could even accomplish at his current level. He thinks briefly, then counter-argues that she shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Taken aback, she mutters a soft what, while Oh Kangwoo points proudly at himself, confidently asserting that he is far stronger than she thinks. Cha Yeonjo instantly freezes up, completely speechless. She silently curses him as an arrogant bastard, but having no other choice, she reluctantly agrees to his boast. Cha Yeonjo turns away, claiming his weakness isn't the reason she is keeping quiet. Oh Kangwoo wonders what is it then. Glancing at her phone, her eyes suddenly turn freezing cold. She explains they simply don't have enough evidence yet, so she can't speak without absolute certainty. Meanwhile, Oh Kangwoo rests his chin in his hand. He sits back puzzled, deciding not to force the issue any further. Suddenly, Cha Yeonjo breaks the silence. She shoves her phone right in front of him, telling him to put his number in. He nods in agreement. Oh Kangwoo swiftly types in his number, asking when he can collect his gear. Calmly crossing her arms, she tells him anytime is fine. Taking her phone back, she asks if he wants it right now. He happily agrees quietly, scheming that he needs good gear to boost his mana pool. Cha Yeonjo turns on her heel, ordering him to follow her to the guild headquarters. Intrigued, Kangwoo asks where exactly they are going. She casually glances back at him. Elsewhere, a crowd is buzzing over a stunning sight. A kid points excitedly, telling his dad to look at that car. It looks so cool. Please buy it for me, Dad. Right there sits a magnificent supercar. Parked prominently in the lot, its gleaming body draws everyone's attention. The father sighs, telling his kid it's a Porsche 918 Spider, promising he will work extra hard to afford it. The whispers grow louder as people wonder who owns such a rare beast in Korea. Suddenly, the sleek door wings open. Cha Yoon-jo slides into the driver's seat and tells him to get in. Kang-woo just stands there, completely starstruck. He climbs in carefully, asking how much a ride like this costs. Cha Yeon-jo revs the engine casually, admitting she bought it recently and forgot. Kang-woo drools in pure envy, guessing it must have cost 10 million won. Cha Yeon-jo casually nods, saying it is around that. He silently wonders if this is truly the same girl who wears sloppy clothes and plays games at internet cafes. No wonder everyone loves foreign imports. As the car rolls forward, Kang-woo blurts out that expensive cars really do ride smoothly. Cha Yeon-jo smirks teasingly, asking if she wants her to buy him one, leaving him highly skeptical. He asks if she is serious, and Cha Yeon-jo happily reminds him that the guild can easily provide members with company cars. Suddenly, a sickeningly sweet voice echoes right in her ear. Clasping his hands tightly over his chest, he looks at her with sparkling puppy dog eyes, dramatically declaring he will call her big sister from now on. Cha Yeon-jo grimaces in pure disgust, warning him to shut up before she intentionally deploys the airbag on his side of the car. Kang-woo quickly backs off, telling her to keep her eyes on the road. But he can't resist joking that she should definitely get him a ride like this. Cha Yeon-jo completely loses it, gnashing her teeth as she warns that if he fails the mission, she is taking it right back. He pouts, muttering that for a top ranker, she is incredibly stingy. Cha Yeon-jo snaps back, telling him to shut up because she has an entire guild of people to support. Buckling his seatbelt with a satisfied grin, he agrees to stay quiet and begs her to watch the road. Finally, the car pulls up. They stop before a massive red building, and Cha Yeon-jo proudly announces they have arrived at the guild headquarters. Stepping out, Kang-woo is utterly blown away by the sight. Cha Yeon-jo casually tosses the valet her keys, telling him they are in the ignition. He is captivated by the sleek, stunning architecture, wondering if major guilds are always this incredibly wealthy. Cha Yeon-jo quickly snaps him out of his daze, telling him to move. This is exactly what he wanted. Linking up with a powerful guild was definitely his best decision yet. As the grand doors slide open, they walk inside to find Park Hyun-gu and Moon Young-ho waiting to greet them. Park Hyun-gu extends a warm hand, welcoming the man their guild master spoke so highly of. Bowing politely, he introduces himself as the head of human resources. Kang-woo steps forward to greet him. He offers an awkward handshake, introducing himself as Kang-woo. Noticing his curious gaze, Park Hyun-gu introduces the intimidating man beside him as their chief commander, Moon Young-ho. Staring back at Moon Young-ho's intense hostile glare, Kang-woo silently wonders why the commander is looking at him with such suspicion. Fortunately, Park Hyun-gu breaks the heavy tension with a warm smile. He expresses his relief that their negotiations went smoothly, warmly thanking Kang-woo for accepting their generous proposal. Kang-woo smiles, admitting that regardless of any potential hidden motives, the offer was simply too good to pass up. Park Hyun-gu laughs heartily, reassuring him they are not bad guys. He immediately gets down to business, offering to show him the armory. However, Cha Yeon-jo steps in, insisting on taking him herself since Park Hyun-gu has plenty of work to do. Bowing like a true gentleman, Park Hyun-gu thanks her. But then the stern commander Moon Young-ho grunts that he will tag along too. Cha Yeon-jo raises an eyebrow in confusion, and even Kang-woo finds this highly suspicious. Moon Young-ho just stares back coldly. He scowls, grumbling that he wants to see what this rookie is truly made of. Cha Yeon-jo reluctantly agrees, noting that since they will be working together, often it is good to get acquainted. She tells Moon Young-ho to tag along as they head to the elevator. The elevator ascends past the 14th floor, finally stopping at the 15th as the automated system chimes. The doors slide open and they step out. Behind them, the elevator doors slide shut. Cha Yeon-jo leads the way, pointing toward a secure room and announcing this is their official guild vault. Placing her palm on the scanner, she turns to him with a stern warning, reminding him that he cannot just borrow whatever he wants. But as the vault doors slide open, Kang-woo's eyes instantly light up in absolute awe. Cha Yeon-jo calmly explains that he is allowed to choose gear rated epic rank and below. She slips her hands into her pockets calmly, telling him he can borrow that special rank gear over there if he leaves a deposit, so he should take his time looking around. Looking closely at the display cases, he asks if there is any legendary or mythical rank gear in the vault. Cha Yeon-jo explains that if they had any, they would be using it, not displaying it. But he is still curious. That makes sense. He then asks if she owns anything of legendary rank herself. Cha Yeonjo nods confidently, stating that she absolutely has legendary rank gear. Curious, he asks how much deposit he needs to borrow something like that. She bluntly drops a massive number, 50 million. And before he can even process that, she adds that she already gave him a pretty massive discount. Kangwoo immediately slumps. He hangs his head, saying he understands, painfully realizing he cannot afford it. He glances over at the model behind her, asking to check out some epic rank gear instead. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes. The sudden noise immediately draws the attention of both Cha Yeonjo and Kangwoo. There stands Moon Young-ho, looking like a completely different person. His face is dark as he aggressively confronts Kangwoo, like he wants to eat him alive, grinding his teeth in pure rage. He snarls, demanding that Kangwoo use formal language right now. Kangwoo, though, does not care at all, casually asking what he just said. Moon Young-ho furiously roars, demanding that he use formal speech when talking to the guild master. His face bulges with veins, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying. Meanwhile, Kangwoo just playfully smirks with a playful chuckle, replying defiantly that he does not want to. Kangwoo proudly shows off his arrogant attitude, asking what if he refuses. Moon Young-ho tightly grips his sword, but Kangwoo completely ignores him, not caring at all, even though the sharp blade is resting right next to his face, until Cha Yeonjo screams at him to stop, pulling down her cap. She coldly speaks up, lowering her voice to call out Moon Young-ho, while he holds the blade just 2 to 3 centimeters away from Kangwoo, asking what on earth he is doing. Cha Yeonjo suddenly glares fiercely, yelling at him to pay attention. Flames burst all over Cha Yeonjo's body. Annoyed, she snaps, asking him if he is completely mute. Moon Young-ho trembles, stammering that this total newbie dared to insult her, but Cha Yeonjo angrily snaps that even if he insults her, that is her business, so he needs to stay out of other people's affairs. Moon Youngjo lowers his sword, obediently, replying that he understands, guild master. Kangwoo lets out a soft sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Cha Yeonjo points her finger straight at Kangwoo's face, scolding him. She warns him not to talk back like that because provoking Moon Young-ho might get him beaten to a pulp. He turns around to stretch his body calmly, replying that whatever is fine. He silently thinks that at least they are loyal, so this guild probably isn't weak. Cha Yeonjo keeps nagging, asking if he is even listening. Meanwhile, Moon Young-ho carefully puts his sword away. Kangwoo immediately returns to his sweet, flattering voice, calling her big sister, Cha Yeonjo. She continues her rant, asking what on earth he wants now. Kangwoo puts on a sly, calculating expression, laughing savagely. Talk about a shameless negotiator, he says he does not need that fancy car from earlier, but asks her to lend him a special gear. He promises to return it with interest soon. Cha Yeonjo calmly replies that she cannot do it right now, but after their internal meeting, she will lend it to him. Suddenly, a heavy fist lands directly on Kangwoo's head, interrupting their conversation. Moon Young-ho furiously grinds his teeth, demanding to know what he just called her. Big sister, he just called her sister. Once again, he completely loses his cool, raising his fist while drawing his sword. He roars fiercely, asking how he dares, how he dares. Moon Young-ho screams in rage, launches a direct attack right where Kangwoo is standing without any hesitation. Suddenly, he freezes mid-strike, his face turning pale. Cha Yeonju stops the sword with just one hand, glaring terrifyingly. She asks him if he forgot her warnings. Meanwhile, Kangwoo smirks, laughing with delight to tease him further. Meanwhile, Cha Yeonjo angrily scolds, asking if she should consider this direct insubordination. Moon Young-ho hesitantly replies, his heart clearly filled with pure frustration. But guildmaster, this bastard. However, Cha Yeonjo doesn't even let him finish his sentence before unleashing a sudden strike, slamming him hard onto the floor as punishment. Emotionlessly, she tells him she needs to teach him a lesson. Kangwoo still calmly stands by, watching this dramatic show. Cha Yeonjo cannot take it anymore and orders Moon Young-ho to get lost. She looks down at Moon Young-ho sitting dazed on the floor, warning him that if he causes trouble one more time, she will call a disciplinary meeting. He needs to start thinking about his position as Chief Combat Commander. He quickly hurries to stammer out an apology. Cha Yeonjo helplessly holds her head, apologizing for showing him such an unpleasant scene and promising to punish him severely. Kangwoo casually puts his hands on his hips, saying it is fine. Moon Young-ho quietly sheathes his weapon and prepares to leave. Cha Yeonjo asks what special equipment he needs, so she can bring it up at the meeting. Kangwoo honestly replies that he just wants a comfortable set of armor with decent basic functions. She rubs her chin deep in thought. Thinking about armor, a deep, heavy voice suddenly rings out. The rumbling voice asks if he really needs armor as Moon Young-ho steps forward. Moon Young-ho turns around and towers right in front of Kangwoo, issuing a serious challenge. How about this? If you beat me, this special grade armor with its incredible stats is yours. Hearing this, Cha Yeonju clenches her fists in sheer frustration and screams Moon Young-ho's name, stepping into a stance to fight him to the death. She furiously roars out, "I told you to get lost, Moon Young-ho." He timidly shrinks back as if preparing for a beating, but suddenly, Kangwoo speaks up to stop her. "Cha Yeonjo, wait," he says. She looks confused. Wait, what? He is actually pretty interested in this match. She still cannot believe it. What, furrowing her brows, she thinks this guy is crazy. Cha Yeonju pictures Kangwoo in combat, wondering if he is as strong as her, maybe even stronger. But Moon Young-ho is currently at level 67. He has already surpassed the limits of ordinary effort, completing his 6th awakening and nearing the 7th, which only elite hunters ever reach. No matter how talented he is, Kangwoo simply is not ready. But Kangwoo just grins, showing his teeth. "Moon Young-ho, I actually quite like that idea of yours." Cha Yeonjo quickly tries to stop him, warning him not to provoke the man, but he confidently tells her to trust him. Kangwoo uses his glowing red eyes to look at Moon Young-ho with amusement. He smirks arrogantly, asking why he should refuse if the man is offering a freebie. Moon Young-ho is highly on guard, facing off against Kangwoo. He smirks, saying he likes that attitude, while secretly resolving that this newcomer will never disrespect the guild leader again. Guild leader Cha Yeonju looks ready to strangle Kangwoo, demanding to know what on earth he is thinking. Moon Young-ho slowly remembers his past with Cha Yeonjo. Back then, she saved him from a battle where he was fatally wounded, becoming both his savior and his mentor, whom he swore lifelong loyalty to, and the woman who held his entire heart. Moon Young-ho touches the battle scar from that day, his anger flaring up. How dare this complete nobody act so smug? Cha Yeonjo keeps begging him to stop, warning him that he is going to get killed. But Kangwoo is completely relaxed, smiling at the thought of special gear, while Moon Young-ho silently swears to make him realize this match is the biggest mistake of his entire life. The three of them head to another room, which Cha Yeonjo introduces as the combat arena. Kangwoo is impressed, calling it pretty fancy, while Moon Young-ho taunts him, wondering how long he can keep up that calm composure. He stretches his arms, telling him to watch closely. Cha Yeonjo whispers in absolute panic, asking if he has any idea how insane this is. Kangwoo continues, stretching, laughing off her worries and repeating that it is totally fine. Crossing her arms in frustration, she warns him that he will regret this, while Moon Young-ho arrogantly tells him to make the first move, raising 3 fingers in an incredibly smug display, promising a 3-second head start to let him attack however he wants. Kangwoo cracks his wrists and fires back, asking if he learned that cheesy line from some old martial arts movie. He rotates his ankles too, telling him to stop acting so cool and just draw his sword already. Kangwoo lazily asks if the man somehow missed his generous offer. But Moon Young-ho condescendingly looks down on him, declaring he has no intention of going all out against a mere rookie. He calmly bends down to stretch his knees. Is that so? Suddenly his boots glow bright. He takes a dangerous step back, and watch this. Instantly, he unleashes his speed, power blasting past Cha Yeonjo like a violent gust of wind. Kangwoo kicks a devastating blow right into Moon Young-ho's stomach. It is so fast the man cannot even register the agonizing pain before he is sent flying, as Kangwoo remarks he had no choice. Kangwoo spins and slams Moon Young-ho into the ground, sending him tumbling hundreds of meters away in agonizing pain, gasping for air as drool flies everywhere, his chest burning with intense, unbearable pain. Kangwoo lands smoothly on his feet, staring coldly at Moon Young-ho as the man grovels on the shattered floor. The defeated hunter screams in sheer agony, gagging and spitting. Cha Yeonju has absolutely no idea what just happened, staring blankly in shock. Moon Young-ho clutches his stomach, gasping for air. Terrified, he wonders what on earth just happened, unable to control his violent coughing. He realizes that without this heavy armor, he would have been dead. Having no other choice to survive, he draws the sword from his back, denying that this is even possible. He drives the blade deep into the ground, wondering how this guy has only been a hunter for 3 weeks. Kangwoo gives a mocking, lopsided smile, asking if he was not supposed to get a 3-second head start. Moon Young-ho leans on his sword, panting heavily as he asks what kind of cheap trick that was. Hearing this, Kangwoo just shrugs with a highly mocking smirk, saying there are no tricks here because he is simply way stronger. Furious, Moon Young-ho screams that it is complete nonsense for a 3-month rookie to possess this level of power. Kangwoo teases him, making him grip his sword even tighter, mocking how that 3-second head start seems pretty ridiculous now. Knowing this, he scoffs, pointing out the man only showed off because he assumed he was a helpless newbie. Then Kangwoo. He bursts into a loud laugh, mocking how the guy complains about tricks the moment things do not go his way. It is honestly hilarious. But suddenly the smile on his lips completely fades as his expression turns incredibly cold. That is enough, you loser, Moon Young-ho. Trembling with absolute rage, the man calls Kangwoo a bastard before he once again glances over at a nearby girl and curses under his breath as the camera zooms straight onto the girl's face. Cha Yeonjo is quietly watching while keeping her hand hidden. Meanwhile, he grips his sword tightly, his mind racing with the thought that he absolutely cannot lose like this. Then Yi Ong-ho raises the blade, swinging it wildly as he bellows out his heaven-slaying sword technique. His weapon unleashes a massive wave of energy, seemingly blanketing the entire area. Suddenly, a light chuckle echoes, leaving Moon Young-ho completely baffled. Kangwoo just covers his mouth to hide his grin, mocking how cringy the name sounds, and continues talking with eyes full of pure malice. What the hell is a heaven-slaying sword anyway? Do you actually think that is cool? Hearing this, the man grits his teeth as veins instantly pop all over his face. Then Yi Ong-ho prepares his strike, growling at Kangwoo to shut up as he spins the blade around his body, unleashing sharp and highly dangerous sparks. Then Yi Ong-ho charges straight at Kangwoo, slamming his blade down with devastating force. In a moment like this, Kangwoo calmly notes how he really is a top commander from a major guild. The scene shifts to him as he notes that while the guy is not weak, there is absolutely no need to face him head-on. Then Kangwoo calls out that it is time to start activating his dark power right away. Meanwhile, Yi Ong-ho aggressively shatters the stone floor beneath him, screaming at his target to die. Right now, he has stepped directly into Kangwoo's dark trap. Cha Yeonjo notices this and gasps, screaming out for Moon Young-ho to stop what he is doing. She tries to stop him, while Kangwoo silently laughs at the man's sheer stupidity. He gently chuckles, noting how the guy has completely lost his mind, calling him a total idiot. Then Kangwoo slowly sinks into his own dark shadows. At that very moment, Cha Yeonjo rushes forward, leaving Yi Ong-ho completely bewildered by his sudden disappearance, wondering where he went. Suddenly, a mysterious hand gently drops onto his shoulder. Kangwoo is now standing right behind him with heavy killing intent, whispering that the idiot has already lost. Then he softly speaks the words water wave power, using his hand to cast the spell. The heavy force from instantly slams Moon Young-ho violently into the wall, shattering the concrete into pieces as he groans in sheer pain. Cha Yeonjo stares at the absolute destruction in shock, unable to utter a single word. Then she turns around and glances back toward Kangwoo. His voice rings out with a calm tone, ignoring her stunned expression. He asks if he did not warn her, waving his hand to add that he is much stronger than she thinks. The scene shifts to another part of the room as an apologetic voice rings out, offering a sincere apology for today's mess. That person continues speaking, while medics tend to Moon Young-ho, promising he will be kicked out of the guild immediately, and that she will discipline the other members to prevent this from ever happening again. It is the voice of Cha Yeonjo. She follows him with deep regret, admitting she has absolutely no excuses and is incredibly sorry. Meanwhile, his relaxed attitude is the complete opposite, calmly telling her that everything is perfectly fine. Kangwoo then shows off his prize as the system screen displays the item stats. He happily notes that he managed to secure this neat piece of gear anyway. It is the special rank gargoyle armor, granting plus 200 physical defense and plus 80 magic defense. Its unique special skill allows him to activate a petrification state, which doubles his physical defense for 10 seconds, usable once every 24 hours. After looking over this sweet haul, he smiles to himself, thinking the special armor and its unique skill are actually pretty amazing. Suddenly, his thoughts turn a bit more serious, thinking that the guy was absolutely insane to gamble away gear of this high caliber. The face of Yi Ong-ho flashes on screen as Kangwoo notes how he even disobeyed his own guild leader, realizing he only got this awesome armor because of him. Suddenly, from the corner of the man's eye, a single sad tear slowly rolls down. Kangwoo silently reflects on how love truly does make people completely blind, which fits the situation perfectly. He decides to let it go, this once turning back toward Cha Yeonjo to warn her that if something like this happens again, they will have to reconsider their partnership. She carefully adjusts her hat and promises that from this day forward, every single member of the Red Rose Guild will show him respect. Kangwoo, while adjusting his new armor, mentions that he will trust her on that, but notes the gear does not really fit. He asks if she has a way to resolve this, and a slightly flustered Cha Yeonjo tells him to leave it on the altar so she can deliver it after adjustments. Kangwoo does exactly that, thanking her and saying he is quite busy now. Cha Yuanzhou softly agrees. Then he immediately runs toward the door, turning around to wave goodbye. She stands with her hands on her hips, telling him to remember to send his measurements, to which his voice echoes back with an okay. She watches the door slowly close before sitting. Leaning over her desk with a sigh, Cha Yuanzhou honestly wonders if that guy is even human. Tilting her head to the side, she mutters to herself. Moon Young-ho is definitely not some weak ranker. How could a rookie player who only awakened 3 weeks ago easily overpower him? Cha Yeonjo just cannot wrap her head around it. Weird abstract figures standing around the earth fill her mind. She realizes that if things keep going like this, a world ranker will soon emerge in Korea. That title belongs to the 8 strongest players across the entire globe. They represent the peak of humanity, not just one nation. Right now, Korea does not have a single world ranker, though rumors say their current #1 player Baek Kangwoo definitely has the potential to reach that level. An image of a white-haired man appears, and yet she knows even he might fail to become a world ranker. Her mind continues to wander. But what if it is Oh Kangwoo? Suddenly, a young man steps through the door and asks if Oh Kangwoo has already left. Cha Yeonjo looks up. She is slightly surprised. Yes, he just left and the gargoyle armor belongs to him now. She then asks if the blacksmiths are busy. The young man respectfully answers that they are free, adding that he heard about Moon Young-ho. She calmly responds that they will hold a disciplinary meeting tomorrow to expel him, instructing him to gather everyone. Hearing this, the blonde assistant looks down. He looks quite somber as he nods, making Cha Yeonjo sigh. She stands up and tells him not to look like that. Moon Young-ho made a massive mistake and they must ensure it never happens again. The young man reluctantly agrees, saying he understands. The blonde assistant hesitates for a second. He hesitates before mentioning he has some news to share. She looks up silently, asking what it is. The young man quickly delivers the update. His report leaves Cha Yeonjo completely stunned. The government just announced they successfully planted a spy inside the demonic cult. The blonde assistant continues. If everything goes smoothly, they will soon have the cult right where they want them. Cha Yeonjo listens. She pulls her hands out of her pockets and tells him to go on, sounding slightly annoyed. Her curiosity is piqued as she demands more details. The scene then cuts over to Oh Kangwoo. He reviews his status screen to check his current progress. Oh Kangwoo level 34 4th stage awakening. His first trait is power of predation rank blank. Second is endless hunger rank C. Third is demonic mana absorption rank C. Fourth is magic power ruler rank A. The 5th trait unlocks at level 49. His attributes show strength 33, agility 21, stamina 20, magic power 53, intelligence 11, and wisdom 13. Afterward, he gently rubs his chin. He rubs his chin and makes a quick judgment. His other stats seem to increase alongside his magic power. While magic power is definitely the most important, his physical strength, agility, and stamina still provide a huge help. An image of his back appears. The sharp red lines on his back glow intensely before shifting into a dangerous, deep purple hue. He figures he can easily reduce his magic power consumption by using his other stats to reinforce his physical body. Meanwhile, Oh Kangwoo remains completely lost in his deep thoughts. He figures the intelligence and wisdom stats are pretty useless since he lacks standard magic power. Besides, those numbers do not actually make him any smarter in real life anyway. Stretching his arms, he moves on. He sighs, wishing he could manually assign his stat points. He recalls hearing that stats usually increase upon leveling up based on the skills a player uses most. Right after his second awakening, he looks back. Looking at a declining chart featuring a snake, he notes his magic power has been rising slowly while other stats increase at random. He looks down at his hands. He stares at his slightly trembling hand, his thoughts turning solemn. He wonders if this is happening because his magic power is simply too high. Suddenly, he remembers a past battle. He recalls defeating a massive monster, realizing his magic power is on a completely different level compared to his other stats. The memory shifts. He pictures his swift attack on Moon Young-ho earlier. He can easily pull off feats that other players can only dream of. He ponders further. Looking at the declining chart again, he knows that higher stats are much harder to increase. Essentially, past level 30, raising his magic power is impossible because it has already peaked. Suddenly, Oh Kangwoo looks up. He looks up at the sky with a smug smile. Honestly, he already exceeded all of his goals after defeating that hellhound. Even if things are a bit unusual, his 5th awakening should not pose any problem at all. He suddenly falls silent. He decides to go meet up with Han Seola and Kang Tae-soo. The scene cuts to the gate. East Incheon Gate appears in the distance. Kang Tae-soo waves enthusiastically and shouts for Oh Kangwoo to come over. Embarrassed, Oh Kangwoo covers his face. Feeling completely embarrassed, he walks over. Kang Tae-soo casually asks if he finished his business. Oh Kangwoo softly replies that it is done, removing his hand from his face. He opens his eyes wide as Kang Tae-soo excitedly says these are the players he wanted to introduce. Oh, Kangwoo groans inwardly, thinking to himself that this is going to be a hassle. Kang Tae-soo begins. He points to each of them. This handsome guy is Kim Si-hoon and this young girl is Choi Eun-bi. The handsome young man's face is shown. The guy greets him, and Oh Kangwoo internally admits the kid is incredibly handsome. Choi Eun-bi, hearing the introduction, looks annoyed. She angrily asks who he is calling a little girl. Kang Tae-soo smiles, asking what else she could possibly be. Oh Kangwoo politely says hello, but Choi Eun-bi just snaps back at Kang Tae-soo, telling him he looks more like a 40-year-old man. He freezes. Kang Tae-soo is completely devastated, crying out in shock about looking 40. Ignoring him entirely, Choi Eun-bi turns to Oh Kangwoo with a bright smile, asking if he is the guy Kang Tae-soo kept bragging about. She keeps talking. She tells him to speak casually with her. Oh Kangwoo starts to respond, but before he can finish, she gasps at the sight of Han Seola. She screams that Han Seola is a healer and looks incredibly gorgeous. Han Seola smiles awkwardly. Han Seola thanks her, but Choi Eun-bi is already pulling her in for a photo to show off to her friends. Han Seola reluctantly agrees. Oh, Kangwoo watches them. He internally wonders if this girl is just a female version of Kang Tae-soo. Suddenly, Kim Si-hoon steps forward and warmly greets him. He reaches out a hand to Oh Kangwoo, introducing himself as Kim Si-hoon and mentioning he has heard quite a lot about him. His other hand is resting on his sword. He explains he is level 12 and recently awakened a rank, a trait as a warrior class. The screen shifts. An image shows the two girls taking photos while Kim Si-hoon adds that Choi Eun-bi is a mage with a rank B trait. He apologizes for her hyperactive behavior. Oh Kangwoo politely reassures him that it is fine. Internally, he appreciates how the guy gets straight to the point. He extends his hand to shake. He shakes Kim Si-hoon's hand, thinking this guy's rank A trait makes him look exactly like a manga protagonist. Meanwhile, Kang Tae-soo finally recovers. He recovers his spirits and asks if they seem trustworthy. Oh Kangwoo looks at them with a sharp glance. He gives a vague answer, thinking they might be okay. Oh Kangwoo looks over at them. Unlike the greedy bastards from the Andrus Guild, these three seem genuine. He tells Kang Tae-soo they are probably fine, making the man brag about his great judge of character. Oh, Kangwoo just smiles. He sighs, asking who it was that almost died of betrayal. It seems to confuse him for a moment, but then Kang Tae-soo suddenly brightens up, declaring that meeting each other is pure destiny. Meanwhile, Oh Kangwoo, standing nearby, remains quietly calm, contrasting sharply with Kang Tae-soo's vibrant and energetic mood. Kang Tae-soo turns back to the other three, asking how the team looks to them. Oh Kangwoo thinks for a moment and replies that they look decent. Oh Kangwoo evaluates the four-man lineup. With a solid tank, a ranged damage dealer, a melee fighter, and a healer who can also buff, it is a highly optimal party. Then he focuses on Kim Si-hoon and Kang Tae-soo. They even have two players who awakened A-rank traits. Next, he looks at the remaining two girls, Han Seola and Choi Eun-bi, who also hold respectable B-rank ratings. Frankly, if someone said this team was meant to carry others rather than hunt, he would believe it. Oh Kangwoo smiles and thinks that this is a great start. He then announces that he will accompany them today. Hearing this, Kang Tae-soo turns around with a look of doubt, asking if he is coming along. Oh Kangwoo calmly confirms, explaining he will point out their flaws. Having received that answer, Kang Tae-soo boisterously cheers, thanking him and saying he is relying on him. Choi Eun-bi snaps, telling him to shut up, while Oh Kangwoo silently groans at the noise before getting serious and telling them to enter the gate. He adds that if things remain safe, he will only watch from behind, warning them not to slack. Kang Tae-soo agrees, while Oh Kangwoo stares at the group, thinking that carrying them now would only hinder their growth. He wants to observe a bit more, as they seem well worth the investment. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a dense forest where beastly monsters are running wild and roaring loudly. They are surging forward in a massive wave. These monsters draw closer with every second, each brandishing a massive club in their hands. They raise their weapons, preparing to strike. Kang Tae-soo raises his shield, utilizing his immense physical strength to push back the charging beasts, sent flying. They all crash heavily onto the dirt. Proud of his defense, Kang Tae-soo laughs heartily, mockingly asking them how it feels. The fallen beasts can only groan and shiver on the ground, completely unable to fight back. Right beside him, Choi Eun-bi screams for lightning, unleashing a massive and terrifying surge of raw electricity down from the heavens. She suddenly seems to notice something behind them and shouts out a warning to Kang Tae-soo. More monsters are charging. Choi Eun-bi runs while yelling that 5 of them are coming from behind. Meanwhile, Kang Tae-soo charges straight toward them, confirming he sees them. His heavy and energetic footsteps kick up a cloud of dust. Kang Tae-soo roars, to get the monster's attention. Hearing him, the beasts turn and charge directly toward his shield, which glows with a brilliant blue light. Seeing his plan work, he grins and shouts for Han Solo to step up. She immediately thrusts her hands forward, unleashing her light power skill. Then she reaches out and places her hand onto his thick arm. Instantly, empowered by her magic, his arm bulks up with raw strength. Feeling the rush, Kang Tae-soo yells out in delight, thanking his sister-in-law. Meanwhile, Han Solo remains focused, quickly shifting into her combat stance. She releases glowing arrows made of brilliant golden energy straight toward the incoming monsters. Struck directly in their eyes, they howl in agony. Kang Tae-soo smiles brightly upon seeing this and continues to wield his heavy shield, slamming the beasts in all directions. Suddenly, Kim Si-hoon dashes out from among the monsters. Swiftly, he gracefully slashes through each of them. Following his swift offensive, the monsters spill dark red blood and collapse to the ground. He glances over and sighs in relief. Kang Tae-soo, carrying his shield, walks over to praise Kim Si-hoon on his impressive strength, asking if he practiced swordsmanship before. Kim Si-hoon shyly responds that he only did it for fun. Kang Tae-soo continues, showering him with praise, leaving Kim Si-hoon with an awkward smile. His skills clearly exceed a simple hobby. Then the four of them, turning to Kangwoo, who is sitting high up in a tree, Kang Tae-soo calls out, asking what he thinks since everyone is incredibly strong now. He rests a hand on his chin, silently deep in thought. This makes Kang Tae-soo quite anxious, wondering what is wrong. Finally, Kangwoo speaks up. He leaps down to the ground and says he has a few quick pointers for everyone. Suddenly, Kangwoo's eyes grow icy cold as he realizes something. While the team looks on with sheer confusion, he corrects himself, stating there is actually a whole mountain of mistakes. Starting off with Kang Tae-soo, the big guy quickly nods along. Kangwoo carefully reviews his performance, pointing out his incredibly sharp instincts and excellent ability to redirect the monster's attention. Kang Tae-soo bashfully thanks him for the praise, but Kangwoo quickly follows up with a serious warning. He is relying way too much on pure brute force to settle everything, wasting energy that a proper vanguard cannot afford to lose. He rushed straight into those trolls, but what if the boss had suddenly ambushed them right after? As a tank, his job is simply to take the hits and dodge. Kang Tae-soo seriously nods, saying he understands. Kangwoo then turns to Han Solo, who flinches nervously as he offers her a warm praise. He tells her she did a phenomenal job buffing Kang Tae-soo and perfectly boosting their tank's overall defenses. However, her decision to use a light arrow for self-defense was a mistake because enemies always target healers. If a healer goes on the offensive, the tank will have a nightmare trying to keep the monsters distracted. She hangs her head in deep regret, softly apologizing. Seeing her teary eyes, he quickly reassures her that they can adjust slowly. He then turns to Choi Eun-bi, who politely raises her hand to show she is ready for her turn. He notes she seemed eager to clear out the fallen monsters, unleashing a massive high-power spell to finish them off. He asks if she panicked when those 5 new monsters suddenly spawned while she was busy attacking the 3 that had already fallen. Choi Eun-bi nervously admits she did so. He kindly advises her to utilize simple lightning magic instead to preserve her precious energy. Since Kim Si-hoon is their main damage dealer, she should focus on being a sub-attacker. He shifts his gaze to Kim Si-hoon, who waits nervously for his own critique. After a brief, dramatic pause, Kangwoo simply pats his shoulder with a warm smile, reassuring him that he did absolutely perfect. The young swordsman beams with relief and thanks him. Kangwoo silently marvels at his natural talent, noting how incredible he is even without 10,000 years of hellish experience. While Kang Tae-soo and Choi Eun-bi shower the young genius with praise, Kangwoo keeps a close eye on him, wondering just how powerful this brilliant diamond in the rough will eventually become. He suggests they head deeper into the dungeon. Kang Tae-soo pumps his fist, promising they will do much better next time. Kangwoo gently reminds them to keep his advice in mind as they move out. Kang Tae-soo confidently tanks every single hit like an absolute beast. Meanwhile, Han Solo and Choi Eun-bi coordinate their magic beautifully, working together to launch a barrage of deadly counterattacks. The sudden impact of their combined spells tears through the enemy ranks, leaving them completely mangled. Backed by this perfect support, Kim Si-hoon charges forward with his sword raised, cleanly slicing through the remaining monsters. The shockwaves send them flying back. Watching from his perch on the branches, Kangwoo is highly satisfied with their incredible progress. Kang Tae-soo drops his heavy iron shield with a relieved sigh. At this rate, Kangwoo estimates they can easily clear the gate within a single month. Leaning on his shield, Kang Tae-soo eagerly asks if they have improved enough to satisfy him. Kangwoo chuckles and gives a nod, but Kang Tae-soo jokingly begs him for a proper compliment. But jokes aside, the tank genuinely appreciates the guidance. Suddenly, a panicked voice breaks the peace, pointing out a bizarre creature that is definitely not a troll. Kangwoo's eyes instantly flare with a crimson light. Out of the shadows, a grotesque, bloodthirsty beast lunges forward, baring its razor-sharp fangs at the party. It is desperate to tear them to shreds, and Kangwoo immediately recognizes it as a deadly werewolf. Sensing the extreme danger, Kang Tae-soo raises his shield in a flash, but the beast is incredibly fast. It leaps through the air, letting out a terrifying roar as it closes the distance. High up in the branches, Kangwoo prepares to intervene, annoyed that another demonic beast has crashed their training. But a sudden sight makes him freeze. Out of nowhere, Kim Si-hoon flips through the air and swings his blade right at the incoming monster. He urgently shouts for Kang Tae-soo to fall back immediately. Without a single moment of hesitation, he dodges the beast's attack and preps a swift counterstrike. He grips his glowing blade tight, pouring in all his power as he charges forward to strike. His blade cuts deep into its belly, spraying fresh blood everywhere as Kim Si-hoon braces himself. Gritting his teeth, he desperately tries to strike again but fails. Before his blade can connect, the beast swats him away like a fly, sending him crashing down. The beast roars, taking flight. Straight for Kim Si-hoon. The kid panics, swearing under his breath. Damn it. But then, Kangwoo lunges forward in the nick of time, shattering the air with a brutal, earth-shaking strike, effortlessly crushing the colossal threat. Kim Si-hoon can only stare, completely dumbfounded. Silence. The system flashes. Alert, you have defeated a D-rank rift fragment and leveled up, though. Kangwoo's hand is now dripping blood. Despite his injury, he kindly helps Kim Si-hoon to his feet, asking if he is okay, to which Kim Si-hoon forces a smile and replies that he can make it, thanking him as the other three run over. Kang Tae-soo runs over and anxiously asks if he is doing all right. Han Seola frantically asks if he is all right, and Choi Eun-bi follows right behind with worry, while Kang Tae-soo showers Kangwoo with praise for easily blowing the beast away with one single blow. Supporting Kim Si-hoon, Kang Tae-soo praises him as well, saying his glowing sword is insane for his second awakening, though Kim Si-hoon weakly smiles and insists that he really is only on his second tier, while Kangwoo silently watches. Kangwoo watches him in silence, wondering how the kid can fight a demonic beast so easily. Even for an A-rank second awakening, his strength is completely abnormal, going far beyond simple talent, while a flustered Kim Si-hoon asked Kang Tae-soo to set him down momentarily, throwing Kangwoo's rhythm off. Understanding exactly how that bastard Moon Young-ho felt, Kangwoo steps in to support Kim Si-hoon himself, while Kang Tae-soo awkwardly scratches his head and jokes about not being comfortable enough, unaware of Kangwoo's hidden play. Using his strength, he rests a hand on Kim Si-hoon's shoulder and activates his unique skill, Omniscient Power. A skill that allows him to hide his own mana while utilizing the authority of a ruler, and in no time at all, Kangwoo gains access to all of Kim Si-hoon's private information, realizing that while he only wanted to check for hidden powers, he can actually see the guy's exact skills on the status window, a sly grin spreading across his face. Grinning, he decides to take a look, but then his expression suddenly goes completely blank, left wondering what in the world he is looking at. Kim Si-hoon is a second awakening player whose first skill is Descendant of the Martial God, an absolute SSS rank ability. But since the power has not been fully absorbed, it remains unactivated for now. His second skill is Sword Chi Summon, rated at A rank with a third skill unlocking at level 20. His class is the successor of the Chosen, accompanied by the soul of the legendary martial god, Jeon Tae-gwang. His description literally says he is a hero born to protect the world with 15 strength, 16 agility, 13 stamina, 10 magic, and inheritance stat of 25, 8 intelligence, and 9 wisdom. An SSS-rank successor of the martial god, a destined savior. Meanwhile, Kang Tae-soo is totally focused on taking care of Kim Si-hoon, telling him to speak up if he feels uncomfortable, to which Kim Si-hoon shyly says he is fine, while Kangwoo stares in utter shock, wondering what kind of monster this kid really is as he falls deep into thought. Is this guy really the main character? The system screen flashes before Kangwoo, confirming his innate class as the chosen successor, housing the soul of martial god Jeon Tae-gwang, born to protect the world. A sudden realization strikes Kangwoo, making him realize that this is exactly why the kid's swordsmanship is so incredibly superior to everyone else. In Kim Si-hoon's eyes, a tall, massive figure appears surrounded by roaring, raging flames. Watching this unfold, Kangwoo cannot help but think with excitement that this kid is definitely the main character of this world. Kangwoo glances over at Kim Si-hoon with a complicated expression. He knows that in the near future, this kid could easily become a massive threat to his own safety, but he simply cannot miss out on such a priceless, glittering gem, right as Kim Si-hoon speaks up softly to thank him again and reassure him, leaving Kangwoo to awkwardly reply with a quick nod as he sinks back into his thoughts. He contemplates how he could build an incredibly strong relationship with the kid by offering his full support, just like Cha Yeon-jo did for him, already calculating his next strategic move. Yet knowing how easily he discards things he dislikes, there is always a chance the kid might turn his blade against him one day, meaning he cannot fully place his trust in this bond. Trusting him completely is too risky, so Kangwoo gently rubs his chin, recalling everything Kim Si-hoon has done so far, noting that he does not seem like a backstabber, especially since he literally risked his own life to save Kang Tae-soo from the werewolf monster. And then, watching them laugh and chat happily together, Kangwoo concludes that while the kid has an admirable and heroic spirit just as Kang Tae-soo described, he is also incredibly gullible and looks extremely easy to fool. Just then, Han Seola stares at Choi Eun-bi's magic staff and playfully asks Kim Si-hoon if he wants to get a quick electric shock massage. He awkwardly chuckles, saying he could probably handle it, while Kang Tae-soo eagerly chimes in beside him, saying he wants to try it as well, when suddenly, Kangwoo lets out a creepy grin, his eyes widening as he realizes that only God knows how this will play out, covering his mouth to hide his sinister smile when a gentle voice suddenly cuts through his deep thoughts, calling out his name, and that voice belongs to none other than Han Seola, who caringly asks if something is wrong or if he is hurt anywhere, prompting a surprised Kangwoo to point at himself and reply that he is completely fine without a single scratch before glancing down at the defeated monster, lying defeated on the ground, questioning why such a powerful monster would show up in a simple D-rank gate, to which she agrees, admitting she has never seen or heard of this species before, noting that a massive tragedy would have unfolded if he had not been here, causing Kangwoo to chuckle as he praises Kim Si-hoon's efforts and asks how he is doing, with Han Seola quickly reassuring him that the kid is already recovering well as she glances over at him, laughing with the others while holding his injury, adding that as long as he avoids overexerting himself, he will heal in no time, prompting Kangwoo to walk over to warmly ask how he is holding up, and a friendly Kim Si-hoon replies that thanks to Han Seola, he is already feeling a whole lot better, making Kangwoo flash a gentle smile of relief, while Kim Si-hoon adds that without Kangwoo's timely intervention, things could have been much worse, his eyes suddenly lighting up with deep gratitude, almost as if he is glowing with a noble aura, as he sincerely thanks him once more, admitting that after hearing Kang Tae-soo's praises, he now knows how incredibly powerful Kangwoo truly is, which makes Kang Tae-soo's eyes sparkle with absolute pride, boasting that he has never in his life seen a player as strong as his big brother, Kangwoo, who also possesses a truly heroic spirit, leaving an emotional Kim Si-hoon to congratulate Kang Tae-soo on finding such an incredible leader, to which Kangwoo humbly plays it down, praising Kim Si-hoon right back, which gets Kang Tae-soo even more excited, as he loudly declares that he has never seen anyone as impressive as Kim Si-hoon among Second Awakening players, making Kim Si-hoon chuckle and joke about his growing ego, as Kang Tae-soo beams with joy. Smiling, Kang Tae-soo asks why Kim Si-hoon refuses to join any of the major guilds when he clearly has the talent to enter any group he wants. But suddenly, a cold chill runs down Kim Si-hoon's spine. Kang Tae-soo mentions that the famous Mir Guild is currently recruiting new members, asking him if he has any interest in joining them. Walking closer, Kang Tae-soo mentions that Mir's vice leader is personally scouting elite rookies, but Kim Si-hoon quickly cuts him off, stating he has no plans to join any guild whatsoever. Hearing this absolute refusal, Kang Tae-soo looks completely bewildered and offers a hesitant nod of understanding, though he remains curious. He asks if Kim Si-hoon has some history with the Mir Guild, but Kim Si-hoon simply grabs his sword bag, saying it is not worth talking about. Kang Tae-soo bows slightly, guessing there is a complicated story behind his rejection. He apologizes for bringing up such a sensitive topic, but Kim Si-hoon stops and says it is fine. With a slightly strained expression, Kim Si-hoon admits things are just a bit complicated, apologizing for his oversensitivity. That is when Kangwoo steps in to break the tension. Waving his hand, Kangwoo declares they should wrap up today's hunt and return tomorrow, noting that Kim Si-hoon needs to rest. But Kim Si-hoon looks back with an uncertain gaze. Kim Si-hoon insists he can easily handle these low-level monsters, but Kangwoo places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, advising him not to overdo it since they can always hunt tomorrow. Kim Si-hoon agrees, while Kang Tae-soo excitedly raises his fist to ask if their boss is joining them tomorrow, but Kangwoo flatly refuses, telling them they must hunt on their own. He jokingly pouts, saying he cannot babysit them forever, but if they apply today's lessons, they will see massive improvement in no time. Kang Tae-soo takes these words to heart. He pumps his fists, declaring with absolute fire that he will level up as fast as possible to stand proudly by his leader's side. Walking away, Kangwoo simply waves back. Later that evening, on a busy street, Kangwoo calls out to Han Seola. Checking his buzzing phone, he regretfully informs her that she might have to head home alone tonight. Han Seola asks if it is something urgent. Showing her the incoming call screen, Kangwoo explains it is an important matter and that he needs to leave right away. She nods with understanding but asks about dinner. Slipping the phone into his pocket, Kangwoo suggests she eat first since he might be out quite late tonight. Han Seola looks slightly disappointed but manages a smile. She tells him to be safe and promises to reheat his dinner no matter how late he gets back. blushing at her kindness. Kangwoo thinks she is an absolute angel in waves. He wishes he could have a normal dinner with her, but tonight duty calls. Kangwoo stands quietly watching her walk away. Once Han Seola is safely out of sight, his gentle expression vanishes, replaced by a sharp, calculating gaze. A knowing smile creeps onto his face. It is finally time to begin. Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoon stands near a quiet bus stop staring blankly down at his phone. He lets out a heavy, tired sigh. Instead of bus schedules, his screen shows recruitment pages for guilds. As he mutters the name of the mere guild, a familiar voice suddenly calls out to him. Looking up, he sees Kangwoo standing there saying they need to have a serious talk. Kim Si-hoon asks what is wrong, but Kangwoo remains serious, stating this is highly important. He suggests finding a more private spot. As bus number 700 arrives, Kim Si-hoon hesitates before agreeing to follow him. Kangwoo leads him deep into a dark, deserted alleyway, prompting Kim Si-hoon to look around in confusion. He asks what they are here to discuss, but before he can finish, Kangwoo drives a brutal fist straight into his stomach. Doubled over in agonizing pain, Kim Si-hoon wheezes his eyes wide with utter shock. Grabbing him by the collar, Kangwoo shows absolutely no hesitation. He slams the young man violently onto the hard ground, leaving him gasping for air as he struggles to comprehend this sudden, brutal betrayal. Trembling, he manages to ask why Kangwoo is doing this. Before he can finish, a heavy boot stomps violently onto his chest. Kangwoo calmly explains that he is simply securing some insurance. Pinning him down with a knee to the ribs, Kangwoo leans close, whispering that Kim Si-hoon is destined to become incredibly powerful. Because of that immense future potential, Kangwoo needs to establish a deep, unbreakable bond with him right now. Flash of a chilling, sadistic smile. In a low, terrifying voice, he explains that he wants to make sure they are genuine partners. Wincing in pain, Kim Si-hoon weakly gasps, asking why he is saying such crazy things while beating him. He has no idea that Kangwoo's hand is already glowing with a dark purple magical energy. Kangwoo violently slams that dark magic straight into Kim Si-hoon's chest, causing the poor boy to writhe and scream in sheer agony as his eyes roll back. Pinning him down, blood-red veins bulge on Kangwoo's arm. He claws into his chest, unleashing dark energy that wraps around Kim Si-hoon's heart. Crimson marks burn into his neck as he begs for it to stop, but Kangwoo simply whispers for him to relax. Under the dark spell, the boy's heart begins shifting from red to deep purple, radiating a malevolent glow. Kangwoo assures him that he won't remember a single thing about tonight. The organ completely transforms, sprouting glowing red eyes and a toothy demonic mouth right inside his chest. Kangwoo promises that once he wakes, he will go back to his normal, everyday life of hunting. Leaning closer to his twitching face, he adds that Kim Si-hoon can continue party hunting with Kang, Tae-soo, and Han Seola, building a crew stronger than anyone else. With that, he pulls his hand away. Even better, he will be able to draw on a portion of his master's power, as he is now a loyal familiar, which will skyrocket his growth. Kim Si-hoon merely gasps, shivering violently. As a glowing purple seal burns into his chest, Kangwoo pulls his hand back, telling him there is absolutely nothing to worry about. With a devious look, he whispers that they are going to be the absolute best of friends. Suddenly, Kim Si-hoon gasps awake, his eyes snapping open as he bolts upright in bed. Panting, he touches his chest. He presses a hand to his chest, finding everything normal as if nothing happened, then rubs his forehead. Sitting up, Kim Si-hoon wonders why he is here. He was definitely just waiting for the bus. He checks his phone. 8 p.m., he frowns. Trying to remember, he was waiting for the bus about an hour ago. What happened next? Suddenly, his head throbs with a splitting headache. Kim Si-hoon shudders, rubbing his head. He cannot remember anything at all. He must have blacked out. That battle from earlier was truly brutal, Kim Si-hoon silently thinks. No matter how massive the impact was, he never expected to just pass out like this. He grits his teeth. He bites his lip. He feels so incredibly weak. Kim Si-hoon pushes against the wall, struggling to stand. He is still too weak, and his goal is so far away. He needs to become stronger. His fingers curl into a fist as the faces of those he deeply hates flash before his eyes. He must become stronger than the Mere Guild, that damn Mere Guild, especially their Vice Guild Master Kim Young-hoon. He clenches his fist tightly. He punches the wall, cracking the concrete as debris rains down. He grates his teeth in pure rage. To slit those bastards' throats with his sword, Kim Si-hoon stumbles forward, staggering down the sidewalk, leaning on the wall to keep from falling. Watching from above, Kangwoo whispers that it worked. A system message pops up confirming the soul enslavement is complete. Kim Si-hoon is now officially his subordinate. Observing the scene, Kangwoo sees another prompt asking if he wants to issue a command. He smirks, waving his hand. Maybe later, since he has his insurance policy now. The system confirms the soul is bound. He wears a sinister grin, his eyes curving with mischief. Now Kim Si-hoon just needs to grow stronger. Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoon looks down at his phone, still completely clueless. Kangwoo notes that he does not want to command him yet as the young man stands there looking completely confused, staring at the bus stop. Kangwoo reminds himself that this subordinate bond is just an insurance policy, no need to push things too far just yet. A little later, Kim Si-hoon quickly boards the bus. Kangwoo watches silently from his high vantage point. Once his abilities are fully enhanced, Kim Si-hoon's strength will rival Balrog's. He smiles warmly, picturing the chaos of fighting a whole demon army. Kim Si-hoon's existence is incredibly crucial to him, especially since his own demonic energy remains partially sealed and he still has to face that mysterious demonic legion. Standing up, high and out of sight, Kangwoo wonders when they will emerge from the gate again. But for now, his focus is on Kim Si-hoon. He flashes a creepy grin, his eyes glow in the cold blood red. He silently promises to help the boy as much as possible, so he better train hard and get strong. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. He glances at the screen. What is this? It's Cho Do-hyun. Kangwoo sits down and picks up. A frantic voice on the other end says they have some info. Kangwoo asks if it's about the demonic legion. Cho Do-hyun hesitates, saying they aren't entirely sure, but definitely detected traces of demonic energy. On the other end, the caller sounds completely panicked, but it does not seem intentional. Kangwoo quickly hits the nail on the head, guessing it was not made by humans. Cho Do-hyun confirms that it seems to be from a monster, not a human. Feeling tense, Kangwoo asks where it was found. A dark, cold thought crosses his mind, a demon. The caller answers that it is a B-rank gate near Uijeongbu. Standing up, Kangwoo sighs. Great, first hellhounds, then dire wolves, and now another beast. He opens his system to check the details. It mentions rift fragments. A hellhound appeared in a C-rank gate while the weaker dire wolf was in a D-rank gate. So this B-rank gate must hold something even bigger. He licks his lips. He smirks like a maniac. A monster stronger than a hellhound is about to appear, and the last one gave him a ton of levels. Kangwoo opens his status window. He might achieve his 5th awakening much sooner than expected. The next morning, at Uijeongbu Station, an announcement blares. The train to Uijeongbu is arriving, doors open on the right. As the train stops, people crowd out. Kangwoo gets swept along with a massive crowd, looking around with a deeply annoyed frown. He stares at the bustling crowds, feeling completely overwhelmed, and quickly waves his hand. He really needs to get a car. Once this job is done, he'll definitely make Cha Yeonjo buy him a ride. Walking down the stairs, he checks his phone to find where these B-rank gate monsters are supposed to appear. Nearby, a crowd is buzzing. Someone asks what's going on and why they returned back. Shrugging, the other player says they mentioned something weird inside and blocked entry. Kangwoo looks over at them. Weird? Yeah, apparently some mutated monster is running amok. Ahead of him, the gate is completely sealed off by soldiers, leaving the mages, knights, and other players who arrive for quests completely bewildered. Everyone is whispering and complaining loudly. What do you mean we can't go in? Damn it, I traveled all the way from there. Do you have any idea how far that is? It's not like the government pays compensation if we die anyway. One player argues, face to face with a guard demanding to know why everyone is being blocked and left stranded. The soldier remains completely firm, explaining that an unnamed mutated monster has appeared, forcing a temporary gate closure. The player tries to protest, arguing it is not even the dungeon boss. Just then, the intercom crackles to life. Attention, a monster inside the gate has mutated. We haven't been able to identify it yet, but 10 players have already lost their lives. For your own safety, entry is strictly restricted until further notice. As the announcement continues, repeating the warning, the crowd starts buzzing. 10 people dead in a B-rank gate. That is way too high for a normal B-rank casualty rate. Standing at the very back, Kangwoo quietly observes. A mutated monster, He crosses his arms in deep thought and muses. They can call it that, but it is obviously something else. A demon is probably tearing the dungeon apart. Above the gate, a massive black vortex spins violently, catching his eye. Since they are banning players, he wonders what kind of beast is inside this time. Reporters are already swarming to film the chaos, begging the guard to explain what's happening. The event has drawn massive media attention, with live broadcasts fueling public anxiety. The soldier responds. The reporter presses for details, but even with the gate closed, something has clearly been confirmed. Look at Kangwoo, his eyes instantly light up. His eyes widen the moment he hears the guard's response. It looks like a lion. That's when he realizes it's a viewer. Meanwhile, the guard keeps explaining to the crowd that they have never faced this beast before, so they need more time to analyze it. The monster they are discussing flashes in his mind. It is a creature that easily bathes entire landscapes in blood. Viewer, one of the deadliest apex predators of the second hell. It looks like a lion, with 5 legs, and it possesses a special trait that sets it apart from other beasts, a unique skill called devour. Once Buer has eaten enough, it just lies down to sleep, completely ignoring the surrounding monsters. No matter how large the prey is, eating 5 of them a day fills it up, and it won't attack anymore. Memories of hell, specifically the first hell, flood back. Kangwoo turns pale and covers his mouth. Having those damn Buers drop down to his territory just to find food was a complete nightmare. Just thinking about it makes him nauseous. Still, he calculates. Either way, with 10 victims already, that Buer must have shown up at least 2 days ago. But Kangwoo himself is a clever guy. Smirking, he quickly taps away on his phone. This is actually going to be easy. He just needs to feed it 5 monsters, then strike once it is full. He makes a call to Cha Yeonjo. Her voice rings out on the other end asking what Kangwoo wants. Kangwoo cuts straight to the point, telling her he needs a favor. Cha Yeonjo is currently working out, panting heavily as she asks what is going on. He replies that he wants to enter a rank B gate, but the government is restricting access. Cha Yeonjo asks for details, wondering if he is in Uijeongbu. Kangwoo chuckles, saying she can pull this off since she is close with the high-ups. Just as he says that, the sound of clanging weights echoes behind her. She wants to confirm one more time if he really has to enter that gate. Kangwoo answers without hesitation, telling her it is extremely important. Cha Yeonju frowns and sighs, dropping her dumbbells with a clack. She warns him that this is going to cost him a lot. Kangwoo stays calm, promising to pay her back in full. She simply tells him not to die to some mutant monster. He scoffs, amused, asking if she would sponsor him this much if he died that easily. She fires back that he has a slick tongue, then tells him to hand the phone to the guard. As he walks over, the guard blocks him, stating players have no authorization. Kangwoo simply holds out the phone with a grin, explaining it is Cha Yeonjo from the Red Rose Guild. The soldier freezes in shock. He shoves the screen closer to the guard's face, reiterating it is Cha Yeonju from Red Rose and she wants a word. His bold move sends a buzz through the crowd. Who did he just say Cha Yeonjo? Does Red Rose even have a guy like him? I thought they weren't recruiting. Meanwhile, the guard takes the call, murmuring that he understands before hanging up. He lets out a deep sigh. For some reason, despite his clear reluctance, the guard reluctantly relents. Kangwoo, you are permitted to enter as the official investigator of this monster incident. The crowd gasps in surprise. The guard then asks if he defeats it, will he share the information? Kangwoo plays along, taking his phone back and promising to start immediately to ease public concern. This draws the reporters closer as they shout to snap photos. Now, the crowd is rowdier than ever. Breaking news, who is this guy? Is he actually with the Red Rose Guild? From behind, a blue-haired youth yells out for them to wait. Kangwoo stops, turning back in curiosity. Looking back, it is the Mia Guild. They have 6 members led by Kang Sang-soo. He confidently suggests that since Red Rose can investigate, they should be allowed in too. People whisper that it's Kang Sang-soo from Mia, the hot rookie, who entered a rank B gate after only 3 months of playing. Kangwoo observes him, curiously wondering if this ponytail guy is actually famous. Sang-soo continues in a condescending tone, asking if he is the guy Red Rose is sponsoring. Those words surprise Kangwoo. Gargoyle armor. He can tell just by looking at that special gear. He is taken aback, though, as the mockery follows, asking if he has no teammates, and if this is all Red Rose can afford to sponsor. Kangwoo puts on a flashy fake smile. Aha, I actually prefer hunting monsters alone. Sang-soo's squad looks at him with utter contempt. They mock him, saying he was in rank C gates, recently, asking if he thinks this gate is that easy. Sang-soo steps closer, tauntingly saying guys like him usually die fast. He looks down on Kangwoo, like a subordinate, bluntly insulting him. You probably want to get rich quick by catching a mutant, but since when does a newly awakened Fourth Awakening player dare stick his nose into other people's business? Sang-soo's gaze is sharp as a knife. He throws an arm around Kangwoo's neck, asking why he is so quiet and if the cat got his tongue. Kangwoo quietly stares ahead, his eyes cold as ice. The bully keeps laughing, asking if he is scared. Sang-soo proudly gestures to his crew, proposing an idea. Since you are the investigator, why not join my team? That way you won't drop dead immediately. Though our lineup is already full, he says, bursting into laughter. Honestly, you look like a thug anyway, so why not bandage those wounds? At this, Kangwoo smirks and agrees. Sang-soo is taken aback. He gently brushes the arm off his shoulder, saying he is touched by the concern and was actually terrified of going in alone. His eyes narrow as he agrees, proposing they head in together. Now the members of Sang-soo's squad from Mia Guild continues to throw nasty insults, wondering if he has no shame. How disappointing. Kangwoo couldn't care less. In his mind, he is counting 2, 3, 4, 5. His gaze grows twisted and sinister. He glares at Sang-soo with a massive grin, thinking he needs 5 people to feed the boar. Looks like he has 1 extra. Shall we go then? From the crowd, curses ring out as they look at the dimensional rift. That bastard, Kangwoo, sponsored by Red Rose, is there right. The guy handpicked by Cha Yeonjo. I heard he is at the rank B gate behind that building. Kang Sang-soo stands hidden to one side, reporting the situation on his phone. Yeah, he is here. Vice Guild leader Kim Young-hoon's voice comes through, commanding him while reminding him of Mia Guild's high standing. You must seize this chance to humiliate him in public. Even if they currently have the upper hand, never forget that the Mia Guild is ranked higher than the Red Rose Guild. Then Kang Sang-soo approaches Kangwoo. He thinks to himself that this is how things should be before acting annoyed and asking what he means by entering together. Kangwoo just turns with a smile, yep. Seeing the reporters surrounding them, Sang-soo gets frustrated. He wanted to humiliate him in front of the press, but since this guy is acting so friendly, it makes Sang-soo look like the bad guy. Kang Sang-soo scowls. On the outside, he keeps his cool quietly, reminding himself not to do anything stupid. Provoking him further would only tarnish the guild's image. As they finally step through the gate, the crowd starts whispering. The excitement around them sets the whole place buzzing. Kang Sang-soo leads the way, then suddenly turns around with his hands on his hips, calling out that it is time to go. The blonde guy behind him looks surprised for a split second before quickly agreeing. Everyone watching is in absolute shock. They cannot believe their ears. Wait, Red Rose and Mai are actually teaming up. The reporters behind them go wild, snapping non-stop photos of Kang Sang-soo and his crew. Now that is a massive scoop. He glares at the man walking ahead silently, cursing him in his mind as a total coward. Right after that, the reporters shout out that the headline will be 2 rival guilds teaming up to crush the mutant monster. Looking at the guy ahead only makes him more annoyed. He grumbles to himself, unable to comprehend why Red Rose would ever sponsor a loser like this. Meanwhile, the press outside keeps shouting for more poses. Kang Sang-soo grips his spear and walks ahead with a smirk. He figures he does not need to keep provoking this coward. But little does he know, Kangwoo is wearing a sinister smile. The crowd keeps cheering around them. He reminds himself this alliance is strictly temporary and will never happen again. Then the scene shifts inside the dark dungeon. The hunters split into small groups and Kangwoo quietly follows from behind. He suggests they combine their strength now to defeat the beast, but suddenly one of them stops and spits on the ground, cutting him off. He asks Kangwoo if he has any shame. Kangwoo looks at Kang Sang-soo with a dry laugh, asking what he means. The guy sighs in disgust, asking if Kangwoo is actually stupid or just pretending. A kid in a blue cloak glares and joins in telling them to just ignore him. The insults keep coming as the party bursts out laughing, enjoying the mockery. They thought there was something special about him since Cha Yeonjo handpicked him. But in reality, he is likely just a loser, and maybe Cha Yeonjo is no different. A guy with a scarred mouth looks back with a smug grin, mocking her. He says Cha Yeonjo is completely washed up and hasn't accomplished anything lately. Meanwhile, what about their My Guild vice leader Kim Young-hoon, a platinum-haired guy wearing heavy armor, sighs proudly, boasting that their vice leader is the absolute package, rich, handsome, and incredibly talented. A girl with face tattoos smirks, bragging that the guild leader himself is a ranker, meaning the My Guild is a powerhouse run by a legendary father and son. Kang Sang-soo laughs, hysterically mocking Red Rose for only having trash members like him. Kangwoo quietly follows behind, crossing his arms as he ponders over this My Guild. He quietly thinks to himself, My Guild. Their leader is Kim Jae-hyun, the president of My Electronics, whose son awakened 5 years ago during a gate accident. Backed by corporate funding, he quickly leveled up and founded the guild. Kangwoo quietly observes the laughing squad. Major guilds pull in insane profits, but with a massive conglomerate backing them, these guys must be swimming in cash. Since things have turned out this way, Kangwoo rests his hand on his chin with a calculating look. Should he let these 2 guilds tear each other apart and just reap the rewards? Suddenly his hand drops and brushes his coat, hesitating. No, he has already gained enough, and Cha Yeonjo is still too useful to lose. Kangwoo stops and crosses his arms, carefully evaluating his golden geese. It is not the time yet. Only fools would slaughter the goose that lays the golden eggs. Kang Sang-soo walks ahead, laughing happily, completely clueless about the sinister schemes brewing in Kangwoo's mind. Besides, Red Rose still has its uses. If he really has to slice someone up, suddenly a loud shout comes from Kang Sang-soo, asking where the mutant monster disappeared to. Walking behind him, Kangwoo lets out a soft chuckle and suggests they patrol the area first. Kang Sang-soo turns around, looking completely annoyed as he questions him, though. Kangwoo just laughs it off. The guy asks if Kangwoo thinks he is blind, claiming they have wandered everywhere without finding a thing. More insults and mocking fill the air, with the hunters claiming Red Rose is finished and wondering about Cha Yeonjo. Ignoring their useless gossip, Kangwoo quietly reminds himself to take it slow. The blue-cloaked hunter keeps babbling about how Red Rose will collapse soon, and the guy at the back agrees, saying they would never accept their scraps. A soft, eerie voice whispers that it is time to find it. At the back, Kangwoo touches the wall and red magical lines instantly ripple out. Using the all-knowing spire, he touches the wall and senses a sudden burst of life. He is surprised to find the target right behind the wall. Since it is still moving with sharp fangs and drool dripping from its mouth, he realizes the creature is still hungry. Seeing this, Kangwoo flashes a devilish grin and summons a glowing white orb in his hand, murmuring that it is showtime. A subtle intoxicating power begins to radiate from his hand, spreading a sweet faint scent. Standing nearby, Kang Sang-soo catches the scent and asks what that smell is. The blue-cloaked kid sniffs the air curiously, agreeing that it smells amazing. The tattooed girl is immediately suspicious, wondering why there is a pleasant scent in the middle of a dungeon. Hearing the noise, the lead hunter turns back and barks an order for them to shut up. Kangwoo's eyes gleam with pure mischief. Exactly, the beast will easily catch this scent from afar. Suddenly, hearing heavy sounds, they quickly warn each other that something is approaching, but those do not sound like normal monster footsteps. Seeing this, the leader screams for everyone to brace themselves, suspecting the mutant monster is finally here. Kang Sang-soo readies his weapon and barks at Kangwoo, telling him to stay in the corner and not dare take credit for their kill. Kangwoo looks at him and calmly remarks that the guy is surprisingly good at predicting his own death. When Kang Sang-soo gets infuriated, he glares and demands to know what he just said. Kangwoo gently calls his name, asking if he remembers his own words. Kangwoo laughs, maniacally noting that arrogant fools like him always die early. Suddenly, a burst of pure force grazes right past his face, completely terrifying him. He stands frozen, utterly speechless, as a horrifying savage beast suddenly appears, impaling his teammate with its massive claws and lifting him up. It bares its fangs, staring down at its helpless prey. Watching this, Kangwoo looks highly amused, noting that is one down already. The lead hunter screams for them to stay focused, ordering everyone to unleash their skills and strike down the savage monster. He tells them to get in position and attack. Suddenly, another hunter gets swallowed whole by the giant beast as his shadow flickers. Dashing back and forth, the agile monster easily dodges every single attack, sliding behind the stone wall that makes their attacks completely useless as terror quickly sets in. They wildly strike the wall, sending debris flying everywhere as Kang Sang-soo watches. The leader shouts to keep holding the formation, but those words are cut short. A severed body suddenly flies right over his head. Talk about a brutal wake-up call. They fall to the beast's claws as the bill begins its feast. Watching the monster devour them, Kangwoo sits quietly on a high rock counting. 2 down already, he notes, while a terrified Kang Sang-soo panics below. Losing his mind, Kang Sang-soo screams to open fire, spinning his spear to summon a massive vortex of purple lightning around him. Charging forward from the back, Kang Sang-soo prepares to unleash his attack. He pins the monster down with lightning and roars for the others to strike now. They rush forward on his command, but everything falls apart a second later. Their bodies are torn apart, leaving only blood and horror behind. Watching his comrades get shredded, Kang Sang-soo stands completely frozen in disbelief. He watches the beast impale his friend's body, stuffing it into a mouth full of fangs. He gave it everything he had, yet it doesn't even have a single scratch. Nearby, a terrified mage girl collapses in the blood, trembling as she begs for someone to save her. Her desperate pleas echo up to Kangwoo, who simply smiles as he continues his grim count 3, then 4. The chaotic mixture of desperate screams and futile orders from below is completely ridiculous to him as people panic and yell to hold the line. With no other options left, Kang Sang-soo grits his teeth and prepares for one final attack. Channeling a surge of purple lightning through his spear, he readies his weapon. Trailing a spark of pure electrical energy, Kang Sang-soo charges directly at the beast. Aiming for the bill monster, he pours all his strength into this. He unleashes his final lightning strike, but the beast moves even faster. The monster counters with a massive headbutt, sending him flying. That makes 4 down. Kang Sang-soo lies unconscious. A moment later, he stirs. He opens his eyes, trembling with fear as tears stream down. Kangwoo just chuckles. The beast's eyes glow. It clamps its jaws around the poor mage girl right in front of Kang Sang-soo. Kangwoo notes that makes 5. It is finally over. With another body devoured, the monster towers over a helpless, motionless Kang Sang-soo. He is not dead yet, but he can only let out weak, painful groans as he looks up. Spotting Kangwoo still alive, he weakly croaks that the beast will probably be full after eating him too. But a second later, the young man suddenly appears right above the monster. He can only watch in utter shock, completely speechless, as he stammers out a confused question while Kangwoo looks down calmly. How? It is simple math. 5 times 1, he calmly explains. If it is fed 5 prey, The Bill monster will enter a sated state and will not move unless attacked first. Kang Sang-soo still cannot believe it. He stammers that it is impossible. Ignoring his disbelief, Kangwoo smiles and plans his next move. Combining the power of darkness and hellfire, the next step is actually quite simple. He needs to deliver one massive strike. It turns out he wants to one-shot the beast to finish it off instantly. While formulating his plan, Kangwoo channels his skills as a struggling Kang Sang-soo, pants and gasps for breath below him. High up in the air, the young man concentrates his energy. He previously thought he had to focus hard to use multiple elements simultaneously, but that is no longer necessary. With his mind fully focused now, Kangwoo brings down a devastating blow right onto the beast's head, and instantly, a massive explosion erupts. Before the smoke even begins to clear, Kangwoo prepares his next strike, soaring upward while condensing a massive ball of energy. In the next second, a blazing trident of dark fire materializes in his hand and he grins. At that exact moment, a system window alerts him that he has acquired the rank 5 trident skill, and he charges. He hurls the trident with everything he has straight at the beast. System alerts chime, instantly letting him know that using a memorized skill grants bonus accuracy. The weapon flies incredibly fast. It strikes the giant monster straight in the head, sending it screaming in agony. It thrashes around in pure agony, but before the beast can even react, the devastating power of the trident causes it to blow up. After the massive explosion, he lands smoothly on the ground. The system notifies him that he has successfully defeated a B-rank monster, gaining 6 levels in the process. A sudden barrage of notifications alerts him that he has hit level 40, unlocking his 5th awakening. This level up pushes his stats to their limit, boosting his magic power by 7. His magic power has reached 60, meeting one condition for the extreme demonic state. Hearing this, Kangwoo pauses in confusion, wondering what that actually means. The extreme demonic state sounds like something straight out of a martial arts novel. He wishes the system interface were a bit more user-friendly. A detail window pops up explaining that this state is the first step to becoming a demon lord. Condition 1 requires 60 magic power, while conditions 2 and 3 remain completely unknown. Despite being labeled as detailed, the information is still incredibly vague. He sighs in disappointment, frustrated by the lack of useful details about this state. Even so, he cannot help but feel positive about it, sensing that this mysterious extreme demonic state will grant him incredible hidden power. Becoming a demon lord. Kangwoo ponders, realizing he has never heard of this power despite spending 10,000 years in hell. He crosses his arms, thinking his previous theory might actually be correct. Deep in thought, he realizes that if he keeps raising his stats like a player, he could become even stronger than when he ruled as a demon king in the 9 hells. Woo flashes a chilling, incredibly sly smile. Talk about creepy. He could easily surpass his old strength to a completely unimaginable degree. He thought he had left his greed behind, but it seems those old habits from his days as a demon king are still very much alive. He quickly decides to absorb the builder monster, first letting his inner greed take the wheel as he devours it. He devours its power while reasoning that as an investigator he really should preserve the corpse. However, there is absolutely no way he is passing up this massive pool of magic power right in front of him. As he absorbs it, a notification confirms his magic power has increased by 4. The sudden influx of energy is incredibly massive. The sheer force even affects one side of his face, but Kangwoo barely notices. He is too focused on how dark monsters always boost his stats, giving him 4 extra points even after hitting 60. Suddenly, a weak trembling voice calls out from nearby. A dying Kang Sang-soo gasps, whispering about what he just saw. Kangwoo turns to look at him with a grin, noting that there is still one survivor left. He walks closer. Approaching Kang Sang-soo, he comments that based on the man's arrogant behavior, he expected him to be the first to die. Yet, he actually proved to be quite capable. Terrified, Kang Sang-soo begs him to stay back, but Kangwoo ignores the pleas. He asks why Kang Sang-soo would treat his own teammates so horribly as the man lies broken on the ground. Kang Sang-soo weakly gasps, asking if Kangwoo plans to kill him. But Kangwoo remains perfectly calm. He casually grabs the man's upside-down leg, smiling gently. He asks what Kang Sang-soo is mumbling about, assuring him he would never kill a teammate. After all, the man still has a crucial role to play, so he cannot let him die here. Shaken, Kang Sang-soo repeats the word role in utter disbelief. Kangwoo simply flashes a fake friendly smile, telling him to stop shaking because it is time for some questions. He starts with the first one. Who was the bastard that told you to provoke me outside the gate? Kangwoo demands, glaring down with his glowing red eyes. In his mind, he carefully analyzes the situation, knowing even a pathetic fool wouldn't act this maliciously without a reason. Besides, how did they even discover his identity when absolutely no personal information should have leaked? He concludes that someone must be pulling the strings behind these fools. Snapping out of his thoughts, he notices the man staying silent and asks if he plans on talking. Before he can even finish, Wu violently slams Kang Sang-soo, smashing him hard against the wall with enough brutal force to leave a massive hole in the concrete. After the strike, Kangwoo leans in close, coldly asking one last time who is behind this. Terrified, Kang Sang-soo quickly squeals that it is Kim Young-hoon. Kangwoo repeats the name, out loud, wondering why Kim Young-hoon would do this. He wonders if it is the same guy from before, recalling a memory of Cha Yeonjo holding a glass of wine. Meanwhile, Kang Sang-soo stammeringly explains that Kim Young-hoon asked Cha Yeonjo out and was flatly rejected, sparking a bitter grudge against the Red Rose Guild. Snapping back, Kangwoo questions if the guy really targeted him over such a pathetic, petty reason. Kang Sang-soo desperately gasps for air, adding that they also wanted to completely reshape the Mirror Guild's public image to overshadow the Red Rose Guild and assert their superiority. But before he can even finish his explanation, Kangwoo cuts him off, muttering that the bastard will soon pay for provoking him. He asks if Kang Sang-soo has a photo of him, and the trembling man quickly offers his phone, holding the device. Kangwoo looks at the screen, noting that the guy is indeed quite handsome. The photo displays Kim Si-hoon. Kangwoo wonders if they look alike simply because they are both good-looking. Now that he has the information he needs, he asks for confirmation that he was just a tool caught in some petty revenge scheme. Terrified, the man begins to weep, begging for forgiveness and claiming he was only following orders he could not possibly refuse. However, Kangwoo is not buying it, mocks him, pointing out that he seemed to enjoy following those orders. The man stammers a weak excuse, but Kangwoo cuts him off, saying the past is the past. He then makes a promise, stating that as long as he plays his role well, there will be no complaints. Relieved, Kang Sang-soo eagerly promises to do whatever he wants. Kangwoo simply smiles, a fake smile assuring him that it will not be hard at all and might even benefit him. The scene shifts outside the gate, where a crowd of eager reporters is waiting. Seeing movement, they begin whispering among themselves, wondering who is finally emerging and if they are the survivors. It is Kang Sang-soo and Kangwoo. They are alive. The reporters instantly swarm the duo, shouting a massive barrage of questions about what happened inside and where the rest of the squad is. They ask if the raid failed or if they managed to defeat the dungeon boss. The reporters clamor, demand answers, growing more rowdy by the second as they ask what happened inside. Suddenly, Kangwoo puts on a panicked act, screaming for someone to call an ambulance for Kang Sang-soo. Hearing this, the crowd finally notices a barely conscious Kang Sang-soo. Gasps echo as they see his horribly bruised and battered face. They immediately shift their undivided attention to him, asking how he could have gotten so badly hurt. Kangwoo carefully lays him down and explains that Kang Sang-soo fought bravely against the monster inside before getting brutally attacked. Kang Sang-soo can only whisper a weak plea for help, but the reporters press on with even more questions, asking about the other members. Putting on a deeply sorrowful face, Kangwoo replies that only he and Kang Sang-soo made it out alive, using a somber tone. With a look of deep sorrow, Kangwoo tells them that none of the others made it. The crowd is devastated, murmuring in utter disbelief. How could a mere rookie survive a beast that even the joint forces of the Red Rose and Mir guilds could not handle? They insist on notifying the Hwoarang squad immediately so they can send reinforcements, but Kangwoo quickly steps in, shaking his head. He tells them there is no need for that, gently placing his hand on the face of Kang Sang-soo and explaining that although many lives were lost, the monsters inside have been completely wiped out. The crowd is absolutely stunned by the news, instantly asking if he was the one who defeated the beast. But Kangwoo quickly shakes his head and denies it. No, he says, it was not me. The real hero who saved my life and destroyed the monsters inside is none other than Kang Sang-soo. With a solemn face, he looks down at the unconscious Kang Sang-soo lying on the ground. Just then, a reporter pushes through, shoving a microphone in front of his face to ask for more details about the incident. Kangwoo keeps up his grieving act, agreeing to share what happened and begins to recount the story. He explains that the moment they entered the dungeon-like area, they felt a terrifying, suffocating pressure from the beast. It felt like it was crushing their chests. He continues by confirming that the monster appeared right at the entrance. Kangwoo continues with his story, recounting how they knew they were in trouble immediately. It was an incredibly dangerous monster that should never have appeared inside a Rank B gate. His narrative grows more intense, explaining that they initially planned to run, but Kang Sang-soo insisted on fighting so the beast would not escape and harm civilians. The crowd listens in awe, completely buying into the story of how overwhelmingly powerful the monster was. They can already visualize the monster exactly as the government described it, with the head of a lion. Its power was so immense and its attacks so brutal that Kang Sang-soo's entire squad was wiped out instantly. The crowd is deeply shaken by this tragic detail, and many of those standing nearby begin tearing up at the emotional peak of the story. Kangwoo goes on, saying that as things grew critical, Kang Sang-soo ordered him to run and face the beast all on his own. He claims he wanted to run but was completely frozen in place by pure fear. He describes it as a brutal and courageous battle of life and death, ending only when Kang Sang-soo finally managed to slay the beast. The surrounding reporters keep filming every second of his incredibly moving speech. With a deeply grateful expression, Kangwoo adds that even after defeating the monster, Kang Sang-soo kept muttering the names of his fallen teammates until he lost consciousness. Right on cue, the unconscious Kang Sang-soo starts muttering weakly under his breath, making the crowd anxiously ask if he is finally waking up. Seeing this, Kangwoo quickly covers the man's mouth, telling him to stay quiet and save his strength until the ambulance arrives. The onlookers find this noble, but the reporter from earlier steps in pointing out that Kang Sang-soo had actually treated Kangwoo quite poorly and asks for his thoughts, while shoving the microphone even closer to him to get a response. Kangwoo continues his heartbroken act, hesitating with perfect timing before explaining that it was simply because Kang Sang-soo was deeply worried about him. Since he knew Kangwoo was still weak, Kang Sang-soo just wanted to keep him on high alert inside this dangerous rank B gate. The reporter nods, fully understanding the explanation. After that, Kangwoo closes his eyes and squeezes out a few dramatic tears, saying he had no idea the man cared about him so much. With his most sincere-sounding voice, he calls out to exclaim that Kang Sang-soo is his savior and a true hero of this era. Following this dramatic interview, a series of news articles are published with massive front-page headlines praising Kang Sang-soo. They tell the emotional tale of a true hero fighting to the very end to defeat a terrifying monster. It reports that Kang Sang-soo, the mere guild rookie, is now in a coma and has already received 300 million won in public donations, but due to a severe brain hemorrhage, he will remain in a permanent vegetative state. People vow to always remember him as a true hero. Soon a phone screen displays this hot news article about the hero who defeated the mutant. Cha Yeon-jo stares at the report and quietly remarks that no matter how she looks at it, the wounds do not look like they were made by a monster. With that thought, her face pales slightly, realizing the injuries were definitely caused by a human. She wonders what that bastard Kangwoo is planning as she looks up and mumbles to herself that keeping him around feels like hosting a ticking time bomb. Suddenly, Jung Hyun-ju chimes in, praising her new rookie and calling him quite cute. Cha Yeon-ju simply repeats the compliment with a heavy sigh. Jung Hyun-ju, who happens to be the master of the Senolei Guild, curiously asks where she even managed to find him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chae Yeon-ju mutters that he's not her rookie and then continues with an annoyed tone, asking the old lady why she does not just leave instead of sitting there all day. This completely triggers Jung Hyun-ju, who screams back, demanding to know who she is calling old. But suddenly, Chae Yeon-ju's expression sours again as she mentions that the mutated monster was likely the work of the demon cult. Jung Hyun-ju, while stirring her tea, agrees, stating it is only a matter of time before those outside the big five guilds find out, especially since those bastards have been so active lately. Then the scene shifts to a bizarre-looking figure as Cha Yeon-jo notes that if the general public ever finds out that a twisted cult is performing human sacrifices just when everyone thought peace had arrived after the founding of the big five guilds, the consequences will be dire. She continues, explaining that the entire world will likely fall into chaos once again. Jung Hyun-ju pauses for a moment, taking a slow sip of her tea before replying that nobody really knows. But her next words leave Cha Yeon-jo visibly startled as she asks what the Red Rose Guild plans to do about this situation. Before she can answer, Kangwoo suddenly walks into the room asking if they have a guest. He is immediately greeted warmly by Jung Hyun-ju, who enthusiastically waves her hand and says hello. She comments that he must be the fresh rookie Cha Yeon-jo recruited herself. Kangwoo politely introduces himself, asking who she might be, and Jung Hyun-ju simply replies that she is a close friend of Cha Yeon-jo. She then gently stands up, saying she should leave now that he is here. Kangwoo quickly tries to stop her, suggesting they continue their chat while he steps out. But Jung Hyun-ju still insists on leaving, saying she is already finished with her business. But then in an instant, her playful attitude takes a drastic turn. Jung Hyun-ju leans in incredibly close to Kangwoo's face, reminding him that she is Cha Yeon-ju's close friend. Feeling quite flustered by this sudden proximity, he can only stammer out a few confused words. After that, Jung Hyun-ju quickly makes her way toward the door, waving goodbye as she heads out. However, she still turns back with a playful look, glancing at Cha Yeon-ju one last time before finally leaving. Kangwoo sits down and asks who that was. Chae Yeon-ju slides a plastic card across the table, calling her just an acquaintance and telling him to take it. Kangwoo looks at the card, which features his picture, and reads temporary gate pass. When he slowly asks what it is, she quickly explains that it is the S-Rank gate pass he wanted. Kangwoo happily picks it up, noting it arrived much faster than expected and questioning if this is the influence of the Red Rose Guild. Cha Yeonju pulls her hat down, warning him not to flatter her and strictly forbidding him from hunting there. Hearing this, Kangwoo simply stares back at her in silence. After a brief pause, he slowly tells her that he overheard their conversation from outside. She lets out a faint smile, admitting she expected as much, and reaches out her hand to pick up her teacup, adding that she would have had to tell him sooner or later anyway. Meanwhile, Kangwoo, blowing gently on his teacup, Kangwoo asks if she just mentioned the demon cult, that cheap organization behind the mutated monster's appearance. Cha Yeonjo nods in agreement. She agrees, calling them crazy fanatics who sacrifice living humans in bizarre rituals. Lately, their activities have spiked and unsettling images of strange creatures have begun to surface. No one knows how long they have existed or how massive their operation really is. Underground, mysterious figures in black robes are being hunted by search teams, showing their vast hidden network. With all 4 members wearing the same uniform, Cha Yeonjo explains that their guild is actively partnering with the government to hunt them down. Kangwoo wonders about the other major guilds, since all 5 big associations should know about this threat. Cha Yeonju quickly replies that while they do know their guild is the only one actually working alongside the government. Kangwoo finds this odd and asks if she is taking this on alone just to boost her guild's reputation. She calmly replies that they never do anything for free as the camera zooms in. Focusing on Cha Yeonjo's slightly wavering blue eyes, she explains that they will receive a massive payout from the government to eliminate the cult, but money is not her only motivation. She reveals that many guild members sent to investigate the demon cult were captured and sacrificed. As she speaks, her grip slips and her spoon clatters to the floor unnoticed. A terrifying wave of murderous intent erupts from her body. She emphasizes each word, swearing that she will never forgive them. Kangwoo, completely used to this explosive temper, watches silently. He silently calculates that while the exact number of sacrifice members is unclear, the casualties must be severe. Lost in thought, he analyzes the situation carefully. He realizes she is truly driven, feeling her raw thirst for blood firsthand. Her killer instinct is incredibly powerful, causing a dark smile to creep onto Kangwoo's face. The urge to fight her right then and there crosses his mind, but he knows he has to keep his priorities straight. Focusing on what matters, Kangwoo asks what her request actually is. Before he can even finish his sentence, Cha Yeonju cuts him off to say he is exactly right. Cha Yeonju explains that she wants him to help subdue the cultists once they track down their trail. Keeping her head low, she admits she cannot promise anything, but the enemy is simply too strong for a fake organization. They are currently facing a severe shortage of powerful high-level players to handle this threat. Looking up with a sharp glare, she tells him she won't force his hand and needs his decision immediately. Kangwoo crosses his arms, listening intently. Will he actually accept this dangerous mission? His expression remains completely unreadable. Without showing any change, Kangwoo suddenly holds up something. He flashes the permit card from earlier and tells her not to worry. Pulling the card back to his chest, he smiles and says he must at least show loyalty to someone who has helped him this much. Cha Yeonjo stares at him in surprise, unable to hide a rare spark of joy. A trace of relief and happiness washes over her face as she softly thanks him. But Kangwoo flashes a sinister, creepy grin. He secretly laughs, thinking there is no way he would skip this opportunity, since interfering with their plans always yields more demonic energy for him. Cha Yeonjo cuts in, asking him to cooperate on the hunt and warning him he might be called on short notice in an emergency. He easily agrees, but when she reminds him once more not to hunt inside S-Rank gates, he impatiently replies that he already knows. The scene then transitions. A sleek blue car speeds down an open highway, heading straight towards Suwon Hwaseo Station. Behind the wheel, Kangwoo smugly tells himself that having a car is indeed incredibly convenient. Suddenly, the system displays his 5th awakening attribute, the S-Rank demonic beast summoning. This power allows him to summon a creature from another dimension, stating that using more mana will yield a much stronger beast that obeys him as its master. However, he is strictly limited to only 1 summon every 3 months. Knowing this tight cooldown limit, Kangwoo realizes he must summon the absolute strongest beast possible right now. In his mind, he begins to visualize a massive ritual. He imagines a massive cosmic void holding a sphere resembling Earth, surrounded by terrifying colossal monsters attempting to break free. He watches them struggle against the black holes trapping them, theorizing that gates act as bridges between Earth and other dimensions. The higher the gates rank, the stronger the monsters that cross over. This is exactly how hellish beasts operate, through spatial fissures, meaning his summoning skill should function the same way. The power of his summon will match the rank of the gate he's in. Suddenly, the system alerts him that he has successfully arrived at his destination. Stepping out of the car, Kangwoo remains deep in thought, realizing he must utilize this new summoning skill immediately to its full potential. He makes his way toward the massive swirling portal of the S-Rank gate, preparing to step inside. This is the Suwon S-Rank gate, guarded closely by the elite Hwarang Guild's first squad. Kangwoo approaches the guard post. The guard checks his permit and confirms S-rank entry is authorized. Amidst the chaotic shouting of the guards commanding everyone to return to their stations, Kangwoo steps through thinking to himself. He is impressed by the heavy security, knowing he could never get in without that permit. As the guards continue shouting to open the gates, he decides it's time. He takes a deep breath and steps forward, disappearing into the blinding light of the portal. Stepping through, he is amazed by a breathtakingly beautiful ocean landscape. He comments that if it weren't for the S-rank monsters, this place would make a perfect vacation resort. He starts scouting the area to find the ideal spot, eventually picking a quiet location. Sitting down, he hopes he can summon Cerberus, the three-headed dog whose raw physical power easily surpasses the low-tier demons from the third hell. He continues planning. He reasons that no matter how brainless the beast is, he can easily micromanage its actions. Closing his eyes, he prepares to start as the system announces the activation of his fifth awakening skill, S-rank demonic beast summoning. Instantly, violent purple energy erupts from his body, casting a deep shadow over his pained face. Channeling this massive spell puts an intense strain on his physical body. The sky itself warps under his massive demonic power. The system then alerts him that his summoning rift is opening, and a strange green crack tears across the heavens as veins bulge on his face. With a sharp, intense gaze, Kangwoo leaps high into the air. His hands tear through the empty sky. The system confirms the summoning rift has been successfully created and begins processing the data. A massive rift is generated due to the immense power of his 100,000 triple S-rank magic cores. Exhausted, he notes that the rift is green, remembering that all the gates he has seen before are blue. Suddenly, two system alerts flash, warning him that the connection cannot be blocked due to a Gaia's system error. A gate to the sixth hell Erno has been opened. Shocked, he wonders what on earth that place is shielding his eyes from the sudden blinding flash. He desperately hopes nothing went wrong and that he won't be dragged back to hell. The system initiates the demonic summoning as he slowly lowers his arm. Sighing in relief that he didn't end up back in hell, he looks up to see his new summon, only to freeze in shock. He gasps in pure disbelief as the system displays a notification confirming the successful summon. The daughter of the demon dragon Kagas, hatched from the echidna egg, has officially become Kangwoo's summoned beast. Now they stand face to face. He stares at that massive creature and gasps, "A dragon, Kangwoo." Kangwoo is pretty confused. Its current state seems completely off. Strange voices begin to echo from nearby. They ring out as a rift opens. Strange people leap right out of the crack, shouting in an unfamiliar tongue. This bizarre language leaves him totally baffled. What on earth are they actually doing? He watches them deep in thought. Ever since the gates open, outfits like this haven't existed in Korea. These kids look like they just walked straight out of some fantasy world. He needs to figure out what they are saying first. Luckily, he has a special power that lets him communicate across any language barrier. Without wasting another second, Kangwoo decides to activate his unique ability. He channels his communication authority, and suddenly, the gibberish turns into words he can actually understand. The leader of the group is panting heavily, shouting to his squad to fall back. Meanwhile, a girl standing right beside him carefully assesses the situation. She tells Renan to stay calm as they all keep a very wary eye on the threat. "Look at that dragon," she says. "It is literally on the verge of death." Another ally chimes in, realizing the beast is too weak to pose any threat. It won't be hurting anyone anymore. Renan lets out a deep breath of relief. Before they can relax, Kangwoo speaks up and catches them off guard, asking who they are. Renan turns around. He smiles at Kangwoo, asking if he is okay. He introduces himself as Renan von Arknan, the third prince of the Arknan Empire. Kangwoo stares back with a peculiar expression. "The Arknan Empire," Kangwoo repeats. The prince nods, confirming it, and asks for his name in return. Kangwoo has never heard of this Arknan Empire before, but looking closely at the group, things start to click. That one is an elf and the other is a dwarf. He eyes the short guy standing beside them. Did they actually come from another world? Kangwoo stands there quietly observing the massive dragon. It is gasping for air, covered in terrible wounds. He realizes he has to step in. He has no idea what is going on. But there is no way he lets his own summoned demon die. So he places his hand on her head. With a burst of magic, he stitches her wounds shut. Renan panics. He yells, demanding to know what Kangwoo is doing. Suddenly, the dragon speaks, thanking her new master. Kangwoo smiles. He tells her is nothing. Renan just stands there. He stands completely frozen, totally speechless. The dragon softly apologizes for showing up in such a pathetic state, but Kangwoo quickly reassures her. She is communicating directly with his mind, proving she has fully accepted him as her master. Looking at her horrific injuries, he gently comforts her, telling her everything is fine. But behind them, Renan suddenly draws his weapon with pure rage. He presses his blade right against Kangwoo's throat, absolutely furious. He demands to know if Kangwoo is the master of this vile beast. Keeping a remarkably calm gaze, Kangwoo asks why they are so desperate to kill her. This only makes Renan even more furious. He asks how he could possibly be so clueless. He yells that this dragon is a brutal monster responsible for a catastrophic drought. Its terrible plague devastated their entire empire, stealing countless innocent lives. Hearing this fierce accusation, the wounded dragon weakly attempts to defend herself. She insists she absolutely nothing to do with it, which Kangwoo quickly translates for them. Besides, if she actually had the kind of magical power to cause global droughts, her existence would be close to a god. Nobody here could have ever defeated her, and she certainly wouldn't be lying on the ground panting for her life. But Renan utterly refuses to listen to reason. He scoffs, arguing that the dragon is definitely to blame and there is no other explanation. Kangwoo sighs in sheer frustration. The guy is completely blinded by his own righteousness and won't hear a word of truth. Renan immediately takes his fighting stance. Determined to avenge his suffering people, he declares the beast must die. Kangwoo just stares at him. He treats him like he is a total idiot. Ah, is that so, he mutters. He absolutely detests self-righteous fools who only care about their own brand of justice and ignore everyone else. Renan begins to channel his power. A massive wave of magic erupts as he attacks. He hurls a giant fireball right at Kangwoo and the dragon. Kangwoo scoffs with pure sarcasm, telling him that even if this dragon actually caused all those disasters in the Arkan Empire, he simply does not care. It doesn't matter what Echidna did in the past, now she belongs to him. Clenching his fist, he has absolutely no intention of abandoning a subordinate he summoned himself. Renan's face twists in shock. Any trace of his initial friendliness is gone, replaced by pure rage, as he calls Kangwoo a vile demon. Pouring fuel on the fire, Kangwoo mocks him, claiming he really is a demon, pushing Renan to his absolute limit. His mask completely slips, and Renan screams in absolute fury while raising his massive sword high into the air. He vows to fight for the suffering citizens of the Arnan Empire and the crying children, while his proud allies stand behind him, eagerly promising to back him up. They remind Renan that since he already took down a massive dragon, a mere demon should be easy. A girl behind him watches with starry eyes while the dwarf demands plenty of dark beer as payment for his help, all while Kangwoo just stands there watching. Kangwoo feels completely done with these cheering idiots, wondering if they lost their minds. Behind him, Echidna nervously warns her master to be careful as Renan charges forward. Renan screams out for his opponent to take a heavy strike, unleashing a powerful downward slash. The blade cuts straight toward Kangwoo, hitting with a sudden loud explosion. Kangwoo frowns, realizing that was a heavy hit he barely blocked thanks to his defensive gear. He decides to end this fight quickly, stomping his foot down. He plants his feet firmly, shattering the ground beneath him. Unleashing an explosive power-up, the devastating technique cracks the entire battlefield before bursting open as he chains his moves together. His mana overflows, unleashing his massive, raging heatwave skill. Like phoenix tails, massive blazing flames streak forward, catching everyone off guard. One defender raises a heavy shield, but those fireballs are relentless. They curve around on Kangwoo's command, targeting the defender from behind and forcing him to spin around in sheer panic. Another loud explosion echoes out. Screams of agony ring out as Renan's party gets blasted back, with Renan desperately shouting Kangwoo's name through the smoke. But Kangwoo is already lunging through the blast, leaving Renan with absolutely no time to react. He gnashes his teeth, face twisted in anger as the battle rages on. Renan is completely overwhelmed, forced to retreat step by step with no opening to strike back. He digs his heels and resetting his stance to charge forward. Kangwoo watches him approach, noting how the attack moves like a howling wind. Renan screams out the Arnan swordsmanship, first form Tempest Sweep, unleashing wild slashes everywhere while Kangwoo raises his defense. Activating his Iron Wall skill, Kangwoo easily deflects the onslaught and kicks Renan away. Renan stumbles back as Kangwoo stares at him, utterly bewildered. Honestly, who yells their attack names out loud mid-fight? It is pretty funny, but Renan is dead serious as he charges right back in. Renan swings his sword with everything he has, but Kangwoo easily leaps to the side. Renan refuses to back down, pressing the attack. He presses the assault, unleashing a barrage of incredibly heavy slashes. Kangwoo is pushed back, forced onto the defensive. He keeps backing away, dodging every lethal arc of the sword until Renan brings his blade down. The heavy strike blows up the ground, but Kangwoo easily evades it while analyzing his opponent. This kid is genuinely strong. Without his fifth awakening, Kangwoo knows he might actually have been in real trouble here. Renan pants, heavily laughing as he mocks the evil demon. But instead of being annoyed, Kangwoo feels thrilled. Renan is just too honest of a fighter. Shouting out a fake slash, Kangwoo immediately charges straight forward. He forces Renan to raise his sword defensively, but Kangwoo has other plans. He suddenly shifts his trajectory, delivering a brutal low kick that shatters Renan's leg. Renan's face goes pale as he trembles in absolute agony. Barely able to stand, Renan stammers out, questioning why he kicked after shouting slash. Kangwoo just laughs internally, mocking the boy for being so incredibly naive. What an idiot, he thinks. Nearby, the girl screams Renan's name in pure panic. Exhausted and panting, Renan begs his team to run, realizing they stand absolutely no chance. Kangwoo sneers, noting that running is indeed smart, but the battle ended the moment his leg broke. Refusing to abandon their leader, the girl cries out that they cannot possibly leave him behind. Renan insists he is fine, begging them to save themselves and protect the Arnan Empire while Kangwoo watches utterly speechless. Exasperated, Kangwoo kicks him mockingly, repeating Reynold's heroic sacrifice speech about the Arnan Empire depending on everyone else now. He tells them to just run, while he bravely dies, leaving Reynold writhing helplessly on the ground. Groaning on the dirt, Reynold curses under his breath. Kangwoo stands over him, his cold voice dripping with menace as he suggests they finally wrap things up. For him, combat has always been simple. He hunts and kills purely to survive. Down in hell, there is no room for sympathy, mercy, or anger. Emotions are just a useless luxury. He swings his hand to strike. But before he can strike Reynold down, Reyna suddenly steps in to block him. Kangwoo stares at her completely baffled. Reyna desperately begs him, crying out for him to spare Reynold instead of taking his life. She offers her own life, screaming that if their brave hero Reynold dies, the entire Arnan Empire will collapse. Hearing this, Reynold looks up with tears in his eyes, deeply moved by her devotion. Reyna keeps weeping with pleading eyes, begging him to save the ultimate hope of the Arnan Empire, who also happens to be the man she loves most. Reynold looks back at her with a highly conflicted gaze, repeatedly calling her name. But Reyna completely ignores his protests, turning back to plead with Kangwoo. She even apologizes to Prince Reynold for confessing her deep love in such a desperate state, admitting she has to speak now or she might never get another chance. She vows to offer her own life and do absolutely anything Kangwoo demands. While Reynold desperately shouts for her to stop, she ignores him, begging on her knees for the prince's life. Watching this dramatic lovers scene unfold, Kangwoo simply smirks and mockingly asks if they are seriously doing this right now. Reyna stares in absolute disbelief, whispering what? Kangwoo sighs, telling her she has been spouting absolute nonsense. He scoffs at the idea of some empire collapsing and losing all hope just because this one guy dies. He glares at them with pure contempt. It has absolutely nothing to do with him and he does not care. After all, they were the ones who picked this fight first. If the tables were turned and he was the one losing, would they have ever shown him a single ounce of mercy? Looking at their stunned faces, he scoffs. He tells them that if they raise weapons to kill, they must be prepared to die on the battlefield. He demands they throw away their pathetic dramatic emotions. He tells the brats to stop acting like they are in some cheap television drama. His face twisted in pure disgust, he glares down at them while Reyna stammers in fear. Reynold spits out his hatred, calling him a disgusting monster. Kangwoo just repeats the word with a cold smirk, wondering what is actually disgusting here. Is it not far more disgusting for an entire group to gang up on one person? Clenching his fists, he decides to skip the talking. He tells them he will end this quickly, delivering a swift death. But just as he prepares to strike, a system notification suddenly flashes before his eyes. It warns that foreign entities besides his summon have been detected in this zone. The Gaia system initiates an immediate purge of all unauthorized intruders. As Reynold and Reyna start to fade into thin air, Reynold gasps in confusion while a frustrated Kangwoo lunges forward. He throws a punch, screaming that he will not let them escape. That shiny high-tier gear of theirs is his prize. They came from another world, which means killing them has absolutely zero consequences. He absolutely cannot let such a massive jackpot slip right through his fingers. But right then, the system alerts chime once more. The Gaia system has successfully deported all foreign entities. Grabbing nothing but empty air, Kangwoo curses under his breath, completely furious that his loot just vanished. Silence returns to the area. He groans at how pointless that was, but wait, a sudden, terrifying realization hits him. Whirling around with wide eyes, he checks on his dragon. He lets out a massive sigh of relief. Thankfully, his summoned dragon is still right there. He leaps down from the rocky ledge, lost in thought. He wonders what this Gaia system actually is. Is it some kind of planetary defense mechanism designed to block dimensional intruders? He remembers seeing notifications about it when he first returned. Back then, the system had announced that a multi-dimensional defense protocol was active, but fully sealing the dimensional crack was impossible. He realizes this system cannot operate completely on its own. He begins to piece together the connection between this system and the recent monster outbreaks. Could the sudden arrival of these hellish beasts be linked to all this chaos? He recalls they first started showing up. They started appearing about 3 weeks ago. Wait, if that is the timeline. If it matches that exact period, does that mean this is actually his fault? Cold sweat drips down. Recalling his reckless actions, he shudders. But overthinking it now will not solve anything. Seriously, he just wanted to escape hell, so he could eat some delicious kimchi stew. What is he supposed to do now? Is there even a way to fix this mess? Behind him, Echidna. Suddenly, Echidna pipes up, asking if those bad people are finally gone. Snapping out of his thoughts, he stammers a quick reply. She looks at him with pure gratitude, thanking him. He scratches his head, telling her it was no big deal. Brooding over the system won't give him any real answers anyway. He gently pats her, telling her to rest while he heals her wounds first. Echidna stammers out her heartfelt thanks as Kangwoo steps closer, warmly reminding her that as her master, taking care of her is his job. He decides he needs to carefully organize all this new information. Looking up at her massive towering frame, he asks if she can shrink her body down to a manageable size. Echidna happily chirps that she can do that easily, prompting him to gently pat her nose. He thanks her, then asks what exactly this place called Airnor is. Echidna explains that Airnor is a continent in another world where the mighty Arnon Empire stands as the largest nation. It is a magical realm teeming with elemental spirits, monsters, and legendary dragons. Kangwoo ponders this deeply. So all these non-demonic beasts must have slipped through from Airnor as well. That certainly explains a lot. Echidna looks up at him with wide, innocent eyes, asking where they are heading next. He smiles, telling her they are heading back to his place, though he secretly notes it is not really his home. Confused, she asks if a residence is like a dragon nest. Kangwoo chuckles awkwardly. He tells her she can call it a nest if she wants, thinking it actually sounds kind of nice. Echidna beams with joy, thanking him. She gets incredibly bashful, deeply touched that he is willing to share his nest. It has been ages since anyone offered her a home. While driving, he gently remarks that she must have been terribly lonely. Echidna softly nods, beginning to share her lonely past. She lived with her father until he suddenly abandoned her. When Kangwoo asks how he could just vanish, she simply nods, saying she ended up spending most of her time alone. She stayed in her lair, reading books all by herself. Kangwoo feels a wave of sympathy, imagining how lonely she must have been. Echidna agrees, admitting she was incredibly isolated until someone suddenly barged in on her. She says someone broke in while she was there. Kangwoo quickly asks if it was genuine, but she sadly shakes her head, muttering that she truly did nothing wrong. She insists she did not cause any droughts or plagues. She kept telling them she was innocent, but absolutely nobody believed her. Kangwoo looks at her in silence. His face softens with pity. Seeing her shake with that tearful look, he watches Echidna sniffle. Looking up, she asks if her master believes her. Kangwoo feels deeply moved. That desperate look is all too familiar to him, reminding him of his own past. From what he can remember, his early days were rough. Growing up in an orphanage, the simple hope of meeting his parents felt like an impossible luxury. All he ever wanted was to be loved, cared for, and to have someone acknowledge his existence. He used to tell people to throw away those cheesy emotional tropes shown on television. Yet deep down, he realizes he is no different from them. Patting the little dragon's head to comfort her, Kangwoo speaks up, promising that even if the whole world turns against her, he will still stand by her side. He promises he will always believe in her, gently wiping away the tears still lingering on Echidna's eyelids. He gazes at her for a long moment before turning his eyes back to the road. He focuses on driving. A bright smile forms on his face as Echidna happily cheers along the way. She keeps chanting his name, promising she will never forget it. Meanwhile, back at Seola's house, everything is peaceful. Seola is holding the little dragon in her arms with absolute joy. She hugs her so tightly that Echidna squeals for help, begging Kangwoo to save her from the tight squeeze. Seola gushes over how adorable Echidna is, while Kangwoo deliberately avoids his summon's desperate gaze. Stuffing his face with food, he admits he is surprised she accepted her so quickly, considering Echidna is technically a monster. Seola gasps, asking how anyone could reject such an incredibly cute summoned creature. She squeezes the tiny dragon even tighter, completely smitten. Coaxing her baby dragon, she declares that cuteness is absolute truth. Kangwoo just watches her while eating. He wonders if Echidna's power scaled down with her size. Suddenly breaking free from Seola's tight grip, the panicked dragon runs to him, crying that the scary human is trying to trap her again. Kangwoo turns to Seola to change the subject. He asks how the team is doing and if their leveling is going smoothly. Seola smiles warmly, assuring him everything is great. Their levels are rising so fast that she expects them to complete their third awakening soon. They will be entering rank C gates in no time, all thanks to his help. Kangwoo pauses mid-bite and looks up in confusion as Seola continues to express her gratitude. She tells him he helped put together an amazing team and his guidance was incredibly valuable. Without him, she could never have dreamed of living such a wonderful life. She smiles softly, full of warmth. She thanks him deeply, which leaves Kangwoo feeling incredibly moved. Realizing what it feels like to be truly appreciated, he smiles warmly and says he should be the one thanking her. Deep down, he admits this feeling is actually pretty amazing. That is when Seola makes a sweet suggestion. She asks if she can take Echidna to bed. He stammers a quick yes, telling her to go ahead, while secretly feeling a strange pang of jealousy. Soon the next morning arrives. Bright sunlight shines directly into Kangwoo's eyes as he blinks awake. He feels completely exhausted, wondering why he is so unusually tired. Just then, Seola finishes cooking. She finishes cooking breakfast and greets him. Scratching his head groggily, he mumbles good morning. She notes with concern that he is up much later than usual. He admits he feels incredibly drained. Seola immediately asks if he is okay as he stretches his stiff, exhausted body. He reassures her that he will be fine. Sitting nearby and eating breakfast, Echidna suddenly chimes in to ask if her master slept well. Kangwoo hesitates, stammering a bit. He mumbles that it was fine, his eyes wide with exhaustion. Echidna cheerfully compliments Seola on the delicious food, making the girl beam with joy. Seola sets down a pot, asking if she wants more. Kangwoo watches in absolute horror as Echidna begs for another serving. He stares at the little girl next to him, utterly stunned. He demands to know what happened to her appearance. Seola is also taken aback, asking if she can actually shapeshift. Kangwoo turns to Echidna and asks if she can really transform herself. Echidna explains that she is not really sure. She felt a strange sensation while sleeping and woke up looking like this. Kangwoo slowly processes the situation. He wonders why she felt something strange while asleep. He suspects it has something to do with why he woke up feeling completely drained. He desperately hopes she can revert to her dragon form and that her powers are sealed just like his. If she cannot transform back, things will get highly complicated. Breaking the silence, he suddenly speaks up. He asks Echidna if she can transform back into her original dragon form. As she shifts, two massive wings burst out, completely shocking him. He screams out in terror. He tells her to stop as the windows shatter. The glass shatters into pieces from her sudden, chaotic transformation. Dazed by the damage, Kangwoo asks if she means her size remains the same in both human and dragon form. Sniffling, Echidna quietly apologizes without making eye contact. Seola gently pats her head, reassuring the little dragon that it is okay because she did not know any better. Still, she warns her to never transform inside the house again. Echidna nods obediently while sniffling. Sighing, Kangwoo tells her she needs to get used to living like a human. Now that she has stopped crying, he realizes her speech has improved. He figures she was influenced by him after becoming his summon, which explains why she speaks human language so well now. Turning to Seola with puppy dog eyes, the girl asks if she should bring some rocks to fix her nest. Seola chuckles awkwardly, saying that will not be necessary. Watching her pout, Kangwoo realizes keeping her in human form makes it much easier to take her out. She mentions calling a repairman and suggests going clothes shopping. When he looks up in confusion, Seola happily explains she wants to get some new outfits for Echidna, since her own old childhood clothes do not fit. Kangwoo asks where they are heading and Seola mentions a massive shopping mall nearby. Her eyes light up with excitement as she explains her plan. She warmly invites Kangwoo to join them and Echidna sits right next to her, eyes sparkling at the thought of a fun trip. Staring at their hopeful, pleading faces, he feels incredibly awkward and hesitates, saying it might be a bit difficult today. Seola sadly asks if he has to hunt again and suggests taking a rest. Echidna chimes in asking why he cannot join. Kangwoo awkwardly chuckles, clarifying that he is not actually going hunting today. He explains he must visit a certain building today. Inside, a woman asks if he really opened a dimensional gate to a continent called Airnor and summoned a dragon as his subordinate. Kangwoo barely looks up from his phone. He casually confirms it. She then asks if those other intruders wandered over from Airnor because of a glitch in the Gaia system. He gives another lazy nod, making Cha Yeonjo sigh. Since his dragon subordinate has taken human form, she realizes he wants them to forge a government identification card. Kangwoo keeps his eyes glued to his screen. He remarks on how surprisingly quick-witted she is, which immediately earns him an annoyed glare. Cha Yeonjo demands to know what he means by that, but he shifts the subject. He asks if she knows anything about the Gaia system. Sipping her tea, Cha Yeonjo admits she has never heard of it before, still shocked he actually summoned a dragon. She questions who he really is to have such an insane familiar. Kangwoo just stares at a picture on his screen. He lets out a quiet chuckle while texting back. He points out that asking this now is a bit late. Cha Yeonjo sighs, wondering who she has been helping. He eagerly asks if she can do it. Cha Yeonjo sighs and tells him to send the photo. He offers a cheerful thank you before adding that he has one more favor. Cha Yeonjo frowns at his endless demands, but he quickly requests access to an S-rank gate just as a voice interrupts. A voice outside asks to come in. He looks toward the door as Baek Hwaeon walks into the room. She firmly tells Cha Yeonjo that they have urgent matters to discuss. Kangwoo watches her quietly, wondering about her sudden arrival. He wonders why the Hwarang squad commander is here. Baek Hwaeon apologizes for interrupting when she notices he has a guest, but Cha Yeonjo quickly stands up and assures her they are already finished. Baek Hwaeon is relieved and asks if the guy is a new recruit they are sponsoring. Sitting nearby, Kangwoo mentally assures himself that he has not done anything illegal lately. Cha Yeonjo gives a tired look, introducing him as an independent collaborator rather than a guild member. Baek Hwaeon calmly extends her hand and introduces herself as Baek Hwaeon. the tactical commander of the 3rd Hwarang Squad. Kangwoo awkwardly introduces himself, silently complaining to himself about the sheer headache of having the Red Rose Guild backing him up like this. Her expression softens as she remembers meeting him at the C-rank gate last time. This catches Cha Yeonjo by surprise. Cha Yeonjo asks if they have met, wondering if Kangwoo beat up guards. Baekhyun quickly defends him as polite, leaving Cha Yeonjo staring in disbelief. She rolls her eyes at the description. Kangwoo laughs, saying he is flattered by such high praise from a commander. Cha Yeonjo groans in disgust before asking him what he actually wanted to discuss. He smiles and asks if he can get an entry pass for the S-rank gate, leaving them stunned. They are completely shocked, and Cha Yeonjo puts her head in her hands. She collapses into her chair, demanding to know why he wants to target an S-rank gate. He quickly explains that while solo hunting is risky, bringing his new companion along makes it incredibly easy. Her eyes sharpen as she asks if he is aware of the terrifying monsters residing inside the Suwon S-rank gate. Of course, giant wyverns and massive ogres. And the terrifying deep lake monsters. Cha Yeonju warns him. Even when hunting there, he must absolutely stay away from the lake, and Kangwoo nods in agreement. He tells her not to worry, but Baekhyun is completely bewildered, wondering why on earth they are talking about an S-rank gate. She points out that just a few weeks ago he was only hunting in C-rank gates. Cha Yeonjo sighs, explaining that he is a complete anomaly. She tells Baekhyun to just trust his skills, feeling totally exhausted by his sheer confidence. Baekhyun wonders if he was hiding his true power back at the C-rank gate, but even national-level players try to avoid S-rank gates. She comments that Cha Yeonjo seems to have a real monster under her wing. Cha Yeonjo looks utterly defeated, muttering that she is not even sure who is holding whose leash anymore. Kangwoo announces he is leaving, asking if his requests are good to go. Cha Yeonjo looks up and confirms he can start hunting at the S-rank gate tomorrow, telling him to be careful. She warns him that even for someone of his level, that place is highly dangerous. He flashes a quick smile, promising to keep it in mind before heading out. Cha Yeonjo's expression immediately turns serious. She looks at Baekhyun warily, asking what brings her here, and if she found clues. Her gaze sharpens as she asks if they have finally tracked down the demon cultists. Closing her eyes, Baekhyun quietly replies that is not the case. Cha Yeonju's eyes shine with anticipation as her companion quickly speaks up about what she has been waiting for. That is correct, Hwaeon replies as they continue their secret discussion. Have you heard about our undercover agent inside the demonic cult? Cha Yeonjo admits she is genuinely surprised they pulled it off. Hwaeon explains the agent promised to hand over a video detailing the mutations at their next contact point, prompting Cha Yeonjo to question. A video? Why can they not just send it? Hwaeon looks flustered, explaining how tense things are with barely any contact lately, earning a sharp questioning stare from Cha Yeonju. After taking in the situation, Cha Yeonjo asks where they are meeting. Hwaeon quickly reveals it will happen tomorrow in Suwon Gyeonggi-do, leaving Cha Yeonjo to mumble the location. Suwon Gyeonggi-do. Something clicks in her mind, realizing this contact point is dangerously close to an S-rank gate. Ready to go hunting Tada Echidna. She excitedly bounces up and down, asking Kangwoo if her new outfit looks good on her. He compliments the girl, asking if she bought it at the convenience store with Seola yesterday. Echidna spins around happily, thanking Seola and cheering that Kangwoo loves her look. Seola smiles shyly, remarking that the adorable girl looks amazing in absolutely everything as Kangwoo ties up his shoes. He announces it is time to hunt. Seola stands inside, telling Kangwoo to stay safe as she watches them leave. With blushing cheeks, Seola wishes she were joining them. Meanwhile, Kangwoo strictly warns Echidna not to transform under any circumstances, and she obediently agrees, leaving Seola feeling a little left out. She wishes she could go along but wonders if her hunter rank is even high enough. Suddenly, Kangwoo cuts off her train of thought, causing Seola to jump. He casually asks if she is also planning to hunt today. A flustered Seola says yes, prompting him to make a friendly suggestion. He offers to join her party sometime soon, making Echidna jump in and eagerly ask if she can tag along too, only for Kangwoo to tease her. He jokingly says no, causing Echidna to pout and call him stingy. Seola warmly watches their playful banter. She smiles happily, telling him she is really looking forward to it. Kangwoo looks at her bright expression, thinking. He believes Seola has gathered enough combat experience and it is time for her to grow even stronger. He bids her farewell and Echidna chimes in. She cutely bids Seola goodbye as they head out. Over at the S-rank gate in Suwon, Kangwoo gives 3 strict warnings. First, she must avoid the lake crawling with dangerous monsters. Echidna obediently agrees. Second, while he buys time, she must not charge straight in but focus on supporting him instead. The excited girl salutes her master, ready to follow his plan as he delivers his final rule. Finally, she must never transform back into her true form to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Echidna eagerly agrees once more. With the instructions clear, Kangwoo kneels, placing his hands on the ground to unleash his next powerful skill. Activating his omnipresent power, red sensory threads spread everywhere to search the area. The targets are close, and he quickly spots a giant ogre lurking ahead. He decides to take things slow and steady, invoking a specialized temptation technique. Echidna catches a sweet scent in the air, prompting Kangwoo to give the signal. He tells Echidna to get ready, and she eagerly prepares as he raises his hand. Channeling the immense authority of Baphomet, a massive surge of demonic power erupts from him. A violent gust of wind explodes. Kangwoo immediately charges forward. Moving at lightning speed, he concentrates his power. He channels it into his fist and strikes. A massive impact rattles the area. Powerful shockwaves erupt from the clash. As their fists collide, Kangwoo stares down his massive opponent. He figures this beast must be at least S rank, especially since it endured his initial strike. However, a monster of this level is still something he can easily handle. The massive monster retaliates with a heavy punch. The blow shatters the ground, but he easily dodges the strike. He summons a dark spear, thrusting the weapon forward. It pierces the beast's throat, making it howl in agony before it snaps its jaws shut. The giant monster immediately reaches out to grab him. Echidna watches from behind. She unleashes her dark wind blades, slicing through the air. He batters the monster relentlessly, leaving it in absolute agony, while Kangwoo loosens his tight grip. Feeling hyped, he unleashes even more power, praising Echidna with a grin as the beast growls in rage. After a devastating blow lands straight on its skull, the massive creature shrieks in agony. Bolts of lightning strike it down, and a sudden system notification pops up before him. It says he defeated the giant ogre rank S. His experience points shoot up, and he gains a level after this intense battle. After that brutal clash, he wipes the sweat from his forehead, takes a deep breath, and steps onto the monster's corpse. He remembers people saying they only hunt in guilds or if they are above level 6.5. Since experience matches the difficulty, he leveled up from just 1 kill. Meanwhile, Echidna runs over. She runs toward him with pure excitement, asking if she did a good job. Kangwoo pats her head and praises her, saying she kept the ogre slow enough for him to strike. She smiles happily at his words. She admits she is surprised by her own strength, guessing it is because of her summoner. Kangwoo gets a bit flustered. He looks at her, realizing how powerful she is even without her true form. Once she regains her true form, their future hunts will be legendary. Suddenly, Echidna sniffs the air, smelling something delicious right before a loud shriek echoes. The sudden roar makes him look up, his face filled with complete shock. A massive flock of wyverns appears, and Kangwoo grabs Echidna. They must have been drawn here by the noise of the battle. He tells Echidna to hold on tight, and she quickly shuts her eyes as he scans the area for an escape. There are far too many of them, requiring a tactical retreat as he channels his power. His high-speed movement only works on flat ground, making him an easy target to intercept. Tightening his grip on Echidna, he makes a move. He leaps high into the air, manifesting a pair of energy wings to fly upwards. Below them, the swarm of monsters instantly gives chase. They fly fast, snapping their jaws at his wings, forcing him to accelerate. Looking back, he realizes they are incredibly fast, forcing him to dodge mid-air. Narrowly escaping their jaws, he remains confident he can lose them. But suddenly, Echidna reacts. Something feels like it is tearing open as she holds him, trembling. "My dress, Kangwoo, look at my dress." As she repeatedly shouts his name, a terrifying energy erupts from her body, startling him. He yells her name, but she only screams in pure fury. She yells that Kangwoo praised her dress. Then a giant claw slashes through the air. It tears through the monsters, making them shriek in agony as Echidna unleashes her true form. Her massive dragon form ruthlessly crushes the beasts, sending the remaining wyverns into a state of absolute panic. The beasts freeze in shock, then Echidna lunges forward. She snaps her jaws, savagely tearing them limb from limb. She tears them apart in a wild frenzy, leaving Kangwoo completely speechless. She brutally rampages through the monsters, causing system notifications to chime repeatedly. The screen says his subordinate has defeated a rank S wyvern over and over. Kangwoo watches this absolute chaos unfold before him. He smiles helplessly, thinking her raw power makes entire guilds look like a complete joke. System alerts continue to spam his vision as she easily slays another rank S wyvern, leaving him staring at her in shock. He realizes she is far stronger than he expected, and honestly, it is not even close, wondering if she might actually be. Another alert tells him she took down another rank S wyvern. He looks up at the roaring dragon. Is she actually stronger than him? Sometime later, the chaos finally settles down. Echidna wakes up in Kangwoo's arms. He asks if she is okay, and she blushes, stuttering to ask where they are. He tells her they are still inside. They are still inside the gate. Echidna immediately clings to his neck. She complains of feeling dizzy and completely drained. He gently nods, telling her he understands. She must have overexerted herself and passed out after transforming back. She tearfully looks down at herself. Seeing her ruined uniform makes her incredibly sad. He reassures her that it is fine, promising they can buy plenty of even better outfits that suit her. With teary eyes, she protests that these were the clothes he gave her. In response, Kangwoo puts on a stern face. He scolds her, warning her never to transform without permission again, as he dislikes people who lose control of their anger. Seeing his serious expression, China immediately looks away in regret. She apologizes, promising she will never do it again, and begging him not to abandon her. Hearing her plea, he sympathetically reaches out his hand. He gently pats her head, asking why she would ever think he would abandon her. He reminds her it is their first fight together and asks her not to do it again. China whimpers, clinging tightly to him. He blames himself for going a bit too far, even though his touch remains incredibly gentle. Promising to buy her new clothes, Echidna obediently nods while he reflects on the chaos of the battle. Losing his temper mid-fight is a serious issue he definitely needs to address, but at least the results are great. What satisfies him most is his level, jumping from level 41 all the way to 49. He knew she would be stronger once she returned to her original form, but he never expected her to wipe out so many wyverns all on her own. Kangwoo checks his own body. Even with his mana drained, his guess was right. Echidna can indeed transform into a human and grow even stronger than her original form. Since she accepted his mana after becoming his summoned beast, Echidna can now unleash far greater power by utilizing his own energy. If his own mana capacity increases, the amount of power she can wield will surely rise too. But Kangwoo suddenly feels uneasy and gently pats her head. It seems the physical toll on her body will also increase heavily. Suddenly, a massive roar echoes from right behind them. That roar can only mean giant orcs. Two massive ones, in fact. Fighting them without Echidna is tough, especially since he planned to call it a day here. Kangwoo walks over to a tree and sets Echidna down, his excitement showing. He is eager to fight, wanting to warm up. But before he can even move, two other guys step in and take care of the giant orcs before Kangwoo can touch them. One has dark skin. He has a combat-ready smirk, while the other radiates a bone-chilling, cold-blooded aura. Kangwoo just stares at them, completely dumbfounded by their sudden arrival. The guy in the floral shirt sighs in relief and greets him, asking if those two beasts were his prey. Kangwoo immediately raises his guard and shifts into a defensive stance, not knowing who these two are. The cold-blooded man beside the floral shirt guy scoffs, pointing out how exhausted Kangwoo looks and claiming they just saved him. Kangwoo silently analyzes their identities. One is Chae Min Haeuk, the leader of the notorious scamming Honorary Guild, and the other is Baek Kang-yoon, the leader of the top-ranked Hanan Guild. What a crazy coincidence. Running into two guild masters at once is the last thing he wanted when trying to keep a low profile. Baek Kang-yoon looks around cheerfully, noting that they seem to be entirely alone out here. His companion says he must be a newbie who entered after the level limit was lifted. Baek Kang-yoon walks over and throws his arm around Kangwoo's shoulder. He cheerfully offers to guide him to the exit, making Kangwoo flinch. Baek Kang-yoon then looks over toward Echidna, noting how exhausted they both seem. Kangwoo repeatedly declines, insisting he is perfectly fine and that they can protect themselves, so the two busy guild leaders should just head out. But Baek Kang-yoon refuses to let him go, asking if he is really going to be fine. Meanwhile, Chae Min Haeuk turns away to search the orc corpses for loot. Kangwoo groans inwardly at how annoying this guy is, but suddenly his gaze locks onto a strange object inside one of the fallen monsters as Baek Kang-yoon keeps trying to convince Kangwoo, reminding him this is an S-rank gate and he has a child with him. He insists he is not a bad guy, but Kangwoo only offers a wry smile, stating they have already helped him enough. Over by the corpses, Chae Min Haeuk bends down to pick up a strange stone lodged inside the orc's blood vessels. Kangwoo just scratches his head with a faint smile, telling him there is really nothing to worry about. After a bit more urging, Baek Kang-yoon finally gives up, and Kangwoo happily thanks him for understanding. After that strange encounter with the two guild masters, Chae Min Haeuk grows increasingly suspicious of this mysterious newcomer Kangwoo. The scene then shifts, and Kangwoo gently calls out to Echidna to wake her up. He cradles her in his arms, speaking softly. He tells her they are finally out and it is time to wake up, reminding her of his promise to buy her new clothes. The sleepy girl groggily agrees as Kangwoo pulls out his phone to check the map. So much has happened today with Echidna and those two rankers. He searches for the fastest route to the shopping mall, but the route shown looks a bit strange. With no other option, Kangwoo simply follows the phone's GPS. Since they are near an S-rank gate, the streets are completely empty. Suddenly, Echidna snaps awake, calls out to him, pointing her finger toward a dark alleyway. She whispers that she smells human blood coming from inside. This actually started a few days ago during a scouting mission by a mysterious young man. He had disguised himself to infiltrate the demonic sect. From what he witnessed inside, they are far more insane and ruthless than he ever imagined. He managed to record shocking footage while evading their watchful eyes, but due to a massive signal jammer, Set up to prevent any information leaks, he was completely unable to transmit the files. After sending a quick message to headquarters, requesting an urgent meeting, the surveillance around him tightened immediately, as if they were just waiting for him to make a move to corner him. Cutting back to the present, the blood-covered young man runs with the very last of his strength to escape, clutching his wounded stomach in sheer agony. He is at his limit, but he refuses to die here. The dying man tells himself that he has to deliver this data chip at all costs to Captain Beck. He pushes forward at all costs despite the brutal rib pain. The agony worsens, forcing him to collapse on the road as he gasps for air. He struggles to stand up, cursing his completely unresponsive body because he simply cannot afford to stop right here. Just one step, he tells himself. Even a single step will bring him closer to the gate. Right where the Hwarang squad is, just as Echidna arrives at that exact moment. She and Kangwoo show up right on time as she points. The girl spots the bloody young man and shouts to Kangwoo, who looks up dazed. The dying stranger reaches out and tightly grabs Kangwoo. Kangwoo stands there, totally confused as the young man desperately urges him on. Please take this, he begs, leaving Kangwoo quite curious. He asks if it is a data chip as the item changes hands. Instantly, the stranger collapses unconscious, leaving a very bewildered Kangwoo to kneel beside him. He shakes the body, calling out to see if he responds. Echidna cowers behind him, staring in terror while Kangwoo remains utterly clueless. He has no idea what message this chip holds as he raises his hand to examine it. Looking at the bloody, motionless body, he wonders what happened here. Why did he hand over this memory card? Kangwoo thinks as he gently touches his forehead. Activating his special all-seeing power, he tries to piece together the blurry bits of data. Faint details begin to emerge. He notes the man underwent his 6th awakening, meaning he is highly skilled. Only level 60 players who reach this tier are ever allowed to enter S-rank gates, which proves this guy did not just wander out of some ordinary portal. Standing up, Kangwoo carefully slides the memory card inside. Using his phone, he realizes this is his only clue. He opens the files to inspect what is inside. A single video file pops up on screen. Is that it? His eyes suddenly widen in surprise. He freezes completely, and things are about to get really weird. His entire body begins to shake uncontrollably as he stares at the screen. This sudden reaction completely baffles his companion. Echidna has no idea what is happening as his face flushes red. He realizes it is an adult movie, struggling to control his rising panic. Trying to suppress his blushing face, he wonders what the hell is going on. Why would someone hand this over with such dramatic resolve? He did not look like a pervert. Kangwoo stares intently. He tries to analyze if he missed some hidden message, but his face flushes again. His cheeks turn bright red as he keeps staring with pure excitement. It is his first time watching an adult video in 10,000 years, while Echidna tilts her head innocently. She asks what he is watching. Startled, he covers the screen and tries to act natural. He claims it is just critical evidence while desperately trying to stop his racing heart. Suddenly, a strange noise breaks the silence nearby. Bizarre figures suddenly rush in. They charge directly toward them, landing heavily on the ground one by one. They stand tall and block his path. Kangwoo steps back warily. Who are these creeps, he wonders as a red masked man appears. The masked intruder aggressively asks if he already watched the video. Kangwoo stands there frozen in shock. He is utterly dazed. Do these guys seriously know what he just watched right now? The leader threatens him directly, claiming they cannot let him live anymore since he saw the video. Kangwoo is completely lost. Since when did watching a simple adult movie carry a death penalty? The thugs demand answers. They call him shameless for pretending to be ignorant of his actions. Or maybe he just does not grasp the true value of that video. Kangwoo begins to sweat. His nerves tense up like crazy. What are these weirdos talking about? He carefully slips his phone away. Sliding the phone safely into his pocket, he realizes they are here to steal this valuable footage. He readies himself for battle with a look of absolute determination. How dare these fools try to take the very first adult video he has enjoyed in 10,000 years. No matter what, he will protect this treasure. Kangwoo coldly rejects them, refusing to hand it over as the enemies laugh and draw their weapons. They draw their weapons to strike. So you have finally shown your true colors, nothing left to say then. With that, the red demons unleash their skills straight at Kangwoo, screaming to kill him. But he is not about to back down, leaping right into the fray. Fighting back, Kangwoo uses his authority of defense, shattering their weapons with bare hands. He destroys the red demons' weapons in an instant. Next, he unleashes his authority of speed, throwing consecutive kicks to take them down one by one. It is ridiculously easy. The demon leader watches in horror. Terrified, he orders his men to release their true power. The sub-demons hesitate, protesting that doing so is too risky. But the leader completely loses his cool and screams, "If we don't, we are all dead." I have no idea where this bastard came from. Yet, facing off against Kangwoo and his overwhelming presence, they realize he is an absolute monster. He drives a devastating punch right into the leader's face, shattering his mask to pieces. Suddenly, Kangwoo freezes for a moment. His eyes widen in shock as Echidna watches anxiously. She calls out to ask what is happening. Kangwoo stops his attack suddenly on high guard. This energy the red demons are transforming. They take on a completely different monstrous form, growing highly aggressive and bearing their razor-sharp fangs. It is demonic energy, he realizes. Just as he suspected, these guys belong to the demon cult, forcibly transforming themselves into demons. Kangwoo grits his teeth in disgust. He lets out a heavy sigh, knowing torturing them will be useless if they lose their minds. Echidna gently warns him that they are extremely dangerous and offers to help. But before she can finish, Kangwoo cuts in to reassure her. No need to worry, Echidna. When it comes to dealing with these lowlifes, he tightly clenches his fist and unleashes a surge of terrifying power. I am the absolute best at it. Kangwoo stands completely unfazed. Even as the massive red demons charge forward, eager to tear him apart, he leaps high into the air, raising a sharp blade as he prepares to strike. One of the demons roars viciously, lashing out hungrily at Kangwoo. He immediately readies a devastating punch. His infinite fist lands a fatal blow right into its stomach, completely confident in his power. They were just low-level thugs. The demon shrieks in agony before falling lifeless to the ground. But knowing they still have demonic regeneration, Kangwoo moves like a devastating hurricane, leaving them no time to recover. He plans to hit them with enough force to put them down permanently. Every single demon that gets within his reach meets the exact same brutal end. He effortlessly takes their lives with absolute ease. With a swift swing of his arm, he slashes a demon's face before it can react. Another monster tries to seize the moment and sneak attacks him, but he quickly senses it spinning to dodge. Without hesitation, Kangwoo thrusts a lethal blow deep into the beast, catching it completely off guard. The sheer destructive power behind Kangwoo is completely beyond their wildest imagination. He effortlessly tears through every single strike the red demons throw at him. Watching his allies get slaughtered one by one, the leader breaks into a cold, frantic sweat. The remaining demons growl fiercely, hoping to intimidate Kangwoo a bit more, but his overwhelming, terrifying aura completely breaks their spirit, forcing them to flee like absolute cowards without looking back. Kangwoo merely lets out a cold smirk. He raises a finger, letting a single purple droplet drip from his nail to activate his earth-blessed skill. Trying to run now is a bit too late, he chuckles. The fleeing demons suddenly explode into tiny pieces in sheer agony. The demon leader cannot bear the sight. He weeps in sheer terror, screaming in absolute agony, but it is already too late. With the trash cleared out, Kangwoo leisurely withdraws his dark power and casually shoves his hands deep into his pockets, walking calmly past the bloody corpses scattered all over the ground. Kangwoo picks up a dropped phone, looking at it in complete confusion. What on earth is this, he wonders. No matter how he looks at it, it is just a highly questionable adult video, so why is the demon cult targeting it? His face suddenly flushes red, with half embarrassment and half curiosity. Is this really that important, he wonders. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, asking if this is the location. Baek Hwaeon urgently confirms to Cha Yeonjo, who is standing completely frozen on the greenhouse roof, looking down. Yes, the signal came from right here. Kangwoo panics, quickly hiding the phone screen from Cha Yeonjo's view. Meanwhile, Cha Yeonjo's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she mutters his name. Kangwoo, then she leaps right off the wall, landing smoothly on the ground. She adjusts her cap and demands to know what on earth he's doing here. Kangwoo discreetly slips the phone into his pocket, cautiously asking if she saw everything. Cha Yeonjo looks at him totally confused. Huh, she mutters. Kangwoo just laughs it off, saying it is nothing. Up on the roof, Baek Hwaeon looks down with a puzzled expression. Kangwoo's sudden voice makes Baek Hwaeon knit her brows. But what are you guys even doing here, Cha Yeonjo, he asks, reaching his hand out sincerely. Why is everyone suddenly gathering in this exact spot? Cha Yeonjo tries to act casual, replying that they are just on duty. Right then, Baek Hwaeon leaps down to join them, urgently asking him, Kangwoo, did you happen to come across a memory card containing a video? Kangwoo blinks, letting out a soft ah. He holds up the tiny memory card, asking if this is what they mean. Cha Yeonjo exhales, heavily, feeling an immense wave of relief wash over her. Yes, that is it, she tells him seriously. Hand it over to me right now. The footage on that card is extremely important to us. Kangwoo hesitates, tightly clutching the card in his palm. Is this really that important, he asks. Hearing this, Cha Yeonjo gets. She glares at him, saying she needs to use it right now, leaving Kangwoo completely red-faced. He stands there dazed, wondering what on earth she needs to use it for as his face turns bright red. He stutters, asking if she means right now. Cha Yeonjo sighs in exhaustion, demanding he hand it over. With a soft cough, Kangwoo finally surrenders the memory card, telling her here it is. He looks at her suspiciously, unable to stop his mind from wandering. He is pretty sure Cha Yunju is not actually looking for adult videos, but there must be some wild secrets hidden inside. Meanwhile, Cha Yunju carefully inserts the memory card into a USB reader. Since things have escalated to this point, she makes a straightforward proposal that makes his face go pale. She tells him to watch it together since he will have to find out eventually. Kangwoo awkwardly looks away nervously, thinking that whatever this big secret is, it is still a bit too much. Suddenly, Cha Yunju speaks up, asking Baek Hwaeon about the status of the other agent. Baek Hwaeon looks down at the body on the floor and quietly replies that he is dead. She then carefully covers the man's face and softly calls out Kangwoo's name. Baek Hwaeon slowly stands up, seriously asking him if he can explain what exactly happened here in this place. Kangwoo pretends to scratch his head, acting like he is completely in the dark, claiming he is not sure what happened either. Baek Hwaeon still keeps probing, asking if these guys attacked him the second he received the memory card. Kangwoo honestly replies that they did, but other than that he has no further explanation. She pauses, guessing that his presence here is probably just a coincidence. Baek Hwaeon calmly says that since he ended up working with them anyway, they might as well watch the video together. Right then, Cha Yeonjo's cheeks flush bright red and she quickly pulls her cap down to hide her face. Furious, she thrusts forward her phone containing the adult video, screaming, "What on earth is this, Kangwoo?" Her hands tremble violently in shock. She screams that he swapped it and calls him a complete bastard. Kangwoo covers his mouth, turning away while gently covering Echidna's eyes, calmly defending himself that he is completely innocent. Baek Hwaeon rests her chin, assessing that the video is fake, but Cha Yeonjo is not convinced, asking if it is really a fake. Baek Hwaeon nods, explaining they must take it back to headquarters for decryption to reveal the real content. Extremely embarrassed, Cha Yeonjo demands to know. It actually made perfect sense. The original video had to be connected to the demon cult. They were supposed to swap files right here, but the plan completely blew up. Cha Yeonju finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. Woo, but is there any other advice? Baek Hwaeon patiently answers that while animal documentaries work, using adult videos is by far the best cover. Hearing that, Cha Yeonjo completely explodes. In a burst of pure rage, she points a finger and scolds, Kangwoo. Okay, you watched it right, so why didn't you warn me? He lets out an innocent cough, saying she told him she needed it urgently. She snaps, cutting him off, "Need what, you complete idiot." Suddenly, Echidna rushes out. She shields Kangwoo from Cha Yeonjo. Even though the little girl is so terrified that she squeezes her eyes shut, she is determined to protect him. "Don't be so rude to Kangwoo." Cha Yeonjo stares back, totally confused. Now that she looks closer, who even is this kid? Kangwoo gently pats her head and casually introduces her as the subordinate he mentioned before. Cha Yeonju is still highly skeptical. "A little kid is your subordinate?" she asks. In her mind, she pictures a devious Kangwoo riding some terrifying chimera beast that is half skull and half goat. She pouts, saying Echidna looks like an ordinary child. Kangwoo can only sigh in complete defeat. "What kind of person do you think I am?" he asks. Just then, Baek Hwaeon chimes in. She reveals she just got off the phone with headquarters. Since the agent was killed, they must analyze the video content as quickly as possible. She urges them to head straight to the Suwon Station branch to decode it. The scene shifts to the Hwarang Corps headquarters. Inside the base, a commanding voice booms out, ordering all units to stand at attention. Baek Hwaeon leads the way. She turns to her subordinate, asking Captain Park Jun-suk if all the night shift field agents are accounted for. Jun-suk bows respectfully, confirming a full head count of 30 with 0 casualties. She nods casually before addressing the crowd. As the mood grows heavy, she announces that Agent Kang Don-hoon has fallen in the line of duty. To ensure their comrade did not die in vain, everyone must give their absolute all to complete this mission. Then she lowers her voice to address Captain Park. She orders him to contact the families of the fallen and guarantee they get full compensation. Those who serve the nation must be taken care of. Her team salutes in unison. Watching this, Kangwoo silently admires how she was truly born to be a leader. Baek Hwaeon then turns back to Jun-suk. She tells him they successfully retrieved the encrypted chip, so they must decode the footage immediately and prepare a briefing in the interrogation room. Jun-suk salutes, promising to get right on it. That is when Baek Hwaeon brings up another matter. She asks if she can speak with General Jang Hyun-jae right away. Jun-suk politely explains that the general is currently overseas in Japan investigating an urgent SS-Rank gate, making him completely unreachable. Baek Hwaeon nods silently, realizing she is on her own. This man is her direct superior and the top authority in their organization. He holds absolute authority over the Hwarang Corps. In fact, he is so immensely powerful that aside from Baek Kang-hyun, literally no one in the entire country dares to stand against him. Baek Hwaeon lets out a tired sigh. If only the general were here, they might have saved him. She tells everyone to head straight to the investigation room to decode the footage. But now watch as things get weird. The projector screen suddenly flickers to life. It displays a highly mysterious and unsettling video, setting a terrifying mood. Surrounded by glowing candles, a mysterious figure stands silently in a highly commanding position. Another person enters and bows, deeply addressing him as the cardinal. The leader slowly turns, revealing a terrifying red demon mask and casting a cold, piercing glare. He gives a silent nod, prompting his subordinate to deliver the report. The preparations for the grand summoning ritual are almost complete. Hearing this, the masked leader turns and looks down at him, demanding to know how much time is left. Kneeling on the stairs, the subordinate answers that it will take 4 weeks or perhaps just 3 if they push the pace. The leader absorbs this news. He asks if they secured the funding. The subordinate proudly replies that because of their massive scale, most of the tribute items they receive are grade 8 or higher. He then slowly raises his head. With a sinister grin, the subordinate boasts that their grand dream is finally within reach. He even starts fantasizing about receiving a massive reward from the High Council if this operation goes smoothly. But the masked leader immediately cuts him off harshly, telling him to hold his tongue. He scolds him directly, asking how he can celebrate success when this is only the very first step of their plan. And yet the subordinate is already getting ahead of himself. Basked in his own sense of achievement, the subordinate realizes he made a big mistake. He repeatedly begs for forgiveness, admitting his foolishness. The leader slowly steps over, warning him that they still have a long way to go before reaching their goals. With that weak mindset, we will never succeed. The flustered subordinate promises to correct his attitude immediately. Standing right in front of the hidden camera, the leader slowly delivers a chilling warning: until all the summoning preparations are complete, you better keep your mouth shut. Nothing is worse than getting lost in empty delusions. The subordinate quickly complies, but then he suddenly raises his eyes. He stares directly into the camera that is recording them, speaking with a cold calmness as he tilts his head in a threatening way. Staring right through the lens, he remarks that they have a rat watching them. Bai Kuei-on hosting. The meaning explains that the footage cuts off right there. Meanwhile, Kangwoo stands with his arms crossed, silently deep in thought. That masked figure is the bastard recruiting people into the demon cult, the Cardinal. Judging by the scale of this operation, he is definitely not acting alone. They even mention his summoning ritual and another massive guild. His eyes suddenly darken at the thought. Based on this, Kangwoo deduces 3 possibilities, starting with his first conspiracy theory. If that masked man with the star-shaped mask is called a cardinal, then there must be someone else holding even more colossal power. Next, he imagines a second-dimensional crack, suggesting they are preparing to summon something from Earth. Finally, he considers the possibility of guilds conspiring together, meaning a massive association is backing them from behind. Kangwoo speaks up with a serious tone. Right now, I guess we have no choice but to investigate the major guilds. Bai Kuei-on immediately asks why, and he answers in a heartbeat. Since their spy was caught, they will do everything they can to cover up their summoning plans. Kangwoo warns. We no longer have any intelligence source left, so it will definitely be extremely difficult to extract any more information about the main organization. He frankly shares his view that the only thing they can do is find out which guild is supporting them. Of course, excluding the Red Rose Guild, which is working with the government to hunt down the demon cult. Bai Kuei-on looks at Kangwoo with admiring eyes. Her endless praise makes him puff up with pride. Kangwoo, are you an expert in this field? Is it just a coincidence? Your deduction is so fast. Cha Yeonjo looks visibly disgusted and throws cold water on him, saying he is always like that, quick-minded but clearly cunning. She slumps onto the table, complaining about how they can find that guild when even the government struggles to investigate them. Bai Kuei-on closes her laptop, genuinely trying to find a solution. Messing with major guilds is a real headache, and using force to investigate will only create unnecessary friction. Out of nowhere, Kangwoo speaks up. There is a way. Cha Yeonju is curious, asking what it is. Smirking proudly, he says they just need to trap them. Those demon cult bastards target high-quality prey as offerings, right? Cha Yeonju is still stuck in her gloom, sighing that it is true, which is why they lost so many rookies. Seeing Cha Yeonjo like this, Kangwoo feels quite awkward, wondering if he brought up a sensitive topic. She quickly waves her hands to deny it, telling him to go on. Kangwoo smirks confidently as he continues his explanation, revealing that the main bait for this plan is those rookies. Their targets are low-level players who possess high-tier superpowers. Bai Kuei-on frowns, resting her chin on her hand. Recently, there have been many self-staged incidents at low-level gates, and the number of missing people has risen at an alarming rate. Kangwoo gently agrees, pointing out they can easily spread a rumor. With a dark, intense look on his face and a fierce aura, he looks at them and says that a low-level gate has an extremely talented player who is at least S-rank. They can easily fabricate a rumor like that. In Kangwoo's mind at this moment, he is already imagining a fish taking the bait. He excitedly suggests telling people that even the Red Rose Guild is eyeing them. Since the enemy will fear losing such a prime target to someone else, they will act immediately. Bai Huiyan nods, but she still hesitates. It is a good idea, but since they have been set up once, are we sure they will act so rashly? That damn cardinal seems extremely cautious. Kangwoo lowers his head with a grim expression, keeping a terrifying attitude, saying they will definitely act. Cha Yeonjo is shocked and asks how he knows. Kangwoo coldly flashes a smile because they are the demon cult wolves that cannot control their hunger for power. He clenches his trembling hand, with excitement thinking to himself that the closer they get to becoming demons, the more they will crave power. Once they inject demonic energy, resisting temptation is impossible. Kangwoo then flashes a cheerful smile at Bai Huiyan, saying that even if they are cautious, they cannot possibly erase every single trace. However, she still has some doubts, noting that despite active patrols, there is no sign these self-staged incidents are decreasing. Meanwhile, Cha Yeonjo completely agrees with his plan, saying they should definitely give it a shot. She wonders who they will use as bait, perhaps a low-level player with high-tier powers who is already famous or a major guild member. She raises an eyebrow, adding that they can forget about using members from her guild. Cha Yeonjo looks at Kangwoo, admitting that although it is selfish, she will not risk her people unless they are directly fighting. He quickly reassures her, saying he understands she needs to conserve her forces. Kangwoo grins mischievously, his aura turning strangely dark. As for the bait, he knows someone absolutely perfect for the role. The scene then shifts to Kim Si-hoon, who is slinging his jacket over his shoulder, walking home warily. Inside his house, there is a woman lying completely motionless on a mattress, showing no signs of life whatsoever. Kim Si-hoon sits slumped right beside her, holding her hand tightly. Suddenly, Kim's eyes flash with a coldness that is hard to hide. No one knows what dangerous plans he is plotting in this small, warm room. As golden sunlight streams in, Kim Si-hoon sits dazed in front of the gray-haired woman, his eyes turning completely lifeless. He gently cradles her hand as the entire room completely sinks into a deep, profound sadness. At this moment, Kangwoo is using binoculars to watch Kim Si-hoon from the opposite rooftop. He groans, "Oh man, that idiot Kim Si-hoon." With tears welling up in his eyes, he thinks that since Kim Si-hoon takes care of his sick mother every night, he deserves to be the protagonist. He then checks his phone, noting that the response is actually much better than expected as he scrolls through the screen. Most of it is news about Kim Si-hoon. A week after launching the bait plan, the rumors are spreading faster than he anticipated. He thinks with satisfaction that while it is not exploding like a rocket, it is still growing steadily. At the same time, down on the street, a few passers-by are chatting. One asks if they heard about Kim Si-hoon, and the other asks who that is, learning he is a famous rookie. The friend replies that he is probably no match for Bai Huiyan anyway. Kangwoo watches them, thinking there is only one person on their side who could spread rumors this fast. Elsewhere, a hand rapidly types on a keyboard with a voice saying that they can create some noise with just this. Kangwoo silently prays that if anyone in his group knows about Kim Si-hoon, they will just pretend otherwise. He suddenly realizes it must be that guy he saw earlier, the head of the Red Rose Human Resources Department, Park Hyun-woo. Kangwoo calculates. Bai Huiyan is too straightforward to do this, and Cha Yeonjo probably just gave the order. Suddenly, Kim Si-hoon opens the door and steps out. Kangwoo quickly goes into tracking mode, noting that he is on the move. He decides it is time to start moving too. At Mokdong C-Rank Gate, Kim Si-hoon friendly approaches and greets everyone, announcing that he has finally arrived. Kang Tae-soo happily welcomes him back while Choi Eun-bi excitedly waves. Han Ga-eun gently tilts her head with a sweet smile. Amidst the busy crowd, Kim Si-hoon anxiously asks Ga-eun if something is bothering her or if she is all right. Kang Tae-soo immediately speaks up about that, beginning to explain gloomily. Kangwoo is usually incredibly busy, but he has not been home for a whole week now. Meanwhile, nearby a hunter hesitantly approaches a guy wearing a bizarre iron helmet, asking if he wants to form a party. The helmeted hunter flatly refuses, saying he already has other plans. Watching this, Kim Si-hoon wonders why nobody can get in touch with him, while Han Solo looks down dejectedly. With a sad expression, she explains that it is not like they cannot reach him. They text and call him every single day, but he just seems to have vanished somewhere. Kim Si-hoon awkwardly scratches his head, noting that it does not seem like anything bad happened inside the gate, but even when pressed, he just keeps avoiding the subject. Kang Tae-soo grunts while Choi Eun-bi gently tries to comfort her. The young girl tries her absolute best to soothe Han Seola, telling her not to worry and that he probably has a good reason for staying away, though he really should come back soon. Han Seola lets out a heavy sigh. Perhaps she suddenly wonders, just maybe, has he grown tired of my cooking? Choi Eun-bi is completely startled by this, while Han Solo looks even more depressed. Her mind is flooded with negative thoughts, wondering if he is avoiding home because of her food or if he has fallen for another girl. Choi Eun-bi immediately pats her shoulder. She tries to reassure her, saying there is absolutely no way he would look at another girl when he has someone as beautiful as her. In fact, she thinks it might be the exact opposite. Han Seola is surprised. Choi Eun-bi gets a dreamy, drooling expression, imagining how exciting it must be for a young guy like Oh Kangwoo to live under the same roof with such a stunning woman. Hearing this, Kim Si-hoon delivers a swift chop to the top of Choi Eun-bi's head to shut her up. He tells Han Seola to ignore her and shares his honest thoughts. He is certain Oh Kangwoo has his own reasons, reminding them that unlike their group, he is a high-level player. Choi Eun-bi takes off her helmet and naively asks Kang Tae-soo if his head is bruised from the hit. He inspects it carefully and says no. Han Seola feels slightly comforted by this, offering a soft smile as she agrees with Kim Si-hoon. Kim Si-hoon gently encourages her, saying he understands her frustration, but the best thing they can do right now is focus on getting stronger. That is the only way they can stand by Oh Kangwoo's side as soon as possible. Hearing those words, Han Seola feels a surge of motivation and clears her mind. She politely suggests they head inside, and everyone agrees in unison. "Let us go," Kang Tae-soo yells out. He eagerly throws his arms in the air, shouting that it is time to hunt. Right behind them, the person in the strange iron helmet has been watching their every move. He mutters to himself, wondering if they have already reached the C-rank gate before lifting his mask. The man underneath is indeed Oh Kangwoo. He thinks to himself with deep satisfaction that while it is truly impressive they have hit level 20 and completed their third awakening, it is still not quite enough, though their speed is highly respectable. Suddenly, a man nearby mentions, smelling dried chili. Oh Kangwoo takes off his helmet with a sigh. He feels incredibly helpless. It has already been a week since he last went home, and he recalls Han Seola's words about how incredibly fast they are progressing thanks to him. He feels a wave of guilt realizing how much she is struggling, but he quickly tries to shake off the thought. Meanwhile, Echidna is curled up in her bed with teary eyes burying her face into her pillow. She whines, asking where her master is, while her mother tries her best to comfort her. She gently coaxes her to eat some fruit, but Oh Kangwoo knows it is not just Han Seola who is struggling. Since he is the only one Echidna can rely on, she must be having an even harder time. Oh Kangwoo scratches his head in frustration. He has not been able to eat or sleep properly either. He grits his teeth, wanting to get this over with quickly. Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoon's party has already engaged in battle with the monsters. Kang Tae-soo firmly raises his heavy shield to block a massive strike from a ferocious beast. The monster punches the shield hard, making him grunt from the impact. He grimaces but holds his ground to keep everyone safe, muttering that the beast is stupidly strong. He patiently waits for the perfect moment. Before suddenly pushing his shield forward to counter, the beast is caught completely off guard and loses its footing, stumbling backward. Kang Tae-soo swiftly pulls his shield to the side and shouts for Kim Si-hoon to strike now. Kim Si-hoon raises his sword to execute his soaring dragon technique. From behind, Han Seola quickly casts a support spell to buff him. For his second move, Kim Si-hoon charges ahead to deliver a lethal stab. The first form of the flying dragon pierces the 15-point monster with incredible ease. It shrieks in agony as its lower body begins to turn to dust, but it still manages to spit out a massive chunk of blood, glaring with pure rage as it seeks revenge. Locking its eyes on Kim Si-hoon, it lunges forward to tear him apart, but he instantly counters with his lightning spear, and in a split second, the beast's entire body is struck by powerful electric bolts, leaving it convulsing wildly until it finally burns to a crisp, releasing a thick cloud of dark smoke. Seeing the creature lie completely motionless on the ground, he lets out a sigh of relief and sheathes his sword. Kang Tae-soo cheers, celebrating their victory, while Choi Eun-bi holds up her staff to warn him not to let his guard down. Kang Tae-soo just laughs, saying it is definitely dead and they got the experience points anyway. Choi Eun-bi steps closer to remind him that even if they only defeat one, they must stay alert. Han Seola nods and speaks up with a serious expression. She agrees that the C-rank gate monsters are indeed quite strong. Kang Tae-soo admits that while 5 lizard men were easy, facing 3 of these beasts at once is incredibly dangerous, making him realize just how insane it is that Oh Kangwoo used to hunt here completely alone. Kim Si-hoon scratches his head with a sheepish grin. It has not even been a month yet they have already leveled up enough to easily hunt a minotaur. Kang Tae-soo continues to praise him, saying it is all thanks to his incredible talent, which he had already noticed even before they officially formed a party. Kim Si-hoon feels quite embarrassed by the compliment, while Choi Eun-bi eagerly pipes up with a flattered tone, saying he is just like a main character from an action webtoon. Kim Si-hoon kindly compliments her magic in return, suggesting they collect the mana stones and keep moving. Kang Tae-soo suddenly realizes he almost forgot about that and quickly starts gathering them. Looking at the corpse, Kim Si-hoon mentions that the condensed blood in a minotaur's heart can be sold for a high price as medicine ingredients. Choi Eun-bi is thrilled, shouting to Han Seo-la that they can make some serious money, which makes Kim Si-hoon burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Kangwoo continues to watch them from a distance. He feels incredibly proud of their growth, wiping away a tear as he sees just how much stronger they have become. It is all thanks to his strict training, resulting in a flawless battle performance with absolutely zero wasted movement. He notes that everyone now understands their role perfectly, with Kang Tae-soo acting as the tank and crowd control, while the main damage dealer and buffer is Kim Si-hoon. Han Seo-la can also provide some useful buffs even when they do not need healing, while Choi Eun-bi handles sub-damage and protection. He smiles, feeling completely satisfied. He realizes they no longer need his help at all. Kang Tae-soo playfully nudges Kim Si-hoon, mentioning how popular he has gotten lately, leaving him quite confused. Choi Eun-bi grins from ear to ear, thrilled about their new wealth, while Kangwoo silently watches them from a rocky cliff above. Kangwoo looks down at them, lost in thought. It is finally time for them to make their move. He remembers that mysterious demon wearing the red mask. A whole week has passed. Are they really just going to stand still? A sudden wave of uneasiness washes over him. Maybe they are just being extremely cautious. But how could they ignore such appetizing rookies right in front of them? Kangwoo glances down at Kim Si-hoon's party. He knows all too well from his thousands of years in hell that there is no better bait than this. Finally, he crouches down on the ridge. Setting his binoculars on the ground, he sighs deeply. If rumors have been spreading for an entire week, there is no way they have not heard them yet. He begins to cast his authority of observation. A flood of thoughts rushes through his mind. No matter how much he overanalyzes this, there is simply no way those guys would ignore a trap like this after a whole week. That is more than enough time for them to verify the rumors. They are definitely on their way. They could show up at any second. Suddenly, he spots two newcomers. They are extremely high-level players with incredible strength. They can slay a massive monster in a single strike without even taking its mana stone, and they are heading straight toward Kim Si-hoon. Kangwoo freezes. Clenching his fists, his expression suddenly undergoes a terrifying change. He bares his teeth in a dangerous grin. Finally, they bit the hook. In Chapter 49, a massive beast, having taken a fatal blow, collapses in absolute agony with a deep bloody slash across its stomach. Kim Si-hoon calmly sheathes his shining blade. He lets out a breath of relief and praises his team, telling them they did great. Kang Tae-soo looks at him with excitement. Kang Tae-soo looks at Kim Si-hoon with pure admiration, saying that no matter how many times he sees it, it is hard to believe he can take it down without any help from Eun-bi. Kim Si-hoon nervously scratches his head, laughing that he was just lucky this time and only succeeded thanks to everyone's great support. Choi Eun-bi raises her hand, teasing that she will end up completely useless if he keeps this up. Kim Si-hoon is so incredibly embarrassed that his face turns beet red. He blushes and laughs it off. But suddenly his sharp gaze locks onto something. Kim Si-hoon quickly shouts a warning to his team. He warns Han Seo-la that there is a massive beast right behind her, urging everyone to get into battle formation immediately as the monster raises its giant chainsaw. He holds it high, ready to strike them down. Kim Si-hoon immediately commands Eun-bi to act. He tells her to distract the beast so Han Seo-la can retreat to the back. Eun-bi quickly agrees, but before they can even make a move, the fierce monster is sliced completely in half. A voice suddenly echoes, wondering who was making all that noise. Frowning, Kim Si-hoon looks up only to see none other than Kim Young-hoon standing there. Kim Si-hoon is completely stunned by this unexpected guest. Kim Young-hoon mockingly sneers that he never expected to run into him of all people here. Sensing the immediate tension, Kang Tae-soo leans in and asks in a low voice. He asks if it is someone Kim Si-hoon knows, wondering if that is the vice leader of the famous Mirror Guild. Eun-bi anxiously looks at Kim Si-hoon as he stands frozen, lost in his thoughts about Kim Young-hoon and his high status in the Mirror Guild. As one of the top 5 guilds in the country and the son of the Mirror Group chairman Kim Jae-han, Kim Young-hoon was essentially born with a massive golden spoon in his mouth. But despite his prestigious background, Kim Young-hoon's actual talent as a player is quite mediocre, unlike his father, who is one of the top-ranked hunters in Korea. Still, by leveraging his father's immense wealth and power, he easily surpassed normal players. Kim Si-hoon tries to keep his composure, asking him why he is here. Kim Young-hoon sneers, mocking him by asking what he thinks and stating he is just here to hunt. Kang Tae-soo and Eun-bi, along with Han Seo-la, feel incredibly awkward and can only exchange worried glances. Losing his patience, Kim Si-hoon tells him to mind his own business and get lost. Kim Young-hoon bursts into loud laughter, mockingly asking if that is any way to treat his older brother. This patronizing comment instantly sets Kim Si-hoon off in pure anger. He snaps back, demanding to know who Kim Young-hoon thinks he is to call himself his brother. Kim Young-hoon simply smirks. He gives a contemptuous sneer, saying they cannot be considered normal brothers anyway since Kim Si-hoon has dirty blood running through his veins. Hearing this nasty insult, Kim Si-hoon is pushed to the limit and prepares to draw his sword to attack. Meanwhile, Kim Young-hoon casually steps over the monster's carcass, arrogantly issuing a challenge, asking if he is actually planning to hit him and telling him to go ahead and try. Kim Si-hoon grinds his teeth in pure rage. Kim Young-hoon also seems to have every intention of pointing his own sword right back, casually mentioning that he heard an interesting rumor about him lately. Kim Si-hoon hesitates, asking what kind of rumor. Kim Young-hoon sneers that he heard rumors about him possessing an incredibly rare ability, likely at least S-rank. Seeing Kim Si-hoon's tense reaction, Kim Young-hoon grows even more smug, noting it makes sense why he showed up now. He admits he never expected Kim Si-hoon to awaken as such a high-ranking player. Kim Si-hoon tightly grips the hilt of his sword, demanding to know what he means, while Kim Young-hoon reaches out his hand, right in front of him, sinisterly licking his lips, and creepily whispers that he happens to need a perfect sacrifice, just like him. He keeps rambling, looking over at the others and muttering that they would make pretty decent sacrifices too, like a literal gold mine. High on alert, Kim Si-hoon questions what he means by sacrifice. Kang Tae-soo is equally furious, muttering if this bastard is actually a chaotic player, while Unbai urgently tells Han Seola to quickly get behind her. Seeing Kim Young-hoon's creepy gaze linger on Han Seola, Kang Tae-soo immediately steps forward to shield her from danger as the wicked heir continues to scheme. He casually remarks that, of course, a girl like her won't be used as a sacrifice. Licking his lips with a dark, perverted grin, he says he has far better plans for her. Unable to take it anymore, Kim Si-hoon leaps forward, brandishing his sword to strike down the trash. But with a casual wave of his hand, Kim Young-hoon effortlessly blows him away. Kang Tae-soo anxiously watches his friend get sent flying, gasping in sheer terror as Kim Si-hoon grinds his teeth in pain, struggling to stand. Panting heavily, he desperately wonders how on earth his attack was deflected so easily at such close range, even if their levels are vastly different. Then he realizes it might be that bodyguard Jeon Myeon. Kim Yang-hun's giant tiger is about to rush forward to counterattack on behalf of its master, but she quickly orders it to stand down, drawing her blade. She activates her absolute defense mode. Calling him a bastard, she suddenly swings her sword. She charges into attack. Kim Si-hoon is all mine, Kim Yang-hun arrogantly declares. She laughs gloatingly. You think you're so tough, charging straight at me. She unleashes a flurry of relentless strikes. Her goal is to leave Kim Si-hoon no room to defend. What's wrong? Are you chicken now? Her continuous heavy blows force him back. Kim Si-hoon can only focus on defense. The wicked girl viciously taunts him to try and strike back, but a split second later, Kim Si-hoon seizes his chance to completely turn the tide of battle. He swings his sword at blinding speed, aiming a devastating strike directly at Kim Yang-hun. Little did he know, she is fully prepared, with a different countermeasure easily shutting him down in an instant. Kim Si-hoon takes a severe hit directly from Kim Yang-hun. He grinds his teeth in agony, but she is far from done. She kicks him away, sending him crashing hard into the rocky wall. Kang Tae-soo frantically screams his name while Choi Eun-bi shrieks in panic. Kim Si-hoon collapses against the stone barrier. His face is covered in dust and debris. Clutching his bleeding stomach, he endures the searing pain and realizes something. I get it now, he thinks, struggling to stand. He glares at Kim Yang-hun with pure determination. That swordplay is not actually hers. She casually walks over, muttering an insult about how stupid he is, and casually brushes the dust off her jacket. She looks down on him with utter disgust. How dare a half-breed like you even try to touch me? She has no idea that Kim Si-hoon has finally figured it all out about the sword in his hand. The weapon is actually moving his body for him. It is an advanced automated system created with Mir Electronics' finest tech. By using motion sensors to read the opponent's moves, it automatically moves the user's body to shield them. Seeing his persistence, Kim Yang-hun turns red with raw fury and tightly grips her hilt. You arrogant piece of trash, she snarls. If you're going to act like a bug, then die like one. Once again, she pounces, launching a barrage of attacks at the heavily wounded Kim Si-hoon as he crawls on the ground. But this time, Kim Yang-hun's heavy attack is completely blocked by Kang Tae-soo. Unscathed by the sudden interception, she exerts even more pressure to crush him. Who is this muscle-bound freak? Kang Tae-soo strains every muscle to resist her overwhelming power. He grinds his teeth and fires back, shouting that he doesn't care what her beef with his brother Kim Si-hoon is. Even though his feet are sliding backward on the shattered ground, he proudly declares that as long as he is still breathing, she won't lay another finger on his brother. Gathering his strength, Kang Tae-soo unleashes a massive shockwave to blow Kim Yang-hun backward, forcing her away from Kim Si-hoon. Though he is completely exhausted, he still pushes forward to keep her at bay. But then Kang Tae-soo senses something odd. He looks up and raises his shield. What's going on? There is absolutely no feedback from his strike. Shielded by her absolute defense, Kim Yang-hun calmly rests her sword on her shoulder. She looks at him with utter indifference. What are you even trying to do? It turns out she had activated her absolute defense barrier. Smirking in triumph, she asks how a fool like him dares to challenge her with such garbage gear. She then unleashes another deadly, demonic power. Before Kang Tae-soo can even process what is happening, she easily shatters his heavy shield, sending him flying through the air. Kim Yang-hun glances cold-eyed at the brilliant explosion behind her. Smiling, she mutters that she would have dealt with him anyway after taking care of her dear little brother. She then turns her eyes to Kim Si-hoon, noticing a strange movement that confuses her. It seems he is breaking free from his limits, showing off a completely new presence. He masterfully spins his sword right in front of her. The system continues to heavily assist Kim Si-hoon so he can unleash his legendary hidden dragon swordplay. Moving with godlike speed, he charges directly forward. For his fifth stance, he swings his blade, summoning a fearsome dragon and unleashing a spectacular high-damage ultimate. The wind dragon ascending Kim Si-hoon charges straight toward the spot where Kim Yang-hun is standing. The hidden dragon's swordplay. She grinds her teeth, raising her sword to block, cursing him. But this time, Kim Si-hoon delivers a phenomenally spectacular and highly destructive blow. He summons the giant dragon like an absolute threat, executing the fifth stance wind dragon ascending. Overflowing with a burning absolute determination and a desire for payback, he roars in fury. Sure enough, Kim Yang-hun manages to block his strike, but she has absolutely no idea that this time his strength is twice as powerful, far surpassing anything before. What Kim Si-hoon channels all of his remaining energy, blowing Kim Yang-hun back and triggering a massive spectacular explosion. He gasps heavily for air, clutching his heavy sword as this ultimate move completely drained his energy. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes, out catching him completely off guard. "Hemph, is that all you've got?" Kim Yang-hun has survived. Thanks to her protective barrier, she does not have a single scratch on her. She casually mocks him, asking when he became so incredibly pathetic, while Kim Young-hoon sneers in total contempt. She kicks the fallen Kang Tae-soo, brutally calling him low-class trash. Kim Si-hoon gasps out Kang Tae-soo's name in horror, but she just sneers, promising to make his defeat as painful as possible, leaving him gritting his teeth in pure rage. Furious at the bastard, his mind suddenly drifts back from academics and sports to his very potential, his path as a player. Suddenly, Kim Young-hoon reactivates her blade. She points the lethal weapon directly at Kim Si-hoon. Playfully, she asks him, "So what?" while tightening her grip on the hilt. The skill is fully prepared. She sneers that with enough money and power, anyone can be controlled, mocking his weak and useless abilities. Our hero stands there completely stunned. But then something totally unexpected happens. Kim Young-hoon unleashes the exact same hidden dragon sword art 5th style that he used earlier. Laughing like a maniac, she challenges him to see how long he can hold out before swinging her sword with terrifying force. Her face twists into a literal demon as she screams for him to die by his own move. The sheer speed of her strike is absolutely terrifying. It leaves Kim Si-hoon barely enough time to block. His entire body trembles under the impact. He braces himself, desperately fighting against the heavy pressure. But his opponent has zero mercy. With a harsh sweep, she blasts Kim Si-hoon away, crashing him deep into the rising dust and mud. His teammates scream out his name in sheer panic, but the cruel woman only feels a massive surge of satisfaction. Cackling like a lunatic, she mocks him, declaring this is his absolute limit. Han Seola runs over immediately. Finding Kim Si-hoon motionless and lifeless, she desperately casts her healing spells to save him. Meanwhile, the enemy yells that this is the gap between them, leaving Choi Eun-bi with absolutely no other choice but to fight. Stepping up, the young girl unleashes a surge of magic from her staff to attack, but the barrier is simply too thick to crack. Watching them struggle, the crazy woman continues to spit venom, shouting that no matter how hard they try, they will never win. Han Seola is drowning in worry right now as she looks at his broken body. Shaking him gently, she warns him that she has only managed to perform basic first aid and they cannot afford to stop his treatment. She urges him to hang on. Promising to help Choi Eun-bi, she tells him he must wake up soon. Slowly opening his eyes, he realizes he is still breathing, but his body feels totally drained of energy as he looks up at his enemy. Seeing her completely unscathed fills him with bitter resentment. He wonders if this is really his limit after promising himself he would get revenge on everyone who abandoned him and his mother. Looking at Han Seola and Choi Eun-bi fighting with everything they have, he realizes he cannot even protect them, let alone get his revenge. Seeing Kang Tae-soo unconscious on the dirt, a wave of intense helplessness washes over him. He bites his lip in absolute agony. It is all because of his own weakness. He desperately craves power, but then a sudden realization hits him. His eyes fly open as he questions what true power actually means. Meanwhile, Kangwoo has been quietly watching this entire battle unfold from a safe distance. Peering through his binoculars, he calmly analyzes the situation, trying to figure out if that guy is connected to the holy water. He slowly stands up. Grinning with satisfaction, he realizes this group is tied to the demonic cult. Things are finally starting to get interesting around here. He removes his hat deep in thought. He ponders about Kim Si-hoon being the tycoon's son-in-law, recalling how familiar he looked. He originally thought it was just a resemblance, but it really is him. Oh, Kangwoo starts stretching casually. Feeling quite satisfied, he has gathered all the necessary pieces for his grand plan. It is time to make his move. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes across the field, demanding more power. Oh, Kangwoo blinks in total confusion, wondering what is happening just as Kim Si-hoon abruptly stands. Lightning crackles wildly around him as he rises. Han Seola and Choi Eunbi watch in absolute shock, calling out his name, while Kim Si-hoon grits his teeth in pure determination. He swings his sword upward. Once more, the majestic dragon sword technique erupts. He vows to protect the people he loves, triggering a sudden, unexpected notification from the system. Kim Si-hoon has unlocked the legendary strength of the divine martial sovereign. Oh, Kangwoo can only watch with his jaw dropped, realizing the kid just pulled off a desperate clutch, awakening right in the middle of battle. Even though the power remains partially incomplete, he obtains a massive boost, mastering the ultimate level of his sword art and triggering a powerful physical transformation. Oh, Kangwoo smiles dryly as yet another notification pops up, confirming the kid has unlocked the Cloud Dragon steps and sword technique. Deep down, Oh Kangwoo cheers him on, telling him to play the hero as Kim Si-hoon undergoes a complete metamorphosis. Completely transformed, he charges forward like a wild beast. Roaring fiercely, he locks his sights onto a stunned Kim Young-hoon. His eyes roll back to pure white as he unleashes a flurry of savage slashes. The sheer force of the assault drives them both straight up into the sky. Realizing the tables have turned, she panics just as he connects a clean hit. His blade bites deep into her shoulder, forcing a painful scream from her lips. Terrified by his sudden onslaught, she desperately realizes that his moves are entirely unblockable. She desperately tries to strike back, but it is totally useless. Everything shatters as Kim Si-hoon activates his next move. The fifth form of the Hidden Dragon sword art, launching it straight ahead. Unleashing the Wind Dragon, descending the third form of the Cloud Dragon style, Kim Si-hoon refuses to give Yang Hun a single break. Charging forward like a divine dragon, he strikes her head-on with the Cloud Dragon dance. Yang Hun has absolutely no way to block this. She is completely overwhelmed, panic rising deep inside. How is this even possible? Yang Hun stares in absolute disbelief. Kim Si-hoon moves at a terrifying speed, splitting into multiple directions to strike. She freezes suddenly, realizing his raw power and speed are on another level. With his blade pressed right against her face, she completely freezes, unable to counter. Bitter anger consumes her. How is he so much stronger? How could I be pushed back like this? She fumes. Right then, Kim Si-hoon closes the distance again. He delivers a devastating slash to her other shoulder. Terrified, Yang Hun desperately scrambles backward. She retreats to dodge, telling herself to keep her distance. Desperate, she activates her defensive armor, but karmic retribution strikes fast, crashing down on her. It is too late, though. Luckily for Yang Hun, someone steps in to block the blow. John Myung-ho uses a heavy iron axe to stop the attack, keeping her safe. He then aggressively swings the massive blade right at Kim Si-hoon. The sudden assault forces Kim Si-hoon to leap back, clearing the danger zone. Yang Hun is left trembling, her face completely pale. She snaps at Myung-ho, demanding to know why he only showed up just now. He politely apologizes, calling her vice president right as a red system warning flashes. The warning states she is heavily injured and must regulate her energy to prevent worse internal damage. Kim Si-hoon gasps for air, clutching his bleeding stomach. Just the wind pressure from that axe swing was enough to do this. He narrows his eyes in deep caution. This man is incredibly dangerous. Myung-ho slowly steps forward, dragging his heavy axe toward Kim Si-hoon. He sneers, telling Kim Si-hoon to face reality. There is no way he can defeat the vice president. He threatens that if he surrenders quietly, he will only lose a single arm. Kim Si-hoon can barely even breathe right now. All his strength is entirely gone, leaving him completely defenseless. Kim Si-hoon glares back with eyes full of pure rage. He props his sword against the ground to keep from collapsing, clutching his chest in agony. Standing over him, Myung-ho raises his heavy axe and mockingly lectures him to give up because he cannot win. He repeats his cruel deal: surrender now and it will only cost him a single arm. But Kim Si-hoon ignores the agonizing pain and refuses to submit. Kim Si-hoon yells out for him to shut up. But before the words can even fully leave his mouth, the axe blade comes flying forward at lightning speed. Myung-ho grips the handle tightly and slams the heavy weapon directly into Kim Si-hoon's chest, pinning him flat to the ground. He coldly tells him to take this. Caught completely off guard, Kim Si-hoon can only scream out in pure agony. He grits his teeth through the sheer despair. He curses under his breath, his battered body screaming that it cannot take another second of this torture. He wants to give up. Kim Si-hoon forces his eyes open, watching Myung-ho step on his arm. The man raises his axe self-righteously, proclaiming that the only right the weak have is to suffer. Another wave of agonizing pain hits him. Veins bulge across his face as he grimaces in agony, bitterly cursing his own helplessness. Just as despair starts to fully take over, a warm voice suddenly echoes deep within his mind. It whispers an apology. His fading consciousness suddenly drifts back to the past, looking up at a bright, warm room where he used to call out for his mother. But that happy memory quickly begins to fade, shattering into a cold, dark alleyway. A sobbing woman hugs her young son, tightly whispering that she is deeply sorry for ever bringing him into this cruel, unforgiving world. The boy replies that she does not need to apologize because he can endure anything and that he is just thankful she gave him life. Suddenly, Kim Si-hoon snaps back to reality. Tears stream down his face as his spirit completely breaks. It is so pathetic to fail like this. Trembling, he whispers his final words, apologizing to his friends for dragging them all into this mess. His mind is a chaotic mess, even as their desperate screams echo across the field. Choi Eun-bi weeps, blaming herself for being so completely helpless. Kim Si-hoon feels the exact same crushing guilt, devastated that he could not protect them until the very end. He watches the heavy axe swing down toward his neck. He silently screams another apology to everyone. As tears continue to stream down his face, Kim Si-hoon closes his eyes, prepared to accept his grim fate. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the air. It tells him he did a good job. Kim Si-hoon snaps his eyes open and turns his head, catching sight of a very familiar figure. The man is effortlessly blocking the deadly axe. Kim Si-hoon's voice trembles as he whispers Oh Kangwoo's name. Holding the heavy blade back with ease, Oh Kangwoo calmly asks if the weak really only have the right to suffer. He slowly tilts his own weapon, instantly shattering a piece of the massive axe. He coldly agrees with the statement, then delivers a devastating roundhouse kick. The powerful kick sends the attacker flying backwards, stunning both Kim Si-hoon and the coward hiding in the corner. Oh Kangwoo narrows his eyes, half of his face shrouded in shadow. He coldly promises to show them what that right actually feels like. While the enemy struggles to stand, Kim Si-hoon remains on the ground, barely able to move. Fighting back his tears, he weakly asks why Oh Kangwoo is here of all places. Oh Kangwoo scratches his head in embarrassment, genuinely not quite knowing how to explain his sudden appearance. He looks away guiltily, hesitating. He can hardly admit he was just standing by to ambush them like those demon cultists. He quickly makes an excuse, promising to explain later before turning to call out to the others. He asks Choi Eun-bi and Han Seola to take Kim Si-hoon and treat his wounds immediately. They quickly nod, and the three of them hurry over to carry him away. As they pull him back, Myung-ho finally staggers to his feet, growling in fury. He demands to know if Oh Kangwoo is with the whoring squad. Oh Kangwoo just smirks, asking why he would be alone if that were true. Myung-ho tries to sound menacing, but Oh Kangwoo immediately cuts him off with pure indifference. He tells him to skip the introductions and just bring it on, successfully pushing his opponent over the edge. A crackling orange energy erupts around his heavy axe handle as Myung-ho grits his teeth in fury. Hissing out that he is an arrogant bastard, he leaps high into the air, lunging forward before abruptly freezing mid-strike. His brow furrows deeply, his body trembling as that hellish voice echoes once again, reminding him that the weak only have the right to suffer. As those words ring out, Oh Kangwoo's crimson eyes flare wide with a twisted, gaping grin, his bare hand clamping onto the axe blade, completely crushing the solid steel as Myung-ho shakes with pure terror. Paralyzed by fear, he can only let out weak whimpers as Oh Kangwoo leans in close, casually promising to grant him that exact right with everything he has got his reflection in the dark glass, looking like a complete psychopath. It sends a violent chill straight down Myung-ho's spine, sweat pouring off his forehead as panic sets in, leaving him desperately wondering who on earth this monster really is. Seeing his ally losing ground, Hwang Hun screams from a safe distance, urging Myung-ho to use his demonic energy, getting frustrated when the warrior remains frozen. What are you doing? He roars. Do you want to die? This is an order. Use the demonic energy. Sacrifice your life for the mere guild. Myung-ho's grip on the axe trembles before he finally drops the weapon, standing straight and placing a hand over his chest. Standing tall and solemn, as if addressing Hwang Hun himself, he respectfully obeys, and right from where his hand rests, a terrifying torrent of power erupts from deep within Myung-ho, warping his entire body. To the sound of his own manic screams, Myung-ho mutates into a massive, gargantuan beast, roaring ferociously to expose rows of razor-sharp fangs towering right in front of an unbothered Oh Kangwoo. The monster bellows to flaunt his newfound terrifying power, sending Hwang Hun, who is hiding behind the rocks, into a state of sheer ecstatic laughter. His whole body shakes with joy as he heaps praise on Myung-ho, convinced that this brings them a guaranteed victory, his eyes bulging with manic excitement. His face twisting into a hideous sneer, he frantically cheers on the beast. He boasts that he will always be the ultimate winner, and in the midst of this madness, Myung-ho charges forward though. Oh Kangwoo remains eerily calm, waiting until the last possible second to react. Sudden purple light wraps around Kangwoo as he smirks with absolute confidence, mocking the beast for being the most demonic fool he has ever met before raising his fist to summon his crushing iron power and heavenly force. The combined force slams directly into the giant beast, leaving him absolutely no time to react as his eyes widen in pure shock. Screams of agony echo as black blood continually spurts from the monster, a horrifying sight witnessed by the coward watching nearby. The kid turns pale, his entire body shaking in absolute disbelief, stammering that this is impossible as he stares at the massive, lifeless corpse. Staring at the dead giant and the terrifying predator now walking his way, Huang Hun panics, wondering if this guy is actually a runner, because how else could he so easily crush Myung-ho's demonic form? Kangwoo let out a twisted maniacal laugh, his terrifying grin sending pure dread through his core. He needs to run and contact his father immediately, and Huang Hun does not waste a single second. Even as his breathing grows incredibly heavy from exhaustion, his trembling hand reaches into his pocket for a round communication orb, a vital tool used to send messages inside signal-dead dungeons. But somehow, Kangwoo instantly materializes right behind him, wearing that same terrifying demonic face and casually asking where he thinks he is going, making Huang Hun jump out of his skin. A swift, effortless strike sends him face-planting hard left, curling up on the ground in agony. Huang Hun groans in pain, his terrified eyes drapes back as Kangwoo steps closer, demanding in a low, chilling voice, "Who the hell are you?" But before he can answer, a brutal stomp grinds his face right into the dirt, followed by a mocking laugh. "Do you cowards only speak when you are terrified? Is that what your demonic cult teaches you?" he mocks, noticing his trembling hand still clutching that orb. Kangwoo sneers, asking if he is trying to call Kim Jae-hyun, and when the kid stammers to make an excuse, he is instantly cut off. With an amused, eager grin, Kangwoo tells him to go ahead and make the call. On the receiving end, another orb begins to glow, causing the wealthy man leaning back in his chair to flinch before gently tapping the device. He demands to know what is happening, only to hear Kangwoo's cheerful, mocking voice. He cheerfully asks if he is speaking to Kim Jae-hyun, the guardian of little Huang Hun, leaving the powerful man bewildered as he barks back, demanding to know his identity. Laughing, Kangwoo casually announces that he has taken his precious son hostage, prompting the desperate kid to scream out for his dad before being brutally beaten, leaving the powerful father at the other end clenching his fists in sheer rage. Jae-hyun's face darkens with dark, murderous fury as the raw sounds of flesh-hitting blows and mocking insults fill the air, with Kangwoo teasingly asking if the boy is just going through a rebellious phase due to a total lack of proper family discipline, until the old man finally roars out for him to stop. Holding the orb in one hand and a conjured dark chain from his binding skill in the other, he traps Huang Hun, pinning the kid beneath his boot. He smirks and remarks that the powerful guild leader seems pretty worried about his son, laughing at how terrible his condition is. Panic-stricken, the father demands to know what he wants, and without a single moment of hesitation, Kangwoo lays down his ultimate conditions. He orders him to enter the C-rank gate in Mokdong completely alone if he ever wants to see his son alive again, followed by a heavy, tense silence. Breaking the quiet, Kangwoo laughs maniacally, mocking him by asking if a powerful man like him would truly obey and come alone, knowing his greedy nature all too well. Warning him to prepare himself well instead of plotting tricks, he shoves the orb in front of the groaning kid, successfully driving the powerful man on the other end completely insane. As the furious father asks if he has lost his mind, Kangwoo only sneers back, mocking his pathetic worry and asking once again if he will actually show up alone. Trying to mask his growing panic while his grip literally crushes the solid wooden desk, Jae-hyun threatens that targeting a man like him will bring down severe, devastating consequences from the government military, only for Kangwoo to casually reveal that he does not work for them at all. "Are you all alone?" Kangwoo narrows his eyes, casually replying that he is indeed still single. This cheeky remark completely sets off Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun completely loses it, veins bulging on his forehead as he screams, "You bastard, do you know who I am to dare do this to me?" Kangwoo just laughs out loud. "Do I need to know?" That makes Jae-hyun furious, but before he can even erupt, Kangwoo cuts in. Does he really need to know? He mockingly decides that it is a hard pass. "Do you know who I am? Since you do not." Kangwoo grabs Kim Young-hoon by his hair. He mockingly says, "You get beaten," raising his voice in a pure, ruthless provocation. He shoves Kim Young-hoon's head right into the communication orb. This forces Jae-hyun on the other side to hear his son's agonizing groans, successfully driving the old man to absolute fury. "Enough!" Jae-hyun roars. Kangwoo calmly leans down. He whispers a threat into the orb. 20 minutes. Just 20 minutes, or you can imagine the rest. But Jae-hyun refuses to back down. He loudly challenges him, saying he does not know who he is, but if this is a kidnapping for ransom, then prepare to regret it. His voice is firm, but his trembling, veiny hand crushes the desk, betraying his fear. Luckily, only his voice travels through the orb, so he does not look completely weak. Besides, Jae Hyun's raging outburst does not faze Kangwoo at all. The old man growls a furious threat, swearing he will find him and tear his body into 100 bloody pieces. But our protagonist simply does not care. He simply wishes Jae Hyun good luck. Then he kicks Kim Young-hoon down, shattering the communication orb into pieces. He stands up casually, completely unfazed by the threat. He looks at the boy chained up like a dog, muttering that it is done. He narrows his eyes, staring down. The kid struggles, pleading for his life, desperately offering money. He begs, claiming his wealthy father will pay any amount. Kim Young-hoon looks incredibly pathetic, lying completely still, too terrified to even move as he whimpers his desperate plea. While the boy keeps mumbling, Kangwoo kicks him onto his back. He casually replies that while money is nice, that's not what he is after. Forcing his swollen eyes open, Kim Young-hoon weakly asks what he wants. At this, Kangwoo acts a bit shy. He smiles, wishing for kimchi, stew, and world peace. The captive is completely stunned. Kim Young-hoon screams in total despair, begging him to stop playing around. He promises to get him anything he wants. Kangwoo just strokes his chin, acting hurt that his honest dream was dismissed. The hostage roars in absolute frustration. But before he can finish, a swift slap lands right on his face, forcing him to shut up. Kangwoo suddenly looks quite excited. He says he needs to prepare for the meeting with his father. Kim Young-hoon is shocked, but then a massive grin spreads across his face. He is secretly thrilled, thinking that once his dad arrives, he will be saved. Suddenly, Kangwoo's aura completely shifts. Long illusory hair starts to grow. With a wicked smile, he remarks how fortunate it is that Kim Jae-hyun truly loves his son. Kim Young-hoon stares in horror at the terrifying transformation unfolding right in front of him. Kangwoo's form shifts. He turns into a three-eyed horse beast, mocking how incredibly easy it is to exploit someone's loved ones under the beautiful starry night sky. The group begins to head out through the glowing portal, dragging the completely lifeless hostage along the cold ground. Kang Tae-soo leans heavily on Kangwoo's shoulder, expressing his deep, sincere gratitude for the rescue. Kangwoo quickly assesses his friend's condition and happily nods in agreement. They all suddenly halt as our protagonist calls out loudly to the entire group. He tells everyone to head back. Kang Tae-soo grabs Kim Si-hoon, cheerfully offering to carry him. Han Seola looks at Kang Tae-soo with deep worry, warning him not to overexert himself, but he insists he can handle it. While they are chatting, two figures suddenly appear. Cha Yeonjo stands with her hands on her hips, looking quite annoyed. She complains that she tried to contact him, but he disappeared, and she even brought Baek Hwaeon and the army. Kangwoo awkwardly explains he had to prepare. Kang Tae-soo's jaw drops when he sees them. He is completely stunned to see the famous Red Rose Guild leader Cha Yeonju and Captain Baek Hwaeon standing right there. Han Seola also curiously wonders if Kangwoo is close to these two high-profile figures. Kangwoo proudly boasts that they share a bit of a complicated destiny. Annoyed by his smug face, Cha Yeonjo snaps back that she should be the one saying that before turning her gaze aside. She asks who the girl next to him is. Flustered, Han Seola introduces herself. Cha Yeonju looks up and down, clearly annoyed by her presence. She crosses her arms in a huff, letting out an annoyed grunt and making her displeasure obvious to everyone. Han Seola has no idea what is going on, standing there completely lost. After a tense moment, she finally speaks up, looking rather irritated. She asks about her relationship with Kangwoo. Not backing down, Han Seola fires back, questioning Cha Yeonjo's relationship with him and why she speaks so familiarly. Kangwoo quickly waves his hands to diffuse the tension, telling them they can get acquainted later because it is not important right now. He tells Han Seola to lead the others home. He gently tells Kang Tae-soo not to overexert himself since he is still recovering. Kang Tae-soo agrees and Han Seola obediently nods as well. Meanwhile, Baek Hwaeon steps forward, demanding to know where the prey is. Kang Tae-soo holds his head in deep embarrassment, while the others worry about Kim Si-hoon's condition, scolding him for pushing himself too hard. Looking down, Baek Hwaeon wonders about the person they are dragging along the dirt. Kangwoo casually lifts the battered body up to show it off. He proudly boasts that the guy is still alive. Cha Yeonjo looks over. She realizes it is indeed Kim Young-hoon who will make a perfect hostage. The group is shocked to discover the target's identity. Baek Hwaeon strokes her chin, warning that Jae Hyun will not let this slide, but Kangwoo casually replies that he has no intention of letting the old man off easy either. Cha Yeonjo closes her eyes, sighing deeply. She is worried this could turn into an all-out war. With the demonic cult involved, trouble was inevitable, but she did not expect it to happen so soon. Baek Hwaeon is equally concerned. She warns Kangwoo that they have not gathered enough forces for an all-out war, which could easily put them at a pretty severe disadvantage. She worries they are acting too hastily, but Kangwoo remains incredibly calm, telling her not to worry. There is nothing easier than facing an enemy who has completely lost his mind and acts alone. Hearing this, Kim Young-hoon trembles in deep anxiety. Bae Huiyan asks in disbelief if he really thinks Jae Hyun will lose his mind and act entirely on his own. Kangwoo casually rests his foot on Kim Young-hoon's head. He taps it lightly, teasingly commenting that a father's love is truly limitless. However, Cha Yeon-jo still looks quite worried. She argues that while Kim Young-hoon might be a fool, Jae Hyun is different. Would a powerful leader really lose his mind so easily over his son being taken hostage? Kangwoo ponders this, his eyes suddenly lighting up. With an amused grin, he says they will just wait and see. Right as he speaks, a fleet of luxury cars approaches. Jae Hyun storms out with an angry roar, realizing Cha Yeon-jo and her team are indeed the ones behind this. His hands tremble as he growls in deep fury. He curses their foolishness, demanding to know how they dare take his son hostage, and snaps to ask who just spoke to him. Purple flames erupt around Jae Hyun, showing his absolute rage, but his intense anger is completely ignored. A casual mocking voice suddenly rings out, drawing his attention. Jae Hyun frowns and searches the area as the crowd in front quickly parts. The crowd parts to two sides, revealing Kangwoo waving cheerfully with one hand while dragging Jae Hyun's son along the ground with the other. Kangwoo even gasps in mock excitement, pointing out that it is a real-life person. This sight drives Jae Hyun absolutely insane. Jae Hyun grits his teeth and growls out a bitter curse, though he quickly tries to regain his composure. Stepping forward with a smirk, he says, "It is lucky they did not run." Kangwoo simply shrugs, tossing Kim Young-hoon forward like a broken kite, and coldly asks what he is supposed to be thanking him for. As his son comes flying through the air, Jae Hyun freezes in pure shock. Luckily, two quick-eyed guards rush forward to catch the boy, anxiously asking if their young master is all right, while the allies behind Kangwoo watch this reckless move in utter disbelief. They yell out in panic, asking Kangwoo what on earth he is doing and why he would just hand over their only hostage. Meanwhile, the guards quickly inspect the boy. They report that the boy is only injured with no hidden traps attached to him. Jae Hyun sighs in relief now, turning his full attention back to Kangwoo, demanding to know his true goal. Kangwoo just scoffs with a playful grin. Kangwoo mockingly replies that he was just worried and wanted to say hello. This cheeky attitude completely pushes Jae Hyun over the edge, making him roar Kangwoo's name in pure rage. Kangwoo casually asks why he cannot say hello when he was the one searching for his son. Jae Hyun clenches his fists, murderous intent flaring in his eyes, but a weak groan from his son makes him look down in panic. He ignores Kangwoo and anxiously calls out to Kim Young-hoon. He begs his son to wake up, noticing that the boy is indeed opening his eyes. He softly asks if he is all right, his eyes filling with dread at his son's miserable state. Feeling deeply unsettled, Jae Hyun stammers for him to say something, waiting anxiously through a long, painful silence. Finally, Kim Young-hoon opens his mouth, but his words shake Jae Hyun to the core as the boy asks who he is unable to recognize his own father. Jae Hyun's face goes pale as he softly asks what he just said, only to receive the exact same chilling question, sending him into total despair. His trembling hands grip his son's shoulders as he whispers that he is his father, but that grip terrifies Kim Young-hoon, who screams in pain as if waking up from a living nightmare. He struggles wildly, screaming for the stranger to let him go. The guards rush over to calm him down, but their words have absolutely no effect on his panicked state. The boy just stares in terror, screaming to know who they are and where he is. Jae Hyun freezes in absolute disbelief, completely unable to comprehend what has happened to his son's mind. Bruised and crying, the boy begs for someone to save him, while Kangwoo stands in the background with a massive, satisfied grin. Jae Hyun quickly puts the pieces together. He glares at Kangwoo, roaring in absolute fury to demand what the bastard did to his son. An overwhelming, suffocating aura begins to erupt from Jae Hyun's body. The terrifying energy blows back his own guards, prompting Cha Yeon-jo to step forward and shield her team. She orders everyone to stand back, declaring Jae Hyun as her prey, just as the mad father completely loses control. He stomps violently, shattering the ground beneath him as he screams to know what they did to his beloved son. A guard holding the terrified Kim Young-hoon backs away, desperately begging his boss to calm down, but Jae Hyun is completely blinded by fury. His maddened roars echo through the room while Kangwoo simply stands back and watches the chaotic scene unfold. With one hand in his pocket, Kangwoo casually watches as Cha Yeon-jo charges forward, her arm already glowing with protective energy. An explosion rings out with a massive boom. Kangwoo stands right beside it, completely unfazed. He does not budge from his spot, his hair merely rustling in the violent wind generated by Jae Hyun's aura. Jae Hyun's power is terrifying, a peak level 9 awakening trait. As he charges forward, Cha Yeon-jo refuses to back down. She summons her legendary weapon, the Red Thirst Chains, as both fighters unleash a mighty roar. They charge forward. The distance between them rapidly shrinks. Their clashing forces begin to blur the very air around them. Jae Hyun and Cha Yeon-jo draw back their arms, fully prepared to crush each other into dust, his eyes flashing with an incredibly deadly light. Jae Hyun screams to get out of the way as he throws a devastating punch. His fist strikes forward, triggering a small tremor as thick smoke rises, but her slender body instantly reappears from the mist, her eyes flashing with pure determination. She raises her arm high, sending her glowing chains wrapping tightly around Jae-hyun's massive frame. Jae-hyun struggles furiously against them. He curses the annoying binding trapped for a brief moment. Jae-hyun finally breaks free as sweat drops from Cha Yeonjo's beautiful face from exhaustion. He screams in a blind rage, calling her a stupid pest, and swings another heavy fist straight toward her. This devastating strike is known as despair, but luckily, Cha Yeonjo manages to dodge the blow just in time. That was a wicked punch, but the man pushes on with another strike, roaring to get out of the way. Suddenly, Baek Wazian appears out of nowhere and throws her hands back. She screams out cyclone as violent gusts rise up and wrap around him. Jaehyun's entire body gets slammed backward. The sheer force of the impact is just too overwhelming. Jaehyun's shirt is torn to shreds as he snarls, "You absolute bastards." Kangwoo's arrogant face slowly becomes visible. He emerges through the rising dust, and seeing that smug look makes Jaehyun boil. His rage flares up again as he raises his hand toward the sky. He screams, "I told you, get lost." He slams his fist down, shattering the ground into flying debris while screaming like a madman. "Move," he roars, "get out of my way, all of you." No matter how terrified she feels inside, Cha Yeonju stands her ground and thrusts her fist out, summoning her chains despite getting scraped up. But Jaehyun is still able to move his body. He grabs her chains and flings them upward. The force launches Cha Yeonjo high into the air, her eyes wide with tense caution. What the hell, she thinks, how did he break straight through like that? But then she realizes Jaehyun is already trapped. His entire frame is bound tight in a massive web of chains. Cha Yeonjo secured them from behind, and even if he tries to drag her along, she stubbornly holds on to anchor her body no matter how insanely strong Kim Jae-hyun might be. He is still just a ranker like me, she tells herself. If I keep piling on the damage, there is no way he can shrug off all the injuries I have dealt him. Jaehyun grunts in irritation at her struggle. What a cheap trick, he growls, but Cha Yeonjo keeps thinking. If we can land just one fatal blow, she thinks. Nearby, Waseon is completely exhausted, using her sword for support while Jaehyun desperately struggles against his binds. Suddenly, Cha Yeonjo is sent flying backward as her metal chains finally snap under the immense pressure. Jaehyun roars like a wild beast, gripping a sharp, jagged piece of glass. He pants heavily, glaring right toward where Kangwoo stands, cursing him as a bastard. Kangwoo just smiles a wide, creepy grin. His eyes flash with a sinister, demonic glint, completely mocking his opponent with that twisted expression. Jaehyun is absolutely losing his mind. He screams and charges straight toward Kangwoo, calling him a damn scoundrel while raising his heavy fist. Suddenly, he coughs up a huge mouthful of blood. Waseon stands there, having stabbed him right through the back, panting from absolute exhaustion. The guards and Kim Ji-Ang-hun cry out in absolute panic, urging the young master to remain calm while the desperate screams to let him go continue to echo. Waseon pulls her blade out, making Jaehyun stagger, yet he somehow maintains his stance and keeps pushing forward, struggling to take another step. The two exhausted girls watch him. Jaehyun coughs up blood but still tries to force out one last curse. His trembling fist lightly taps against Kangwoo's chest before he collapses. Kangwoo just chuckles and grabs his hair. Jaehyun is utterly baffled by what just happened. Did Kangwoo really think he could kill him? But then Jaehyun lets out a mysterious, unsettling smirk. "Do you even know who I am?" Meanwhile, at the Forang Group headquarters, Cha Yeonjo demands answers, asking Kangwoo to explain himself while he looks back with a puzzled expression. She presses further, what exactly did he do to Kim Young-hoon? Kangwoo casually shrugs it off, admitting he just altered the guy's memories a bit, making Cha Yeonjo glare warily. Memory manipulation. Kangwoo proudly boasts about his incredible utility, claiming he has plenty of hidden talents she has yet to discover. Cha Yeonju, however, continues to stare at him with deep suspicion and doubt. She demands to know who he really is, calling out her full name. Suddenly, Kangwoo gently places his hand on Cha Yeonjo's shoulder. He tells her softly that she does not need to know or understand everything. Just trust him. In return, he promises to stand by her and help her completely wipe out every last member of the vile demon association. They took everything precious from her, and that revenge alone should be more than enough. So they continue. Their highly beneficial partnership remains intact. Standing before his smug, chillingly confident demeanor, Cha Yeonjo hesitates. She lets out a heavy sigh. She realized she probably should not have raised this little tiger cub, but it is far too late now. Plastering a smile back on, she agrees that they should definitely continue their mutual partnership. Meanwhile, inside the cell, power-suppressing magic seals wrap tightly around him. Captain Hwaseon steps forward, demanding to know when he first started dealing with the Demon Association. She wants to know what this summoning ritual is truly about. Hwaseon also demands the identity of the red-masked figure. Jaehyun only smirks in response. Slamming her hands on the table, Hwaseon loses her patience. She furiously commands Kim Jae-han to answer, reminding him that he is no longer the Grand Chief Executive. No longer the proud mere guild master or executive, he is now just a common criminal who broke the law. Since he chose to collude with a fanatical demonic cult, Jae-hyun merely laughs off the threat. Mocking them, Jae-hyun asks if they seriously expect him to talk, claiming Hwarang holds absolutely no power over him. They are all just lapdogs for the government, faithfully doing whatever they are told. He snarls at Bae Hwaseon, asking if she understands. He boasts of the numerous assembly members under his thumb, threatening to easily crush her like a bug with just one hand. Suddenly, sharp purple chains of blood impale his flesh. Cha Yeonjo finally steps in to take over the interrogation. Ignoring the startled captain, Cha Yeonju coldly orders Jae-hyun to talk as he is pinned ruthlessly against the wall. Jae-hyun groans in agony. Cha Yeonjo has zero patience left. She delivers a brutal kick directly to his chest, making him cough up blood. Hwaseon quickly rushes to intervene. Hwaseon orders her to stop before she accidentally kills him, but Jae-hyun only starts laughing with a raspy chuckle. He wheezes that they will lose anyway. They cannot even begin to comprehend the terrifying scale of the cult's master plan. It is completely beyond their imagination. Cha Yeonjo grits her teeth in fury until Oh Kangwoo suddenly steps in. Oh Kangwoo calmly steps in after a moment of silence, telling the ladies to stand back so he can chat with the prisoner. Jae-hyun glares up at him, frowning. He sneers that Oh Kangwoo's presence changes nothing, asking if the young man honestly expects to get a confession. Oh Kangwoo confidently replies that he absolutely will make him talk, leaving Jae-hyun annoyed by his arrogance. Cutting off his scoffing, Oh Kangwoo drops a bombshell he is bringing his son back. Jae-hyun freezes. He freezes in shock. Oh Kangwoo wears a chillingly dark demonic expression. He promises to return Kim Young-hoon completely whole and safe. All Jae-hyun must do is spill everything he knows. Jae-hyun shudders in sheer terror, his entire body shrinking back. He slumps forward. Then he bursts out laughing. The two women look on in confusion. They watch as both men laugh like madmen. He curses him, screaming that he will burn in hell no matter what. Hearing this, Oh Kangwoo silently chuckles. He literally just got back from there. Jae-hyun then starts his story. It started when he met that mysterious masked man about 8 months ago. Bae Hwaseon immediately asks if she is talking about that blood-red masked guy. He calmly says yes, prompting Cha Yeonjo to ask if he truly does not know who that person is. He nods, making Oh Kangwoo silently realize that even Jae-hyun knows absolutely nothing about him. Oh Kangwoo tells him to go on, so Jae-hyun continues. The masked man offered him a deal, promising to turn him into a demon in exchange for human sacrifices. Cha Yeonju frowns, asking to wait, questioning how he could possibly agree to such a crazy proposal upon their very first meeting. Jae-hyun just calmly scoffs at her, claiming she only says that because she knows nothing about demons. Annoyed, she asks what he means, forcing him to explain that demons are essentially immortal. As long as their necks remain intact and their heads do not explode, they can live forever, without aging at all. Bae Hwaseon asks if he truly believes in eternal life. Jae-hyun replies yes, asking why not, because those demons have existed for thousands of years. Both girls gasp in disbelief, while Oh Kangwoo's face visibly stiffens as the old man's chilling words continue to echo that they have lived far longer than that. They are quietly expanding their massive influence while hiding across the world, only recently resuming activities. This news plunges Oh Kangwoo into deep thought. The demon cult has actually been around for thousands of years. He originally thought they formed during the cataclysm, but their roots run incredibly deep. Rooting them out will be much harder than he initially anticipated. Cha Yeonjo asks if he kidnapped innocent people as sacrifices for eternal life. He casually agrees, making her snap that he is a completely senile old lunatic, demanding to know what he wants eternal life for. Regardless, he simply laughs in pure amusement, saying they truly know nothing. The physical body of a demon retains its human consciousness while magnifying all desires. Confused, Cha Yeonjo asks, so what? But Jae-hyun keeps babbling on, claiming they will never grow tired of life and can forever maintain their youth, live eternally, asking if that is not the ultimate dream. They wonder how this is possible, as Cha Yeonjo brushes it off as absolute garbage. Still, the old man stubbornly insists that it is indeed completely possible, questioning why he would gamble his entire life on an uncertainty. Cha Yeonjo quietly realizes that since Jae-hyun is so confident, she can easily deduce how the demon cult recruits members. Meanwhile, Oh Kangwoo silently refutes his claims in his head, knowing that living with an unquenchable burning desire is not a blessing. It is actually a painful curse, far worse than anything else in this world. This foolish bastard does not understand the first thing about real demons. Jae Hyun proudly explains that he eagerly provided everything the cult requested, adding that several of his association members have already willingly accepted demonic energy during their sinister rituals. Curiously, Baek Hwaeon asks him what demonic energy is, wondering if it is like mana. He calmly clarifies it is hellish power similar to mana but different. Cha Yeonju asks if he possesses it, but he calmly admits he does not yet. This makes her expression sour, immediately questioning why he would join the demon cult in the first place if not to gain that power. He simply explains that, according to the masked man, more preparation is required for a complete demonic transformation. If one accepts that dark energy too early, they risk completely losing control of their desires and turning into a mindless monster. When asked why other members of his own association would take such a massive risk, Jae Hyun speaks with absolute cold indifference, declaring that the energy grants instant power, making them highly effective as disposable pawns. Disgusted by his cruelty, Cha Yeonjo curses him as absolute trash, while Baek Hwaeon calmly shifts the topic to ask what they are trying to summon. He reveals they want to summon a demon, shocking both of the girls and causing Kangwoo to flinch in surprise. They are indeed planning to summon a literal demon, which instantly makes Baek Hwaeon incredibly worried as she asks how and where they plan to summon such a creature. Jae Hyun explains that he does not know, but the dimensional barrier keeping them out is rapidly weakening. The red-haired girl listens in complete confusion, unable to understand any of this talk about a dimensional wall. She demands to know what he is talking about, but Jae Hyun calmly explains that about a month ago, they successfully summoned a demon due to the weakening barrier. Hearing this, Cha Yeonjo gasps, repeating that it was a month ago, while cold sweat begins to drip down Kangwoo's face in sheer panic. He anxiously wonders if all of this is actually his fault, as a sudden realization flashes in his mind that a system notification about a core crack had appeared back then. It makes complete sense now why the demon cult suddenly became so active, especially with the system alert about the Gaia multidimensional protection system being active. Staring at a mysterious figure before a pink energy orb, Kangwoo realizes he was the one who broke the Gaia system upon returning to Earth, causing him to break into a cold sweat during his return. Seeing his tense reaction, Cha Yeonjo squints in confusion while he wonders why the system has not automatically restored itself. She then speaks up to ask Jae Hyun if the multidimensional wall is still currently in such a severely weakened state. He scowls, explaining that the cult claims it is getting weaker by the day. Frustrated by this answer, Kangwoo silently curses to himself in frustration. If things keep going at this rate, he is incredibly worried that all of those demons and monsters will invade Earth together, including the terrifying entities from Elnor. The thought alone almost drives him completely crazy, but he quickly composes himself on the outside, replying that he understands. Helplessly, he realizes that worrying about it now will not solve a single thing. Deciding to focus on the demon cult first, Kangwoo looks at the old man and asks where their headquarters is, hoping to find the masked bastard there. Tightly bound to his seat, Jae Hyun replies that his known location is outdated and the cult has likely moved to a completely isolated area. Kangwoo presses for details, asking if they are hidden elsewhere, and Jae Hyun obediently answers that they have probably already completed their summoning ritual by now. Hearing all of this, Cha Yeonjo glares at him with deep frustration, unable to hide her anger. Cha Yeonjo slams her hand on the table, demanding to know if he is done. Didn't he say they needed more sacrifices, and that was why he targeted Kim Si-hoon for the summoning ritual? Jae-hyun just closes his eyes, claiming he knows absolutely nothing. She yells at Jae-hyun, pointing out that his excuses make absolutely no sense. His own guild offered the sacrifices, so how could he not know if they had enough? But the man just smirks at her, saying they are only judged on their performance. Hearing this absurd response, Kangwoo cannot help but let out a quiet curse. His sudden outburst startles both of them. When Cha Yeonjo asks what he means, Kangwoo just scratches his nose with a pretty annoyed look. Now watch, he drops a massive truth bomb that leaves Cha Yeonjo completely frozen. Both she and Hwasung stare in absolute shock as he reveals that the Mirror Guild is not the only one connected to the demon cult. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit, candlelit room, a powerful figure scoffs at Jae-hyun's capture. Looking through a magic crystal ball, the cardinal mocks his fallen pawn for being so easily defeated. He was beaten way too easily. In the shadows below, a robed subordinate nods, agreeing that Jae-hyun was a disappointment. But since they already secured enough sacrifices from other guilds, the subordinate believes their plan will remain on schedule. Still, the cardinal narrows his eyes, clearly annoyed by the setback. He cannot wrap his head around how Jae-hyun messed up this badly. It is infuriating to watch his pawn get taken down. To think a complete nobody ruined their game. As an image flashes on the screen, he wonders if it was that bastard's doing. He realizes the culprit might be Kangwoo. The cardinal looks at his followers, calculating his next move. They need to verify everything. He asks about the backup forces, and a minion quickly confirms they have arrived. The cardinal kicks his feet up on the desk, leisurely asking about the special item they received, and the subordinate delivers a detailed report about the mysterious delivery. It is a highly compressed demonic stone packed with dark energy. This powerful artifact holds enough energy to amplify the cardinal's power and bring their dark plans to completion. Hearing this, the cardinal rests his chin on his hand. He praises the report and asks if there are any specific instructions from the headquarters. The subordinate replies there are none. The cardinal pauses, quite surprised by this lack of guidance. He figures they want him to handle the rest. Glaring coldly at his men, he orders them to move quickly. The plan goes ahead as scheduled, starting with El Cuero. As they shout their obedience, the scene shifts to Kangwoo in casual clothes. Kangwoo apologizes to Seola for making her worry. Meanwhile, back in the brightly lit room, Cha Yuanzhou sighs wearily, complaining that they are back to square one and have to start over. Hwasung follows behind, trying to comfort her by pointing out they did find some pretty solid clues. She turns to Kangwoo warmly, promising that the government will reward him handsomely for his work. Standing nearby, Cha Yuanzhou complains about being completely exhausted. Kangwoo points at himself in surprise, while Hwasung just smiles at his reaction. They easily exposed the Mirror Guild's secret connections and took down Jae Hein, and it was entirely thanks to his efforts. Hearing this high praise, Kangwoo scratches his nose, feeling pretty proud of himself. He jokingly hopes the reward is not some useless trophy or medal. She closes her eyes and reassures him that she is not that cheap, promising to contact him privately about a much bigger reward that he can actually look forward to. His eyes light up like headlights at the mention of something big. If even Hwasung is hyping this reward up, he is definitely going to be looking forward to it. Back at the apartment, Seola shyly calls out his name. She welcomes him home, while Echidna tearfully runs over to cling to him. She whines, asking where he has been. Closing the door, he looks down at her. He apologizes, explaining he had some business to settle. Echidna just pouts in response. She asks if she did something wrong. The memory of his cold, white-eyed gaze flashes through her mind. Tears stream down her face as she begs him not to abandon her, promising to behave much better next time. Looking at the crying girl, Kangwoo gently tries to comfort her. He pulls her into a warm hug, gently reassuring her that it is not her fault and she did absolutely nothing wrong. He promises he would never leave her behind. Patting her head, he tells her not to worry. He secretly feels terrible for leaving her alone for an entire week, knowing how much the poor girl struggles with loneliness. As Echidna weakly calls his name, he realizes he must be a better guardian. Right then, Seola steps forward with a very gentle look on her face to ask if everything is settled. She asks if he managed to take care of everything. Kangwoo apologizes for not giving her a proper explanation, but she shyly shakes her head, saying it is completely fine. She knows he truly cares about them more than anyone. She is sure he will share the truth with her when the time is right. Her understanding words deeply touch his heart. Seola then notices the time and points out how late it is. She asks if he has eaten, offering some hot kimchi stew she made just for him. Kangwoo's eyes instantly light up at the mention of his absolute favorite dish. He eagerly agrees to eat, staring hungrily at the steaming pot on the table. It is impossible to resist. He silently celebrates, thinking Seola is an absolute angel sent from heaven. The next morning, the scene shifts to a quiet room inside the local hospital. Kim Si-hoon looks down at his arm with the IV drip. He asks if they kept tabs on him because of the rumors linking him to the demon cult. Kangwoo admits he knew it was Kim Si-hoon the moment he heard the gossip, causing the young swordsman to lower his head in worry. Kim Si-hoon wonders where these baseless rumors even came from. Kangwoo gently reassures him that the player community is pretty small and rumors are bound to spread when you have someone as talented as him in the party. Kim Si-hoon sighs, but in reality, Kangwoo secretly knows the rumors are not entirely wrong. Even if he had not leaked them himself, the truth would have gotten out eventually. Seola stands nearby, looking quiet and serious before finally speaking up. She asks why he could not have warned them first. Kangwoo turns to her in surprise. She admits she knows he has quite a lot of secrets. She understands he only keeps them to protect the group from danger, but she still clenches her fists in frustration. The more he shuts them out, the more distant they feel. She honestly worries she will never be able to reach him again. Hearing this, Kangwoo scratches his head, feeling a bit guilty and pretty regretful. He sincerely apologizes for making her worry, which catches her off guard and leaves her looking a bit flustered. She quickly backtracks, saying she is not the one who deserves an apology and probably just misspoke. But Kangwoo quickly interrupts, insisting she has every right to feel that way and explaining it is entirely his fault. Hearing him call her family makes Seola blush instantly as her hands burn hot. Kangwoo keeps apologizing, promising he will do his absolute best to never make her worry like this again, causing her to shyly look away. She looks at him, dead serious. Blushing red, she asks him to please speak casually with her from now on, completely shocking him. She points out he speaks casually to Cha Yeonjo, so she expects the same treatment as a real family member. The others just sit there watching. Talk about a front row seat to a cheesy K-drama. Tae-soo and Choi Eun-bi even put on 3D glasses. Their hands touch, sending romantic vibes straight through the roof. He asks why she does not speak casually to him too, making her look down in absolute embarrassment. But Akinia abruptly jumps right between them. The little girl wedges herself in shouting Oh Kangwoo's name and handing him a piece of fruit. Peel this for me. Since it is already peeled, she tells him to remove the white strings, just as Kim Si-hoon speaks up with a serious look. Kim Si-hoon apologizes for ruining the mood but asks to speak with him, clenching his hands in anxiety. He wants to know what happened to the villains. Oh Kangwoo calmly mentions that those two will be rotting behind bars for the rest of their miserable lives. He explains the downfall of the Mia Guild, assuring him that no amount of money can bail them out now. Their massive tech empire is in total chaos. He reveals he knows how Kim Jae-hyun rigged things to drown Kim Si-hoon in massive debt, catching him completely off guard. Oh Kangwoo promises proper compensation and offers to move Kim Si-hoon's sick mother to an advanced medical facility, bringing the young man to tears. Tears drip down. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he covers his face as the surrounding friends watch with warm, sympathetic eyes. Seeing him sob like this makes Oh Kangwoo a bit awkward, but Kim Si-hoon looks up with immense devotion. He declares Oh Kangwoo as his absolute savior. Ever since Oh Kangwoo entered his life, everything has turned around. His sparkling eyes say it all. Meeting him was the luckiest moment of his life. He vows to treat him like a real sworn blood brother, which immediately makes Oh Kangwoo break a nervous sweat. With teary eyes, the young man repeats his vow of brotherhood, leaving Oh Kangwoo completely speechless and helpless. He accepts. Accepting the request, he agrees to speak casually, prompting the boy to weep with joy. As the onlookers stare wide-eyed, Kim Si-hoon turns serious, saying he finally has a secret to share. He has a confession. His secret ability is revealed to be a rare triple S-grade talent called Successor of the Martial God. Since his level is still too low, he cannot utilize its full strength. Tae-soo acts completely shocked, shouting that a triple S grade on a first awakening is completely unheard of. Oh Kangwoo just sighs while the boy goes on about receiving a very strange message during his awakening. He explains the system chose him as a guardian due to an error. Nobody else has ever heard of this system. He asks Kim Si-hoon for the exact date of his awakening, and the boy replies it was May 22nd. Seo-ah gasps, realizing that was the exact day they met. That is the day he returned from hell, meaning his arrival caused the error that awakened Kim Si-hoon. Realizing this boy might be the system's repair key, he watches as the others praise him as a hero. He was a suspected main character, but he is even more important now. A dark smile creeps onto his face. Tae-soo tells him to rest up, and as Oh Kangwoo prepares to leave, he bids him a cold farewell. He stood up to leave, but a hand suddenly reached out. It clutched his shirt. Si-hoon held on tight, looking up with pleading eyes. He asked if Oh Kangwoo was really leaving. Echidna tearfully joined in asking her master the same thing. Oh Kangwoo frowned, trying to explain that Si-hoon needed rest. Sweating, he wondered what on earth was happening. He asked why Si-hoon was staring so intensely. The young man looked away, blushing. Si-hoon begged him to stay just a little longer. Suddenly, Oh Kangwoo froze and turned. He stared at Echidna and Sola in sheer disbelief. Echidna looked up at him. She asked if she could tag along while Sola held her dress tightly, knowing he would be busy. Oh Kangwoo recalled how subordinates naturally gravitate toward their master. He glanced over at Si-hoon. He wondered if even Si-hoon fell under that spell. Inside, he screamed to get out. Oh Kangwoo bolted out of the hospital room, shouting back that he would leave the party matters to him. Si-hoon yelled for him to wait, but the summoner was already gone. Outside an office building, a massive horde of monsters charged. Echidna unleashed her dark magic. Gathering energy in her hands, the little girl screamed. A violent surge of purple energy blasted directly into the front lines. Amidst the chaos, a swift figure wielding a massive scythe zipped forward. He shredded through the beasts one by one. His pale hand gripped the weapon tightly. The young warrior raised his deadly weapon high, ready to strike. He unleashed the freezing power of Leviathan. Instantly, a system notification chimed. He had successfully unlocked the S-rank Leviathan skill. Standing firm, he swung the scythe. The freezing frost spread across the battlefield. The system alert flashed once more. With his newly acquired S-rank power, the young hunter sliced through the massive beasts with ease. Black blood splattered everywhere. Within seconds, Oh Kangwoo and Echidna stuck a clean landing. He dismissed his weapon as the experience notification popped up. His level rose, but he knew it was getting harder. Reaching level 50 unlocked his 6th awakening along with a brand new special ability. However, Oh Kangwoo quickly snapped out of his serious mood. Grinning, he eagerly summoned his status screen to check out his new power. Finally, 50 was achieved. But the rank was locked behind an extreme demonic requirement. Question marks filled the screen. Disappointed, Oh Kangwoo stared at the screen, grumbling about not even knowing the unlock conditions. A gloomy aura surrounded him, which quickly caught his companion's attention. Echidna ran over, asking if he was tired or unwell. Hiding his immense frustration behind a fake smile, he assured her he was completely fine. Suddenly, something began to glow. He looked down at the glowing egg resting in his palm. A soft voice suddenly spoke from the shell, greeting him. It was Seola using the artifact to check if he was currently busy. Kangwoo answered. He asked how the packing was going. Seola confirmed they were almost finished and told him he could head back. Kangwoo then asked about her mother. Seola explained her mother would follow by taxi after finishing some final cleaning. In the old room, the mother smiled warmly at old photographs. Kangwoo promised to meet them at the new apartment. Arriving at the luxury apartment, Sola was stunned by its size. She hesitantly asked if they could really live in such a grand place. Meanwhile, Echidna stared with wide, sparkling eyes, completely amazed by their massive new home. Kangwoo smiled. He reassured her that they were family and he had no interest in living alone in a massive apartment. Though Seola felt guilty about accepting his generosity, Kangwoo explained the truth. He revealed the Red Rose Guild had gifted him the apartment. Seola asked in surprise if he meant Cha Yeonju, while Echidna happily scampered around the spacious rooms. Hearing this, Seola felt a sudden pang of jealousy, realizing she wasn't the one who had provided this place. Cha Yeonju's name weighed heavily on her. She realized how easily the guild master could afford such a luxurious city apartment. Standing by the window, Seola felt completely outclassed even as Echidna kept playing. Knowing Cha Yeonju lived nearby only made things worse. Tears welled up in Seola's eyes while Echidna excitedly broke the silence, calling out to her master. The young girl asked what their plans were for tomorrow. Kangwoo admitted he had nothing scheduled yet, which instantly caught Seola's attention. Seola's eyes lit up as a clever scheme formed in her mind. Echidna gave him a cute look, hoping to spend some quality time together. He patted her head, remembering her request to hang out, and suggested they go tomorrow. Echidna jumped for joy while Seola watched in silent frustration. Echidna cheered, happy to go anywhere with him. Seeing everyone get so close, Seola refused to be left behind. Determined to keep Kangwoo to herself, she declared she was coming along. Soon, the group headed to a crowded shopping mall. She called out to him, pointing at the displays. They enjoyed a fun day of shopping. Echidna even tried on an adorable lion costume, posing happily for a group photo. Echidna happily snapped some beautiful photos for Han, Seola, and watching them, Kangwoo can't help but smile. They mentioned they went shopping together before, and he feels quite glad to see them getting so close. Kangwoo is genuinely happy seeing Echidna and Han Seola laugh and play together. Han Seola asks if she wants to try on another outfit, and Echidna eagerly agrees, trying on dress after dress. Han Seola praises every single outfit. Kangwoo had been worried since Echidna is usually shy around strangers, but seeing her bond so easily with Han Seola brings a huge sense of relief. He was honestly concerned that the young girl only relied on him for everything, never showing any interest in connecting with other people. She normally hates being around unfamiliar faces, choosing to cling to him all day, but having Han Seola by her side changes things. Kangwoo is certain she will adapt in no time. Little Echidna hugs Han Seola tight, showing just how close they have become, but then his eyes drift to the scene right in front of him. His smile instantly vanishes. He lets out a dry smirk, wondering if these two are seriously about to do what he thinks. Are they turning him into their personal involuntary clothes rack today? Bags are hanging off him everywhere, but completely ignoring his misery, the two girls just keep going. They keep strolling along happily. He mutters, asking how many more clothes they are going to buy since his entire neck is already buried in bags. Suddenly, he looks up. Shocked, he hunches forward, practically trembling with pure excitement. He eagerly asks if he can eat absolutely anything he wants there. Han Seola follows behind awkwardly, confirming that he can, though his intense excitement makes her worry. She wonders if he has ever even seen a food court before. She gently explains that it is nothing fancy, but he can still enjoy a massive variety of dishes. Staring at the beautifully prepared meals makes him lose his mind. With delicious food everywhere, Kangwoo literally begins to drool. He thinks to himself that this must be the legendary food court he has heard about, hardly believing his eyes. He clenches his fists tightly, silently cursing himself for forgetting something so crucial. That is right, he had completely forgotten the main reason he fought to return to Earth was to enjoy life to the fullest. And of course, to eat all the delicious food. He loudly calls out to order everything from number 1 to 168 plus 18 bowls of kimchi stew. Han Seola frantically tries to hold him back, telling him they need to go to the counters first. With the food finally ready, his mouth waters like crazy. Han Seola sits politely next to him, encouraging him to enjoy the meal. Kangwoo grips his spoon, staring intensely at the soup, and asks if they can dig in. Time to dig in. He decides to start with a hot spoonful, shoving the first bite right into his mouth. He devours it ravenously, though the flavor still does not match Han Seola's kimchi stew. He grabs a dumpling, but because of its texture, it feels a bit dry. Since it lacks a bit of flavor, he dips it right into the hot soup. He thinks quantity will easily make up for it. Han Seola watches in disbelief as Kangwoo happily eats the soaked bite. It tastes way better than expected, prompting him to wonder if mixing everything together is the way to go. He calls out to Han Seola with a grin. Echidna asks if that is how they are supposed to eat. Han Seola quickly covers the little girl's eyes, warning her not to copy such terrible habits. Meanwhile, Kangwoo continues shoveling down food. Paying them no mind, he absolutely demolishes the entire feast. A perfect meal. But a sudden voice nearby completely ruins his peace. He blinks in surprise, turning to see who is speaking so familiarly to him. The stranger claims mixing everything in is the best way to eat. Kangwoo looks up at the man. It is the muscular Che Minhyuk who leans down with a friendly greeting, lifting his sunglasses to flash a smile. He says it has been a while, setting a mysterious item on the table. Still holding a spoonful of food, Kangwoo turns to look. He asks what the famous Honorary Guildmaster is doing here. Che Minhyuk quickly waves his hands, telling him to stop. He laughs, telling him not to speak so formally, explaining that he is actually here with a purpose. He came to deliver some great news, urging him to drop the stiff formalities. Both Han Seola and Kangwoo stare back with deep skepticism. Lowering his sunglasses, the Guildmaster smiles warmly. He asks if it is true that he joined the Red Rose Guild as a rookie, still keeping the spoon in his mouth. Kangwoo coldly replies that they are just cooperating rather than him fully joining. Che Minhyuk places a hand on his shoulder in a friendly gesture. That makes things easy. He leans in close, whispering softly. He invites his new brother to join his own guild instead. Che Minhyuk starts by offering 5 billion won along with a luxury house and a car, promising him far more than he currently has. Both Han Sola and Echidna gasp in absolute shock at the massive offer. Che Minhyuk pops open a cold can. He smiles as he promises him an executive position as well. Holding a soda can, Kangwoo just chuckles. He states that his expectations were high, but this offer is honestly way too small. Che Minhyuk narrows his eyes. He lets out a chuckle. He slaps his shoulder, laughing out loud. He praises Kangwoo's great sense of humor, asking what it would actually take to satisfy him. Kangwoo sets his drink down and sighs, explaining that he currently has absolutely zero interest in working under anyone regardless of how good the offer might be. Che Minhyuk hums thoughtfully for a brief moment. He slides his sunglasses off, asking what he thinks about one more deal. He promises a free piece of legendary gear if Kangwoo joins, bringing up an incredibly rare item. These legendary items are so incredibly rare that even massive piles of money cannot buy them. Unlike standard equipment crafted from ordinary monster remains and magic stones, legendary gear is forged from rare materials gathered exclusively from gate bosses of rank 5 or higher. A unique characteristic of this tier of gear is that it will actually grow stronger with its owner. Once you put on legendary gear, it bonds with you forever, meaning no one else can use it. But there's a catch. If the bonding conditions are not a match, the item might reject the owner entirely, even after all the hard work they put in to get it. He crosses his arms, deeply lost in thought. On top of that, legendary gear is known to maximize a player's stats. It is a sweet offer, and Che Minhyuk quickly notices that he is interested. Kangwoo nods, admitting he cannot deny it, opening one eye to look back at him. But if it cannot boost his magic power, it is completely useless to him. So he politely declines. This time, the captain is not even surprised. He just chuckles, admitting he expected that answer anyway. Before leaving, he politely hands over something. It is a business card telling him to call if he ever changes his mind. He also leaves a few more things on the table, and Che Minhyuk casually grabs 8 extra ingredients to toss into the pot. If you were going to mix everything together, you need to add this too for that authentic flavor. Echidna points her finger right at him. He agrees that mixing is the way to go. Han Solo quickly warns her not to do that while the carefree guy waves goodbye to them. He waves goodbye, leaving Kangwoo to silently scoop up a spoonful of the mushy food. While the other two keep chatting, Echidna asks Han Seola if she can try a bite but gets a firm rejection. After finishing that chaotic yet filling meal, Kangwoo heads back to the Red Rose Guild. Shocked, Cha Yeonjo asks why on earth he would reject such a sweet deal. Resting his head on his hand, he answers that he has no desire to work under anyone. Cha Yeonjo sighs deeply, muttering that he is one truly bizarre guy. Kangwoo just chuckles, saying that even without joining the Hwanung Guild, he still has a solid plan to get what he wants. He can earn it fairly through his contributions in protecting other players' right. The girl beside him mutters that she wants to say something but decides she is better off keeping her mouth shut. They make their way to the elevator, still deep in conversation. Kangwoo asks if she noticed anything suspicious or dirty about Baek Kangyun. Cha Yeonjo thinks back, explaining they have crossed paths a few times since they are both leaders of giant guilds. He decides to probe a little deeper. Asking what kind of man he is, she smiles and admits that just as he probably felt, the guy is completely unreadable. Yet Kangwoo is still quite curious. That much was obvious, but are there really no rumors about him? Pressing the elevator button, she mutters the word back to him, hesitating for a moment as she tries to remember. Actually, Baek Kang-yoon was heavily criticized once after a devastatingly brutal battle took place. It happened during the World Ranker evaluation when everyone hoped their country would finally secure its very first global ranker. Instead, he suffered a tragic defeat and was eliminated. Intrigued, Kangwoo asks who that other ranker actually was. Cha Yeonjo describes his opponent. The man was a Japanese ranker named Fujimoto Ryoma, the master of a mythical weapon known as the Eye of Susanoo. Because he lost to a Japanese rival, the public turned on him completely. Kangwoo looks skeptical, asking if that is really the only rumor. The girl walking ahead admits that is indeed all she knows. Kangwoo hums, slightly worried he might face some backlash just for turning the man down. However, Cha Yeonju quickly reassures him not to worry. He is not that petty. Even if there is an issue, that idiot will just laugh it off. Thinking about it, Kangwoo agrees she is right. Just then they spot someone else waiting ahead of them. Cha Yeonjo happily greets back Hwaeon as they approach. Wearing highly formal royal attire, the young woman welcomes them. She tells Kangwoo they have been waiting for him, inviting them both inside. She leads them into a room featuring a massive test tube. While investigating the demon cult, they stumbled upon an unbonded item. She recognized it instantly, prompting Cha Yeonju to tease her about how much she must have struggled to get it. Baek Hwaeon awkwardly holds her arm and begs her not to bring it up, mentioning that even higher-ups are completely incompatible with the item. But while she talks, Kangwoo's eyes are already glued to it. He is totally captivated. Baek Hwaeon asks how he likes it, as the item floats dramatically in mid-air. The system displays the Black Pearl Coat, a legendary-grade armor with 660 physical defense and 480 magic defense. It adds 5 to basic stats and features a special skill called Kraken's Rage, which doubles your stats for 1 minute with a 2-hour cooldown. This cloak is crafted from the coagulated blood of a kraken's heart, leaving Cha Yeonju in sheer awe. She notes that the effects are insane, but Baek Hwaeon agrees that it is not perfect, turning a worried glance toward him. The stat boosts are incredible, especially with the +5 bonus and special effects. However, almost no players actually possess innate stats. But as she speaks, her eyes suddenly widen in absolute shock. She stares because Kangwoo is standing there wearing a spectacularly devious grin. She stammers, realizing he actually has one. Kangwoo is thrilled, staring at this absolute masterpiece of gear. Standing in the system room, Cha Yeonjo pulls down her hood, realizing that given his insane growth rate, having innate stats actually makes perfect sense. Step by step, the young man approaches the floating armor. She notes that this cloak is easily the absolute peak of all legendary gear, which would be useless without innate stats. Kangwoo gazes at it with pure infatuation. He admits he is in love with it. He raises his hand to salute Baek Hwaeon. Thanking her for the incredible gift, he promises to keep dedicating himself to wiping out the demon cult. She smiles, genuinely glad the legendary gear found its rightful owner, asking him to look after them. A hand reaches out to grab the floating cloak. Grabbing the coat, he asks if he just simply needs to put it on. Cha Yeonjo crosses her arms, telling him to wear it like regular armor. He slips it on and carefully adjusts the straps. The system rings out, confirming he has acquired a legendary item, and the bonding process begins. Dark red veins immediately ripple all across his skin. The system declares Kangwoo as its official master. He looks down at his hand as dark tendrils of power warp around his fingers. Notifications flood in as the system scans his stats to optimize the cloak, confirming his innate stat is demonic power. He clenches his fist in utter amazement. His demonic power stat increases by 5. Behind him, a massive blazing aura erupts. The system confirms the bonding ritual is complete. Crossing her arms, Cha Yeonjo curiously asks how the legendary gear actually feels. Kangwoo beats his chest and laughs, thrilled by the power. Can I get 10 more? Cha Yeonjo asks helplessly. What are you thinking, man? Baek Hwaeon laughs out loud. She explains that he can only equip 5 items regardless of rank, seeing him so excited about his new gear. If you take any more, their effects will be neutralized. At times like this, you look like a total rookie. Kangwoo admires himself for a moment, then asks if that is true. He silently notes that 5 items or fewer is the limit, or fewer is totally fine. Looking at Kangwoo's hyped-up face, Cha Yeonju can only stand there in stunned silence. She stares at his pure joy and finally speaks up. She asks if he really likes it that much. He closes his eyes in pure bliss, saying of course he loves it. Cha Yeonju points her finger with a challenging grin. Wait, does she really want to test how strong he is? She tightens her fist, throwing down the gauntlet. She calls his name, Kangwoo, let's fight. But suddenly a swift hand grabs her cap. He asks if she is underestimating him a bit too much. The 3 of them head inside. He asks Baek Hwaeon if they can wreck the training room a little. She says there is no problem, as it was built for this exact purpose. No matter the damage, it will not budge at all. Cha Yeonju glances over with a smirk. Okay. She wonders how strong Kangwoo has actually become by now. Remembering his terrifying destructive power, she cannot help but feel a sudden chill. She realizes it is not just about his rapid growth. If it were that simple, how did he defeat Moon Young-ho when their stats were worlds apart? She tightens her fist and glances at him. There is some special magic to Kangwoo that goes far beyond levels and stats. She knows she must find out what it is today. Kangwoo also glances back at her. He stretches to warm up, thinking that whatever happens, it does not matter. He only wants to test his new gear, and she is the perfect opponent. He also wants to see how much this party is willing to invest in him. Nearby, Bei Huiyan rests her sword. She rests her sword on the floor and tells them both to get into their battle stances. The moment the signal is given, the match begins. Kangwoo charges forward instantly. He closes the distance and throws a heavy punch straight at her. But Cha Yeonjo is no easy target either. She counters instantly, forcing him to lean back to dodge. Kangwoo uses both hands to press down hard. Cha Yeonjo's fist quickly flies right at him. She aims a powerful, full-force blow right at him. Kangwoo blocks it with his hand, silently analyzing her. He notices her damage is carefully controlled, meaning she wants a close combat warm-up first. A sinister, devilish grin slowly spreads across his face. This is getting a little boring. A sudden explosion sends shockwaves and debris flying. Kangwoo brushes her hand aside, letting his fist graze right past her cheek. A hand suddenly reaches out to grab her cap. He asks if she is underestimating him, raising his fist as a friendly warning. He warns her that the hat will only block her vision, but she immediately counters with a punch. She aims to take him down instantly, but Kangwoo only flashes a wicked smile. He realizes she is getting dead serious. He asks if she is trying to murder him. She glares back with a provocative look. She charges up her skill, teasing him that it is because he is no ordinary player. Kangwoo remains completely calm, dodging her incoming chains before she unleashes a highly destructive ultimate skill. Cha Yeonjo intercepts him head-on, pouring every ounce of her strength into the attack. The devastating blow connects immediately, blasting him away across the arena floor. He flies back 10 meters, dust exploding everywhere, but refuses to yield. Kangwoo refuses to lose. He clenches his fist and activates his terrifying signature ability. Wrath of the Kraken boosts his demonic power by 5 points. Seeing this, Cha Yeonju panics. She shields her face in worry, but in that split second, Kangwoo is already moving. He flashes right past her, prompting Bei Huiyan to yell out. She screams for them to stop, but before her voice fades, Cha Yeonjo acts. Her deadly red chains shoot toward him at lightning speed, but he swiftly summons a clone. He activates his sky wings to take flight. He flies straight at Cha Yeonjo as she desperately deploys her chains. She tries to hold him off, but he effortlessly weaves through her defense. His eyes burn with terrifying bloodlust, the true mark of a survivor who fought actual demons for thousands of years without fear. He continues, channeling his devastating power. An explosion boosts the damage dealt to Cha Yeonjo as a massive surge of power appears. It slams into Cha Yeonju and explodes, making her struggle to block it as her red chains begin to crack. Shattered by his fierce attack, Kangwoo immediately flips into another offensive stance. He claps his hands together, preparing to unleash his next devastating skill. He activates his screech power, sending a deafening wail echoing through the room. This terrible sound forces both Bei Huiyan and Cha Yeonjo to wince in agony. They cringe in absolute pain as glowing mana marks begin appearing across his face. Seizing the moment, he knows this is his chance as Cha Yeonjo watches on in utter disbelief. He cheats the system again, activating sky power. He throws a massive fist straight ahead. Aiming straight for her face, Cha Yeonjo watches his fist hurtling forward. Realizing she cannot dodge in time, she quickly shifts her body into a defensive stance, planting her feet firmly to block his strike, but one punch is all it takes. All of her hard-earned defenses instantly crumble to dust as he yells a sky-shattering cry. Cha Yeonjo's protective barrier is completely shattered, leaving Bei Huiyan absolutely stunned by the sheer power. As she watches, smoke still drifts from Kangwoo's hand. Wisps of energy rise from his fist, while Cha Yeonjo sits slumped on the floor. She pants heavily, looking up with a wry smile at the shattered wall behind her. The wall is completely demolished as Cha Yeonjo curses Kangwoo, calling him a damn monster in this wrecked room. Cha Yeonjo groans on the floor about him being a total monster, while the system announces that the rage of the Kraken has ended. The skill enters a 2-hour cooldown as Kangwoo slowly lowers his hands, looking down silently at Cha Yeonjo, who remains slumped on the floor. Watching her on the floor, he finally understands why players are completely obsessed with obtaining legendary rank gear, still unable to believe he just overpowered someone as strong as Cha Yeonjo in mere seconds, while she simply props herself up and laughs. Laughing out loud, she looks up panting and praises his incredible strength. She tells him he is a genuine monster, but he offers his hand, claiming it is just the legendary gear, talking as she grabs hold. She reminds him that she has legendary gear too, but looking at his eerie expression makes her stutter. She asks if he is even human as he pulls her up with a playful laugh. He jokes she should be glad they are not enemies, but as Cha Yeon-jo stands up, she admits she still cannot completely trust him, all while Bae Hwaeon stands on the side, shaking as the two look at her in confusion. Bae Hwaeon explodes with sheer rage. She demands to know if they realize how expensive this training room is built with millions of taxpayer dollars, leaving Kangwoo scratching his head in awkward silence. Cha Yeon-jo glances around at the ruined facility, which only makes Bae Hwaeon even more furious. She cannot believe they completely trashed the room, forcing both of them to bow and apologize in unison, though this only infuriates her further as she tells them to learn some self-control before mentioning how leveling up brings great obstacles. They will face massive hurdles, but for now she bans them from using the training center, causing Cha Yeon-jo to complain about his destructive area of effect skill, while Kangwoo quickly shifts the blame back to her for being so incredibly tough. Meanwhile, Bae Hwaeon answers her phone to discuss the expensive repairs, leaving Kangwoo wondering how on earth they are going to pay for all of this damage. As Cha Yeon-jo grumbles that they should have sparred inside a dungeon gate instead of here, Kangwoo falls deep into thought, trying to figure out how to cover the massive repair bills. He considers selling magic stones from the giant ogre to pay for it, but realizes that would take too long, so he turns to her with a sudden thought. He remembers her saying that high-level monsters drop legendary crafting materials or rare items, asking if that is true, which immediately causes both women to turn and stare at him. He asks if she wants to go hunt El Cuero together, causing Bae Hwaeon to look at him in shock. She asks if he is really referring to the S-Rank gate boss, to which he proudly agrees, prompting a frowning Cha Yeon-jo to ask if he even knows what kind of terrifying aquatic creature El Cuero really is. It lives in a massive lake inside the S-Rank Gate of Suwon and has never been defeated, largely because its deep underwater habitat makes melee attacks utterly useless, while it also possesses incredibly high magic resistance. Even long-range attacks are nearly impossible to land, which is why people consider defeating it completely impossible, but Kangwoo just shrugs with a smile, admitting he knows it is a tough target. When he admits the hunt is a bit tricky, Cha Yeon-jo cuts him off, arguing it is practically suicide, especially since there is no guarantee it will even drop legendary loot, but Kangwoo merely smiles. He notes that if they get lucky, they might get lucky with a legendary drop, adding that this is about more than just money, which surprises Cha Yeon-jo as she asks for his real motive. He smiles and explains that hunting this beast could be the key to unlocking his 6th awakening and finally breaking his level limit, which is a major hurdle for all players. Everyone eventually hits two massive walls, namely absolute effort at level 59 and absolute talent at level 89, which are usually surpassed by defeating powerful boss monsters. Defeating these bosses allows players to shatter their own limits, causing Cha Yeon-jo to frown as she contemplates his words. She realizes she has been stuck at the absolute talent limit for a while, so targeting this boss instead of farming giant ogres might actually work, all while Echidna clings tightly to him. Cha Yeon-jo looks him over with pure disbelief, unable to process what she just heard. Wait, a level 89 player actually lost to a level 58. What in the world, she mutters, holding her head in frustration. All right, I will help you, Kangwoo says with a thumbs up, his eyes shining. Cha Yeon-jo lets out a sigh of relief and asks what the plan is, shoving her hands into her pockets. She looks back at him and warns that even with his strength, a two-man hunt is impossible. Kangwoo rubs his chin, glancing at Bae Hwaeon with a grin, and tells them he already has a strategy. But first, they will need a specific ally. We need a highly skilled melee fighter, he explains. Bae Hwaeon closes her eyes and volunteers to join, shocking Cha Yeon-jo. She looks around the ruined training room with a serious expression. She explains that since she is the one who let them use this facility, this mess is partly her responsibility. Cha Yeon-jo looks at her with shiny, admiring eyes. Bae Hwaeon then adds that she is glad she could help, especially compared to a certain trash bag who trashes a gym and then blames others. Kangwoo fumes, asking who she is talking about, while Bae Hwaeon just smirks right back. Despite the bickering, they still need to know what kind of plan requires a melee class to hunt El Cuero. Kangwoo folds his arms, confidently telling them they will find out soon enough. Cha Yeon-jo narrows her eyes. So our party only has 3 people, she asks. Kangwoo winks and clarifies that there are actually 4 of them. When Bae Hwaeon realizes Echidna is tagging along, she hesitates, wondering about the young girl. Kangwoo falls into deep thought. Ideally, he wants one more skilled melee combatant on the team. He quietly admits to himself that Shihun level is still far too low for this dangerous raid. Suddenly, Bae Hwaeon speaks up and calls his name. Kangwoo is snapped out of his thoughts and responds. Bae Hwaeon makes a suggestion. If he needs an experienced melee fighter, she actually knows an S-rank player currently training on the Green Plains. A monster screeches in agony before a small figure and a young man. A system alert confirms the target has been defeated. You have successfully defeated an S-rank giant orc. You leveled up to level 59, but your leveling progress is now restricted. All experience gained from now on will be stored, and once the limit is removed, it will all apply at once. He realizes he really must overcome this level cap. He heard some rare geniuses do not face this restriction, so he was hoping for a lucky break. Suddenly, Cha Yeonjo shouts. She asks if he is tired already, especially since they have not even found the boss yet. Kangwoo softly replies that he was just waiting for them, admitting he finally hit his level cap. He then slowly walks toward them. He assures them he has barely used any strength, so there is no need to worry. She reacts in surprise and Baek Hwaeun steps up to introduce their newcomer. This is the skilled melee fighter she mentioned earlier. The blonde man steps forward with a wave introducing himself as Gu Hyun-mo, the captain of Hwarang Unit 2. Kangwoo silently notes his title. He introduces himself as Kangwoo, saying it is a pleasure to meet him. Right after, he begins to size up his new teammate. He estimates the man must be at least as strong as Baek Hwaeun. Judging by his stance, he seems to be a dual-blade user. If he is strong enough, this raid should go smoothly. Meanwhile, Hyun-mo looks down at Echidna. He asks if Kangwoo is indeed the rookie who planned today's hunt, expressing absolute amazement that he already took down a giant orc. He then continues to ask with curiosity. He wonders why a little kid is present in such a dangerous place. Kangwoo explains she is actually his summon, leaving Hyun-mo completely dumbfounded. What a child is his summoned monster, he gasps. Baek Hwaeun folds her arms, telling him she will explain more about Kangwoo later. Kangwoo merely rubs his nose. For now, he just needs to know. Kangwoo is as strong as Cha Yeonjo. And honestly, who wouldn't be shocked? Hyun-mo looks utterly stunned, unable to believe someone could match her level. How could a rookie of only 2 months compare to Cha Yeonjo? She is easily one of the highest-ranking players in the entire country, yet she never once mentioned him. Baek Hwaeun cheerfully asks Kangwoo if there is anything else they need, and he nods with a calm smile, saying everything is fine. Kangwoo then takes a moment to praise the captain. Recruiting such a highly talented fighter would have been nearly impossible without her help. She laughs quickly, replying that she is just happy he is pleased with the results. Right after, Hyun-mo steps over to Kangwoo. He nervously admits he has a few private questions to ask, leaving Kangwoo a bit confused as the man whispers directly into his ear. He asks about the exact nature of his relationship with Baek Hwaeun. Kangwoo instantly answers that they do not share any special connection. Suddenly, Baek Hwaeun speaks up from behind, instantly startling Hyun-mo. She warns Captain Hyun-mo that although he has many questions, they are seriously running out of time. Kangwoo watches them with a sigh, realizing the guy clearly has feelings for her. Cha Yeonjo then turns to them to take control. She tells the funny couple to wrap things up and get into position since El Cuero will appear soon. Kangwoo smiles, explaining they do not need to go anywhere because they are already exactly where they need to be. She gasps in surprise. She points out that they are in the stone giant territory, but Kangwoo gently explains they are wrong. They are not aggressive monsters, meaning there is no way he can use them to lure El Cuero. However, he confidently states that they are the key. They form the absolute core of his plan. He lays out thick iron chains across the sand to prepare for the ambush. Hyun-mo walks over with his arms crossed, confirming the chains are set. Kangwoo slowly lifts his leg. Dark tentacles erupt from around his leg. Deciding it is time to begin, his eyes suddenly glow a deep crimson. And just like that, the world-first hunt of El Cuero begins sending massive shockwaves beneath his feet. Channeling his immense power, Kangwoo stands completely still on the ground. The water begins to ripple as his expression turns serious. He stares directly ahead. It is here. The massive beast is finally rising from the deep water. A massive shadow swims rapidly below. Kangwoo stands on the shore, watching closely. He calls out, signaling that the beast has finally arrived. Baek Hwaeun grips her heavy chains while Hyun-mo stands on high alert. Echidna closes her eyes, carefully sensing her surroundings. Hearing the command, she readies her stance. He warns everyone to prepare just as a giant geyser erupts right before them. The terrifying monster surges up from below. It bursts out of the water. Watch out. The giant beast flaps its wings, bursting straight out of the water. Charging right at Kangwoo's group, the monster's wings suddenly spin at a terrifying speed. A lethal barrage shoots out from right beneath its belly. Kangwoo spins around, shouting a desperate warning to his team. It is a barrage of poisoned darts, but young Echidna steps up to cast her magic. Echidna conjures a glowing blue barrier to shield them. Blocking the deadly strikes, the barrier begins to crack, prompting Kangwoo to shout. Hang on a little longer, Echidna, he cheers before calling out to his other two allies. Hyun-mo and Woo-seon answer in unison as Kangwoo grabs them both and yells. Activating his sky wings, he frowns and yells, "Let's go." Hold on tight, he warns before rocket launching straight into the air. Carrying both allies, he flies at top speed, the wind distorting their faces. In a flash, a heavy chain wraps tightly around one member's arm. With the preparations complete, Woo-seon and Hyun-mo prepare to drop. They plummet in free fall right toward the thrashing beast. Hyun-mo drops first, screaming the entire way down. Woo-seon and Kangwoo follow close behind as all three slam down and cling to the monster. Wu Xiun reaches out calling for Kangwoo to take the gear. Kangwoo leans forward from behind to take the extra chains. Meanwhile, Hyunmo carves a deep gash into the beast, complaining that its hide is ridiculously slippery. Holding a massive anchor, Kangwoo shouts his orders. Hyunmo, take the right side, and Woosan, take the left. We must finish this right now. Before it dives back underwater, he drives the heavy anchor deep into the monster's flesh as it plunges back toward the ocean. The beast groans in pain, dragging them across the water as they struggle to hold on. Fighting the rough waves, Hyunmo struggles to plant the heavy anchors. Working together, the three of them slam the remaining anchors into its back. Thrashing in absolute agony, the monster desperately struggles in the water. Wu Xian grips her sword, shouting in confusion. What on earth is happening? She gasps, while Kangwoo quickly assesses the situation. It is trying to escape. Kangwoo roars for everyone to hold tight as the beast begins to crackle with deadly lightning. Sparks fly everywhere as it thrashes wildly, trying to dive before suddenly launching upward. Hyunmo and the others cling to its slippery back for dear life. Kangwoo grabs hold of the heavy chains wrapped around the beast. The bastard is trying to drag us back into the deep water, he warns. I will use wings of the sky to block it. Make sure you tie down those remaining chains. Wu Sun tightly grips her sword in agreement. The monster lets out a savage roar and rockets higher into the sky. It crackles with lightning, but Kangwoo prepares to unleash his ultimate force. Ultimate sky-breaking strike. Kangwoo drives, his devastating fist straight forward. A massive wave of energy erupts, creating a giant whirlpool of seawater that buffets both Hyunmo and Woosun. Feeling the shockwave, Kangwoo realizes his attack was weakened by the water. He frowns. It is unbelievable that his strike only managed to push them into the air. He needs to inflict a much deeper wound to stop this beast. Suddenly, he spots a vulnerable opening right on the monster's body. That is the spot. His sky wings manifest once again with brilliant light. Kangwoo rockets upward at absolute lightning speed. The monster trembles, frozen in absolute shock. At that moment, Kangwoo flies straight inside the giant monster. Deep inside its body, he glances around and frowns deeply. Nearby, Hyunmo stares in confusion at the static shock. Baekwaeon quickly answers that is not El Cuero's attack. Orange sparks of flame erupt all over the beast while Echidna down below writhes in severe pain. Calling for Kangwoo, Baekwaeon spins around to check the chains. Are all the chains locked in place? Hyunmo double checks and nods. Then let's get out of here. But wait, Hyunmo hesitates. What about Kangwoo? Baekwaeon raises her voice to answer. He is much stronger than us. We will only get in his way if we stay. Jump now, she screams. The moment the two leap down, the beast's body flashes brilliantly in midair from the impact of the attack. Baekwaeon looks back in utter shock. Did he really dive straight into its mouth? She worries about Kangwoo, who is currently trapped inside the massive creature. Luckily, a solid green barrier bubble keeps him completely safe. Kangwoo smiles and realizes this must be Echidna's doing. She must have sensed her master was in serious danger, and he marvels at her. He cannot believe she held this magic shield for so long. Clenching his fists, he gets ready. Outside, heavy iron anchor hooks still pierce the monster. Suddenly, a chunk of the beast's thick flesh caves inward. Kangwoo punches clean through the meat with his bare hands. He breaks free, feeling a sudden surge of raw energy. The wounded beast thrashes in agony. Water splashes wildly everywhere as Kangwoo exhales sharply, his hands already unwrapping the chains from around his body. Cha Yeonjo, he bellows. Everything is fully ready now. Pull it. After that brutal strike, the monster slumps completely motionless. Suddenly, a glowing red weapon lashes out and wraps tightly around the heavy sleeping stones. Cha Yeonjo screams out, "What are you doing, you complete loser?" With an excited grin on her face, she yells, "Hurry up and get out of the way, you bastards." A sinister, enchanting laugh echoes nearby. Debris collides, causing the ground to shake violently. Cha Yeonjo flies high in pure excitement, continuously slashing away. Gripping her whip tightly, she strikes with absolute madness at the giant stone golem. Hurry up! A loud explosion booms across the ocean. Kangwoo frowns, gripping the chains with all his might. Even after activating divine force and steel, this crushing pressure is unbelievable. He tells himself he cannot let go of these chains, no matter what. He quickly glances back toward the mainland. Just a little more. Bound tightly by the iron chains, the beast thrashes wildly. On land, the massive stone golem is dragged completely down. This is due to the monster's immense pulling power. Kangwoo wraps the iron chains even tighter. The beast is not weakening at all. It fights back furiously against the bounds. Suddenly, two bright spots of light glow right under its belly. It fires a heavy barrage of shots toward the shore. But Echidna's magic barrier blocks the attack entirely. Right behind her, the other stone golem is slowly getting back on its feet. Kangwoo watches the heavy bombardment and grows deeply worried. Did he underestimate it? It is way stronger than expected. If this keeps up, the golem will break. Seeing Echidna struggle makes him anxious. He realizes he must find a way to weaken it. Kangwoo grits his teeth and lets out a massive roar that reaches Cha Yeonjo's ears. Cha Yeonjo, use your chains. Standing atop the stone golem, she yells right back at him, are you crazy? You will get hurt. Kangwoo shouts back instantly. Hurry up, Cha Yeonjo grits her teeth and casts her magic. The red gem on her wrist begins to glow. Her special ability, Blood Chains of the Ground. Instantly, several energy-draining tentacles emerge from the earth, wrapping Kangwoo in thick glowing red chains. The sheer pain makes him groan, even with his special gargoyle armor active, but he was prepared for this. Getting a legendary item is never easy. Suddenly, a massive bundle of heavy chains shoots straight down toward the beast. That doesn't matter if they can just weaken it first. The iron chains slam directly into the creature, making it writhe and let out a deafening roar. After struggling violently for a moment, it finally goes completely still. It worked. The heavy chains now bind the stone monster securely on land while keeping the aquatic beast completely trapped. Cha Yeonjo yells out a bold provocation. Come on, put some real muscle into it. She sighs inwardly. The golem's unique passive, thick skin is keeping it completely safe from all of those massive chains. Its defense makes it practically immune to damage. That is why she never worried about S-rank gates before, but seeing the massive sea beast still standing strong only adds to her growing worry. This passive is useless here. Suddenly, the underwater beast snaps its eyes open. It breaks free with a massive explosion of force, and the monster, dragged onto the shore, now lies completely still. Kangwoo sits on top of it casually, watching its every move. Kangwoo, are you all right? Echidna runs up to him, deeply worried, but her sudden appearance startles him. Watch out, get back, it's too dangerous. Suddenly, the monster thrashes, launching an attack, but Baekhuian rushes in just in time with a sword, slicing clean through its attacking arm. As the beast shrieks in agony, Hyunmo flies in and pulls her away to safety, admitting he thought he was dead. That stupid fish. Kangwoo leaps down, glaring at the beast, and declares that it is time to finish this. Echidna looks up with eyes glistening with relief, happy to see Kangwoo safe. Hyunmo reminds her that she was the one in danger. Kangwoo then orders Echidna to use her magic and finish the weakened stone golems before they can recover. She obediently agrees while Cha Yeonjo keeps a tight grip on her glowing red chains, whipping them repeatedly at the stone beast. Kangwoo yells at her to move out of the way immediately. He tells Cha Yeonjo to stop messing around. Covered in sweat and flushed red, she protests that she was only drawing its attention like he asked. Kangwoo simply points at the massive beast, shouting that they must finish it while it is still on the water. Cha Yeonjo nods and charges ahead. Fighting on land is totally different, we need to move fast. Baekhuian and Hyunmo charge straight, forward weapons gripped tightly, ready to strike. Suddenly, a bright light erupts from the beast's chest. As it screams in absolute agony, the ground all around them begins to shake violently from the intense pressure. The two players brace themselves and raise their weapons, taking a combat stance in an instant as massive cracks of light erupt across its body. Cha Yeonjo leaps high, letting loose a barrage of chains. From her wrists, she lands a heavy blow, spraying dark blood everywhere. The monster shrieks in rage, putting every ounce of its remaining strength into one final struggle, forcing Kangwoo and the others to retreat. Hyunmo complains that the noise is deafening. Kangwoo's face grows cold, his gaze turning razor-sharp. Even on land, this boss fight is no joke, but with 100,000 magic cores swirling around him, he is ready. Dark energy gathers around him, occasionally flashing with red streaks as his eyes narrow coldly. Mysterious wooden gates materialize out of nowhere. Embers of fire surround them, but he just turns his back to this power. Thinking this will be more than enough, he rips off his shirt to unleash his strength. Strips of light begin to encircle Kangwoo. The authority of hell and the dark trident merge, turning his irises pitch black. The blackness swallows his glowing red eyes. He needs just a bit more power. A notification panel flashes, triggering the wrath of the Kraken. His mana spikes by 5 points. He laughs excitedly, clutching his fist as the power of fission activates. With a wicked grin, he raises his hand and firmly plants his feet, cracking the earth. Under the intense pressure, Kangwoo completely transforms, wielding a weapon. This incredibly sharp and dangerous weapon is his new S-rank skill. Cha Yeonjo immediately senses danger and looks around. A sudden booming shout makes Wymo and Wazian look over as a warning rings out to get back from Kangwoo's massive energy. A torrent of raw power erupts from his hand, blasting straight toward the enemies. A spear of crackling purple lightning flies from Kangwoo's hand. It tears through the air, creating a blinding, swirling vortex of light. The sheer force threatens to blow everyone away. As the lightning spear impales, the monster unleashes pure devastation. The beast screeches in absolute agony. Cha Yeonjo shields her eyes from the blast, Trying to block the shockwave, she can't take her eyes off his attack. Suddenly, a massive wall of fire completely engulfs the monster. Is this really a level of power that a stage 6 awakener can pull off? The flaming monster is completely consumed by the blaze before detonating. It explodes on the spot. Right then a system alert chimes. The system sounds a loud notification. It confirms he successfully used 3 powers at once, satisfying the second condition to reach the extreme demonic state. Panting heavily, Kangwoo opens the notification to read it. He looks down in his trembling hand. So this was the second condition of extreme demonic form. Clenching his fist, he reflects on his past. Back when he ruled hell, this was child's play, but now it takes everything he has. Suddenly, Kangwoo's eyes turn dangerously cold. He still has a very long way to go. Gritting his teeth, he vows to gain much more power. He desperately needs more power. Suddenly, a shout rings out for Kangwoo, the voice getting louder and louder as they approach. What was that move? They knew he was strong, but nobody expected this level of power. Carrying her sword, Cha Yeonjo walks up and demands to know if he truly pulled that off. If he could use a move like that, why didn't he do it from the start? Kangwoo turns to reply. That was actually his first time trying it. He stiffly holds up his trembling hand. Look how badly his hand is shaking. It is not an easy skill to pull off. Cha Yeonjo playfully teases that she could probably beat him in a fight right now, prompting him to wonder if combat is just in her blood. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. Echidna runs up and throws herself into his arms, proudly announcing she defeated the giant monsters. She eagerly asks if the hunt is finally over. Kangwoo looks down and replies. He praises her, but his expression suddenly hardens. Something is wrong. A strange, ominous presence begins to manifest behind Kangwoo. He realizes they never received the system notification confirming El Cuero's death. Suddenly, he shouts to the group. They need to get ready for battle because it's not over yet. Wazion freezes in shock. Mo draws his blade, stammering in disbelief. Cha Yeonjo looks up asking what he means. Is the fight really not finished yet? Echidna tugs on his shirt, calling out. Pulling her close, he explains to everyone that the system message confirming they successfully hunted El Cuero has not appeared. Hearing this, the other two quickly open their notification screens to check. Hearing that, Kangwoo starts paying close attention, scanning his surroundings. It makes no sense. Back when he first created Grur in Hell, he easily slaughtered demons from the 7th floor. He stares at the fallen beast, deeply puzzled. He wonders how a monster from a gate that does not even belong to the demon race could suddenly, but a deafening roar cuts his thoughts short. The entire party gasps, staring in absolute shock. What on earth is this? Kangwoo watches the beast, realizing it is actually regenerating. He senses demonic energy as the shredded pieces of flesh slowly fuse back together. The monster lets out another furious, deafening roar. Its massive tail thrashes wildly, kicking up thick clouds of dust. In the back, Huimo grips his dagger tight and shouts. What is this? I thought we were fighting round 2, but it is just running away. Suddenly, Yeonju dashes right past him. She unleashes her signature skill, wrapping heavy chains all around the giant beast. Locking it completely in place, she confidently yells out that she has got it. But before she can finish, the beast drags her away, making everyone scream her name in panic. Yeonju. Someone screams her full name, Che Yeonju. Desperate, she flings her remaining chains backward, aiming straight for the group, standing right behind her, hoping they can hold her back. Everyone pulls with all their might, but trying to hold such a massive beast is proving to be incredibly difficult. Meanwhile, Kangwoo grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. He has already used 3 authorities and Kraken's rage is over, leaving him low on demonic energy. Are they seriously going to lose like this? Just as he decides to attack, someone tells him to leave it to her. Suddenly, another massive beast charges forward out of nowhere. The entire party watches in absolute shock as Yeonju stops and wonders if that is another monster. No, that is Echidna in her majestic beast form. Suddenly, she opens her mouth, charging up a massive energy blast. But instead of blasting it, unexpectedly, Echidna delivers a crushing heavy punch that leaves the beast completely dazed. Suddenly, a thick mist erupts, sending them both flying into the distance. Echidna's voice rings out from behind. Telling it to stay still, she relentlessly slams the monster down. It takes her less than 10 seconds to completely demolish it, leaving the onlookers staring in utter disbelief. Echidna ruthlessly slams the defeated monster straight down onto the hard ground without mercy, leaving everyone sweating in absolute terror. As the thick mist slowly clears, Echidna's silhouette, standing proudly on top of the beast, looks incredibly badass. But that cool moment ends instantly as she turns back into a cute fawning girl, asking Kangwoo if she did well. He praises her just as the system voice suddenly rings out. You have successfully defeated the S-Rank El Cuero monster as the top contributor. Additionally, you received a bonus reward for landing the final blow. Your experience points are surging. Since your level is capped, all earned experience will be stored. He thanks her, watching the girl run back to him while thinking. to himself that this time the monster is definitely dead for real, even though his own level cap is still locked tight. Meanwhile, Yeonju frowns slightly, muttering that she finally understands why that little girl managed to become Kangwoo's closest companion. After praising Echidna, she looks over at the massive beast lying on the ground. She asks what those creepy tentacles at the end were, wondering if it is a unique trait of the El Cuero. He admits he is not entirely sure. He says he always gathers and shares monster information fairly, but this is his first time seeing this. Stepping on the carcass, Kangwoo remarks that he does not believe it is a natural trait at all as he steps further onto its body. He mentions having run into something just like this before. A similar thing, they wonder, but why is he climbing all over its corpse? Kangwoo thinks back to his past fights. Just when everyone thinks the bastard is dead, it starts thrashing around again. This erratic behavior mirrors how demons act when they transform into monsters, and Cha Yeonjo quickly catches onto his meaning. She asks if this whole mess is the result of demonic energy. Kangwoo tells himself they will know soon enough as he begins his search. It has to be around here somewhere. Shrugging off the sheer grossness of it, he reaches out to slice open its flesh, cutting deep into its flesh. Gross tentacles suddenly sprout from the fresh wound, but Kangwoo ignores them and plunges his hand deep inside the monster. He is absolutely sure there is something hidden in here. Suddenly, his fingers brush against a solid object. Everyone crowds around to watch closely. He announces he found it, leaving them wondering what is inside. Resting in Kangwoo's palm is a mysterious glowing orb. It is a crimson jewel. Cha Yeonju crosses her arms and stares closely at the red stone. She asks if it is some kind of gemstone, while Himmo steps up to examine the strange red rock. It does not look like a normal mana stone. Baekhwa-san inspects the object, wondering if this is the root cause of El Cuero's bizarre behavior. Kangwoo simply shrugs and says who knows. He tells them he is not sure, but secretly, he knows this is definitely the source. The crimson gem radiates a powerful magic aura, holding an incredibly high concentration of demonic energy. This pure magic leaves no room for doubt. It seems to be an artificial version of demonic power compressed into a magic stone. However, unlike natural magic stones, its polished surface makes it look like a highly sophisticated artifact. Suddenly, a suspicious figure flashes through his mind. He is absolutely certain that someone created this object on purpose. After hesitating for a moment, he speaks up, claiming he finally understands. Cha Yeonju turns around in surprise, asking what he means. Kangwoo admits that while he is not completely sure, there is a very high chance this is the work of the demon cult. Shocked, she gasps out. He explains the strange feeling he got when touching the jewel. He points out that the jewel looks entirely man-made and its physical placement inside the beast was within easy reach of his hand rather than deep within its core. Explaining his theory further, he notes that when the beast appeared, someone must have deliberately shoved the stone inside it. The high concentration of demonic power within this gem is exactly what drove El Cuero into a blind frenzy. Since very few groups can manufacture such a thing, the main suspect is obvious. It has to be the demon cult. Baekhwa-san carefully nods in agreement with his theory. She admits they are indeed the most likely masterminds behind this entire plot. Kangwoo proudly scratches his nose, casually telling everyone it is just a simple theory, while Echidna cheers for him from below. Echidna praises his brilliant mind while Baekhwa-san turns to speak to Commander Gu Hyunmo. She asks him to launch an investigation into the demon cult starting from Pohang, and he quickly agrees. Meanwhile, Kangwoo stares intensely at the jewel in his palm, wickedly licking his lips as he thinks about how fascinating this is. He never expected those cult bastards to manufacture such pure raw demonic power. Greedily, he realizes that since this item has fallen into his hands, he cannot let it go. Cha Yeonjo suddenly pulls something from her sleeve pocket with a frantic expression, asking to take a quick photo of the gem so she can send her guild to investigate it immediately. Kangwoo quickly hides his hand behind his back, letting crackling sparks of lightning mask his growing greed. He refuses to let this prize slip away. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes out and the ground violently shakes. The violent tremor leaves everyone in absolute terror. People begin to scream and Cha Yeonjo stands nearby, yelling out to ask if the monster is still alive. Baekhwa-san carefully scans their chaotic surroundings. She suggests it is likely just muscle spasms from rigor mortis. Cha Yeonjo looks down to confirm. The status window already confirmed its death, but Hyunmo lets out a sigh, admitting he was terrified. He almost wet his pants. Cha Yeonjo turns around to ask for the jewel, but it is already gone. She frantically screams, asking where the gem went. Kangwoo pretends to be absolutely terrified, his hands trembling as he stammers out that it suddenly vanished into thin air like smoke. Baekhwa-san theorizes that the demonic energy might naturally dissipate when touched by human hands. Kangwoo secretly celebrates, eager to check how much power he successfully absorbed, while Cha Yeonju groans with a massive headache. The system notifies him that he has absorbed the demonic crystal using his authority of gluttony, raising his demonic power stat by 3 points. Kangwoo quickly covers his face to hide his sheer joy. He is ecstatic because his stats had not budged at all even after slaughtering over 100 ogres in the last 3 days. Echidna suddenly turns to him. She asks if they should head out now. Hearing her words, Kangwoo wonders how she knew to call it a demonic crystal. Noticing his silence, she turns back around. She calls his name again, causing his excitement to surge once more. He barely hides a devious grin, knowing there are plenty more crystals out there. The scene shifts as sunset paints the sky. The fading sunlight streams through the windows of the Hwarang Guild headquarters where Echidna is peacefully enjoying a lazy nap. Meanwhile, voices buzz in the office nearby. Baekwa Sion sits at her desk presenting the remaining funds after all the repair costs. She places a green document on the table, explaining that even after selling the monster remains and mana stones, they only have 10 billion won left. Since this was their first time capturing El Cuero, the payout was surprisingly high. Cha Yeonjo hesitates, asking if they are splitting it 5 billion each before thanking her. Bae Hwayeon promises to investigate if other gates have similar gem issues, leaving the second division from Po Hang to handle the details. But Yoonju remains cautious, asking what happens if the gem vanishes again once they locate it. They either capture the monster alive or ensure absolutely nobody touches that stone. Yoonju hangs on every word while Kangwoo nods, secretly feeling guilty for making everyone work so much harder. Suddenly, Bae Hwayeon reveals she has one more piece of news. Good news. They both gasp, asking what it is while she eagerly reveals a key detail. It turns out a part of El Cuero can be used to craft legendary gear. Specifically, the tailbone can be refined into a powerful sword. They both let out a shocked gasp, their faces instantly growing tense as they wait for the catch. They already gave her the estimated stats. Bakway Yeon continues, explaining the weapon will act as an item that boosts either strength or agility. Hearing this, Kangwoo slumps since his main stat is demonic power. Yeonju sighs since her main stat is mana. So she asks, wouldn't it be better if you used it instead? Bakway Yeon smiles gently, explaining that the awakening requirements are actually pretty complicated. Only players who possess inner energy can actually wield it. Yoonju is completely taken aback. Inner energy, like the stuff in martial arts novels, exactly. It is an incredibly rare stat for warrior classes, mostly appearing in China. In fact, Korea has not recorded a single case. Yoonju frowns, clearly annoyed. So that means it is basically useless to them. She thinks selling it to China is the best bet. But Kangwoo interrupts, he wants to take it. Kangwoo closes his eyes. If it requires someone with inner energy, he knows just the person. Deep down inside a cave, echoes of voices start to drift through the shadows. He wonders if a hidden passage like this really exists in a B-rank gate. Even for a labyrinth, he thought everything was already mapped out. They are following his lead but asks Si-hun if he senses anything. Si-hun hesitates, admitting a sudden, deep sense of dread is creeping over him. Suddenly, Si-hun's hypersensitive instincts scream of danger. He grabs his sword immediately. He warns everyone to prepare for battle. The team hesitates, confused, as the dark corridor ahead echoes. Strange heavy footsteps echo right before a massive monster charges out. A minotaur? Isn't that just a standard B-rank threat? But wait, something far worse is lurking behind it. An even stronger beast slams the minotaur flat onto the stone floor. Si-hun's entire squad instantly freezes in pure shock. Everyone watches wide-eyed as the frenzied beast unleashes a deafening roar, radiating an oppressive aura. Sensing the terrifying bloodlust, the team's tank steps up to the front. Following leader Tae-soo's orders, they brace as the monster throws a brutal first punch, blasting them back. Damn it. Si-hun yells out to watch out. Charging him blindly like that is too dangerous. Tae-soo holds his guard, thanking him while cursing the absurd, inhuman strength of this beast. This thing is entirely different from standard minotaurs. Their leader barks out orders to fall back, get buffed, and approach with extreme caution. Once Seol-ah casts her buffs, Tae-soo needs to create an opening. Tae-soo yells back in agreement. Then Eunbi gets the call to distract the beast. She immediately begins channeling her magic. She nods, sending a crackling orb of electricity straight at the minotaur. Direct hit lightning. Electricity paralyzes its body, but that only fuels its anger. A deafening, blood-curdling roar. Meanwhile, Si-hun starts slipping to the flank. Over here, he shouts, drawing the raging beast's attention. Its eyes lock onto him, allowing Tae-soo and Seol-ah to strike, hitting it from behind. Tae-soo slams forward with his massive shield. A massive crash echoes as metal collides with beastly flesh. The minotaur snarls in fury, pivoting to retaliate against the tank. Seol-ah raises her staff, unleashing a sudden burst of supportive light. The sudden healing energy instantly restores Tae-soo's waning strength. He laughs, thanking his sister-in-law, just as massive claws swing downward. Focused on the front, the beast completely misses Si-hun, closing in from behind. He grips his sword hilt tightly with both hands. His eyes turn ice cold as he prepares a fatal strike to pierce the beast. Cloud Dragon Strike. The monster's head goes flying. The monster crashes down, wrapping up their incredibly synchronized battle. Kang Tae-soo pants heavily, saying he knew Kangwoo had this. You never disappoint. Boss Cha Yeon-jo worriedly asks if Kang Tae-soo is okay, while Choi Eun-bi endlessly showers their amazing commander with praise. Appa, just now you looked exactly like a manhwa protagonist. You really are the protector of the world. Wiping away his sweat, Kangwoo humbly replies it was nothing and was only possible with everyone's help, though he still casts an uneasy glance toward the monster's severed head. Regardless what is up with this minotaur, it was way more violent than any of its kind described in the strategy guides. The young mage agrees, shivering at how its veins bulged all over its body, giving her goosebumps. Suddenly, Kangwoo's eyes fly wide open as he senses something deeply wrong. He detects a strange red light slowly seeping out from under its flesh. What is that? Meanwhile, deep inside the Horang squad headquarters, a voice echoes. Welcoming Kangwoo, the voice guides him to a dark room where he stands before a legendary sword. His new weapon is ready and a system notification chimes. The system displays the stats for the legendary El Cuero blade before awakening, requiring the user to channel their inner energy. It boosts attack power by 700, strength by 2, and agility by 2, while granting the incredible ability to walk on water. This devastating weapon is crafted from the tailbone of El Cuero, allowing him to combine physical force with light attributes. Seeing him grip the hilt, Baekhuian asks if he likes it. Kangwoo draws the blade, inspects it, and smiles. I absolutely love it. I want to take this out for a spin right away. Turning to her, he asks though, is crafting legendary gear always this fast? It has barely been 2 weeks since we defeated El Cuero. Baekhuian answers that the hardest part was securing the fresh materials. The rest was simple, making 2 weeks feel like a long time. Cha Yeonju is genuinely surprised, asking if she overdid it since forging takes forever, but Baekhuian just winks, saying nobody cares about details. Only the two of you protected the citizens and your results completely crushed the Hwarang squad. She smiles softly, adding that if they hesitated to support them now, they would be deeply ashamed. Cha Yeonjo bashfully scratches her head, saying she flatters them too much. Kangwoo sheathes the sword with a forced smile, secretly knowing he only wanted to absorb the demon's power. Suddenly, Baekhuian calls out, saying there's one more thing she wanted to discuss. Kangwoo turns around in surprise, telling her to go ahead. Crossing her arms, she asks if he should drop the formal honorifics. Shocked by this sudden request, he stammers. Baekhuian steps closer, arms crossed. She points out how casually he speaks to Cha Yeonjo, making her feel left out. Cha Yeonjo frowns, realizing he never bothered to use formal speech with her from the very beginning. Baekhuian adds that they are equal allies fighting on the same front line now, leaving Kangwoo scratching his head and stammering a response. He casually agrees, promising to speak more freely from now on. He playfully teases Cha Yeonjo, pointing out she was the rude one first. She scoffs in annoyance, asking if that is really how he remembers it. Baekhuian smiles softly in agreement. Suddenly, Kangwoo remembers something important and speaks up, asking about the progress on that mysterious demonic gem they found. Baekhuian shakes her head, admitting her entire team worked tirelessly but has yet to produce any real results. Cha Yeonjo sighs, adding that even after doubling their guild's hunting efforts, they still came up completely empty-handed. Kangwoo rubs his chin, deeply lost in thought about what this means. This is strange. Did the demon cult really only plant a crystal inside El Cuero? Was his theory completely wrong? Meanwhile, the sinister cardinal looks extremely displeased. Standing up with a scowl, he demands to know how El Cuero was defeated. What on earth happened? His trembling subordinate stammers, saying they are still actively investigating. When they went to check on the demon crystal's erosion, only traces of a bloody battle remained. Trembling with immense rage, the cardinal demands to know what happened to the demon crystal itself. The panicked subordinate desperately tries to explain. They are trying to recover it, but no trace remains. A loud slam echoes as the leader slams his hand down in fury. The cardinal's anger splits the table, clean in half. He barks out, demanding to know about the other demons. The subordinate reports carefully that most are fine. The cardinal says he understands, not believing anyone has figured out their plans yet. Meanwhile, the subordinate silently curses him in his head. Damn it, that monster was undefeated for 5 years, so why did it have to lose now? He wonders what kind of absolute mess they have landed in. The cardinal then demands a strict update on their plan's overall progress. His subordinate hesitantly replies that the incident has caused significant delays. Glaring, the cardinal asks what would happen if they tried a different method. The kneeling subordinates immediately urge him not to. They warn him that the risks of doing so are far too high, but the cardinal remains entirely calm in his seat. He says he only wants to test a few things, not start immediately. One follower stammers that if they use that method, the project will accelerate immediately, but the danger is still immense. Another follower quickly agrees as the chilling silhouette of a powerful woman enters their minds. They worry that if they proceed, that legendary world ranker will definitely make her move. The cardinal simply scoffs at this, questioning her supposed threat and asking what of it. His subordinate stammers in shock. Flushed with raw anger, the cardinal speaks. Are you really hesitating simply because you fear a single world ranker? Suffocating bloodlust floods the room. Do you think I would hide away in some safe zone? His trembling subordinates can only cry out in fear inside. Shivering at his terrifying pressure, he keeps his fist clenched incredibly tight. Only after a long while did his body finally relax. Are there any demonic crystal fragments left? The group shouted as the cardinal ordered them to move inside. Clear out the monsters. Fast. Another delay will bring deadly consequences. Your heads will not remain on your shoulders, he threatened, making his terrified subordinates bow and quickly obey. Who defeated El Cuero? He demanded, and someone quickly replied it was Cha Yeonju of the Red Rose Guild. Cha Yeonju has interfered in our business again, just like she did with Kim Jae-hyun back then, his red eyes burning with rage. If she wants to play, she must face the consequences. Prepare the darkness, he ordered as two followers questioned his intent. Eliminate Cha Yeonju, but she is incredibly strong. Using only the darkness might not be enough, but their leader dismissed their doubts. No, she is not our target, he stated, leaving them confused before the cardinal mentioned a new rookie, one who was highly favored by her. His cruel laughter echoed. His name is Kangwoo, and we will take him hostage, unaware that their target was driving peacefully right near the Yui Jianbu gate. A returning expedition group was lively and celebrating. We got a huge haul today, all thanks to you, Si-hun, who smiled and credited everyone. It was a team effort, he replied, while Eunbi cheered, and Kang Taezu froze mid-sentence. Someone waved at them, and they gasped in surprise to see Kangwoo waiting there with a warm welcome. It had been quite a while, so the party rushed over to meet him. How long has it been, brother? Kangwoo, Si-hun asked with deep affection in his eyes. Eunbi also greeted him politely, calling him brother Kangwoo. He nodded, asking how their hunts had been going lately. Now that they'd all leveled up, Si-hun wondered why he showed up unannounced. Kangwoo pulled a sword from his back, saying he had a surprise gift, making Si-hun tease if it was for everyone or just Seal-ah. Kang Tae-soo laughed, calling it amazing, but Kangwoo handed the item directly to Si-hun, leaving both him and Eunbi completely stunned. As they stared in disbelief, Kangwoo introduced the legendary weapon, explaining it was the Sword of El Cuero, which required specific stats to wield. Only someone with innate energy could use it, shocking them completely, while Kang Tae-soo could not help but sigh with pure envy. He was so jealous of Si-hun, who took the sword with trembling hands, feeling incredibly hesitant and undeserving of such a gift. I am still not strong enough to help you, so I cannot accept something this valuable, Si-hun said, but Kangwoo cut him off, stating that whether he was ready was for him to decide. In the future, you are going to surpass thousands of other active players and soon stand on equal footing with elite rankers. Kangwoo promised him. Once that day comes, you can prove your worth to me, he added, bringing tears of gratitude to Si-hun's eyes as he gripped the sword. Thank you so much, he stammered, while the young mage and their party smiled, comparing the scene to an epic martial arts film. It was awesome. Yet, Si-hun still felt slightly conflicted. You treat me far too well, brother, Kangwoo, Si-hun muttered, looking down with guilt. But I actually felt a strange hostility toward you. When we first met, he confessed, while Kangwoo secretly thought it was because he protected the world, while Si-hun was just a pawn of the Gaia system. But all that bad feeling is completely gone now, and it feels like our souls are deeply connected, Si-hun said, making Kangwoo sweat since he had literally turned him into a subordinate, making a real connection technically true as Si-hun reached out both hands. Brother, he called out, his eyes literally sparkling like stars. I, Kim Si-hun, will follow only you and fulfill every expectation, while Seal-ah stood behind them like a ticking time bomb. Eunbi panicked at the awkwardness, while Kangwoo began sweating profusely. Please, he internally begged, do not look at me like that. He desperately begged this crazy guy to let go of his hands already, but Si-hun just ignored him, suddenly remembering he had found a strange red stone from their hunt to show him. He explained they found it inside an extremely unusual monster they had just defeated, totally unaware of the sheer danger that the glowing crimson crystal actually possessed. Though it might not seem like much of a gift, he hoped Kangwoo would know something about it, causing Kangwoo to instantly clench his fist in sheer shock. He stared at him, like he was a literal god. Give me your hand. Si-hun, we are best friends forever. Kangwoo cheered, holding the gem. Where exactly did you find this, he asked, staring intensely at the crystal. Kim Si-hun explains that while they were hunting inside a gate like usual, he suddenly got an incredibly strange premonition. Hearing this, Kangwoo looks closely at him and asks what kind of feeling he means. A strange premonition. The young man hesitates before speaking, making Kangwoo's eyes widen. Kim Si-hun recalls the chilling fight with a wild bull demon, explaining how a sudden cold shiver ran down his entire body. He asks if Kangwoo remembers the strange resistance he felt when they first met because the vibe was exactly the same. Following that weird sensation, he discovered a giant minotaur with pitch-black skin looking far more vicious and powerful than any normal beast. Kangwoo listens intently before asking what happened right after Kim Si-hoon managed to defeat the monster. Did the creature just vanish? Kim Si-hoon politely nods and confirms that it did. Kangwoo realizes the monster was likely made of demonic energy, wondering if the kid can actually sense it. Toying with the stone, he asks Kim Si-hoon if he felt that same strange vibe when he saw Echidna at the hospital or when they hung out before. Did he feel that weird sensation back then? Kim Si-hoon hesitates, admitting he felt absolutely nothing. Hearing this, Kangwoo holds up a red ruby, closely inspecting the gem while deep in thought. It seems Kim Si-hoon cannot actually sense demonic energy. But then why did that bull monster feel so similar to him? If demonic power consumed the beast, it should have turned into a demon. Suddenly, a wild idea hits Kangwoo as he looks at Kim Si-hoon. He realizes a shocking truth. Kim Si-hoon is reacting to everything related to system cracks. Kangwoo is someone who breaks crack cores, and these mutated monsters are products of demonic energy. A clear mental map forms in Kangwoo's mind, connecting the young man to the hellish beasts appearing lately. The reason is simple. This kid is the guardian of the world. His job is to protect the system from breaking. Kangwoo walks over, sensing a natural instinct inside the boy. It is a built-in resistance to crack-related energy. Testing this theory, Kangwoo places a hand on the boy's shoulder and calls his name. Kim Si-hoon politely responds, completely unaware of the wicked grin spreading across Kangwoo's face. This kid could help locate the hidden demonic crystals. Smiling, Kangwoo suggests they team up to find the stones the Demon Association hid. Meanwhile, Tae-soo and his crew are sleeping soundly on a moving train. An automated announcement rings out naming their next stop. Kim Si-hoon sits quietly by the window, staring out at the passing scenery. Outside the station, Seola is walking beside Kangwoo, looking a bit concerned. She asks if he is really entering the gates with Kim Si-hoon from now on. He gently confirms it, apologizing because she will have to hunt with only Tae-soo and Eunbi. He advises her not to overdo things. Since her level has gone up quite a bit, 3 people should be more than enough. The girl suddenly stops walking, completely silent. Kangwoo keeps talking without noticing, reminding her to stay safe out there while she stands frozen in thought. She suddenly calls his name, catching him off guard. He spins around as she asks about tomorrow gate run. Seola stands there, looking up at him with pleading eyes. She asks if she and the rest of the crew can tag along, leaving him quiet as he listens. She points out that having him around makes leveling up much easier, and they might even help him. Kangwoo turns back, hesitating for a moment before replying. Starting tomorrow, he explains, taking a step forward, they are targeting higher portals. These are rank A gates. The monsters inside are way tougher than today minotaurs. He asks if she is truly ready to handle them. He asks if she can keep up without becoming a liability. Sola immediately looks down, apologizing for even bringing it up. But Kangwoo cuts her off, explaining he is also investigating the Demon Association, which only makes her worry more. This means they could be targeted at any moment. Moving in a crowd only makes keeping everyone safe much harder. Suddenly, an unknown hand reaches out directly in front of her. Kangwoo glares ahead, muttering that danger is already here. A group of hostile cultists suddenly surrounds the parking lot. Kangwoo steps forward, calmly greeting the uninvited guests. He asks if they belong to the Demon Association. The cultists march forward arrogantly. They snap back that they have no orders to talk, promising him a painless death if he complies. Kangwoo just lets out a dry chuckle. He demands to know why. He tells them to stop babbling and get away from his car. Angry, the cultists raise their scythes and charge. They scream that he is just as arrogant as expected, thinking his connection to Cha Yeonju makes him untouchable. He is nothing but a speck of dust compared to their grand ocean. They lunged forward, aiming for him and Seola. They vow to teach him a lesson, but he ignores their empty threats completely. Kangwoo scoops Seola up and quickly moves. He escapes instantly, leaving the attackers completely baffled. Landing safely, he urges her to run away. He tells her to get as far away as possible. Seola shyly nods while still resting in his arms, her head spinning as he promises to deal with the fools in return. She suggests she can help too, casting a support spell as the system announces a brand new buff. His strength and accuracy rise by 3, and his unique demonic power stat goes up by 2. Kangwoo looks at his hands, amazed. She can even buff his main attributes. Seola nervously tells him to stay safe as he sets her down and turns around. He chuckles, telling Seola there is no way these guys can hurt him. Meanwhile, the cultists charge forward, screaming threats. They mock him, promising to chop him into tiny pieces. Kangwoo simply charges ahead, barehandedly catching their massive incoming scythe. Kangwoo looks at them, chuckling, as he asks who gave the orders. Did they think he was trying to escape even as a scythe grazes his face? Kangwoo calmly tracks the deadly weapon's movement with his eyes. He quickly ducks to dodge the opponent's strike, but then something catches his eye. Something strange catches his attention. Suddenly, the entire group hurls their scythes toward him all at once. Kangwoo swiftly dances around every single deadly blade thrown his way. Despite the massive swarm of chains, not a single one gets tangled up. They endlessly hurl the weapons back and forth, and their seamless coordination immediately raises some serious red flags for him. These guys are definitely highly trained pros. As they shout that it is all over, Kangwoo just chuckles and unleashes a dark surge from his hand. Even without using his full power, he claps his palms together to unleash a devastating shockwave. The sheer force of the clap instantly blows back all their incoming weapons. As their deadly weapons are effortlessly swept aside, the cultists can only stare in absolute disbelief. They look at each other wondering how this is possible and if the leader's intel was wrong. Realizing their boss completely underestimated this monster, they agree they need to report back right away. But Kangwoo immediately freezes them in place, asking if they seriously thought leaving would be that easy as dark flames gather around him. He locks them in eternal ice, mocking their foolish attempt to escape while they let out weak, muffled groans. Hearing the voices, Seo cautiously peeks out to see what is happening. Kangwoo stands right behind the frozen cultists, warning them not to turn into monsters this time around. He casually suggests they have a friendly little chat before stepping up to rip off one of their masks. He tells the trembling cultist to take a breath of fresh air, watching him sweat in sheer terror. Absolute terror is written all over the cultist's face. But as he demands answers, two massive spectral eyes suddenly loom over them. The air turns heavy. Kangwoo demands to know if this terrifying energy belongs to that damn cardinal, but the cultist is too paralyzed with fear to speak. Instead of answering, a creepy, trembling smile spreads across his face. Kangwoo narrows his eyes, wondering if the man is resisting. But a sudden painful groan from the cultist quickly catches Kangwoo off guard. The man slowly turns his head, sticking out his tongue. A glowing seal is carved onto it as he cheers for the cult before his tongue bursts into flames. A massive explosion suddenly tears through, forcing Seo to hide behind a nearby wall, terrified as she frantically scans her surroundings. As the smoke clears, it reveals a glowing protective barrier. Fearing the worst, Seo desperately screams Kangwoo's name from her hiding spot. He waves the smoke away, completely unharmed, silently wondering if their mastermind plans to hide in the shadows forever without showing his face. A cold, murderous glare fills his eyes as he resolves to lure this rat out of its hole. Meanwhile, inside a dark temple, a voice hesitantly speaks up. A terrified subordinate kneels flat on the floor to report that their entire strike team has been completely wiped out. Resting his head on his hand, the cardinal asks if Cha Yeonjo is the one responsible, but the messenger admits they cannot be absolutely sure about it. Still, to defeat an elite force like that, the only person capable would be Cha Yeonjo. The cardinal touches his mask in deep thought. He wonders if she has truly grown that powerful, never expecting such a miserable defeat. After weighing the situation, he laments losing an entire elite squad and turns back to his kneeling subordinate. He asks how many crack fragments they managed to recover, and the servant honestly answers that they only secured about 30% of them. Deciding it is not too bad, the cardinal dismisses him. Once alone, he tries to reassure himself. There is absolutely no need to rush. Setting his mask down, he lets out a quiet sigh. Those fools will not find the demonic crystal anytime soon. Min Seok chuckles, confident that time is on his side. He looks around the dark temple, letting out a highly satisfied laugh. Everything is playing out exactly as planned. Meanwhile, back at the parking lot, a voice desperately calls out to Kangwoo. But he simply ignores the call, disappearing silently into the night. So you plan on hiding in there and refusing to show your face? Kangwoo gritted his teeth in anger. In that case, I will force you out of there, Han Seola cried out in absolute panic. Kangwoo, are you okay? What about the explosion? He pulled out his phone to calm her down. Hold on, Han Seola. Seeing the call connect, he spoke in a cheerful voice. That's right, Kim Si-hoon. Deep down, he felt slightly guilty, but he had to verify the truth. Kangwoo casually chatted on the phone, acting perfectly normal in front of Han Seola. Remember the 10 demonic crystals I mentioned? We need to push a bit harder. Yeah, see you at the gate at 6 p.m. Han Seola felt completely ignored and tightly gripped her staff. He finally hung up, bid farewell to the caller, and turned back to ask her, see that? Han Seola listened as Kangwoo tried to explain, we just don't know what the demonic cult might do next. I have to keep my distance from you when we are out in public. Han Seola looked at him with admiration. You are incredibly thoughtful, she praised, just like before. You always consider my feelings. Her sweet words warmed his heart. I want to be just like you, someone who can repay everything you have done for me. Of course, to do that, I need to get much stronger first. She gripped her staff tightly, offering a bright, lovely smile. Just wait, next time we meet, my new power will totally surprise you. Suddenly, both of his cheeks flushed red. Han Seola was an absolute angel. He awkwardly turned away. All right, let's head back. Seeing him walk the wrong way, she kindly called out, Kangwoo, the car is over here. Meanwhile, a mysterious gate had been open for 10 days. 10 days later, 3 jewels in his hand shone brightly. Things were moving along quite smoothly, seriously, almost too smoothly, and Kim Si-hoon noticed Kangwoo's incredibly high spirits and asked if they were wrapping up for today. Draping an arm over his shoulder, Kangwoo grinned. Yep, good job today. Kim Si-hoon clenched his fists with emotional eyes like a puppy looking at its owner. I actually helped, Kangwoo. Kangwoo stared, slightly creeped out by the kid's intense look. Since the kid was always so obedient, he decided to let it slide. He gestured toward his car. Want a ride? You must be heading home now, right? Kim Si-hoon softly declined, explaining that he needed to visit his mother in the hospital. Nodding, Kangwoo hopped into his car where the passenger seat was piled high with shopping bags. He hummed a tune while driving back. Seeing Kangwoo return, Echidna eagerly rushed over. Kangwoo held up the bags and smiled. Hey, I bought some ice cream. Curious, she asked what that was. Later, lounging on a comfortable sofa, he thought, I have gathered plenty of demonic crystals, but things have been too quiet. If the demonic cult were active, Baek Hwa Yeon or Cha Yeon-ju would have called me by now. Ever since that last incident, absolutely nothing has happened. Kangwoo laced his fingers deep in thought. Are they plotting some kind of secret operation somewhere else? Just as he was deep in thought, his phone began to ring, and just like that, the pieces shattered. The call was from Hwa Yeon, making things complicated. I knew it, he muttered. On the other end, Baek Hwa Yeon spoke up. Hello. Kangwoo, it is me. We have detected highly suspicious activity at an S-rank gate near the harbor. On his end, Kangwoo asked if it was the demonic cult, and Hwa Yeon frowned, confirming it. According to our intel, they are preparing for a summoning. Meanwhile, following orders, Yoon-ju had already slipped into the crowd to gather information. She and the Red Rose Guild had set off with helicopters, keeping a close watch. I will be flying there in a military chopper soon, Hwa Yeon added over the phone. I will send you the location, so get to the helicopter. Looking at Echidna eating her ice cream, Kangwoo hesitated. With his massive reserve of demonic energy from the crystals, he could take a much easier route. No need, he replied. I will make my own way there. Hwa Yeon gasped. What? This is an emergency, gently patting the little girl's head. Kangwoo replied. I have my own chopper. A sly, knowing look flashed in his eyes. Why should I borrow from anyone else? Walking out to a spacious, empty clearing, Kangwoo looked up at the sky. This should be plenty of space, he thought. Echidna skipped over happily, thinking it was just the two of them. Echidna, he called out. Eagerly, she chirped back. Yes. Kangwoo took her hand and said, let us fly to the harbor. A brilliant flash of light burst out alongside a loud shout of agreement. Echidna transformed into her magnificent dragon form. Yes. Kangwoo, she roared, calling out his name. As they soared into the sky, she turned her head back to suggest, Hey, once this is over, can I have more of that ice cream? Startled, he laughed. Ice cream? I will buy you a whole box. Don't worry, Echidna squealed with joy. I will do my absolute best for you. Seeing her so incredibly hyped, he tried to calm her down. Okay, just relax. Riding on her back, he thought, before anyone spots us. Placing both hands on her back, he activated a spell. He cast a reflective stealth barrier. Curiously, she asked, Master, what did you just do? Kangwoo quickly replied, just a little skill. Echidna made them completely invisible, leaving nothing to worry about. Since she did not really care, she simply nodded and let the wind carry her away as they soared. Flying past endless villages, sitting on her back left him deep in thought. Not knowing the true scale of the demon cult was incredibly concerning. Kangwoo frowned deeply, wondering just how far their dark roots had already spread. But thinking about the people he knew, a cold suspicion began to creep into his mind. He wondered which major group had already been quietly infiltrated from within. Sitting on her back and realizing they arrived, he spoke up. This spot is perfect for landing, he said. She obediently agreed, and they touched down in Pohang as he silently scanned their surroundings. Baek Hwa Yeon had mentioned she would contact the local unit in charge of this area. Since they landed far from the gate, Kangwoo ordered Echidna to transform back into her human form. Twirling around, she asked where they were headed next. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, making Kangwoo instantly whip his head around in alert. He spotted someone standing there, raising immediate questions in his mind. He had landed here precisely because it seemed completely empty, so was this guy using some high-level stealth skill? The stranger suddenly spoke up, calling out for them to wait. Do not attack, Minhyuk said, looking up in awe. Is this actually a real dragon? Just then, Kangwoo noticed something glowing inside the boy's pocket. Guessing it was a demonic crystal, Kangwoo glared, sending shivers down his spine. Recognizing the familiar figure, he silently told himself this was the S-rank player who had been traveling with Baek Hwa Yeon. Looking closely, his identity finally clicked. It was the master of the Onori Guild, Che Minhyuk. He quickly explained that he only followed because of a strange shadow slowly standing up to speak. But he was also connected to Cha Yeonjo. Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice interrupted, saying that was enough. Kangwoo gave him a murderous look, asking when he had ever given him permission to speak. Pointing at himself, Minhyuk desperately tried to explain that he was just trying to clarify the situation. He knew things looked highly suspicious, but a sharp blade was suddenly thrust right at his neck. With a chilling savage grin, Kangwoo told him to shut up. Minhyuk quickly lowered his hands. Seeing the boy back down like that, Kangwoo gave a satisfied smirk. He knew for certain that some players held demonic crystals without actually being tied to the demon cult. Noting Minhyuk's changing expression, he thought it was still incredibly bizarre for a guild leader to be out here. Should he even bother listening? Annoyed, Minhyuk asked if he was truly refusing to hear him out. Drawing two sharp daggers, the young leader slowly closed the distance, declaring he would have to use force to make him comply. The tension between them instantly turned explosive. A blinding flash of an attack was unleashed, followed by a swift leap using his high-speed authority. Kangwoo lunged forward, driving his dark blade straight toward Minhyuk's face. Clenching his teeth, Minhyuk activated his weapon's power to block the strike. He managed to leap backward, but the sheer power of the blow left him pale. He was terrified, wondering who this monster even was. Pulling back his weapon, Kangwoo calmly evaluated his opponent. The kid really was not all that strong. If he were actually connected to the demon cult, he should be vastly more powerful than this. Kangwoo stood silently, wondering if his guild truly had no dealings with the cult. Perhaps his claims were actually genuine. He wondered if he should test him a bit more. Speaking up, he announced that Cha Yeonjo and the Hwoarang squad were on their way. Seeing the boy completely freeze, he asked why he had even come to Pohang if his story was true. Minhyuk gritted his teeth, demanding to know if he was doubting him. He pointed out that Kangwoo was the truly suspicious one, having grown so strong so incredibly fast. Suddenly, dropping a dagger to the ground, he focused all his energy and charged once more, with a ferocious lunge. Another heavy blow clashed, sending shockwaves echoing as he lunged forward with a furious expression. Meanwhile, Kangwoo just stands there quietly smiling. He steps past him and speaks up. "Hey, I was just curious." Kangwoo grabs his head and demands, "Why is a thief out here picking fights, you useless guild leader?" Kangwoo stands aside, scrolling through his phone. He checks his screen, quietly mutters, "So Cha Yeonjo and Baek Hwaeon still haven't arrived. I still have some time before they get here." Pouring a cup of coffee, he hands it over to him and speaks. "I already paid for this." The guy got completely stripped of everything from his money to his crystals. Kangwoo holds the cup. "I'm not a patient man, so if you don't want any misunderstandings, start talking." Clenching his cup, he walks over and asks, "Why did you come to Pohang?" Minjong stammers out, "Who, me?" "No, the Honorary Guild." Bowing his head, he deeply regrets acting alone. He's been tracking the demon cult's trail. Then he recalls his painful past. You've probably heard the saying that thieves should keep quiet and treat their own wounds. He bitterly recounts that old unfair rule. It means someone who is totally useless to their teammates. That is how they always treat thieves like us. But despite that, we chased down rumors and hunted for justice, determined to make a real difference. We gathered rumors and searched for justice quickly. That's how we discovered the demon cult. Minjong remembers the faces of his lost comrades. Standing in the corner, he quietly gave the order. Minjong and his allies turned to face their true objective. We were absolutely determined. We decided to hunt down the demon cult without any help from the Red Rose Guild or the government. We wanted to prove once and for all that thieves aren't useless. Meanwhile, Kangwoo stands in the corner holding his coffee and listening. "So after noticing your highly unusual movements, I decided to follow you. You probably don't believe a word I'm saying, do you?" Kangwoo speaks up, making the kid jump. "Actually, no. That actually makes total sense." Minjong gasps in disbelief. "You believe me?" Kangwoo downs his coffee, thinking that the kid's story is surprisingly plausible, which is why he is buying it. Yet the guy still managed to cause a major scene. He tosses the empty cup into the trash and turns around. "Isn't the legend of Han Gildong pretty similar? I don't know if this proves your worth, but good luck out there. Everything is fine now, so let's get moving." Echidna, carrying a cup in her mouth, follows right behind him. Minjong stands frozen, watching them go before calling out, "Wait up, Kangwoo." He turns around. "What now?" Minjong walks closer to talk. "Your strength is easily on par with the leaders of the 5 great guilds in Korea. Actually, you're even stronger." Kangwoo completely ignores his question. "Why are you helping the government hunt down the demon cult? There must be a reason." Kangwoo looks back and replies, "Isn't it obvious? My reason is the same as yours." Minjong, stunned, Minjong asks, "Same as mine." Kangwoo strikes a cool pose and asks, "Does a man really need a reason to protect kimchi stew? I mean world peace?" Having said his piece, he walks off, saying, "I'm leaving." Minjong feels incredibly awkward. Kangwoo looks like a villain, but you really can't judge a book by its cover. Walking away, Kangwoo's face twists with pure annoyance. Besides, those demon cultists are perfect for absorbing demonic energy. Why did he have to stop and ask such annoying questions? Shoving his hands into his pockets, he thinks. That thief guild doesn't seem to have any connection to the cult. The kid is just too weak to be a member anyway. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen. If Minjiang is looking for info on the demon cult, then the most suspicious one among the remaining leaders is. He starts putting the pieces together. The target that Cha Yeonjo and the master of the Samurai Guild are watching Baek Kanghen of the Hanul Guild. It makes him suspect him. Elsewhere, a dark figure picks up a demonic mask. A cultist begins channeling energy into a glowing crystal ball inside a dark cavern. A voice calls priest. Yu Tae-shik. A mysterious voice echoes is everything. Ready. The followers standing before the magic circle reply, of course, Cardinal. On the other side of the crystal ball, the Cardinal quietly observes the scene. This summoning is the crucial first step in our grand plan. I will not tolerate any failure. With ice-cold eyes, he snaps, you must succeed. At all costs, even if you have to throw in more sacrifices. The subordinate bows deeply and answers yes. Cardinal. A chilling laugh echoes through the cave. The priest steps up to the crystal ball and begins chanting, praying for the glory of the demon cult. Suddenly he raises his voice and demands, hey, have you solved? Has the blood of the sacrifices been drawn? The subordinate nods. The cult priest stares in grim silence before walking away to inspect the summoning circle. This ritual is incredibly important, and we cannot fail. Brushing his fingers against the dusty ground, the priest raises his hand and clicks his tongue. Just as he thought this is not enough, he calls out to a nearby subordinate, hey, get over here. The man quickly obeys, slowly walking up to the priest. Suddenly, the priest drives his knife straight into the subordinate's chest. The rest of the followers stand up in absolute horror. Pale with fear, they demand to know what the priest is doing. Clutching the bloody knife, he screams like a madman that it is still not enough blood. He tells them to blame themselves for failing to bring enough sacrifices. Piercing screams ring out as bodies pile up around the circle. Standing in the center of the magic, he screams a desperate prayer. Please bring glory to the demon sect. Laughing like a psycho, he grins. Surely this is enough now. He presses both hands onto the magic seal. He begins chanting the ancient dark spell. But suddenly, a loud voice calls out for Cha Yeonjo. Approaching the group, Bae Kweon and Kangwoo raise a hand. We can enter the S-class gate now, right? The others look back, glad that he made it just in time. Kangwoo asks about the situation inside. Bae Kweon looks back with a grim expression, warning him that things do not look good inside. The cultists are hiding deep in the caves, but with so many tunnels, hunting them down is almost impossible. Nearby, a dark pit exhales an ominous creeping mist. On top of that, the entire area feels incredibly heavy and unsettling. Footsteps approach, and it turns out everyone else is already gathered. Gu Hyunmo walks up with a warm smile. He greets Bae Kweon, Kangwoo, and Cha Yeonjo, saying it has been a long time. Bae Kweon cuts in asking what they have found so far. According to his report, things are bad, mentioning a massive explosion that just echoed from inside the gate. At that moment, a tiny hand tugs gently on Kangwoo's sleeve. Echidna looks up, warning him about the gate with deep worry. Her words immediately catch Kangwoo's attention. It reeks of fresh blood. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts alongside a psychotic laugh. Success, it worked. A dimensional rift begins to crack open right in front of the priest's face. Grinning wildly, he screams that he has waited so long for this moment, begging to see its magnificent power. As his prayers echo, a massive demon finally emerges. The grand entity of eternity has arrived. The demon looks down, his booming voice demanding to know who dared summon Oryx, the demon of the seventh hell. The priest bows down in deep reverence. O great Oryx, a lowly mortal begs to meet you. The massive demon glares down, demanding to know if the priest was the one who called him. Looking up in excitement, the priest confirms it. But the demon demands to know why. Bowing low, the priest begs the demon to paint the world in human blood. Meanwhile, a hidden figure lurks nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. The priest begs the demon to guide his followers on the eternal path, promising that if they can escape the bonds of life and death, they will offer absolute loyalty forever. Behind them, the hidden scout grips his radio tightly, breathing heavily as he listens to the horrifying exchange. Laughing out loud, the demon is amused by human greed. Suddenly, the radio at Gu Hyunmo's hip crackles loudly. Captain, you need to get over here right now. The frantic voice says he has found the cave entrance, but things are incredibly wrong. Gu Hyunmo yells into the radio, demanding to know what is happening. Kangwoo quickly cuts in, saying that instead of wasting time shouting at the radio, they need to move immediately. Staring at the open gate, he warns that the cultists are not even trying to hide the smell of blood anymore. Everyone suddenly looks up in panic. The surrounding guard squads look up, completely terrified. From deep inside the S-class gate, a winged demon soars out from the cavern under the crew. Blood Moon. Shocked voices ask what that thing is right before the demon turns and crashes heavily onto the ground, right there before everyone's eyes. The demon huffs out scalding hot steam from its massive body. It declares them sacrifices as the guards desperately try to stay calm. They yell to hold the line until reinforcements arrive before throwing everything they have at the beast. But it unleashes a dense, terrifying wave of killing intent. The monster sneers about how exciting the battle frenzy is, easily wiping them out like dominoes with one swipe. Hyunmo stands completely stunned by the sheer horror before him. Nearby, the priest trembles with a sick, excited laugh, muttering that this is only their first summon. He gloats about how a creature of such terrifying strength came through, boasting that, as the dimensional wall weakens, they will summon even greater horrors. Soon, this entire country and the whole world will fall under the control of the demon cult. Meanwhile, the beast licks a dull blood-stained scythe. It is not enough, the monster roars greedily, licking the blade. He calls them useless insects, leaving the defensive guards pale with absolute terror. Suddenly, a voice cries out, telling the captain to wait. Ignoring their pleas, Hyunmo charges forward with his weapon raised. The demon swings his massive scythe, mocking his pathetic attempt at heroism. An ear-splitting metal clash rings out as the two weapons collide. The brutal impact forces Hyunmo back, stumbling several paces. He is thrown completely off balance, cursing the monster's insane strength while a mage behind him prepares a spell. The mage jokes about him trying to look cool, only to get blown away in one hit as a girl uses her magic to pull him back safely. They cheer him on, saying they have always got his back as their reliable captain. Hyunmo looks back with a grin, rallying the group and asking if that thing is even a real demon. He tells them to show no fear and unleash their true power, leaving Kangwoo standing there completely speechless. Ready for battle, Yeonju draws her weapon without a second thought. She mentions things would be easier with her guild, while Baek-hwa-yeon draws her sword to join the fight, adding that they should be glad they made it in before the beast escaped the gate. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is completely overshadowed by Hyunmo's sudden burst of heroic passion. They vow to stop the monster right here, no matter what. Meanwhile, the priest creeps up behind the demon, muttering a prayer to the eternal ruler. He begs the creature to show these mere humans its true, overwhelming power. The demon sneers that it was already planning on doing just that, turning its deadly glare right back at an equally stubborn Hyunmo. Neither side backs down. The beast looks down at them and scoffs, shouting that none of them are worthy to face him. Then it pauses and asks if there's anyone actually strong among them. Its eyes lock directly onto Kangwoo, who quickly looks away, desperately trying to avoid any eye contact. And check this out, a seventh hell demon named Orius stands completely frozen. A seventh hell demon, Kangwoo thinks, turning away. He breaks out into a cold sweat. Damn it, how did they actually summon a real demon? Kangwoo grits his teeth, sweating buckets. He scratches his head thinking about the 9 circles. The absolute deepest is the 9th hell, the dwelling place of the supreme ruler who conquered that entire abyss. That is the castle of the Demon King, master of the fortress. The one who defeated the 7 great wonders of hell, ruling over all demonkind as the ultimate eternal predator. The Demon King himself. Kangwoo scratches his head, still avoiding eye contact. That is when the demon finally recognizes him and panics. Its eyes go wide with absolute shock and it screams in disbelief. Why on earth is he here? It stutters in terror, calling him master. Kangwoo covers his face in annoyance. Out of all the demons in hell, why did it have to be one that actually knows his face? Seeing the creature tremble, the priest speaks up, asking what is wrong, which instantly snaps the demon back to attention. The massive oryx slams his giant axe into the ground and lets out a deafening roar. He demands the humans send him back immediately, leaving the priest completely panicked as the monster suddenly lunges forward and grabs him. He grabs the terrified priest and starts shaking him violently. The demon panics, yelling that he refuses to fight that monster and demands to return to hell right now. He orders the priest to cancel the summoning and send him back immediately, shaking the poor man until he is completely dazed. The priest stammers that the demon cannot go back now, but begs him not to worry. The great oryx then looks down at the crowd below with pure contempt. He calls them weak mortals, but the giant demon only trembles in fear, asking if they are really just mortals. Staring down at Kangwoo, the trembling beast asks again. Weak. The demon roars, calling the priest a complete idiot. He yells that the priest has no idea who they are actually dealing with, while the entire crowd just stands there watching them argue. Why is that massive demon bickering with his own summoner? They wonder if they should seize this chance to strike, just as a familiar set of footsteps steps forward to stop them. A hand reaches out to stop Baek-hwa-yeon. Kangwoo tells her to leave it to him, saying the demon got him confused. Baek-hwa-yeon stares in absolute shock, asking who he was mistaken for, and he calmly confirms that the giant beast simply got the wrong guy. Kangwoo steps forward and asks if he is Oryx. He glares at the demon and silently transmits a mental command. He commands the giant beast to speak only through thoughts so others cannot hear, leaving the demon turning pale and shaking with absolute terror. Slumping to the ground, the demon submissively replies, He introduces himself as Oryx of the Seventh Hell, wondering why the great demon king is in a place like this. Kangwoo just looks up and smiles. Most of his power is sealed, but since this guy is absolutely terrified, things will be easy. Glaring, he demands to know why the demon disrupted his plans. The demon panics, left completely speechless with fear. He immediately sits cross-legged like an obedient child. Wondering what plan, Kangwoo grits his teeth and warns him not to question. Calling it a hassle, he secretly laughs to himself since there is no actual plan at all. Terrified, the giant beast closes his eyes and apologizes profusely. Shoving his hands into his pockets, Kangwoo continues to threaten him in secret. He warns that this sudden appearance messed up everything but offers one chance to redeem himself. Crying, the demon eagerly promises to follow every single command of the Demon King. Kangwoo smirks, thinking that is exactly what he wants to hear. If he obeys, Kangwoo promises to make him a trusted subordinate, a title that makes the demon's eyes light up with burning excitement. Becoming a trusted subordinate to the Demon King immediately fills his mind with glorious fantasies. Serving the ruler who defeated the 7 great wonders of hell would easily be the ultimate honor. If he can just become one of his trusted subordinates, he could obtain a fraction of that supreme power, prompting the demon to drop his weapon and grovel on the ground. He begs for commands and Kangwoo crosses his arms, playing along. He orders him to defeat those people without using his weapon, pointing at Cha Yeonjo to test his strength. Immediately throwing away his axe, the demon excitedly charges into battle. As the beast roars his obedience, Kangwoo secretly mocks him for being so gullible. Watching this bizarre behavior, Cha Yeonjo looks on with deep concern. She worries about why the demon is acting so strangely and wonders what Kangwoo did. Baek Hwaeun draws her sword, stammering in confusion, while Cha Yeonjo frowns and realizes that this is the perfect opening for them. Declaring it the perfect opportunity, she unleashes her signature Southern Wind attack. After unleashing her attack, Baek Hwaeun carefully watches the aftermath. She steps forward, raising her sword to confront the giant beast. As the demon raises its massive claws, she instantly draws her blade. Lunging forward, Baek Hwaeun channels all of her strength and bellows out. She brings her blade down in a brutal slash, making his arm spray blood. Enraged, the demon glares at them and snarls. In a fit of absolute rage, he stomps violently onto the ground. Calling them worthless insects, he watches as Cha Yeonjo draws her own weapon. She sneers, asking who he is calling an insect as massive chains wrap tightly around his body. Cha Yeonjo relentlessly lashes her blood chains at the demon. But the beast reads her movements perfectly. It tenses up, letting out a ferocious roar. Glaring with rage, it silently curses. This human is pretty strong, the demon realizes. Even with a weapon, defeating her would be a challenge. But since this is a trial bestowed by the great Demon King, he unleashes his full power, tearing Cha Yeonjo's blood chains to pieces. Baek Hwaeun seizes the opening and charges right in. Right beside him, Hyunmo rushes forward with his blade. Caught in their relentless onslaught, the demon howls in pure agony. Knocked flat on its back, it silently curses its own weakness. This is frustrating. The demon curses. Am I really so reliant on my scythe that I cannot fight worth a damn without it? Did the great Demon King see right through my weakness? Glancing back at Kangwoo, a desperate thought crosses its mind. Calling for his lord, the demon tries to stay calm. There is absolutely no way. There is no way his lord would let mere humans defeat a demon. Surely he thinks the king will grant him power and return his weapon to wipe these pests out. But suddenly, a brutal slash tears right through his chest and he coughs up blood. Gasping, it desperately wonders why. It is a devastating cleaving strike followed by a quiet apology. The blow came from Kangwoo, who tells the beast not to hold a grudge while wearing a mocking smirk. Getting fooled by a scam is entirely your own fault, he sneers. Just then, the system chimes with a notification. You have successfully defeated Oryx, a demon from the 7th deep hell. Ranking first on the contribution board, you receive a special bonus reward for landing the final blow. Since your level is currently capped, all extra experience will be safely accumulated. Meanwhile, the cardinal stares into his crystal ball and whispers his name. Kangwoo. Right then the system chimes once more, announcing that due to limits, all his extra experience points will accumulate. Kangwoo sighs, thinking to himself about the hunt. Hunting a demon from the 7th hell made him set his expectations pretty high, but it is still not enough to reach level 60. Cha Yeonju runs over in a panic, calling his name. She asks what on earth happened to the demon. Turning his back to reply, he quietly activates a spell. He casually tells her the demon is dead and that everything turned out fine in the end. Still, leaving a fresh demonic corpse behind is a total waste. So a thick purple haze of power begins to flow from his palm. His hunting authority quickly wraps around the fallen beast. He needs to finish this before anyone notices. As Cha Yeonjo approaches, she spots the strange purple energy. She panics just as the system chimes with another notification. His demonic power stat has increased by 3. Kangwoo turns his head, licking his lips as he checks the screen. Only 3 points, he thinks, wondering why it is so stingy. but since higher stats are harder to increase, this will have to do. He glares as the sound of dripping blood echoes, dripping slowly right after his awakening. Following his sixth awakening, the seal of 100,000 demonic cores has weakened. Though his stats do not show a massive jump, the raw quality and quantity of his demonic power has shifted entirely. The others gather around him looking confused. They wonder if a demon's body always vanishes like that after death. Hyunmo drags the captive priest over and speaks up, asking Huixian if this is the red-masked target they were searching for. As the priest growls, Huixian shakes her head and replies that he is merely a low-level underling. Hyunmo lets out a heavy sigh, realizing their true target, still refuses to show his face. Slapping the captive across the face, Hyunmo growls that he would love to execute trash like him right now. He shakes the priest violently, calling him absolute garbage. He warns the priest that their sector is not tightly regulated like Seoul, meaning they have plenty of ways to make him talk. Seething with rage, the priest spits out a curse, only to be cut off by a cold voice. Hyunmo glares at him, his voice dripping with pure menace. He warns him to watch his mouth, admitting that thinking about what was done to his subordinates makes him want to strangle him. Huixian sweeps her hair back and steps in. She tells Captain Gu Hyunmo that she completely understands his anger, but there are certain things they must discuss first to secure a confession. Snapping out of it, Hyunmo agrees and asks if they are ready to transport the prisoner as he hoists the priest up. They have both vehicles and helicopters waiting. The captive priest curses furiously in his head, completely losing his mind over his pathetic situation. He never imagined being captured by a bunch of ordinary humans. If only that foolish demon had not messed up, or better yet, if only he possessed that demonic power himself. Suddenly, the priest's mouth begins to swell. Standing nearby with crossed arms, Kangwoo notices that something is terribly wrong. Sensing danger, he immediately shouts a warning for everyone to get back because interrogating him is no longer an option. Caught completely off guard, Hyunmo fails to react in time. Cha Yeonjo angrily drops him before Kangwoo. Kangwoo explains the priest was exposed to too much demonic power, causing his entire body to transform right now. He is slowly turning into a monster, prompting Che Yeonjo to raise her weapon and block his path. She tells Kangwoo she will handle him, tightening her grip on her deadly weapon. She releases it, shouting blood chains. The binding chains wrap tightly around his shifting body. Cha Yeonjo yells and pulls with all her strength. She hurls him away, her chains snapping from the air. Cha Yeonjo pulls hard. The ground explodes into fragments as the priest's body disintegrates into dust and smoke. Cha Yeonjo pulls her blood chains tight and sighs. Whispering a soft curse under her breath, she pulls up her hood and asks him, "When will we finally catch their leader?" She pulls down her hood, blaming herself for not holding back. "I should have kept my cool and saved him for interrogation, but I lost my temper." Just then, a gentle voice whispers softly in her ear. "Who cares about that?" Kangwoo reassures her gently, saying she did an amazing job. "No need to worry, there will be plenty of chances to catch them." Shyly, she tells him he has absolutely no shame. Kangwoo pulls up his system screen, wanting to check his own status window first. He presses a button, and his expression instantly changes. His eyes widen in pure shock. The system alerts him that his demonic body is evolving. This is the first step to becoming a demon god. The final condition is now revealed. Condition 3 is to create a demonic crystal. It must exceed a specific size, but it remains incomplete. Meanwhile, a cult subordinate reports to the cardinal. The summoning ritual was a complete success, so they congratulate the cardinal on their great achievement. They continue reporting that thanks to this great success, their demonic cult has secured even more powerful assistance. The cardinal nods, slowly sitting on his throne. He listens to every word of the report and notes they can finally start the plan. Yet he shakes his head, finding no joy in this as his eyes glance to the side. He never expected that the summoned demon would be defeated so easily. Suddenly, he demands to know how they plan to assist them. The subordinate bows respectfully, explaining that their help will come in the form of demon crystals. He raises his hand, claiming that the massive amount of crystals they receive will not only fulfill the master plan but also make the cardinal himself far stronger. Resting his chin on his hand, the cardinal begins to ponder quietly. They are indeed generous because of the successful summoning, but their actual assistance method remains exactly the same as before. He still cannot fathom how that powerful demon was crushed so easily, his angry eyes narrowing behind his dark mask. Could it be because of that bastard who dealt the final blow? Suddenly, someone calls out to Kangwoo. The cardinal grips the armrest of his throne, tightly filled with rage. The strongest player in Pohang should have been Red Rose leader Cha Yeonjo. Yet the moment that demon saw Kangwoo, it froze up. To the cardinal, Kangwoo looks like a naive kid who knows nothing of reality. Down below, a trembling subordinate stammers out a report. The subordinate stammers about another update, but the cardinal's snap orders him to keep it brief. What he hears next only makes the angry cardinal more furious. Apparently, top world rankers like Fujimoto Ryoma are going to take direct action, fully supported by the Japanese government. Hearing this, the cardinal slowly stands up, leaving his subordinates utterly shocked as they watch him. With a deafening crash, the cardinal blasts the reporting subordinate away, obliterating him in an instant. Under his mask, Min Byong-yuk screams in absolute fury. How dare you speak of such a massive disaster so casually? His furious voice echoes through the entire temple, demanding to know if they honestly think losing their crystals, having their summoned demon crushed like an insect, and facing Fujimoto Ryoma are things that have absolutely nothing to do with them. Trembling, the remaining subordinates can only stammer out their weak excuses. They deny ever thinking that, but his murderous aura flares, threatening them. They will cancel all current plans and change their approach. A subordinate quickly kneels and stammers, asking what that means. The cardinal slowly steps down as the subordinate stammers, asking if this alternative path they take is necessary. Will turn the entire world into their enemy. The cardinal reaches out and lifts the subordinate by his neck. He glares with pure menace, demanding if they think he is unaware of that. His subordinates tremble, too terrified to speak. Do not make me repeat myself. Go prepare what we need to use at Isu Station in a few days at the subway station. At Isu Station, a young man suddenly finds his attention drawn to something strange. His eyes immediately widen in sheer panic as he stammers. What on earth is that? He stammers as a massive rift suddenly opens right in front of them. A dimensional gate propping his head up, Kangwoo lies down. He looks up and sighs heavily. Peaceful, he mutters lazily, nudging Echidna with his foot. He thinks it is almost too quiet. Later, sitting in the car with Kim Si-hoon, looking completely exhausted. The demonic cult has been quiet since the Pohang incident, and though he could have harvested the mana stones from that demon, traveling with this guy is annoying. Suddenly, his phone rings with a call from Cha Yeonju. Kangwoo answers, mentioning her name, which suddenly makes Kim Si-hoon's eyes light up with complete shock. He gasps in disbelief, catching Kangwoo completely off guard, who immediately asks what is wrong. A sudden red system warning blares, instantly filling Kim Si-hoon with pure dread. As the system windows flash before them, their car suddenly screeches and speeds forward. Wondering what on earth is happening, he hears Cha Yeonju angrily screaming through the phone. She yells at Kangwoo for not answering earlier, frantically reporting that a massive gate has just opened. It popped up right in the middle of Isu Station, unleashing hordes of monsters to destroy the city. Terrified citizens are hunted down as buildings burn and a familiar heavy footstep echoes. Amidst the chaos, a mother is seen. She drags her child, running in pure panic. Suddenly, the child trips over a small stone. The girl falls, sending her mother into a panic. The bloodthirsty monsters aggressively charge right toward them. Terrified to death, she hugs her daughter. The child cries loudly in her arms. Crying out that she is terrified, Kim Si-hoon suddenly leaps down from the vehicle. He draws his sword to confront the beasts, yelling out. He tells them to hide behind him, gritting his teeth and breaking into a cold sweat. These ugly monsters are actually innocent people who got corrupted by the dark energy spreading from Isu Station. Spewing from the rift, Kim Si-hoon fiercely swings his sword to cut down the monsters. One by one they fall, prompting the nearby citizens to gather around and watch. They cheer, realizing a player has saved them, recognizing him as Kim Si-hoon, while he stands there panting heavily. Panting heavily, he knows these beasts were human. Suddenly, his face pales as Kangwoo approaches him from behind to speak. Listen to me carefully, Kim Si-hoon. He recalls the chilling warning that anyone who breathes in the dark energy will die and turn into monsters. Once they turn, they can never go back to being human. Just treat them like brainless zombies or skeletons. To save the survivors, there is no time to hesitate. Kim Si-hoon grips his sword, gritting his teeth. Yes, sir, he replies, instantly lunging forward to swing his blade at them. He suddenly pauses as a series of system screens rapidly flash. A special Guardian Quest notification rings out loudly. He must now eliminate the monsters and destroy the rift fragments, starting with 1 out of 2,789. With party experience sharing active to prevent this massive disaster, he rallies his courage, charging ahead to fiercely slash his way through the overwhelming tide of enemies. There are 2,789 monsters, meaning nearly 3,000 people have turned. Nearly 3,000 people have been mutated as his blade cuts directly through them one by one. There is absolutely no time to hesitate as the beasts falter, watching their kin get slaughtered. With a cold expression, Kim Si-hoon relentlessly delivers one fatal slash after another. Fortunately, they are weak, mostly rank D at best, though Kim Si-hoon still frowns in deep concern. Down in the bustling streets packed with people and monsters, he gently activates the Cloud Dragon Step technique, and with just a single sword strike effortlessly wipes out the entire remaining horde of beasts. His expression remains completely stone cold. Behind him, monsters fall one after another as Kim Si-hoon's eyes flash with pure murderous intent. He pushes his body harder to keep slaying. Faster and faster, fueled by the wild cheers of the crowd echoing around him, which makes him drive his limits even further. Suddenly, the system begins flashing alerts. You have entered the state of selflessness, acquiring the special attribute of sword unity. All conditions for complete conversion have now been met. Gasping for air from exhaustion, Kim Si-hoon opens up his system screen. This is bad. Suddenly, a dimensional rift tears wide open. More beasts flood out, their numbers growing endlessly. He realizes he cannot handle them all alone. Suddenly, a voice calls his name from behind. Exhausted, Kim Si-hoon slowly turns around. Seeing the backup arrive, he cries out with relief. Kang Tae-soo Choi, Eunbi, and Han Seola are all here. Kim Si-hoon spins around to face them. He asks how they arrived so fast. Looking at the girl, they express their gratitude. It was Echidna who guided them. Suddenly, Cha Yeon-jo storms up and snaps at him. She yells at Kim Si-hoon, demanding Oh Kangwoo's location. Lowering his head, he hesitantly mumbles that Oh Kangwoo's. Before he can finish, the scene shifts to another rift. Having reached the rift, Choi Min-hyuk startles and quickly spins around to look. With hands casually shoved in his pockets, he asks, "Is that Oh Kangwoo? Did you rush here right after hearing the news?" Glancing at the corpses below, he continues. As you can see, the casualties are staggering. Oh Kangwoo glares back without uttering a single word. Choi Min-hyuk gently murmurs that either way, it is good to see him. First, they must wipe out the remaining monsters. We can handle the bodies later. Suddenly, Oh Kangwoo draws his scythe and unleashes a barrage of strikes, slashing directly at Choi Min-hyuk. Choi Min-hyuk raises his arm to block quietly, asking, "When did you realize Oh Kangwoo?" Oh Kangwoo barks out that he has other business to take care of, urging Kim Si-hoon to do what needs to be done. Kim Si-hoon turns and nods. Yes, sir. With that, he quickly runs away as fast as possible. Oh Kangwoo watches in silence before leaping onto a nearby utility pole, landing softly on top. Oh Kangwoo scans the area closely. The cultist bastard behind this must still be lurking nearby. With so many dead, there is too much demonic energy. He would never let all this demonic power go to waste. Suddenly, his eyes flare. He must locate them. Activating his sensory authority, Oh Kangwoo closes his eyes to sweep the area deeper. Not here. Not there either. No, the culprit is not in this area. Then he senses something familiar. A familiar face catches his attention. It is Choi Min-hyuk from Onuri. Seeing his fierce expression, Oh Kangwoo ponders silently. He had shared no information with him, yet the guy arrived incredibly fast. Oh Kangwoo crosses his arms and sighs. His information network is truly impressive. With a serious face, he contemplates his next move. Watching him move swiftly, it becomes clear that he knows exactly where to go. Does he have a solid lead on the mastermind, or should he just trail behind him? He wonders if his own tracking devices. Pointing in the right direction, the tracker shows Min Jong running frantically while staring at his phone. Then he spots the boy hiding behind a car. Looking at that terrified face, Oh Kangwoo deduces that the target is lurking right near that strange gate. A sudden scream echoes out, showing a familiar back, reveling in the painful cries. The screaming man collapses flat onto the cold ground. Min Jong looks on in pure anger as the culprit uses demonic power to kill. Just as Baek Kang-yeon predicted, Min Ye-ok stands there radiating a dark, sinister aura. "I have been waiting for you," Min Ye-ok says, turning his head. "You followed me while pretending to be my friend, but it seems you suspected me from the very start." Cha Min-jong recoils in absolute shock and panic. He is quickly grabbed by his neck and hoisted up. Shaking uncontrollably, Min Jong manages to ask, "How did you?" Min Ye-ok smirks. "How did I know, you ask? The dark path grants power far beyond your wildest imagination." He sneers, glaring down at the boy. "You are so incredibly foolish. You love playing the hero, but you should have known your place and kept your guard up." As the boy trembles, he asks, "Are you not the one pretending as well?" Min Ye-ok snarls back in confusion, but the boy just smirks provocatively. "You are still furious about losing to Fujimoto, Ryo," he mocks, driving the man to absolute madness. "You can never become a world-class ranker, which is why you are acting out like this." Suddenly, blood splatters across the pavement. The boy collapses onto the asphalt as Min Ye-ok clicks his tongue. Veins popping in pure rage, he mutters that he should have injected demonic power to make him suffer longer. Suddenly, a figure lands behind him. Oh Kangwoo's eyes flash with lethal intent. Without saying a single word, he immediately charges at Min Ye-ok. Caught completely off guard by the sudden assault, the villain gasps. "When did you find out, Oh Kangwoo?" Stepping back with his heavy axe, the hero raises a friendly middle finger and retorts, "You want to know how long I have known your true face? I cannot waste my time chatting with absolute trash like you, so bring it on." Furious Min Ye-ok laughs maniacally and unleashes his dark demonic power. "Fine, I will end you quickly," he roars as Oh Kangwoo unleashes his own steel authority. Their eyes burn with intense lethal fury. Both instantly clash hard. Demonic ice power explodes as Min Ye-ok is blasted back. He grits his teeth. Oh Kangwoo swings his axe, delivering a massive blow to his arm. Min Ye-ok is overpowered. Defeated, he sees in rage. "This guy is much stronger than I thought," he realizes as Oh Kangwoo strikes again. Minye Ok barely blocks the blade's path. Nearby onlookers hear the massive explosion and widen their eyes in absolute shock. Gritting his teeth, Minye Ok lifts a whole truck and roars loudly. He hurls the massive truck straight towards Kangwoo, who calmly watches before his expression suddenly shifts as he dodges the flying vehicle cleanly. Seizing the perfect opportunity, he leaps forward to launch an attack. Gritting his teeth, Kangwoo silently curses the brutal bastard. A massive explosion rings out alongside a shout of heavenly power. Min Byung-yuk charges forward with concentrated power in his fists. Unleashing his vacuum of destruction, he charges while screaming at his opponent. With a heaven-breaker punch, a deafening blast turns the sky fiery red. The blast throws Min Byung-yuk back several meters. He gasped heavily for air, completely exhausted from the clash. Finally, understanding, he watches Kangwoo step out of the rising smoke. This is the pest who has been hindering them this entire time. Min Byung-yuk laughs, telling Kangwoo that the culprit is not Chae Yeonju but him. Feeling Kangwoo's murderous glare, he cannot help but ask, "Who on earth are you, Kangwoo?" Meanwhile, the city lies in ruins. Buildings burn as heavy footsteps approach, and Kangwoo glares intensely. He demands to know what that means. Crouching on the shattered ground, Min Byung-yuk offers his answer. "The real obstacle was never Chae Yeonju, but you get it." He chuckles, noting Chae Yeonju is very powerful, easily ranking among the absolute strongest in South Korea. But that is her limit. Gritting his teeth, Min Byung-yuk smiles, having felt highly suspicious that she alone could interfere in so many of their affairs. Watching the terrifying, murderous shadow slowly approach, he demands to know again, "Who are you, Kangwoo?" In response, Kangwoo simply smirks with a murderous look. His eyes overflow with raw bloodlust. "Didn't I already answer that question?" He slams his heavy axe down, shouting that he has absolutely no desire to waste his precious time chatting with a villain. Min Byung-yuk raises a fist. Fine, he did not expect an easy confession anyway. Charging forward at extreme speed, he vows to silence him forever. In another corner of the ruined city, a sudden massive crash echoes out. Both men clash relentlessly, trading ferocious blows as a nearby car is sent flying violently to the side from the sheer impact. Kangwoo swings his axe, launching a brutal flurry of strikes. Caught off guard, Min Byung-yuk takes a deep slash to his shoulder. Screaming in pain, his eyes widen as a shadowy figure comes into view. It is the silhouette of a long-haired individual lurking in the darkness. A voice suddenly calls out Min Byung-yuk's name. Raising his hand, he lets out a chilling giggle. "Again, actually, this is perfect. He will make an absolute masterpiece of a test subject." Kangwoo merely glares in silence. Raising a veiny hand, he dares his opponent to bring it on. Min Byung-yuk raises his hand and calls out with absolute confidence, "There are more than enough dimensional fragments gathered from the rift now." The glowing ruby shatters completely into 1,000 tiny pieces. Raising his hands, he laughs in pure, maniacal satisfaction. Kangwoo watches closely as the rift begins to warp and change. Thick plumes of black smoke erupt, unleashing a horde of drooling demons. The ravenous beasts snarl and drool. Min Byung-yuk laughs with maniacal glee. Kangwoo gasps in horror as the demonic horde surges. As power surges into Kanghyun, the bastard is completely enveloped in a swirling dark aura, laughing like a maniac. He beckons the power to come to him as demonic wings and a tail sprout from his back. Kangwoo stands ready. He stares, his face turning pale at the sight. Horns begin to sprout one by one from the demon's head. His entire face twists into a hideous demonic mask. "Damn it!" Kangwoo curses silently while watching the transformation. He carefully evaluates the terrifying beast standing before his eyes. Having summoned a demon into his body, the winged beast instantly charges directly at him. Kangwoo wonders if this is really just a demonic soul right before the stone wall behind him is shattered to pieces. The attack puts him on guard as the growling demon glares right back. Clenching his sharp claws, he marvels at this incredible feeling. He is completely satisfied with this dark energy, standing up with a loud and maniacal laugh. The roaring demon screams out a threat, eager to clash once more. How did this crazy plan actually succeed? Kangwoo grits his teeth in complete fury. The monstrous demon swings its clawed hand straight at him, roaring for him to drop dead on the spot. It raises its giant fist. Screaming as sharp claws emerge. The deadly claws thrust directly toward his chest. Kangwoo dodges just in time, watching the heavy punch. The strike smashes the ground, sending shattered rocks flying everywhere. Kangwoo easily evades the debris using his special movement skill. Hovering high in the air, he vows to finish the beast off in exactly 1 minute. He unleashes a powerful spell directly at the roaring beast. Activating Kraken's rage, he delivers a devastating heavy blow right onto his opponent. The demon takes the impact, thoroughly enraged as veins pop on its neck. Kangwoo frowns, shocked that it had zero effect. A deafening explosion echoes violently across the dark city ruins. Kangwoo pulls his scythe back, preparing to unleash another strike. He drives a swift, heavy attack straight down at the demon's head. But the monstrous beast only grins back with pure malicious glee. It laughs mockingly, while Kangwoo raises his dark scythe. But the weapon in hand suddenly vanishes into thin air. He panics, wondering what is happening. He gasps as his demonic energy starts rapidly fading away, only for the beast to grab him, hurl him aside, and laugh. He fell right into the trap because of his haste, and now the demon roars that he lacks crucial knowledge. Showing off the absolute power of a true devil, the demon suddenly grabs his arm tightly. He unleashes his sealing authority, leaving Kangwoo completely shocked by the sudden turn of events. Kangwoo mutters the skill name in disbelief right as the beast hoists him high into the air. With his player powers completely sealed off, Kangwoo can only stare helplessly at the grip on his arm. He is incredibly frustrated, unable to sense even a single drop of demonic energy in his body. The demon stomps its heavy foot onto the ground, lifting him off his feet. It laughs mockingly, declaring he can never escape its razor-sharp claws before stomping again to build up massive momentum. It throws him away with brutal, unmatched force. Kangwoo sits on the roadside, trembling in terrible pain. The monster smugly mocks him, calling his struggle completely useless. It walks up to him with a mocking grin, asking how it feels to be so helpless. Looking down on him in disgust, the creature sneers that it knows arrogant punks like him all too well. Fools who think they own the world, and seeing the faint shadow behind him only fuels its desire to mock him. Calling them a bunch of stubborn, arrogant pests, the demon's eyes suddenly flash with malice as it reaches out with massive hands. It grabs his head in a tight, crushing grip. Lifting him up, it claims it is time to pay, while Kangwoo weakly tries to pry the hand away. He yells for it to die just as rapid footsteps approach it as Echina. She rushes forward, swinging her tiny fists. Screaming Kangwoo's name, she makes him look over in absolute surprise. The little girl reaches out her small hands and commands the beast. She orders it to get away from him, but suddenly her magic completely vanishes. Left in utter shock, she locks eyes with the helpless Kangwoo. The demon turns to laugh, explaining that because Kangwoo's demonic energy is completely sealed, she cannot use her powers either, since her strength is directly drawn from his own pool. Recognizing her from before, it bares its sharp fangs, amused by how close she seems to be with him. Though he manages to break free from its grip, the mockery continues. Wondering how his face will look when crushed, the demon suddenly grabs Echina and hoists her into the air. Threatening to destroy her right in front of him, the demon ignores her screams to let go, while Kangwoo slowly reaches for a dagger. Echina turns her head desperately, begging him to hurry. He picks up the blade and steps forward under the demon's mocking stare. It sneers that looking at his pitiful state right now is embarrassing. Laughing hysterically, it asks what he can possibly do with his magic sealed. Ignoring the taunts, Kangwoo raises his arm decisively, triggering a sudden wave of panic in the monster. No way, the demon gasps, while Echina also goes pale, staring in horror at his severed arm. Blood slowly drips down to the floor. You wanted to know who I am, right? Exactly who I am, right? His dangerously sharp smile sends a wave of pure terror through the demon. He offers to show it, leaving the beast frozen as it realizes he just severed his own arm. The monster curses, realizing he cut it off to break the seal. With a grim expression, Kangwoo unleashes a massive wave of raw power. Demonic energy surges back into him, but he knows he is pushed to the limit. The wrath of Kraken has ended, and without his arm, he is still at a severe disadvantage. The demon tosses Echina aside, laughing at his struggles. It mocks him as a stubborn pest who can do nothing in this pathetic state. Kangwoo frowns, realizing he really does not want to use this final option, but there is no other choice left. Grinning through the pain, he decides it does not matter anymore, since he always knew this day would come. Suddenly, a dark, viscous substance begins to bubble up, wrapping around his entire body beneath the ominous night sky. Under the crimson moon and the waves of the Black Sea, he summons his most fitting authority as several mysterious doors manifest right behind his back. The authority of the hunt. Keeping a close watch, he reaches out to grab one of the massive stone doors. Standing in silence, he watches as it slowly creaks open. 100,000 magic cores. Unlocking the very first gate, a thick black fluid begins to wash over his body, completely enveloped by an intense, dark aura. The demon watches, scratching itself in deep curiosity. Staring at the bizarre energy enveloping Kangwoo's entire body, he wonders what the hell that is, then smugly snaps his fingers, not knowing what just happened, but his claws have fully regenerated as he fiercely charges forward, roaring that everything ends here. But a void suddenly opens up, blasting him backward. He still laughs triumphantly. He mocks him for turning into a weak slime, while Echidna painfully cries out his name. But suddenly, the demon watches in utter shock as Kangwoo's body instantly regenerates back to its original state. Looking at the sticky mass in his hand, suddenly, the slimy goo wraps around him, filling him with terror. What is this, mouths? In absolute horror, he realizes there are countless mouths. Echidna covers her face in dread when suddenly an agonizing scream echoes alongside the sound of cracking ground. Min Yi struggles desperately in the mire, screaming. out for a demon to save him as a pitch-black spear floats and speaks. What is this? Min Yeoke thrashes around in a sea of water, begging to be rescued, refusing to lose. Behind the gate, a mocking voice laughs, noting that pushing the person who summoned him into this desperate state is quite amusing, and he'll see who did it. Entering his mind, Min Yeoke closes his eyes, knowing that if anything goes wrong, he might lose his body forever. Having no choice, he grits his teeth and agrees as a terrifying demon appears with a fearsome gaze. Laughing gleefully, the demon vows to check his current situation while a strange light flashes in one of his eyes. In sheer panic, he sees a mysterious figure crouching right in front of him. It is Kangwoo, staring down with glaring eyes that make him frown in sheer panic. The demon's eye widens, demanding to know why on earth he is fighting such a monster. He should have fought Baal, Satan, or the 7 archdemons instead. Min Yeoke stammers in absolute shock, asking if Kangwoo's raw power is truly comparable to the 7 archdemons. The monstrous eye begins to torment him in excruciating pain, calling him a foolish, useless bastard. Kangwoo calmly stands and watches Min Yeoke get tortured by the giant monstrous eye. Are the 7 archdemons really no longer in existence? With a cold face, he stands there listening as the entity inside Min Yeoke reveals that they were all defeated by the Demon King. Dumbfounded, he wonders if Kangwoo is actually that legendary Demon King. Feeling Kangwoo's icy glare, he questions if this could possibly be real. The ultimate ruler of the 9th hell could never exist on Earth. Yet, seeing the terrifying dark purple aura erupting from his back, Min Yeoke despairs that it is impossible. Kangwoo's face twists into a sadistic grin, scaring him half to death. Min Yeoke stands completely frozen and speechless as his body slowly sinks deep into the water. Wondering what he just did, his consciousness fades with the current, unable to remember anything, not even his own identity. But a strange object brushing past his face forces him to open his eyes, spotting a mysterious hand from behind, tightly grasping hold of Min Yeoke. He chokes on the water, gasping as Kangwoo swims upward with all his might. I need to get out of here, Kangwoo thinks. What was that door even doing there, shimmering in the light? Suddenly, a mysterious hand reaches up from below and grabs his leg. Kangwoo snaps his head back, glaring down with pure rage. He desperately struggles to claw his way back to the surface. He barely remembers who he is as the darkness swallows him whole. Why keep struggling anyway, he wonders, staring blankly as giving up starts looking so much easier. But suddenly, a familiar voice calling out his name echoes deep inside his fading consciousness. Countless hands surge forward, wrapping tightly around his sinking body. But that desperate cry jolts Kangwoo right back to reality. He grits his teeth, absolute fury boiling over as he growls, "Damn it." Forcing his way upward, he reaches out with everything he has, desperately trying to grasp that door through sheer willpower. Around him, his companions are crying out his name in sheer panic, calling for Kang. Kangwoo groggily sits up as they ask if he is alright, letting out a tired groan. He mutters that he is fine. He jokes about risking his life just to look cool, making Echina snap. She stands up, trembling and crying, begging him to stop joking because she is his summon and felt how close he came to vanishing. Sobbing, she reminds him of his promise, demanding to know why he would put himself in such danger again. He promised never to leave her alone. Patting her cheek gently, he apologizes before looking around at the wreckage with a heavy, quiet sigh. Trying to force open a gateway to pull power from the demonic sea in his current state was definitely a reckless move. Back in the abyss, he rarely touched that Marriott gate. One tiny slip-up and he would have been swallowed completely. He pulls both Echina and Seo close. Back in hell, opening the first gate was safe, but things are different here. He realizes he cannot afford to be this reckless anymore. He smiles faintly, knowing he cannot die just yet, because right now the people in his arms are what he has to protect. Suddenly, a system notification rings out. He has defeated the target. Defeating Andusia, the 8th Hell Demon, yields stored experience due to his level cap alongside a massive boost to his stats. With 5 points added to his demonic energy, he also unlocks the Sealing Authority. Looking at the screen, he cannot help but smirk. He slowly stands up, checking his updated status screen. His demonic energy has officially hit 103, crossing the triple-digit threshold. He knows this is the baseline for top-tier rankers, and the new sealing skill is a nice bonus. Just then, Seo gently taps his shoulder. Gripping her staff, she frowns slightly in concern. Channeling her magic, she casts a healing spell, earning a warm, impressed smile from Kangwoo. Praising the impressive healing effects, he is shocked to hear she has already reached her 5th awakening. He asks how it happened so fast, and she mentions Sai-hun. Apparently, he completed a hidden scenario quest that boosted everyone's levels. Kangwoo looks over at Si-hun, chuckling dryly. He teases the guy for pulling off classic protagonist moves. Si-hun promises to explain once they clean up the area. Meanwhile, Seo watches Kangwoo with a worried expression. She asks if he is still having trouble moving around and he scratches his head, admitting he is feeling pretty stiff. Stepping closer, she suddenly scoops him right up, carrying him with ease. Kangwoo is absolutely stunned as she proudly declares she is carrying him home, leaving him feeling incredibly awkward. He stammers out a thank you, but can't help but notice her chest press right against him. His jaw drops completely open in shock. Seo looks down, asking if he can walk. With a bright red face, he grins wide, absolutely loving the view and playing along. He claims his body is completely paralyzed and there is no way he can walk, but a booming voice tells him not to worry. Kang Tae-soo swoops in, hoisting Kangwoo into a tight bear hug. He laughs, promising to carry his buddy all the way back, but Kangwoo instantly pales as he gets a face full of sweaty man. Oh, this smell. Kangwoo shivers, trying to remind Kang Tae-soo that they are supposed to go in two different directions, but the big guy just happily carries him away anyway. He cannot refuse, especially after the shocking incident at Isu Station shook the entire world. This was the first major event from the demon cult that finally exposed their existence to the entire world. For the longest time, they had been hiding in the dark, but this chaotic event at Isu Station changed everything, became a major turning point, forcing the demon cult to step out of the shadows. Meanwhile, the city wakes up to clear skies and birds chirping happily. Across the bustling city, Kangwoo is seen lying in bed, frowning as he lets out a massive yawn. It has been 3 days since the Isu Station incident. Sitting up on his bed, he stretches his arms. He realizes he slept for 4 days straight, which completely restored his body. Suddenly, Echidna turns her head with absolute joy and calls out his name. She spots him, dragging himself out of bed, sporting some seriously messy bedhead. Han Seola immediately cheers, celebrating that Kangwoo is finally awake and asking if he is okay. He simply tells her that his long sleep was enough to recover. But then he wonders what Cha Yeonjo is doing here. Han Seola happily mentions that Cha Yeonjo has been visiting every single day, because she was so worried about him. Resting his head, Kangwoo chuckles and turns to Cha Yeonjo, asking if she really came by that often. Flustered, Cha Yeonjo stutters that she only came to relax in the apartment she recently bought. Meanwhile, Han Seola looks at him with deep concern, asking if he is truly alright, suggesting he should probably rest a bit longer. He gently reassures her that he is fine, adding that having someone worry about him actually feels pretty good. As he drinks some water, a blushing Cha Yeonjo nervously explains that while he was asleep, the Hwonan Guild was officially disbanded. Hearing this, Kangwoo immediately asks about the members of the demon cult. Cha Yeonjo reluctantly explains that they did manage to capture those cultists, but before they could interrogate them, they turned into monsters. Since that day, the demon cult has made no further moves, prompting Kangwoo to point at the map and say they have successfully cleaned out most of the cultists within the country. While they received several reports from abroad, those members have not gone public like they did in Korea. Cha Yeonju adds they are still cleaning up the chaotic mess left behind in Korea. Interrupting her, Kangwoo picks up his phone to check the local news, sitting down in his chair to read through the online comments. People online are going wild, calling them a crazy global cult. They wonder who the demon cult is and what they want. Reporter Park Eun-hee notes that a hero has finally emerged, naming him Dragon Sword Kim Si-hoon. Reporter Kim Chun-soo reports that the Wanjian Gate Guild from China is visiting Korea to recruit him, while reporter Lee Yong-hee covers survivors, calling him a newly born star, with reporter Choi adding, Cha Yeonjo asks him if he plans to let the demon cult slide now that the Isu Station crisis is over. Laughing out loud, he replies that there is absolutely no way. He will not stop until every single one of them is taken down. Hearing this, Cha Yeonjo flashes a matching confident grin. She looks at him playfully, asking if he will bully the new kid, now that the internet is all talking about Kim Si-hoon. She warns him not to get jealous and bully their new rookie. Kangwoo lazily groans that he would never do such a thing, making her widen her eyes and bring up another detail, stating that a representative from a world-renowned ranker guild has officially arrived in Korea. Surprised, he asks about this global player. Cha Yeonjo confirms, explaining that it is a powerful representative from the famous Chinese guild Wanjian Gate. Hearing this, he sinks into deep thought, pondering if the news about recruiting Kim Si-hoon is actually true. Since they apparently came to recruit Kim Si-hoon, he rubs his chin in contemplation, noting that the Gaia system is slowly losing its influence, making it impossible to predict what the demon cult will pull next. Either way, he has never considered summoning a demon into a human body, meaning he must solely focus on growing his own power. Leaning back with a frustrated frown, he realizes that the level cap on his ultimate demonic body is still completely locked. Without being able to level up, his only choice is to refine his existing skills, though he wonders about the most efficient way. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto the phone on the desk as an idea strikes. A brilliant plan quickly forms in his head. He wonders if he can make a profit off the descendant of the war god. Soon at the Red Rose Guild headquarters, Kim Si-hoon pulls down his face mask and beams with excitement. He eagerly welcomes Kangwoo, relieved to see him awake and asking if he is okay. Walking over with a grin, Kangwoo assures him he is fine. Fine before asking how Kim Si-hoon is holding up with all the media attention. Flustered, the young warrior begs him to stop, quickly pulling off his mask in sheer frustration. He complains that crowds swarm him whenever he steps outside, making it impossible to hunt. Kangwoo silently sympathizes, understanding his pain as Kim Si-hoon admits that he feels the situation is entirely wrong. Startled, Kangwoo asks what he means, and Kim Si-hoon sadly explains that he is not actually the one who saved the day, as it was all Kangwoo, meaning he is not the hero they should celebrate. Making a disgusted face, Kangwoo tells him to stop the cringe. Accept the hero title. Startled, Kim Si-hoon asks if he is truly okay with everyone ignoring his incredible achievements like this. Kangwoo honestly explains that if he were to receive too much attention, dragging others down without helping just causes trouble, and it makes hunting way harder too. Si-hoon agreed with a sad nod, but Kangwoo simply shook his head and declined the offer. Besides, he had no desire to get famous. Si-hoon curiously asked why. He crossed his arms with a slight smirk and dropped a pretty bold request. He wanted the kid to teach him. He asked for martial arts lessons. At the gym, Si-hoon put his hand out ready to begin. They were starting right away. Kangwoo pulled his hood down and Si-hoon turned around to ask. He wanted to know what Kangwoo used as his main weapon. Kangwoo paused, thinking, and admitted he had no clue. He just used whatever fit the situation. But Si-hoon insisted that choosing a main weapon was essential, so Kangwoo showed what he had. It was his most frequently used tool. Si-hoon stared in quiet disbelief before grabbing a sword and walking over to suggest something. He proposed starting with a sword. After all, it made the most sense. Most of Si-hoon's techniques revolved around swords anyway. Kangwoo picked one up, staring at it hesitantly. A sword, huh? Well, since he wanted to learn from the legendary sleeping dragon style, this was his best bet. Si-hoon raised his blade to demonstrate. He promised to teach him the basics, confident Kangwoo could master it in just a single day. Si-hoon told him to watch closely and copy his movements, his eyes suddenly turning incredibly sharp. He lunged forward with absolutely blinding speed, completely catching Kangwoo off guard as he spun around. Unleashing a powerful slash, Si-hoon rotated his blade to unleash the eighth form of his signature style, instantly shattering the ground into millions of tiny pieces. He slowly emerged from the thick cloud of white dust. Calling out, Si-hoon proudly announced that was Form 8. Kangwoo wondered about the first form, but the kid innocently explained he wanted to show off his coolest move first. He brightly asked if Kangwoo followed his every move, since it was pretty easy. Easy? There was absolutely nothing easy about that. Still, Si-hoon patiently guided him through every single posture. He told him to just mimic the movements. Kangwoo frowned, asking if he literally just wanted a copycat, which earned an enthusiastic cheer. The kid was convinced he could do it, leaving him completely speechless. But as Kangwoo swung, Si-hoon suddenly yelled out in panic. He was using way too much power. Si-hoon stood nearby, offering some loud coaching. Swinging like that would completely ruin his recovery time. Meanwhile, Kangwoo kept slashing wildly like a maniac while his coach kept shouting. He kept shouting directions, telling him to adjust his arms and put more power into it. Out of breath and utterly exhausted, Kangwoo glared back. He angrily snapped, asking if learning all of this was actually easy for him. Si-hoon went pale, wondering how he guessed. Kangwoo was practically steaming with rage but had nowhere to vent it. It was clear proof you should never try to learn from a natural-born genius. It felt like being told to secure a last hit on a minion. In League of Legends, when its health is low, he threw the sword down in frustration, declaring he was done. Si-hoon rushed over in a panic, desperately grabbing his arm and begging him not to give up. The kid was devastated, blaming himself and thinking he just was not a strong enough teacher yet. Kangwoo shoved his hands in his pockets, telling him he had it completely backward. He suggested putting it aside for now, but then Si-hoon summoned a small gust of wind. He suggested trying a mental cultivation technique, instead, confident he could explain that much better. Kangwoo activated his demonic eyes to carefully analyze the flow of energy. It was all about circulating internal energy through the meridians. This actually seemed doable, so he sat cross-legged. He decided to give it a shot, determined to try everything. Suddenly, red sparks of electricity crackled around him. Red lightning flickered as the system announced he had activated a new authority. The ruler of demonic power skill was active, boosting his energy control. He had successfully mastered the legendary Heavenly Dragon cultivation method. A glowing red crystal materialized right before him. Another system alert quickly popped up. He had successfully forged a demonic crystal, but the next screen made his eyes widen. He had finally unlocked a hint for his ultimate body transformation, just as Si-hoon called out to him. Kangwoo looks at him softly, calling out Si-hoon's name. Inside his mind, he is completely doting on his little brother. He really loves him, but suddenly the system rings with a dark notification. First step to becoming a demon god. Condition 1. Reach 60 demonic energy. Condition 2. Perfectly combine 3 or more powers. Condition 3. Create a demonic crystal of a certain size incomplete. Kangwoo looks at the stone beneath his hands and smiles. He never expected the final condition would be making a demonic crystal. Creating it inside his own body, he looks at the stone and wonders. Will it be the same as the ones used by the demonic cult? Kangwoo closes his eyes to ponder. Even though they are the same type, the energy inside is different. If the cult's crystal is like a watered-down Americano, then his is more like a highly concentrated espresso of the exact same size. Pushing himself up, Kangwoo slowly stands. Should he test it out? Si-hun looks on with worry, asking why he is standing up instead of practicing. He stands frozen watching Kangwoo walk forward as something big is about to happen. He raises his fist and unleashes a single punch. It blows away every single punching bag. He spins around next, shattering the remaining training gear. Si-hun stands to the side, watching with pure anxiety. He is actually using the mental cultivation technique. Kangwoo stands still observing. One strike like that consumes about a third of his crystal. Si-hun runs over cheering. He cannot believe Kangwoo pulled it off after seeing it just once. Kangwoo laughs boastfully, saying it was easy to replicate and that he only stood still to show him. Si-hun then asks if the technique is useful. It is extremely useful. Kangwoo replies, brushing off his hands. He is quite satisfied. It is a pity the crystal is still small, but it will grow with training. Plus, it seems he does not even need to sit down to do it. Seeing a red glow emit from him, Si-hun gets worried. He rushes over in a panic, shouting that it is not safe. You cannot do this without sitting down, he warns. Kangwoo stands there completely confused. Si-hun freezes, taken aback by his blank expression. He asks if he is okay, and Kangwoo confidently nods. Seeing Si-hun break a cold sweat, he realizes that using the technique without sitting cross-legged usually causes backlash. But Kangwoo just chuckles, thinking this is actually pretty easy. Compared to controlling his demonic energy, this is nothing. He rubs his chin in deep satisfaction. This crystal training is a great way to grow. For now, he wants to focus on increasing its size. Kangwoo reaches out, asking if this technique is the best. Si-hun is startled, but quickly nods, explaining that while the war god power can unlock other methods later, this is currently the best. Kangwoo walks over, pats his shoulder, and tells him they are done. That is enough martial arts training for today. With a confident smile, Kangwoo makes a proposal. Next time, they should head to an S-Rank gate. Meanwhile, the busy lobby is filled with loud announcements. The members of the Chinese Wanjian sect have just arrived in the country. Standing outside near the car, Si-hun bows politely. He tells Kangwoo that he can just take the train home. Ignoring him, Kangwoo gestures for him to get in. Soon they are driving down the road. Hey, Si-hun, he says. He promises to buy him a car soon and insists he use it. Si-hun is completely startled. He stammers that it is too much as he is already grateful for his mother's medical bills. Kangwoo simply tells him that having to wait for him is annoying. He will get him a nice ride so he can arrive instantly whenever called. Si-hun can only call out his name in sheer embarrassment. Watching his reaction, Kangwoo sighs to himself, wondering how the kid would survive without him. But as they cruise down the road, his senses suddenly trigger. After all, a car is nothing compared to the powerful martial arts he just learned. Ahead, two muscular, intimidating guards stand tall at the gate. Irritated, Kangwoo steps out of the car. He asks them who they are. A scarred man introduces himself as a third squad captain. He is Namgung Jin of the Wanjian sect. Hearing his bold challenge, Si-hun is shocked. The Sword King wants to see the Cloud Dragon Sword of Korea, so follow them. Si-hun steps forward, questioning. Does he mean the legendary Sword King Jeonmu Jin? The man grinds his teeth in absolute fury. He warns him never to speak that revered name so casually. Seeing such immense rage, Si-hun hesitates. Hearing the old man speak only makes Kangwoo pretty annoyed. Keep quiet and follow me, the man says calmly. Your plane is already prepared. Terrified, Kim Si-hun turns around and softly calls out to him. Kangwoo gently places a hand on the boy's shoulder, steps forward, and directly confronts the visitor. You bastard, you haven't even learned how to speak proper Korean yet. The man angrily snaps back. With hands in his pockets, Kangwoo questions him. Why are you talking so casually to someone you have literally never met before? This completely ticks Namgung Jin off, making the veins on his forehead pop. He demands to know who Kangwoo is. Kangwoo locks in and answers right away. He claims to be Kim Si-hun's older brother. The old man looks highly skeptical. He mentions Kim Jong-hun is supposedly in prison, but Kangwoo simply sighs. He explains that some bonds of brotherhood run much deeper than actual blood, making Kim Si-hun look at him with absolute admiration. Namgung Jin ignores this, having absolutely no interest in him. The only person the Sword King cares about is the Cloud Dragon Sword. Kangwoo scoffs, pushing his buttons even further. He admits he has zero interest in knowing who this Sword King even is. In response, the man unleashes a heavy pressure to threaten him. He warns Kangwoo to watch his mouth, which instantly angers the young sword prodigy. If the Cloud Dragon's sword does not want to see this nobody get hurt, he should shut up and follow. Kim Si-hoon clenches his fists tightly. Kim Si-hoon steps forward and yells directly in the man's face. He tells him not to speak so rudely to his brother, but the elder merely challenges him. Asking if he wants to fight, Nam-gung-jin grips his weapon. Even though the Sword King ordered him to escort the boy politely, he thinks teaching these rookies a quick lesson is a better idea. Suddenly, a hand stops him from drawing his blade. Kangwoo leans in close to his ear and whispers a warning. "Do not draw that sword," he says, sending a sudden shiver down the captain's spine. Kangwoo warns him one more time, letting the threat hang heavy in the air. "If you pull that blade, you will not survive to go back home." The terrifying aura completely paralyzes Nam-gung-jin. You just know this guy is about to regret every single life choice. Furious, he curses out loud. Completely losing his temper, the captain quickly draws his sword. How dare a nobody threaten him? He points his sharp blade directly at the young man. "You are just a player from some tiny country." Suddenly, a loud clash rings out. Kangwoo lunges forward and tightly grabs his wrist. "Since you are terrified, you can only brag about your country's size." Shaking with fear, the captain looks at him in utter disbelief. How can a nobody stand up to someone from the prestigious Thousand Swords sect? Kangwoo merely mutters the sect's name under his breath. He grabs Nam-gung-jin and drags him over to Kim Si-hoon. He asks if there is a good kimchi stew place nearby. A very confused Kim Si-hoon repeats the question. Kangwoo's eyes instantly light up while still tightly gripping the captain's hand. He suggests they grab a quick bite before happily sending their guests home. Moments later, they are sitting inside a small, cozy restaurant. Kangwoo orders 10 portions of the stew. Sitting at the table, he pats the captain's back enthusiastically. Since it is lunchtime, they should all eat together. Kangwoo is in a good mood, so he promises to let them leave safely. He tells them to experience the true greatness of Korea through food, while Nam-gung-jin stews in humiliation. As the captain of the third squad of the Thousand Swords sect, he cannot believe he was defeated and dragged around like a common servant. Soon, the friendly owner brings out a steaming hot pot. The owner comments on their massive appetite and apologizes for the wait. Placing the delicious bubbling hot pot on their table, she serves them. "Here is your kimchi stew," she says. Nam-gung-jin looks at the dish with pure confusion. He asks a question that instantly triggers Kangwoo's dark aura. "What is this garbage?" Later, a battered Nam-gung-jin drags his bruised body back to submit his report. He conveys the message from the self-proclaimed brother of the Cloud Dragon Sword. If they want a meeting, they must come to Korea themselves. Listening quietly, Moon-jin rests his chin on his hand. Glaring fiercely, Moon-jin reminds him of his original orders. He was told to escort the prodigy politely, but instead he picked a fight with his ally. Moon-jin demands to know how he could lose so publicly and return empty-handed. Terrified, the captain bows his head in shame. He stammers an apology while silently gritting his teeth in absolute frustration. He never expected things to end up like this, and recalling that terrifying choke only makes him regret his actions deeply, since who could have guessed someone would go so berserk over food. Meanwhile, a woman hovers behind his chair, listening in on their conversation when Moon-jin suddenly bursts into roaring laughter. Moon-jin slams his hand down, interesting indeed, but with a single blow, he sends Nam-gung-jin flying a massive distance. He crashes hard on his back, screaming out in agony. Moon-jin stands up in a rage and expels him. "Get out of the 10,000 Swords Guild. We do not need a classless disgrace like you." Suddenly, a young woman softly calls out to her father. Is he heading to South Korea? He gently turns to answer his beloved daughter. Yes, since they invited him, he must go. There is no choice. A week after that pathetic bastard from the 10,000 Swords Guild showed up, the sound of heavy gulping echoes from someone. Kangwoo downs a cool glass of water, feeling fully refreshed. He has been funneling all his energy into his cultivation technique to grow his demonic crystal training while eating, sleeping, and even on the toilet. Thanks to that, he managed to make his demonic crystal expand to the size of his fist. Obviously, this hardcore training works after all. He even uses his techniques on the toilet while imagining himself in a windy meadow. Still, he quietly reflects that he has not met the final condition for the ultimate demonic body. No matter, he will reach it someday. Suddenly, a voice calls out, drawing his attention. From behind, the guild member announces that his break time has officially finished. Kangwoo raises his hand and asks if they are ready to restart. Echidna suddenly rushes over, clinging onto him and cutely calling out his name. Han Seola excitedly responds, yes, they are fully rested, while Choi Eunbi whines about wanting more relaxation time. Echidna hugs him tightly, repeatedly calling out to him. Kangwoo. She looks up with sparkling eyes and says, he must not push himself too hard, and if he needs help, he should ask her. Kangwoo looks at her, smiles warmly and cheers everyone up. Let us get to work. Once they locate their target, they will begin immediately. The party eagerly replies, and Kangwoo scans the area too. Scout the area. He spots a lone monster wandering off from its pack with its back turned completely towards them. There it is, he points and shouts to Echidna. She fiercely charges ahead, telling him to leave it to her. Kangwoo frowns, thinking if they draw too much attention, it will be a pain. He orders her to strike with silence authority. Obeying the command, she stands right under the monster to launch her attack. A bright violet aura envelops her small frame as the beast shrieks in agony from the direct hit. Fresh blood splatters onto the grassy green fields. Nearby monsters quickly catch the scent and turn around to investigate, only for a red beam to strike them down. Kangwoo stands below and orders the charge. They rush forward on his command. Echidna smiles, asking if she did well. Hanseola also leaps into action, shrouded in golden light, while Choi Unbi prepares herself, murmuring a quick spell in an ancient tongue. She raises her staff, screaming out her thunder spear spell. Kim Si-hoon watches the beasts as blue bolts of crackling electricity surround them. He raises his sword level with his eyes, which flash with light as he unleashes his soaring dragon technique. 5 sword forms were all it took to bring down the giant monster. Hanseola immediately steps up, bending down to the giant ogre. That thing was incredibly strong. Choi Unbi cheers happily, but we still beat in an actual S-rank monster. Hanseola bends down to praise her, saying it was only possible because she weakened it first. Kang Tae-soo laughs behind them, saying they still pulled it off anyway. Kangwoo stands there with a quiet smile, knowing the most important thing isn't just leveling up, but gaining real battle experience. He turns to look at Kim Si-hoon's shining, excited face. He doesn't know about the others, but Kim Si-hoon is doing great and could probably use some special training. Kangwoo laughs, suggesting they all gather up and hunt another one. Hanseola excitedly turns to cheer him on, agreeing completely. Kang Tae-soo gets some healing magic, happily thanking her. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoes, putting them on high alert. Looking warily at the crazed monsters rushing over, he mutters, "Damn it. They must have caught the scent of blood to be swarming here." He sizes up all 3 monsters at once. Kangwoo frowns, raising his hand to unleash his skill. What a pain, he thinks, I'll have to step in. But suddenly a bright flash cuts the monsters, catching him by surprise. Each beast is sliced cleanly by a golden light. A mysterious figure standing by the carcass speaks up. "It took me quite a while to find you," he says, making Kangwoo slightly annoyed. "Are you the brother of the Dragon Valley Sword?" he wonders. Mujin laughs, walking over, saying, "Nice to meet you. I am Cheon Mujin of the Thousand Swords sect. I want to apologize for last time." Everyone is startled when he speaks. You don't understand Chinese." Mujin turns and signals his translator. "Tell him." The terrified translator quickly says Master Mujin wants to apologize for last time. Kangwoo crosses his arms, saying he can just speak Chinese. Is fine. Mujin is surprised, asking if he knows Chinese. Kangwoo replies that words alone are too easy. Mujin laughs, agreeing, then clasps his hands, sincerely apologizing for what happened before. "My subordinate was incredibly disrespectful." Closing his eyes, he adds that this is no time to show off. He sincerely bows his head to Kangwoo and his companions. Seo Yoon and the translator stare in absolute shock. Everyone in the party is left completely baffled by his actions. Kangwoo carefully listens to every single word he says. "I expelled the rude subordinate from the guild. It is my fault for failing to manage them properly." Mujin bows, sincerely promising that this won't happen again. Kangwoo strokes his chin with a smile, asking if he's really promising that. Mujin keeps bowing, admitting that most of the fault is his for not training his subordinate well. He promises it won't happen again. Kangwoo dangerously licks his lips, asking once more if he's promising. He looks up with complete sincerity, answering that yes, he promises. Kangwoo flashes a sly smirk and sighs. He accepts it, but in his mind he decides not to push any further. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he realizes pushing away a potential ally only hurts himself, so he might as well hear him out. He asks, "What brings him here?" Mujin gets straight to the point. He came to see the Dragon Valley Sword after watching his battle video at Isu Station. Kangwoo looks at Kim Si-hoon, asking what there is to see. Mujin chuckles, replying there is one specific thing he must check. Kim Si-hoon is left completely stunned. Mujin wants to know how the Dragon Valley Sword learned the war god's martial arts. Suddenly, a small hand tugs his shirt, calling out Kangwoo as Echidna tugs at him, asking what the war god is. Kangwoo looks at her, surprised that she actually knows Chinese. She shook her head, but he understood anyway. By using magic, she made it work. Kangwoo wondered silently how she spoke Korean so naturally right after being summoned. He then asked if she could cast that magic on other people. Hearing this, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course she could. So Kangwoo suggested she cast it on Kim Si-hoon and the rest of the group. With that, the little girl activated her magic, enveloping everyone in a gentle glow. Kim Si-hoon stared at his hands, wondering what this feeling was. Hearing him speak, Munjin gasped, asking if he could speak Chinese. Kim Si-hoon stammered a denial, but Echidna proudly put her hands on her hips, claiming the credit. She bragged about how easy it was to connect minds without even knowing the language. Hearing this, Munjin patted his translator on the back and burst into a hearty laugh. Looks like his translator was out of a job. Still, he admitted this made things much more convenient. He repeated his question, asking where the Cloud Dragon Sword learned the martial arts of the war god. Kim Si-hoon flinched in shock, wondering how the man knew. Kangwoo patted Echidna's head, asking curiously. He wanted to know how the older man recognized those techniques. Placing a hand on his chest, Munjin asked how he could possibly not recognize the war god's style. Munjin proudly declared that his own family was descended from the legendary war god. Kangwoo stared in deep thought. Descendants, if that was true, the war god must have walked the earth ages ago. Kim Si-hoon then chimed in, asking if Munjin knew martial arts before. Munjin nodded, confirming he knew martial arts long before. Though he admitted he could never reach his current legendary heights back then, the confession sent Kangwoo's mind racing with wild theories. So awakening acted as a massive multiplier for existing martial arts. It meant these traditional skills and even the demonic order existed long before players ever appeared on Earth. Kangwoo smirked, probing the old man for answers. He asked what Munjin planned to do now that he knew where the martial arts came from. The blunt question froze the elder right in his tracks. Was he going to eliminate Kim Si-hoon to keep the family's secrets safe? Munjin pursed his lips, trying to hold it in before bursting into roaring laughter. He laughed off the ridiculous accusation. Munjin joked that he had read way too many martial arts novels. Kangwoo sighed inwardly, not wanting to hear that criticism, especially from someone who looked like they literally just stepped out of one. Munjin stepped forward, explaining his true intentions. His family's sacred martial arts had been lost and buried for centuries. Clasping his hands behind his back, he made an unexpected offer. He praised the fluid movements he saw in the video, offering to teach Kim Si-hoon their family's lost martial arts if the young man helped him restore the ancient techniques. Asking for his thoughts, Kangwoo turned to face Kim Si-hoon. Wondering what his friend thought, Kim Si-hoon turned back with wide surprised eyes, hesitating as he weighed his deep desire. He wanted to grow stronger, so those tragic events would never happen to them again. Even if danger struck, he wanted the power to save innocent lives. Kangwoo looked at him warmly, gently pushing him forward. He cheered him on from behind with supportive words. Urging his friend to talk to the elder, Kangwoo gently reminded him of his goal. After all, Kim Si-hoon had promised to live up to his expectations. With teary eyes, Kim Si-hoon softly called out Kangwoo's name. Hearing those emotional words, Han Seola suddenly flared with a chilling aura. He promised to do his absolute best. Later, inside a quiet car, Munjin and his daughter sat in silence, staring out separate windows. Neither said a single word until Munjin finally spoke up, relieved that everything had gone so smoothly. He recalled their critical handshake and the agreement they made. Kangwoo had agreed to work together, but firmly pointed out his strict condition. All training and restoration had to take place in Korea. Knowing this, Munjin noted that they would be staying there for quite some time. He asked his daughter how she felt about staying, and So-yeon calmly replied that she was fine with it. Touching her lips, she confessed she was quite interested. She was intrigued by a certain man, sending her father into a pale shock. He stared at her, completely stunned by this sudden confession. Since she normally despised anyone weaker than her, he wondered if it was the Cloud Dragon Sword silently praying they would find love. Hoping his daughter and the young swordsman might form a connection, he sighed, noting the young man seemed to carry the very spirit of the war god. But to wield those techniques so naturally and grasp their absolute essence, the young man had to be blessed with the ultimate legendary martial body. Cheonmujin, the sword sovereign, sweetly asks So-yeon what she thinks. He offers to arrange for them to be together if she likes him, but she admits the Cloud Dragon Sword only mildly interests her. Instead, So-yeon blushes and confesses that she is actually much more interested in Kangwoo, leaving her father completely stunned to hear his name. She sweetly nods, remembering Kangwoo's cold face and how he rejected a cheap apology. Since anyone can just say sorry, her heart races as she thinks about demanding a real apology from him. It has been forever since she met someone that powerful. Mujin feels a wave of disappointment that it is not the Cloud Dragon Sword. His matchmaking plan is totally derailed, making him grimace in frustration. Kangwoo is strong, but still. Within 15 years, the Cloud Dragon Sword would easily catch up to Kangwoo, and So-yeon would definitely change her mind. But by then, it would be far too late. The more Mujin plays this out, the bigger his headache gets. He feels bad for the young man, but the Cloud Dragon Sword is a much better match. Wanting to see his daughter marry before he dies, he asks her again. She bluntly tells him that she has zero interest in anyone weaker than her own father, leaving Mujin to force a weak laugh. Now let's see just how strong this kid really is. The very next day, they gather inside the massive training hall of the Red Rose Guild. Oh, Kangwoo crosses his arms completely, annoyed by the request. He asks if the master truly wants to fight him, and Mujin raises his hand to confirm the challenge. Standing inside the arena, Oh, Kangwoo asks for clarification. Why so sudden, he asks, while Mujin smiles, wanting to test the youth's strength. He promises not to make him fight for free, offering a future favor from the sword sect in exchange. Nearby, Kim Si-hoon watches in deep concern, signaling him to be careful. Oh, Kangwoo ponders the offer, realizing this is a gold opportunity to test the true extent of his demonic crystal's power. Facing a world-class ranker means he can finally go all out. Smiling, he agrees that the terms are actually pretty solid. Oh, Kangwoo confidently reaches out, accepting the challenge with absolute assurance. Let us begin, he says, hoping the master can keep him entertained. A sudden flash of energy erupts instantly, tearing into the training room floor. His hand instantly summons a weapon brimming with dark authority. Charging forward, Oh Kangwoo strikes directly at Mujin, forcing a brutal clash of weapons. The harsh sound of grinding steel echoes through the room. Mujin grimaces as he blocks, using raw force to deflect the attack. He hurls Oh Kangwoo away. Oh Kangwoo grips his scythe tightly. He goes sliding backward. Seizing the moment, Mujin lunges forward, forcing Oh Kangwoo to react. Instinctively, Oh Kangwoo raises his massive scythe to block the incoming strike. The sword grazes his face as the master quickly pulls back. He swings again, aiming a slash right at his neck. Oh Kangwoo suddenly smirks. A mysterious smile spreads across his face. Suddenly, a sharp spike thrusts right toward his eyes. Mujin instinctively twists to dodge the sudden danger. A loud explosion tears through the training room. Mujin leaps away to escape the flying debris and thick dust. Holding his weapon, Oh Kangwoo smirks, noting how close that call was. He is secretly thrilled, realizing the power of his demonic crystal is truly incredible. He caresses his new weapon with a provocative grin. Its best feature is the speed, allowing him to chain the authorities of Hellfire, Dark Spear, and Windstrike effortlessly. Gripping the weapon tight, he notes his casting speed has increased alongside his overall adaptability. Even without active physical reinforcement, his movements are incredibly fluid and natural. Pushing off the ground, he hurls his weapon directly at Mujin with devastating force. Then his own power would match the Grandmaster level perfectly. Unleashing his authority, the old man points his blade directly toward the heavens. Instantly, a massive and incredibly majestic dragon rises. With absolute authority, Mujin standing tall and completely serious, ready to unleash his blue dragon strike. But the moment it connects, Oh Kangwoo's weapon begins to show deep structural fractures. The blade shatters, sending sharp fragments flying right past him. With a simple snap of his fingers, those scattered shards suddenly glow, leaving Mujin completely stunned. Oh Kangwoo simply points his finger, triggering a massive earth-shaking blast. He flashes a deeply sadistic, cruel smile. This is pure destructive demonic energy, condensed into a physical weapon. Si-hun gasps in shock while So-yeon watches with deep dread. She panics and screams for her father, but a sudden shout tells them to stop as Mujin gets enveloped in a surging blue aura. His deep laughter echoes, admitting he clearly underestimated the kid, causing Oh Kangwoo's cocky smile to vanish instantly as a chilling heavy aura sends shivers down his spine. Seeing this raw madness, the main character finally realizes the true terrifying scale of a world-class ranker. Mujin aims his sword with a mocking smirk, declaring it is time to get serious, prompting Oh Kangwoo to finally unleash his own monstrous power in response. He wanted this fight all along. Activating his demonic authorities of the blade, Hellfire, and Pure Destruction, he squeezes his fist tight, condensing the raging energy. Gripping his massive flaming weapon, Oh Kangwoo lets his true battle-hungry expression show. Mujin chuckles, calling him a remarkably bold young man. He then asks who the boy really is. Oh Kangwoo laughs, asking if he did not already run a background check on him. Since those files are probably accurate, he invites the old man to strike. Accepting the challenge, Mujin prepares to move, but everything halts when a sudden phone call interrupts them. It is from Yeonju. Apologizing, the young man asks to take this quick call, which the Grandmaster politely allows. Oh Kangwoo picks up, asking what is going on. On the other end, Yeonju completely snaps, screaming furiously through the speaker at him. She demands to know why he is not waiting at the guild gate like she told him to do. Fuming in the parking lot, she explains that Captain Dong-hyun just returned from Japan and summoned them, which is why he needs to drive her to the Hwoaring squad base. Helpless, he complains that he is not her personal chauffeur, especially since she has her own car. She threatens to take her car back if he refuses, forcing him to capitulate. Hanging up, he looks at Mujin, who gives an understanding smile. The Grandmaster tells him to go ahead while they clean up here. Relieved, the young man happily thanks him. Mujin sighs in disappointment, genuinely bummed that they could not finish their duel. Meanwhile, So-yeon whispers about how incredibly powerful Kangwoo is. Si-hun agrees with sparkling eyes. The Grandmaster stands aside, completely speechless, wondering if he should be happy his daughter and disciple are suddenly getting so close or if this even counts as being close. Stroking his chin, the old man ponders deeply. He initially wanted to intimidate the kid a bit but realizes that plan must wait until they uncover his true identity. Although he might be wrong, he felt an incredibly cold, sinister presence from the boy, triggering a dark memory of a deep, endless abyss. It felt like a treacherous, toxic ocean ready to swallow the entire world. He wonders if there is any being capable of making a monster like that feel true terror. Meanwhile, over at the Warring Squad headquarters, a meeting begins. A succubus, really? Inside the briefing room, Yeonju questions him. She asks if it is that legendary demon that drains the life force of men. Back, Hwan-yeon nods, explaining that the dark cult in Japan is actively trying to summon one, causing Captain Dong-hyun to pinch his temples in frustration. When asked for the demon's specific name, the scout hesitates, finally revealing a title that instantly makes the main character break out into a cold sweat. It is Lilith, the legendary succubus queen. Rewinding back to a few minutes ago at their headquarters, golden sunlight glitters off the windows, reflecting the deep blue sky. Jang Hyun-jae folds his arms and introduces himself. He welcomes them as the captain of the Warring Squad. Kangwoo steps forward and firmly shakes his hand. Kangwoo introduces himself while Cha Yeonjo smiles warmly. It has been a long time, Hyun-jae notes, inviting them to sit as he brings up the massive chaos in Korea. As Hyun-jae speaks, Kangwoo keeps a watchful eye on him. The squad captain clasps his hands together, his face darkening. He apologizes for his lack of help, but Kangwoo remains silent. Instead, he analyzes the man, guessing he matches Baek Kang-hyun in raw strength. He looks completely cold, like someone who wouldn't bleed a single drop even if stabbed. Cha Yeonjo nods in agreement with the captain. She points right at Kangwoo, explaining they couldn't prevent all civilian casualties, but he resolved the crisis. Hyun-jae gently thanks him, mentioning he heard the news from Baekwaeon. Cha Yeonju watches them, suddenly curious about the real reason behind this meeting. She asks what is going on. Hyun-jae reveals there is a serious issue they must address. She narrows her eyes, questioning why he gathered them in person. Before she can finish her thought, the captain interrupts with a heavy tone. His words startle her. He warns that this is about the demon cult. His face grows incredibly tense as he clasps his hands. He explains that the Japanese branch of the demon cult is plotting to summon a demon, just like they did back in Korea. Cha Yeonju immediately pictures the glowing magic circles. She remembers the cultists chanting and asks if they are summoning something like Oryx again. Hyun-jae nods, confirming her worst fears. He warns that this summoning is on a far larger scale. Cha Yeonjo rubs her chin, admitting she heard the cult in Japan is much bigger than their Korean branch. Baekwaeon listens closely to the two of them. Baekwaeon wonders if the Japanese government reached out for help. Hyun-jae confirms that while the media is silent, the situation is incredibly dire. That is when Cha Yeonjo brings up a crucial name. She points out that Japan already has a world-class player named Fujimoto Ryoma, so she wonders why they even need help. Hyun-jae calmly explains that Japan has very few capable players besides him. Furthermore, Korea is the only nation with actual experience defeating the demon cult. Cha Yeonjo sighs, rubbing her temples in total exhaustion. The disaster at Isu Station was only recently resolved. Now these cultists are already trying to bring forth another demon. She wonders which monster they are targeting this time. While they discuss the threat, nobody notices Kangwoo sitting in silence. A strange, twisted smile creeps onto his face. A demon, he thinks. That is perfect. He licks his lips in pure anticipation. He recalls the two massive monsters he defeated before. His demonic energy has stagnated lately. But devouring a few more demons would give him a solid power boost. He realizes he can let the cult complete the summon and feast on the beast. Suddenly, Cha Yeonjo breaks his train of thought. She asks if the captain knows which demon is being targeted. Hyun-jae hesitates, trying to piece together the fragmented information. His next words instantly break Kangwoo out of his greedy thoughts. Kangwoo snaps back to reality as the captain reveals the demon's title, the Queen of Succubi. Cha Yeonju raises an eyebrow, completely unimpressed. A succubus, she sighs, asking if that is just the demon that drains men of their life force. Hyun-jae nods, confirming the target. Hearing this, Kangwoo freezes as cold sweat pours down his neck. Every word rings like a death knell in his head as he desperately wonders who this demon is. And guys, this name is a total shocker. Hyun-jae speaks in a low, grim tone. The name is Lilith. Instantly, a chair crashes to the ground as a sudden scream shatters the tense silence of the room. Cha Yeonjo jumps in shock. She turns around, glaring in annoyance as she snaps that he scared the life out of her. Kangwoo stands up abruptly, slamming his hands onto the table. His lips tremble as he mutters that he must stop this. Cha Yeonjo tilts her head, utterly confused. She looks down, noticing his hands are clenched, bone white. She asks what he just said. Kangwoo looks up, his eyes glowing crimson. Cold, murderous intent radiates from him as he declares he will stop the ritual at all costs. The terrifying memories of his time in hell flood back. It feels like it was only yesterday. Back in hell, Lilith was one of his most loyal subordinates alongside Balrog. The two of them were the Demon King's ultimate weapons. Balrog represented sheer destructive force, always rubbing his hands excitedly and asking which realm they would annihilate next. But in stark contrast to the violent monster, Lilith was the one who led the demon armies, utilizing her unmatched intellect. She was also his official wife, always acting incredibly clingy. Lilith would often wiggle her tentacles right in front of him, whispering that she would join him in bed tonight. Just looking at her gave Kangwoo absolute nightmares. He would scream in sheer terror and run away. After he was defeated by a great calamity and lost his throne, her help was the only reason he survived. Out of gratitude, he swore to marry her. But that made him her permanent prey. Every single night after they wed, Lilith would break into his room. Her tentacles would wiggle around as she called out for her husband. He spent every night desperately dodging those tentacles just to escape. He refuses to ever go back to that terrifying life. He declares that they must save the earth and stop this summoning at all costs. Cha Yeonjo stares at his overly dramatic speech, wondering what is wrong with him. But Hyun-jae looks on with deep admiration. The captain nods in deep admiration, praising Kangwoo for his powerful sense of justice, exactly as Baekwaeun described. Cha Yeonju remains highly skeptical, asking if he had simply eaten something bad. Kangwoo completely ignores her, immediately asking the captain for a detailed situation report on Japan. Hyun-jae chuckles but quickly turns serious. He warns Kangwoo to keep this highly classified. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turns incredibly heavy. Leaning in, he drops a bombshell. Kurosaki Yuri has been kidnapped by the cult. The news makes Baekwaeun jump up in shock. She gasps her name in shock. Cha Yeonjo cannot hide her utter disbelief either, demanding to know if this is actually true. The room remains thick with tension. They wonder why the cult would kidnap her, but they do not have an answer yet. Meanwhile, Kangwoo leans over and whispers to Cha Yeonjo, asking who Yuri even is. She looks at him like he is from another planet. Sighing, her gaze drifts away. She looks back on a dark memory from 5 years ago. Slowly, she describes the terrifying red circle that opened up in the sky. It spun wildly, absorbing all the light around it as a massive double S-rank gate opened in Sapporo. From within the tier, a giant hand emerged. Sharp claws reached out as monsters poured through, turning the streets into a sea of blood. The beast slaughtered countless citizens, completely paralyzing the entire nation. Just when all hope seemed lost and the country was about to fall into ruin, a savior appeared. Right when everything was about to collapse, she suddenly appeared. The heavenly shrine maiden Kurosaki Yuri single-handedly dragged the country back from the brink of total destruction, serving as the granddaughter of the emperor. She provided massive assistance to local players, pushing the monsters all the way back to Hokkaido. Although it was a heavily restricted zone back then, her heroic deeds made her the true pillar of Japan. Cha Yeonju turns to emphasize that her power is absolute. Her power is mind-blowing. Kangwoo curiously asks what her exact ability is. Cha Yeonjo explains it is a rare skill called God Descent. It allows others to channel the legendary gods of Japan. Even Ryoma's famous eyes of Susanoo were awakened through her incredible power. Listening to her detailed explanation, Kangwoo rubs his chin in deep thought as he connects the dots. The demonic cult kidnapping a girl with divine descent powers has to be linked to something bigger. Suddenly, a wild realization flashes in his mind. A series of legendary names flood Kangwoo's mind. Looking back, the names of Lucifer, Satan, Pan, Leviathan, Belphegor, Mammon, and Asmodeus are all too familiar as the 7 deadly sins. If these names were passed down as myths, due to the influence of another world, then perhaps Kurosaki Yuri's power isn't divine descent at all. A bold theory sparks in his mind. She actually summons the power of beings from another dimension. His eyes narrow as the puzzle pieces finally click. If that is the case, it makes perfect sense why the demonic cult wants to summon Lilith. The only reason they are targeting her is because of Lilith's specific ability. Her power is illusion and mind control, and that is exactly what the cult is after. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kangwoo turns to Jang Hyun-jae and asks how many fighters they can actually mobilize. Clasping his hands with a calm expression, the elderly leader explains that the Japanese government wants to keep the kidnapping of the Heavenly Maiden a secret. They must act in the shadows, leaving them with a strict limit of 7 people. Hearing the number 7, Kangwoo smirks and raises his hand. He counts them on his fingers. That makes 4 of us here plus Captain Gu Hyun-mo, bringing the total to 5, which leaves 2 open spots. He looks up and asks how they will travel. Jang Hyun-jae quickly replies that plane is already waiting at the airport, but Kangwoo casually speaks up, finding the idea too impractical. His sudden suggestion startles Jang Hyun-jae. The airport is way too far, so he says he will just ask Echidna. This immediately makes the old man furrow his brows in deep confusion. His mind is flooded with questions about who this echidna is. Right at that moment, a massive dark shadow tears through the sky, soaring straight up. It pierces straight through the clouds at a ridiculous speed. Echidna flies as fast as a supersonic fighter jet. She carries a massive purple sphere on her back, wrapping everyone inside a thick protective barrier that looks like a giant cocoon. The barrier shields them from the howling wind as she glides through the air. Cha Yuanzhou curiously taps on the glowing shell. She smiles with pure amusement and asks him when on Earth he prepared something like this. Kangwoo simply crosses his arms and calmly replies that he previously had to ride on Echidna's back alone. He casually explains that he figured it would be much better if they could all ride together. In the back, Bai Kuian calls out to Captain Gu Huanmo in concern. Zhang Huanjie looks over and sighs at the sight of him, trembling with his hand clamped over his mouth, telling him to just hold it in. Echidna glares back at the motion-sick guy, warning him that if he dares throw up on her, she will drop him right out of the sky. Suddenly, a soft voice calls out to Kangwoo. It is Han Seola, who places her hand over her chest with a worried look. She asks if it is really okay for her to tag along. She wonders if it wouldn't be much better to bring Kim Sihun or Kang Tae-soo instead. Hearing those names, Kangwoo shakes his head and answers firmly. He reassures her that her support will actually be incredibly useful this time. Memories of her powerful skills flash through his mind. Thanks to her Grace of Light buff, with his demonic power already over 100, getting a direct buff will make him absolutely unstoppable. After soaring through the sky, Echidna finally lets out a happy cry. She happily shouts that they have finally arrived. But as Han Seola looks down at the ground below, her eyes widen in pure horror. Looking down at Sapporo, Kangwoo quietly observes the ruined city from above. The streets that were once bustling with life are now completely reduced to rubble. It is a tragic sight, but after moving just a few meters, he spots something. A hideous monster crawls out of the darkness, closely followed by another. They are lurking in the shadows. They are covered in thick, spiky armor. Watching from high up on Echidna's back, Kangwoo finally realizes the brutal truth. This entire city has completely lost control of the monster outbreak. The devastating sight makes him fall silent as he stares down. He looks down at the massive, swirling portal spinning violently. The demonic power is already spreading rapidly across the station. The summoning ritual has already begun, and there is no time to waste. He turns to his team, who are still recovering from the incredibly bumpy flight. He asks Zhang Hyunjae if the cult is summoning a demon right here in Sapporo. Meanwhile, Han Seola worriedly asks Gu Hyunmo if he needs a quick healing buff. Zhang Hyunjae nods grimly, confirming that the Japanese government suspects the exact same thing. Hearing this, Kangwoo's eyes sharpen. He surveys the chaotic streets below, realizing they are running out of time. Looking down at the local forces gathered at the base, he decides it is best to link up with the Japanese squad first. Down at the Sapporo base, a man looks up at the sky with a smirk. He whispers that their guests have finally arrived. Prime Minister Yamada looks around in confusion, searching the sky. Just then, a figure radiating thick magical energy descends from above. The figure lands softly on the ground as Kangwoo and his entire team touch down at the Sapporo base. The moment they land, the heavily armed guards immediately raise their weapons in alarm. They demand to know who they are, but Yamada quickly steps in and tells his guards to stand down. He greets them with a warm smile as Zhang Hyunjae steps forward to shake his hand. Yamada expresses his surprise at their rapid arrival and thanks them. Zhang Hyunjae calmly shakes his hand, stating that as neighbors, helping each other is only natural. The Prime Minister chuckles in amusement. He praises the Korean leader for speaking such flawless Japanese. Watching them chat away, Kangwoo is completely lost. Unable to understand a single word, he nudges the little dragon girl and orders Echidna to use her translation magic. She nods, casting a silent spell that ripples through the air. This sudden surge of mana immediately catches Yamada's attention. He adjusts his glasses, his sharp eyes scanning the rest of the group as he asks who they are. Zhang Hyunjae turns back with a proud smile. He introduces them as elite players volunteering to crush the demonic cult and rescue the hostage, guaranteeing their immense strength. Under the influence of Echidna's translation spell, Cha Yeonjo gasps in surprise, wondering how she can suddenly understand Japanese. The dragon girl proudly pats her chest, taking full credit. Meanwhile, Han Seola looks around in confusion. She quietly wonders where the other two ran off to. Ignoring the chatter, Prime Minister Yamada remains silent for a moment before deciding to trust his word. Right then, another man steps forward with a calm smile. He asks the Prime Minister if he can greet the guests. Yamada realizes he forgot to introduce a key player, quickly apologizing and waving him over. The handsome young man steps forward with a beaming smile and extends his hand. He politely introduces himself as Fujimoto Ryoma, a world-rank player. He flashes a warm, friendly smile at Zhang Hyunjae. He thanks him for bringing such strong reinforcements to help Japan. Kangwoo narrows his eyes closely, studying the famous world ranker standing in front of them. At that exact moment, Ryoma's eyes flash with a strange light. A sharp gaze sweeps over everyone as if evaluating them. Who knew he would be so eager to help another country? Meanwhile, Kangwoo watches closely and spots something unusual. It looks like the eye of Susanoo. Before long, Ryoma slowly walks back. He approaches the group with a relaxed look, saying he is relieved to see everyone. Kangwoo pulls Echidna close calmly, telling him to skip the pleasantries, but his intense gaze shows he is completely serious. With a faint smile, he steers the conversation back to the point. They do not know when the summoning ritual begins, so shouldn't they know the details? Ryoma narrows his eyes, fan fluttering to hide half his face, agreeing. Suddenly, a fierce wind sweeps through the area, kicking up blinding dust and flying debris. Right then, Ryoma waves his hand and the howling wind around him gathers and spins, shaping into a massive map behind him. He offers to explain everything at once. A while later in Sapporo, chaos reigns. Monsters flood the streets, roaring in absolute fury. Echidna cups her hands together, channeling a surge of dark magic. Purple energy swirls violently in her small palms. In a split second, she unleashes that raw power straight into the hideous creatures. Just like that, they scream in agony. The monsters clutch their throats, coughing as if burning. From the inside out, writhing in pain and reaching out as if begging for help. Meanwhile, in a corner, Kangwoo and Han Seola only watch the scene play out in silence. He stands still, his cold gaze scanning the entire battlefield, watching his two teammates sweep through the enemies. He spots a golem demon from the second hell alongside a fierce red beast with its mouth bound tightly by magical chains, struggling to escape, and even a Cerberus from the third circle of hell. Kangwoo observes all of this, his brow furrowing. What kind of method did the demonic cult use to summon and control these beasts? Down below, Chae-Yoon-ju is straining too. Hold down the chains on the monster, gritting her teeth and yelling, "Hey, Kangwoo, what are you doing? Why are you helping us?" Her strained voice makes him sigh, thinking that it doesn't matter right now. He quickly shouts his directions. Han Seola, use the grace of light buff. Han Seola obeys immediately, casting the spell. Instantly, the system notifies him that he has received the grace of light, boosting his physical and magic resistance by 300 and his unique demonic power stat by 3. He watches in delight as the blessing flows into his body. Just as he thought, this buff is incredibly strong, raising his demonic power to 106. Excitement surges as he clenches his fist, feeling a massive surge of power. He decides to test it, immediately activating Authority of Fire, Jade, and Authority of Core Fission. In an instant, a violent magical flame erupts, engulfing the monster in a raging firestorm. The creature roars in absolute agony, its massive body twisting and turning as it is slowly burned to ashes. Even Chae-Yoon-ju has to grit her teeth and brace herself, raising a shield to block the devastating shockwave. Feeling the intense heat scorching her skin, she is amazed by the terrifying force, but then she suddenly pauses as a thought flashes through her mind. Wait, this is definitely not right. Next thing she knows, anger boils over and Chae-Yoon-ju spins around, shouting in fury, Kangwoo, Han Seola, have you two lost your minds? Koo Hyun-mo just sits there blankly, smiling wryly as Chae-Yoon-ju keeps screaming. There are other people around. Why would you use that spell? Ignoring her rage, Kangwoo crosses his arms and smirks. He tells her she is highly useful for this mission. Beside him, Han Seola is ecstatic. Sure, they can wipe out every monster around the station with this power. Yet, Kangwoo frowns, sensing something off, because a strange sense of unease has been bugging him this whole time. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind like a distant memory, recalling Ryoma standing before the map, tapping it with his fan. He had explained that Sapporo is swarming with cult monsters, so they would split into two teams, the Korean team and the Japanese team. Since the cult knows nothing about them, their presence would cause massive confusion. Ryoma had scanned the map, pointing to two red markers, planning to use the chaos so a single person could infiltrate the ritual site. Hearing this, Jang Hyun-ji had narrowed her eyes curiously, asking if they meant alone. Ryoma had nodded without hesitation, saying he did not intend to throw such a dangerous mission onto them. Placing a hand on his chest, he had spoken confidently, asserting that he would be the one to handle the entire task. Remembering Ryoma's arrogant, high and mighty attitude, Kangwoo feels incredibly annoyed, crossing his arms in disgust. He suspects the guy just wants to play the hero. Meanwhile, Chae-Yoon-ju explodes with rage after being completely ignored, swearing to make them pay. Han Seola frantically tugs his sleeve, warning him she is coming over. But Kangwoo is lost in thought, focused on finding the ritual site. Just as Yoon-ju cracks her knuckles ready to beat them both up, a massive explosion suddenly rocks the entire area. The blast makes her jump in shock, nearly sending her heart straight out of her chest as she stares in utter disbelief at the rising column of thick black smoke. Kangwoo looks up, completely speechless. Ryoma certainly knows how to make an entrance. He steps into the glowing red circle beneath his feet quietly, deciding he needs to prepare to follow him. Glowing red patterns spread across the ground, releasing a powerful magic. At that moment, Han Seola stares into the distance, wondering if that is Ryoma. Cha Yeonju grumbles that he is late, but Kangwoo remains silent, his eyes, glowing red veins popping on his face. With so much demonic power around, it is hard to see clearly, so he immediately activates his scouting skill, Authority of Observation. After scanning the area for a moment, Kangwoo finally spots Ryoma gliding through the monster horde. There he is, but is that really the ritual site? Suddenly, Kangwoo's eyes flash with a bright, eerie blue light. Sharp wind blades slice violently through the air, carving through the blocking monsters. It is just as he guessed, but something is strange. He destroys them instantly, even though they have caused so much chaos. Kangwoo watches Ryoma glide past the piles of dead monsters, like the wind, wondering why there is not a single cult member in sight. A second later, he grins with amusement, understanding the whole situation now. Behind him, Han Seola watches his strange movements, completely confused and asking what he means. Cha Yeonju is just as impatient, crossing her arms and demanding answers. Kangwoo calmly raises his hand, scanning the area. Considering the sheer amount of demonic energy here, this is definitely where the ritual is happening. Ready to act, he tightens his fist to summon the authority of force, clenching it tight as his eyes flare with sudden pure killing intent. Authority of Heaven Demolition. Kangwoo channels all his power into one massive strike, smashing it directly into the ground. The shockwave spreads, shattering the earth as they scream in panic. Cha Yeonju is caught completely off guard by this move. She glares with pure rage, screaming to ask what this madman is doing, while Han Seola gapes in absolute panic, calling out for Kangwoo after his chaotic, self-destructive stunt. She rushes over anxiously, staring at the massive crater he just made, her eyes full of concern as she asks if he is all right. Before Kangwoo can even answer, Han Seola interrupts with an urgent, softer tone, asking if he is truly okay. Down below, a masked figure stands completely frozen, staring like a statue after Kangwoo's mind-blowing, roof-shattering strike. Two demonic cult followers immediately draw their weapons in pure panic. On high alert, they demand who he is, unable to hide their shock as they wonder how on earth he found them. Seeing them completely losing their minds, Kangwoo and his allies look down, their sharp glares flashing in the darkness as a savage grin slowly forms on his face. He guessed perfectly right. Nearby, a discarded red mask rolls across the freezing ground amid the debris. Blood splatters and ruins from the recent battle are scattered everywhere. Han Seola rushes over, her voice filled with intense worry, seeing him standing silently between two corpses, calling out his name. Cha Yeonjo also approaches with an excited look, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she realizes he found the demonic cult's hideout. Han Seola chimes in, unable to hide her eagerness, demanding to go along too. But suddenly, Kangwoo's deep, serious voice stops them both dead in their tracks. Neither of you is allowed to follow me. He tilts his chin upward, pointing toward the unfinished battle. Up there, plenty of monsters still remain, so someone has to keep them distracted. The two look at each other, and though reluctant, they have to admit he's right. He makes a solid point, but just then, Echidna suddenly steps forward, her voice full of worry. Surprised, he turns and asks what's wrong. Echidna bites her lip, remembering the scary moment he lost control before, warning him seriously that he can't let that happen again. She holds up her pinky finger with hopeful wide eyes. She begs him to make a pinky promise. That reminder makes Kangwoo pause, mentally checking his sea of demonic energy, calculating that he probably won't need to use it this time. He smiles and nods, agreeing to her promise. Right as the words leave his mouth, his feet slowly lift off the ground. Just a second later, Kangwoo activates his special skill. Wings sprout from his back, channeling the power of the sky. He shoots forward like a rocket, leaving them behind. Meanwhile, two demonic cult gatekeepers watch in terror. They panic as a dark shadow streaks toward them, yelling to stop the intruder. In that split second, a lethal razor-sharp blade slides out from Kangwoo's sleeve. He glides past them like a ghost, his blade tearing through the air. With every effortless slash, another cultist drops dead. Having cleared the entire entrance, Kangwoo looks back. He looks at the bodies piled at his feet, silently noting they seem much weaker than the Korean cult. A dying guard weakly reaches out. They desperately whisper that he cannot be allowed to pass. This desperation makes him wonder why they are risking their lives so recklessly. While he ponders, a loud voice echoes nearby. Are these guys loyal knights or just insane? Meanwhile, loud chanting echoes from a basement glowing with an ominous red light. Their cloaks flutter, their succubus emblem glowing like a neon sign. The leader passionately screams that the day has finally come to worship their true god. Standing tall on a high stage, Akiyama Ichiro raises his arms. Swirling dark energy surrounds Kurosaki Yuri as his voice booms like an energetic TV host, declaring they no longer need to crave what is behind the screen. His speech drives the cultists into a wild frenzy. They howl like a disturbed beehive, shouting that their faith will cross dimensions, their raised hands filling the air with fanatical energy. He continues with burning passion, announcing their ultimate goal is the succubus queen Lilith. The crowd erupts like they just received a massive mental buff, chanting that they will gladly follow Cardinal Akiyama even to the death. But amidst this fanatical screaming crowd, a guard standing in the very back suddenly freezes up. He looks around in shock, spotting a strange intruder. He shouts to the cardinal that there is an intruder. Meanwhile, Kangwoo just waves his hands like shooing flies, telling them to carry on, completely speechless at how weirdly passionate they are. He needs some time to process this, questioning if these weirdos are actually part of the dangerous demonic cult. Glancing at a nearby member, he sees the guy wearing an incredibly excited grin, telling him to leave everything to them. It makes no sense. Cultists are supposed to be driven by pure greed and madness, yet these guys are just chanting to resume the ritual. Kangwoo stares at the fanatics, his gaze locking onto the bizarre anime merchandise hanging from their swords. Well, scratch that. This actually is pure greed and absolute madness. Just then, heavy footsteps slowly approach, echoing firmly through the chamber, stomping firmly on the cold ground. A dramatic voice claims he cannot just stand by and watch. Hearing this, Kangwoo looks up in total disbelief. He preaches about a beautiful love blooming amidst oppression and crisis, tightly gripping a red leather whip in his hand. He asks if such forbidden love wouldn't burn even brighter. Behind him, the cultists cheer wildly as if they just witnessed the ultimate truth of the universe. This dramatic man leading them is indeed the Japanese branch Cardinal Akiyama Ichiro. Watching this utterly ridiculous show, Kangwoo raises an eyebrow in sheer disbelief, frowning in utter hesitation. He asks if they are summoning a succubus queen just because of that, but the cardinal cuts him off, demanding to know if every man alive doesn't crave absolute lust. Akiyama Ichiro pauses, a smug look forming. Imagining a seductive demon girl so vivid he blushes with excitement, declaring it is what every man truly wants. Hearing this garbage, Kangwoo lowers his head and mutters to himself. He repeats the word lust, then raises his voice in pure annoyed disbelief at their pathetic desires. Akiyama Ichiro laughs proudly, carrying himself like he has just been praised for some incredibly noble, righteous ideal. But before he can even finish his sentence, Kangwoo completely vanishes from where he stands. Activating his super speed authority, he flies forward in the blink of an eye, launching his knee directly into the leader's face, glaring down with utter annoyance. The cardinal flies backward, tumbling across the dirt before landing headfirst. Kangwoo mutters, asking if they only think with their lower half. The cultists watch in completely frozen, wide-eyed horror. They stammer that the cardinal was defeated with a single hit. Kangwoo warns them not to underestimate hell, suddenly remembering the terrifying true form of a real succubus. His eyes widen as he growls, telling them it looks nothing like their filthy fantasies. But the brainwashed cultists do not care, seeing only an enemy. Determined to protect their cardinal, the cultists rush in to stop him. Kangwoo doesn't even bother dodging, he immediately greets the leader with a brutal blow. A direct kick to the face sends the man flying backward like a severed kite. The others charge forward only to be welcomed with devastating uppercuts. The sheer force drops them like ragged scarecrows as blood splatters everywhere, leaving only two of the most loyal followers standing. They shield Akiyama Ichiro, who desperately screams at them not to stop. The beaten cardinal struggles to his feet with a face completely swollen and bruised. Still, he musters the strength to yell that they are no match for this monster, raising his hand to order a retreat. He orders everyone to run while he holds the line. Shocked, his loyal followers protest that they cannot abandon him, but Akiyama takes a deep breath. He reassures them with an astonishing display of passion, declaring that even if his physical body falls here, their faith and dreams will never die. Hearing this, his emotional subordinates are moved to tears. Some even sniffle as if listening to a heroic speech, but the display just makes Kangwoo want to throw up. He watches the fanatics with absolute disgust. To him, calling kidnapping and sacrifice faith is utterly ridiculous. Akiyama Ichiro, infuriated by Kangwoo's mocking attitude, clenches his fists in a blind rage. Spit flies as the cardinal screams not to insult their sacred beliefs, but his voice cuts short when Kangwoo steps forward with a bone-chilling glare. If that faith is so important to you, then die for it, Kangwoo mutters. Without a moment's hesitation, he simultaneously unleashes his devastating powers. The authority of the blade, explosion, and destruction ignite at once. He lets out a deafening roar and unleashes a catastrophic punch. Channeling immense power into a massive blade, he thrusts it forward. Akiyama Ichiro instantly realizes the target of this terrifying attack. Turning pale, the cardinal rushes to block him, realizing Kangwoo is aiming directly for the space-time rift. With no time to dodge, he must shield it. But the attack is far too powerful, piercing right through him. He coughs up blood, collapsing in agony. His fanatical followers scream out in horror as they witness their precious cardinal crash onto the dirt. One of them grits his teeth in absolute rage. Damn it. He screams that he will be the one to fight him. He orders the rest to take the cardinal and run, but before he can finish, a heavy suffocating pressure suddenly locks them in place. Shadows loom behind Kangwoo like a hungry beast as he warns them to get lost. Terrified, they instantly bow and agree to leave. The cultists quickly carry Akiyama Ichiro away, not daring to look back even once. Oh, Kangwoo mutters as massive wings unfurl behind his back. He wants to slaughter them all, but there is no time. He flies toward the open rift, leaving the fleeing cultists behind. He cannot waste his energy on those lunatics. Standing before the swirling rift, Kangwoo raises both hands and frowns as he assesses the danger. Recognizing the threat, he channels all his demonic energy and tightly grabs the very edges of the tearing space. By combining energy from his demonic crystal and heavenly authority, he strains to force the two temporal sheets back together. The tear begins to shrink, bringing a wicked smirk to his face. It is working. Kangwoo holds his grip tight on both sides of the closing rift. He just needs to hold on. But of course, things are never quite that simple. A slimy black tentacle shoots out from the rift, wrapping tightly around Kangwoo's arm. Dozens of other writhing tentacles spill out, latching onto his flesh. They squeeze with relentless force. His face pales and his body freezes at this familiar, horrible sensation. The writhing tentacles pull back, attempting to pry the tear open. A chilling, seductive voice echoes from the pitch-black void, saying she will be there soon. That disgusting sound makes cold sweat pour down his back as he freezes. He desperately warns her to stay away, gritting his teeth while dodging the incoming tentacles. Just touching one of them is nauseating, yet a whole mass of them keeps lunging. He struggles to break free as his demonic power rapidly drains. With his crystal completely empty, he hesitates on whether to summon Maria's teleportation portal. Ichina's warning about the extreme danger of using that forbidden teleportation power again echoes in his mind. He frowns, recalling the sheer suffocating horror of being wrapped in Lilith's possessive, squirming tentacles. While he absolutely refuses to face Lilith again, he also cannot risk his life to hold her back. Dark magic surges from his body as he makes his choice. Kangwoo lets out a thunderous roar, releasing his final reserve of energy. Activating his authority of gluttony, he determines to just do what he can. Instantly, countless monstrous fangs manifest to tear into the grasping limbs. He devours the thick demonic energy, keeping the rift open, channeling all of it straight into his crystal. Deep inside his chest, the core begins to violently vibrate, growing massively with each drop of power. The system notifies him that his crystal has grown large enough to unlock the ultimate demonic state. Shimmering lines of data quickly flash before his eyes. To reach the ultimate demonic state and begin his ascension to a demon god, 3 conditions must be met. Demonic power at 60 check. 3 active authorities check. A matured crystal check. Suddenly, the stone inside him shatters completely. With every single requirement met, his body instantly begins to morph. The system loudly warns that a forced evolution is underway, frustrating him to no end at this terrible timing. He grits his teeth as his crimson eyes bleed into pitch black. A smirk creeps onto his face. If it has come to this, he needs to use this to his advantage. Squeezing his hand tighter, he focuses all his demonic energy from the demonic crystal into the rift. Finally, Kangwoo closes the tear in his palm. It is done, but the moment it closes, a terrifying repulsive force explodes from the rift, throwing him backward. Kangwoo hits the ground, gasping for air, but quietly rejoices that it closed. Lilith was so close. He stares at his hand as the system chimes. Demonic body transformation is complete. All stats have increased by 5 points. He wonders if this is really the demonic body. Other than the demonic energy from the crystal surging through his veins, there is no major change. Just then, a sudden system alert pops up, catching Kangwoo completely off guard. Due to his demonic body achievement, the 6th transcendent attribute has been fully awakened. Feeling a massive wave of power erupt within him, Kangwoo immediately leaps to his feet in pure excitement. The mysterious 6th transcendent attribute is finally unlocked. The system screen reveals the details of this 6th transcendent ability. Demonic Crafting Rank SS. It allows the user to forge a piece of equipment that absorbs external power to strengthen itself. The more power channeled during the crafting process, the stronger the final product. However, to create a legendary rank item or higher, you must add materials of that exact same rank. You can only maintain one piece of demonic crafted equipment at a time. If you craft another, the previous one is instantly destroyed. Skimming through the details, he has a question. Legendary rank or higher? Kangwoo closes his eyes, trying to recall the highest tier items he currently has in his possession. Materials of the same rank means he needs at least one legendary material to start, but right now he only has mythic tier equipment. Suddenly, a clever thought flashes through his mind. Wait a second. Kangwoo turns to look at Kurosaki Yuri, who is lying unconscious on the stone altar. Muttering about legendary equipment, Kangwoo places a hand on his stomach and slowly stands up. He looks at her thoughtfully. The heavenly maiden, does she mentioned being able to craft legendary equipment with her deific manifestation ability. Immediately after, memories of Ryoma's eye skill come rushing back. That has to be it, because the high-tier equipment used by world-class rankers was all created by it. While Kangwoo is still murmuring, a sudden explosion suddenly echoes. He decides to carry her out right away. Just then, a pair of hovering legs appears along with a calm voice. So the summoning ritual was actually happening down here instead of up there. It is Fujimoto Ryoma. He smiles as he hovers in the air, wondering what is going on here. He looks at Kangwoo, frowning curiously. This seems like it's not the active area for Korean players. So what are you doing here? At that moment, Kangwoo has already picked up Yuri and casually shrugs his shoulders. As you can see, he smiles faintly, rescuing the kidnapped heavenly maiden, who was kidnapped. Fujimoto Ryoma lands his gaze, scanning them with deep suspicion. You mean you left your assigned area without notifying anyone? He asks in confusion, pointing out their role was just to cause a distraction. Me coming to the basement can't be called leaving my area, can it? He narrows his eyes, his voice turning sharp. If that is the case, you should. Before he can finish, Kangwoo cuts him off. There were no demons up there, so I came down. Besides, I could not notify you based on vague suspicions. He sighs, shaking his head in mock disappointment. He was only trying to secure his contribution. Without wasting any more time, Kangwoo strides right past Fujimoto Ryoma. I'll go ahead then. A smug smile flashes on his face. There is no reason for him to care about that guy at all. As he walks away, he mutters happily. He wonders if he can demand a few pieces of legendary equipment as payment, maybe 1, 2, or even 3. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes behind him, calling out an emergency. Fujimoto Ryoma squeezes a white orb tightly and yells in a grave voice, requesting backup from all team members. He screams as if a major disaster is about to strike. A member of the demon cult has infiltrated the Korean players. Fujimoto Ryoma casually makes this false accusation, freezing Kangwoo in his tracks as he stands dazed, still holding Kurosaki Yuri in his arms. He has kidnapped the heavenly maiden. The current location is the basement corridor. Please send backup immediately. Under the dark night sky, behind a cold iron door, beneath Tokyo, Kangwoo is now handcuffed, sitting on the ground in the middle of the campsite, exclusive to players. A voice rings out, explaining those are mana-restricting cuffs. Fujimoto Ryoma casually places his fan on his lips, looking amused. He used them to keep him from escaping before the trial. Hearing this, Kangwoo looks up in shock. A trial? Ryoma narrows his eyes smugly and confirms, yes, trial is tomorrow. Fujimoto Ryoma envisions Kangwoo wearing the mask of a devil, controlling Yuri. A trial for a demon cult rat who kidnapped the maiden to steal her power. He places his hand on the door and sneers that he can ask for a lawyer, but nobody here would ever want to defend him. Suddenly, Kangwoo speaks up, muttering that there are 5 things. This makes Fujimoto Ryoma frown in confusion and turn back. What? Kangwoo flashes a sinister smile. The number of mistakes that you made. Kangwoo emphasizes once more that he has made 5 mistakes already. Fujimoto Ryoma laughs out loud, raising his eyebrows in disdain. 5 times? Nice imagination. He looks at Kangwoo as if pitying someone about to fall into hell. He calls him pathetic for saying such useless things, noting how relaxed he seems. Then he slams the door shut, tossing back one final warning. Hoping he can still act like that when the trial starts, Ryoma leaves. Kangwoo smirks. A trial, he needs to hurry up. Going back to the moment Kangwoo was captured, Cha Yeonjo is stunned, asking what happened. Han Seola also screams out in a panic. After hearing the accusation from Fujimoto Ryoma, Chae Yeonju cannot control her anger, demanding to know how he could possibly be a spy for the demon cult. Ryoma chuckles, calling it quite a surprise as he calmly brings along Prime Minister Yamada, speaking in a calm but suggestive tone. He claims he did not believe it either until the kidnap occurred, noting how the demon cult's reach has surprisingly stretched from Japan to other nations. He saw it with his own eyes, and Mayor Yamada saw it too. Meanwhile, Kangwoo simply smiles brightly despite the heavy tension, but Cha Yeonjo cannot suppress her anger raising. Her hands activate a skill. She grips her weapon, stepping forward with a murderous glare. Go on, keep talking and see what happens. Seeing this, Kangwoo desperately tries to calm Cha Yeonjo down. Cha Yeonjo, relax, I will be right back. But her blood boils as she snaps back. How on earth can you return when they are trying to get rid of you right now? He gently reassures her, asking if he has ever broken his word when telling them things would be fine. Hearing this, Cha Yeonjo freezes and sighs. Nearby, Han Seola looks at Kangwoo with deep worry. Will you really come back? Kangwoo nods, his eyes filled with absolute certainty. Of course I will. So everyone please wait here with Echidna, okay? That is a promise. Suddenly, reality pulls him back, and Kangwoo takes a long, deep breath. He has to prepare everything starting right now. With that, his soul quietly slips out of his physical body, dissolving into the dark night. His magic power weaves through the heavy iron bars, slithering outside like a silent ghost. This is Ryoma Fujimoto's very first mistake. Outside, dark magic condenses as swirling streaks of purple light take form. A second later, Kangwoo materializes, crossing his arms with complete confidence. That mana restraint device is completely useless against him because demonic energy and mana are fundamentally different forces. Standing tall, he takes a deep breath and mutters to himself, "Time to keep moving. He will repay his old debts with an even greater vengeance." With those words, Kangwoo's figure suddenly fades away. Massive purple wings spread wide as he glides across the Tokyo skyline, ready to return, killing intent with absolute malice. The next day, a massive crowd gathers at the Tokyo courthouse. Everyone is ready for the trial. Ryoma Fujimoto sits in his chair looking extremely annoyed and clicking his tongue. He cannot believe the trial is starting this late and just wants it over with. In his head, he is already happily picturing himself holding Yuri Kurosaki's hand at the altar. Once this wraps up, he will be the ultimate hero who saved the beautiful maiden. If luck is on his side, he might even marry her. The smug smile on his face is uncontrollable. His eyes drift to the opposite side of the room. Kangwoo's allies are practically radiating pure fury, looking ready to tear someone apart. Yet, Kangwoo sits there completely unbothered, lazily yawning as if he is out for a casual stroll. They can be as angry as they want, but 24 hours is not nearly enough time to pull off a miracle. Ryoma turns away. Looking toward the judge's bench, he is brimming with confidence. After all, he has bribed the judge and prepared everything. But something feels off, causing him to squint his eyes in confusion. Judge Nobuhito Wakabe, who used to help him out a lot, is now completely pale, his hands trembling violently. As the judge announces the start of the trial, Ryoma wonders why the man is shaking so much. He looks terribly sick, which probably explains why the trial was delayed in the first place. Judge Wakabe gulps hard, his voice trembling as if a heavy lump is caught in his throat. He stammers out for the prosecutor to present the charges against Kangwoo. A bespectacled prosecutor stands up with a serious nod. He adjusts his glasses and flips through his files, stating that the defendant is a Korean citizen who joined the rescue operation. During the raid, he completely ignored the established strategy, heading straight underground to assist the demon summoning ritual. Once Ryoma arrived and defeated the cult, supposedly kidnapped Yuri Kurosaki and tried to escape. As soon as the prosecutor finishes, a furious scream echoes through the courtroom. "What absolute garbage is this?" Chae Yonjo roars, slamming her hands onto the desk in a fit of pure rage. Her killing intent flares as she demands they stop talking nonsense about Kangwoo kidnapping anyone. People around her quickly try to hold her back, but she is still furious. She cannot stand this blatant frame-up and yells at them to let her go. Ignoring the chaos, Judge Nobuhito announces that the defendant has no legal representation. Immediately, Echidna raises her hand eagerly, volunteering to be the defense lawyer. But the judge completely ignores her, looking directly at Kangwoo to ask if he has any statement. Behind him, Han Sola quickly gestures for Echidna to quiet down. He simply smiles and gives a brief answer, stating that he does not belong to any cult. This blunt response leaves Judge Nobuhito completely stunned. He blinks in disbelief, asking if that is really all the defendant has to say. Kangwoo lazily nods, confirming it. This incredibly weak defense makes Ryoma smirk, barely holding back his laughter at how stupid this guy is. Clearing his throat to maintain his dignity, the judge calls for the witness to give their testimony. Hearing this, a victorious grin spreads across Ryoma's face. He is absolutely certain of his victory. There is no way he could lose this when every single detail of his master plan has been perfectly arranged. Every witness here is set up to support him. He recalls back to when he used a transmission orb to pretend there was an emergency underground calling for urgent backup. His very first witness is actually the most influential man in the entire country, making his plan seem completely bulletproof. But as he glances over, he gets confused. Prime Minister Yamada is trembling and looks incredibly pale. Did something go wrong yesterday? Ryoma simply shrugs it off with a faint smirk. They are probably just getting old. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Yamada bows his head, clenching his fists. With a hesitant, deeply worried voice, the old man announces that he wants to reveal the truth hidden all this time. Ryoma instantly narrows his eyes, his heart skipping a beat. This is not what they agreed on. Yamada tightly grips his arm, trying to hold onto his composure. He forces out each word too, ashamed to look up, keeping his head low while speaking with sheer terror. His voice shakes with fear as he drops a bombshell. "Ryoma Fujimoto threatened me." The confession hits Ryoma like a sudden bolt of lightning. His eyes widen in complete shock. What? Immediately, the entire courtroom erupts into absolute chaos. Whispers spread through the crowd like wildfire as Yamada explains that Ryoma falsely accused the defendant to hide his own true motives. He continues to state very clearly that just like himself, the player, Kangwoo, is actually a victim of Ryoma's malicious schemes. Hearing this, Ryoma feels the rage rushing straight to his head as his anger completely boils over. Slamming his hand on the desk, he demands to know what kind of nonsense the Prime Minister is spouting. In an instant, Ryoma Fujimoto stands straight up, taking a deep breath to stay calm. He asks the Prime Minister what on earth he means by hiding motives, but this outburst only makes Yamada more determined to expose him. He suddenly shouts, revealing that Ryoma Fujimoto is actually a member of the demon cult. The entire room falls completely silent. Yamada exposes Ryoma's true identity as a member of the demon cult, but the crowd is not ready to believe it, and someone instantly stands up. Someone in the crowd stumbles forward, gripping a chair while questioning the Prime Minister. Meanwhile, reporters rush in like a pack of hungry wolves. They demand to know if it is true, asking if Ryoma really saved the Heavenly Maiden. Facing countless cameras, Yamada keeps his head bowed. Gripping his arm tightly, he confirms that Ryoma is the mastermind who planned the kidnapping. He admits to hiding the truth only because Ryoma threatened to sacrifice his entire family if he disobeyed. Yamada then points his hand towards Kangwoo, raising his voice to speak clearly to everyone. He explains that Kangwoo is the real savior of the Heavenly Maiden. Ryoma gave false information to cover up where the demon summoning was actually taking place. At this point, Ryoma snaps completely, screaming out for everyone to stop talking nonsense. He sweeps his eyes across the room. Seeing their pale faces, Ryoma desperately tries to defend himself. He shouts that the Prime Minister is insane and simply trying to frame him. How could a loyal servant of the nation be a cultist when there is absolutely no proof? But unfortunately for him, Yamada cuts him off immediately. He reveals he actually has proof. Without hesitation, he holds up a clear plastic bag. Inside is a dark red crystal, infused with demonic energy. Facing everyone in the courtroom, he grits his teeth. He pronounces each word with heavy emphasis, a demon crystal. Yamada then points his chin directly toward Ryoma. He slowly emphasized every single word crystal demon before Yamada jerked his chin toward Fujimoto. As everyone knows, demonic crystals can only be forged and utilized by members of the demonic cult. Yet one of these stones was discovered right inside Fujimoto Ryoma's private residence. Hearing this, he completely freezes up like a block of ice. His mind spins out of control. Obtaining a demonic crystal is incredibly difficult. If he actually had his hands on one, why on earth would he just leave it lying around? He would have already used it to frame Kangwoo instead of keeping it in his house. Realizing he cannot let this drag on, Fujimoto Ryoma quickly pushes back. He demands to know where they got any proof of the crystal being in his home, especially since they searched it without permission. He sweeps his hand, desperately trying to regain control of the situation, claiming it is just a one-sided accusation. But then a pair of high heels steps up to the witness stand. A sweet voice echoes through the courtroom, greeting him warmly. A young woman dressed in elegant Chinese attire casually flips her hair, looking calm but incredibly sharp. She introduces herself as Jung So-yeon, the lead investigator, looking into the claims that Fujimoto Ryoma is a cultist. Instantly, the courtroom erupts into tense whispers. Why is someone from the prestigious 10,000 Swords sect here? Finishing her introduction, Jung So-yeon raises her hand to signal her subordinates. The Prime Minister had personally asked the 10,000 Swords sect to uncover the truth about Fujimoto Ryoma. That is why they raided his residence early this morning. A small iron box is brought forward and opened immediately, releasing a dense, ominous shroud of dark energy that fills the entire room. Jung So-yeon folds her arms, staring him down with a razor-sharp glare. Surrounded by a pile of items pulsing with dark energy, she firmly declares that they found concrete proof of his ties to the demonic cult. Everyone can clearly see the demonic crystals and cursed objects recovered from his home. With all this damning evidence laid out, she wastes no time delivering the final blow. On behalf of the 10,000 Swords sect, she swears that Fujimoto Ryoma is an absolute member of the demonic cult. Hearing her unwavering words, Fujimoto just scoffs. He breaks into a manic laugh, clutching his head as if he has completely lost his mind right then and there. He yells out that this is utterly ridiculous, but inside panic is eating him alive. No way. If this keeps up, he will be branded a cultist with zero chance of proving his innocence. A second later, his eyes turn sharp as razor blades. Trying to stay calm, Fujimoto keeps arguing that these accusations are baseless. Is this not just a plot by the 10,000 Swords sect to take control of Japan? His mind races, calculating every single move. He needs to stall for time so he can execute his escape plan and get out of here alive. But suddenly, a mysterious figure cloaked in a hood speaks up, cutting him off. The speaker addresses Fujimoto in a quiet voice. Slowly pulling back her hood, she reveals a deeply saddened expression and tells him to just give up. It is none other than the legendary Yuri Kurosaki. Hearing her voice, the gathered reporters gasp in absolute shock. They whisper in confusion, wondering how she could be here when she was supposed to be recovering in the hospital. But Yuri has no intention of staying silent. She stands tall, her expression unwavering as she addresses the crowd. As the central figure of this incident, she is here to set the record straight. She remembers the moment Kangwoo saved her. She distinctly recalls hearing his voice, even though the details of that day are a bit blurry. She confidently declares that Fujimoto was definitely not her savior. It was the Korean player standing right over there. With that, Yuri bows deeply. Her apology is incredibly sincere, taking blame for the worry she caused. The crowd quickly reassures her, yelling that it was not her fault at all and that only the evil cultists are to blame. Watching this, Jung So-yeon folds her arms and motions toward the judge Wakabe Nobuhito. She suggests that with everything now out in the open, it is time to make an arrest. The judge, who was so engrossed in the drama that he temporarily forgot his duties, snaps back to attention. Nodding quickly, Wakabe Nobuhito slams his gavel down repeatedly. He orders the immediate arrest and investigation of Fujimoto. Talk about a complete backfire, he is completely speechless as his plot falls apart. Now he is the one targeted. Glaring at Prime Minister Yamada Yuri and Jung So-yeon, his eyes land on Kangwoo, sparking a new thought. This is definitely no coincidence. Someone has been pulling the strings behind the scenes from the start. He deduces that this entire trap was meticulously planned and executed in a single day. Realizing he has been outplayed, Fujimoto Ryoma decides to make his move. He unleashes his power, conjuring a violent gale that swirls around him and lifts his body off the ground. With a wild roar, he launches himself straight up. Shattering the ceiling, he escapes into the sky, throwing the entire crowd into absolute chaos. Cha Yeonjo cannot contain her fury. Clenching her fists, she screams out in pure rage at the escaping bastard. She turns around to tell Kangwoo that they need to give chase, but he is already gone. Only his shattered handcuffs remain. Meanwhile, the night sky over Tokyo shines peacefully with starlight. City lights flicker calmly above the bustling crowds below, completely unaware of the looming danger. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind sweeps through the night. A dark shadow streaks across the sky. It is Fujimoto, desperately fleeing. He gnashes his teeth, his face contorted in sheer rage. What went wrong? Lost in his thoughts, he fails to notice a sudden streak of light approaching fast. Even if things are bad, he believes he can still escape the country. But before he can react, the light erupts into a massive blast. Raging flames swallow him whole. There he stands. Kangwoo, looking completely calm. With his hands behind his back, he gazes down as Fujimoto's body spins wildly through the air. Fujimoto crashes hard, face planting straight onto the cold, hard ground. Gasping for air every inch of his body, screaming in pain, he snaps to ask who is there. A calm, slow voice interrupts him. The voice asks if he has finally figured things out. Fujimoto struggles to his feet, his body still reeling from that devastating strike. Glaring at the bastard opposite him, he sees Kangwoo standing there with a spinning fireball in his palm, quietly stating that Fujimoto made 5 distinct mistakes. The flames flare up, locking down on Fujimoto as Kangwoo asks if he understands now. Fujimoto just gnashes his teeth in anger. He snaps back, admitting he might have rushed his plan and overlooked a few details, but his sharp gaze narrows as he denies making 5 errors. Kangwoo just smirks with amusement. He lists the first mistake while a brilliant red fireball ignites in his hand. The magic suppression cuffs were completely useless, meaning he could never hold him. With a sudden clench of his fist, the fire vanishes into ashes. As for the second mistake, a dark red crystal suddenly materializes in his hand. Pure demonic energy radiates from it like a sinister lantern. Kangwoo reveals that he can easily forge the very crystals Fujimoto thought only the cult could make. Stunned to his core, his breath catches as a sudden realization hits him. Don't tell me the thing you found in my house is before he can even finish. Kangwoo nonchalantly cuts him off. Third, you chose average people as judges and witnesses. Hearing this, Fujimoto Ryoma finally understands. Frozen in place, images of Prime Minister Yamada and Judge Wakabe Nobuhito flash through his mind, their faces pale, hands trembling uncontrollably. Normal humans simply don't have the mental fortitude to survive that kind of pressure. Refusing to believe it, he yells out in desperation. What did you do to Prime Minister Yamada and Judge Wakabe? Kangwoo completely ignores his rage, stepping forward with an easy shrug. He looks down at Fujimoto Ryoma like he's nothing but an innocent child. Relying on ordinary people was a foolish move. Kangwoo clicks his tongue, half bothered that he had to waste a fear-inducing authority instead of a simpler skill. Before his opponent can even process this, Kangwoo pushes further. Fourth, you assume I was just some low-tier nameless player with zero backing. Right then, memories of the 9,000 sword sect flash in Fujimoto's mind. Joan Mujin's calm voice echoes in his memories, promising that the 9,000 sword sect would aid Kangwoo at least once. With that favor, Kangwoo had Jun search the enemy's house. As he speaks, Kangwoo presses hard on Fujimoto's shoulder wound. Ryoma groans as fresh blood oozes out, soaking through his clothes. Fifth, if you ever thought about exploiting me, a sinister grin spreads across Kangwoo's face. His razor-sharp gaze locks onto Fujimoto Ryoma. You should have realized the difference between a mere dog and a real demon. Every single word shreds Fujimoto's remaining pride. Those are your 5 fatal mistakes. Unable to take another second of this humiliation, Fujimoto immediately snaps. He leaps high into the air, massive surges of energy gathering rapidly in his palms. Spiraling blue sparks erupt, unleashing a terrifying pressure. I will kill you, Fujimoto, Ryoma screams, channeling every ounce of his power. He hurls the devastating energy blast straight down at Kangwoo like divine wrath, roaring that he will tear him to shreds. Facing this explosive fury, Kangwoo does not even flinch. He just stands there calmly listening to the hateful screams promising him an agonizing death. Just like that, a massive blast shakes the heart of Tokyo. The shockwave tears outward, sweeping away everything in its path. Watching the destruction, Fujimoto Ryoma laughs in absolute triumph. Breathing heavily, he thinks he should have done this from the very beginning. But his joy lasts only a brief moment as a heavy thud echoes. The sound from the dust sends a cold shiver down his spine. But look, as the smoke clears, he's still standing. I actually had high hopes for you, Kangwoo remarks, completely safe under his protective barrier. Magical light flickers across the defensive shield. He smirks mockingly. But you disappointed me so much. The words echo coldly through the ruined wasteland. It cuts straight through Fujimoto Ryoma's pride. Disappointed, he does not even have to think about his failed schemes as he tightly clenches his fists, grinding his teeth. What did you just say? Across from him, Kangwoo is in no hurry to answer. He stretches and slowly rotates his wrists, his bones popping as he warms up. You look decent on the outside, but secretly pulling strings from the shadows. Normally, I quite like guys like you. But then Kangwoo wears a deeply bored expression. You really disappointed me. Your mask came off way too easily. Kangwoo continues to mock him. Your little schemes and plots were actually pretty good, but you were just kind of stupid. If you had not made so many mistakes, you might have actually won. Fujimoto Ryoma raises his hands as swirling energy gathers. Disappointed, being utterly looked down upon drives him absolutely insane. Am I stupid, you bastard? He screams, unleashing a massive roaring tornado. It heads straight for Kangwoo. How dare you judge me? His eyes burn with rage as he pants heavily, waiting for his opponent to be crushed. But a soft chuckle echoes from behind. Kangwoo has already slipped away. His tone is dripping with mockery, swearing whenever you run out of things to say. Such predictable reactions are honestly so boring. Infuriated Fujimoto Ryoma tightens his grip. Violent currents of wind wrap around his arm. Watching him charge, Kangwoo's lips curl into an amused smirk. Yeah, that is much better. Without a second thought, the two clash head-on, but Kangwoo still cannot resist teasing him. That pathetic struggle actually looks pretty cool. Their fists collide, tearing through the surrounding air. They move at high speed, spinning from the ground and launching up into the sky. Every single strike slices through the wind as they tangle like a violent storm, spiraling straight to the tower peak. At the very top, they break apart to face each other. In this moment of extreme tension, Kangwoo folds his arms, his tone completely casual. Do you know any good sushi places around here? I want to grab some with my friend after this. He glances at Fujimoto Ryoma, his face completely relaxed. I am in Japan, so I should really make the most of it. Gasping for air and choked with rage, Ryoma glares at him. High above, wild tornadoes howl like savage beasts waiting to pounce. He screams, "What on earth are you, Fujimoto?" Ryoma flings his arms wide. Violent gales howl fiercely behind him. Just how long do you plan on mocking me? He bellows, sending screeching wind columns launching toward Kangwoo like lethal arrows. I will kill you. Forget a slow, painful death. His voice drops, dripping with pure hatred. I will give you the worst demise imaginable. Kangwoo chuckles, noting that the guy seems genuinely pissed off. Faced with this relentless onslaught, Kangwoo does not even blink. With a light step, his figure glides like the wind, easily dodging every single strike. My bad, you are definitely stronger than anyone I have faced before. His smile never fades amidst the absolute chaos. Kangwoo remains entirely composed, playful and highly provocative. Hey, I will even take you out for sushi after this. In a flash, he teleports like the wind, appearing right behind Fujimoto Ryoma. With hands clasped together, he raises them over his head, aiming straight at his foe. Let us end this here. But at that exact second, Fujimoto Ryoma's eyes suddenly flare with a brilliant blue light burning like a sacred flame. Startled, Kangwoo feels an overwhelming surge of raw power. He quickly looks back as a massive pillar of light rips through space, slamming down violently. Just like that, Kangwoo is smashed into the ground amidst a dense cloud of dust. Sitting in the ruins, he coughs a few times and looks up with a slight grimace. I never expected that he could survive this long. He murmurs, staring at the giant, majestic figure slowly materializing ahead. Behind Ryoma Fujimoto, a massive surge of divine energy reveals the form of a literal god. He covers his glowing mystic eye, drawing out its true power. Feeling the power surge, he grits his teeth. He can only maintain Susanoo for a single minute. He has to kill him now. The next second, Ryoma Fujimoto barks out an order. Susanoo, kill that bastard. His voice echoes through the empty air, but the massive deity is in no rush to strike. He just quietly observes Kangwoo. Assessing the opponent's power, the god nods in understanding. So you are the entity from the prophecy, he mutters. Kangwoo stands up and calmly dusts off his jacket, completely unbothered. What on earth are you talking about, he replies. I have absolutely no idea. Inwardly, Kangwoo hesitates. Should he just use his translation authority? Meanwhile, the god raises his massive hand high, ready to bestow the sea demon's power. Under Susanoo's dark command, the sky instantly turns pitch black. A colossal razor-sharp blade forms in the sky, tearing through the clouds with a deafening roar. Kangwoo remains completely unfazed, calmly gathering dark, surging demonic energy right into the palm of his hand. Activating the authority of the black spear, a pitch-black weapon manifests. Its mana still seems relatively weak, but a dark magical glow begins to radiate from its tip. Staring at the blade, he calculates. His dual fission authority is simply not enough to end this. Each of his steps now cracks the earth beneath him. He needs something much stronger. A sinister, twisted grin slowly spreads across his face, his eyes glowing like burning embers in the pitch black. His gaze carries pure lethal danger. Standing directly across from him, Ryoma Fujimoto lets out a cold, mocking laugh, absolutely dripping with arrogance. His eyes scream absolute victory. That is the price you pay for showing off, he sneers. Today is the day you die. His words carry total certainty, as if his triumph is already written in stone. No one can save you, Ryoma declares. But as he glances toward the raging vortex, his smugness starts to waver. Confusion replaces his arrogance as the winds pick up. Why is it getting so violent? Suddenly, from the center of the howling gale, a sharp black spear begins to rise. It slices through the air like a razor. Realizing what is happening, Ryoma panics while Kangwoo focuses entirely on unleashing the deep dormant power within. Harnessing the wild power of the storm, Kangwoo continuously stacks his deadly skills, combining the black spear, fission, earthquake, and storm authorities. He smirks, feeling the massive shockwaves of pure energy rippling out. Pushing his limits, he adds one final authority as Susanoo quietly watches the swirling purple energy. His gaze turns respectful. So that is the raw power of demons. Very well, the god mutters, gripping his massive blade without a single shred of hesitation. Without uttering a single warning, the god raises his blade. Come on, he challenges, and Kangwoo instantly blurs forward like a flash of lightning. Exploding out of the shadows, Kangwoo thrusts his dark spear forward, unleashed with absolute world-ending force. His spear crashes straight into Susanoo's divine blade. I do not understand a single word you are saying, Kangwoo snaps as their weapons collide. A blinding shockwave erupts from the impact, triggering a massive, deafening explosion. Blinding light bursts from the top of the tower, radiating with terrifying intensity. It turns the night sky into broad daylight. Watching from below, Chae Yeonjo looks up, completely stunned by the brilliant glare. Nearby, Han Seola holds Echidna, who weakly whispers Kangwoo's name. Back at the peak, Kangwoo stands right in the eye of the storm, gritting his teeth. Damn it, is he really still too weak to fight a god? Feeling his injuries pile up, he looks down at his bleeding wounds only to freeze in shock. His blood is completely black. Staring at the dark fluid, Kangwoo quickly recalls his demonic transformation and begins to piece it together. Demonic energy must have fused with his blood when he gained his demonic body. Unlike normal mana, this fluid is highly concentrated, sparking a dark, scheming grin across his face. Since his blood is packed with raw demonic energy, the black fluid begins pouring out from his wounds, gathering into a massive swirling vortex. Acting as a shield, he prepares to detonate the compressed energy. Watching this unfold, Susanoo lets out a startled grunt of surprise. His spectral form tenses, his booming voice echoing with cold realization that his suspicions were entirely correct. The ancient prophecy was right. Not wasting a single second, Kangwoo violently drives his dark spear forward. The spear impales Susanoo, a devastating, fatal strike that causes the deity to vanish instantly into thin air. It is as if he never existed. A single beam of light shoots down, slamming into the ruined tower. A withered, heavily cracked hand reaches out weakly from the debris. Help me, Ryoma Fujimoto wheezes, his body now broken, shriveled, and rapidly aging. Gasping for breath, he curses his luck. He never expected summoning Susanoo would drain his life force to the brink of death. Terrified, he drags his broken body across the floor. He could normally fight back using the power of the eye, but without Yuri here to restore him, he is as good as dead. Floating quietly in the air, Kangwoo looks down with pure mocking amusement. Summoning a god sure carries a heavy price tag, does it not? Kangwoo mocks. But as Ryoma screams in terror, a sudden searing flame erupts. Staring down at his own charred hand, Kangwoo coldly questions the broken man before him. Have you still not realized what is happening? He lands on the ground, looking down at Ryoma. As Ryoma screams in agonizing pain, Kangwoo leans down, his voice cold and completely devoid of pity. You really shouldn't have killed those innocents. If you hadn't interfered, I would have secured a myth-grade item and you actually could have saved your country. Wouldn't that have been much better for everyone? Since things turn out like this, I might as well take that myth-grade item off your hands. Watching him reach out, Ryoma Fujimoto stares at Kangwoo in absolute panic. Wait, if you take that from me now, I will die. Do you need a mythic-grade item? I will ask Yuri, and you can get so much more. Desperate tears stream down his face as he begs for mercy. Do you need this eye? I will give it to you when we meet. Yuri, please, I will never show my face to you again. Meanwhile, Kangwoo just holds the eyeball looking at it with sheer amusement. All right, I will put this to great use. Kangwoo sneers mockingly, saying he is sorry they cannot go eat sushi together. Ryoma's face slowly crumbles away as he curses the bastard, his body turning to sand while he continues to complain. Even at the very end, you still treat me like a joke. Right then, a system notification rings out, stating that this item has already been engraved, making it unusable. Kangwoo stares at it with obvious disappointment, realizing it is totally useless. He closes his eyes as the image of the god flashes through his mind. That god Ryoma summoned was Susanoo. If the system continues to weaken, will more gods like him start appearing? He was not even at peak strength, yet he was still insanely powerful. Dejectedly, Kangwoo rolls the item in his palm, wondering how he will ever fight them if they appear in their true forms. Suddenly, his system data flashes again. Demonic soul is the second step to becoming a demon god. Condition 1. And Condition 2, demonic soul and demon god. He slips the newly acquired item into his pocket. According to the system message, he must become a god himself to fight off the other deities. How annoying. Kangwoo lazily glances behind him, shrugs, and wonders if it is finally time to head back. Ignoring everything else, he leaps onto the railing and turns, his head calling out to the two of them. He then leaves, reminding them to clean up the mess. Jeon Seo-yeon and Jeon Mu-jin step forward as the old man strokes his beard in deep thought. So the power he showed us before was not even his full strength. He stares after him, pondering the origin of that absolutely colossal force. It seems to come from raw effort and experience rather than pure talent, but he is truly impressive. The father offers to arrange a marriage, but Jeon Seo-yeon shakes her head, deciding to return to China. Surprised, he asks why she is leaving so early, but she simply leans on the railing, wanting to train. Jeon Seo-yeon quietly watches the distant figure, a subtle smirk forming on her lips. If he lacks martial arts talent, then she just needs to fill in what he is missing. She narrows her eyes, her gaze filled with challenge and deep curiosity. Meanwhile, looking at his figure flying back to his friends, she lets out a soft sigh, sneaking back and looks pretty tough. The moment Kangwoo lands, Cha Yoon-jo immediately rushes over in frustration, demanding to know where he went. Pouting with crossed arms, Kangwoo says he just went to handle business. She turns red with anger, yelling that he should at least tell them before disappearing. Unable to contain her irritation, she presses further. Did you know Ryoma was with the demonic cult all along? Why did you keep us in the dark? Kangwoo looks away, claiming he only found out underground, though secretly, he knows Ryoma was never with them. Clicking his tongue, he casually says everything went exactly as planned anyway. Hearing this, Cha Yeonjo's blood completely boils. Rage exploding, she rolls up her sleeves, fully prepared to charge at him. Hanseola quickly grabs her shoulder to calm her down, saying that everything worked out just like Kangwoo said. However, Hanseola keeps her head low, her eyes filled with a trace of deep worry. She glances at Kangwoo, her next words making him freeze in his tracks. We were just terrified that things would go wrong, she says. He looks at Hanseola, her lips tightly pressed. Tears well up in her eyes. She looks so incredibly sad that Kangwoo knows a bad reply will ruin everything. Without warning, he leaps forward and pulls her into a tight, warm hug. My darling, he whispers affectionately, holding her close to his chest. I am finally back, my love. Hanseola blushes deep red, totally frozen, while poor Echina gets completely squished between them, wildly waving her hands for help. She gasps that she is stuck. Ignoring her, Kangwoo happily says he just wants to hurry home and eat that delicious kimchi stew she prepared for him. Hanseola giggles softly, calling him completely hopeless. Whining playfully, Kangwoo asks if his darling is going to pack it with lots of meat and sausage. She happily agrees, promising to throw in some noodles too. They decide to head back right away. Watching them, Che Yoonjo's veins pop in annoyance as she realizes the bastard is trying to escape. Meanwhile, poor China is still getting mercilessly crushed. She struggles wildly, crying out that she cannot breathe. Suddenly, Kangwoo's expression darkens as a few confusing thoughts cross his mind. Blushing, Hanseola gently pushes him away, telling him to let go. Suddenly, the image of Yuri testifying in court flashes through his mind. He falls completely silent, ignoring her voice entirely. Why did Yuri help him? He never threatened her or used his powers on her. Suddenly, he recalls carrying her away while she was unconscious. She claims she woke up when he saved her, but there is no way he would have missed that. He frowns, wondering if she had some grudge against Ryoma. Suddenly, Cha Yeonju pinches his cheek hard, dragging him back to reality. Kimchi stew is great, she says, but since they are in Japan, they must eat sushi. She pinches harder and orders everyone to follow her. She knows an amazing place, demanding to know how long they plan to keep hugging. Oh, Kangwoo screams in pain while Echina, finally freed from the pile, coughs heavily before bursting into a loud fit of laughter. This is the first time she has ever seen Cha Yeonjo act like this. Blushing furiously, Cha Yeonjo snaps at everyone to shut up and follow her. Meanwhile, the little girl cries, complaining that Han Seola is being so mean to her. Unbeknownst to them, a loyal subordinate of the family bows. He offers to escort her back. Yuri Kurosaki turns with a gentle smile, thanking him. She narrows her eyes, her gaze still lingering on Kangwoo and his friends. She tells him to lead the way, feeling a deep pang of regret. She can only watch him from afar now. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is just having fun with his friends. He tells her to let go, but Cha Yeonjo snaps that she does not want to. She turns away without hesitation while Yuri thinks that she will visit him soon. The shadow reflecting on the ground is no longer Yuri's shape, but rather Lilith's. She was the one secretly aiding Kangwoo, harboring a deep yearning for her demon king. 1 week later, a strange light begins to flash at the apartment complex. Sunlight beams on the building. Kangwoo happily raises his hands, his face shining bright as the sun. Finally, home Echidna cheers excitedly right beside him, while Cha Yeonjo stumbles forward, completely drained of energy. She barely finds the voice to mumble that she is heading straight to her apartment to pass out. Han Seola waves energetically, but Cha Yeonjo just sways. Cha Yeonjo waves back like a mindless robot. Get home safe, Han Seola calls out, watching her walk away with a look of pure worry. Cha Yeonjo looks completely exhausted. Kangwoo just clicks his tongue. It makes sense, though. He frowns, wondering if her time in Japan was really that brutal. In his mind, memories of the chaotic press conference they had to host flash back. The news of how he and Cheon Mujin eliminated the demonic cultist Fujimoto Ryoma had quickly spread everywhere. Cultist or not, Japan lost a major hero, and the media lashed out, firing relentless razor-sharp questions at them like daggers. The pressure forced her to grit her teeth. It was easy to see why so many Japanese players harbored deep resentment toward Korea, and Cha Yeonjo's rising anger quickly became impossible to hold back. She lashed out so hard that Mujin had to jump in to restrain her, pleading for her to calm down and let him handle it. Yet as their representative, Cha Yeonjo willingly absorbed all the blame and public hatred in Kangwoo's place. Standing to the side, he could only smile and praise her quiet thoughtfulness. She really is a dependable teammate, he thinks. Han Seola, noticing him spaced out, walks over to tell him they should head home. He just turns and gently tells her to go on ahead without him. He explains that he still has some business to take care of. Han Seola looks at him with sheer confusion, while Echidna tugs on his shirt, begging to tag along. Kangwoo smiles and nods, letting the eager little dragon join him. They are heading somewhere quiet, he promises. Echidna tilts her head, her eyes shining with curiosity as she repeats the words, wondering exactly why they need a peaceful, isolated spot. Slipping his hand into his pocket, he murmurs that it is nothing major. Then Kangwoo pulls out the eye of Susanoo, previously belonging to Fujimoto Ryoma. He studies it intently for a moment, whispering that he simply wants to craft a new weapon. Suddenly, blinding light floods the sky, illuminating a breathtaking green meadow. It looks like a paradise straight out of a dream. 2 solid feet land firmly on the soft ground. Kangwoo and Echidna touch down in an instant. They shield their eyes with their hands against the blinding glare. Looking around, he grins, satisfied with the location. He opens up his system screen, scratching his cheek as he carefully reviews his available skills. Time to see what he has. The screen displays his 6th awakening characteristic. It is the SSS-Rank demonic creation. The skill allows him to craft weapons by infusing his authorities. The more he uses, the stronger the weapon becomes. To craft a myth-grade item or higher, he needs a material of equal value. But there is a catch. He can only maintain one created weapon at a time, or the old one breaks. Kangwoo rubs his chin, processing the rules. The more authorities, the better the weapon. He thinks back to his clash with Susanoo, where he unleashed Gungnir. In that fierce battle. Right now, his current limit is using 4 authorities simultaneously. In his mind, he imagines upgrading his crafting process from 4 to 8, then 16. Combining 2 powers does not just double the demonic energy cost, it multiplies it exponentially. 2 authorities demand 4 times the energy, while 4 demands 16 times. He narrows his eyes, calculating. Since he is not in active combat, if he focuses completely on channeling, he could probably push it to 5. Just then, a sweet voice snaps him out of his deep concentration. Echidna looks up at him with wide, curious eyes, calling his name. She asks if there is anything she can do to help. Startled, he smiles and asks her to keep guard, making sure no monsters or intruders interrupt his focus. Echidna happily chirps in agreement. Humming happily, she promises to erect a protective barrier. Kangwoo turns back, murmuring that he should practice a bit first. Raising his hands, he ponders which of his powers he should start with. He decides to go with his most familiar skills, and instantly a mysterious purple aura erupts around his body. The energy surges violently around him as the system announces he has activated demonic creation. Streams of dark magic begin to rise directly from the earth, gathering and swirling rapidly around his body, spiraling toward Kangwoo as they converge into a massive sphere of energy. A dark purple orb slowly takes shape, exposing a glowing red core. As the core burns brightly, the system alerts him that the crucible is ready. To craft a high-grade weapon, he must provide high-quality materials. Without a second thought, Kangwoo reaches out to touch the sphere. The system notes that with no materials added, the weapon can only reach legendary grade at best. Undeterred, he begins injecting his raw power, channeling the authority of the dark spear, hellfire, and fission. Instantly, Gay Bulb begins to take shape in his hand, glowing with a brilliant hellish red light. Burning like the fires of the underworld, the system congratulates him on successfully crafting a unique Gay Bulb. Kangwoo admires the brand new spear with deep awe. Though it is not as strong as using the pure authority directly, it definitely packs their combined destructive powers. He turns around, locking his gaze on a massive boulder nearby. With a swift thrust, a dark red crack suddenly splits across the stone's surface. In the blink of an eye, Gay Bulb pierces right through it without any resistance. He turns to inspect the damage, watching as massive chunks of rock crumble to the ground, leaving a gaping hole in the middle of a thick dust cloud. He notes that it holds about 20% of the original skill's power. Gripping the spear, he wonders if he can compensate with his physical enhancement skills, meaning it should be fine. But a sweet voice suddenly cuts through his thoughts. The thick gray smoke has Echidna coughing, yet she still tries to step closer. She asks what kind of ultimate weapon he is planning to build, but Kangwoo just shakes his head. Thinking of Kim Si-hoon and his trusty sword, a thought crosses his mind. Should he craft a single definitive main weapon like his ally has? But doing so would limit his tactical versatility and prevent him from swapping weapons mid-fight. Suddenly, Echidna chimes in with an exciting suggestion that catches him off guard. Why not make a weapon that can freely change its shape? The brilliant idea instantly embeds itself deep in his mind. It took him all night to forge a shape-shifting weapon, and now Han Seola has also been brought to this very spot. I am starting, he says. She nods, gripping her staff tightly with determined eyes as the gem at the tip blazes to life at her call. Calling on the grace of light, Kangwoo pulls out the eye. Thanks to the giant octopus's rage, his current demonic power has reached level 116. This time, he channels purple energy into the eye of Susanoo as he calculates. The rolling purple energy makes the surrounding space shake in violent waves. Instantly, the system displays that a material from a mythic-grade weapon has been extracted, but Kangwoo keeps pouring in even more spiritual energy. He decides to add the storm authority he used earlier. At the same time, Echidna's words echo clearly inside his head. If the weapon can change shape, he can alter his skills depending on the situation. Kangwoo grits his teeth, his eyes darkening as his red pupils glow like hot coals. He immediately adds this power to his transformation authority. The system alerts him that 5 authorities have been used and all conditions are met. Within 10 seconds, a mythic-grade weapon will be created. Veins bulge on his forehead as demonic power boils in his blood. He only needs to hold on for 10 seconds as the system countdown begins. He channels the rolling energy, absorbing every trace of demonic power while the numbers on the screen count down through 9 and 8. He grits his teeth, wondering if a mythic-grade weapon is truly his limit. Light flashes in his mind as an image of Susanoo suddenly appears, while the countdown continues. 7, 6. Mythic-grade items have their limits, but they can even summon gods. 5, 4. The system keeps counting down as Kangwoo remembers what he knows. A mythic-grade weapon is strong, but he wonders if collecting all the pieces would let him create a dimensional rift just like he did when using the Grand Duke's hell weapon. He cannot wait any longer as the countdown hits 3, 2. He quickly raises his hand high, his red eyes burning with determination. If that is the case, his hand moves in a blur, drawing complex magic symbols. 1. This is still not enough. His face darkens as he sweeps both of his hands through the empty air. He creates a new skill. Sharp fangs appear in the shadows, but it is still not enough. He adds the authority of hunting, and the energy instantly transforms, letting loose a massive explosion. The impact is 10 times stronger, shaking the entire space. The system announces that the conditions have changed and a transcendent-grade weapon is being created. Han Seola grips her staff tightly. Worry fills her eyes. Calling to Kangwoo, Echidna quickly shields her face. He is swallowed by the brilliant light. A sudden blinding flash erupts completely, filling the entire space. After a while, the blinding light slowly fades, shrinking back like a retreating wave. Kangwoo stands firm, his breathing heavy, while Han Seola and Echidna watch in utter silence. They stare upward, completely speechless. Kangwoo raises his head, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he looks up. Floating before him is a massive sphere covered in intricate glowing black patterns. It glistens transparent like pure crystal. He gulps, wondering if this is truly a transcendent-grade item. The system chimes, confirming he has successfully created the key of the demonic sea. Approaching the sphere, Kangwoo cannot hide his awe. As the data appears, it reveals he has reached the peak of the demonic art of creation. His demonic energy stat has increased by 2, but he can no longer use this skill. He rests his hand on the sphere, wondering if this was the final goal. Was the demonic art of creation given to him solely to forge this weapon? The moment his hand touches the glowing surface of the sphere, the system immediately alerts him. The system announces that the imprint is complete and a notification screen pops up, locking his gaze onto the details. The screen displays the details of the transcendent-grade key of the demonic sea, a growth-type weapon that grows stronger under certain conditions. It grants a unique stat boost of +3, though its fortitude and transformation traits remain locked for now. Kangwoo stands there utterly stunned, unable to believe what he is seeing. Growth type. The sphere seems to read his mind, displaying more detailed explanations. The first effect is fortitude, meaning it cannot be destroyed by any physical, magical, or mental attack. The second effect is transformation, allowing it to become any registered weapon, while utilizing 34% of the power of weapons made through his authorities. Kangwoo narrows his eyes, highly intrigued by this feature. So those weapons are basically skills. He immediately channels energy into the sphere, ordering it to transform. With a sudden rush of violent wind, the sphere begins to reshape itself. It becomes a long spear glowing with a mysterious purple light. Holding it up to examine, Kangwoo grins, finding it surprisingly lightweight and solid. Its strength is quite similar to the gay bowl he once made. Swinging it down, he commands it to transform again. Next is the magic greatsword, and the spear instantly shifts into a blazing red blade. The weapon glows like wildfire. Kangwoo studies it, noting that its transformation speed is fast enough to rival his demonic crystals. With a sharp smirk, he commands it to finally transform into Gungnir. However, the sword remains exactly the same and the system immediately chimes. An alert warns him that in its current state, the weapon can only mimic armaments created by a maximum of 4 authorities. He pauses, but is not too surprised by this limitation. Just as he expected, mimicking Gungnir is currently out of its reach. But since this is not its final form, he knows it will keep growing stronger. He looks forward to its future potential. Han Sela's voice suddenly startles him as she approaches, asking if the weapon creation was a success. He waves his hand with a smile and lifts his fingers to show off a glittering piece of jewelry. He tells her it can easily change into anything, even a ring. Instantly, Han Sela's face darkens, making Echidna recoil. Echidna watches in fear. A ring, she gasps. Unaware of the sudden tension, Kangwoo happily admires the ring, deciding it is the most convenient form to carry. His laughter echoes into the night sky. He announces that it is time to head back. A week later, inside a bright, sunlit apartment, Kangwoo stands with a frown, staring intently at his current rank on the screen. The level lock warning flashes. Frustrated that he can't shake it, Kangwoo sighs heavily on his bed and recalls the weapon he thought was his key out. He believed fusing the sea demon's power would break the restriction, trying every combination imaginable, but it was just a waste of time. Staring at the glowing ring on his hand, his eyes grow heavy with thought. To weaken the sea demon's seal, he needs to level up and unlock a new trait, something on par with his demonic creation skill. Kangwoo closes his eyes, rubbing his nose as he plans his next move. Breaking this lock is proving nearly impossible. Part of him wonders if he should just abandon leveling altogether and find a different path, his mind drifting across a massive global map toward Russia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Mongolia, China. His thoughts halt on one specific region. Youngju did mention finding demon cult traces in Russia. Maybe he could get them to summon some demons for him to devour. He shakes his head, realizing finding them in a massive country is highly unlikely. Right then, his stomach growls fiercely, reminding him he was too distracted to eat. He licks his lips in anticipation, finally standing up to go find some long-awaited food. While dreaming of tasty food, a sudden image appears. A bubbling pot of kimchi stew, but crawling with writhing tentacles from Lilith. No way. Kangwoo jumps back, letting out a panicked shriek that echoes through the room. Echidna looks over in surprise, asking him what is wrong. He regains his composure, realizing it was just a completely normal pot of stew. He laughs it off, saying he just misheard, claiming it was just octopus in the soup anyway. Bowing his head, he clasps his hands and pictures Han Seola as a pure angel. She holds the pot with a sweet smile, and he repents for ever mistaking her food for Lilith's terrifying tentacles. That is when Kangwoo notices a stack of suitcases by the chair. Frowning, he wonders where Han Seola is and what all this luggage is for. Echidna calmly explains that she went to an A-rank gate in Incheon with Kang Tae-soo, Si-hun, and Choi Eun-bi, pointing at the bags and some octopus. Cha Yong-ju brought all of this over last night, she says. He blinks in surprise, and she nods, detailing exactly what went down the previous evening. Han Seola had watched her struggle with the heavy bags and asked why she brought them. Yongju explained that Yuri sent over some items and $30 million. Han Seola gasped at the astronomical sum, and then Yeong-ju relayed the message from Kurosaki. Yuri apologized for all the trouble and said to contact her anytime because she would happily help Kangwoo with absolutely anything. Yeong-ju confirmed that those were her exact words, but then she paused. She paused, looking completely shocked by the situation. She almost bit her tongue, muttering that the princess must really like that monster, Kangwoo. But Han Seola's tone suddenly turned ice-cold, whispering how lucky indeed. Shivering, Yeong-ju stammered about her terrifying face, but Han Seola just blinked innocently, asking what was wrong with her look. Meanwhile, Echidna, who had been holding her hand, started trembling in absolute terror. Kangwoo finishes listening to the story and slowly turns his gaze toward the massive pile of luggage. His eyes widen in disbelief at the $30 million. Sure, he saved her life, but this is an insane amount of cash, like getting a whole mansion for pulling someone out of a pool. He stares at the pile in confusion. He wonders why on earth she sent him octopus of all things. Before he can figure it out, a loud broadcast interrupts his thoughts with breaking news about the first official visit of a legendary figure. The famous Sword of Justice Alex Osborne is officially visiting South Korea. The reporter dramatically adds that this world-class runner is here specifically to meet Kim Si-hun after his famous heroic deeds at Isu Station. Meanwhile, Echidna plops onto the sofa begging Kangwoo to let her watch the television. As she asks, he is already pulling out his phone deep in thought. Why is this guy coming all this way just to see Si-hun? Kangwoo quickly scrolls through his screen to search for this self-proclaimed hero. Alex Osborne is 29, British and famous worldwide. Videos of him saving innocent civilians are completely flooding the internet. He is a world-famous hero known for always wielding his sword to protect the weak. Online info shows that 2 months ago, after the Isu Station incident, he revealed he had been battling the demon cult for a long time. And last month, when their activities surfaced in Europe, he launched a massive raid. He successfully crushed their base and halted their operations, yet somehow not a single person died during the entire raid. Kangwoo clicks his tongue, sizing the guy up. Simply put, he is too soft. This guy is too nice to everyone and clearly naive enough to let his dangerous enemies live. He sounds exactly like the kind of person who would get along with Si-hun, which explains why he is visiting. Kangwoo frowns, imagining them bonding. A vein throbs on his forehead. Without a second thought, he grabs his coat and heads out. He asks Echidna to confirm if Han Seola went to that gate in Incheon. She nods, asking where he is headed. With a dark expression and a voice like thunder, he replies that he is going hunting. Excitedly, the girl begs to tag along since it sounds fun. Meanwhile, warm sunlight streams through a cafe window, sparkling like shattered gold across the floor. Inside, Kang Tae-soo waves enthusiastically to get his attention, calling him over. Kangwoo sits down, telling them they should have just kept on hunting. Kang Tae-soo laughs, pointing out they could not just keep going after he said he was coming. Besides, they needed a break. Kangwoo pulls up a chair, asking what is going on. Is it because of Alex Osborne, he asks. Kang Tae-soo nods, admitting they only heard because other players recognized Si-hun. Hearing this, Kangwoo raises an eyebrow and glances over with very little interest. Glancing at Si-hun, he sees the kid glowing with a smug grin. He looks like a cat that just got the cream. Kangwoo asks what is up with that gross look, making the embarrassed young man scratch his face. He admits he is just incredibly shocked that the famous Sword of Justice is coming to Korea just to see him. Kangwoo squints, asking if he really likes the guy that much, which makes Si-hun's eyes light up like he found treasure. He gushes about how cool it is to wield a sword to protect the weak. Kangwoo scoffs quietly under his breath, highly unimpressed by this so-called champion of justice. Cool my foot, he thinks. Shaking it off, he asks if the kid's leveling is going smoothly. Si-hun proudly replies that he has already managed to hit level 60. Kangwoo freezes in shock, his eyes practically popping out of his skull. He asks what on earth happened to the usual level restriction. Echidna chimes in to explain that Si-hun never actually faced those limits and that Kang Tae-soo and Han Seola cleared theirs easily. This makes Choi Eun-bi erupt in fury, screaming that the entire system is a total scam, while Si-hun just laughs awkwardly. She rants that because Si-hun cleared the monsters before she could even cast a single spell, she is the only one left stuck at level 50. Kangwoo crosses his arms, feeling incredibly annoyed. He is actively struggling with his own block, yet this kid apparently bypasses the system entirely. He glares at him silently, cursing this ridiculously talented bastard. Si-hun quickly changes the subject to ease the heavy tension, asking if he should head to the airport to meet Alex. But before Kangwoo can even answer, a sudden shadow falls over the glass door. A voice calls out that there is no need. The door swings wide open, letting a wave of bright sunlight flood into the room. Illuminating the space, Si-hun immediately jumps to his feet, wearing a smile as bright as the sun. So you are the Sword of Justice. A warm, confident voice rings out, followed by a hearty laugh. It is great to meet you. Are you the Dragon Blade, Kim Si-hoon? The young man nods, confirming that he is indeed Kim Si-hoon. Kangwoo casts a cold glance, instantly recognizing that this world-class ranker lives up to his reputation. He carefully observes the vibrant green energy enveloping the man's entire body. Alex carries himself with a steady aura, his magical energy perfectly controlled with every step. Kangwoo looks down at the sword hanging at the man's hip, knowing there is more to him. It is hard to tell if this is his full strength or if he is hiding his true power. Alex approaches their table and places a hand over his chest. He bows politely, saying it is a pleasure to meet them before looking up to confidently introduce himself as Alex Osborne. Kangwoo raises an eyebrow, instantly sizing him up as stronger than Ryoma. Osborne then shakes Kim Si-hoon's hand with a warm, friendly smile. He says it is an honor to meet a Korean hero, which catches the young warrior slightly off guard. Kim Si-hoon quickly recovers, replying with equal excitement that the honor is all his. Kangwoo bites his lip, his eyes practically tearing up with frustration. His fists clench as he trembles with irritation, watching his close ally behave so eagerly. Kim Si-hoon is practically wagging his tail for Osborne. It feels like watching a child run away from home. Annoyed, Kangwoo raises his chin with a dark expression. He bluntly asks what a world-class ranker is doing here. Osborne looks surprised while Kim Si-hoon happily tries to introduce his friend, though Kangwoo just pouts and turns away. Kim Si-hoon introduces him as Kangwoo, explaining that he is like an older brother. Osborne chuckles warmly as if suddenly realizing a great truth about their close bond. He asks if this is the brotherhood everyone talks about in the news, then turns his gaze toward Han Sola and the others sitting nearby. With a bright smile, he assumes the lovely ladies over there are also part of the Dragon Blade's team. But as he tries to keep talking, a sudden chill freezes him in his tracks. A dark freezing wind sweeps through, locking him in place. When Osborne politely asks to be introduced, Kangwoo cuts him off with a murderous glare. He snaps that it is indeed a bother, demanding to know why Osborne came to see Kim Si-hoon. Osborne sits down with a strained laugh, claiming he just wanted to be friends. He says he understands the caution since he has not shared his goal yet. Kim Si-hoon hesitantly whispers to Kangwoo, who instantly snaps back that the bastard is clearly trying to flirt with Han Seola. Osborne frowns, his face turning serious. He says he has something to ask, emphasizing each word as a heavy pressure radiates from him. The sudden aura makes both Kangwoo and Kim Si-hoon tense up. Osborne asks how Kim Si-hoon knows about the Guardians. Kangwoo pauses, recalling a story Kim Si-hoon once shared. He remembers how the Gaia system chose Guardians to protect the world and boost their power. Kim Si-hoon gasps in absolute shock, asking if Osborne is also a Guardian chosen to save humanity. Osborne confirms that he is indeed a Guardian. Kangwoo realizes that Kim Si-hoon is not the only one. He tilts his head, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. He sarcastically asks if Osborne came all this way to save the world with other Guardians, ignoring how he even found Kim Si-hoon in the first place. Osborne nods, solemnly confirming his goal, and declares with heavy gravity that he wants to recruit him. He wants Kim Si-hoon and the Guardians. Kangwoo rests his hand on his chin, curious about this group. Osborne raises his hand with immense pride, looking like a salesman pitching a global brand. He admits they are not famous yet, but guarantees the Guardians are humanity's last hope. Then he drops his ultimate selling point, looking straight at Kim Si-hoon. His next words strike like a sharp blade, stabbing directly into Kim Si-hoon's heart. He promises that Kim Si-hoon will never feel despair again, his sharp gaze piercing deep into the young man's soul. Osborne explains that he saw Kim Si-hoon's face in the combat videos, recognizing the fear, the helplessness, and the deep sadness of killing monsters that were once innocent citizens. He tightens his fist, his voice growing extremely firm. But if you were stronger, he says, you could have saved them all. Osborne paints a highly promising picture of the future. With enough power to restrain them without causing any harm, they could find a way to turn those monsters back into normal humans. Kim Si-hoon narrows his eyes, wondering how that is possible, while Osborne recalls receiving a holy blessing. He says the Guardians have a special method to increase their power, which is how he became so strong. Filled with absolute confidence, he continues his passionate pitch. Thanks to that power, he claims he fought the British demonic cult entirely on his own. Kangwoo raises an eyebrow, hearing imaginary scoffs from Ryoma and Akiyama. It makes sense, as a single world-class ranker could never stop an entire demonic cult alone. If he could, Ryoma would not have begged Korean players for help. Still, Kangwoo knows a stronger Kim Si-hoon benefits him. Meanwhile, Osborne keeps pushing like a highly enthusiastic insurance salesman, pleading that they need Kim Si-hoon to help protect innocent people. The young warrior swallows hard, his face showing deep hesitation as he is asked to join. "Will you join us?" he asks. After a long moment of contemplation, Kim Si-hoon takes a deep breath and looks up. Osborne sighs deeply, his heavy footsteps echoing loudly. Down the empty alley, he looks incredibly dejected, like a stray dog turned away by its owner. He cannot believe he got rejected. But a look of fierce determination soon returns to his eyes as he vows to keep trying. Behind him, Kangwoo follows silently, his face hidden in the shadows. He mutters to himself about the stubborn bastard, recalling the tense conversation back in the cafe. Osborne had looked directly at Kim Si-hoon, sincerely asking him to join. Kim Si-hoon hesitated, opening his mouth to speak, but at that exact moment, a strange purple mist crept around his legs. Just as Kim Si-hoon was about to say he would join them, everything changed. The moment he went to finish his sentence, his heart felt gripped by a demonic force. What is the point of joining them? Kangwoo had smirked like a devil pulling strings. He whispered like a puppeteer, gently controlling his puppet, asking if Kim Si-hoon really believed they could save everyone or if Alex was just lying. Kim Si-hoon opened his mouth, his eyes suddenly glowing red. The system declared that the demonic familiar manipulation power was successfully activated, controlling his actions. Kim Si-hoon bowed his head, apologizing and saying he could not make a decision yet. Kang Tae-soo blinked in confusion, calling out to Kim Si-hoon. Alex froze his knuckles, turning white as he forced a smile, telling Kim Si-hoon that it was fine and that he would be staying in Korea if he ever changed his mind. Watching this play out, Kangwoo smirked in triumph, highly satisfied that he had prepared beforehand. From a safe distance, he continued to secretly tail Alex. It was fine for Kim Si-hoon to respect Alex, but he could not adopt his ridiculous ideals of trying to save everyone. To survive, Kim Si-hoon's sword would have to get dirty. Kangwoo knew he could not let the two keep meeting. Suddenly, Alex spun around, his eyes scanning the area as he demanded to know who was there. Kangwoo gasps, his heart skipping a beat. Was he just spotted? But right then, a dark shadow leaps down from the wall. A fanatic cult member charges straight forward, screaming like a madman. Die! Alex Osborne's sharp claws, dripping with demonic energy, slash viciously right at him. Alex immediately draws his sword, releasing a blinding flash of light. Striking like lightning in the pitch black, the cultist roars and demands Alex pay for interfering. With sparks flying as blade meets claw, Alex parries easily. He asks if the cultist followed him all the way from England, but immediately counters with a razor-sharp slash. The cultist screams in frustration, promising to put Alex in his place. Instantly, they collide again, sword and claws clashing in a wild frenzy. Light and shadow clash wildly in the dark, while Kangwoo crouches by a distant wall, quietly taking in the whole fight. Watching the demon cultist, Kangwoo quickly puts the pieces together. This guy looks like a survivor from the European demon cult Kangwoo wrecked a month ago. Glancing at Alex, it is clear this is not their first encounter. As blood splatters into the air, Kangwoo just shakes his head and sighs. This match is basically over already. Alex is easily overpowering the guy without even breaking a sweat. The gap in power is just too massive. Panting heavily, the cultist glares in pure hatred. Just when Kangwoo expects a clean, brutal finish to the fight, Alex surprises him by lowering his glowing sword and speaking up. Keeping his blade resting right at the cultist's throat, Alex solemnly declares that all lives are precious, even theirs. Hearing this utter nonsense, Kangwoo's face instantly turns completely dark. What on earth is this guy talking about? Alex actually tries to persuade the villain to leave the cult and start over. He urges him to wash away his sins, making the cultist roll his eyes at the nonsense. Kangwoo is absolutely dumbfounded. Is this hero completely insane? Has he seriously been letting these killers walk free this entire time? While Kangwoo is processing this stupidity, the cultist secretly slips a grenade out of his cloak. To Kangwoo, this is just the foolish mistake of a naive rookie who lets mass murderers go with a useless slap on the wrist. The cultist scoffed, completely ignoring the hero's lecture. The cultist drops the bomb on the ground. Thick smoke instantly fills the air, catching Alex completely off guard as he begins coughing and sputtering in the dark. The cultist vows to avenge this humiliation later. Making his escape, he suddenly spots an innocent civilian walking right into his path. Alex screams for him to stop, but the villain just sneers, asking if Alex really thinks he would listen. Alex desperately yells to warn the girl ahead, but it is too late. The cultist slams violently into her. She crashes into the wall while he clutches his sore shoulder, cursing his terrible luck. Without wasting another second, the villain bolts, completely vanishing into the night. Alex trembles as he rushes to the fallen girl. Kneeling beside her, his shaking hands reach out to touch her bloody face. He cradles her lifeless body, crying out in absolute despair like a tragic movie protagonist. He wails, asking why this had to happen, until a cold voice suddenly cuts through his dramatic sorrow. "What on earth are you doing?" Startled, Alex looks up to find Kangwoo standing there. Tilting his head, Kangwoo asks why he did not just kill the villain. He steps closer, his gaze sharp enough to pierce souls. If Alex had just finished the job, this girl would still be alive. By letting the killer go, Alex basically killed her himself. Kangwoo rubs his temples and sighs, exhausted by the sheer stupidity. Alex stubbornly argues that every single life is precious, even a demon cultist's, claiming he could not bring himself to murder him. Kangwoo immediately snaps back, pointing out that this ridiculous naive ideology is exactly what just got an innocent person killed. Yet even now, Alex just blinks with a completely clueless innocent expression, wondering what Kangwoo is even talking about. Did an innocent person die? Alex's eyes widen, his brow furrowing in confusion. But the moment those words leave his mouth, the body in his arms begins to fade. The girl completely vanishes. Alex shrugs with a smile, admitting he lost to the cultists, but noting there was never a victim. All that remains is an empty pile of clothes on the pavement. Seeing this, a slow, devious grin begins to spread across Kangwoo's face. His disgust instantly melts away into pure amusement. This is turning out to be far more entertaining than he expected. Kangwoo knew the hero was a bit eccentric, but this level of sheer delusion is absolutely wild. Alex sighs, lamenting how shameful it is that the villain escaped. Without missing a beat, Kangwoo crosses his arms and speaks up. Kangwoo asks if he can raise a quick question. Alex looks up and nods. Kangwoo smirks, his crimson eyes flashing coldly. So Alex has absolutely no intention of leaving Kim Si-hoon alone, right? Alex stands up and nods without a single shred of hesitation. Of course not, since there are so few protectors in the world. Kangwoo almost bursts out laughing at the sheer absurdity. Before Kangwoo can even speak, Alex continues with dead seriousness, explaining that while he knows they are like brothers, Kim Si-hoon is too important for global peace. Clenching his fist, Alex insists that the young hero must keep growing. Kim Si-hoon is destined to save countless lives. With that, Alex turns around and waves goodbye as if nothing unusual just happened. He casually bids farewell and tosses a parting suggestion over his shoulder with complete nonchalance. He casually suggests that Kangwoo should try persuading Kim Si-hoon himself. Standing there, Kangwoo watches him leave, repeating those words in his head. Destined to save lives, huh? He looks down at the empty clothes in utter disgust. What a joke. Alex just wants to drag Kim Si-hoon down into his own delusional world, fighting side by side like partners. The thought of them fighting together is highly irritating. Kangwoo previously tried using pressure to force Kim Si-hoon to refuse, but as long as Kim Si-hoon respects this idiot, a clean split is impossible. But wait, this might actually be the perfect opportunity. A devious scheme begins to form in his mind. A dark grin stretches across his face. Alex said Kim Si-hoon needs to keep growing, right? Kangwoo narrows his eyes, scheming. Without hesitation, Kangwoo unleashes a trace of dark energy to track him. Watching Alex with sheer amusement, someone wonders if they should help him right as the apartment complex glows under the night sky. Alex sits quietly in a chair under a soft, dim light. His face looks deeply contemplative as he remembers the questions Kangwoo just threw at him. The doubt-filled questions ring out. Why did you not kill that cultist when you caught him? If you did, she would still be alive. Alex closes his eyes, clicking his tongue in silent defense. He defends his choices silently. To Kangwoo, this must be hard to grasp since he is not a guardian. How could he understand the sacred duty to save everyone? Alex tightens his fists and opens his eyes with absolute resolve. He is determined never to give up believing. Kangwoo will eventually understand if he keeps persuading him. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoes through the quiet night, shattering his train of thought. Startled, Alex jumps out of his seat and stares out the window, trying to trace the noise. It is a woman screaming. Where is it coming from? The desperate voice gets louder. Somebody help me. Please save me. Alex quickly pinpoints the source. There is no doubt about it. It is coming from the rooftop high above the wall under the starry sky. A dark shadow leaps from the ground, soaring upward like a flash of lightning. Alex leaps up without a second thought, landing heavily and shouting for them to stop. Right now, he glances around anxiously, hoping that nothing terrible has happened yet. He raises his head, his eyes locking onto a figure standing right in front of him with wide-open arms. It is almost like a welcoming gesture. Who are you? A soft, incredibly smug voice responds to his demand. As expected of the Sword of Justice, you certainly are fast. Kangwoo stands there wearing a clever disguise. Dressed as the cult member, he speaks playfully. We meet again so soon. Are you not happy to see me? Do not look so grim. You cannot be tired yet. Alex looks around frantically and asks where the woman is. Kangwoo smiles, adjusting his mask, and replies her. He tilts his head back, mimicking a trembling female voice. Save me, please. The Sword of Justice is trying to kill me. Alex grimaces in pure rage, his sharp eyes glaring. You tricked me. Kangwoo bursts into a mocking laugh full of contempt. They say the ones who get tricked are always fools. Taking a step forward, he adds, actually, there is something I want to ask you. Alex reacts with cold irritation, asking what he wants. Kangwoo looks at him with pure, unmistakable mockery, making him flinch. I recall killing a woman while escaping. The vivid memory of Alex cradling the girl's pale corpse suddenly floods his mind. That horrific moment is completely burned into his memory. Kangwoo seizes the opportunity to mock him, further fuel to his growing anger. Veins pop on Alex's face as the taunt lands. Even though I killed someone, you still have no plans to kill me, right? Alex quickly regains his composure, coldly denying it. I have no idea what you are talking about. Oh, Kangwoo laughs hysterically, pointing at him. There was only the two of us in that alley. Look at this hypocrite calling himself the sword of justice, yet letting someone die. His voice drops, dripping with disgust. What kind of madman calls this bastard a hero? Overcome with rage and shame, Alex reaches for his weapon. If what you say is true, he draws his blade, the cold light reflecting off the sharp metal matching his fury. Then for the rest of your life, I will make you pay for your sins. Oh, Kangwoo maintains his arrogant smirk, his hands flexing as they transform into sharp, deadly claws. So you still refuse to kill me in the end? He pauses, his gaze piercing straight through Alex's mind before asking out of curiosity, is keeping me alive really that important to you? Alex gnashes his teeth, gripping his weapon tightly as he growls out every word. A trash like you could never understand. A faint glowing symbol appears behind Alex, representing the devotion he clings to. The sacred duty of saving lives is far too noble for you. Oh, Kangwoo shakes his head, finding the entire speech so ridiculously funny he can barely hold back his laughter. Cut the absolute nonsense and just bring it. Alex clicks his tongue, kicking off the ground with explosive force. He lunges forward like a beast chasing its prey. With no other choice left, his sword thrusts straight toward Oh Kangwoo, ruthless and completely decisive. Oh Kangwoo shows zero fear, merely offering a calm smirk as he points a finger directly at his own neck. It is a blatant provocation. Alex notices it instantly, his arm flinching as he alters the blade's path mid-swing. He violently deflects his own strike to the side, gashes his teeth as pure fury explodes in his chest. Damn it. Why did I purposely change the direction of my own attack? Furious at himself, he shouts, what is this foolishness? The moment Alex falters, Oh Kangwoo ducks low, moving as swift as a shadow. I knew you would do that. He clenches his fist and delivers a brutal blow straight to his stomach. You are the fool. The massive impact sends Alex flying backward. His body hurtles through the air like a rag doll, completely unable to regain balance. His eyes widen in absolute horror and shock as he struggles to comprehend. He looks up to see glowing red spheres erupting from Oh Kangwoo's hands. They hurtle straight toward him. Boom! A devastating explosion erupts the world, seemingly tearing apart in thick smoke. Dust clouds fill the air, but Alex quickly leaps backward to escape the blistering heat. He stands there in utter disbelief, his mind racing with confusion. Since when did he possess this kind of power? He watches as Oh Kangwoo leaps high, raising his blade overhead. He is highly skeptical. This has to be the same cult member from earlier today. Yet how did he get this powerful in just a few hours? Trading blows again, he frantically recalculates his next move. Alex wants to redirect his opponent's weapon to the side first, but a swift maneuver from Oh Kangwoo leaves him completely stunned. Oh Kangwoo quickly pulls back his weapon, leaving Alex with absolutely no time to react. Alex grits his teeth, desperately trying to control the speed of his own attack. He has to force a change of direction, exposing a massive opening for Oh Kangwoo to close in. What on earth is he doing? Alex wonders as Oh Kangwoo takes the advantage and strikes right back. Is this some kind of joke? A powerful punch catches Alex completely off guard, sending him falling straight backward. He crashes onto the ground, screaming in agony as if his very soul is being ripped apart. This strength is insane. He feels like a completely different person. That bizarre sensation sends a shockwave through his mind. It forces him to stop and think. Wait, a completely different person? Alex suddenly glances at the mask, a realization sparking in his head. A dark theory forms. There is only one known way in the demon cult to gain power this fast. Alex clutches his face, trying to calm down after that brutal punch. You absolute bastard, he growls, his eyes flashing with a dangerous mix of fury and deep suspicion. Are you a demon? But Oh Kangwoo only stares back in silence, his crimson eyes cold and utterly emotionless. Not a single trace of feeling shows on his face. Suddenly, the weapons of both combatants flare with blinding light. Brilliant flashes cut through the dark night. Every time Alex's blade clashes against Oh Kangwoo's razor-sharp strikes, sparks fly. They burst like fireworks in the pitch-black sky. Alex charges forward in swift diagonal patterns, his glowing sword cutting the air. He swings heavily, pressing his opponent hard. Yield, you demon. But Oh Kangwoo only lets out a soft sigh. Standing his ground, he simply raises an arm to block. Even though Alex believes his opponent is a demon, he still refuses to kill, choosing only to capture him. Oh Kangwoo looks up at him with a look of pure disgust, just as predicted. This bastard has no right to call himself a guardian. Let's rewind the clock back to that very afternoon. Under the warm orange glow of sunset casting long shadows on the old walls, a limping cultist who had escaped Alex collapses, behind his stained brick wall, catching his breath. He thinks he is finally safe after running so far. But before he can even relax, the wall beside him suddenly blows apart. Unfazed, the cultist casually tells the attacker to hold off and let him heal first. He stands up, his fingers extending into long, sharp claws glowing with a faint red light. He mocks Alex for being so persistent today, but as the smoke clears, a completely unfamiliar face emerges. It is Kangwoo coughing in annoyance and complaining about why anyone would hide in a dump like this. The cultist frowns in surprise, demanding to know who he is before quickly smirking as if he already figured it out. He assumes Kangwoo is just a guardian. With his hands in his pockets, Kangwoo casually strolls forward with a calm, relaxed gaze as if walking in a park. He mentions having some questions, but the cultist raises a hand in defiance, asking if Kangwoo seriously thinks he will talk. Kangwoo just smiles, and right then the ring on his finger glows and begins to shift. Of course he won't. Dark red armor rapidly wraps around his right arm, transforming it into a sharp gauntlet tipped with the deadly claws of the authority of subjugation. Kangwoo's eyes flare with a murderous intent that practically burns the air, activating his extreme speed. He promises to make him talk before launching a devastating punch straight into the cultist's stomach, sending him flying back as blood splatters from his mouth. He grins through the pain, blood dripping down, yet his expression remains defiant. He lifts his corrupted shadow-cloaked hand, showing off his dark energy, with a smug look. "You are fast," he sneers, but still in awe. "Idiot. Once you enter my range," but before he can finish, his face suddenly freezes in absolute terror. The cultist gasps in shock, looking down to see Kangwoo's hand already buried deep into his chest, relentlessly draining every drop of his demonic energy. Kangwoo tilts his head and casually asks, as if they are just chatting, if he is ready to talk now. The cultist struggles, desperately clinging to the last of his pride. "Don't make me laugh," he wheezes. Before he can even finish the sentence, a heavy fist explodes right in his face. Did he really think he would talk just from that? Kangwoo tilts his head in amusement, channeling thick, dark magic straight into the man's body. Subjugation power, no talking necessary. However, the system suddenly rings with an alert. The target's soul is actively resisting the subjugation. Kangwoo closes his eyes and sighs, having hoped to keep things simple for once. The cultist thrashes wildly, his bloodshot eyes glaring with absolute hatred directly at the arm still shoved deep inside his mouth. Suddenly, extreme heat flares up as Kangwoo unleashes hellfire directly into his body, sending the temperature soaring as if burning his very soul. The man lets out a blood-curdling shriek. Kangwoo then rips his hand back, taking several broken teeth and a thick spray of dark blood with it. The cultist collapses, trembling and screaming in absolute agony. Kangwoo gently waves his hand, flicking away the remaining blood on his fingertips. "Are you finally ready to talk yet?" Seeing that he does not respond, Kangwoo asks if he needs another round. Terrified tears streaming down his face, the cultist frantically promises to say whatever makes him happy. Kangwoo kneels down to look him in the eye. "Good. Tell me everything about the Guardians." Trying to stay calm, the cultist asks why he does not know better, since he is also a guardian. Kangwoo just smiles gently, stroking the burning flame on his hand. "What do you want to try again?" Panicking, the cultist frantically shakes his head and promises to speak, recalling the organization's numbers. From what he knows, the Guardians are a group known as Protectors, containing at most 10 members, led by one extremely powerful person, leading this elite squad of Guardians. The leader is a woman with the special ability to search for Protectors. Hearing these words from the cultist, Kangwoo slowly closes his eyes. Alex's face flashes in his mind. That must have been how Alex tracked down Kim Si-hoon. With that tracking skill, they could easily trace Kim Si-hoon multiple times. Their conversation drags on as the sun begins to set. As the light fades through the window, Kangwoo asks about the other members. The cultist, keeping his head low and not daring to look up, admits he knows nothing besides Alex. "That is everything I know. Will you let me live?" the cultist asks. Kangwoo crosses his arms and nods, but a sly, calculating grin soon spreads across his face. "A deal is only made when both sides have something valuable to trade. I can let you live," he says, making the trembling cultist look up with a face full of sheer terror. Seeing him break, Kangwoo probes further, asking what he has to offer. Getting impatient, he asks if there is really nothing left. "Then I will just have to kill you," Kangwoo says. The toothless cultist, missing several teeth from the previous punch, gasps with wide eyes as tears pour down. He screams in absolute desperation to wait, promising to reveal every single thing he knows. He starts babbling nonstop, every single word sounding like a pathetic plea for survival. Sitting in silence with closed eyes, Kangwoo smirks, enjoying the comedic show. It takes quite a while, but the cultist finally pours his heart out, telling every last piece of detail he knows. The young man stands up, hoping this extra piece of information acts as his ticket out of here. The cultist asks desperately if he will be let go now. Kangwoo seems slightly surprised for a moment before bursting into a mocking laughter. "Why should I do that? You don't have any more information to give me anyway," he retorts. The cultist is left utterly stunned and confused. Ignoring him, Kangwoo simply tells him thanks, by the way. The cultist chuckles in utter despair, realizing he was played from the very beginning. He yells that this was his plan all along, his pupils dilating as they reflect Kangwoo's looming shadow. With a raised hand, a powerful stream of hellfire erupts. The cultist screams in furious rage, calling him a demon, as the wildfire quickly burns the entire house to ashes. Only the silhouette of a single man dressed in the cultist uniform emerges. Holding the red mask, Kangwoo mutters that he got exactly what he wanted. A sinister smile creeps onto his face as he relishes the moment. Shall we get started then? Back in reality, he strolls forward with a lazy, completely unhurried pace. When Alex attacked, he knew he could carry out his exact plan because of that cultist, as he now knows what kind of guy he is dealing with. He raises his hands, startling him. All right, that is enough, Kangwoo says, brushing aside his weapon. Alex's sword, grumbling about the bother. This is so boring, facing you is a real pain. Instantly, he lunges forward and tightly squeezes his neck. Choking and gasping, Alex frantically tries to pry Kangwoo's iron grip away from his throat. Let go of me, Alex gasps. Kangwoo scoffs at the nonsense, his gaze turning icy cold as his thoughts suddenly drift. To Mujin. Is the world ranking list only made for the biggest idiots on Earth? Besides that troll Mujin, is there any normal world ranker left? He looks down at Alex, who is clawing at his arm, struggling with gritted teeth. You must have your own reasons for not killing, some tragic, tear-jerking story that would make a great movie, right? His words are like sharp cuts, making Alex grow even more furious. But so what? Does the world simply vanish just because you close your eyes, or do events disappear if you turn your head away? Alex can barely handle the pressure, trying to choke out a response while he continues to mock him. Are you trying to use your powers to pretend it never happened, like that innocent body you got rid of today? Alex gasps out each painful word, telling him to shut up. Kangwoo smiles with a devious glint in his eyes. Look at you swearing now, you've finally seen human. Let's take it all in together, kid. He refuses to give Alex even a second of peace. His mocking words keep cutting deep, pointing out that his actions are purely self-serving for his own satisfaction. Furious but completely helpless, Alex uses every last drop of his strength to resist, screaming out, "What do you even know about me?" Kangwoo ignores him and tightens his grip. Enough chit-chat, it is time to hand the stage over to the main character. Before Alex can even understand his words, a massive explosion goes off right next to them. Through the thick cloud of dust, Kim Si-hoon rushes in with a drawn sword and a tense look on his face. Alex, are you all right? He gasps for air, asking who the hell this rat is trying to interfere. Seeing Kim Si-hoon arrive, Kangwoo turns his head and immediately shifts his voice. Now then he speaks, starting his grand introduction without a single shred of hesitation. I am Death, I am the Revelation, the father of the enraged and anger itself. He places a hand over his chest, eyes glowing red with a proud smile stretching wide. I am Satan, he proclaims. Kim Si-hoon can barely believe the insane words he just heard. But he still cannot control himself and speaks up, asking if Kangwoo is actually Satan. Kangwoo keeps his grip, one hand squeezing Alex's neck while the other shrugs. You could say that he replies, tightening his hold on Alex's throat to challenge him. Does that even matter? Si-hoon completely loses his cool and yells out in panic for him to stop. Kangwoo just bursts into laughter, looking down at Si-hoon as if enjoying every single second of this. He mocks how awkward Si-hoon looks, asking if this hostage is really that important. Si-hoon stands tense, his hands gripping his sword tightly as he denies it. He silently calls out Kangwoo's name. Back when he was at home, he had received an urgent phone call from him. Kangwoo told him that Alex was under attack by the demon cult. Since he was busy and could not make it, Si-hoon had to go immediately, leaving Si-hoon deeply worried about his friend. A soft cough came through the line as Kangwoo tried to reassure him. He claimed he was fine and urged him to hurry, but his tired voice only made Si-hoon worry even more. He kept calling out Kangwoo's name in a panic. Now Si-hoon stands there watching Alex struggle desperately in his enemy's grip. Alex cries out for help in pure panic. Si-hoon's mind is in total chaos. With Kangwoo apparently dealing with his own attack and unable to help, Si-hoon must somehow defeat an opponent who easily overpowered Alex Osborne. He knows it is nearly impossible, but he refuses to stand still and leaps forward from his spot. In that exact split second, the faint outline of a massive dragon appears right behind him. Unleashing his blue dragon swordsmanship, he vows to stop this monster at all costs. But Kangwoo merely raises a single hand with utter indifference. He effortlessly blocks the attack without moving an inch, mockingly asking if this is really the best he can do. Kangwoo laughs at how weak he is. Gritting his teeth in pure fury, Si-hoon raises his sword high as the phantom dragon manifests. It roars behind him as he yells out that he already knows his own limits. Gathering all his strength, he swings his sword once more. But with a casual flick, Kangwoo summons a tiny spark of demonic energy. It completely shatters the strike and sends Si-hoon crashing hard into the wall. Shrouded in a heavy purple aura, Kangwoo quietly murmurs to himself. His crimson eyes glow with pure mockery as he watches his opponent. He asks if Si-hun can feel the massive gap in their power. Still, Si-hun refuses to back down. Kangwoo easily parries every single strike, mockingly asking why his opponent is still trying so hard to fight back. He questions why Si-hun is risking his life for a total stranger. Furious veins pop out on Si-hun's face. Si-hun snaps back, asking if saving a stranger is really that strange. Kangwoo just sneers, calling it foolish. But deep down, Kangwoo is thrilled by this response. A sly grin spreads across his face as he watches. He conjures a barrier, thinking that this is exactly what a true hero should be. Si-hun is showing far more potential than Alex. Kangwoo watches closely as the young swordsman chips away at his defense. He evaluates every movement, noting the sheer focus and sharp killing intent behind each strike. The blade barely grazes his mask, showing just how fast the kid is getting. Instead of using weapons, Kangwoo stomps his foot, releasing a violent shockwave of pure energy to push him back. If Si-hun had fought Alex right now, Alex would have lost easily. The black aura explodes outward, sending him reeling. This is simply a massive difference in basic stats and level. Instantly, his dark energy solidifies into sharp, deadly spikes that shoot forward. Even though he is only a level 60 player, Si-hun vanishes in a flash, narrowly dodging the incoming spikes. He knows he cannot easily land a hit on a level 100 player with superior stats, so he slips behind for a sneak attack. But he cannot outrun the quick demonic energy. Watching him adapt, Kangwoo smiles, knowing the kid is only going to grow stronger. The heavens have clearly blessed this kid with both insane talent and a deep passion for martial arts. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, leaving multiple afterimages. The blades slice through the air. Having a legendary master like Cheon Jin certainly helped him grow. Kangwoo barely even moves, watching the attacks slow down. To him, everything is moving in slow motion, yet Si-hun keeps rushing forward without hesitation. He quickly closes the distance to strike. But in an instant, he suddenly freezes in shock. Sensing danger, he tries to pull back, but Kangwoo's massive hand is already reaching out. Before he can react, a massive hand clamps tightly onto his face. With a sickening thud, he violently slams Si-hun headfirst into the ground. He tosses him like a broken rag doll into the wall as Si-hun groans in agony. Blood spurts out of his mouth. His limbs go completely limp. Kangwoo stands over him, satisfied, looking down at his defeated opponent. No matter how hard you struggle, your pathetic efforts won't change a thing. That is your absolute limit. He keeps mocking the guy, asking if he has completely lost his cool. Kim Si-hun completely loses his composure. Gritting his teeth and clutching his head, he growls in pure frustration, begging him to shut up because he knows he cannot win. But instead of ending the fight as Kim Si-hun desperately wants, Kangwoo acts surprised. He promises not to kill him while his grip on Alex's neck glows crimson, unleashing a terrifying energy. A crushing aura explodes outward. Kangwoo asks why he would ever end such an entertaining game, leaving Kim Si-hun to scream in horror as Alex's body looks ready to burst apart. Blood threatens to burst from Alex's swollen throat, but Kangwoo simply does not care. He admits that he actually loves Kim Si-hun's raw rage and hatred, finding it incredibly thrilling as grotesque veins bulge across Alex's dying body. It feels like the very life is being drained out of Alex as he gasps for Kim Si-hun. Kangwoo endlessly praises their fighting spirit, refusing to stop talking even as things take a gruesome turn. Alex's head explodes right in front of Kim Si-hun, just as his final warning to run is spoken. The brutal sudden death leaves the young hero completely frozen in shock. Trembling uncontrollably, he has no idea what to do, only able to stammer out a few broken words. Driven by a sudden surge of uncontrollable fury, Kim Si-hun snaps. He springs to his feet and charges straight at Kangwoo, screaming blindly without a single clear thought. He has only one goal left to destroy this monster. But then, the moment he takes another step, his legs give out entirely. He collapses hard onto the dirt, glaring up with absolute hatred as his body fails him completely. His mind is completely scrambled from the previous strike. Standing over him, Kangwoo looks down with twisted excitement, praising that venomous glare as the ultimate drive to survive, while Kim Si-hun struggles to keep his blurry eyes open. Meanwhile, Kangwoo continues his highly theatrical speech, claiming that this intense rage will become the boy's greatest motivation to survive. He commands him to toss and turn in agony while remembering his face. Right before Kim Si-hun blackouts, Kangwoo declares himself as death, the apocalypse, and Satan, urging him to swallow his fury and grow stronger. He explains that humanity always uses hatred to evolve before darkness finally claims the boy, though a sinister sound still echoes in his ears. That sound is Kangwoo's terrifying laughter, telling him to come and kill him before the villain lets out a sigh of relief as his target finally passes out. He is finally out, Kangwoo murmurs, removing his disguise while feeling a sudden wave of disgust. A wave of nausea hits him as he wonders why Satan spoke so cringe-worthily. Imitating that demon seriously gave him goosebumps, but looking back at the boy, he hopes it serves as a powerful motivator. He genuinely hopes this serves as the spark Kim Si-hun desperately needs. Staring down at his sleeping face, he envisions a future where the boy is pushed to his absolute limits. He remembers Kim Jang-hun beaten bloody and gasping for breath, while Kim Ji-hun was completely sealed, bound hand and foot in a dark dungeon. With both Kim Jang-hun and Kim Ji-hun kidnapped by enemies, nothing is left to push Kim Si-hun to grow. Kangwoo deepens his thoughts on Alex's mysterious group, questioning their true motives. Since they still do not know if these mysterious guardians are allies or enemies, Kim Si-hun must be pushed to grow stronger. Looking down at Alex's cold corpse, his resolve becomes absolute. The boy must defeat them himself. As he mutters about Kim Si-hun needing to kill his own enemies, the system interface suddenly flashes, reminding him to hurry up. He needs to break his own annoying level cap as soon as possible. Suddenly, a massive flood of system notifications breaks through. The alert states that by defeating a guardian, the seal suppressing his growth has weakened. His level cap has officially been raised to level 69, effective immediately. All accumulated experience points flood in, raising his level by 10 and triggering his 7th awakening. But the best part is yet to come. A new notification shows his stats. Strength increases by 11, agility by 9, stamina by 8, and wisdom by 4. This stunning update leaves him wondering how to remove the seal. It turns out that killing a guardian is the key to breaking his limit, explaining the system's secrecy. He pauses, eyes widening in surprise. Reading the details, he is shocked to see the level cap set to 69. He assumed that breaking past 59 meant smooth sailing until 89, causing his face to instantly darken with suspicion. A new limit at level 69 that requires hunting more guardians. Cold sweat beads on his forehead as he casts a highly calculating look over at the unconscious boy. He stares directly at Kim Si-hun. Kangwoo glares maliciously, a dark theory forming in his mind. Can he simply kill the remaining guardians to break his level cap? A truly wicked grin spreads across his face as he looks back down. Looking at the unconscious boy, a terrifyingly brutal idea begins to take root in his mind. A heavy, suffocating silence descends over the area as he contemplates this dark option. Suddenly, snapping out of his dark thoughts, Kangwoo vigorously shakes his head. Dismissing the crazy idea, he throws his dark cloak to the ground in frustration. That would be a stupid move, especially after the recent tough battles forced him to think. Since they do not know what kind of otherworldly threats will invade next, reducing the number of Earth's guardians is extremely risky. He would have spared Alex if the man had not threatened Kim Si-hun. Shifting his focus, he turns back to study his brand new system interface. He taps the floating screen to check out his 7th awakening attribute. It reveals a highly unusual trait called the Enemy of 10 Souls. This unique SSS-Rank attribute displays a massive block of detailed status information. It shows Kangwoo at level 69 as a 7th stage awakener, listing his hunting authority as partially sealed. His progression attributes include an insatiable hunger at C rank, a mana-craving demon trait at A rank, and his demonic energy control at A rank. His 5th stage summoning power remains completely locked. His newly awakened SS rank attribute Enemy of 10 Souls is displayed alongside his baseline combat statistics. This includes 54 stamina, 45 physical constitution, 49 agility, and 37 intellect. Most importantly, his unique demonic power stat has skyrocketed all the way to 113. At stage 7, the SS rank attribute Demon Soul Devourer unlocks, linking directly to his predation authority. He can now completely absorb demonic souls to permanently upgrade his own soul strength, and the stronger the prey, the greater the boost. Kangwoo stares at the screen in pure shock. An attribute tied directly to predation. Intrigued, he closes his eyes and tries to visualize how this new power actually works. Predation used to just devour vitality, demonic energy, and raw authorities, chewing up souls and swallowing them whole without any real efficiency. But now it can completely assimilate them. A sudden thought strikes him. Kangwoo immediately looks over his shoulder as something important clicks in his mind. Right at that moment, a brand new system screen flashes in front of him, Demon Soul. This is the 2nd step to becoming a demon god. The 2 hidden conditions make him think carefully. He has no idea what these requirements are, but they clearly tie back to his stage 7 awakening. It forces him to look back at how his powers have evolved up to this point. Initially, he wondered how his stage 6 awakening demonic art creation had anything to do with his extreme demonic body. But now it all connects to that strange glowing orb he saw earlier. It felt like a key to the sea of demonic energy, a prize only someone wielding 6 authorities at once could claim. This new soul devourer trait must be the bridge to those demon souls. He licks his lips with a cold grin. Well, whatever. He can just hunt down a few demons and test this power out for himself. A certain face instantly pops into his mind. Looks like he will have to bother Cha Yeonjo again. Meanwhile, Cha Yeonjo is groaning in bed, wondering if she overexerted herself because she suddenly feels a massive chill down her spine. Back with Kangwoo, he closes his eyes to concentrate, gathering his raw energy. He channels the energy into his hand, keeping his status perfectly stable. Slowly, a viscous glowing red liquid begins to materialize right above his palm. Thanks to his seventh awakening, the seal holding back his 100,000 demonic cores has weakened, warping the very space around him. He can use the heavenly dragon cultivation to condense his demonic energy, and for now that should be enough. Kangwoo frowns as sweat begins to bead on his forehead. Vast waves of demonic energy surge up toward his face. Having completed the extreme demonic body, he can absorb energy so quickly that his entire physical form feels like a massive living danchin. Shadows and dark powers swirl around his feet, likely because the deepest part of his power remains tightly sealed, leaving the quality of his demonic energy pretty lacking. Kangwoo looks at the swirling vortex with a hint of caution. If he keeps absorbing energy directly from his 100,000 demonic cores like this, he freezes in place, channeling the darkness while silently calculating the risks. His entire body might literally turn into those demonic cores. Yet he feels like he can tap directly into the abyss itself, remaining completely still as countless monstrous fangs and cores begin to... They bare their jagged, terrifying teeth and close in on him. Just a little bit more. Sharp razor-like fangs hover directly over his head, but he still refuses to move. He just needs to open the seal on those cores a tiny bit wider. Suddenly, his eyes snap open as he fights to drag himself back to reality. No, he cannot lose control. A second later, Kangwoo clenches his fist, instantly shattering the illusion. The terrifying vision of the demonic cores crumbles away. Time to stop here. Panting, he wipes the sweat from his forehead with a frown. It is strange. Why does he keep getting drawn into these dangerous temptations today? Right on cue, the system flashes with a new notification. You have successfully converted the demonic energy. The energy from the demonic cores has boosted his stats, raising his unique demonic energy by 8 points. He is exhausted, but a small satisfied smile plays on his lips. An 8-point jump is pretty solid. Looks like he has unlocked quite a bit of his sealed power. But as he looks closer, something suddenly catches his eye. What is going on with his demonic energy stat? He stares intently at the system panel showing his stats: dexterity 49, unique demonic energy 120, and intelligence 37. Checking his overall stats, his demonic energy was previously at 113. Since he just gained 8 points, shouldn't it be 121? He crosses his arms, his face twisting in confusion. Why is it stuck at exactly 120? While he stands there questioning the math, the coat on his back suddenly starts radiating a violent, overwhelming aura. Kangwoo finally senses the shift and quickly checks his equipment. It is Kraken's wrath. The system screen continues to flash with another warning: your stat has reached 120, greatly increasing its raw quality. However, stat bonuses from legendary grade gear or below will no longer apply once a stat passes this threshold. He looks down at his outfit, a wave of disappointment hitting him. So once a stat gets this high, equipment bonuses are completely ignored. Why on earth is the system only revealing this crucial detail now? At this rate, his legendary gear is basically useless. But just as he grips the fabric, his hands freeze. Wait, he thinks. Why is this restriction only showing up now? His eyes remain hidden behind his dark bangs, but his lips curl upward into a confident smirk. Ah, so that is how it is. Looking down at the corpse on the floor, he pieces it together. It is not that other players hid this secret, they literally could not share it. No one has ever raised a single stat to 120 before. Even top-tier world rankers have never reached this realm. A dark flame suddenly erupts, mirroring Kangwoo's cold voice. Is it time to head back? He casually adjusts his clothes after meticulously erasing every trace of his presence. It has been half a year since his return to Earth. 6 months to reach this insane level of power. Kangwoo looks up at the sky, a rare wave of emotion washing over him. Half a year. He stares into the endless starry night sky, lost in his own quiet thoughts. It really has been a while. A few days later, the scene shifts to the Red Rose Guild headquarters where morning sunlight floods the training hall. Inside, two powerful auras clash, violently setting off sharp crackling explosions. Kim Si-hoon unleashes a flurry of blindingly fast strikes, but Jeon Mu-jin defends against them effortlessly. Through his experienced eyes, he can clearly feel the massive difference in Kim Si-hoon's performance. With a single heavy counter, Kim Si-hoon's sword is sent flying straight up and clatters onto the floor. Jeon Mu-jin looks down coldly. He calls out that they should stop for today, but Kim Si-hoon fiercely replies that he can still keep going. The veteran fighter smiles faintly, pausing before mockingly asking if he really thinks he can keep going with a broken body like that. Kim Si-hoon is completely exhausted, panting heavily, but his stubborn pride won't back down. He glares with cold eyes at Mu-jin and declares he has to become stronger. Such raw determination forces the master to take this kid seriously. That sheer ferocity is enough to make any martial artist's blood boil, and his martial arts are progressing rapidly. But with these thoughts in mind, Jeon Mu-jin glances over in a certain direction. He feels a bit worried. Seeing Kangwoo casually leaning against the wall, the old man takes the opportunity to ask for his opinion. He asks if it is alright to go hunting with the dragon sword. Oh Kangwoo raises his voice to guess hunting monsters. Are you planning to go to the S-Rank gate of Suwon? But Chan Mujin has other plans. Shanghai. This answer catches Oh Kangwoo by surprise and his mind suddenly links it back to a certain gate he had once encountered before. Is there not a double S-Rank gate over there similar to the one in Hokkaido? Isn't it too early for that? The old man explains that standard training is no longer effective and real battle experience is what he needs. On top of that, Cheon Mujin suggests going completely off the grid without any communication devices, leaving Oh Kangwoo to nod as he realizes the plan. He wants to conduct a total training isolation. Meanwhile, Oh Kangwoo wonders about this hunting trip while glancing over at the exhausted Kim Si-hoon, who is resting his hands on his knees. Oh Kangwoo carefully considers the method proposed by Cheon Yu-jin. It really seems like the best way to help Kim Si-hoon grow. Since the boy craves more power, real combat will do wonders. He slowly approaches him thinking that maybe he can provide just the right spark. Maybe he should give the kid a bit of motivation. This sudden action catches Kim Si-hoon completely off guard as Oh Kangwoo unexpectedly pulls him into a tight embrace, leaving the boy startled. He calls out Kim Si-hoon's name, deeply emotional as he blames himself, saying that because he was far too weak, Alex Osborne died. This makes Kim Si-hoon panic, crying out that he is the weak one. Seeing the boy fall for it, Oh Kangwoo keeps pleading. He begs Kim Si-hoon to work together so they can get stronger and avenge Alex's death. Then he delivers the ultimate guilt trip, claiming that this would surely be what Alex wanted. Hearing these dramatic words, the boy is moved to tears, calling out to his brother and promising that he finally understands and will definitely grow stronger. He is determined to grow stronger, even making a solemn promise to Oh Kangwoo that he will achieve his goals. He will personally avenge Alex. Hearing this, Oh Kangwoo immediately drops his sad face, completely satisfied. Meanwhile, Cheon Yu-jin watches this dramatic display and can barely contain his reaction. The master laughs at this supposedly heartwarming bond. A few days later, on a clear morning, Kim Si-hoon prepares for a trip. He heads off to Shanghai alongside Cheon Yu-jin. Back home, aboard Oh Kangwoo lies on the couch with absolutely nothing to do. He feels highly disappointed because he needs demons to gather souls, but he has not spotted a single member of the demon cult yet. Suddenly, his phone buzzes, interrupting his thoughts. He hopes Che Yeonjo has found something and speak of the devil she calls right then. He asks Che Yeonjo what is going on and if she found the demon cult. On the other end, she urgently tells him to turn on the television. He lazily complies, wondering what the big deal is. Why the television are the cultists broadcasting themselves? Annoyed, Cha Yeonjo just tells him to turn it on. When he does, Oh Kangwoo's eyes instantly go wide in shock as she keeps explaining. She drops some massive news. The demon cult has apparently initiated a massive summoning of demonic creatures. On the screen, images of these terrifying demons leave Oh Kangwoo completely speechless. To make matters worse, Cha Yeonjo adds that this is only the beginning. It looks like they have successfully summoned an overwhelmingly massive horde of those vicious creatures. Hearing silence on his end, she loudly asks if he is still there. She calls out his name, asking if he can even hear her. Meanwhile, a wicked grin spreads across his face as he stares at the television, literally drooling at the screen. He silently screams in joy about the massive feast waiting for him. Cha Yeonjo keeps calling out to him in a panic, and by the next day, she is busy back at the Red Rose headquarters. She is buried under a massive mountain of paperwork. But a sudden noise in the office quickly grabs her attention. She looks up and greets Oh Kangwoo the moment he walks through the door. She asks if he has finally arrived. Han Seola follows right behind him, shyly bowing to greet Cha Yeonjo, while Echidna quietly sniffs around the room. He gets straight to the point, asking what exactly happened, noting how incredibly chaotic all the surrounding offices seem to be on his way in. The chaotic shouts from the neighboring rooms still echo in his head, with staff yelling to contact the Chinese side and assemble on the plane immediately. Cha Yeonjo grimly explains that a massive-scale attack is currently underway in Vladivostok. Meanwhile, Echidna playfully wanders over to examine a nearby bookshelf, completely ignoring the heavy atmosphere as Oh Kangwoo continues to pry for details. Oh Kangwoo asks if there are a lot of them, and she honestly admits that they do not have the exact numbers yet. Just thinking about the horde of demons makes Cha Yeonjo sigh deeply. She estimates that there are at least several hundred demons attacking at once, along with an unbelievable number of monsters. This information genuinely shocks him, causing him to cover his mouth in disbelief. He mutters the number 1 million under his breath, secretly ecstatic and incredibly proud of the demon cult. He wonders how they knew he needed demons, voluntarily offering up such a delicious feast. Forcing himself to look worried, he asks if there are many casualties. She explains that thankfully the death toll is not too high, but another problem remains. Seeing Cha Yeonjo hesitate, Han Seola immediately tries to guess the problem. She asks if the monsters are planning to move next. Cha Yeonjo confirms this and immediately shows them the direction the demons are heading. With a worried expression, she explains that they are moving fast toward the Manchurian plains. If they head to China, it is fine, but if they change course and go somewhere else, like heading down into South Korea, a massive battle will erupt. Hearing this, Kangwoo feels incredibly annoyed since North Korea's collapse means they are in danger. With North Korea gone, the horde will easily march straight into the south. He quickly asks about China, and Cha Yeonjo has an answer ready. They have already proposed an alliance wanting to wipe out the threats on the Manchurian plains before the damage escalates any further. But Kangwoo only cares about whether they have reached a decision yet. Cha Yeonjo sighs deeply, explaining that there is an upcoming strategy meeting. They want all the major guilds to attend a strategy meeting in Harbin. Most groups have already headed out to the plain, ready to take off. Suddenly, her gaze sharpens as she looks toward a certain corner of the room. So I wanted to ask if you'd like to come along. Cha Yeonju hesitates, then emphasizes. Are you bringing Echidna too? The little girl, totally engrossed in her books, freezes upon hearing her name. Yeonju also takes a moment to ask Han Seola. Wait, will those two be alright? And what about the sword, dragon, and the rest? Hearing this, Kangwoo calmly steps in. He explains that Kim Si-hoon is already deep in closed training, and he has no intention of bringing anyone else. Gently placing a hand on his chest, he speaks with absolute calm. Even if things get devilish and dangerous, as the one standing at the absolute peak and right then a smug, highly confident smirk suddenly creeps onto Kangwoo's face as he boldly declares that he alone is more than enough. This shameless, over-the-top attitude immediately leaves Yeonju completely speechless. Fair point, even if it is incredibly annoying. Before long, the group finally arrives in Harbin, China, right at the massive player control center. Leading the way, Kangwoo looks around and nods in approval. This place is way cleaner than I expected, he mutters before turning to strike up a chat with So-young. I never expected you to be our guide, he says, and thanks for helping Ryoma back then too. Hearing him speak, she coyly taps a finger against her lip. Well, a promise is a promise, she responds. Taking the opportunity, Kangwoo asks if she is still personally training Jung Mu-jin. She must be super busy, right? At the mention of this, So-young sighs, completely deflated. She admits she is incredibly swamped, especially with handling the lessons her father left for him. Suddenly, a wave of deep, uneasy anxiety flashes across her face. But honestly, my uncle worries me even more. Since my dad is away, he took his place in this meeting. Kangwoo raises an eyebrow in surprise. Her uncle. Just thinking of that intimidating man sends a cold shiver straight down her spine. Have you ever heard of the demon sword Zhang Mu Haiyan? He is not super famous because my father cast such a massive shadow. But he is still the vice leader of the Chong Kam Mun and stands among the top martial artists in China, though he does not exactly have a warm feeling toward Koreans. Hearing this, Kangwoo scoffs with a touch of sarcasm. Well, this is going swimmingly. His dry comment instantly kills her mood and she playfully snaps back. Walking right behind them, Cha Yeonju notices something ahead and gasps. Up ahead, a loud commotion is breaking out, where a couple of people are blocked at the entrance. One of them is furiously yelling, demanding to know why they called her here, if they are going to lock her out. The voice sounds incredibly familiar to Yeonju. Once she is absolutely certain, she calls out to her aunt Hyunju. Already irritated, being called an aunt makes her snap, demanding to know who looks like an aunt. This hot-headed woman is actually Jung Hyunju, the leader of the Sonari Guild. Beside her stands a young man from the Onari Guild, their new leader Cha Min-jung. Hyunju's suspicious gaze instantly softens the moment she recognizes the person standing behind. Her voice completely shifts to a warm, gentle tone as she realizes it is Yeonju. She wonders why she arrived so early. Min-jung shyly steps up to greet the Red Rose leader. Seeing them stuck outside, Yeonju asks why they have not gone in yet. This gives Hyunju the perfect excuse to openly vent. She explains that those people have completely lost their minds, calling everyone here only to ban them from the meeting and order them to wait elsewhere. Just hearing this infuriates Yeonju. Without holding back, she directly yells at the massive guard blocking the door. She demands to know if he is crazy, telling him to get out of her way. The guard glares down coldly, mentioning Zhang Mu Haiyan. He states that his lord is in the middle of a meeting, so they cannot enter. He promises to notify them once there is a result, but warns that if they disobey orders, he pauses before coldly threatening to reconsider the alliance between China and Korea. This absolutely infuriates Yeonju, who immediately rolls up her sleeves. She wants to throw hands right then and there, calling him an absolute bastard. But So-young quickly steps in with a polite smile, urging her to wait. Yet, in an instant, a flash of pure menace appears in her own eyes. She demands to know what he thinks he is doing, pointing out they came to help stop a demon invasion and tells him to move. She threatens that if her father finds out, things will get ugly, but the smug guard rudely cuts her off. He sneers that with Jung Mu-jin absent, Jung Mu Haiyan's orders are absolute. But right then, a heavily sarcastic voice cuts through from behind. Is that so? The sudden voice startles So-young. Kangwoo then steps forward apologetically, offering to contact her father immediately during this emergency. But Kangwoo does not actually care about that. He casually approaches the guard, telling So Young it is fine. He gets so close, his shoulder brushes the guard's chest, yet he maintains a deceptively polite, friendly smile as he probes for answers. He asks if they really cannot go inside, but the guard refuses to budge, stating he was ordered to keep them out until the meeting ends. Realizing nice words will not work, a dark, heavy shadow creeps over Kangwoo's face. He coldly asks what happens if they force their way in anyway. Hearing this, the guard growls that in that case he will show them. Filled with sudden rage, he fires a massive punch straight at Kangwoo. He yells that he will send him straight to the hospital, but the clash instantly blows the meeting room doors wide open. Inside the room, the sudden chaos leaves the red-haired leader completely stunned. What on earth is that? The terrifying pressure leaves another guild leader shaking in fear. What is happening? Through the thick swirling dust, a pair of boots slowly steps forward. Pardon the intrusion, a deep voice echoes. Having easily trashed the guard, Kangwoo casually leads the group inside. He asks if this is the meeting room. Instantly, one person leaps from his seat, roaring with fury. What pest dares enter? The bald man charges forward with lightning-fast speed. He screams at them for daring to interrupt such a solemn meeting. But Kangwoo effortlessly blocks the old bald man with just a single hand. The very next second, he slams the bald fighter hard against the floor, telling him to stay down. A single move is more than enough to show the absolute staggering gap in their power. The display leaves everyone in the room utterly stunned. Just a moment ago, the bald guy was talking big. Now he lies there, shivering on the ground. Kangwoo even mockingly remarks that he has nothing left to lose anyway since he is bald. He then calmly steps over the flattened bodies piled on the floor. The bald man's muscular body is now reduced to a human cushion, while the others stare in disbelief. Kangwoo comfortably sits right on top of him, crossing his legs as if absolutely nothing happened. He cheerfully tells everyone to continue the meeting while Zhang Mu-hyun closes his eyes, forced to listen to him brag. The backup team he requested had already arrived, so he coldly suggested they get back to the meeting, muttering that too many people would only ruin things. But Kangwoo had absolutely zero respect for him, immediately cutting him off and telling him to quit his annoying lecturing. Quit spewing those random old proverbs you picked up somewhere and actually look at how everyone is reacting. Kangwoo mocked. The old man finally snapped, glaring with pure rage at the sheer insolence. Yet Kangwoo only leaned into his arrogant attitude, firing right back. Insolent, is it? Kangwoo sighed, saying the old man was already giving him a headache. He decided it was the perfect time to expose exactly who Jun Moo-hyun really was. The old man quickly warned him to watch his mouth. Kangwoo gestured with a pen, vividly illustrating a story about an older brother. A brother blessed with legendary talent and a younger sibling who was almost just as gifted. But that younger brother spent his whole life consumed by jealousy, hopelessly trapped in his brother's shadow because he knew he could never surpass him. Kangwoo then snapped a pen in half to emphasize the point. Then a golden opportunity arrived while the older brother was away and an army of beasts approached. The younger brother scrambled to achieve some great victory just to prove he was not second best. With a sudden flick, Kangwoo threw the broken pen straight at the tactical map. It landed right behind Jun Moo-hyun. Kangwoo slowly leaned in, staring at the pen pinned directly between the map markers before speaking in a low, teasing tone. That pathetic younger brother would hold back his support forces, making sure his own brother could not succeed. He let out a harsh laugh, openly mocking the old man as a petty loser, a loser desperately trying to escape his brother's massive shadow. Even under such brutal ridicule, the old man had somehow kept his face entirely blank until now. He stayed quiet as Kangwoo confidently declared that this petty story was Jun Moo-hyun's true nature. But those words finally pushed the old man past his absolute breaking point. Jun Moo-hyun gritted his teeth, his blood boiling as he completely lost his temper and roared in fury. He yelled, demanding to know what a kid like him could possibly understand. But that did not shut Kangwoo up at all. He just waved his hands dismissively, saying he already knew the old man would react like that. The old man's anger was just too easy to read. With an incredibly smug smirk, Kangwoo raised his voice in outright challenge. Kangwoo arrogantly taunted him to stop holding back and just fight, already causing the old man to tremble in fury. He radiated heavy killing intent at those words. Kangwoo just urged him not to waste any more time. Cut to the bright courtyard, where three groups had gathered. Cha Yeonjo held a megaphone in one hand, frowning with deep worry. She looked incredibly anxious. Behind her, Kangwoo found it pretty weird and asked why she was so tense. He teased that it was not like her at all, which instantly made her scream in anger that this was entirely his fault. The more she recalled his recent stunt, the angrier she got. If only he had not opened his mouth back then, she thought, picturing his arrogant challenge. He had literally begged the old man to come and release his anger. Hearing that Jun Moo-hyun had immediately lunged right out of his seat. Watching through a screen is a waste of time, he had goaded. Summoning a massive beast illusion, the old man drew his sword, aiming straight at Kangwoo, calling him an arrogant brat. Yet Kangwoo stood completely unfazed as the old man yelled out his empty threats. He glared fiercely, roaring that he would beat him until he could not speak another word. He growled with venom but suddenly stopped mid-threat. A pen slammed hard right between his eyes, followed by a very cold voice. Kangwoo simply complained he was too noisy, the impact sending the old man crashing down in shock, while everyone panicked. Kangwoo just smiled warmly, saying they should do exactly that. But despite his friendly face, his words were packed with pure malice. Since they were not on the same side anymore, they should just fight independently. He looked down at Jeon Moo-hyun, who was lying there with missing teeth, knocked out cold. Kangwoo cheerfully declared they would go their separate ways. Back in reality, Cha Yeonjo lunged forward and grabbed his collar. She tried to control her anger, asking why he had taken charge of giving orders. Kangwoo could only offer a sheepish smile at her sudden outburst. Why not give the commands yourself instead of forcing her, she yelled, pointing directly at the Onari Guild members standing nearby. How could she possibly order those guys around? Over there, Cha Min-jung was busy cheering his guildmates on. But the shameless guy just joked that the one who makes a mess rarely cleans it up. She snapped, calling him a bastard and demanding he take charge since he caused this. Nearby, Jung Hyunju of the Samurai Guild was also fuming as he watched them bicker, sarcastically calling them cute and lively. Che Yeonju helplessly groaned that she absolutely could not do this. He argued back, insisting she was great at giving commands. Even Jang Hyun-ji from the Hwarang Corps could only sigh at the messy scene. Kangwoo quickly tried to slip away, claiming he had other things to do. But that excuse only drove her madder, demanding to know what else there was to do during a war. He just smiled sheepishly, keeping his mouth shut because it was a secret. He internally admitted he could not exactly tell her he was going to hunt down and eat some demons. Suddenly, an earth-shattering scream broke the tension, warning everyone. They had arrived. In the distance, dark, blurry figures began to emerge. As the figures drew closer, everyone was completely shocked to realize it was a massive horde. An endless wave of aggressive beasts was charging right at them, their overwhelming numbers making everyone hesitate in fear. It felt just like the disaster from 5 years ago. Some panicked, muttering that even if they all fought together, they stood absolutely zero chance. But right then, someone yelled for everyone to charge. Realizing how incredibly tense things were getting, Cha Yeonjo took charge. She spoke through her megaphone to rally them, shouting that this was not like the disaster. They actually had the strength to fight back now. She immediately began shouting orders for the mages to prepare. They needed to cast spells to block the incoming attacks before pulling back. Her commands actually gave the warriors some confidence, but that hope shattered just a few seconds later. Everyone cringed as Cha Yeonjo began to fumble her words. She tried to order a V formation to trap the beasts, but completely lost her train of thought. Luckily, Jang Hyunji stepped in to save her. She gently pointed out that nobody would understand those vague directions. It made the poor girl blush with pure embarrassment, while Kangwoo. While the crowd claps enthusiastically behind her, a sudden idea flashes and Cha Yeonjo slowly steps forward. She admits she is not really cut out for giving orders, handing the megaphone to Mr. Hyun-ji to take over. This simple handoff lifts a massive weight off her shoulders, bringing a bright, carefree smile to her face. With the immense pressure of commanding finally gone, she starts speaking casually and walks proudly among the warriors to boost their spirits. She tells them not to overthink things and to just treat this fight like a massive experience point farming event to lighten the heavy mood. Calling it a golden opportunity to harvest tons of points actually works, bringing smiles back to the anxious warriors. They start joking about leveling up, prompting Cha Yeonjo to excitedly rally them, asking if everyone is ready to roll. Watching her natural leadership in action, Jang Hyunji is secretly amazed that she claimed to be bad at this, seeing how easily she boosted everyone's morale with just a few simple words. With the players finally relaxed and pumped up, he lets out a quiet sigh of relief, glad he does not have to take charge. Nearby, Cha Yeonjo clicks her tongue as she summons a barrage of deadly, thorny chains to her side. She tells them to just focus on 3 combat rules, boldly declaring that the first is to avoid injuries and the second is that nobody dies right before she suddenly charges straight ahead. As for the third rule, she shouts that all the experience points are hers, just as hideous monsters bare their jagged teeth. The beasts rush forward with glowing red eyes that reveal a strange glowing crest hidden within them. It turns out they are being controlled by a mastermind watching from the shadows. Judging by the basic way his monsters are moving, he decides there is no need to observe any further, revealing himself as the Dark Messenger Anton Sidovich. Feeling quite relieved now that the scope of this battle is completely clear, his mind quickly shifts back to analyzing the protective barrier guarding the Earth. The protective shield guarding this world is exactly what the demonic cult has spent ages trying to dismantle and is finally failing. As the barrier continues to weaken, their own dark power grows stronger, a fact that fills Anton Sidovich with pure malice. The day of their ultimate strike is drawing near, but his thoughts are interrupted by heavy, massive footsteps and a booming voice, though he does not even turn to look at the 2-horned demon. He calmly warns the creature that it is not yet time to reveal its presence as a demon of hell. Yuta, the fifth-floor demon, impatiently asks how much longer. He hates staying in the shadows, especially while watching his monsters tear things up on the battlefield outside. He grows increasingly restless, asking why he cannot just jump in and slaughter a few humans since his subordinates are hurting to fight before fiercely declaring his absolute resolve as Yuta. He vows to prove that humans are nothing but fragile prey, but Anton Sidovich immediately shuts him down, telling him to leave that for later, which only leaves the demon completely baffled and annoyed. Ignoring the demon's angry outburst, he calmly explains they have other tasks, looking down at a picture of Kangwoo in his hand. With an amused tone, he notes there is someone special they need to meet before drifting back into an old memory about their past leaders. He recalls how their leader Akiyama once executed a summoning demon in Japan and how he later received a distress call from a desperate follower whose eyes carried a very strange, highly intriguing mark. Kangwoo's wild, untamed gaze is deeply engraved in Anton Sidovich's memory. To Anton, that gaze was filled with a beautiful madness and death. It did not matter that this man was a hunter targeting their cult because he knew they shared the same dark soul. As he continues rambling, he looks up at the swirling mass of black energy he just created, convinced that they are identical. He claims to understand exactly what the young hunter wants and craves, deep down. He plans to recruit him into their cult, sending a massive hand of dark energy slamming into the ground with excitement. Knowing that the young hunter is currently active on this battlefield, Anton eagerly looks forward to their inevitable meeting while Yuta grows tired of the endless rambling and angrily bares his sharp teeth. Holding back his rising anger, the demon warns him that he is crossing the line. Yuta snaps that he has heard enough of this repetitive talk ever since he was summoned, warning the mere human never to give him orders, which forces Anton to quickly apologize and urge him not to act too rashly, though it does not calm the demon down at all. The demon sneers that eating humans is hardly rash and reminds him of his weak human nature, forcing Anton to quickly deny it and fake a look of deep concern for his ally. He claims he only wants to stop the demon from doing something foolish that might hurt their cult, but Yuta just raises his sharp claws in anger. Furious, he demands to know how a human dares to command a high demon of the fifth prison. But as he rants, his raised hand is suddenly frozen in midair by a strange force. Shocked, Yuta looks down to see Anton Sidovich's black energy completely wrapping around his arm. To his horror, his own sharp claws are suddenly forced to dig deep into his own head. The once proud and arrogant demon is now forced about his head in agonizing submission. Anton Sidovich simply continues reading his book, asking the struggling demon in a flat voice if he is finally ready to obey. Pinned to the ground, the demon glares with burning hatred, refusing to submit and spitting out insults at the human. Hearing the insult, Anton Sidovich quietly snaps his book shut, delivering a cold warning. As soon as the warning is uttered, black blood splatters violently across the floor, leaving the other monsters trembling in absolute terror at the sound of his voice. By now, Anton Sidovich's face naturally reveals a dark and brutal expression. He coldly states that they must always obey his commands. Suddenly, the savage monsters charge forward, but shining flashes of light intercept them. The sharp lights slash directly into the beasts, revealing Cha Yuanzhou, unleashing her raging power with absolute intensity. She charges forward, but a monster suddenly lunges and swings its sharp claws at her. Luckily, Bei Kuiyan steps in right on time to take it down. She warns Cha Yuanzhou to secure their retreat, causing the hot-headed girl to blush and snap back that she knows. This only makes Huiyan laugh, reminding her they are only here to help, so there's no need to be so angry. Behind them, Gu Hyumo comments that Cha Yuanzhou is moving way too fast before suddenly frowning as he glares into the distance. In the far distance, a massive horde of beasts is waiting for them. Seeing this endless wave, Huiyan cannot help but tease that if only Kangwoo were here, things would be much easier. This makes Cha Yuanzhou scream in embarrassment that nobody needs that shady jerk anyway. But to their surprise, Kangwoo is already standing right behind them, coughing awkwardly and stating he is still there, lingering silently like a ghost to observe the entire battlefield. Kangwoo quietly notes that the active players seem to have everything under control, including Seula and the members. Sanera Guild, who are providing solid support. He notices that the Red Rose Guild, along with Hwarang and Nuri, are clearing monsters efficiently. If they keep this up, victory is guaranteed, yet a lingering concern makes him purse his lips. The issue is Kangwoo still highly doubts if those hundreds of Coming Seraph Company demons were summoned by the demonic cult. Why are they still completely silent without making any moves? Could it be that their goal is not a full-scale war? He wonders what they are actually targeting instead. Turning around, Kangwoo calls out to Echidna and the young girl. Immediately asks what he needs. He orders her to head to the Sanera Guild and protect Seula, which she confidently promises to do. She declares that nobody will lay a finger on Seula. But suddenly, strange red marks appear on the ground, confusing the girl. She asks if they were supposed to wait for the demons to show up first. Kangwoo replies that the plan has changed just as a dark hand suddenly rises from the dirt. The eerie hand emerges from the ground, startling the young dragon. It begins drawing mysterious symbols, making Echidna grow extremely anxious. She warns him that the hand is writing something. Looking closer, Kangwoo suddenly senses a surge of demonic energy. He realizes where the presence is coming from as the hand spells out a request to talk. Kangwoo immediately realizes that this is a direct invitation to a meeting. The sudden development only excites him, causing a smirk to play on his lips. Meanwhile, Anton Sidovic strokes his beard in deep thought, looking highly curious. He wonders if the boy has received his message yet. Beside him, a powerful archdemon is equally curious about their next move. The demon asks who they should slaughter next, but Anton chuckles and tells him to be patient, promising he will meet him after this battle. This relaxed attitude clearly annoys the demon, who cannot hide his irritation. The demon complains about waiting around, claiming demons belong in blood and slaughter. Anton immediately glares back with absolute coldness, warning the beast that he told it to keep its patience. He asks if it failed to understand him. Feeling that chilling, merciless gaze, the archdemon shudders in fear. Not daring to delay, the beast immediately drops to its knees and begs for forgiveness. It deeply apologizes to the human. Anton dismisses the apology and glares at the remaining demons nearby, asking if any of them actually want to step out of line. The terrified monsters quickly shake their heads and promise to obey. Their submissive response leaves Anton deep in thought as he strokes his beard. He notes that fear is a great motivator, and he only needs to lure Kangwoo out for a private chat. While brainstorming how to isolate him, he remembers the girl Seola. Taking a hostage would easily do the trick, and his reports mention a woman living with a boy. Kidnapping her seems like a solid plan. Eager to succeed, he decides to act on it today. But before he can set his plan in motion, a sudden shift in the air makes Anton Sidovic spin around in alarm. The nearby archdemon is equally confused by his sudden reaction. Anton stares into the distance, muttering to himself that the target is already heading this way. Suddenly, a streak of light flashes past, startling him. He wonders how the boy could have tracked his location so quickly, but the massive shockwave cuts off his thoughts. He resolves to kill the boy if his offer is rejected. Through the thick dust, Kangwoo's voice rings out without any hesitation, asking directly if he was the one who wanted to have a chat. Hearing that familiar voice, Anton Sidovic freezes. When asked with curiosity how he speaks Russian, Kangwoo simply clicks his tongue and tells them to just assume he can. With that out of the way, he looks off into the distance. Looking in this direction, Kangwoo begins sizing up the miserable monsters. They are just low-ranking demons from the 5th or 6th circle of hell, who do not even recognize him. Shrugging off those trash-tier creatures, Kangwoo decides to move things along. He directly asks what they actually want to talk about. Seeing his blunt attitude, Anton Sidorovich comes clean, saying he wants to make a deal and asks if Kangwoo has awakened a demonic grace. Immediately, Kangwoo asks what this grace is. His opponent quickly confirms it, calling it an exclusive grace that only the demon cult can bestow. With that, Anton Sidorovich starts preaching about how humans ultimately face their end. He claims that no matter how much wealth humans amass, how many lovers they have, or how strong they get, they cannot escape death. He then goes on to blindly praise the power of demons. Demons are different because they are not bound by lifespan, only driven by their burning desires. Hearing all of this, Kangwoo starts to understand and asks what the old man is getting at. Anton Sidorovich quickly answers that the demon cult has the power to transform humans into demons. His very next words make the young man burst out laughing. The old cultist claims to know him well, asserting that he desires supreme power and eternal life. Anton Sidorovich continues trying to lure him in. He urges him to think, asking why such a strong person should sacrifice himself for ordinary humans when he can become a true transcendent demon beyond all limits. He promises to grant him ultimate power and eternal life. With those tempting words, he reaches out his hand to offer the pact. He asks if the young man wants to join them. Showing absolutely no respect, Kangwoo mocks him by asking if the old man really knows him that well. Anton Sidorovich does not hesitate and confidently confirms that he does. He says he can see a deep hunger for power in him, claiming they are similar. Hearing these absolute and highly confident statements from the old man, Kangwoo finally bursts into a massive laugh, holding his forehead as he chuckles in a downright terrifying manner. His eerie laughter even sends a chill straight through the surrounding demons. Calling him funny, Kangwoo mockingly points out that not even their cult leader would recognize who he is. He continues to ridicule the old man. He laughs harder, mocking the idea of receiving eternal power and immortality from someone who claims to know him and wants to turn him into a demon. He flips his expression in a flash voice, dropping to a freezing absolute chill. He coldly demands to know how the man dares to lie about knowing him. Killer intent instantly flashes in Kangwoo's eyes. He tells the old bastard he knows absolutely nothing. Met with that chilling glare, Anton Sidorovich completely freezes. Paralyzed with fear, he watches as Kangwoo holds nothing back, unleashing his overwhelming power. The ground begins to shatter, cracking open and forcing everyone to dodge. Along with the destruction, the echoing scream of a great demon rings out as it falls. Witnessing this insane eruption of force, the entire demon horde panics while Anton Sidorovich stands completely stunned. He cannot believe his eyes as sheer panic starts taking over. His eyes widen in utter shock as the ground beneath them continues to violently shake. Meanwhile, Cha Yeonjo also feels the intense shockwaves and quickly shouts, asking what is causing this massive vibration coming from that direction. Cho Do-hun is also highly confused, but in the next second, Cha Yeonjo's eyes widen in absolute shock. She looks ahead at the bizarre phenomenon unfolding before them and screams out loud. She asks what that monstrosity is, but soon realizes what must have happened because of that annoying guy. Earlier, he mentioned having other things to take care of, which makes Cha Yeonjo worry if Kangwoo is actually safe. Meanwhile, Anton Sidorovich is staring in utter disbelief. He looks on, questioning reality. The ground splitting open to reveal glowing hot lava is happening right before his eyes, causing cold sweat to pour down. He wonders if this is truly the power of a mere human, as Anton Sidorovich frantically remembers rumors about high-level players. He heard that world-class players can alter the local terrain when they fight, so he scans the distance but assumed it was just a figure of speech. Looking at this extreme scene, Sidorovich cannot help but feel deeply anxious. No one has ever turned flat plains into jagged mountains, falling rocks, lava, and an entire volcanic plateau like this. Staring at the chaotic terrain, Sidorovich suddenly comes up with another plan. Up above, Kangwoo looks down on them with a cold gaze, raising his hand. The old man is starting to feel incredibly anxious about the insane power he wields, but he tries to shake off the fear. In Sidorovich's hands is a powerful grimoire, and he reassures himself. Since he still holds this book of nightmares, he believes he possesses a supreme power. Backed by the authority of the demon cult, he believes he can capture even a world-class player. Confident he can easily subdue him, Sidorovich thinks for a moment before suddenly turning to look sharply at his demons. He barks out orders, asking why they are just standing there when they wanted a bloodbath. "Kill him already. What are you waiting for?" Right as those words echo, one demon leaps forward, leading the charge. The others quickly follow suit, leaping up in a relentless swarming line. They laugh hysterically. It is finally time to play. "Die, you pathetic human." Watching the chaotic swarm rush him, Kangwoo does not even bother to flinch. He just lets out a heavy sigh, looking down on them with pure, unfiltered contempt. They look like starving beasts as they charge, utterly desperate for a taste of blood. Kangwoo easily predicts the next move of this clumsy offensive. Scanning the battlefield, he spots Anton Sidovic muttering some bizarre ancient spell. Just some cheap terrain modification, a completely useless show that will not change the outcome. That must be what the old man is thinking. Watching him, Kangwoo lets out a cold, mocking laugh. There is absolutely no way this ends well. "Burn," he commands. Right as his voice drops, the fiery lava below begins to violently boil. Instantly, one of the charging demons is engulfed and incinerated in the molten liquid. A second later, he casually snaps his fingers, commanding the battlefield. His voice echoes instantly, causing the rocky ground to fracture and shatter. The terrain collapses, raining massive debris down and dragging the panicked demons along with it. They slide down the collapsing ruins, sinking directly into the boiling lava. The cavern quickly becomes a chaotic mess of falling rocks and burning magma. Anton Sidovic's demon army can do nothing but drown in the molten sea. Screaming in agony, one begs for help, only to be shoved down by another demon yelling to get lost. Another demon charges forward, loudly bragging about its lineage from the depths of hell. "I am Lakuma, a demon from the 6th layer." He boasts, introducing his lethal traits. "I have 4 arms that act as 4 deadly weapons." But before he can even finish, Kangwoo moves. With a single slash, he clears the crowd. Yet another foolish demon steps forward, eager to die. "I am Skarta, ruler of the 6th layer." Then another trash mob charges in, claiming to be from the 5th layer. Facing these two loudmouths, Kangwoo simply lifts his hand with total indifference. A dark power instantly crackles in his palm, ready to unleash devastating force. He triggers his shockwave authority, effortlessly blasting the entire horde backward. They fly back like feathers. Having cleared the trash, Kangwoo stares coldly into the distance. Looking at the endless swarm below only annoys him. Are there seriously still this many left? Just then, a giant brainless demon foolishly crawls up to seek its own death. It seems Sidovic is summoning leftovers that were not part of the main force. Thinning their numbers is the top priority right now. With his plan fully set, Kangwoo firmly grips his weapon. Since they keep coming, he decides to initiate his plan, activating his core blade authority. Using it as a foundation, he drives his glowing sword straight into the cracked earth. He prepares a massive ultimate move, fusing it with his power. Combining 4 different authorities, he unleashes a devastating wide-range blast of raw energy across the battlefield. The demon crawling up can only stare blankly, wondering what is happening. Before it can even react, its body is completely shredded by this terrifying force. Just like that, countless other demons are impaled and ripped apart by the shockwaves. Absolute panic erupts on the battlefield as screams of agony ring out, pleading for escape. Amidst the terror, one demon suddenly remembers a legend piece by piece as an overwhelming darkness begins to shroud the entire area. Thousands of blades surrounded the war between humanity and the seven princes of hell in the ninth layer. Right now, Kangwoo summons a massive black vortex, calculating his next move. He assumed they would run. But watching Kangwoo unleash this nightmare, the demon remembers the legend of the Demon King wiping out Belphegor's army in a single breath. Smiling coldly, Kangwoo has no intention of letting them go. There is no way I am losing out on these precious stats. Seeing his absolutely terrifying expression, the demon is struck by a horrific realization. Why on earth is the Demon King himself standing right here? Meanwhile, back in the dim shadows, Sidovic is struggling to keep himself together. Damn it, he mutters, completely overwhelmed. What kind of monster is that guy? He remembers losing his arm earlier while desperately trying to complete his first spell. Then he recalls the chilling sensation of a blade slicing right past his waist. He was slashed right as he tried to cast his second spell. He originally thought it was just a terrible coincidence, but looking up at the young man's mocking expression, the horrible truth finally clicks. Anton Sidovic could only watch in terror as Kangwoo grinned, his hands desperately clutching the book while his mind felt like a raging stormy ocean. He had never felt such suffocating dread. Even his past battles did not bring this much pressure. He tried to convince himself it was just a nightmare, that no such monster could actually exist. But right in the middle of his delusion, a sudden force struck Anton Sidovic hard from behind. A violent blow slammed into his back, and right then, a heavily clawed foot stepped forward into his line of sight. Shattered by the brutal surprise attack, Anton Sidovic collapsed onto the cold ground. Staring blankly, he absolutely refused to accept this reality, desperate to believe it was still just a dream. But as he clung to that delusion, Kangwoo's cold voice shattered his hope. Kangwoo warned him to stop acting like he understood him, mocking the old man for pretending to know everything when he probably did not even know what kimchi tasted like. Terrified but desperate, Anton Sidovic forced himself to sit up frantically, denying that this could be real. Looking at the completely delusional man, Kangwoo asked what on earth he was babbling about. But Anton Sidovic completely ignored the question, his mind spiraling further into madness. He channeled dark magic into his book, muttering that killing his opponent was the only way to wake up. With a mad shriek, he unleashed his dark power, shouting for Kangwoo to die. Even after unleashing his ultimate strike, Anton Sidovic remained deeply shaken. He wondered if that devastating attack had actually finished his enemy. But reality hit him hard when Kangwoo's voice echoed behind him once more. The young man mockingly asked if the old sorcerer really thought he was dead. As those words echoed, terrifyingly sharp claws slowly began to unsheathe. Kangwoo had not lost a single hair, standing untouched amidst the dark spirits. With a cold smirk, he noted that it was far too early to talk about death. Seeing his target alive and well, the old man froze. He lost all courage and begged for mercy, pleading to be spared. Kangwoo smiled warmly, saying that was the exact response he should have given from the very start. Then he decided to share a little story with Anton Sidovic, pointing out that the old man must have heard those exact pleas from countless victims. Gathering such immense demonic power meant sacrificing thousands of innocent souls. His face darkened when Kangwoo asked if he had ever spared a single one of them. Before even receiving an answer, Kangwoo suddenly burst into a loud, mocking laugh. Indeed, they actually shared a pretty striking similarity, agreeing with the old man's earlier claim that they were alike. Sidovic struggled, desperately crying out for mercy, but Kangwoo only offered a bright, cheerful smile, remaining brutally honest until the final moment. To tell the truth, he had never once spared anyone's life either. And just like that, a devastating shockwave erupted into the pitch-black night. Huge rocks crumbled, plunging directly into the boiling, molten lava below. A mysterious dark shadow flashed swiftly across the mountain peak. Meanwhile, Kangwoo was thoroughly enjoying the rush of his newly upgraded skill. Soul Snatcher had successfully activated, absorbing 237 demonic spirits. As his foot hit the ground, the system announced the active soul-snatching effect. Smirking as the system voice echoed again, informing him that his class could be upgraded by consuming souls. He had finally unlocked a hint regarding the first condition for achieving the demonic mind. The system screen popped up, showing his demonic energy had increased by 4 points. Staring at the screen with absolute satisfaction, he praised the incredible meal. Staring at the interface, he quietly began calculating his next move. Enjoying a truly legendary feast, he wondered what step lay ahead. The system interface kept blinking with a clear reminder about the demonic mind, which was the second requirement to become a demon god. The first condition of upgrading his class soul was officially completed. The screen laid out the requirements, and Kangwoo instantly realized he recognized this path. It was directly tied to his seventh awakening. Narrowing his eyes, he began to wonder just how many more demonic souls he would need to harvest to satisfy the system's demands. But honestly, collecting them would not be much of a challenge anyway. Smiling, he casually tapped on the screen to check another section. Curious about his stats, he checked his status window directly. His demonic energy had finally reached 120 points. Looking at the screen, he felt a brief wave of nostalgia, remembering when he only had 116. Going from 116 to 120 was only a 4-point increase. He wondered if this legendary rank was actually just garbage, placing a hand on his chest to calm his irritation while choosing to ignore the disappointing numbers. At least the system confirmed his soul rank had risen. Kangwoo focused inwardly, testing his demonic energy to see if he could feel any real difference. To his surprise, there was absolutely no noticeable change in his physical power. But a second later, his eyes snapped open. He looked straight ahead, realizing the seal on the gate had changed. The seal on the demonic gate was rapidly weakening. Walking forward, he realized he had never felt weaker after an awakening before. Even if his body felt slightly weaker, his core demonic energy remained completely untouched. The passive effect of Soul Snatcher was performing much better than he had originally anticipated. Reaching out his hand to test the flow, he realized its true value. If it was meant to hold back his level progression, then it was definitely doing its job. Suddenly, a dark shadow vanished. Kangwoo gathered the residual energy into his right palm, converting the dark force. He clenched his fist tightly as the system screen flashed another notification. His total demonic energy had increased by 1 point. This was exactly what he wanted. Grinning, Kangwoo stared at his palm, thrilled with the result. Jumping from 120 to 121 was a single point, yet the surge in raw power felt absolutely massive. Even if scaling this up became difficult, the returns were undeniably worth it. Suddenly, a pair of dark wings sprouted from his back, a completely unexpected bonus. This unexpected harvest was massive. Flapping his wings, Kangwoo soared into the sky, knowing his hunt was almost over. It was finally time to head back, but the moment his eyes opened again, he gasped in pure disbelief. Beneath Kangwoo, the rocky earth and molten lava have completely fused together. He figured he would still have to clean this place up a bit, seeing countless dead monsters scattered across the ground. The clash in Manchuria finally ended with a hard-won victory for the players, leaving everyone absolutely thrilled now that it was over. He wondered how long it had been since his last new skill, considering this was already his 7th awakening. Meanwhile, the news broadcasted the massive event, highlighting what was easily the first major conflict since the Great Disaster. It gripped the public, drawing the eyes of everyone in the city. Citizens stared glued to the screens, making global attention inevitable, while even Kang, Tasu, and Yubin cheered as they watched from home. As things began to look up for Korea, the dusty debris of the battlefield finally settled after that massive chaotic clash. Against the demon cult, the very threat that shook the world was successfully crushed. It was no surprise the public rejoiced before the scene shifted to a landslide area sometime later. Suddenly, a strange gate materialized, looking exactly like the one in Hokkaido. Another dangerous SS-Rank gate had opened, and Kangwoo had finally arrived in Vladivostok alongside Echidna. Although they had made it, he could not help but sigh in sheer boredom. Getting to this place was such a pain. Just then, Cha Yeonjo spotted him and immediately went off. She demanded to know where on earth Kangwoo had gone off to alone, but he just lazily stretched in response to her anger. He casually replied that he only went to take care of a few pesky demons. That made Cha Yeonjo absolutely blow a fuse, reminding him that there were at least 100 of them out there, but Kangwoo just smirked and patted his chest. He corrected her, stating there were exactly 237, leaving her completely stunned. She quickly brushed it off, saying she would not bother asking further, while Kangwoo immediately redirected the conversation back to the main point. He asked how things were going in China, making Cha Yeonjo frown. She explained that Cheon Mu-jin had left abruptly, likely due to severe injuries, and Cheon So-yeon had apologized on his behalf. Kangwoo stepped closer to her and lowered his voice. He told Cha Yeonjo he had a favor to ask, catching her off guard before he requested her help once she returned to Korea. He wanted her to immediately search for any demon cult movements outside of Russia. Cha Yeonjo found this incredibly strange, wondering why they would act after taking such heavy losses, but Kangwoo honestly admitted he was not entirely sure himself. Still, he insisted that being cautious was always their best option. Seeing this rare, mature side of Kangwoo actually made Cha Yeonjo blush instantly, though she quickly tried to change the subject, clearing her throat to ask if he wanted to go to a PC cafe. But their conversation was instantly cut short by a loud, excited shout. Echidna ran over with a bright, proud smile plastered all over her face. She proudly boasted that she had protected Han Seole exactly as he had commanded, earning some warm praise from Kangwoo. He then turned back to ask Cha Yeonjo what she had been trying to say earlier, but she awkwardly brushed it off as nothing important, allowing him to mention that he had a quick stop to make. He explained he was stopping by Vladivostok first and told her to head back to Korea whenever she was ready. Cha Yeonjo hesitated, asking if he was searching for cult clues and offering to tag along, but his next words left Echidna in absolute terror. He admitted he only wanted to try summoning again, which immediately caused the little dragon girl to tear up, looking incredibly pitiful. Sobbing, she asked if he was planning to abandon her, which he frantically denied, but the upset girl was comforted by Hanseola. Hanseola reassured her, noting she knew his weird summoning obsession, but Echidna still worried he might summon someone stronger than her, forcing him to reconsider. He originally planned to go alone, but he had to bring her along to stop her crying as she practically begged him to join. He finally relented, letting her tag along before walking over toward the magic circle to begin. Looking over the area, he noticed a complex magic circle drawn on the ground. It did not seem like anything particularly special to him, likely just being a standard ritual circle used by the cult. They used it to summon massive gates, but a sudden flash of light caught him off guard. He immediately activated his authority of observation, summoning several floating eyes behind him. Using this powerful skill, he began to analyze his immediate surroundings. The ability allowed him to analyze specific targets, but even this powerful skill could not decipher the entire magic circle. He wondered if mere humans could have designed this, but he quickly closed his eyes, dismissing the thought. He had absolutely no intention of stopping the demon summoning anyway, so he turned to Echidna with a calm expression. He told her it was time to enter the gate, and she happily agreed before a monster suddenly ambushed them. It violently bared its sharp fangs toward them. Echidna quickly raised her tiny fist, warning the beast not to underestimate her. Her fists suddenly began to expand. It rapidly grew into massive proportions. She told the beast to stay away while screaming out for Kangwoo. After easily smashing the beast, she turned back to him with absolute excitement. She proudly asked if she did a good job, and he smiled, noticing how much happier she seemed before he focused back on the task. He was glad she was doing so well at protecting him, and he stared ahead at the temple, mentally preparing himself for what lay ahead. Time to get to work. Right then, the system announces the creation of a rift necessary for the code, summoning. At this moment, Kangwoo reaches out with both hands to pull. Whatever demon is summoned as a massive burst of power erupts, he will still be the absolute root of that summoning power. Thus, rather than raw strength, absolute obedience remains the most crucial factor. Still, as he weighs his options, having an incredibly powerful ally would be amazing. Among the ancient intelligent demons, he considers picking Ouroboros, or Vulcanus. Even though he has never met them, Halcyon should be fine now. Kangwoo opens his eyes wide in anticipation, his heart racing as he whispers for Halcyon to appear. Then the system alerts him that under the influence of the demonic power, the great demon Mary, a deeper rift will be created. The message flashes and vanishes, leaving a rapidly widening spatial tear in its wake. With the Gaia system weakened, it is completely unable to suppress this rift, coming from outer space. Amidst all this growing chaos, another urgent system notification pops up stating a portal to the Urner continent has opened. In less than 5 seconds, the system finalizes the demonic summoning. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying lich emerges from the spatial gate. He is recognized as none other than the legendary demon king of Urner, Balrog, a double S-rank summon. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Cha Yeonjo smiles warmly, saying there is no need for such formalities since they are the same age, but Hanseola does not plan to change, and quickly explains that talking this way is actually most comfortable for her. She then asks if Cha Yeonjo is heading back to the guild. At this, Cha Yeonjo sighs heavily over the endless mountain of work, while Hanseola suddenly feels incredibly anxious about Kangwoo, wondering if he will really be okay. Seeing her friends so restless, Cha Yeonjo teasingly remarks that Hanseola was truly born to worry about others. She also mentions that Kangwoo just went to do a summoning, questioning if Hanseola actually believes he is out there, going to pick a fight with some demon king. Hilariously, that is exactly the case, as Kangwoo faces a literal demon king. Right now, waves of dark demonic energy continuously roll off this newly summoned entity, smothering the entire area. Facing him, Kangwoo suddenly gets hit with a wave of worry silently, asking himself where his peace of mind went. This is absolutely nothing like the majestic monster he had pictured earlier, thinking that an incredibly epic monster was supposed to walk out. Instead, what is with this random skeleton? He is not the only one completely bewildered as the summon himself mutters, "Where am I?" Seeing his confusion, Kangwoo steps up, saying things are a bit complicated, and calmly tells him to introduce himself first. This successfully catches the demon's attention, who chuckles, "Introduce myself. How highly amusing." As the demon king speaks, the strange ornate collar around his neck begins to glow brightly. He declares himself the nightmare messenger of Urner, unleashing a heavy decaying aura of death that floods the entire room. He is the king of the dead, a master of magic, and with this fearsome form he is none other than Demon King Balrog. Still, Kangwoo finds him rather weird. Why on earth does he talk like a total Chunibu? However, Echidna stands right beside him, completely stunned, and gasps out the name Balrog. Her shocked reaction instantly alerts Kangwoo that his little companion might actually recognize him. She hesitantly replies that from what she knows, he is an incredibly powerful lich from the northern Dead Lands, The people of that realm feared him as the demon king Balzac. The skeleton himself is quite amused to hear how famous he is, smugly chuckling in response, remarking, "Oh, so you know me. That makes this much easier." He slowly steps down and walks toward them fully, intent on questioning them. He demands to know where they are, asking if this is the Urner continent. Standing opposite him, Kangwoo kindly explains that this is not Urner, and that he was actually the one who summoned him. Balzac finds this absolutely impossible to believe. He gasps, "You summoned me." Kangwoo firmly nods, saying he needed a summon. Grasping the situation, the Demon King realizes this human plans to use him, the great Demon King Balzac, as a mere familiar. Kangwoo has to praise his quick wit, replying that he catches on pretty fast. But the moment he says this, Balzac's hollow jaw twists into a sinister, unsettling grin. In the very next second, he bursts into wild laughter like a complete madman. He keeps repeating how highly amusing and incredibly interesting this is, making Kangwoo seriously question the skeleton's mental stability. Having a completely unhinged summon would make things extremely difficult. However, the real reason behind his creepy laughter is actually pure, unadulterated rage. Balzac roars in fury, demanding how he dares to speak to him like that. He unleashes a massive crushing wave of dark energy, clearly intending to completely intimidate them for daring to treat a king as a mere familiar. Even as Balzac completely loses his mind in fury, Kangwoo remains absolutely unbothered. He calmly explains that technically he is not a human, though explaining that is way too complicated. Either way, his goal remains the same. Suddenly, his gaze turns ice cold as he promises that in exchange for his loyalty, he will fully reward him. He knows he must follow Hell's rules. This memory brings him back to Balrog, who he thought that Balrog's extreme and over-the-top loyalty was actually pretty annoying. Yet the giant demon was always thrilled to carry him, promising to keep his lord safe. And Balrog wasn't the only handful, as Lilith was just as exhausting to deal with. He remembers completely losing his mind upon finding her sneaking into his private bathroom. Her relentless clinginess was genuinely traumatizing. Still, even though both of his previous subordinates could be incredibly stressful to manage, they still deserve some respect. His practice was always to reward loyalty with proper trust and appropriate gifts. After all, acting as a benevolent leader is just the fundamental duty of a king. Balzac firmly slams his staff against the ground, his voice dripping with pure disgust. Hearing Kangwoo bring up loyalty only fills him with contempt. Since this human has clearly lost all sense of fear, Balzac loses his patience and quickly summons his magic. Slamming down his magic circles, he remarks that humans who do not know fear deserve a brutal beating. Commanding them to rise, a massive legion of armored skeletons instantly emerges. Even though his summons are acting hostile because the contract's power is rapidly weakening, Balzac's powerful army of the dead still completely surrounds the two of them. Bound to a fading contract, he cannot issue absolute orders to his minions. Although the terrifying sight of this undead army is enough to shake anyone, Kangwoo only wonders why things did not play out like they did with Echidna before. Standing there like a true lord of corpses, Balzac proudly raises his staff. He raises his staff, ordering the entire army to strike, telling his foes to watch and feel their doom as they aim their weapons directly at Kangwoo, telling them to tremble in absolute fear. Yet despite his grand and arrogant speech, Kangwoo calmly responds by casually snapping his fingers once. Declaring the Great Demon King as his puppet, Kangwoo instantly activates his shockwave authority, causing Balzac's summoned army to shatter completely. Even Balzac is stunned by this sudden turn of events, forced to admit this mere human possesses a surprising amount of strength. Having witnessed his counterattack, the demon decides to rely on the glowing orb atop his staff. With this mystical artifact, the next army Balzac summons is bound to be far stronger than the last. He challenges Kangwoo to withstand his fearsome Death Knights as the spectral riders, blindly following his commands, charge forward on horseback into battle. He orders them to slaughter the pathetic human who dared mock him. The summoner certainly knows how to surprise Kangwoo with these Death Knights. This time, Kangwoo decides to step back and step aside for the young girl to show off. Seeing a perfect opportunity, he wonders if he should let Echidna handle them. He asks her if she wants to fight, and she accepts without a single shred of fear. As she agrees to take them on, her expression instantly shifts, completely wiping away her innocent gaze. Her innocent look is completely gone. Delighted to finally get a rare chance to show off, Echidna unleashes a violent whirlwind as she charges towards the enemy knights. Hoping to earn praise from Kangwoo, the young girl transforms into her massive beast form, causing her body to grow absolutely colossal. Unfazed by her size, the Death Knights aggressively charge and swing their heavy swords at her. Yet, with a single effortless flick of her head, she crushes them into dust. Her terrifying appearance completely shocks Balzac, who is stunned to realize she is a demonic dragon and that his foe is not entirely foolish. He quickly scoffs, calling her a mere hatchling. It is truly pathetic how he continues to boast and look down on his opponents even in a time like this. He asks how a mere human could ever hope to force him to move, but before he can even finish his sentence, Kangwoo completely vanishes from sight. The only sound that echoes is Kangwoo's chilling voice coming from right behind him, promising to plunge Val Zahak into absolute despair at his very peak. Kangwoo tells him to watch his mouth as he launches a surprise attack from behind close enough to mock him for referring to himself in the third person like an absolute idiot. Although his sword thrusts forward, it fails to touch. Val Zahak explaining why the demon kept acting so smug. He sneers at the surprise attack, revealing he had prepared a powerful barrier beforehand, even going so far as to confidently boast that even the great hero Xenon could not easily breach his shield in the past. However, his arrogance does not last long, because if Val Zahak had been just a few seconds slower, he would have been skewered. In that terrifying split second, Val Zahak panics as he realizes Kangwoo actually managed to pierce through his barrier. Left utterly bewildered, he cannot comprehend how a mere human could ever wield this level of monstrous power. Using his high-speed authority, Kangwoo instantly appears right in front of Val Zahak, making a comment that would irritate even Satan. Kangwoo's mocking words make the demon boil with rage. He refuses to allow his own summon to treat him like this. As a proud demon king, he cannot accept being called a mere summon, demanding to know who Kangwoo thinks he is. Meanwhile, Kangwoo's razor-sharp blade shows absolutely no signs of slowing down. Desperately trying to fight back, Val Zahak realizes all of his struggles are completely useless. Even so, Kangwoo silently praises his opponent's impressive reaction speed, noting that the demon is remarkably fast. At this point, Val Zahak begins sweating profusely from pure terror. Realizing he stands absolutely no chance of winning, a desperate Val Zahak grabs the dark necklace around his neck to activate its power. He never expected to use this trump card here, but the moment he triggers the item, a massive black vortex of dark energy erupts, calling upon a rival who fights for eternity in the deepest depths of the abyss. Watching this dramatic spectacle unfold, Kangwoo simply scoffs with a mocking smirk. He notes that the rift looks quite dangerous, releasing a level of energy similar to when Susanoo descended, but the moment a booming voice echoes, Kangwoo's eyes widen in genuine shock. The owner of this booming voice turns out to be another powerful demon, demanding to know who dared summon him, a dread demon of the ninth hell. With a terrifying face and a massive hulking body, almost no one would dare to challenge this guardian of destruction. Glancing over at the chaotic battlefield, the newly summoned demon asks if a battle is taking place nearby, and wonders if that demonic dragon is his opponent. Val Zahak quickly corrects him, bowing respectfully to this legendary entity of the demon world, who looks back with a puzzled gaze. Without losing a single second, Vangarak points his bony finger straight at Kangwoo. He desperately begs his newly summoned beast to slaughter the puny human who is currently controlling that dragon demon. But at the mention of a human, the demon from the ninth hell, is instantly filled with curiosity. After all, the mysterious human capable of commanding a dragon demon is none other than Kangwoo himself. He towers over the battlefield, slamming his colossal hands onto the ground to get a closer, much more personal look at things. But right then and there, the demon realizes something is very off. Hold on a second. Spotting an old acquaintance, his eyes light up with pure excitement. Wait, is that actually the Demon King? His murderous gaze completely vanishes as he bows down to deliver a polite greeting. Kangwoo, it has been way too long, my king. He thought it was some random stranger, but it is actually family. Kangwoo just calmly greets him back, casually saying, yeah, long time no see. And just like that, the only guy left utterly bewildered in this room is Vangarak. We were all bracing for an absolute showdown that would blow this entire dungeon sky high. But instead, they get a heartwarming family reunion. Honestly, even Kangwoo did not see this coming, awkwardly scratching his head and speaking up. He asks, hey, how have you been lately? Seriously, looking at the giant demon's incredibly warm expression, absolutely nobody would buy that he is a creature of hell. The Doomguard politely replies that hell is pretty much the same as always. Their relationship is clearly super close, and the beast does not hesitate to start spilling some hot gossip. He mentions that the local demons have been getting pretty rowdy lately. A surprised Kangwoo presses for details, and the guard explains that Hanshin and other ancient devils are actively trying to expand their own territories. This is definitely massive brand new information for him. Since those ancient devils are finally making a move, Kangwoo starts putting the pieces together, deducing that things are changing. These ancient entities usually confine themselves entirely within their own domains, almost never once stepping foot outside of their borders. Since his throne is currently vacant, it seems they are finally aiming to seize his old crown. The Doomguard adds that Balrog is already investigating the exact cause behind this. Watching the two of them casually chat like old friends, Vangarak completely loses his patience. He frantically interrupts, asking what on earth the great Doomguard is doing, urging him to hurry up and slaughter this human. He even starts throwing a bunch of petty, brainless insults at Kangwoo, calling him a pathetic, utterly weak human. But keeping his big mouth running like that quickly earns him a direct soul-crushing fist, courtesy of the Doomguard himself. That massive punch sends Vangarak flying straight backward, slamming hard against the stone wall. Shattered and in excruciating pain, the skeleton barely squeaks out a complaint before he gets instantly shut down. The demon warns him to watch his damn mouth, calling him a useless pile of dry bones. He then proudly declares that this man is his master and the absolute king of hell. But right as he says this, the demon's shoulder suddenly starts to break apart, turning into particles. Watching the fading effect rapidly spread across his body, Kangwoo gets a bit worried. He asks what is going on, and the demon calmly deduces that his summon duration is simply running out. Before fully vanishing, he still flashes a highly playful, cheeky grin to say goodbye. He bids his farewell, promising to pass along some warm regards to Balrog, but Kangwoo is absolutely not on board with that idea, actively waving his hands to shut it down. He tells him to forget it and just make sure Balrog never ever sets foot near this place. Kangwoo's final thought before his summon completely fades away is how the Doomguard always tries to act all cute and sweet around him. Even though Balrog constantly yells at him for doing it, the guy simply refuses to change. Turning his cold attention back to the room, Kangwoo looks down at Vangarak. But seeing the skeleton suddenly faceplant onto the ground in a desperate kneel, he can't help but ask what exactly he is trying to do. It seems that lesson from the Doomguard completely flipped a switch in Vangarak. He declares his absolute loyalty to the great Demon King, shamelessly spouting some incredibly cheesy lines. He claims that the very moment they met, he knew Kangwoo was the rightful ruler of the entire demon realm. The skeleton's instant 360 flip and attitude actually leaves Kangwoo a bit stunned by his sheer shamelessness. He tells the skeleton to cut the crap, but Vangarak just keeps rambling about how honored he is to serve under his glorious command. He even claims he wants to cry tears of joy, which makes Kangwoo roll his eyes in disbelief. How can a skeleton even cry? Putting the terrible, cringy drama aside, he wants to get down to business, asking how a mere skeleton can even summon a ninth circle demon like that. Vangarak quickly looks up, explaining that his summoning powers actually come from a highly unique artifact. He proudly presents a mysterious dark bracelet to Kangwoo, claiming it is the sole key to his magic, known as the blood of the evil god. This is definitely some intriguing new lore for our main character. He asks about this evil god, and Vangarak reveals that the being is none other than Lucifer himself. Apparently, Lucifer is the absolute origin of all demons across the 6 continents of Areno. But the second Kangwoo hears that name, his face instantly drops into sheer exhausted disbelief. Lucifer, the legendary Prince of Pride from the 7 Archdukes of Hell. He wonders if this is just a wild random coincidence, because something about this story still feels highly suspicious. Normally, when devils cross over to other worlds, they rely on specialized hell vessels to anchor themselves. As long as that container holding their soul remains fully intact, they can eventually resurrect. This sudden realization leads him to a highly intriguing and dangerous possibility. If a soul vessel ended up on the 6 continents of Areno just like how he landed on Earth, then Lucifer could have easily revived as their evil god. If so, it poses a massive challenge for him. If Lucifer has already recovered his peak demonic power, taking him down right now is going to be incredibly tough. But that sudden wave of worry instantly vanishes from his mind. He now possesses his legendary SS-Rank Transcendent Awakening trait, Soul Reaper. By linking this incredibly broken skill with his Devour authority, he can completely absorb any demon's soul to permanently boost his own stats. The stronger the prey, the greater his growth. Just imagining devouring the souls of all 7 legendary archdukes hiding inside those hellish vessels makes Kangwoo completely lose control of his bottomless hunger, surging within. Just like always, he will devour them all and rise to unmatched heights. Keen to find his next target, he presses the skeleton for more details, asking if Lucifer is currently residing here on the continent of Areno. But Vangarak can only admit that he is not entirely sure, prompting a highly skeptical Kangwoo to ask how he could not know. He assumed Lucifer would be ruling this entire continent by now. But right then, a mysterious voice suddenly echoes from behind, answering his question by stating that the evil god has actually gone completely missing. So the one who answered just now was Echidna, but wait. After the battle, Echidna turns to look at Kangwoo with a face full of deep hurt and resentment. She loudly complains that if the battle is over, he should have told her, asking if he forgot about her. Kangwoo is totally helpless. He quickly picks her up to comfort her before she throws a massive temper tantrum right here. She sulks that she does not like him anymore, prompting his quick apology. Still, while comforting the kid, he does not forget to ask about the earlier matter. Now that she is calm, he asks her to finish their conversation. Echidna softly explains that according to an ancient legend, a giant magic circle was once created high up in the sky. To prevent the evil god's actions, the holy archangels descended from the heavenly realm to this world. Hearing this, Kangwoo immediately probes for more details. In ancient legend and archangels, he asks if she knows how long Lucifer has been on this continent of Urner, but she shakes her head unsure. She only knows it happened a very long time ago. From this sparse information, Kangwoo starts analyzing. The timeline seems completely off, comparing it to what happened before. He had only been back on Earth for a short while. He has only been back on Earth for 6 months. Even if a relic of hell was accidentally dragged to Urner, the gap is too massive. Shaking off his doubts, he turns to Echidna to dig deeper. Never mind the timeline issues. The real issue is Lucifer's rebirth. Are there still archangels left on the continent? Wiping her tears, she says no, explaining that after the fierce battle they all disappeared. Both the angels and the evil god vanished. Well, knowing that much is enough for him. He gathers up Echidna and prepares to leave, but then he suddenly remembers something. He announces that everything is finished and it is time to go. But then he turns to Balrog and asks if the skeleton has any magic to conceal his bony body. Fortunately, he has exactly what the main character needs instantly, boasting about his power to blend into the shadows and rule the night. Before the skeleton can finish his dramatic speech, however, Kangwoo gives him a brutal smack to the skull. The skull-rattling hit leaves him screaming in pure agony. He clutches his head, crying out about his precious skull. Kangwoo coldly warns him that he already told him to stop speaking so dramatically. Then out of nowhere, he asks a completely random question. He asks if the skeleton can eat. For a pile of bones like Balrog, the answer is obviously no, though he can go through the motions. Confused, the skeleton asks why, only to see Kangwoo grinning with wild excitement. He happily yells that they are going to get some kimchi stew. Time flies by, and 3 months later, under a beautiful clear blue sky, things change. Kangwoo lies on his bed, his mind completely cluttered with messy thoughts. For 3 months, he traveled the world with his party to stop the demon cult and find a legendary item to replace his ruined coat. Unfortunately, both missions were a total bust. The more he reflects, the more painful the reality becomes, especially since everyone else made massive gains while he got nothing. The first person to trigger his jealousy is none other than Cha Yeon-jo. She finally broke through her 9th awakening barrier, the limit of talent, to reach the 10th stage. Now, she is officially a world-class ranker. But she is not alone, as Bae Kwean and Gu Hyunmo also made big moves. Both of them reached the 9th awakening stage, with the rest of the team keeping pace beautifully. Honestly, he does not even need to mention Kang, Tae-soo, or Han Seola. Those two have always been naturally gifted, and they easily shattered the heavy barrier of effort to jump from the 7th stage straight into the 8th. Even the party mage Choi Eun-bi has grown significantly stronger, effortlessly passing her limits as if it were nothing. What truly concerns Kangwoo, however, is their mind-blowing, almost unbelievable speed of growth. But growing this fast comes with its own hilarious drawbacks. Choi Eun-bi once threw a massive fit on the floor because the others tried to hunt monsters without her, complaining that she needed to catch up. Still, this rapid growth is necessary. He cannot help but wonder just how strong Kim Si-hoon has gotten by now. While he is completely lost in these thoughts, a soft voice from the doorway suddenly pulls him back to reality. She asks if he is still awake, prompting Kangwoo to sit up and invite her inside. It is Han Seola dropping by to check if he has some free time. He smiles warmly, telling her that he always has plenty of time for her. However, the cheerful expression on his face suddenly vanishes. Seeing her stand there with such a conflicted, hesitant expression, Kangwoo gets confused. He cannot help but ask what is wrong. Blushing deeply, she hesitates to speak, her entire body visibly tense as she tightly presses her lips together while balling her hands into fists. She then quickly shuts his room door behind her. Talk about sending mixed signals. Her secretive behavior only makes him feel increasingly bewildered. Her strange actions make him feel even more confused. He gently asks what is going on as she slowly approaches the bed, quietly whispering that she recently reached the 8th awakening stage, a fact he already knows. She cannot even look him in the eye, turning her back to him as she explains that something very strange has been happening. When he asks what it is, she suddenly takes off her shirt, catching him completely off guard. She tosses the clothes onto the bed, absolutely shocking him. He panics instantly, covering his eyes with one hand. He frantically waves his other hand to stop her, yelling out to ask why she is undressing so suddenly. This is moving way too fast. Of course, he is overthinking things because she only wants to show him a bizarre pattern that has appeared on her back. Now his eyes are completely glued to her smooth porcelain skin. Feeling his intense gaze, she blushes harder and asks him not to stare so intensely. Faced with such breathtaking beauty, he desperately tries to keep his composure. He keeps repeating to stay calm, reminding himself that she only came to him for help. But as he battles his inner desires, she suddenly calls his name. How is he supposed to survive this? Seeing him stay completely silent, she calls his name once more, finally snapping him back to reality. In these awkward situations, he knows exactly what to do. All it takes is a confident, cool smile. He jokingly apologizes, claiming his eyes suddenly got a bit blurry, before asking about her new 8th awakening ability. She explains that it is called the Wings of Light as his hands slowly reach toward her bare back. He asks if she has noticed any other physical changes besides this mark. She casually answers that everything else feels completely normal, but the exact moment his skin touches hers, she jumps in surprise. Kangwoo gently corrects her, saying he absolutely has to worry. He closes his eyes to focus and seriously sense her energy. He wonders if he has ever encountered this specific energy signature before. Unaware of how wildly her heart is pounding in front of him, he focuses entirely on finding a solution. Trying to decipher this strange phenomenon, the angel wing crest on her back instantly reminds Kangwoo of a story he had heard once before. It was a tale Echidna told him about the celestial realm. After weighing the options, Kangwoo decides to take action and deploy his own power. Using his protective authority, he carves a brand new sigil directly onto Han Seola's back. This mark will allow him to track Han Seola's health and shield her during sudden emergencies. Still, activating it was a tough call that made him hesitate, as it drains an immense amount of mana. But with her life on the line, this is his only choice. With the first phase complete, Kangwoo leans in close, wanting to warn her about what is to come. He tells her to report any weird changes immediately. Confused, Han Seola turns around and asks what he means, only to find him looking dead serious. He locks eyes with her. He repeats his warning, tell him everything, even simple things like bad dreams. Seeing his intense worry, Han Seola feels a sudden warmth blooming in her chest. Does he really care about her this much? Her gaze softens with deep affection. Even though she knows she should not let her emotions run wild, she cannot help it. She stammers out his name, but before she can even get close to confessing her love, they are suddenly cut off. Echidna barges right in asking for Han Seola. The sudden intrusion scares the absolute daylight out of the two, while the sleepy little dragon completely misses the awkward tension. Thankfully, before she can ask any questions, Kangwoo quickly wraps a blanket around Han Seola. Echidna asks what they are doing. Breaking into a cold sweat, Kangwoo stammers that it is nothing. Han Seola anxiously asks what is wrong, only to find out why the little girl was searching for her. Echidna flatly says she is hungry. Han Seola does not know whether to laugh or cry, but she quickly replies. She promises to make breakfast right away. As the three of them share a cozy family-like moment, Kangwoo's eyes drift over to the nearby helper. And that helper is none other than Balzac, the Grand Demon King himself. Indeed, the loyal housekeeper keeping watch in the corner is Balzac. 3 months have passed since he arrived, and the demon seems to be genuinely enjoying his chores. Kangwoo thinks back to when he first brought him here. After tasting Kangwoo's favorite kimchi stew, Balzac fell completely in love with the dish. He begged Han Seola to teach him the recipe and ended up staying as their live-in maid. Still, there's one glaring thing about Balzac that makes Kangwoo highly question his life choices. Why on earth is this terrifying demon king wearing a pink rabbit apron? Right then, the sudden ring of the doorbell catches everyone's attention. Kangwoo heads over to open the door, assuming it must be Yeon-ju. She is usually the only one dropping by, but the guest immediately calls out to him. It has been a while, Kangwoo. Realizing it is not Yeon-ju, he cannot hide his shock and asks when he got back. Han Seola politely offers some apples, but the boy's sheer aura leaves Kangwoo completely stunned. Even from a distance, Kangwoo can feel the intense power rolling off him. That special training definitely paid off, as his presence is leagues beyond his past self. Suddenly, Si-hoon's eyes well up with heavy tears of pure joy. He cries out Kangwoo's name and lunges forward, hugging him like they have been separated for ages. He happily yells about how much he missed him. Blushing with secondhand embarrassment, Kangwoo tells him to let go. But Si-hoon ignores it, quickly asking about the massive battle that happened while he was away. Watching the two of them act so close, Echidna speaks up to complain that Kangwoo is completely spoiling Si-hoon's childish antics. She quickly glances over to her side, desperately searching for an ally. Hoping Han Seola will agree, she is shocked to find her absolutely consumed by jealousy. Watch out. Han Seola mutters about wanting to hug him too. Terrified, Echidna begs her to calm down because she is still holding a massive kitchen knife. Hearing this, Si-hoon's battle instincts kick in and he whips around. He glares at Han Seola and grips his sword instantly, pushing Kangwoo out of the way. He tells Kangwoo to step back. Before his brain can even process the situation, Si-hoon vanishes. Where did he go? It turns out Si-hoon spotted Balzac and mistook the skeleton for a hostile invader. He assumes a beast has broken into the house. Seeing an armed threat charging at him, Balzac's demon pride flares up. He dodges with incredible speed, mocking the human's slow movement, but his furious counterattack is driven by a very specific reason. He does not fight out of fear, but rather pure outrage. How dare a mere human stop the great Balzac from folding the laundry? Watching this chaos unfold, Kangwoo finally snaps out of his daze. If these two go all out, the entire neighborhood will be reduced to rubble. Even worse, the house will be destroyed and he will never get to eat Han Seola's homemade kimchi stew again. Terrified by that dark future, Kangwoo bellows at the top of his lungs for them to freeze. Instantly, a blinding burst of energy erupts to stop the fight. Now Si-hoon stands before him, looking completely dejected and deeply regretful. He bows his head in sincere apology, unable to find any other words. He apologizes, admitting he did not know the skeleton was Kangwoo's pet. Being easygoing, Kangwoo waves it off, saying it is fine since nobody got hurt. Plus, Balzac really does look like a monster. He then casually asks if the boy's training is officially finished. Scratching his head, Si-hoon sheepishly admits he has not reached his main goal yet. Hearing this level of dedication, Kangwoo has to respect the young warrior's drive. He likes that ambition, but he teasingly asks why he came back, knowing it cannot just be out of homesickness. Feeling completely at ease, Si-hoon opens up. He explains that someone approached him during his training. Curiously, Kangwoo asks who it was, and Si-hoon describes a mysterious group wearing white masks. Kangwoo immediately guesses they must be the Guardians. Si-hoon is not even surprised that Kangwoo knows them. He nods, confirming it, but explains that the real issue they brought up is much more urgent. Si-hoon mentions that the Guardians came looking for him and that there might even be someone he knows among them. Kangwoo raises an eyebrow, totally confused about who that could be. But the second he hears the name, his eyes widen in pure shock. Ray McCabe, he says, you must have heard of her, right? And honestly, he really has. Do you actually know about this legendary player, Ray McCabe? She is an American widely considered to be the strongest player in the entire world. Nobody knew she was secretly a guardian, meaning she intentionally hid her identity. If that is true, she might be way stronger than he first thought. Yet, instead of being worried, Kangwoo just finds it highly amusing. Hearing that, Si-hoon quickly asks what is wrong. Kangwoo just smiles, brushing it off, saying it is nothing. He then asks what happened next, which immediately makes Si-hoon light up with pride. He explains that he got an invitation to join the Guardians. Even better, when he said he needed Kangwoo's opinion first, she agreed to meet both of them and left a contact device. Kangwoo genuinely did not expect things to go this way. A contact device. While speaking, Si-hoon pulls out a strange item, revealing that this is the real reason why he called him up to the rooftop. The moment Kangwoo sees it, he cannot help but grimace. What on earth is this? Si-hoon simply tells him to wait a moment. He says he just needs to place it on the ground like this, and it automatically starts to open up. Without warning, the tiny device begins to expand rapidly. It forms a highly unusual spatial portal right before their eyes. Him feel like he is in some futuristic science fiction movie. Kangwoo quickly turns to ask for details, wondering where this gate actually leads. Will it take them straight to the secret base of the Guardians? Si-hoon can only repeat what he was told. According to her, that is exactly the case. Before stepping through, he has one ultimate hope. He prays they are nothing like Alex. Kangwoo takes his first steps forward, thinking to himself, well, whatever. He is not going alone since Si-hoon is right there. They will find out soon. The moment they step through, a warm voice greets them. A white-haired girl sitting right in front of them speaks up, welcoming them both to finally meet them. She calmly introduces herself as the leader of these secret guardians. She says they can simply call her Gaia. Meanwhile, Kangwoo and Si-hoon slowly make their way over toward her table. That name feels incredibly familiar to him. Gaia. Deep down, Kangwoo realizes she shares the exact same name as the divine system that once sealed 100,000 demonic cores. This is clearly more than just a coincidence. His gaze shifts from her to the figure standing right next to her. Wait, if she is the commander, then the person standing beside her must be the world's strongest player, Ray McCabe. To have both high-ranking figures here in person makes Kangwoo seriously wonder. Is Si-hoon really that important to them? Honestly, this changes everything, leading Kangwoo to a wild new theory, that they are actually the ones desperately in need of help. Across the table, Gaia breaks the silence and speaks up. Ray told her that Kangwoo is Si-hoon's sworn brother. Hearing this, he calmly confirms that yes, he is indeed his sworn brother. Gaia cannot help but comment on how rare such a deep bond is in this day and age. And she is right, because whenever anyone mentions Kangwoo, Si-hoon gets way more excited than usual. He is not afraid to declare to the whole world that Kangwoo is more important to him than family. Hearing this cheesy speech, Kangwoo actually cringes hard. But Si-hoon does not care one bit, speaking with a voice full of pride. He boasts to Gaia that he respects his brother even more than his own flesh and blood. This intense devotion makes her chuckle, calling him a very passionate guardian. Sensing she might have misunderstood their actual relationship, Si-hoon quickly waves his hands to correct her, saying it is not quite like that. Seeing him so flustered, she gently adds that she knows how beautiful and pure his soul is. But her very next words completely stop him in his tracks. She says she knows he is ready to fight for his ideals, even if it means burning his very soul. She reaches out her hands toward them to show her deep sincerity. She acknowledges all the suffering and painful trials Si-hoon has been silently enduring, making sure to emphasize that she is on his side and wants to help him achieve his goal. But just as she says this, Gray beside her gently takes her hand, softly guiding her toward Kim Si-hoon's actual direction. Gaia realizes she was facing the wrong way, smiling and thanking Gray. Watching this, Kangwoo cannot help but admire her resilient spirit. She is blind and bound to a wheelchair, but this does not look like a congenital condition. Looking closely, Kangwoo can clearly sense that the Gaia system has lost almost all of its power. Since she is directly linked to the system, her physical state makes perfect sense. She speaks with a lot of self-deprecation about her condition, asking if she can still help him despite having such a disabled, broken body. Kim Si-hoon immediately objects, hating how harshly she talks about herself. He gets quite worked up, arguing that she is not disgusting at all. But Kangwoo calmly stops him, steering them back to business. Speaking on Kim Si-hoon's behalf, Kangwoo gets straight to the point, acknowledging her recruitment offer. He asks her to explain their true goals and the current situation first. He is being completely blunt because he refuses to let Kim Si-hoon join any organization with a shady hidden agenda. Gaia completely understands his protective concern, calmly admitting that he has a very valid point. As they sit down, she gets right to the point. She offers to explain everything in detail, opening the conversation by asking if they have ever heard of the Gaia system. Kangwoo is slightly startled. He did not expect her to be so incredibly direct. Gaia's blunt approach really catches him off guard. It seems that she is actually confirming that she is indeed linked to the system. While Kangwoo wonders if he should ask Gaia more questions, Si-hoon next to him eagerly speaks up first. He asks if she was the one who sent the message he received before awakening as a guardian, which said he was chosen to join the Gaia system. This bold question makes Kangwoo internally proud of his junior, but Gaia gently shakes her head, a silent yet very clear response to his curiosity. She explains she did not send it, then suggests explaining the system further. She asks Si-hoon and Kangwoo if they believe in other worlds. Kangwoo responds politely, other worlds like those found in typical fantasy novels. Exactly, that is what Gaia is talking about. The hellish creatures, summoned by the demonic sect, indeed originate from another world. What is more, it is not just hell, there are actually many different dimensions connected together. These gates, they are all familiar with, serve as pathways between dimensions. Gaia wants to emphasize that they can view her system as a shield protecting Earth from external invaders. Hearing this, Kangwoo immediately recalls his own agonizing contact with that force. In short, it hurt like absolute hell. Just as Kangwoo is about to speak up and ask more about Gaia, he is suddenly cut off once again, and this time, she is the one interrupting him. She explains she belongs to the Gaia system, perhaps as an incarnation, a representative, or just a single piece. Fearing they might overestimate her, Gaia quickly clarifies that she is not some grand almighty entity. She admits she is not some supreme being. Even though she can manifest slightly through the system's influence, doing so drains immense energy and comes with strict limits. Listening to her complicated explanation, Si-hoon realizes how incredibly difficult it must be to simplify such complex cosmic concepts for the two of them. She explains that during the demonic sect crisis in Korea, she managed to bypass the system just to send him a brief message. Si-hoon quickly connects the dots, asking if that sudden warning back then was actually from her. At his question, Gaia's voice carries a deep sense of regret. Regrettably, she admits that was the absolute limit of her power. Meanwhile, Kangwoo begins analyzing her, wondering if this incarnation of the Gaia system could help unseal his 10,000 demonic core. However, she does not seem to have that kind of strength at all. Si-hoon then asks if guardians are meant to fight and defeat these otherworldly threats on behalf of the system. Her answer is a firm yes, his guess is completely correct. While Kangwoo sits quietly listening to their exchange, his mind is racing with endless calculations. He realizes their actual goal is not nearly as absurd as Alex made it out to be, making him wonder if he should rejoin them. But the next piece of information Gaia shares immediately catches his full attention. She reveals that as guardians, they also share another ultimate objective. Kangwoo is eager to know what it could be, and Gaia decides to honestly share their final mission with the two of them. She announces their true mission, and even though they cannot see her eyes, they feel her unwavering determination. It is to slay the demon of prophecy. Kangwoo never expected their goal to be so massive. Wait, what on earth? The demon of prophecy. Kangwoo might doubt her words, but Gaia seems dead serious. She explains that 5 years ago, on the day of the Great Cataclysm, she received a prophecy. Gaia reveals this crucial secret, telling them she learned of a terrifying future. She predicts that in the near future, this demon of prophecy will descend upon Earth. This is completely new to Kangwoo. To be precise, that demon is the king of hell. Hearing this, Kangwoo wonders if she is literally talking about him. After all, he is the king of hell. Gaia's steady voice continues, explaining that this entity will destroy this world and plunge Earth into eternal darkness. Hearing this, Kangwoo's face pales in sudden shock. He silently begs her to stop, but Gaia continues calmly, stating that the prophecy demon will be the master of. Guardians must unite their strength to face the core of the demonic sea and its 666 different powers. That is the prophecy she received. Hearing this, a faint smirk quietly crept onto Kangwoo's face. But a second later, that smile twisted into an extremely forced grimace. Crap, he thinks that prophecy devil is actually me. To make her story more convincing, Gaia quickly orders Rei to show them proof. Gaia admits these words are hard to believe and asks Rei to show them. He nods, extending his hand, and a hologram of Earth instantly projects right before their eyes, leaving Kim Si-hoon completely dazed. He stares blankly at the screen as she explains the details. These are the actual system stats of Gaia currently protecting Earth. The very first thought that pops into Kangwoo's head is a simple, oh crap. The stats look absolutely terrible. Kangwoo feels slightly awkward, but still asks if there is any way to fix it since the Gaia system supposedly has a self-repair function. However, that function is currently offline. Gaia believes that if they defeat the prophecy devil, everything will return to normal. Hearing this, Kim Si-hoon immediately raises another urgent question. He asks if her weakened state is caused by the system itself. Rei steps in and quickly answers the question for him. Yes, Gaia's health is rapidly deteriorating because of her direct link to the system. She gestures for him to stop, not wanting to reveal this, but Rei feels there is absolutely no point in hiding it. She still looks deeply worried even after his words, but Kim Si-hoon presses on. He genuinely wants to know if there is any possible way to help her recover. Despite Gaia trying to stop him, Rei insists there is a way. Gaia quickly tries to change the subject, calling it unimportant. But he skillfully counters, saying the minor details do not matter as long as their ultimate goal remains the same. He gently places her hand on his forehead, silently asking for forgiveness before speaking. Our biggest gamble is to eliminate the prophecy devil since that monster is the sole reason Gaia's system is failing. Watching this play out, Kangwoo internally screams that they have got it all wrong because he is that very devil. Oblivious to the truth, Kim Si-hoon chimed in asking what they need to prepare next. Rei's eyes suddenly turn incredibly cold as he growls out a firm no. His very next words send a massive icy shiver straight down Kangwoo's spine. The prophecy devil is already walking on Earth. Kim Si-hoon is completely hooked on the story, asking if he has already arrived while Rei begins to detail the exact timing. Specifically, he appeared 9 months ago on March 22nd. They have been investigating changes since then, which makes Kangwoo sweat bullets in sheer panic. That is the exact day he returned and met Han Seola. How do they know the precise date? He desperately tries to figure out how to hide his identity. He knows he is not a guardian, and if they realize how insanely strong he is, they will suspect him. Suddenly, Kim Si-hoon leaps up and slams his hand on the table. His expression darkens as he mutters that he finally understands exactly what is going on here. Seeing Kim Si-hoon so incredibly worked up actually terrifies Kangwoo even more. What on earth is wrong with him? But as it turns out, Kim Si-hoon's next words completely save his skin. Satan is the prophecy devil. Hearing this, Kangwoo's tense brows finally relax in complete relief. Wait, Satan? Kim Si-hoon is absolutely convinced of this because 3 months ago, after Kangwoo called him to say Alex was ambushed, he ran to the hotel rooftop and saw Satan controlling Alex. This false connection instantly gives Kangwoo a brilliant idea to hide his true origin. If things keep moving in this direction, both Gaia and Rei will easily believe the story without having a single doubt. She eagerly asks if he was really controlled by Satan, realizing why they lost contact. When she asks where Alex is now, the tragic truth makes Gaia burst into tears of grief. Unfortunately, Alex did not survive. Kim Si-hoon adds that Satan wants to eliminate any guardians who pose a threat to him. He taunted Kim Si-hoon after taking Alex's life. Before the boy can even finish, Kangwoo abruptly stands up and demands to know the truth, asking if Satan really killed Alex and taunted him. Though reluctant, Kim Si-hoon has to admit it is true. Hearing this confirmation, Kangwoo lets his artificial rage flare up. How dare he growls, acting so furious that the entire surrounding space begins to violently shake. How could he have that kind of guts? Only chosen guardians are allowed into this organization. Seeing Kangwoo act this way for the first time, Kim Si-hoon was pretty caught off guard. Lady Gaia spoke up with some hesitation, saying that according to the rules, but Kangwoo had zero intention of listening directly, cutting her off in an emergency like this. They simply did not have time to worry about outdated rules. He had to make a massive scene like this. If he stayed quiet, they would eventually discover that he was actually the demon of prophecy. Facing that risk, Kangwoo had to make an incredibly bold decision. I want to join the Guardians as well, he declared. He had already calculated his perfect escape route, preparing for every possible outcome. And the scapegoat who would take all the blame for him was none other than the unfortunate Satan. He decided to pin everything on Satan. Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoon thanked him, but Lady Gaia quickly interrupted their little moment to speak directly to Kangwoo. She asked them to wait, wanting to put a crucial question to Guardian Kim Si-hoon first. Did you see what Satan looked like back then? She asked. Kim Si-hoon held nothing back, recalling exactly what went down that night. It was too dark to see clearly, but he definitely wore a demonic cult mask, Kim Si-hoon explained. that strongly suggested Satan was connected to them. Gaia then asked how powerful this fiend really was since he had easily captured Alex without taking any damage. Taking a single scratch, Kim Si-hoon tried to attack but only managed to land one blow. Hearing this, Gaia was totally stunned by the enemy's strength. It was unbelievable that anyone could capture Guardian Alex so easily. But then Kim Si-hoon shared another strange detail from a witness. At that time, a witness heard a woman's voice up on the rooftop. The moment he mentioned this, both Gaia and Ray had very strange looks on their faces. Noticing their sudden shift, Kim Si-hoon asked if they knew something. Gaia hesitated, admitting that his suspicion was actually correct. It turned out Lady Gaia really did know the dark truth. Years ago, Guardian Alex went on a mission to fight the demonic cult. After a brutal, exhausting battle, he managed to drive his sword straight through a woman's heart. But the cruel twist of fate was that she turned out to be his beloved girlfriend. The demonic cult had brainwashed her. Stabbing his own lover with his own hands left Alex with a massive soul-crushing trauma. After that, Alex blamed himself and only tried to capture enemies instead of killing them. It became his ultimate weakness. What bothered Lady Gaia most was how someone could weaponize that psychological wound against a guardian. As guardians, their lives are always on the line, but exploiting Alex's past trauma to murder him was just sickening. Speaking of it, even a gentle soul like Lady Gaia could not hide her intense rage. "I will never forgive him," she declared. Kim Si-hoon felt the exact same fury burning inside him against Satan. Using someone's trauma against them is absolutely unforgivable. The actual mastermind behind it all, Kangwoo, naturally agreed and piled all the guilt onto Satan, calling him an absolute bastard. That is when Gaia ordered her companion Ray to bring a special item out. Ray nodded and went to fetch it while Kangwoo raised an eyebrow, highly curious about what they were bringing. It turned out Lady Gaia had personally prepared this special box for their very first meeting. "We have a gift for you," she smiled. Inside the box were two mysterious masks meant for their secretive work. Since guardians must operate in complete secrecy, they usually wear masks while on duty. Since Kim Si-hoon was joining their ranks, she had prepared this custom gift specifically for him. She explained that these masks are the proud symbols of the guardians. But before handing it over, Gaia hesitated slightly, wanting to confirm one last thing with Guardian Kim Si-hoon. She looked at him seriously, asking if he would lend them his power. "Will you help us banish the demon of prophecy and protect this world?" she asked. Her heavy question left Kim Si-hoon in deep thought for a brief second. Then he picked up the mask and gave a highly determined nod. "Of course I will," he said. The moment he slipped the mask on, he was officially welcomed into their circle. "Welcome to the Guardians," she smiled. But as Kim Si-hoon thanked her, his gaze suddenly shifted sharply toward Kangwoo. Meeting his adopted brother's intense stare, Kangwoo felt a sudden jolt of worry. "What's wrong, Kim Si-hoon?" he asked. But the boy quickly relaxed, explaining his weird expression was just due to a massive rush of new energy. He marveled that this must be how Alex became so incredibly strong. Just putting this mask on had already boosted his power tremendously. Gaia proudly chimed in, boasting that it was way more than a simple accessory. With Kim Si-hoon's gift taken care of, it was now Kangwoo's turn. Ray stepped forward. He handed the second mask to him while Gaia spoke up. She admitted that he was absolutely right. In such a critical emergency, they simply could not stick to rigid rules anymore. However, she was not admitting him out of pure desperation. The real reason she decided to bring Kangwoo into their ranks was his character. She had seen how deeply he cared for Kim Si-hoon and how genuinely furious he had become on the boy's behalf. Those were the two biggest reasons for her decision. Even though he was not a chosen guardian, his righteous protective heart was more than enough to qualify him. Hearing this, Kangwoo could now officially accept the gift with pride, keeping up his righteous facade. He made sure to emphasize that Kim Si-hoon was his precious younger brother, and he simply could not stand by while the demon of prophecy targeted him. His passionate words instantly touched Kim Si-hoon's heart, deepening their brotherly bond. Lady Gaia was deeply moved as well, praising Kangwoo for being such an incredibly great brother. Then she turned to him to ask the exact same crucial question. "Will you lend us your strength to punish the demon of prophecy and protect the world?" she asked. Without a shred of hesitation, Kangwoo confidently agreed. But the moment he put on the mask, an incredibly massive burst of energy erupted from his body. An incredibly immense wave of power exploded outward. The system announced that he had officially joined the Guardians, activating Lady Gaia's blessing. His stats shot up, causing his hidden demonic power to soar, which forced him to immediately use his ruler skill to keep it under control. Though the effect was halved because he was not a chosen guardian, the surge was still insane. Standing nearby, Ray felt this overwhelming energy and stared in absolute disbelief. His eyes were wide with shock. How could someone who was not even a chosen guardian receive such a massive power boost from a weakened blessing? It was absolutely mind-blowing. To make things even better, the stat boosts showed no signs of stopping. With every single stat rising by another point, Kangwoo could feel himself growing significantly stronger. His heart was practically racing with excitement. He watched his demonic power surge, knowing that without his special control skill, his true identity would be exposed in an instant. but he was already imagining how much of his original power he could finally recover. At this rate, he felt completely confident he could easily handle powerful threats on his own. Lady Gaia, ever the gentle soul, offered her sincere praise to him. "Oh Kangwoo," she said, "I can tell you are incredibly strong just from this aura." He politely thanked her, keeping up his humble act. With both of them officially on board, Lady Gaia was absolutely thrilled. "Anyway, welcome to the Guardians." She promises to contact him about his upcoming task later and wishes him luck. Just like that, the very first step of Oh Kangwoo's master plan has succeeded beautifully. After wrapping things up with Gaia, the spatial portal opens up once again. Oh Kangwoo and Kim Si-hoon waste no time stepping through to head back. He can't help but let out a long, exhausted yawn. Is it dinner time already? Time flies incredibly fast, and yet Kim Si-hoon is still being overly polite, thanking him for tagging along. Honestly, Oh Kangwoo feels like kicking him. If anything, Kim Si-hoon is the sole reason he got into the Guardians, so he should be the one thanking him. Behind them, the quest item seals shut instantly. Suddenly, Kim Si-hoon calls out his name, giving Oh Kangwoo a slight start. What is it? Kim Si-hoon picks up the item and shares that he feels a strange sensation. He has found a brand new goal today. Oh Kangwoo casts a curious glance over. A new goal? Yes. It turns out that Kim Si-hoon has actually fallen head over heels for some girl today. He has finally learned what love is. Before he can even finish, Oh Kangwoo already guesses the truth. Could his suspicion be correct? The girl is indeed Gaia. Recalling her fragile yet incredibly determined nature as she endured such a desperate fate, Kim Si-hoon cannot help but look back with absolute longing. He vows never to forget that image, his gaze fixed on the dimensional link with eyes full of determination. From the first moment he saw her, he knew his destiny was to protect her. Little does Kim Si-hoon know saying this to Oh Kangwoo makes him feel extremely guilty. He then vows to definitely slay Satan, while a stressed-out Oh Kangwoo sweats and Kim Si-hoon enthusiastically presses for his opinion. She can neither walk nor see, forcing Oh Kangwoo to realize he has totally played himself here. Still, every single sin is being pinned squarely on Satan. It is all because Satan came to Earth, shattered the Gaia system, and killed a guardian. Ignoring Kim Si-hoon's venting, Oh Kangwoo is way too busy worrying about his own survival. He spent 10,000 years in hell and absolutely refuses to rot there any longer. Who would actually want to live with Lilith for 10,000 years anyway? Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoon is fired up with pure righteous rage, swearing he has never felt this way before and must protect her. He wants to put a warm smile back on her face. With no other choice, Oh Kangwoo can only offer his support, saying if the person who does it is Kim Si-hoon, then he is relieved, though he never imagined hearing Kim Si-hoon invite him to help kill himself. Together, they can slay the prophecy demon and protect Gaia. Oh, Kangwoo does not know whether to laugh or cry, but since he is in too deep, he shakes on it. He will figure out the rest later. The promise sounds incredibly noble, but as for how he will actually pull it off, Oh Kangwoo remains silent. Let us protect the world from Satan. Oh Kangwoo is confident things will work out. Back home, Han Seola is totally stunned while making kimchi stew. What? She is shocked because she prepared a nice meal, but he cannot eat it. Kim Si-hoon is locked away training again and cannot eat. What a shame, today's kimchi stew is delicious, and it would have been perfect before he left. While Echidna keeps her eyes glued to the hot soup, Oh Kangwoo is deep in his own thoughts. Kim Si-hoon is absolutely right, he muses slowly, raising a spoonful of stew to taste as his mind wanders. He recalls meeting Satan, the prophecy demon in the ninth hell. Back then, he really wanted to ask him a single question. Satan, what on earth are you plotting, you despicable demon? Back then, the demon did not hide his intent at all, asking if he wanted to know. The demon's ambition was shockingly massive. Not stopping after conquering the ninth hell, Satan did not just want absolute control over hell, but wanted to conquer the human realm as well. With Earth as the next target and combining his talk with Gaia, the pieces fall into place. To achieve this, Satan had to break the protective Gaia system. Meanwhile, Echidna is only thinking about tasting the delicious stew. But before she can even dip her spoon, Oh Kangwoo gulps it all down. His mind is consumed by the tragic state of Kim Si-hoon's first love. Oh Kangwoo's mindless eating only shows just how incredibly furious he is. He swears they cannot let Satan run wild. Snapping out of it as someone calls his name, his thoughts are still a mess. He vows to reclaim the kimchi stew, no earth from Satan's hands. Seeing her food stolen, Echidna throws a fit, crying over the empty bowl. Watching her dramatic tears, Han Seola finds it rather amusing. She promises to make more. Meanwhile, Oh Kangwoo wears a dark, irritated look, muttering that he also wants to join the Guardians. A week passes since he joined, and he reflects on the recent training. Kim Si-hoon is already back to training with Joan Moo-jin, leaving Oh Kangwoo deep in serious thought. Cha Yeonjo is busy investigating the demonic cult when a doctor brings in another massive box of reports. She screams in absolute horror at the endless mountain of paperwork. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, a woman warmly welcomes Oh Kangwoo. It has been a while Stepping forward, Kangwoo replies that it is good to see her. However, looking around, he feels deeply confused. This place looks completely different. Standing opposite him, Gaia explains that the previous room was just a simple reception area while this is where she actually resides. It is highly spacious with a giant skylight streaming sunshine. With pride, she notes is the core of their operations. Sitting on her grand throne, Gaia smiles warmly. She welcomes him to the Hall of Guardians, promising to always be there. Kangwoo pulls up a chair and asks why she wanted to meet. Gaia replies that she wants to discuss his very first official assignment. Hearing this, he secretly rejoices, thinking the time has finally come. But always playing it cool on the outside, his face darkens with cautious suspicion as he asks what kind of mission it is. Gaia closes her eyes warily and explains the Gaia system is getting weaker lately. Hearing this, he is naturally confused and asks if it has not always been that way. But Gaia is clearly stressed, warning him that things have never deteriorated this quickly. Now she believes there is a completely different reason behind it all. Sitting there, Kangwoo only grows more puzzled by this mysterious cause. Seeing his confusion, she prompts him asking if he remembers her, explaining that the Gaia system acts as a defense mechanism. It does not take long for Kangwoo to recall that cosmic model before giving her his nod of approval. He confirms he remembers, prompting her to explain that while the Gaia system seals away otherworldly threats, its rapid decay means only one thing. She pauses for a brief moment before delivering the grim truth. The demon prophecy is slowly unraveling its own seal piece by piece. Hearing this, a heavy chill runs down Kangwoo's spine as his face goes completely pale. He wonders in sheer disbelief how they managed to uncover so much. Sitting right across from him, Gaia bluntly states she is absolutely certain about the culprit. It must be the work of the demonic cult. Hearing this, Kangwoo internally screams. He knew it. Those cultists never disappoint. Before he can process this, she quickly adds that clues pointing to their faction have popped up in a South Korean city called Daegu, which is exactly why he was summoned. Now, Kangwoo's mind is a complete mess as he ponders over this sudden trip back home. He assumed the branch there was wiped out after Bae Kang-hyun died. Feeling a bit awkward, he asks if he should head out immediately. Gaia looks over at him with a warm smile, wondering if she should go ahead and call in backup. She asks if he needs other guardians to tag along since dealing with this heavy threat alone might be too much. Letting out a soft sigh, she finally looks relieved of her worries. He declines, stating they probably have their own territories to guard, so he will handle it solo. Gaia nods in deep trust, giving him her full blessing. Shortly after, up on a small rooftop, Kangwoo stretches out his stiff neck. He quietly tells himself to stay focused. Bringing backups would only get in his way during the interrogation anyway. Right at that moment, the rooftop door creaks open, revealing a familiar flash of bright blue hair. China pokes her head out, happily munching on snacks, as she asks if he needed her. He looks at her warmly, asking if she is eating. Without a second thought, she rushes over to show off her delicious treat. She happily chirps that it is true, excitedly explaining how Vanguard has prepared so many amazing dishes ever since he finally learned how to cook properly. Wearing a slightly awkward smile, Kangwoo gestures for her to come closer to wipe some stray sauce off her cheek. Suddenly, Vanguard materializes out of the shadows, asking if his master had summoned him. Busy cleaning China's face, he barely glances at the dark figure, giving a casual reply. But then, Kangwoo suddenly freezes and frowns as he gets a proper look at Vanguard. The formidable demon is standing there wearing an incredibly cute bright pink apron. He stares in disbelief, asking if this ridiculous outfit is mandatory for Sila's cooking lessons and where he even found it. Holding a fresh plate, the demon shyly blushes, claiming the culinary world is vast and infinite. Approaching them gently, he changes the subject, wondering why they were gathered. He offers China another bite before asking the reason behind the meeting. Shoving his hands into his pockets, Kangwoo admits with a bit of an awkward grin that it is nothing major. He just figured they might be getting restless. He figured they were getting pretty bored of being cooped up all the time. But get this, a mysterious mask suddenly appears in his hand. It is the same mask Gaia handed him earlier. Announcing they finally have a mission, he tells them it is time to stretch their legs. However, China is completely distracted by the cool mask, her eyes wide with curiosity. Her eyes sparkle as she admires how cool it looks. Meanwhile, recent reports out of Daegu reveal that 3 massive rifts have emerged. Because of those rank A gates appearing on that disastrous day, the city now looks as ruined as Sapporo. Kangwoo stares at the cosmic rift before him, lost in deep thought. He had chosen the gate emitting the highest trace of demonic energy. Standing side by side, the trio looks oddly adorable, wearing their masks, and Echina is absolutely loving hers. She is thrilled to finally have her own cool mask. Meanwhile, taking in the desolate view, Kangwoo's suspicions are slowly confirmed. It seems his theory is spot on, but then his eyes land on an incredibly hideous, unrecognizable object nearby. He cannot help but wonder what that ugly thing is. Moving past it, the trio walks down the path under a protective barrier. But there is a glaring issue: the barrier is steadily cracking. Echina looks up asking what is happening while Kangwoo analyzes the situation. The surrounding space is shattering like a mirror and the fractures are physically expanding. He stares at the damaged barrier for a moment before muttering that he knew it. He is completely certain they would not leave a crucial point like this unguarded. Right on cue, a massive horde of terrifying monsters emerges on the other side of the cracking barrier. Their glowing eyes glare intensely at the trio, hungry to tear them apart. This gets him thinking. Normal monsters draw strength from mana stones, but he can clearly detect an unusually thick trace of demonic energy from these beasts. Locking his glowing red gaze on them, he senses something different. They feel far more like actual demons than ordinary monsters. Just then, a harsh voice demands to know who they are. Behind the beastly horde stands a mysterious figure draped in a dark cloak. The stranger mumbles, guessing they are not with the Hwarang army, so maybe the Red Rose Guild. Stepping into the light, Park Yong-chan reveals his face alongside a creepy purple hand. His lips curl into a mocking sneer, muttering that their identity does not change a thing. Without wasting another second, Park Yong-chan cold-bloodedly commands his ravenous beasts to attack. He orders them to wipe out every single intruder. As a colossal beast charges right at them, Kangwoo simply grins and glances backward. He asks Echina if she can handle the threat. Hearing this, she confidently places her hands on her hips, telling him to leave it to her before taking a massive breath. She immediately counters by unleashing an absolutely earth-shattering scream. Echina's secret move is insanely devastating, instantly blowing the colossal beast backward. Even Vanguard, standing right next to her, gets caught in the blast, groaning from the sudden shockwave. He complains, then summons a glowing yellow orb of pure energy. He calls them his beloved puppets as thick purple energy begins weaving through the shattered remains of the fallen beasts. After a tense moment, a terrifying transformation begins to take shape. The creatures assemble, bound together by his magical control threads. Vanguard commands his newly born monstrosity to move forward. He calls upon his frenzied golem, coldly ordering the giant to tear apart those low-life beasts. Instantly, a devastating punch from the frenzied golem sends the opposing beasts flying through the air. That beast over there is actually wounded, and seeing this, Park Yong-chan screams in total panic, wondering what the hell is going on. What is that? His eyes widen in sheer terror because the berserk golem is right there. It is winding up a massive punch directly at him. Facing the threat, Park Yong-chan quickly raises his glowing purple arm. He tries to block the blow, desperately shouting for Chrysilla to step in and save him. He orders the beast to kill that bastard, just as a mysterious blue light suddenly flares up. Tight wrap. It stops the berserk golem completely. Up above, even the evil Vansa looks completely shocked and screams in disbelief. That blue light strikes Vansa dead on. Standing below, Kangwoo watches the chaos, realizing his initial suspicions were entirely correct. He doubted things when he first heard the name Chrysilla, but seeing the beast strike Vansa confirms everything. The black scales covering its body look like a living suit of armor, and Kangwoo closely analyzes every cell of Chrysilla's monstrous form. He measures the corrosive acid dripping from its maw, noting its razor-sharp teeth. Massive claws capture his attention, and after a brief silence, he confirms this is indeed the real Chrysilla. He asks if these guys actually brought demons from the 8th circle of hell. As a blood-curdling scream echoes across the battlefield, Kangwoo stands below completely unfazed, casually looking up at Echina as if nothing happened. He tells her to finish off the rest of the mob along with Vansa, and she obeys immediately. He then steps forward, muttering that low-tier demons do not offer much power. They do not give him much demonic energy, but without a hint of fear, he stomps directly on Chrysilla. Its razor-sharp claws are both terrifying and incredibly slimy, making for a disgusting sight. A clean strike. The devastating sword thrust shatters the demon into tiny pieces. Kangwoo smirks, remarking that the beast finally looks like it might actually be worth something now. Suddenly, a massive blast of blue energy slams into the ground, carving out a deep crater. It turns out Chrysilla was aiming for Kangwoo, but missed her target completely. The beast immediately unleashes its power, sending shockwaves of energy tearing through the surrounding area. Trapped. Kangwoo is surrounded by blinding blue light. He finds it hilarious, asking why it keeps running around like a headless chicken, when suddenly something rushes at him from behind. He calmly points out that their ultimate target is incredibly obvious, just as Chrysilla suddenly lunges right behind him in a desperate attempt to strike. Of course, he anticipated this move and dodges easily, knowing every single one of Chrysilla's traits. He grabs one of its thick tentacles with a smirk. With a slight burst of strength, he hoists the massive beast right into the air. Sensing danger, Chrysilla panics. The beast screams in absolute terror. He swings the giant beast by its tentacle, calling it a mere bug before pausing to hurl it away with incredible explosive force. He yells, asking how a bug dares to show its teeth to a human as Chrysilla crashes hard through multiple stone pillars. The demon crashes before Park Yong-chan, who angrily demands to know what it is doing. Kangwoo looks over at him, lost in thought as he analyzes the situation playing out. Before him stands a fully masked Park Yong-chan, desperately shouting commands at Chrysilla. He commands the utterly exhausted Chrysella to get up and fight, which makes Kangwoo wonder how someone so weak could possibly control such a high-tier demon. Suddenly, a theory sparks in his mind and he decides to investigate the truth immediately. His eyes widen as he activates the Guardian's authority, scanning Park, who's currently at level 63, a 7th-tier awakener. Even after reviewing his entire awakening history from the 1st to the 7th tier, Kangwoo is left incredibly skeptical of this guy's true power. A level 63 player is simply far too weak to command a high-ranking beast like Chrysella even with borrowed demonic power. That is when Kangwoo notices the glowing purple arm of Park Yong-chan. So he is controlling the beast with that magic crest on his hand. Comparing the glowing seal on Park Yong-chan's palm to the trembling mark on Chrysella's face confirms his theory. Seeing the massive demon twitch so violently under those desperate commands makes it crystal clear, and Kangwoo smirks as he contemplates the enormous gap in their power. With a massive power gap like this, Chrysella will never reach full strength. Suddenly, she bares her fangs at her master. He trembles, screaming out to ask why she looks at him like that while the magic seal fades. There seems to be a strict time limit on this force control driving him mad. He howls at Chrysella to listen to his orders, desperately trying to keep the beast under his control. He insists this cannot be happening, completely unaware of a massive surge of dark energy creeping up from behind, just as he tries to force his command one last time. He screams at the beast to obey, but a sudden spray of blood cuts him off. Silence falls and his eyes widen in pure disbelief. He looks down and the sight fills him with absolute mind-numbing horror. He screams in agony as Kangwoo casually pulls back the dark energy that just devoured the man's hand. Looking completely innocent, Kangwoo remarks that the summon's time limit must have run out, but the arrogant Park Yong-chan just yells back in complete denial. Yong-chan tells him not to talk nonsense. How could a magic circle created by a demon's apostle have a time limit? Kangwoo just sighs and shrugs helplessly, letting him believe whatever he wants. But still wanting to tease him, Kangwoo brings up a far more important question. He asks if Yong-chan actually knows anything about the Chrysales. Park Yong-chan's face turns pale with fear as he stammers out a confused reply. Already panicking, catching sight of Kangwoo's creepy smile only drives him absolutely insane with rage. Screaming like a madman, he demands to know what kind of nonsense the guy is spewing. Kangwoo remains completely unfazed. After staring at him for a long moment, he calmly asks if Yong-chan really is that clueless. Kangwoo's cryptic tone throws Park Yong-chan into a deeper panic, demanding to know what the bastard means. Meanwhile, Kangwoo silently remembers how a chrysalis neutralizes its prey. As the creature crawls closer, a wave of terror washes over Yong-chan. Terribly frightened, he scoots backward and frantically screams for it to stay away. Kangwoo quietly watches from the side, recalling the terrifying details of how the monster attacks. First, it strikes the prey's groin and then it goes for the head. Kangwoo's dark thoughts are abruptly cut short by Yong-chan's agonizing scream as a truly horrific scene begins to unfold right before them. The sight is so gruesome that even Kangwoo feels a slight chill. Park Yong-chan can only whimper in trembling resentment, calling the beast a cruel monster. The creature steps forward with a mouth dripping with blood, preparing for another bite. Seeing it prepare for another move, Kangwoo delivers a quick slash. He puts the beast down, murmuring that the show is over. Looking around, he silently assesses the situation. Glancing over at Echidna and Balzac, he sees they have already cleaned up the remaining monsters. The little dragon girl smugly boasts about keeping herself perfectly clean from all the blood. Seeing them in such high spirits, Kangwoo decides it is time to start his interrogation. He sits right on the dead chrysalis and asks Yong-chan for his name. He mockingly asks if his name is Park Yong-chan before pretending to apologize for the mistake. Wanting to rub salt in the wound, he suggests that one-handed Park might be a more fitting nickname. But the man looks completely lifeless, which makes Kangwoo worry. He calls out, telling him to snap out of it. Finding no response, Kangwoo sighs at how troublesome this is. He then presses his finger directly onto Park Yong-chan's forehead. This activates the authority of concentration. To keep it simple, this power acts like a strong tranquilizer. It numbs the pain and sharpens the target's focus, functioning like a high-grade sedative. In his mind, he compares his different authorities. Unlike the authority of wrath, which grants raw power but drives people mad, this one is purely beneficial. After a moment, he pulls his hand back. He gently pushes the man's head back. He had no other choice in this situation anyway. Suddenly, Park Yong-chan jolts awake as if snapped out of a deep trance. Kangwoo silently watches as the bastard struggles to crawl backward. The guy needs to stay awake, otherwise interrogation is impossible. Suddenly, Park Yong-chan's eyes fall upon the remains of the chrysalis. Shocked and terrified, the man demands to know how Kangwoo defeated the monster and who he really is. Kangwoo can only sigh helplessly in his mind, wondering if the man truly does not recognize him. Even after seeing his mask, he still has no clue. He did not even know about the time limit on his own magic circle, proving he is just a useless pawn. Kangwoo gently takes off his mask and asks a question. He asks when the demon cult started operating in Korea again, realizing that wearing a mask was completely pointless. Seeing Park Young-chan stutter in terror and hesitate to answer, Kangwoo sighs in disappointment. He places his hand on Young-chan's forehead, telling him to forget it since the man's reaction already gives away the truth. It seems he is under a severe restriction seal that will instantly kill him the moment he leaks any secrets about the demon cult. Park Young-chan is absolutely shocked, desperately asking how on earth he could know such a thing. Ignoring the question, Kangwoo activates his authority of conquest, peering deep into the man's very cells to locate the curse. So this is the restriction seal. It seems to be directly linked to his soul. It is not as effective as his authority of conquest, but a soul-bound seal is still pretty impressive. Deep inside, painful screams echo, begging for mercy. He immediately connects his own power with Young-chan's cells, cursing the bastard cultists who did this. These wicked cultists use demonic energy to bind seals directly onto others' souls to control them like puppets. Just then, a system window pops up confirming he has successfully made player Park Young-chan his subordinate. Once the process is finished, Kangwoo lets go and tells him the seal is finally broken. With the seal gone, a faint red mist slowly seeps into Park Young-chan's head. Prompted by Kangwoo's cold command to tell him everything, the man looks completely hypnotized. He reveals that after Cardinal Baek Kanghyun died, a massive power vacuum opened up in the Korean branch of the demon cult. Every single word he spills leaves Kangwoo more and more surprised. The cult had been watching Korea closely, so they sent a demon apostle to secure the new branch. This makes Kangwoo wonder why they would target Korea of all places. His confusion grows by the second, but Park Young-chan quickly provides a logical explanation. With Russia's government collapsed and SS-Rank gates nearby, it is a much easier place to operate. His voice trembles as he admits he does not know the exact reason, but the cult views Korea as a critical area. Kangwoo points behind himself, asking if that relates to bringing those black bundles back to the gate. He immediately replies that it does not, claiming the plan to plant those fissure seeds has absolutely nothing to do with Korea itself. Hearing this unexpected answer, Kangwoo cannot help but feel deeply suspicious about their true motives. Completely unrelated. If so, besides the cult viewing Korea as important, planting those fissure seeds and the rapid weakening of the Gaia system point to only one conclusion. Looking at Park Young-chan, he slowly nods as he deduces their ultimate plan. This plan is not just happening in Korea. That would explain why they sent Park Young-chan to Daegu as an expendable pawn. While it is the worst-case scenario, there is a small relief. Kangwoo walks over to the crack in the protective barrier. This operation is likely being executed on a massive global scale. If that is the case, they can easily get help from the Guardians. Thinking of those heroes, he is sure there are plenty of others they can rely on for assistance. There are so many allies they can count on. Stopping right in front of the crack, Kangwoo asks another question. He asks if Young-chan knows exactly where the fissure seeds are being planted. Still incredibly tense, the man replies that he has no idea. Next, Kangwoo gently places his hand on the crack. He then asks if Young-chan at least knows who created the fissure seeds in the first place, but the man quickly replies he does not know that either. Kangwoo can only sigh internally, realizing a low-ranking grunt like him would never have access to that kind of classified information. Suddenly, his glowing red eyes shift into a bright green hue. He decides he will just have to investigate it himself. Right then, numerous ghostly eyes manifest behind him, watching closely. This is his authority of clairvoyance. A system notification confirms that the skill has been partially successful. He has learned how to handle the fissure seeds. However, unlike his previous spell, this partial success does not help him all that much. But suddenly something unexpected catches his eye, raising a major alarm in his mind. Wait, what is this? The fissure seeds actually have the ability to weaken the system. Gripping the crack tighter, a bold, dangerous thought crosses his mind. What if he integrates this weakening effect directly into his own body? Soon after, a bright pink light wraps around his entire frame. After a moment, he raises his hand and stares intently at the changing energy. Feeling this power, Kangwoo seems to realize something. He clenches his fist tightly and screams silently in his heart. Yes, that is it. He squeezes his eyes shut, slowly taking in everything around him. Even for a split second, the seal on the myriad demonic palace weakened. Speaking to the Soul Snatcher in an incredibly respectful tone, Kangwoo says, "My lord, the demonic cult has not only sent me to the myriad demon world, but you also sent me these seeds of rupture. There is a reason Baek Kanghyun and the others follow the demonic cult. Long live the demonic cult." Meanwhile, Park Young-chan suddenly cries out from a distance, begging if he will really be spared. Having received such great news, Kangwoo behaves in a pretty warm manner. He tells him that since he provided some highly useful information, he will let him live, claiming he is someone who always repays kindness. After pausing for a brief moment, Kangwoo adds in a soft voice that he will also remove the curse. These words sound just like a divine decree, making him joyfully stammer his deepest gratitude. But the exact moment the curse is finally lifted, a strange phenomenon occurs. Suddenly, Park Yong-chan clutches his chest in absolute agony, screaming out in pain. But Kangwoo stands nearby, tapping his head as if suddenly remembering something. He mutters, "Oh right, that is right." While his victim writhes in pain, Kangwoo just takes his sweet time. He casually explains that he applied the power of concentration. That must really hurt. Showing how desperate he is to help, Kangwoo summons his dark power. Stepping closer to him, he says in an incredibly casual tone that he cannot just watch his helper suffer. But get this, his actual actions say something completely different. A brutal thrust straight to the stomach makes Park Yong-chan cough up blood. Trembling in disbelief, he curses him as a total bastard. Park Yong-chan stares up at the man whose face shows absolutely zero emotion. Squeezing out his final breath, he asks why, since he promised to spare him. Kangwoo stays silent for a long moment before answering slowly. He says he knows how sad it is to die after living as a puppet of the demonic cult. Acting incredibly righteous, he fake cries, suppressing tears of fake grief. He vows to avenge him and never forget his name, Park Yong-chan. A moment later, standing over Crusella's lifeless corpse, he stares at the system screen. The screen indicates that his demonic power stat has increased by 0.12 points. Kangwoo is slightly shocked. Is that really it? Was Crucella not enough? Shoving his hands into his pockets, he thinks to himself that his stats are already quite high anyway, so anything helps. But raw power is not the most important thing right now. Excitedly, Kangwoo pulls out a glowing orb. There is something far more urgent. He quickly realizes this orb is a communication device for the Guardian group. It allows him to contact them from both inside and outside the gate. Staring at the sphere, he guesses they must have created it to prevent what happened to Alex from ever happening again. After a long silence, Kangwoo activates it and calls out, asking if she can hear him. Instantly, Gaia's holographic image appears, confirming that she can hear him clearly. She asks if he needs some help with his ongoing mission. Hearing this, Kangwoo quickly informs her that the job is already finished. Pausing slightly, he carefully delivers a far more critical piece of news. After listening very closely to his report, Gaia finally responds in a very serious tone. "Did you say seeds of rupture? I understand. I will gather everyone in the Guardian group to focus on destroying them." Hearing this, he shakes his head in disapproval, telling her not to do that. Instead, Kangwoo pitches a completely different plan to her. She should gather them all in one place. Secretly, he knows it would be crazy to destroy such valuable items. Hearing this, Gaia hesitates, asking why they would gather them, as it sounds pretty risky. "If we do that, those seeds of rupture will still exist in our world." Kangwoo glances over, seeing Echidna looking totally dazed. "Do you know what this is? It is pretty interesting." Smiling faintly, he reassures Gaia that she does not need to worry about that at all. He explains he already examined the seeds in 2 different gates, and once they are pulled out, they cannot function. Still completely confused, Gaia asks him in a puzzled tone why. Why gather them instead of destroying them outright? Should we not just shatter them to be safe? Understanding her doubt, Kangwoo explains that keeping them is actually better for prevention. Gaia still does not quite get it and stubbornly asks why. But before she can finish, Kangwoo cuts her off, telling her she needs to look at the bigger picture. He then asks Gaia if she has reviewed the information obtained from the demonic cult. Gaia immediately recalls what she saw earlier, admitting that she did, but it was all extremely complex. Seizing on this point, Kangwoo explains that is exactly why they need these seeds to study them. Otherwise, they will never stay ahead of their enemies. After thinking it over for a long while, she reluctantly speaks up, saying she understands and that he has taught her something new. After their quick discussion, Gaia gives him a solid confirmation, agreeing to go ahead with a plan. They will collect the seeds. Hearing her decision, Kangwoo is thrilled. He thanks her and prepares to move out. Spotting the dimensional portal right ahead of him, he notes that everything is settled. With the Guardian group sorted out, he approaches the portal. Now that he is out of the gate, he can finally make a call. Mid-thought, his phone suddenly rings. It is Che Yonjo. Quickly picking up, he cheerfully greets her, saying he was just about to call. On the other end, Cha Yonjo immediately screams in irritation, demanding to know why she could not reach him and warning of a massive problem. Still clueless, Kangwoo mutters a pretty dumbfounded reply. Knowing he is confused, Cha Yonjo quickly explains that traces of the demonic cult have popped up in Korea again. Realizing this is what she is talking about, Kangwoo calmly replies, asking if she means the issue in Daegu because he just handled it. Hearing this, Cha Yonjo completely loses her mind and shrieks in shock. She demands to know if it is true and how. Realizing she overreacted, she takes a deep breath to calm down. Cha Yonjo then asks what he wanted from her anyway. Remembering his purpose, Kangwoo says he has a question. She complains in irritation, noting that he only ever calls when he needs a favor. He completely ignores her annoying complaining and gets straight to the point. Without going into too much detail, he explains there are certain items with cross markings inside the gates that he absolutely needs her to collect right away. He also instructs her to notify both the Huarang unit and the Tian Demon Gate in China. Still busy searching for information while listening, Cha Yeonjo simply agrees to the task. She asks if that is all. Suddenly, remembering something, Kangwoo blurts out that Japan is included too. But before he can even finish his sentence, she abruptly hangs up on him. Left hanging, he can only sigh in frustration. After the call, his expression turns slightly pale as he recalls a memory. He really should have asked Yuri first, but that whole octopus incident held him back. Still, the current desperate situation leaves him with absolutely no other choice but to suck it up. She is simply too good of a card to play in this scenario. He dials her number, but before the phone can even ring, she immediately picks up. Kurosaki Yuri is on the line. Hearing her voice so quickly, he is completely stunned by her reaction speed. She answered before the phone even managed to buzz. Shaking off his surprise, Kangwoo quickly greets her. He mentions that it has been quite a while since they last spoke, explaining his reason for calling. But before he can even finish his explanation, she cuts in saying she already understands. Under the quiet night sky, Kangwoo speaks in a very gentle voice. Time quietly slips away as he explains his exact reason. Meanwhile, deep inside the shifting dimensional portal, explaining things to Yuri, Kangwoo makes his request. He asks her to collect 10 rift seeds planted inside the gate. On the other end, Yuri readily agrees and asks if she can raise a quick question. Delighted by her quick cooperation, Kangwoo gladly tells her to go ahead. Yuri then brings up the demonic cult, asking if he knows which specific demon they actually worship, noting her own investigations turned up empty. Hearing this, Kangwoo immediately goes on high alert, his mind racing as he tries to assess her motives. He decides it is better to pin everything on Satan. The more people suspect him, the less they will look at Kangwoo. Acting fast, he gives her the answer. He drops the name Satan, the demon of prophecy. Yuri quietly mutters the name to herself, processing the revelation before he continues speaking. Yes, he adds, that is the exact entity they serve. Yuri takes a brief moment to process this before slowly responding that she understands and will secure the 10 rift seeds as requested. Hearing her promise, Kangwoo happily expresses his gratitude. Suddenly, Yuri remembers something and speaks up, asking if he would mind answering one more question. Kangwoo calmly tells her to go ahead. She explains it is just a highly personal inquiry right as a massive bolt of lightning suddenly flashes across the sky where she is standing. At that very moment, her gentle voice asks if he has any interest in Cthulhu mythology. Kangwoo is completely off guard as he responds. Cthulhu, he asks, explaining he knows nothing about it but wonders why she asks. Yuri twirls a strand of her hair, offering a mysterious hint. She explains she researched it due to her descent skill, finding it quite fascinating and wanted his take. Being completely clueless, he casually agrees that it must indeed be very interesting. In that split second, Yuri's expression shifts into something deeply unsettling. Her face turns downright bizarre the moment those words leave his mouth. Yet on the other end, he remains entirely oblivious to her creepy reaction. Yuri suggests they discuss it further during their next talk. Just imagining a tentacled monstrosity makes him shudder, as he has zero desire to meet some creepy Lovecraftian god. But realizing these mythical entities actually exist, he knows he must gather more information. Suddenly, Yuri lets out a deeply eerie chuckle over the line. She creepily promises to call him back later. Kangwoo awkwardly agrees, a sudden cold shiver running down his spine as he hangs up. He simply cannot comprehend this bizarre woman, still bewildered by that strange octopus gift and her deeply disturbing laughter. His anxious thoughts linger long after the call ends. Either way, his trap is set. Kangwoo grins quietly, plotting his next moves. Now he just has to wait. 10 days quickly pass, bringing him to the Guardian Hall. Inside, Grace and Kim Si-hoon are waiting patiently. The moment Kim Si-hoon spots him, he calls out. He asks if he has finally arrived. Next to him, Grace greets Kangwoo. Stepping forward, he asks for an update on the current situation. Grace quickly explains that, as he can see, the protective barrier is weakening. The barrier weakens when the seeds are planted, and things would only worsen if they left them alone. Kangwoo asks in deep concern if the situation is still deteriorating, but Grace quickly reassures him that it is not. Fortunately, the entire system completely stabilized 3 days ago, allowing him to finally breathe easy. Still, she warns that they cannot afford to lower their guard just yet. She notes they only managed to minimize the damage thanks to his timely help. Hearing her high praise, Kangwoo smiles a bit sheepishly, but he still gladly accepts the incredibly warm compliment. He then asks where they are keeping the harvested rift seeds, explaining that is why he came. Grace immediately speaks up, asking the nearby companion to assist. Understanding her cue, Kim Si-hoon gently lifts Gaia up. Grace cradles her in her arms, a routine they perform naturally every day. Grace asks them to follow her. As she carries Gaia, she begins explaining their setup before they reach the destination. She explains that before they reach the rift seeds storage, she will give them a quick rundown of the Guardian Hall. Reminding them that this place is the central hub of their entire network, she points out they can access any location connected to the Guardians from right here. Gaia's proud, confident voice echoes clearly through the spacious room. She proudly notes he can return to his origin point through the same gate. Alternatively, they can quickly travel to the dormitories. They can also reach the training center or the lounge reserved for the Guardians. Gaia acts just like an excited tour guide, pointing out the various travel gates available. These gates can instantly teleport them to Japan, China, or Russia, the very places where the demonic cult regularly summons dangerous monsters. Finally, she builds up suspense to reveal their destination. Gaia pauses for dramatic effect, building the mystery before she finally speaks. She points to the gate leading directly to the vault where the rift seeds are kept. The four of them step through the portal, but she suddenly remembers something urgent and calls out. A belated warning echoes out, "Watch out, don't get blinded." The intense blinding light causes Kangwoo to panic slightly. Once his eyes adjust to the brightness, Gaia speaks up again. She casually mentions that it is currently morning in this zone. Kangwoo grumbles internally, wishing she had given that warning before they actually stepped inside. Unbothered, she continues introducing the spectacular new area, explaining it is the Guardians' secret reserve. Before Kangwoo's utterly astonished eyes, Grace proudly announces they have arrived at the Grand Canyon. Next to him, Kim Si-hoon is completely awestruck and gasps. This is incredible. Taking in the sights, Kangwoo looks back and skeptically questions the choice. He questions if the Grand Canyon is far too famous to hide a secret vault. Grace, carried along, explains that tourists only see a tiny fraction and can never access this area. With a bright smile, she announces they are heading down to the vault now. A short while later, they are walking along the trail, and of course, Grace. She is still being carried like royalty. As they make steady progress down the path, the person carrying her suddenly stops. He turns back toward Kangwoo and announces they have arrived. Kim Si-hoon looks around feeling highly skeptical, noting he only sees solid rock walls. Hearing this, Gaia suddenly giggles. She calls out, identifying herself to Guardian Yu Shin and letting him know she has arrived. Instantly, a hidden door appears before them, accompanied by a welcoming voice. Seeing the newcomer's shock, she explains that this is Yu Shin's incredible illusion magic, which absolutely no one else around here can replicate. Kangwoo is completely amazed as he finally realizes the entire cliff face was just a very clever trick. Kim Si-hoon stands completely stunned, muttering how incredible it is. While they recover from their mild shock, footsteps echo as a long-haired young man approaches. He steps forward and notes they must be the new recruits. Addressing them as Mr. O and Mr. Kim, he politely clasps his hands and offers a formal greeting. His incredibly handsome face is finally revealed, framed by striking purple hair. A man with white eyes introduces himself as Jo Jun's son. After a brief chat, he leads the group further inside. He warns them that the area is secured by his magic and wandering around carelessly could trigger the lethal defense system. Turning to face them, he also explains the progress on the dimensional crack seed research. Jo Jun's son is currently supervising the research. Walking ahead, he lets out a dry laugh, admitting they have not made any significant progress yet. He then leads the group toward a large door marked with the number 4. He stops and explains that this highly secured room is where they gather all the collected crack seeds. Having quietly followed along, Kangwoo suddenly chimed in, asking exactly how many seeds are currently stored inside. Jun's son ponders for a moment, admitting he is not entirely sure since he has never counted them himself. Still, he estimates there must be at least 100 seeds inside. Hearing that incredible number, Kangwoo's eyes instantly light up with pure greedy excitement as he begins to scheme. Over 100 seeds, realizing his reaction is a bit too obvious, he quickly covers his mouth and warns himself. No, now is not the time. Standing nearby, Kim Si-hoon asks if there is any chance the demonic cult might attack them soon. Jun's son smirks, seemingly agreeing with that very possibility. He replies that those crack seeds alone are more than enough to make them a target. Kim Si-hoon deduces that this facility must be extremely dangerous, but before he can even finish his thought, Jun's son speaks up with absolute confidence. It is fine, he says confidently, assuring everyone that his magic barrier is not easily bypassed. Even if the opponent is the prophesied devil himself. Ray quickly chimed in, explaining that while it might sound arrogant, they can absolutely trust him. Jun's son might not excel in direct physical combat, but his defensive magic is truly extraordinary. Flattered by the compliment, Jun's son smiles and claims his spells are actually quite useful in actual combat. While Kangwoo quietly wears a mysterious, plotting smirk, Jun's son does not notice at all and keeps talking. He even hopes the prophesy devil will actually attack so he can finally prove his combat abilities to everyone. As soon as Jun's son finishes speaking, Kangwoo happily chimes in. Seeing him so confident brings peace of mind, making the place feel much safer. Gaia agrees with Kangwoo, suggesting they should now head back. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, the group teleports back. Arriving at the quiet pier, suddenly, Kangwoo raises his hand with an idea. He suggests that by the time they get back, it will probably be dinner time, so they should all come over to his place to eat. Gaia is slightly shocked, while Kim Si-hoon stammers in confusion, asking if he means his actual house. Surprised by this unexpected invitation, she hesitates to answer. Gaia wants to leave, but Kangwoo smilingly interrupts, saying he gets her situation, but a simple meal once in a while is perfectly fine. Still completely hesitant and unable to decide, Gaia looks up at Ray, asking him what they should do. Hearing her question, Ray smiles and gently suggests that having a meal together once in a while is totally fine. Though Gaia is still flustered and stutters, Ray, understanding her hesitation, does his best to persuade her, saying they are only having dinner at a fellow guardian's place. He even reasons that a good leader should know how her team members live. Seeing him use such a logical trap, she can only puff her cheeks at his cheap tactics. Seeing her react, Ray tightly hugs her and rubs cheeks playfully, calling her incredibly cute. Seeing the two having fun, Kangwoo steps in to finalize the plans, then asks Ray if he is doing fine after carrying Gaia all day. Ray says he is alright, but Kangwoo acts concerned. He acts worried and suggests Ray must save his strength, pausing slightly before proposing that Kim Si-hoon take over instead. Now with Kim Si-hoon carrying Gaia, both of them instantly turn extremely red from embarrassment. They shout and Kim Si-hoon panics. Unable to put her down, he can only blush deeply. He asks if Gaia's wheelchair is still in the Guardian Hall, making her quickly cry out in agreement and tell Ray to stop laughing. Meanwhile, Kangwoo stealthily drops a strange suspicious object. After dropping it, he calmly walks over and tells everyone to leave naturally, pushing Kim Si-hoon right into the spatial portal. He casually tells Kim Si-hoon that Han Seola was really sad about not serving him kimchi stew last time. The helpless boy can only sigh while Kangwoo keeps chatting with Gaia as they walk. He hypes up their home cooking as absolutely top tier. Meanwhile, back at the research lab, Yu Ji-soo is busy examining the mysterious fisher seeds. He gets incredibly frustrated at his complete inability to decode their secrets. Exhausted, Jisoo rubs his temples, marveling at how the demon cult could ever create something so complex. Looking around the specimen-filled room, Jisoo quietly sighs with a slight sense of relief. He is glad they secured so many samples, but his mind suddenly wanders back to Kangwoo. The guy was introduced as a complete rookie who suggested gathering the seeds, yet he seems so clueless. He wonders why Gaia let a non-guardian join, but suddenly, a terrifying thought crosses his mind. Since the rookie proposed the idea, maybe he is not entirely foolish. Jisoo quickly casts his analysis spell to dig deeper. Deciding to use a more direct approach, he resolves to apply his specialized magic. Suddenly, a violent mental explosion erupts right before his eyes. Jisoo turns deathly pale, trembling in absolute raw shock. An incredibly terrifying scene unfolds before him as the sinister fisher seeds begin reacting. They gather thick dark energy together, unleashing a violent force that makes Jisoo shudder as a creepy image of Satan flashes. A pair of glowing crimson eyes stare directly at him, sending chills down his spine. Paralyzing terror grips him as he wonders how Satan reached Earth, only to suddenly realize they just made direct eye contact. Instantly, a massive magical backlash blasts Jisoo backward, sending him flying through the air. He crashes heavily against the wall, leaving him battered and bruised. Jisoo turns completely pale, realizing that the entity did not just notice him. He shattered his magic with a mere gaze, which should be completely impossible. The more he dwells on it, the more uneasy he feels, gritting his teeth in sheer frustration. There is no time to sit around in despair. Julian forces himself to calm down, realizing the attack caught him off guard. He stands up and scans the messy laboratory, his mind racing to put all the clues together. His magic scans did not detect any other forces in the area. This means Satan is raiding this bunker entirely alone. If he plays his cards right, he can take down the prophecy demon right here. Clinging to that hope, Julian quickly dashes out of the room, keeping his eyes peeled for any danger. He can manipulate countless magic spells rigged throughout the entire bunker. Pushing past another heavy door, Julian reveals a hidden control room. Stepping up to the central chair, heavy silence hangs over him as he prepares to fight. This high-tech headset combined with magic seems odd, but it is optimized perfectly for his spells. Julian suddenly remembers the stubborn elders who once kicked him out of his family. Those old fools will never understand his genius. Telling himself it is time to begin, Julian takes action. Taking his seat, he immediately begins adjusting the defense system. He raises the barrier to level 2, but a sudden bad gut feeling makes him tell the system to go straight to level 4. With the security level set, Julian slips on his visor and urgently asks the system where Satan is located. In an instant, the monitors analyze the coordinates. Meanwhile, right outside, Satan prepares to make his move. The demon smirks outside, letting out a mocking sneer. Seeing the demon casually destroy the entrance, Julian mocks him for acting like he is just taking a stroll. But Satan's dangerous smirk only widens completely, ignoring the taunt as Julian's frustration builds. Satan's arrogance is incredibly irritating. Yet sitting safely in his secure command room, Julian refuses to show even a shred of fear. Instead, Julian smirks right back, eager to see how long the demon can keep up that carefree attitude. His long, slender fingers tap the controls with expert speed. Julian declares that Satan might be the prophecy demon or the king of hell, but this is his domain. Instantly, the system triggers, deploying dozens of glowing magic circles. A system prompt flashes, initiating intruder elimination. Julian's voice echoes with absolute confidence, declaring himself the king of this battlefield. Suddenly, a thick blue mist begins to coil through the chamber. As the blue mist thickens, the system initiates its ultimate purge protocol. Glowing magic arrays crowd the air, but the cloaked Demon King stands completely unfazed, exuding a chilling, majestic presence. Julian proclaims his absolute rule over this space as the magic circles begin to charge up raw elemental energy. Small sparks of fire hiss from the arrays. The flames quickly swell into roaring fireballs, launching directly at Kangwoo. A dense purple shroud rises to wrap around him. The barrier shields him from the searing heat. Seeing the fire fail, the system instantly recalibrates to ice magic. Sharp icicles hurtle toward Kangwoo from his blind spot. The ice spears fly incredibly fast, combining with fire spells for a dual assault. A massive explosion erupts where he stands. As the thick white smoke begins to slowly clear, a glowing purple shield stands completely intact, keeping Kangwoo perfectly safe. He remains untouched and dead calm. His crimson eyes glow with intensity as he realizes he is standing directly on a massive magic seal. A colossal stone pillar suddenly erupts from the ground, launching him high. Kangwoo merely smirks, lifting his leg. His heel slams hard onto the rising stone pillar, completely shattering the massive structure. He crushes the massive stone with a single casual kick. Meanwhile, deep inside the bunker, Julian sits glued to his monitors, tracking his movements. Sweating profusely, Julian panics, repeating to himself that this is impossible. As Kangwoo continues his relentless march forward, Julian's dread begins to sink in. Those glowing crimson eyes and that wicked, smoky grin paint a truly terrifying picture. A demonic face forms from the shadows, sending Julian into a spiral of pure dread. Desperate to stop the prophesied demon Satan, he frantically searches for a countermeasure. He orders the system to raise the defenses to level 5. With his fingers flying, Julian frantically locks in the ultimate security settings. Julian growls, preparing to unleash everything he has. Meanwhile, Kangwoo continues his leisurely stroll through the deadly arrays. Mysterious glowing pillars capped with strange hat-like structures erupt from massive magic circles. Out of those pillars materialize massive beasts, completely trapping Kangwoo in their path. Hordes of summoned creatures close in on him from every magical array. Yoon-san grits his teeth, sweating heavily as rage flares in his eyes. Blood drips from his nose as he pushes past his limits. He knows overusing his spells is dangerous, but it is the only way to crush his opponent. Sensing his resolve, the giant beasts raise their massive arms, smashing down hard toward Kangwoo. Yoon-san screams, but Kangwoo calmly raises his hand, releasing a massive wave of energy. The power swells as Kangwoo crosses both hands above his head in an X shape, causing the pen of energy to violently detonate. Every single summon is instantly blown back. Watching from his control room, a panicked Yoon-seon desperately scrambles to establish a new defense barrier. Pushing the defense level to 6, he desperately calculates his remaining options while already running on absolute fumes from fighting. Facing the Guardian Golem took everything, and the system monotone voice confirms defense level 6 is now online. Magic circles charge with power as the broken golems lie scattered across the floor. Yoon-seon screams to open fire, unleashing a blast from the magic arrays. A massive blinding beam of destructive energy erupts, making evasion absolutely impossible as the pointed lance of light accelerates directly toward Kangwoo. Calmly, he crosses his arms over his chest. With a simple, swift flick of his hands, the massive beam splits in two. The split lasers trigger massive explosions in the distance, leaving Yoon-san completely frozen in utter disbelief. Clutching his chest, he trembles uncontrollably. This is pure madness. Was he incredibly foolish to think he could handle the prophesied demon all on his own? Blood pours from his nose and mouth, but he refuses to yield. Damn it. He cannot give up now, remembering his drive to prove himself to the foolish elders who cast him out. He forces the security system to defense level 7, causing a brilliant blinding light to fill the entire chamber, all to repay Lady Gale for accepting him. The 4 pillars hum with energy as the system announces maximum security mode. Desperately clinging to his fading strength, Yoon-seon vows never to give up, screaming out that if this level of power is still not enough, then he will stake his very life on it. A mysterious green mist rolls out as he prepares to summon his ultimate defensive swords. I do not think I have had enough fun yet, a voice mocks as the system screens flicker and glitch. Suddenly, a terrifying arm reaches directly out of the glitching screen, aiming straight for Yoon-san. Before he can react, the hand clamps tightly around his throat, forcing him to choke up blood. As the thick smoke dissipates, the monster standing right before him is none other than Kangwoo. Wearing a sinister mocking smirk, Kangwoo asks if he seriously thought those toys could stop him. As Yoon-sun struggles desperately to break free, Kangwoo only tightens his grip, whispering coldly that he is death, he is the absolute end. Yoon-seon's eyes roll back as his body goes limp. Kangwoo mutters that he is the father of all wrath. Remember this mortal, for he is Satan himself. Meanwhile, at a completely different location, a heavily sweating Ray carries a weak Gale safely in his arms. Damn it, he mutters. They rushed over immediately after the emergency call, but they are too late. Staring at the destroyed cave, Gale asks Ray what happened. Yoon-sun suddenly appears and bows deeply, apologizing profusely to Lady Gale for his failure. Looking incredibly defeated, the proud guardian Yoon-seon bows respectfully, admitting that he has utterly failed to protect their secure vault. He failed to protect it from Satan, but then he looks up with a burning question. Yoon-seon glares at Kangwoo and Kim Si-hoon, demanding to know where they have been. Kim Si-hoon steps forward to explain, but before he can even utter a single word, Ray quickly defends them, stating both were by their side the entire time, and Gale agrees they would never do such a thing. Hearing this, Yoon-seon looks at the two of them with deep regret for pointing fingers so quickly. Kangwoo secretly smiles to himself, absolutely thrilled that his clone magic worked perfectly, allowing him to easily pull off this elaborate deception. He recalls how his clones are only capable of performing basic everyday actions. They can eat or talk, but utilizing any real power requires the original body to physically move in tandem. Slinking away unnoticed was incredibly risky, but the entire scheme succeeded beautifully. Feeling absolutely terrible, a deeply apologetic Yoon-seon bows to offer them his sincerest apologies. He humbly apologizes to Kangwoo and Kim Si-hoon, completely unaware of the sparkling ring now resting on Kangwoo's finger. Kangwoo simply offers a gentle, remarkably handsome smile, secretly planning to deactivate his clone spell the moment they begin their journey back. Please do not worry, I completely understand why you would think that way. Meanwhile, Kangwoo thinks to himself that his disguise is absolutely flawless. He is practically glowing, confident that nobody will ever suspect him of actually being Satan, well, even though he really is not. Kim Si-hoon stammers, telling them to hold on a moment before turning to ask Julian what exactly happened to all the Fisher seeds, the ones they were supposed to guard. Julian, his face trembling with sadness, softly apologizes. Bowing deeply, Julian admits that he failed to protect even a single Fisher seed. Everyone in the room is completely shocked, but Kangwoo is the only one wearing a sinister smile. A chaotic chatter breaks out among the crowd. How could he have possibly moved with so many seeds at once? Not just one or two, but did he really take around 1,000 Fisher seeds? Worry washes over everyone in the room while Kangwoo quietly licks his lips, remembering how delicious those seeds tasted. A flashback shows the Demon King hovering in the air, surrounded by a thick, swirling haze. Inside, that blue smoke absorbing those seeds yields massive demonic power. Deep within him, the system notifies him that the seal on the 10,000 demon cores has weakened, boosting his demonic power by 3 points. As Kangwoo quietly celebrates his stats, Gaia suddenly speaks up, saying she is sorry and blaming herself for being weak. She blames her own lack of competence. Hearing this, Kangwoo looks over. Seeing Gaia clutching her hands, a sly smile spreads across his face. She feels responsible for letting her guard down and losing the seeds they worked so hard to gather. But Kangwoo quickly interrupts, saying it is not her fault alone, as everyone makes mistakes. Gaia looks up, utterly surprised by his sudden warmth. Standing tall and solemn, he says the most important part is learning from those mistakes. He asks if he is right walking forward. Even though Satan has weakened across dimensions, his threat remains real. The demon is ruthless enough to exploit Alex's obsession and take his life. On top of that, he is constantly waiting for them to let their guard down. Everyone listens intently to Kangwoo as he claims this is the exact reason they all need to step up. They must become stronger. His words leave everyone deep in thought, realizing they cannot afford to keep making the same mistakes. A sudden blazing red vision flashes on the screen as he speaks. They must grow strong enough to face the prophesied demon himself, to stand against Satan, the devil of the prophecy. Kangwoo raises his hand high, clenching it tightly into a determined fist. He calls out for them to protect the world together. They will stop the enemy's evil. Legend says that the Demon King Balzac is a name fitting for the absolute strongest demon. He ruled as a supreme symbol of terror, the undisputed king of the hellish land he governed, and he once personally overwhelmed the legendary party of heroes. But back in reality, none of that grandeur is visible right now. Instead, Balzac is wearing a bright pink apron, quietly folding laundry. He looks surprisingly cute, but internally the demon wonders how much longer he must endure this domestic humiliation. Suddenly, a dangerous gleam flashes in his eyes. He resolves to never make another mistake again. Standing up, Balzac dashes off with determination. He runs straight toward the door, shouting out for his master. Sliding the door open, he declares he tried to hold back but cannot anymore. He is determined to make his voice heard today. Oh Kangwoo looks over in confusion as Balzac, with absolute seriousness in his eyes, asks how many more times he has to repeat the same laundry instructions. He demands that Oh Kangwoo turn his socks inside out before throwing them in the washing machine. He lectures his master on how critical this detail is for the one folding them. Oh Kangwoo can only scratch his head and offer a sheepish apology. Balzac huffs, telling him to be more careful from now on. Having delivered his dramatic laundry lecture, the skeleton demon instantly brightens up again. He happily notes that folding will be much easier now. Oh Kangwoo stands there completely dumbfounded by what just happened. Nearby, Cha Yeonjo is laughing so hard she can barely breathe, finding the scene absolutely hilarious. Seeing an undead skeleton in a pink apron scold his own master about proper laundry etiquette is comedy gold. Trying to save face, Oh Kangwoo looks at Cha Yeonju and suggests they get back to their actual meeting. Wiping away her tears of laughter, Cha Yeonjo tries to compose herself and agrees to let it go. She shifts focus and brings up her initial findings. She explains that she tried investigating the demon cult, but they have not made any moves yet, though she will keep monitoring them. Oh Kangwoo strokes his chin, noting the lack of progress, and quietly contemplates the situation. The undeniable truth is that the Gaia system has weakened. He reasons that if their main goal is indeed to cripple the entire system, they should have taken some sort of direct action by now. Che Yeonjo suddenly interrupts his deep train of thought, asking if he can describe Satan's human form. She suggests starting their investigation there, especially since those cultists are staying so incredibly quiet lately. She plans to dig deeper into the demon's appearance. Hearing this, Oh Kangwoo flinches. He nervously stammers that his look probably does not matter all that much. He argues that Satan is likely hiding deep within the cult, and there is no way the Demon King would hide in Korea. Cha Yeonjo stands up, agreeing that makes sense, and says she must head out. Oh Kangwoo waves goodbye, telling her to keep focusing on the cult. He points out that locating them will make finding Satan much easier. Cha Yeonjo pulls her hood down and agrees, but as she reaches the door, she suddenly stops and turns around. She looks back to speak with him honestly. She points out that his rapid growth is abnormal and his blank history from the past 5 years is highly suspicious. Cha Yeonjo glares at him with a piercingly cold stare, wondering if he is the real demon, the prophecy devil himself, which would make perfect sense. Hearing her theory, Oh Kangwoo breaks into a cold sweat, visibly panicking. Seeing his shock, Cha Yeonju bursts into laughter, telling him she was only joking. She heads out the door, thanking him for the good laugh. She bids him farewell as she returns to work. Oh Kangwoo clutches his chest, still incredibly shaken by her surprisingly accurate joke. He realizes he completely failed to control his expression because the accusation caught him off guard. There is no way she actually knows his secret. Suddenly, the orb on the desk begins to glow, prompting him to investigate. He picks it up, wondering what is happening. Oh Kangwoo suddenly senses something strange in the air. What is happening in this peaceful place? This bizarre spatial phenomenon has just been detected in Gaia's system. An S-class gate alert triggers in Suwon, and as Oh Kangwoo steps out of the white portal, Kim Si-hoon turns around. Kim Si-hoon calls out and Oh Kangwoo asks where the anomaly is. Everyone points it out, startling Oh Kangwoo as a green crack begins to manifest in midair. A glowing green crack is tearing open a massive rift in the empty sky. Oh Kangwoo feels like he's seen this spatial rift before as it expands, making him hope his theory is wrong. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from inside the rift, catching everyone completely off guard. Kim Si-hoon and Gray draw their weapons, immediately shielding Gaia from whatever is coming. A heavy footstep emerges from the blinding rift, signaling that something is finally crossing over. Stepping through the rift is Prince Reynald, speaking in a foreign, unrecognizable language. As the prince keeps speaking this bizarre tongue, Kim Si-hoon can only stare in complete confusion. The prince tilts his head, wondering if his words are even registering with them. Reynald places a hand on his chest, asking if they can understand him now. When they ask who he is, Reynald smiles and introduces himself as the third prince of the Arnan Empire. Gaia is completely bewildered, wondering out loud where on earth this Arnan Empire actually is. Oh Kangwoo completely freezes, remembering this bastard as the pathetic hero who crawled away when he summoned Ekina. He silently curses his luck, never expecting the prince to show up here, as Reynald proudly explains his homeland of Ernor. Oh Kangwoo decides the best move is to play completely dumb and ignore everything, while Gaia openly wonders where this Ernor is, causing Reynald's eyes to flare with sudden recognition as he kneels. He drops to one knee, hailing Gaia as the goddess from another world. He declares that she must be the goddess Gaia whom Tyrion mentioned, and his sudden kneeling deeply shocks everyone as the prince extends a hand toward her, passionately calling this meeting their true destiny. As Gaia places her hand in his, Reynald looks up and declares he traveled all this way just for her. Watching this unfold, Kim Si-hoon's face darkens instantly as he stares with completely soulless eyes. He stares at them, utterly confused by the situation. Kim Si-hoon asks who he is, while Oh Kangwoo stands right behind. Kangwoo quickly slips on a mask, barely hiding his face in time as Gaia innocently asks about the continent of Airnor. With a grim expression, Kangwoo realizes he cannot hide behind this mask forever, since that bastard will eventually recognize him, making him close his eyes to ponder the prince's true motives. He wonders why the prince crawled all this way as Gray crosses his arms, questioning if he is really Airnor's hero. Kim Si-hoon grips his sword hilt, fascinated by a world where different races coexist, but Kangwoo completely tunes out their chatter as he struggles to figure out why this guy would cross dimensions while Gaia looks down at the prince, calling him Reynald. She asks why he came to Earth, and Reynald gently explains his mission is to destroy the horrific Demon King who fled to this realm. That Demon King is Balrog, and hearing that he is here to destroy him makes Gaia incredibly anxious. She anxiously asks him to clarify. Hearing Balrog's name startles Kangwoo, realizing this insane situation is quickly getting out of hand. Almost everyone around him has seen Balrog, but fortunately nobody knows that the legendary Demon King is currently living at his house. They all believe he is just some low-ranking, nameless skeleton demon, and honestly, who would ever suspect a massive creature wearing a frilly pink apron of being a terrifying Demon King? Standing behind Gaia, Kangwoo knows he must keep Balrog completely hidden. Reynald gently explains that Tyrion told him Balrog sold his soul to an otherworldly archdemon to cross dimensions, prompting a calm Gaia to ask about this entity, while Kangwoo turns absolutely pale with worry behind his mask. Reynald calls this entity the supreme ruler of all demons, carrying the legendary demonic sea, which terrifies Kangwoo as he wonders if they already know about his existence, keeping him completely silent as he hesitates to speak. Even if Reynald suspects him, Kangwoo knows he must not show a single slip-up to ensure the prince can never track his energy before suddenly throwing out a wild suggestion that shocks everyone by asking if the culprit is Satan. Kangwoo is desperately trying to redirect the blame to Satan to keep himself safe, and Kim Si-hoon quickly agrees, stating he also suspects Satan is the culprit. Hearing Satan's name, Gaia completely loses her composure, believing only he could commit such atrocities, while Reynald is surprised to learn this demon's identity as Kim Si-hoon clenches his fists, admitting they cannot be completely certain. He explains that only Satan fits the description of a peak archdemon, which secretly delights Kangwoo, while Reynald rests his hands on his thighs, declaring that meeting Lady Gaia is indeed his true destiny, as the prince bows deeply, admitting he cannot defeat the Demon King alone. But if they join forces, they can crush him together, especially since he is the direct disciple of the hero god Tyrion. A golden light erupts as the prince vows to protect Gaia at all costs. Gaia remains quiet for a moment before nodding. Reynald stands a brilliant golden light erupting from his body and shocking everyone. Gaia instantly senses this familiar holy energy, and a gentle smile plays on her lips. She realizes exactly what is happening. Kim Si-hoon stands nearby, looking completely lost. This is a divine revelation, Gaia happily explains. She looks up to the heavens, stating that the hero god Tyrion has asked her and Reynald to work together. Their mission is to wipe out the demons on Earth. Turning to Reynald, she admits she is unsure about destiny, but meeting him feels like a true blessing. Touched, Reynald places a hand over his heart with a warm smile. No, he says, this is our destiny. As Gaia and Reynald share a joyful laugh, Kangwoo stands right behind them, completely unamused by their display. He crosses his arms, wondering what to do with this newcomer. Reflecting on the past, he knows for a fact that Reynald is an apostle of God. He is a reliable ally to Gaia, unlike that crazy lunatic Alec, which means getting rid of him won't be easy. Plus, he cannot keep wearing his mask forever. Seeing Kim Si-hoon looking incredibly gloomy, Kangwoo lets out a quiet sigh. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spreads across his face as he recalls a memory. He remembers Reynald's absolutely pathetic defeat from before. He remembers Reynald writhing on the ground in pain while his companion Venna cried, begging him to spare her master's life. But now this guy has the nerve to show up and immediately try to steal Kim Si-hoon's first love right in front of him. With a highly sinister look, Kangwoo realizes he has absolutely no choice but to step in and handle this. Reynald glances over at Kangwoo, completely unaware of the dark thoughts brewing inside. It is not because he is scared of Reynald recognizing him. If he does nothing, he would be a terrible older brother to Kim Si-hoon. He is doing this purely for his bro. Meanwhile, Reynald and Gaia continue chatting away happily, completely ignoring what Kangwoo is planning. Reynald suddenly looks over and wonders about the guy standing in the back, noting he does not look like a servant of the goddess. Gaia proudly introduces him as a new recruit to the Guardians, praising his exceptionally righteous heart. Smiling warmly, Reynald steps forward to greet him, introducing himself as the hero. Kangwoo secretly slips an earpiece into his ear. For the sake of his brother, he does not mind playing a little dirty. Putting on a bright smile, he politely replies that it is a pleasure. He introduces himself as Kangwoo, but internally he is telling Kim Si-hoon to trust him, because that smooth talker is about to get punished. The scene shifts to the training room inside the sanctuary, where Kim Si-hoon looks around in wonder. He never expected the Guardian Sanctuary to have such a massive facility. Gaia mentions that since Kim Si-hoon has been busy closing gates, he probably never had the chance to visit. As Kangwoo stretches his limbs, Kim Si-hoon speaks up with a slight hesitation in his voice. He asks if it is truly okay to work with Reinald. Kangwoo calmly assures him everything is fine, especially since Reinald requested it. A quick flashback reveals the moment Reinald proposed starting their operation the very next day. He wanted to track down Balzac. If Balzac had truly become a pawn of Satan, they could use him to find the Archdevil. Gaia had lowered her head, admitting they had absolutely no way of tracking the rogue demon Balzac, let alone the massive demon cult he leads. But Reinald did not blame her at all, confidently claiming he had a foolproof method to locate the target. Gaia gasped in disbelief at his words, and a sudden brilliant golden aura began to radiate intensely from Reinald's entire body under the golden sunset as he smiled. Once a day, when the sky turns to gold, he explains, he receives a divine revelation from Lord Tyrion detailing Balzac's exact location and actions. Grace stood nearby, crossing her arms in sheer amazement at the thought of him having such a powerful ability. Gaia was thrilled, pointing out they could map out the entire structure of the demon cult. The room buzzed with excitement as they planned their strategy over the next few days. They agreed to spend the next few days carefully analyzing these revelations to fully understand the cult's movements. When Reinald asked if there was a quiet, secure space nearby where he could receive his visions without any outside distractions, Gaia warmly offered him a spot at her sanctuary. She assured him they had plenty of vacant rooms, and with a polite nod, he gladly accepted her proposal, saying he would do exactly that. Kangwoo remains quiet, remembering Reinald's request to be left completely alone until his next vision. Suddenly, a streak of bright, fiery energy begins to swirl directly around Kangwoo's hand. He announces that he wants to test something, leaving the others curious. Within seconds, the flames condense into a blazing weapon, the demon sword. Graham is fully unleashed. Kangwoo wants to see if they are truly ready to face Satan. Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoon stares at Reinald, looking deeply discouraged by his companion's incredible power. Kim Si-hoon mutters about how much of a difference a divine blessing makes. Noticing his brother's downcast eyes, Kangwoo steps in to lift his spirits. He tells Kim Si-hoon not to feel insecure at all because he carries the powerful soul of the martial god. If Reinald can do it, so can he. Kim Si-hoon smiles, his confidence completely restored as he grips his sword tightly and agrees with his brother. Resting his heavy sword on his shoulder, Kangwoo smiles, noting this might be their very first time. Kim Si-hoon lets out a soft chuckle, admitting that is actually true. Kangwoo then turns to Gaia, asking her to step back for safety with her companion. Grace asking her to see if she can detect any divine energy from Kim Si-hoon similar to Reinald's revelation. Gaia happily complies, realizing why she was invited to watch, while Kangwoo secretly smiles, knowing that is definitely not his real reason. His real goal was simply to get everyone away from Reinald for a while. Touching his hidden earpiece, he prepares to use a special communication device. It allows him to contact his summons across massive distances using pure thought, a handy invention courtesy of Balzac. On the other end, Balzac is wearing the exact same device. Kangwoo reaches out through their mental link, and Balzac quickly answers with deep respect. With the connection secure, Kangwoo turns his focus back to training. The duel officially begins. Kim Si-hoon dashes forward like a bolt of lightning, his blade ready to clash. Meanwhile, Reinald sits with his hands clasped in prayer as a bright golden light envelops his body. He feels the divine warmth of Tyrion's energy surging through his veins, ready to receive his daily guidance. But just as the vision begins to form, his eyes snap open in absolute horror at what he sees. A girl is locked in an iron cage hanging high. Bolts of lightning strike her cage as a hooded figure stands laughing, telling her to scream louder. He wants her cries of agony to echo so loud that someone hears them. Inside the cage, the weeping girl screams in pain. The demon laughs mockingly, knowing his location is now completely exposed through the apocalypse. Inside the metal cage, a terrified little girl desperately screams for help as fierce crackling lightning bolts strike down from the heavens right onto her prison. Agnan slams his fist down in pure rage, standing up to demand what Vanzak is doing. Vanzak laughs mockingly at the sight of Agnan's fury, asking if he actually believed Tyrion's divine protection or Gaia's servants would change his fate. He demands to know if the hero has forgotten who he is, leaving Agnan to grit his teeth in pure silent rage. The villain stands tall, loudly proclaiming that he is the great demon king Vanzak. He warns the hero to come alone if he wants the girl saved. Oddly enough, Vanzak is wearing a cute pink apron. With the cage sitting empty on the ground, Vanzak cradles a baby girl in his arms. The little girl pouts with chubby cheeks, looking completely miserable about being held by him. Talk about uncomfortable. It turns out this baby is actually the formidable Akaina in disguise. Vanzak tries his best to soothe her, urging her to endure it just a bit longer since Agman will arrive soon. However, she pouts miserably, muttering that she absolutely despises the hero. Vanzak quickly warns her that she must not show her true feelings under any circumstances. Right at that moment, a brilliant beam of light flashes down like lightning from the dark night sky. If the hero suspects even a single detail, their entire plan will be completely ruined. The dazzling golden light streaks down, landing directly in front of the waiting Vanzak. As the smoke clears, a furious Agnan stands revealed. The savior has finally arrived. Agnan grimaces at the sight while Echina begins to scream. She screams wildly, begging the hero to save her. Tears stream down Echina's face as she continuously screams for help while Vanzak tightly cradles her in his arms. Vanzak laughs, asking the hero if he wants to save this little girl, while her teary eyes reflect Agnan's silhouette. The demon taunts him to attack. Gritting his teeth, Agnan demands Vanzak get away from the child. Vanzak scoffs, mockingly questioning why he is so furious over such a tiny, insignificant life. Agnan tightly grips his sword, pointing it directly at the bastard. Furious Agnan calls him a bastard as a glowing magic circle manifests around Vanzak. Vanzak summons his fearsome undead army to rise. Swarms of heavily armored zombies begin crawling out of the magical portals. Death Knights emerge, ready to tear survivors to shreds. He orders them to tear the living apart and drink their blood, using their blades to slaughter those humans. Hearing the command, the screeching undead soldiers immediately charge forward to kill Agnan. Agnan stands his ground, gripping his sword even tighter, disgusted that the fiend would kidnap a child. The girl looks so small and fragile that even a light touch could break her in half. Infuriated, Agnan charges forward like a flash of lightning. Massive explosions erupt in his wake as Agnan tears through the battlefield. Suddenly, several armed zombie soldiers jump in to block his path. Agnan swings his blade, obliterating the obstacles in a burst of dark energy. Vanzak watches the carnage from afar, laughing at how easily his opponent is baited. Vanzak laughs, admitting he never imagined he would have to deal with this hero in another world. Seeing Agnan's incredible power, a worried Echina asks if he can actually defeat him alone or if she needs to help. Vanzak confidently scoffs, reminding her that he once made Erno tremble in fear. Echina just glares up at him skeptically, asking if he can actually win this battle. He admits that defeating the hero won't be easy because Agnan is still a powerful warrior blessed by Tyrion. He notes that the fight would have ended long ago if she weren't acting as a hostage. Vanzak then casts a spell, transforming himself into a long, fast beam of light. Having received immense power from his master, Vanzak prepares to launch his ultimate assault. Agnan strides toward him, but a skeletal hand suddenly erupts from the ground. The hand grips Agnan's ankle, stopping him in his tracks. Taken by surprise, the hero struggles to break free. Vanzak tells Echina to stay back as two zombies drop from above to ambush Agnan. Blood splatters in the dark. A deep shadow envelops the entire battlefield. Unless something unexpected happens. Out of nowhere, a mysterious voice calls out, urging his child to wake up. On a cold stone slab and naked dying, Agnan silently apologizes to Tyrion for his failure. Agnan confesses that he made a huge mistake, especially since Vanzak gained even greater power after becoming Satan's loyal servant. The mysterious entity gently responds, asking how wanting to save a child could ever be considered a mistake. Recalling a tragic past fire, Agnan falls to his knees, weeping over his inability to protect both the innocent victims from before and this fragile girl now. Above him, a glowing golden feather gently drifts down. The voice reminds him of their very first meeting when he vowed to save everyone and live for the weak. Tyrion then manifests, lifting up the stone slab where Agnan lies. Tyrion asks if dying here would be a shameful end to his heroic path. The deity instills new strength into Agnan, reminding him that the girl is still waiting. Agnan's eyes snap open, startling the undead soldiers as Tyrion gives his final command. Even if the price is staggering, I must do this for my child. Above, a brilliant golden light pierces the sky, washing over Arnon with divine energy. I grant you my strength. Golden wings burst from his back and Arnon takes flight into the heavens. With those radiant wings, faith in the light is restored. Vanzak grows anxious. Finally, the battlefield begins to shift in an unusual way. This is a real pain, Vanzak mutters to himself as he watches Arnon hover high up in the sky. His wounds are completely healed, and he radiates a terrifying golden aura. Did he just receive the power of Tyrion and awaken as a true hero? Half of his body is shrouded in heavy smoke, which is never a good sign. No matter how you look at it, this spells disaster. Suddenly, Arnon vanishes, leaving the demon completely stunned. Where did he go? Vanzak wonders, looking around wildly, only to realize his opponent is already right behind him. Arnon appears instantly from behind, delivering a heavy strike that sends Vanzak flying. He holds Echina in one arm as she screams out. Smiling through tears, Arnon gently holds her close, whispering that he feared he would never be able to protect her. Tyrion's blessing is truly a miracle, but Echina glares up at him with pure hatred, furious that he dared to touch her. How dare he touch her with those filthy hands? Annoying thoughts echo endlessly in her mind as her gaze shifts, contemplating whether she should just kill Vanzak herself. A voice speaks in her mind, urging her to calm down before she exposes their true identity and ruins their master's plans. She reins in her temper, bowing politely to thank Arnon for saving her while he gently tries to comfort her. With the ropes undone, Arnon warns her that Vanzak fled toward the canyon, promising to finish the demon off before returning. He takes off into the sky in a flash, leaving Echina to watch him fade into the distance. Once he is gone, she quietly adjusts her communication device. Pressing the receiver, she calls out to Kangwoo, asking if he can hear her. Meanwhile, a series of massive explosions rock the rocky cliffs. Vanzak is completely battered, bruised, and left sprawled out on the ground. He looks up in despair at Arnon hovering above him. But Arnon is exhausted too, his eyes growing heavy as the bar of power fades. Tyrion's energy is wildly unstable. Realizing he has hit his absolute limit, Arnon decides he has to end this fight as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Kangwoo shouts from below, calling out Arnon's name as the hero looks down in surprise. Landing softly, Arnon apologizes, explaining that Vanzak took a hostage and he did not have time to call for help. Kangwoo acts incredibly surprised to hear about the hostage. With his golden wings completely vanishing, Arnon weakly reassures him that everything turned out fine in the end. Thanks to the god's blessing, he managed to protect the girl. Kangwoo asks if he is alright or needs help, while Arnon silently rubs his head, unable to hear Tyrion's voice anymore. With his energy completely depleted, Arnon believes everything will be fine now that his trusted ally is here to help finish off the demon. He looks back toward Vanzak and asks Kangwoo for a small favor regarding the kidnapped girl. Exhausted but determined, Arnon asks Kangwoo to find and protect the child while he recovers and finishes off the remaining threat. But before the hero can even finish his sentence, Kangwoo drives a blade straight through Arnon's back. Talk about a brutal betrayal. Arnon gasps in utter shock, turning around slowly to look at Kangwoo in absolute disbelief. Peeling off his mask with a cold sneer, Kangwoo brushes his hair back, telling the dying hero to go play savior in some other world. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a fierce clash of steel as Kim Si-hoon and Kangwoo trade furious blows. Both warriors hold their weapons tight, locked in a deadly duel. Kim Si-hoon lunges with a devastating strike, but Kangwoo reacts instantly to block the heavy blow before unleashing a massive counter-swing that forces his opponent entirely backward. Though pushed back by the heavy impact, Kim Si-hoon manages to recover his stance in midair. He begins gathering massive energy around his blade, his eyes filled with intense focus. He summons a massive glowing phantom dragon forged entirely of raw, concentrated energy. Even suspended in mid-air, the rookie is capable of unleashing such massive energy. But Kangwoo refuses to back down, drawing his sword to meet the incoming strike. Kim Si-hoon charges forward with lightning speed, the spectral dragon roaring right alongside him. He unleashes the full might of his attack directly at Kangwoo's position. Even if the beast is just an illusion, the impact tears up the arena. A massive explosion echoes across the field, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that completely blocks the view. But Kangwoo suddenly bursts from the smoke, firing bright red arrows everywhere. Kim Si-hoon manages to deflect them, but one razor-sharp projectile still grazes his cheek, drawing blood. The unexpected counterattack leaves him completely stunned. Kim Si-hoon lands back on the ground amidst the swirling dust, while Kangwoo remains entirely unfazed by the exchange. Kangwoo stood there, his blade wrapped in dark red energy, thinking to himself that he had only wanted a quick spar to snap his friend out of it. But now it seemed the kid had completely surpassed John Mujin. He quietly analyzed the power and energy radiating from his opponent. If the kid kept growing at this rapid pace, he would soon stand toe-to-toe with the 7 archdemons of hell. Meanwhile, despite his severe injuries, Si-hoon's face remained deadly serious as he grinned wildly, eager to see where his current limits truly lay. Show me your power, Kangwoo. With that thought, he instantly unleashed his hurricane divine power. Violet energy swirled around his blade like a raging tempest, his face alive with pure excitement for what was next. But then a voice crackled through his earpiece, calling out to Kangwoo, asking if he could hear her. His expression softened as he glanced toward the receiver, letting out a confused hum. He asked Echidna what was wrong. On the other end, she panicked, pleading for help because Balrog was currently being hunted down by Xenon and might actually die. Distracted by the call, Kangwoo let the energy on his sword fade, leaving Si-hoon standing opposite him in total confusion. In his head, Kangwoo processed the news: Balrog was being hunted. He told Echidna to wait there while he went to check on it, standing still as he activated his sensory skills to locate them. For now, he would use his monitoring ability to see through the eyes of his summoned creature. Through that link, he clearly saw Xenon standing with a gripped sword. It felt incredibly strange. Balrog had grown much stronger through their contracts, so how could he possibly be losing to this so-called hero? Right then, the hero's sword slammed hard into the earth, triggering a massive, earth-shattering blast. The violent explosion blew back everyone standing in the vicinity, yet he remained completely unscathed. Something was definitely off. Not letting his targets catch their breath, Xenon glared with sharp, deadly eyes quickly, lunging forward at an unbelievable speed. What on earth was happening? How did that hero get so strong so fast? Echidna was just as confused, explaining that a sudden light appeared before he suddenly powered up. Kangwoo watched as Xenon unleashed a relentless barrage on Balrog. Each swing packed devastating force, yet the demon barely managed to dodge every strike. Though Balrog avoided getting hit, Kangwoo was deeply shocked. Had that hero actually awakened because he received some kind of divine blessing? Echidna asked what they should do and if she should step in. Kangwoo made a quick call, tell her to hold position until he arrived. If this kept up, he might actually lose Balrog. Yet, amid this tense situation, he noticed a ridiculous cute rabbit design on Zenon's shirt, leaving him momentarily speechless. Why on earth would anyone wear that into battle? It was a risky gamble, but he had no other choice. He immediately withdrew his aura, which Si-hoon quickly noticed. With a calm smile, Kangwoo suggested that Zenon had likely received the revelation by now, so they should wrap up this duel and go hear it. Si-hoon gasped, realizing how late it had gotten, while Geo readily agreed it was time to go. Beside them, Geo nodded. With that, Kangwoo and Si-hoon headed out, but Si-hoon suddenly stopped. He stopped, wondering where Zenon disappeared. Kangwoo immediately played dumb. Check this out, pointing out a deep footprint stamped into the ground. Si-hoon found it highly suspicious. It looked like he used some high-speed vibration footwork to rush off somewhere. Pointing at the trail, he prompted Kangwoo, who was actually the mastermind behind the whole setup, to calmly play along. Cursing under his breath, he claimed the demonic cult or Balrog must have lured him away, stamping his foot down with heavy force. He activated his super speed skill to shoot forward as fast as possible. Si-hoon called out in panic, while Gaio also felt a wave of confusion over what was happening. Kangwoo yelled back for Si-hoon to stay with Gaio. Talk about a close call. Though his face showed deep worry, he felt incredibly relieved that his old gamble had paid off. Back in the present, Kangwoo slowly pulled his blade out of Zenon's chest. He muttered that he had almost lost Balrog for real. Then, looking down, he casually remarked that he doubted anyone reading this webtoon would ever mistake Zenon for the main character. As the sword slid free, Zenon collapsed in agony, clutching his bleeding chest. Coughing violently, he stared up, unable to believe Kangwoo had betrayed him. Before he could finish, Echidna ran out, cutting him off to ask Kangwoo if she could come closer. Zenon's eyes widened in sheer panic, screaming for the kid to get back because that man was too dangerous. Echidna glared at him with pure disgust, snapping back that Kangwoo was a million times better than him. Ignoring the hero entirely, she turned to cling affectionately to Kangwoo, complaining about feeling dirty after Zenon pretended to be nice, begging him for punishment. This sent Zenon into deep shock. Kangwoo warned her that Gaio and Si-hoon would arrive soon, so she needed to leave. Zenon barely heard them, his eyes locked on Kangwoo's back as horror washed over his face. Was this a nightmare? Surely he was just seeing things. But Kangwoo's next words instantly crushed any desperate denial. Turning to his summon, Kangwoo asked Balrog how his injuries were. The demon let out a low cackle, groaning that it wasn't a scratch, but he could still move. Hearing that name, Zenon gasped. Kangwoo told Balrog not to be stubborn and to leave with Echidna. Balrog nodded obediently, acknowledging him as master. Zenon reeled in shock. They were all in on this together. Even the little girl, watching them converse so casually, he suddenly realized the terrifying truth. Only one entity could command Balrog like this. Straining to turn around, he weakly demanded to know if Kangwoo was actually Satan. Maintaining his perfect composure, Kangwoo asked what on earth he was talking about. He reached up, placing his hand over his mask. He scoffed, asking if Zenon was comparing him to some evil demon trying to destroy the world, calling the accusation downright hurtful as he pulled his mask off. Zenon's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He screamed in absolute disbelief, asking if he was truly the master of the dragon demon. Seeing his target finally connect the dots, Kangwoo flashed a sinister, mocking smirk, looking down at him like he was the biggest idiot alive. He called him incredibly slow on the uptake. Broken Zenon flew into a furious rage, screaming in agony. He roared, asking if that devil had been playing him like a fiddle this entire time. He tried to draw his sword, but a sudden surge of blood choked him, freezing his body mid-motion. His brow furrowed in intense pain as his knees buckled, sending him crashing to the floor, coughing and spitting up dark blood. Kangwoo squatted down, thoroughly amused by the pathetic sight. Clucking his tongue, he told him not to push his luck with a body full of holes. He placed a hand right over the gaping wound, adding that he was being punished for trying to live such a comfortable, easy life. He confessed to feeling slightly guilty, claiming he had no real ill will toward him. But things were just too complicated, and while there might have been a cleaner way, his hands were tied. Supporting the dying hero's body, he joked that if Zenon knew his plight, he would willingly sacrifice himself. Even while shivering uncontrollably, Zenon spat out a final curse, calling him a complete bastard. He decides he must warn Kangwoo immediately, but just as Kim Si-hoon and the rest arrive to ask if he found Zenon, a sudden event interrupts them. Before they can even finish asking about Zenon, a blood-curdling scream cuts them off. It is Kangwoo, leaving everyone stunned as Kim Si-hoon turns pale. Fake shivering, Kangwoo cradles Zenon's lifeless body, shouting in mock agony. Gaia can only listen, growing more terrified as Kangwoo looks up at the sky and dramatically screams out to Tyrion and Gaia. He screams out in absolute despair, demanding to know why Zenon's life had to end so cruelly. Hearing Kangwoo's agonizing and desperate questions makes Gaia's heart race with overwhelming, suffocating tension. She covers her mouth in utter disbelief, wondering how such a tragedy is even possible. Rei is left completely speechless, while Kim Si-hoon stands entirely frozen, staring blankly at Zenon's cold corpse. With a pale face, he is in complete shock. Kangwoo pretends to be ridden with guilt, apologizing for suggesting the duel and arriving late. Not knowing the truth, Gaia gently comforts him. Kim Si-hoon softly calls out to Kangwoo to comfort him. However, deep down, Kangwoo remains completely indifferent. Out of their sight, a truly chilling and sinister smirk slowly spreads across his face. He thinks it is never his fault when there is a perfect scapegoat like Satan the devil who used dirty tricks to trap them. He will take the blame for murdering Zenon. Everything, including the small doll, is unfolding according to his master plan. Kangwoo snickers at how easy it is to pin everything on Satan, deciding it is time to wrap up the show. He dramatically mutters about the fading light, prompting Gaia to ask Rei to put her down. She sighs that they have lost yet another hero. Rei nods silently and helps Gaia over to Kangwoo, who gently reminds her that this is not the end. Placing her hand on his shoulder, she tells him to look at the sky. Though blind, she knows countless stars are still lighting up the darkness. Like glowing stars, she says, as the group looks up at the beautiful night sky. She reassuringly tells them that as long as there are noble heroes fighting to protect this world, the light will never vanish. But on the inside, Kangwoo is completely speechless and cringes hard. He silently mocks how incredibly cheesy her speech is, but swiftly plays along by forcing out a fake dramatic tear. Shedding a single fake tear, he agrees that the light has not faded, clenching his fists with a look of pure mock determination. He declares they cannot let it fade while privately celebrating his successful deception as Gaia nods in absolute trust. She covers her face and continues to sob. Kangwoo secretly sighs with relief. There is no longer any risk of his identity being exposed, and the Guardians trust him completely now. He figures this is just a natural reward for all the good deeds he has done. Kangwoo keeps basking in his own self-righteousness. He tells the group they need to head back and hold a funeral for Reinald. But before he can even finish his sentence, the sword suddenly erupts with golden energy and floats up, catching everyone off guard. A voice echoes from the blade as a giant figure appears, pointing the sword straight at them. He roars in absolute fury, his eyes flashing with a blinding white light. Who dared to harm his child? System alerts flood. Kangwoo warning him of the hero god Tyrion's immense wrath. Tyrion points directly at his face, demanding to know who did it. Who killed his child? This catches Kangwoo completely off guard. This makes no sense at all. He panics, remembering he had already checked and confirmed the connection between Tyrion and Reinald was completely severed. He had even put on that big crying show earlier, calling out to Tyrion and Gaia. He remembers begging Tyrion to answer why Reinald had to suffer. He had only said that to provoke them, but now the god had actually showed up. Gaia frantically begs Tyrion to calm down, but he angrily demands to know who killed Gaia's child. He asks if they know who killed his son. Suddenly, an idea flashes in Kangwoo's mind and his eyes light up. Wait, does the god really not know who killed Reinald? He stares closely at Tyrion, who is desperately looking around for his child. If he really does not know the exact details, then the worst-case scenario has been avoided. Calculating his next move, Kangwoo quickly drops to one knee. He claims that Demon King Balzac killed Reinald. But Tyrion immediately rejects this, saying that if it were Balzac, he would have felt it. Thinking fast, Kangwoo quickly changes his answer. Squeezing out a fake tear, he claims that the killer must be Satan. Yes, it must be that evil demon, he thinks secretly, grinning at how easily he can exploit this situation. Hearing this, Tyrion's voice grows heavy. He demands confirmation once more, asking if that vile demon truly took his child's life. Tyrion grinds his teeth in pure fury. He spits out the name with sheer hatred, Satan, Satan. He lets out a thunderous roar, directing his absolute rage towards Satan. Kangwoo internally celebrates. Blaming Satan is working like a charm. Tyrion speaks once more. He stares directly at Kangwoo, asking if he was the one who fought that demon. Kangwoo confidently replies that defeating Satan is their absolute ultimate duty. Tyrion is still slightly skeptical, asking if he can really be trusted. But Gaia steps forward to vouch for him, assuring the god of his worthiness. She claims, Kangwoo deserves the hero title more than anyone, especially after how deeply he grieved Reinald's death. Hearing this, Tyrion asks for the name of the child who wept for his son. He reveals his name is Kangwoo. Tyrion holds the sacred sword out before him, telling him to take up Reinald's blade. This is Delaine, a holy relic containing his divine power. Tyrion promises to bestow all of his power upon Kangwoo, even if it costs him his life. The system immediately sounds a loud warning, detecting a major shift in the area. Suddenly, Tyrion is struck by a bolt of lightning as a warning for his divine intervention, leaving the onlookers in absolute shock. They scream in horror for Tyrion. Kangwoo is just as stunned, wondering what this mysterious system actually is. It seems even gods face heavy restrictions here. But more importantly, Tyrion is offering him power despite risking his own life. Kangwoo shouts out, raising his voice to subtly provoke Tyrion's resolve. He pleads that they cannot lose a hero like him, asking why a great god would sacrifice themselves for mere mortals. But Tyrion grits her teeth firmly, declaring her decision is final. Having achieved his goal, Kangwoo smirks inwardly, knowing reverse psychology always works on headstrong gods. Sure enough, Tyrion hands the legendary sword Delaine directly to him, telling him he is truly worthy. She says he deserves this because he was the first to weep for her child, urging him to accept it before she completely fades away. Kangwoo squeezes out fake tears while secretly celebrating this absolute jackpot of a win, boldly taking the sword and swearing on the sacred name of Gaia that he will not let Reinald's death be in vain. Once the divine power fully integrates into his body, Kangwoo makes a dramatic declaration. He vows to save this world by slaying Satan and all of his wicked subordinates. Right then, the system alerts him that he has received the hero god's blessing, followed by a grim notice that Tyrion has perished due to excessive interference. Before vanishing, her final message urges Kangwoo to use her power for justice. The companions call out to Tyrion in panic, but she simply closes her eyes, accepting her fate. Through their fading connection, she begins to sense his innermost self. She feels his drive, his sheer determination, and then a massive surge of demonic energy. Tyrion's eyes snap open in absolute terror, realizing something is horribly wrong. Demonic energy. She looks around in complete bewilderment at the thick, suffocating darkness. This is the demonic sea. Tyrion gazes up at him in dread. She asks in disbelief, demanding to know if Kangwoo is the master of the demonic sea. He only smirks mockingly, whispering that both she and Reinald realize it far too late. Tyrion screams in pure rage, calling him a bastard and realizing she just handed her power to a demon. Kangwoo simply sneers, asking whoever forced her to choose him in the first place. She was simply foolish enough to hand it over. Summoning countless demonic hands, he binds her tight and tells her not to be too sad. After all, he still promises to kill Satan. Tyrion struggles, wildly screaming that if he isn't Satan, then who is he? She desperately threatens to warn the Archangel Michael about his true identity. Kangwoo couldn't care less, telling her to shut up about Michael and just hand over the rest of her power. As darkness consumes Tyrion's eyes, the legendary sword in Kangwoo's hand suddenly begins to violently vibrate. Its pure energy starts to reject him, throwing the others into a panic. They desperately cry out his name. Kangwoo grits his teeth, thoroughly annoyed by the agonizing pain. It feels as if she is intentionally destabilizing the energy to keep him from absorbing it. Realizing this is her final struggle, he looks at the troublesome blade in frustration, as this power is completely different from anything he has handled before. Since he cannot easily control it, an idea suddenly strikes him. He decides to unleash his ultimate devouring ability. The authority of predation will force it to submit. The system immediately warns him that this foreign mana cannot be stably converted into demonic energy, asking if he still wishes to proceed. Kangwoo doesn't give a single damn, ordering the system to just go ahead and do it. The system begins converting Tyrion's divine power into raw demonic energy. It processes the shift, forcibly purging any incompatible elements from his body. Meanwhile, Kangwoo lets out a painful roar as excess energy erupts outward. Ray sees this and tries to rush forward, but Kim Si-hoon quickly grabs him. He warns Ray to stay back. Ray asks why in confusion, but Kim Si-hoon remains firm. He explains that Kangwoo is currently undergoing a massive physical transformation, shedding black blood to purge toxins. If anyone touches him now, it could cause irreversible damage. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is writhing in pain internally, grumbling that his blood was already black to begin with. The agony is unreal, and he wonders why no one is casting a healing spell. Gaia anxiously asks if they can do anything to help, but Kim Si-hoon immediately objects, claiming the wounds are just part of the body restructuring itself. He insists that healing magic is completely unnecessary. Hearing this, Kangwoo wants to scream that this idiot is dead wrong, but he lacks the strength as Kim Si-hoon clenches his fist, declaring they must simply cheer him on. Ray reluctantly agrees despite his deep worry. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is left begging in silence for a single healing spell, but his consciousness quickly fades away without receiving any comfort at all. Damn it. Soon after, the system floods him with notifications. His demonic energy has increased by 4 points and deeper paths in the demonic palace have been unlocked. However, he must fulfill the conditions of the demonic mind to activate them, as his stats have reached their current limit. A few days later, a sudden rift tears open in a mountain canyon and a sharp-clawed bird foot emerges. 3 terrifying bird monsters step out into the open. Scanning their surroundings, Gaio takes a brief look around before speaking up, confirming that this must indeed be the Earth that Lucifer mentioned. Massive mountain ranges stretch before them with a silver river shimmering beneath the moonlight. After assessing the area, Gyeok notes that he can clearly sense Tyrion's energy on this planet, concluding the god must be dead. Hampa scoffs, stating that the demise of a lowly god is of no concern to them. Phoenix nods in agreement, adding that what truly matters is finding out who killed him. He asks if they should track down the culprit, as Gyeok picks up a handful of soil, muttering about the rumors of this world. Gaia's children will surely know something. Halphys excitedly asks if they can slaughter them while their leader claps, his hands declaring that since they are children of a rival god, killing them is fine. Phoenix looks worried, questioning if Gaia is a high god. Malphys sneers mockingly, asking if he fears the power of that half-dead god. Phoenix immediately denies it, prompting Malphys to urge them forward. Then let's go. Halphys flies ahead, casually giving his thoughts, admitting that the fact they managed to kill Tyrion is actually pretty impressive. The demon grins, coldly chiming in as they proceed. If they weren't impressive, we wouldn't be looking for them. In Malphys's mind, a fierce, sinister image of Satan flashes, knowing he will be a massive asset to Lucifer's grand design. It has now been a full week since Jen died at the hands of the merciless Satan. The Guardians put aside their deep grief to focus on their mission, but get this, our hero is about to receive an unexpected task. Slaying gate beasts and saving the world is their primary duty, but currently Kangwoo sits down with Gaia, questioning her request. Why does she want him to head to South America? With a heavy heart, Gaia nods, confirming that survivors do remain. She explains that the local natives there are constantly under attack by vicious monsters. Even though they sent reports to America begging for help, the native tribes are highly scattered and there just aren't enough forces to deploy. She explains that is why she wants Kangwoo and Kim Si-hoon to accept this rescue operation. Kangwoo ponders quietly, thinking this task doesn't sound very appealing to him. Yet he has no other choice. Feeling slightly annoyed, he curses inwardly, knowing that since the demon cult remains completely quiet, he has absolutely nothing else to occupy his time. His leveling progress has hit a complete wall, and he desperately needs to satisfy the conditions for his demonic soul. But with no demons nearby, he grumbles that he should have kept that old Manchurian commander alive. There is a decent chance the monster raids are linked to the demon cult, so it is worth investigating. Kangwoo finally agrees and accepts the task. Gaia immediately expresses her deep gratitude. Since this is an official meeting, she promises to arrange a flight for them before quietly asking Kangwoo for a small favor regarding the guardian Kim Si-hoon. Lately, the boy seems completely drained of energy, so she asks Kangwoo to check on him. Slightly stunned, Kangwoo thinks of Kim Si-hoon, who is currently locked inside the training room, as the system announces the start of Tier 2 training. Kim Si-hoon grips his sword, standing in the dense haze. Before long, the system automatically initiates Tier 3 training, summoning a massive wave of virtual laid monsters. They aggressively swarm forward to strike him down, but Kim Si-hoon quickly leaps into the air, lost in deep thought as he repeatedly spins and slashes through the monsters. Yet Kim Si-hoon feels absolutely no joy, finding himself utterly disgusting. He is suddenly reminded of the night his mother held him tightly, repeatedly crying out her apologies, saying she was so sorry for bringing him into this cruel world. Kim Si-hoon felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, utterly hating himself because he could not push those painful words away. Back then, he had wept bitterly in his mother's arms, though he doubts she still holds those thoughts today. Perhaps she does not even remember saying those words at all. Back in the present, Kim Si-hoon lunges at the simulated monsters while criticizing his own weakness, knowing this strength is not something he earned on his own. These achievements were not forged by his own hands, since he was merely saved by Kangwoo. Still, he harbors a deep ambition, wanting to become strong just like Kangwoo, yearning to rescue those drowning in the same agony he once endured. Only then could he confidently move past the dark shadows of his childhood. Suddenly, his sword hand freezes, and even though he easily slays the monsters, his low self-esteem tells him he will never measure up. Kim Si-hoon recalls the recent battle, the devastating day Jane was brutally killed by Satan. Seeing that corpse, the primary emotion he felt was a disgusting sense of relief. It makes him sick to think of Gaia and Jane, as he had been incredibly anxious, watching the two of them admitting his own jealousy. Kim Si-hoon silently curses himself, appalled that he felt relieved by the death of an ally. He curses his own shallow, selfish nature. Right then, the system flashes a notification that he cleared Tier 3, officially ending the training. Kim Si-hoon stands frozen, staring into empty space, wondering how someone so flawed could ever hope to become like Kangwoo. But mid-thought, a very familiar voice echoes behind him, calling out Kim Si-hoon's name. Startled, the young man turns to find Kangwoo standing there, asking what brings him by. Kangwoo calmly responds that he has something to discuss with him. Smiling, he suggests they head somewhere a little more relaxed. After talking things through on the rooftop, Kangwoo finally understands what's going on, realizing that Kim Si-hoon's brutal training regimen is his way of trying to overcome his past trauma. Kim Si-hoon nods and Kangwoo asks if he really despises himself that much just for feeling relieved that a rival is gone. Kim Si-hoon hangs his head in deep shame, admitting he cannot easily overlook his own ugly thoughts since he genuinely wants to be a savior, just like him. He wants to break free of his past, but fears a selfish person like him can never reach Kangwoo's level. This makes Kangwoo feel quite guilty, thinking that if Kim Si-hoon is selfish, then he himself would have literally danced on Jane's corpse while laughing maniacally. The irony of being called a savior is almost too funny to handle. Oh, Kangwoo lets out a heavy sigh, thinking what a complete fool Kim Si-hoon is for wanting to be useful to everyone. To get past his trauma, to Kangwoo, that is the naive mindset of a low-rank errand boy who knows nothing about the real world. It is something he will never understand, yet he reaches out and pats Kim Si-hoon's head, realizing he has grown a bit soft. Kangwoo proudly praises himself for softening up. Even if it was just for a fleeting second, he comforted Kim Si-hoon. Getting patted leaves Kim Si-hoon completely stunned, softly calling out his name. But Kangwoo is so lost in self-satisfaction that he aggressively rubs the kid's hair anyway. Forgetting all cold calculations, Kim Si-hoon blushes bright red in pure embarrassment and yells out, asking what Kangwoo is doing. Kangwoo just chuckles to himself. Honestly, this warm feeling is not bad at all. He then turns on his heel. Waving his hand for Kim Si-hoon to follow, the confused kid asks where they are headed, and Kangwoo replies they are off to save lives. Without wasting any time, the entire team heads to Venezuela. Deep in South America, the locals are absolutely terrified as an injured little baby cries out. He screams in pain until a soft hand touches him. Resting lightly on the boy's stomach, a warm golden light begins to glow. The brilliant light instantly soothes the child's suffering. Seol-ah cradles the baby close warmly, telling the parents that she has healed his wounds. They can safely take him home now. Watching the mother and child embrace, Kang Tae-soo happily praises her incredible healing powers, completely amazed by her work. She smiles modestly, expressing how relieved she is to at least be of some help. Suddenly, both of them look toward the tent entrance, realizing that Kim Si-hoon has finally made it back. Walking into the tent, Kim Si-hoon awkwardly scratches his head, feeling incredibly shy and embarrassed by all the praise they are throwing his way. Calling him the group's great hero only makes Kim Si-hoon blush harder as he begs them to stop using that embarrassing title. Seol-ah playfully laughs and points out that he has literally saved hundreds of lives over the last few days. If he isn't a hero, then nobody is. But Kim Si-hoon modestly insists that he only managed to guide the locals thanks to everyone else's hard work. He truly believes the real credit belongs to the vanguard, specifically those stationed at the very edge of the dense forest. Those brave warriors are fighting off waves of vicious monsters to protect the refugees. Right now, Master Cheon Mujin and Cheon So-yeon are busy slaying beasts. Wiping his blade, Mujin asks his daughter where they should head next while she keeps her eyes glued to the map, quietly telling him to wait. Meanwhile, Gu Hyunmo of the Hwarang Guild and the Red Rose Guild's Cha Yeonjo join forces to eliminate the threat. This alliance is working tirelessly to uncover clues about the demonic cult's recent movements. High above, Kangwoo asks Echidna on his back if she can sense any traces of the cult nearby. She scans the area intently but detects absolutely nothing, leaving him slightly disappointed and wondering if they should search north. Back at camp, Kim Si-hoon insists that Kangwoo's group are the true heroes, while Kang Tae-soo clenches his fist to remind him that he is right there with them. Kim Si-hoon just laughs awkwardly and quickly changes the subject, mentioning that the American forces should be joining them tomorrow. He asks if anyone has reached Kangwoo yet, but right at that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly calls out his name. He turns around immediately, recognizing the voice of the village chief. But as he takes in the horrifying sight before him, his expression suddenly darkens with dread. The terrified chief is sprinting for his life as a dark energy orb floats right behind his head. It is a sinister purple orb. Hounded by this relentless force, the chief screams out in pure agony. Begging Kim Si-hoon to save him, his voice is cut short. That cursed purple sphere ruthlessly swallows the chief's body whole. Kim Si-hoon completely freezes on the spot, utterly paralyzed by the sudden horror. Finally, snapping back to his senses, Kim Si-hoon charges forward with everything he has got. He screams out in denial, unaware that 3 more purple orbs are heading his way. They are targeting him. He notices them at the last second, but there is absolutely no time to react. A massive energy explosion erupts, sending dirt and shattered rocks flying in every direction. Shielding his face, Kim Si-hoon urgently yells to ask if everyone is all right. Right then, a sinister, unfamiliar voice echoes through the dust, questioning if that is actually a human. Another voice agrees, claiming they can clearly sense a god's divine energy radiating from his body. Kim Si-hoon glares at the newcomers in shock, demanding to know who they are. Out of the thick rising dust, a squad of monstrous bird-like demons led by Jiron slowly emerges. Horrified, Kim Si-hoon gasps, realizing they are demons. The brutal aftermath of the blast leaves the poor villagers injured. They struggle to rise through the thick smoke. Covered in wounds, they cry out in agony. Some scream that they cannot see, begging for help. High above, three massive, colorful eagle demons, one red, one yellow, and one green, loom majestically in the sky. Terrified villagers shriek for salvation. Standing in front, Kim Si-hoon draws his blade and glares upward. The ominous energy radiating from these creatures feels identical to the power he sensed before. His mind flashes back to that masked figure, with a terrifyingly twisted smile. It is the same sickening energy he felt from Satan himself. Recognizing this, Kim Si-hoon stammers out, realizing they are demons. Up above, the massive red eagle looks down and speaks. The beast sneers, guessing that Kim Si-hoon must be one of Gaia's direct descendants. Kang Tae-soo and Seola rush over, with Seola calling out in deep concern. She asks if he is alright, but Kim Si-hoon quickly turns and warns his teammates to stay back. Right in front of them, the lead eagle demon summons a swirling orb of destructive purple energy into its claw. The demon gloats that they only need to capture this boy to locate the incarnation of Gaia. Coldly, the massive bird declares that the rest of them are completely useless and must be eliminated. It hurls the deadly energy blast straight at them. The eerie purple light surges towards Seola, paralyzing her on the spot as she freezes in absolute terror. Frozen in place, they can only watch the orb fly forward. But then Kim Si-hoon stomps his foot hard against the ground, lunges ahead, and draws his sword. He slashes directly forward, slicing the dark energy sphere completely in half. A massive explosion erupts, catching Han Seola and Tae-soo in the blast as they scream. Kim Si-hoon whips his head around, urgently shouting their names. "Get the villagers out of here," he commands. Han Seola and Tae-soo look up at him, hesitating for a split second. Kim Si-hoon's face is incredibly tense. Looking at the enemy ahead, he warns that they are facing real demons. He promises to buy some time so they can link up with the military. Tae-soo yells back, asking how he can fight alone. Han Seola gets the plan. She grabs Tae-soo's massive hand, promising to evacuate the villagers and return with backup. Right after, she drags him away, shouting for everyone to follow her to safety. Han Seola directs the crowd to stick together, asking the uninjured to carry the wounded and keep moving. Meanwhile, Tae-soo looks at Han Seola with a deeply confused expression, calling out to his sister-in-law. They barely run a few meters before the golden eagle demon swoops down toward them with terrifying lightning-fast speed. The beast raises its sharp claws toward Han Seola and Tae-soo, mockingly asking if the fools really thought they could escape. The golden eagle glares like a bloodthirsty monster, locking its eyes on its two running targets. He asks them where they think they are running to. Luckily, before the attack can connect, Kim Si-hoon rushes in to block the devastating blow. His blade clashes with the monster as he slides across the dirt, stopping right in front of the golden eagle. Kim Si-hoon glares up, tensing his muscles to prepare for another strike. "Your opponent is me," Kim Si-hoon declares. Furious at having its prey snatched away, the golden-feathered eagle screeches in rage. It instantly begins manifesting a massive wave of energy. It unleashes a barrage of black energy orbs, laughing mockingly as they rain down. On the other side, Kim Si-hoon fights with everything he has, desperately parrying every single incoming blast. The bird demon looks down at his struggling prey, telling Gaia's contractor to struggle a bit more. Things are looking grim for Kim Si-hoon as several energy spheres graze past him, leaving deep cuts on his arms and legs. With wounds covering his limbs, Kim Si-hoon struggles. Above him, the golden eagle hovers in the air, roaring. It laughs mockingly at his pathetic state. The monster mocks, asking if this is really all the strength Gaia's contractor has to offer. On the ground below, a heavily wounded Kim Si-hoon drops to one knee, barely holding himself up with his sword. The golden eagle sneers, asking where all his fighting spirit went. Kim Si-hoon is completely spent, sweat pouring down his face like rain. He looks over at the other two red and green eagle demons standing nearby, realizing he stands absolutely no chance against them. Crossing its arms, the green demon asks what they should do with the ones escaping. The red demon coldly replies that they do not matter since they only need Gaia's contractor. Hearing this, Kim Si-hoon remembers the warm smiles and happy tears of the villagers he saved. They have thanked him from the bottom of their hearts, telling him they would all be dead without his help. Kim Si-hoon never planned or wanted to be a hero, but their words of admiration keep echoing in his head, calling him their true savior. The villagers had promised to support him, and a kid even said he wanted to grow up just like him. Kim Si-hoon bitterly thinks it would be better for the kid to admire movie heroes instead. He then recalls his childhood when his mother held him tight and sobbed. She apologized for bringing him into such a cruel world. Kim Si-hoon thinks of himself as a pathetic coward, still paralyzed by his own trauma and unable to move past his painful history. While he is lost in his thoughts, the massive eagle demon begins forming another devastating energy sphere in its hand. The monster sneers, declaring that this is the end. Kim Si-hoon stares directly at the glowing orb, fully aware of the danger. The golden eagle raises his arm high and the sphere expands, crackling with destructive power. The demon challenges him to see if he can survive this attack. Still struggling to hold his ground, Kim Si-hoon looks up, finding his own thoughts strangely calm. With a bloodthirsty glare, the golden eagle brings his hand down, unleashing the blast. He commands Kim Si-hoon to struggle until his final breath. Meanwhile, the red and green demons watch from the sidelines, completely unbothered. The green one asks what they will do if Gaia's contractor dies. The red demon touches his face, expressing clear disappointment in Hanta's slow progress. As the devastating ball of energy descends, Kim Si-hoon grips his sword tightly. He forces himself to stand, realizing he might have one last shot. Gripping his sword with both hands, he looks at the falling orb, unsure if he can pull this off. Facing the impending destruction, a faint smile appears on Kim Si-hoon's face. He tightens his grip on the hilt and prepares to swing, wishing to become strong. He wants to be just like Kangwoo. Closing his eyes, Kim Si-hoon prepares to swing, visualizing his mentor. He admits he doesn't fully know who Kangwoo really is or what his past was like. All he knows is that Kangwoo saved his miserable life when he was struggling in the dirt. Kim Si-hoon snaps his eyes open and his pupils vanish, replaced by a brilliant blue glow. He tells himself that he won't run away. With newfound resolve, he swings his sword, carving a straight path forward. The slash slices right through the energy sphere. What seemed like a simple cut instantly erupts into a massive, powerful wave of sword light. A system notification pops up, announcing that he has successfully inherited the legendary skill Holy Dragon Strike. Completely caught off guard, one of Hanta's wings and arms are instantly sliced by Kim Si-hoon's powerful strike. The demon gasps in sheer disbelief. Suddenly, a searing pain shoots through Hanta's severed arm and wing, forcing his eyes wide. His eyes widen in a mix of surprise and excruciating pain. Before the monster can even figure out what just happened, Kim Si-hoon grips his sword and charges at him like a bullet. The other two bird demons scream for Hanta to move, but Hanta just stands there dazed, realizing he didn't even feel his arm being severed. He touches his bleeding shoulder, utterly humiliated to suffer such a disgrace, especially in front of his comrades. Snapping out of his shock, Hanta quickly swings his remaining arm to swat Kim Si-hoon away. He tells Kim Si-hoon not to make him laugh, his voice dripping with pure rage. How dare a mere human do this to him? But Kim Si-hoon doesn't back down, charging with insane speed and unleashing a flurry of powerful strikes. Hanta tells himself that he is much faster than any human, dodging Kim Si-hoon's relentless slashes while analyzing the attacks. He convinces himself that the human's blade is slow and that he can clearly read every single movement. He realizes the boy is incredibly weak and easy to counter. He watches Kim Si-hoon charge forward in pure desperation. Stabbing wildly with his sword, the demon looks down on his struggle. How did I lose to Halfaz so quickly, unable to react while staring helplessly at the blade before me? Will I really die by a human's hand, he thinks in pure horror. His trembling eyes reflect the glowing blade he had just mocked. Just as Halfaz braces for the end, a furious scream rings out. Another demonic eagle lunges forward, striking Kim Si-hoon hard from behind with a devastating surprise attack. Kim Si-hoon is sent flying. Halfaz gasps in surprise, realizing it is Phoenix. Phoenix glares at Halfaz, demanding what he was doing struggling against a pathetic human. He tells the wounded demon to find Malphaz and heal his pathetic self. Halfaz shuts his mouth in fear and quickly flies off, leaving Phoenix alone with a heavily injured Kim Si-hoon. Phoenix lands on the ground, pinning Kim Si-hoon's legs with his massive claws as he begins to speak. Even if she is dying, a high-ranking goddess's servant is still useful. Kim Si-hoon screams in absolute agony while the demon looks down on him with cold, dark eyes. Raising a single finger, Phoenix summons countless glowing orbs of dark energy. How dare a mere human defy us, he sneers. The dark spheres shoot forward, piercing straight through Kim Si-hoon's broken body. His agonizing screams echo as more projectiles tear directly through his legs, leaving him completely helpless. Phoenix's brutal torture leaves the young hero writhing and seizing in absolute agony. Malphaz watches from afar, remarking that Phoenix has completely lost his mind. Once he finishes, you will take over the hunt for Gaia's incarnation. Halfaz bows respectfully in agreement while nearby Phoenix continues his maniacal assault, conjuring endless deadly spheres. The orbs lock onto the dying boy below. Looking up, Kim Si-hoon curses his own pathetic weakness as his vision starts to dim. Fading fast, his mind screams that he does not want to die. He hoarsely whispers Kangwoo's name, desperately hoping for a miracle. He hates himself for wishing to be saved so desperately. Above him, the rain of deadly energy descends to end his life. He swore he would never run away again, but the brutal outcome remains the same as barrage after barrage batters his body. Lacking the strength to defend himself, his mind drifts back to the horror of seeing innocent people turned to stone. He remembers Kangwoo's agonizing screams when their comrades were slaughtered right before their eyes. And now, it is his turn to slip away as the last of his life force completely drains. While the attacks rain down on him, his fading mind laments his complete helplessness. Suddenly, a familiar shadow streaks past, unleashing a massive shockwave that shakes the area. The violent explosion erupts right behind the three demonic beasts. Caught completely off guard, Phoenix whips his head around in utter disbelief as a single tear rolls down Kim Si-hoon's cheek. The young swordsman can only weep in his broken state. Across the battlefield, thick clouds of smoke and dust completely mask the area. From the shadows, a blurry figure asks who told him to go fight all by himself. Kangwoo's chilling glare and low voice send shivers down any spine. He calls the boy a fool, muttering that surviving such horrific injuries is nothing short of an absolute miracle. Blood pools heavily around Kim Si-hoon's battered frame on the ground. Yet looking at these horrific wounds doesn't make Kangwoo angry or sad. He feels absolutely nothing. Kim Si-hoon lies mangled and bloody, covered in deep gashes. To Kangwoo, the kid was just a valuable asset he highly appreciated. Now he slowly walks over to the fallen warrior, taking one calm step after another. Facing the three towering demons blocking his path, he continues to speak coldly as he advances. He wonders why the boy ordered everyone else to flee while staying behind to face these monsters alone. Even if Kim Si-hoon died right here, the grand plan would not change. Stepping over the bloody body, he asks if he was just trying to play the cool hero. The surrounding demons sweat nervously under his oppressive gaze. Kangwoo reminds himself that the boy was only nurtured to be a useful subordinate down the line, a mere pawn on his chessboard. Barely breathing, the broken swordsman struggles to speak. "Did you get cocky just because people started calling you a hero?" Kangwoo asks. The pawn was never worth more than this, and yet losing him almost feels like a waste. Furious at almost losing a valuable piece, he approaches the boy. Grabbing Kim Si-hoon by the collar, he lifts him off the ground. The boy gasps out a weak apology to his brother. But Kangwoo simply screams in his face, demanding why he did not just run if he could not win. He calls him a brainless fool. The more he speaks, the more Kangwoo's dark energy explodes, his eyes shifting into a terrifying glow. "You swore to protect everyone and conquer your past," he yells. "This pathetic display does not make me angry. Is this your grand strategy, playing the brave hero only to die in the dirt? Who will even remember you when you are gone?" Interrupting the lecture, the blue demon steps in, telling the human that he has said enough. Still highly irritated, Kangwoo warns him to get lost if he wants to live. The demon scoffs, but before it can finish its sentence, Kangwoo cleanly severs its head with a single lightning-fast strike. The remaining two demons watch in absolute horror as Phoenix stammers. "We are still having a conversation here," Kangwoo mutters coldly. A sharp glint of light dances across his blood-stained blade under the dim sky. Glaring up, he tells them to shut their useless beaks. Glowing magical threads begin stitching the wound shut, unleashing a potent regenerative power. This healing energy slowly helps Kim Si-hoon regain some of his strength. Lying injured on the ground, the young warrior weakly mutters an apology. Without even turning around to face his injured ally, Kangwoo coldly tells him that they will talk later, urging him to focus entirely on resting for now. He rubs his forehead in frustration, letting out a heavy sigh. Gritting his teeth, he barely holds back his growing rage, muttering about how incredibly annoying this is. He violently stomps on the green-feathered beast's carcass, letting out a savage roar. The spectating bird demons watch in absolute shock as the red bird panics internally. How could a mere human defeat Felix in one single blow? Meanwhile, far away in a grand castle, Enzo slowly approaches Lord Lucifer's throne room. Kneeling before his master, Enzo bows deeply with absolute respect. Enzo reports that the gateway to Earth is finally open and ready. Sitting proudly on his grand throne, Lucifer praises the news, though his expression suddenly turns incredibly serious. Enzo shares his anxiety with the demon lord, wondering if the Satan on Earth might actually be a fake. He admits he has never laid eyes on the real devil, making it impossible to tell the real ruler apart from a clever imposter. Desperate for answers, he asks his lord if there are any specific physical traits that could help identify the true king of hell. Lucifer scoffs, claiming no sane demon would ever dare impersonate that absolute monster. Still, he agrees to share the details, painting a vivid picture of the Dark Lord's terrifying features as they speak. He describes a terrifying figure cloaked in pure black, hiding behind a blood-red mask and driven by nothing but wild, chaotic instinct. Lucifer warns Enzo to tread very lightly, advising that if he ever encounters him, the very first move is crucial. He points to his own eyes, instructing Enzo to immediately verify the stranger's gaze. A bit hesitant, Enzo asks for clarification, prompting Lucifer to explain that while Satan and a few rare demons possess pitch-black eyes, they harbor a terrifying secret. In moments of pure rage, those eyes will glow with an unsettling deep darkness. Lucifer's warning is clear: if those eyes shift, run for your life. Back on Earth, Kangwoo suddenly looks up, his gaze shifting to a sinister demonic red. Crimson pupils surrounded by pitch-black sclera. Enzo refuses to believe this human is the real Satan. Suddenly, a massive strike flies straight toward him, forcing him to react. He wonders if this is just some rare demon taking the devil's form. Overconfident, he decides he will simply beat him first and ask questions later. But while his mind wanders, Kangwoo is already right in front of him. Enzo attempts a heavy stomp to crush him, but the human's movements are impossibly fluid. He is utterly blindsided by the sheer mind-boggling velocity. Infuriated, Enzo screams in outrage, but Kangwoo ignores the shouts and presses the attack. He launches forward, forcing the demon to desperately block the oncoming assault. Enzo conjures a glowing orb overflowing with dark energy. This is a devastating power granted directly by Lord Lucifer, a destructive force capable of completely obliterating everything in its path. Enzo can barely believe his eyes as his opponent effortlessly blocks Lucifer's divine power with his bare hands. He stands frozen in absolute disbelief. Talk about an insane level of disrespect. With a sudden counter, Kangwoo sends the massive energy sphere hurtling into the sky. Stunned, the demon curses, while Kangwoo calmly raises his hand. With a soft touch, he detonates the sphere, sending a massive shockwave directly into his target. The condensed energy pierces straight through the demon's formidable body. An overwhelming wave of power completely tears him apart. Glancing back, Kangwoo cold-bloodedly warns the red demon that he is next. Terrified, the red demon screams out desperately, questioning why his subordinate failed to keep the human down. Ignoring the cries, Kangwoo closes the distance instantly, delivering a deceptively light blow. The beast crashes backward onto the ground, desperately begging for forgiveness. It pleads for its life, but Kangwoo just casually asks what 1000-7 is. Utterly baffled by the bizarre math question, the demon asks what he is even talking about. Before it can even process the words, a sharp blade plunges deep into its chest, spilling fresh blood. As dark blood pools on the stone floor, Kangwoo reassures his terrified victim that he won't ask too many questions. He then calmly repeats the simple math problem, waiting for an answer. Sobbing in absolute terror, the demon shrieks 993. But Kangwoo simply demands the next number, leaving his captive utterly confused. Before it can comprehend, another agonizing strike rains down from above, causing it to scream in agony. Shrieking out 986, the demon desperately keeps subtracting by 7 as its tormentor coldly commands it to keep going. It gasps out 979, but with every correct answer comes a brutal slash or a shower of agonizing magic. The numbers dwindle painfully down to single digits until the broken beast shrieks out 6 as its final answer. After both of its wings are sliced off, he calmly notes that it was a good answer. Still keeping his hand on its head, he says they have done enough practice. Tears stream down its face as it asks what he means by that. He replies that the real punishment is only beginning and starts presenting a math equation. Let p of x equal 0 and q of x equal 0 have 7 and 9 distinct real roots respectively. Set A contains pairs x and y, where p of x times q of y equals 0 and q of x times p of y equals 0, with x and y being real numbers. Given that set A is infinite and B is a subset of A where x equals y, the number of elements n of B varies based on p and q. Find the maximum value of n of B. Hearing this insane question, the creature bursts into tears and screams in horror. Just then, two trembling hands slowly rise up. Kim Si-hoon has finally regained his consciousness. The bloodstains and terrible wounds on his body completely vanish into thin air. Sitting up, Kim Si-hoon mutters that it was a valuable lesson. He realizes he almost lost control of his own mind because of the annoying thoughts cluttering his head. To a demon constantly plagued by intense desire and emotion, such complicated thoughts are extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Kangwoo holds up a mirror to check himself, noting that his explosive anger during combat is fading. Fortunately, the whites of his eyes have returned to normal, meaning he will be fine. A sudden thought strikes him that Satan Guy actually seems pretty similar to himself. Having a resemblance to that pathetic demon of prophecy feels almost insulting. He casually walks over to the golden bird demon, currently lying defeated on the dirty ground. He plants his foot firmly on the creature, telling it that it cannot just sleep there. He demands to know who they are and if they serve Lucifer. The golden bird asks in absolute panic how he could possibly know that. This confirms Kangwoo's suspicion that Lucifer has successfully regained his former strength and created new subordinates, subsequently sending them down to Earth to carry out his plans. It seems Lucifer has given up on his fight against the angels and is now targeting Earth, which presents a major headache. His thoughts continue to spin as he tries to process this troubling development. He points a finger behind himself with a completely relaxed expression, demanding to know what their purpose is on Earth. When the bird says it cannot speak, he asks if it wants to end up like its dead friend. The red bird trembles and blurts out the answer to the math problem. The golden bird panics and screams that it will talk. It quickly confesses that their goal on Earth is to find Satan, which leaves Kangwoo standing there in absolute shock. He wonders if Satan is actually on Earth. Broken by the intense torture, the demon quickly gasps out their real reason for coming to Earth. Hearing that they came to find Satan, he is utterly bewildered, wondering if the real Satan is truly on Earth. He stomps hard on the demon's open wound, demanding to know more. The demon stammers out that the hero god Tyrion was recently slain by Satan in this world. Because of this, Lucifer ordered them to find Satan and ask him to form an alliance. Kangwoo lets out a sigh of relief, realizing they are actually talking about him and that he got worried for nothing. However, he quickly realizes that the world believes Satan is the one who killed Alex, and also Tyrion's apostle Zenon. He had almost forgotten that he pinned those kills on Satan, but it worked out perfectly. He asks how much they actually know about this mysterious Satan. The demon replies that they know very little other than him, building a faction to grow stronger and wage war against Gaia. Kangwoo smirks mischievously, asking if that is really all they know. He realizes he can use this misunderstanding to his advantage and immediately activates his dominant demonic power. His energy erupts as he boasts that they do not just know very little, they actually know absolutely nothing at all. The demon is completely baffled by his words, staring in utter confusion at his sudden, overwhelming transformation. It is hard to believe this man could be Satan. Why would the peak of evil protect Gaia's servants and attack them instead? Before it can think further, Kangwoo thrusts his hands forward, threatening to pluck out its useless eyes. The demon clutches its face, screaming in agonizing pain. Feeling his horrifying magic, insane behavior, and seeing his red mask, the demon realizes this man really is Satan. It curses its own stupidity for not recognizing him sooner. As the demon grovels before him, Kangwoo calmly asks what Lucifer wants from their proposed alliance. The demon says Lucifer mentions seizing the sea of demonic energy, which leaves Kangwoo deeply surprised and highly intrigued. He grins, realizing the foolish Archduke actually wants to target him. He wonders if Lucifer has forgotten who he is after their past battles. Despite suffering heavy losses against the 7 Archdukes in the past, he was the one who emerged as the ultimate victor. Raw strength alone was never enough to defeat them. He grabs the demon by the neck, shouting about how useless Lucifer is for knowing so little. He laughs mockingly, questioning why Lucifer thinks he created the demonic cult. He boasts that the sea of demonic energy is already his and absorbing it completely is only a matter of time. He asks if Lucifer is an earner, and the demon quickly confirms. Kangwoo grins, declaring he is sick and tired of this world anyway. With that, he flings the terrified demon far away into the distance. The severely wounded demon lies completely defeated on the ground. Kangwoo coldly demands that the demon warn Lucifer that he will personally lead his clan and the demonic cult to war, driving the terrified creature to beg Lord Satan to reconsider. Summoning a glowing sphere of raw power, Kangwoo issues another chilling threat. He demands the demon tell Lucifer that he's Satan, is officially declaring war while secretly plotting for the 2 rival factions to tear each other to absolute shreds in the coming chaos. A dark dimensional portal suddenly tears open in the air. Before stepping through, the demon warns him that he will regret this, but Kangwoo calmly asks if he needs his remaining arm ripped off before he finally gets lost. Even as he retreats into the spatial portal, the demon desperately screams back at Satan and his cult, warning that they will soon regret every single thing they have done today. Highly amused by the empty threat, Kangwoo laughs out loud, silently urging him to deliver the message. Letting one escape was necessary to pass Satan's message along, and now he can sit back and reap the rewards. With a smirk, he immediately unleashes the power of his authority of greed, activating his deadly Death's Finger skill. In an instant, the demonic corpses are dragged down into a dark vortex. Kangwoo sighs wearily, wondering just how many more souls he needs to trigger his demonic evolution. Right on cue, a system notification flashes, confirming the first requirement for his evolution has been met. His magic power surges to 130, weakening the system level cap and raising his maximum limit to 79, effectively reaching the 8th stage of his awakening process. Feeling an incredible torrent of raw power surging through his veins, Kangwoo watches as more system alerts pop up. The path deeper into the Great Demon Palace has widened, further expanded by the supplementary souls harvested through his death skill. His face lights up with absolute satisfaction, realizing that absorbing those high-tier demon souls was exactly the breakthrough he needed to satisfy the difficult conditions. Grinning with excitement, he eagerly checks what this new 8th stage of awakening actually offers. The flashing system details reveal his 8th awakening stage as completely unspecified, set to unlock only when his total magic power hits 130, making Kangwoo groan because this exact same annoying scenario happened back at stage 6. But hey, at least his level cap has finally been pushed higher. He deeply reflects on this massive win, as the cap he previously thought only Gaia's guardians could raise has been shattered by his demonic evolution, leaving him to focus entirely on hitting that magic power goal of 130. This gives him the perfect window while waiting for Lucifer to take the bait, knowing the Archduke will go mad, trying to reclaim the ultimate power source from Satan, forcing the entire demon cult to make their move. And all he has to do is hide behind the Guardian's banner to reap the profits. The only real variable is what happens when Lucifer discovers the truth, but that is barely a concern, since Lucifer is still convinced that Satan was the one who destroyed Tyrion, making him silently thank the fallen heroic god. Tyrion prepared for his own death, giving up all his power, so Kangwoo could avenge his fallen apostle Zenon, and even as a dying hero, he still spread the prophecy of the demon god Satan, proving he sacrificed everything until the very last. And the thought almost moves Kangwoo to tears, mockingly declaring that he will never forget such an ultimate sacrifice from a true champion like Tyrion. A pair of heavy, blurry eyes slowly blink open to see Kangwoo standing nearby, asking if he is awake. Seeing him, Kim Si-hoon gasps out Kangwoo's name in absolute shock, but Kangwoo quickly warns him to stay still since he is not fully recovered, silently noting that while resurrection magic easily heals wounds, it cannot cure deep fatigue or internal organ damage. Crossing his arms, Kangwoo asks why he kept charging into battle like a complete idiot instead of waiting for a proper chance to retreat and then hold them off. What if I had not run into Layla in time? Kim Si-hoon struggles to stammer an explanation, but before he can finish, Kangwoo cuts him off, accusing him of always trying to impress everyone by constantly rushing into danger all by himself, and tells him to stop playing the tragic victim by constantly blaming himself for everything. Naturally, this blunt reality check makes Kim Si-hoon blush with deep embarrassment, quietly calling out Kangwoo's name. He mutters that Kangwoo seems different today, but Kangwoo just smiles and asks if that is true. Just then, Chae Yeonju and the others come rushing over, frantically shouting to ask if Kangwoo is okay. He is surprised to see Ray and Grace arrive, with Grace immediately asking if Kim Si-hoon is doing alright after the sudden demonic attack. Approaching them, Kangwoo explains that Kim Si-hoon's injuries have fortunately improved and that he personally eliminated all of the demonic threats, but he remains deeply curious as to why Grace has shown up here while nearby Cha. Yeonjo tenderly check on Kim Si-hoon, and Mujin steps in to explain that he was the one who contacted her after uncovering suspicious traces of the demon cult before hearing about the attack on the dragon's sword. Mujin replies that the very object she was looking for has finally arrived. It was found wedged inside an altar, prompting So Yeon to complain about how heavy it is, but Kangwoo ignores her completely, focusing only on the item she is holding and wondering if it is a fissure shard. Noting the lack of dust on its pristine surface, he realizes it was recently placed, knowing So Yeon never bothered to clean it on her journey over. While he is lost in thought, she keeps begging for help, crying out his name. Even as Johnson calls to him, Kangwoo remains deep in contemplation. This means a member of the demonic cult was recently nearby planting a fissure seed. Baekwaeon suddenly chimes in. The monsters near the altar are far more aggressive than usual. She thinks the seed is driving them wild and causing them to attack Kim. Kim Si-hoon, currently healing his wounds, chimes in. If that is true, they would have attacked Se-ha's village as well. Se-ha quickly agrees, saying she feels the exact same way. Even though the others share this theory, Kangwoo has a completely different take. He points out that the demons they just fought have nothing to do with the fissure seed, the monsters, or the summoning altar. It is not something Lucifer's underlings could pull off. The demonic cult has already made its move. While he is lost in thought, Chae Yeonjo snatches the loot from Johnson's hands, declaring she will carry it as Baekwaeon speaks up with a cold, detached tone. Considering there is more than one summoning altar, a massive summoning ritual is likely about to take place just like before. Hearing this, Kangwoo actually starts crying, tears of joy, cursing to himself. Damn it, where has the demonic cult been hiding all this time? While he is scratching his head, trying to raise his magic stat to 130, they thoughtfully prepare a grand 3-course feast like this just for him. The system window clearly displays that his 8th awakening stage is currently locked and unknown. It will only be unlocked once his magic stat reaches 130. Kangwoo was absolutely thrilled, thinking to himself that they never disappoint him. This is no time to praise the useless garbage that the bastard Zenon left behind, but nothing beats them constantly handing him free upgrades. The great demonic cult has delivered. The ones he truly must serve are none other than them. Praise the great leader of the cult, he absolutely must worship them. Seeing his current expression, Chae Yeonju can't help but feel disgusted. She frowns, thinking to herself, here he goes again. Gaia speaks up deeply, worried the dark cult. Ray quickly asks what they should do next, wondering if they should head straight to the summoning altar. Gaia hesitates to answer, but Kim Si-hoon, hearing them mention his name, quickly stands up and firmly declares that he is completely fine. Gaia quickly objects, saying it is far too dangerous. Hearing this, Kim Si-hoon stammers, unsure how to respond. Ray immediately interrupts, suggesting they take more time to analyze the enemy's strategy and request support from other nations. Kangwoo responds, warning Gaia that if they give the enemy any time, things will get far worse. They must strike as quickly as possible. Gaia says she understands, but before she can finish, he cuts her off. He says he knows her fears. She is terrified they will die at the hands of the demons, just like Zenon and Alex did. But if we fear death, we will never be able to protect anyone. Just as, hearing this, Gaia freezes in silence for a long moment. Activating his power as the Lord of Magic, Kangwoo continues, saying he has no foolish intention of throwing their lives away just because they are blinded by justice. The demons are indeed formidable enemies, but they are not invincible. There is one thing we have realized after working together. The more time passes, the heavier the casualties will be. There are still survivors here. Even if it is just a few people, we must protect them. When it comes to human lives, numbers do not matter. The moment he utters these words, Kangwoo smugly thinks that it was an incredibly epic line. He is absolutely amazing, even he has to admit it. Oh gosh, what if everyone falls in love with him? He is just way too cool. Surely they are touched right. Please do not look down on him. If anyone laughs right now, he will die of pure embarrassment. After listening to him speak for a while, Gaia speaks up, realizing she was just being a coward. This submissive reaction makes him secretly rejoice inside. Awesome, his speech actually worked. Gaia adds that he is right. They are guardians and they must protect the world. They cannot protect anyone if they are constantly afraid of death. Looking at her, Kangwoo silently thanks Gaia for not laughing at him. With that, he turns around to leave, suggesting they head straight to the discovered summoning altar. He commands Jeonmujin to lead the way, and Jeonmujin quickly complies with a firm nod. Just then, Cha Yeonjo suddenly approaches Kangwoo and calls out to him. She then makes a completely disgusted face and mutters that she seriously wants to throw up. She begs him to stop overacting. Meanwhile, in the forest, the leaves rustle softly. A pack of monsters is aggressively bickering over their prey. They howl that they will finally taste fresh blood after a long time, telling others to back off because these humans are theirs. Jirax confidently yells, challenging the pathetic humans. As the Lord of the Eighth Hell, Jirax declares that he will. However, before he can even finish his sentence, Kangwoo appears out of nowhere and completely obliterates him. His eyes are incredibly cold as he looks down. Looking at the monsters before him, Kangwoo silently notes that the caliber of these summoned demons is completely different from before. These are demons from at least the 7th hell, with some even from the 8th. While he is lost in thought, the remaining demons are completely stunned by what just happened right in front of them. They wonder what on earth is going on. Kangwoo suddenly cracks a wide, amused smile, thinking they are doing a fantastic job. These lovely bastards. Meanwhile, the panicked demons scramble, shouting to contact the other groups immediately. One of the monster groups charges directly toward Kangwoo. Seeing this, his companions standing behind him are filled with pure anxiety and shock. Is he seriously human? He was blessed by the god of heroes, Tyrion, and became his apostle. Is that really the power of a god? Yes, indeed. Just then, Cha Yeonjo suddenly cuts in, tapping her wrist guard and telling them to save the explanations for later. Right now, they need to do their part too. Jeonmujin immediately agrees with a firm nod. Somewhere else, a terrified little boy is crying, his mouth covered to keep him from making a sound. The masked intruder muffles the boy's cries while watching Cha Yeonjo from afar, wondering how on earth these humans found such a hidden spot. These are no nobodies, that is the Red Rose Guild master herself. Right then, Cha Yeonjo whips around with a terrifying glare, ordering him to come out unless he wants to die right there. Spooked by her threat, the masked stalker drops the kid and immediately bolts. He is incredibly fast too, but he barely makes any distance before Cha Yeonjo's weapon flies after him. Within seconds, she has him completely pinned down. Cha Yeonjo demands to know where he is running. Before he can even answer, she spots another figure in the distance and warns there is one more. But Kangwoo stops her, pulling the young boy protectively into his arms as he tells her to hold on for just a moment. He explains the escapee will call for backup anyway, keeping them hidden, which makes Cha Yeonjo realize they are actually using the runner as live bait. Just then, a furious shout echoes from the distance, demanding to know what they are doing. The voice belongs to Gaia, who is confronting the captured cultists, asking why they would ever serve an evil lord like Satan. She demands to know their end goal after murdering Zen and Alex and sacrificing countless innocent lives. Distraught, Gaia begins to break down, prompting Grace to pull her into a comforting hug to calm her. The captured cultists look utterly baffled, asking what she means by serving Satan, which leaves Gaia completely frozen in confusion. They explain that while the swordsman Alex did attack their European base months ago, the dark cult stopped searching for him long ago, and they have never even heard of Xenon, realizing these intruders must simply be seeking revenge for those two. Hearing this completely stuns Gaia, who whispers that it is impossible. The cultist adds that though she might not believe them, the dark cult really has nothing to do with it. Before the cultist can finish, Kangwoo steps in and cleanly takes his head off with a sword. He yells out in absolute rage, accusing them of insolence and mockery. The sudden execution leaves the remaining cultists horrified and asking what he is doing. Kangwoo, currently possessed by Tyrion, bellows if they think he is blind to the murder of his son, Xenon, leaving them desperately trying to clarify. Tyrion shuts them down, calling them trash unworthy of speaking before unleashing the blinding judgment of light on the remaining heretics. Gaia, watching the entire scene play out in shock, realizes what his words about his son must truly mean. Having wiped out the cultists, Tyrion heavily gasps for air while cursing the enemies for their sheer audacity. Gaia quickly responds to his presence, acknowledging him with deep reverence. Tyrion warns her not to let her heart waver, commanding her never to seek truths from deceitful demons. He continues, reminding her that demons will always use sweet, tempting words to corrupt pure souls. Gaia asks how this is possible when his divinity had perished, and Tyrion explains he is indeed just an empty shell stripped of all godly authority, though internally, Kangwoo is desperately telling himself to play it cool and not blow his cover. He tells her his chances to manifest in this body are fleeting, but he must deliver a crucial warning before things spiral out of control. He urges the heroes never to listen to demonic lies, as even a moment of curiosity will pollute their minds and let the abyss consume them. But before he can finish that famous warning, Tyrion fades away and Kangwoo suddenly snaps back to his senses. Looking around in confusion, he asks what happened, and Kim Shi-hoon quickly explains that Tyrion just possessed him. A bewildered Kangwoo acts surprised, prompting Kim Shi-hoon to clarify that while the god's divinity is gone, his soul remains anchored within him. Kangwoo nods in feigned realization while secretly sweating, realizing he barely dodged a bullet before the cultist could expose the truth about his secret identity. He curses the shameless cultists, internally relieved that Tyrion's abrupt execution stopped Gaia from questioning who actually murdered Alex and Xenon under Satan's supposed orders. Gaia blames herself for not realizing Tyrion was always watching over them, but Kangwoo quickly interrupts to snap her out of it. He warns her there is no time for tears as countless glowing red eyes suddenly lock onto them. But far from panicked, Kangwoo gets incredibly excited. His confidence is unreal. He charges in immediately. The grotesque demons mock their fallen ally Jiraxis for struggling against mere humans, warning the group to prepare for absolute terror. Completely ignoring their threats, Kangwoo starts carving through them while gleefully thinking his dinner has finally arrived. To him, this place is an absolute goldmine and he plans on becoming a regular. Screams erupt as the cultists desperately try to halt his advance, completely pale with fear at this monstrous power. He stares in utter shock as Kangwoo wreaks absolute havoc across the battlefield. His razor-sharp sword strikes effortlessly, tearing apart every last demon from hell. Glowing red chains wrap tightly around the beast, and it is not the only monster being pinned down. The terrified cultist watches Cha Yeon-jo take on more than 10 enemies all by herself, proving why she is considered a top world-class ranker. One by one, the aggressive beasts fall to the ground, utterly crushed by the team's overwhelming coordinated assault. The cultist quickly assesses the situation, realizing that at least 4 players in this squad are incredibly powerful. Frustrated, he clenches his fists and curses under his breath. This is getting far too dangerous, and if they do not stop them, the master's summoning ritual will be completely ruined. He makes up his mind. He just needs to hold them off for a little longer since time is running out. But a second later, Kangwoo is right in his face. Just holding on, are we? He swings a massive heavy fist. Let's see what happens if I do this. Before the cultist can even react, the impact sends him flying. He crashes hard into a tree trunk, screaming in agonizing pain. Kangwoo strolls over casually to stand over him. There is no one around now. Start talking. Despite having his face beaten to a pulp, the stubborn cultist spits back. Do you really think I will talk? Kangwoo immediately cuts him off to expose his true motives. You joined the demon cult because you wanted eternal life and immortality, didn't you? With a cold look, he unleashes a crushing aura using the absolute power of fear. Kangwoo lowers his voice, asking with a chilling grin, but what happens if you die right here? The psychological pressure instantly forces the terrified cultist to his knees. What good is loyalty and devil worship if you end up dead? Do you not want to live? Shaking uncontrollably, the completely broken cultist can only stare back with eyes wide from absolute terror. Suffocating under the immense crushing pressure, the man can do nothing but let out weak, incoherent whimpers. Just as the man is about to completely break down, Kangwoo snaps his fingers and offers a gentle promise. He calmly offers to spare his life in exchange for the truth, swearing a solemn oath under the name of the hero god Tyrion. The cultist freezes in absolute shock, swearing on Tyrion, the very god he believes in. He suddenly remembers hearing legends about the Guardians, the heroic protectors who constantly disrupt their grand designs. Could this terrifying monster standing right in front of him actually be one of them? A twisted grin spreads across the cultist's face as he realizes that heroes blessed by gods are always soft-hearted, gullible fools. This means he might actually survive. After all, no true hero would ever dare break a sacred sworn oath upon the name of their own deity, giving him a perfect loophole. And just like that, he drops to his knees and surrenders, agreeing to speak. Satisfied, Kangwoo smiles as the cultist begins spilling the details of the dark ritual they have been preparing. A short while later, the chaotic battle settles down and the quiet forest returns to its natural, peaceful silence. Han Seola grips her magic staff tightly, focusing her mind to channel her inner healing energy. In an instant, she unleashes a warm wave of brilliant light that washes over the entire surrounding area. The team gasps in absolute amazement as the holy magic not only heals their physical wounds, but also completely washes away all the mental exhaustion and stress built up from the intense battle. Some even joke that their skin feels smoother than ever. Everyone feels incredibly refreshed, as if they just woke up from a long, perfect sleep. This prompts a highly curious Kim Si-hoon to ask where she learned such an incredible spell. Han Seola happily explains it is actually a special trait she unlocked after her 8th awakening. She then turns to Kangwoo, offering to cast it on him since he must be particularly exhausted. He gratefully nods, and seeing this, Cha Yeonjo eagerly jumps in, begging for her turn with the refreshing magic as well. Kangwoo silently evaluates his current status, noting that since his demonic energy crossed 120, Han Seola's buffs have stopped scaling. He admits he originally underestimated her supportive magic, but the actual recovery effects in real combat are truly remarkable. He thinks back to stabbing the cultist jokingly, realizing that even the guilt of breaking his sacred oath sworn upon Tyrion's name has been completely washed away. It makes him wonder if he should have just avoided leaving any witnesses from the very beginning. Kangwoo clenches his fist with a smirk. He fully intended to keep his promise, but if the only witness dies, then technically the oath was never broken. How could he possibly refuse such a perfect deal? Breaking away from his thoughts, Cha Yeonjo looks back and asks him if everything is finally finished. She scans the desolate battlefield, noting that the residual energy is completely gone. Curiously, the monster corpses are dissolving into thin air on their own, matching exactly what happened during their previous battle with Oriax. Kim Si-hoon chimes in, remembering how the demonic corpses were enveloped in a strange black smoke right before vanishing. This leaves Kang Tae-soo highly confused, as he admits he has never seen demon bodies react like that in his past fights. Kim Si-hoon guesses it might depend on the specific type of demon, and Kang Tae-soo agrees. Meanwhile, Kangwoo stares intently at his hands, deeply annoyed that even after absorbing every single devil, his demonic energy stat is still just short of 130. Kang Tae-soo notices Gaia looking anxious as if she wants to speak, but Kangwoo is completely lost in his own schemes. Normally, he would have to wait for Lucifer to summon high-ranking demons, but the cultist's sudden confession changes the entire situation. The cultist had confessed that their ritual was meant to summon demons from the deep hell of Suhe. Suddenly, Gaia speaks up with a trembling voice, asking if demons from the hell of Suhia are truly being summoned here right now. The group is completely shocked, demanding to know what she means. Gaia quickly explains that a special system prompt just issued a new task, immediately sharing the S-Rank quest notification that pops up right in front of their eyes. The goal is to stop the summoning of the Suhea demons, but there's absolutely no reward. Kangwoo stands completely frozen that crazy goddess Gaia just completely ruined his perfect plan to harvest those demons and reach his stat goal. Kim Si-hoon carefully assesses the situation, realizing that the summoning ritual is still incomplete, while Gaia adamantly insists they must stop the arrival of those hellish demons at all costs. Chae Yeonjo glances at the incredibly overpowered Kangwoo, questioning if they even need to stop the summon. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is in a panic, desperately trying to figure out how to make sure the ritual succeeds. Gaia quickly protests, arguing that even with Kangwoo leveraging Tyrion's legendary power, they cannot take any dangerous chances against the terrifying demons of Suhia. Stopping the ritual is much safer and easier. Hearing this, Kangwoo gets a massive headache, desperately wondering why this goddess had to choose today of all days to suddenly act so smart. With that, Alex reminds everyone that they first need to find out where the ritual is being prepared. Kangwoo quickly steps in, claiming he has a pretty good guess on where it could take place. Secretly, he figures that no matter what, the best move they can make right now is simply to stall for time. Kangwoo calmly lies, saying he can sense a strange energy nearby using Kang Tae-soo's power. In reality, he's already mapped out a plan in his head, just buy as much time as possible. 30 minutes later, the group is trekking deep through the forest. An impatient Si-hoon asks if they still have far to go, and Kangwoo quickly reassures him that they are almost there. But Si-hoon remains anxious, worrying that the summoning ritual might finish before they arrive. Yoon-ju also expresses her doubts, asking Kangwoo if he is absolutely sure they are on the right path. Stiffly, Kangwoo insists they are close, though on the inside he is starting to lose his mind. He silently rants that leading them in circles only works a few times before his hard-earned reputation completely tanks. If this whole wild goose chase ends up being for absolutely nothing, he is going to scream. Just then, a bright pillar of light erupts right in front of them, making Kangwoo celebrate internally. They finally made it. While the rest of the group stands there completely dazed, Kangwoo boldly charges forward, yelling that he will take the lead. He cautiously peers down to survey the situation below. Kangwoo instantly realizes that this powerful aura belongs to a high-ranking great demon. He immediately plunges straight down, realizing those crazy cultists actually managed to pull it off. The moment he lands, cultists surround him, shouting at him to halt. They are utterly shocked that an intruder managed to get this far. Standing tall, Kangwoo points his sword forward, declaring that their evil plans end right here. He had already prepared for the worst-case scenario by wearing a mask and completely suppressing his demonic energy. The rest of the group quickly catches up, realizing they are too late. Kangwoo focuses his mind, eager to see which specific demon from hell these cultists actually summoned. Suddenly, the smug laughter of the cultists echoes through the air as they mock the heroes for arriving far too late. They declare that now their lord has arrived, everyone will suffer a slow, agonizing death. Behind the cultists, a massive, terrifying figure suddenly emerges as they fanatically chant for everyone to bow down. They introduce this towering beast as Balak, a great demon of the ninth hell and the absolute lord of destruction. Looking around his new surroundings, Balak mumbles, asking if this is indeed the human world. He then suspiciously demands to know who they are. The cultists proudly boast that they are his loyal, devoted servants, mere mortals who desire nothing more than to attain true immortality. While Balak stands there, contemplating, his gaze is suddenly drawn to Kangwoo standing in the back. Within a split second, the giant demon's eyes completely waver as pure shock washes over him. Staring directly at Kangwoo, he stammers that it cannot be. He suddenly drops straight to his knees, and honestly, nobody saw this coming. To the absolute horror of the cultists, Balak cries out like a madman, celebrating that he has finally met his demon king once again. He gasps that he missed him terribly after hearing rumors from the guards. Hearing this, Yeonju and the others are left completely bewildered. Did he just say demon king? Right then and there, Balak officially swears his oath of fealty, pledging his absolute loyalty and devotion to his master, the Grand King of Hell. Faced with Balak's enthusiastic screaming, Kangwoo can only stiffly turn his head to look back. With everyone's suspicious eyes locked onto him and Balak still howling about how much he missed him, Kangwoo desperately tries to laugh it off, claiming this is just a massive misunderstanding and he has never seen this demon before. But across from him, Balak is already crying tears of absolute overwhelming joy. This leaves Kangwoo totally speechless, while his companions grow even more suspicious. Although Kangwoo keeps a polite smile on his face, he is crying a river inside, silently cursing his luck. Kangwoo tries to complain that he has not even spoken to the beast, but before he can finish, Balak interrupts him with dramatic loud wailing. The demon's non-stop crying leaves him totally helpless, making him wonder why this has to happen right now. If this were like his previous encounter when he was completely alone, it would not be a big deal. But the real issue is that all of his Earth allies are standing right here beside him. He realizes that the trust he worked so hard to build along with his heroic persona could completely vanish in a single second. He mentally admits that this was a huge oversight on his part, as he should have anticipated a summon from the ninth hell. Still, the odds of this happening are just too ridiculous. The ninth hell is absolutely crawling with demons, meaning there are still over 100,000 of them left. As Kangwoo stands there, lost in thought, Balak keeps weeping and calling him Your Majesty. It makes him feel incredibly frustrated. Out of all the countless demons in hell, why did it have to be him? He desperately tries to figure out how to handle the situation. Whispering won't work since that big idiot would never be able to read his lips. Writing a note is also out of the question due to the lack of time, leaving him with only one viable option: deny everything. Quickly, Kangwoo turns to his group, explaining that this is obviously a trick by a filthy demon. He points out that even if he were a demon king, there is no way the monster could recognize him through his mask. Hearing this, his allies realize that he does have a point. Si-hoon speaks up, agreeing that it is highly suspicious for a random demon to suddenly worship him out of nowhere. He concludes it must be a cheap trick, and Kangwoo quickly nods along, claiming he was absolutely terrified. Si-hoon chuckles, saying anyone would be shocked in that situation, which makes Kangwoo sigh in relief. He quickly maintains his innocence, claiming he has no idea what the beast is plotting. Si-hoon laughs it off, even suggesting that the demon probably does not even know Kangwoo's actual name. Smiling awkwardly, Kangwoo suggests they watch to see what the demon is trying to achieve. Meanwhile, the cultists are equally baffled, asking Balak why he is calling their greatest enemy the Demon King. They frantically argue that these people are actually the guardians of Gaia. They yell that Kangwoo is the biggest obstacle to their grand plans, begging Balak to destroy the fake heroes once and for all. Hearing the cultists speak up, Kangwoo silently cheers them on, desperately hoping the demon actually listens to his followers. He knows Balak is normally a complete idiot, but he prays that the beast gets the hint just this once. While he is lost in thought, the cultists keep pleading with Balak to calm down and stand up, leaving Kangwoo completely at the mercy of his slow-witted subordinate. But things don't go as he hoped. Balrog draws his weapon and spits in absolute fury. How dare you? How dare you disrespect him? The masked group is utterly bewildered. Lord Balrog, why are you attacking us? Is this some kind of mistake? Balrog coldly demands they repeat themselves, asking if they truly believe this man is just a saint and not the Demon King. The cultists quickly reply, yes, Lord, he is definitely one of those Gaia worshippers. The more Balrog hears, the angrier he gets. He strikes them down while roaring, you still dare mock him. It leaves them completely helpless as Balrog mutters that he actually expected better from demon servants like them. Watching from the sidelines, Cha Yeonjo wonders if they are witnessing a demon civil war. Meanwhile, Kangwoo stands there completely dumbfounded, begging his loyal subordinate to just wait a second. But Balrog keeps attacking. He strikes hard while screaming, you complete fools. Listen up, you insects. The man you see before you is the true Demon King of the Nine Hells. he who fought the great archdukes and rules over all demons. Hearing this, Kangwoo desperately screams in his head for him to shut up, but clueless Balrog keeps proudly introducing the mighty demon king. Kangwoo practically weeps inside, cursing him as a complete idiot. The others watch in absolute confusion, demanding to know what on earth is going on with Kangwoo. Han Seola anxiously calls out to Kangwoo. Cha Yeonjo and Kim Si-hoon immediately chime in, demanding to know how that high-ranking demon could possibly know his name. Kangwoo breaks into a cold sweat, desperately cursing that crazy bastard Balrog for blabbing his name and ruining everything. Right then, the masked cultists slam their hands onto the ground, desperate to turn the tide. Channeling their dark energy, they begin chanting, calling upon the dark power to grant them control over the demon. They beg for the dark strength to command the beast before them. In an instant, a glowing magic circle materializes right under Balrog's feet. The demon is completely baffled, demanding to know what they are doing. Before Kangwoo can react, Balrog suddenly lets out a scream of pure agony. Watching closely from the side, Kangwoo recognizes the magic circle immediately. It is the same dark spell used on Chrysalis, which he assumed only worked on monsters. But Balrog is a high-ranking demon, someone even Kangwoo couldn't easily force in the past. How is this cult pulling this off? Balrog roars in absolute fury, "How dare you try to control me?" He lunges forward, screaming that they could never hope to control him. The battered cultists barely survive his devastating onslaught, desperately urging each other to hurry up and finish chanting the mind control spell. Balrog writhes in even greater agony. Watching him, Kangwoo can only curse, thinking the idiot should have just stayed quiet. The more he resists, the stronger the backlash. He might actually die. Kangwoo realizes he has to knock him out first, but things take a turn for the worse as Balrog is completely overtaken. He realizes it a second too late, as Balrog lunges directly at him. The impact forces Kangwoo to spit up blood, completely shocked by the raw power. Even after blocking, he takes massive damage from this crazy muscle-headed freak. He wonders how to take him down when he notices a sudden change in Balrog's eyes. Briefly regaining consciousness, the loyal demon panics, terrified of injuring his own master. Seeing what he's about to do, Kangwoo immediately notices energy gathering in Balrog's hand. Don't tell me this crazy bastard would rather blow his own head off than be forced to attack him. Damn it, he has to stop him right now. But if he acts now, there is no way to explain it to the others. It would be a dead giveaway that they are connected. Things are getting incredibly messy, and there is only one logical way out. Gritting his teeth, Kangwoo makes the brutal decision to completely abandon Balrog. If the demon actually kills himself, he can simply blame the entire tragedy on the cult's twisted schemes and cover his tracks. Yet memories of their time together suddenly flood his mind. Flashbacks of Balrog keep flashing before his eyes. He grows more frustrated, cursing under his breath. With tears swelling up, he simply cannot let his loyal servant die. He charges straight forward with a loud roar. Channeling celestial power into his legs, he mentally curses his loyal subordinate for being such an incredibly useless idiot. He strikes Balrog down, roaring at him to stop being a stupid pig. Balrog desperately tries to explain that the magic circle will vanish in just a few minutes, but Kangwoo snaps at him to shut up. Balrog hesitates, but seeing the demon beast still resisting, Kangwoo roars, asking since when he dared to question his supreme orders. Forced to attack by the spell, a guilt-ridden Balrog desperately begs his master for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Kangwoo calmly dodges every single strike, confident that even a powerhouse like Balrog can easily be held off for a few minutes in his current weakened state. Tapping deeper into his mana and using a high-level technique could easily take Balrog down, but Kangwoo knows there is absolutely no need for that. Right now, Balrog is holding back, actively resisting the mind control spell while trying his best not to seriously hurt his master. At this rate, Kangwoo can easily handle the porte-mont masked cultists who are already struggling under the sheer pressure of their fight. A split second later, two devastating slashes rip straight through them, completely ignoring their desperate cries for help. After the chaos settles, the tense atmosphere finally begins to cool down. The glowing magic circle binding Balrog gradually fades away into nothingness. Countless masked cultists now lie piled up on the cold, hard ground. Suddenly, Balrog drops heavily to his knees. He bows his head low, begging his demon king to execute him for daring to raise a weapon against his own master. Watching this unfold, Kangwoo looks at his companions in sheer disbelief, realizing there is absolutely no way to talk his way out of this now. Things have gone way too far to cover up, and right on cue, someone slowly steps forward and calls out his name. In total shock, they demand to know what that insane conversation was all about. Kangwoo stays silent, quickly scanning his options, searching for any way to turn this disaster around. It is not a perfect plan or some meticulous, foolproof strategy. This is a wild, desperate gamble resting entirely on the deep trust he has carefully built with them over all this time. Making up his mind, Kangwoo speaks up, admitting that it looks like he can no longer hide the truth. That is right. He confesses that he is indeed the overlord of the hellish abyss. The confession leaves everyone utterly speechless. Kangwoo flashes a wry smile and quickly clarifies that to be precise, he used to be the overlord. Shock ripples through the entire group as they struggle to process his words, asking if he really used to be a literal demon king. Kangwoo sighs in defeat, apologizing and explaining that he always planned to tell them the truth eventually, but things just spun out of control. Confirming that he once ruled over hell, Kangwoo quietly deactivates his demonic authority skill to lower the oppressive tension in the air. Sensing the remnant power, Gray immediately draws his sword, while Gale stands frozen, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying aura. The others quickly take up battle stances, demanding to know if he has been lying to them from the very start. In their hearts, a primal fear takes root, feeling a pressure far more terrifying than any demon they have ever faced. Seeing them draw their weapons, Kangwoo is not surprised at all, quietly thinking that their hostile reaction is completely natural. Honestly, he expected them to be even more guarded than this. This level of hostility is still manageable. Under these conditions, he can proceed with his backup plan. Right then, Gale speaks up, confessing that he still does not understand how a regular mortal could ever rise to become the ruler of hell. Keeping his cool, Kangwoo promises to explain everything from the very beginning. 5 years ago, on the day the world changed, he was swallowed by a dimensional gate and dragged straight down into hell. The revelation leaves everyone completely stunned. Kangwoo goes on, admitting he still has no idea whether his descent into that hellish void was just a random accident or some dark, elaborate conspiracy. But one thing is certain, he arrived there as a completely ordinary, weak human, not even a registered player. He had to fight tooth and nail in absolute despair just to survive another day in that desolate place. During that grueling struggle, he had to absorb the demonic energy of hell to stay alive. Listening intently to the story, Gale cuts in to ask if that was when he transformed into a demon. Kangwoo nods, explaining that his brutal fight for survival as a demon dragged on for an incredibly long time. This leaves Sha Yeonjo completely baffled, quickly pointing out that only 5 years have actually passed since the day the gates opened on Earth. He explains that while only 5 years have passed on Earth, time down in hell flows at a vastly different, completely incomparable rate. Growing increasingly curious, they ask how long he could have possibly survived down there. Kangwoo calmly drops a bombshell, answering that he was there for 10,000 years. The insane number leaves Cha Yeonjo completely frozen in disbelief, prompting Kangwoo to elaborate. Assuring them they did not hear wrong, he repeats that he was trapped there for 10,000 years. Balrog suddenly chimes in to confirm that his master indeed conquered all 9 depths of hell over 10,000 years, but Kangwoo instantly snaps, ordering him to shut his mouth. Balrog quickly bows his head in total submission, but internally, Kangwoo is secretly thrilled. It has been a long time since this giant demon actually spoke a single sentence that was genuinely useful. To pull off his plan, he needs solid proof of his 10,000 years in hell, and Balrog stepped up as the perfect witness right on cue. Cha Yeonjo remains deeply skeptical, asking if he truly ruled the depths of hell for 10,000 years. When Kangwoo quickly clarifies that he only used to rule, another question immediately follows, asking if he is no longer the overlord today. Hearing this, a wicked smile plays on Kangwoo's lips as he realizes they fell right into his trap. Now it is time to spin his story. He smoothly explains that after falling into the abyss 5 years ago, he spent 10,000 grueling years fighting to become its absolute ruler. But as the words leave his mouth, Kangwoo quietly reminds himself that the next part of his fabricated story is what truly matters. There was only one way to handle this. Thinking fast, Kangwoo continued speaking, declaring that the central figure of his plan was Satan. At least that was before the rebellion broke out. To pull off a truly perfect lie. They say a perfect lie is 99% truth and only 1% fabrication. Because a lie based on truth is infinitely more convincing than a complete fairy tale, he will now blend just 1% of deception into 99% of raw truth. Hearing Kangwoo's story, everyone immediately pressed him further, asking if he meant that Satan had actually lived in hell. Kangwoo replied that in the darkest abyss of hell, incredibly powerful demons known as Grand Dukes exist. He fought them in those deep, fiery depths, barely holding them back. Filled with curiosity, Cha Yeonjo asked if he really held them back. Kangwoo nodded, confirming they were targeting Earth. Among them, the most insanely ambitious fiend eyeing Earth was none other than the demon prophet Satan. Confused, Gaia asked if he really became the demon king just to stop those Grand Dukes from invading Earth. Kangwoo quickly shook his head, explaining it was not for some noble cause, he was just trying to survive, and somehow ended up on that throne without even realizing it. But even so, he could not sit idly by while they threatened the world where he grew up. Even after surviving all those endless, agonizing years, his memories of Earth remained crystal clear inside his mind. Gaia quickly cut in, pointing out that Satan still managed to reach Earth. Wiping his mouth, Kangwoo replied that she was looking in the exact right direction. Clenching his fists, Kangwoo told himself it was finally time to inject some raw emotion into the act. Looking utterly helpless, he admitted that he was defeated by Satan. No matter how hard he fought, he could not defeat the monster who awakened the demonic sea and possessed 666 authorities. Satan stripped away his strength and seized the throne of the Demon King. After that, Satan united the entire forces of hell and ripped open a massive rift. Through that gateway, he led the Grand Dukes to Earth, forcing Kangwoo to pursue him to protect his home. To stop him. Watching their faces, Kangwoo calculated his next move. They were probably completely bewildered, unable to imagine that he and Satan were actually the same person, especially since he had built such airtight proof to deny it. But even though Satan and he were supposedly two separate entities, getting them to trust someone like Kangwoo, who was actually a demon, was no easy task. He needed to guide their thoughts in the exact direction he wanted. With that thought, he immediately cast his power toward Kim Si-hoon. Kangwoo activated his authority of subjugation successfully, gaining complete control over his summon's behavior. Within moments, Kim Si-hoon spoke up, declaring that he believed Kangwoo's words. This completely shocked Gaia, seeing the legendary guardian defend him. Kim Si-hoon firmly urged Gaia to look at everything Kangwoo had done. If he were truly on the side of evil, would he have repeatedly risked his life to fight for humanity? Gaia stammered, completely unable to find a reply. Just then, Han Seola jumped in, declaring her absolute trust in Kangwoo. She recalled that when they first met and he got so overly excited about simple kimchi stew, she honestly thought he was a bizarre person. Hearing her speak, Cha Yeonjo stood there in absolute shock. Memories of her very first encounter with Kangwoo flashed before her eyes. Remembering him crying while devouring his food, Han Seola softly said that she finally understood. He had to endure a brutally long, agonizing time all by himself in hell, didn't he? 10,000 years of absolute soul-crushing isolation. Kangwoo calmly replied that it was all right because ever since he met Han Seola, he never felt lonely again. Watching her entire body tremble with deep empathy, he was secretly stunned, never expecting her to step up and defend him like this. Regardless, thanks to Han Seola, the tide had shifted enough. Now it was time to steer the conversation once more. With that in mind, he stepped toward the group and declared that regardless of his reasons, the truth was that he had deceived Gaia and everyone else. Gaia desperately called out to him. Gently placing a hand on Gaia's shoulder, Kangwoo continued, announcing that as of today he would leave the Guardians. From this moment on, he promised never to show his face before them again. Hearing those heavy words, everyone immediately protested. Cha Yeonju snapped, telling him to stop talking nonsense and demanding to know how much she had already invested in him. Gaia, feeling utterly helpless, desperately begged him to say something. Deep down, Gaia was still plagued by doubt, wondering if they could truly trust him. Honestly, they had only known each other for a few months, but in that short time they had learned so much about the man named Kangwoo. When Satan, the murderer of Alex, targeted Kim Si-hoon, Kangwoo was the one who became the most furious. He was the one who shook the Guardians out of their apathy. When they saw the armory plundered by Satan, he constantly gave them sharp, meaningful advice whenever they were on the brink of total despair. He was the first to realize the danger threatening Zenon, and he genuinely wept when the boy died. Even now, he was actively fighting to stop the evil schemes of the demon cult. Thinking of such a noble man, Gaia handed the mask back to Kangwoo, firmly telling him no. She declared they would trust him silently, asking herself how they could ever doubt someone who had done so much. To Kangwoo's surprise, Gaia continued, stating that whether he was a demon or the Demon King, it did not matter at all. She knew he was also the one chosen by the hero god Tyrion. Tyrion surely knew his true identity before granting him his divine power, yet he still chose to reside within him. That could only mean one thing: there was absolutely no darkness that could ever eclipse the genuine light he carried. With a warm smile, Gaia begged Kangwoo to stay with the Guardians, telling him they needed him. She secretly thought to herself that they had finally recognized the true light within him. Hearing those words, Kangwoo put his mask back on, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face as he thanked them for their trust. An instant later, a brilliant, blinding light began to radiate from his body. Gaia looks at Kangwoo and can't help but admire him. Born in darkness, yet he became the ultimate light, a true hero who, despite carrying a demonic form, works harder than anyone to protect this world. Talk about an absolute legend. Kangwoo lets out a cold smile, confidently declaring that he will save this world alongside the Guardians no matter what happens. Meanwhile, Gaia remains completely oblivious to his actual nature, silently staring at him and reaffirming that he is indeed their true hero of light. Balrog speaks with absolute sincerity, offering his deepest apologies. He never imagined his great demon king would call himself a hero of light unless it's a grand scheme to stab humanity in the back. Hearing this ridiculous theory, Kangwoo immediately snaps back, telling him to stop talking nonsense, you total idiot. Kangwoo can't help but reflect on everything. From Lucifer's followers showing up to the rise of the demon cult and Balrog's sudden arrival, several days have already passed since the chaotic storm in South America finally cleared up. Once the demon cult saw Balrog get defeated, they immediately scattered, and all the brainwashed monsters they were controlling snapped back to their normal state. The United States military and Grace evacuated the locals, setting up a recovery base in Venezuela, the most stable region nearby. Leaving the rest of the cleanup to them, Kangwoo and his group finally head back to South Korea. During the trip back, Kangwoo barely says a word. Even though they claim to trust him, it is not easy to just act like everything is normal again. Healing this wound will take time. What they need right now isn't just blind trust, but actual time to process the chilling reality that they are fighting side by side with a literal demon of hell. To keep him close, Kangwoo buys Balrog an entire building near his own apartment, quickly breaking down his grand goals and the current situation on Earth. The moment he hears the explanation, Balrog bursts out in sheer outrage. Why would a legendary figure like the Demon King protect such weak, pathetic humans? His reaction is exactly as expected. Kangwoo cuts him off anyway. Now that everything is laid out, it is his turn to ask. Has anything strange happened back in hell during his absence? Balrog quickly responds, stating that he was actually just about to report on that very matter. It seems Ammon is plotting something. Hearing this, Kangwoo falls deep into thought. Ammon is the demon who deserted Satan's faction to join his side. While physically weak, his magical knowledge and mastery are incredibly supreme. Ammon was even the one who helped him open the dimensional rift to Earth using ancient artifacts. Remembering this, Kangwoo asks Balrog what he means by saying the mage is up to something. Balrog explains that ever since His Majesty left for Earth, Ammon has locked himself in his laboratory and refused to come out. Kangwoo shrugs, noting that the mage was always like that, but Balrog quickly objects, stating this time is different. Balrog reveals he hasn't seen the mage's face once since then, and even when trying to force the door open, a massive barrier blocked him. Hearing this, Kangwoo grows highly suspicious. Could that bastard have actually betrayed them? Balrog isn't sure, but notes that the ancient demonic beasts started acting strange right after Ammon isolated himself. They even detected movement from the legendary Behemoth. Hearing this, a shocked Kangwoo demands to know if Behemoth is truly active. Behemoth is the absolute strongest of the ancient beasts and the father of Leviathan, one of the 7 archdukes of hell. During all the grueling years Kangwoo ruled over hell, that colossal monster had never budged even once. Kangwoo asks about the other demons, and Balrog replies that Yungat and Arakai have been investigating the matter. Unfortunately, even they haven't been able to pinpoint the exact cause of the disturbance yet. Hearing this, a wave of deep exhaustion washes over Kangwoo's face. He only accepted Ammon as an underling to open the rift, never truly trusting him in the first place. What a massive headache. He really should have executed that bastard back then. He can't go back to hell right now anyway, nor does he even want to. The only option left is to keep growing stronger. At least things on Earth won't get any more complicated, which is a small mercy. But as he takes a sip of water, Balrog speaks up to deliver some massive news. Balrog asks where Lady Lilith is. Hearing this unexpected question, Kangwoo is completely baffled, demanding to know what he is talking about. She is supposed to be back in hell. This revelation leaves Balrog completely stunned. Balrog explains that Lilith left for Earth before the Demon King even arrived. This shock causes Kangwoo to instantly spit his water everywhere. Balrog adds that she was happily bragging about how her beloved master had finally summoned her. Kangwoo stands frozen in absolute disbelief, his mind screaming in utter panic. He breaks out in a cold sweat, desperately wishing he misheard those terrifying words. Balrog grumbles in frustration that deceitful sly fox must have used her wicked charms to pull off another scheme. Balrog begs him not to let Lilith seduce him or cloud his mind. Clutching his head in pure agony, Kangwoo snaps at him to shut up, prompting a quick apology from the loyal demon. His face turns pale with sheer terror as he snaps, "I told you to shut up, you bastard." Beneath the anger, his soul is shaking with absolute dread. Horrifying memories of the past resurface. Deep scars. Memories permanently burn into his mind, terrifying sensations he can neither escape nor forget. Images of Lilith preparing to strike with her tentacles. That absolutely sickening feeling. Just remembering those dark days makes Kangwoo gag with intense nausea. Trembling, he helplessly asks if Lilith is truly here on Earth. If she crossed over, it had to be back then, which finally explains Kurosaki Yuri's bizarre behavior lately. When he was framed as a demon worshipper, she didn't side with Fujimoto Ryoma, choosing to stand by his side instead. Even her complete obedience afterwards suddenly makes perfect sense. That weird squid gift she sent him, it was all because Lilith was secretly residing inside her body this entire time. But wait, if Lilith is inhabiting Kurosaki Yuri's body, does that mean those disgusting tentacles are finally gone? Honestly, who wouldn't call this a massive win for him? The more he thinks, the more her terrifying true form haunts his mind. Kangwoo quickly grabs his phone. Dialing her number, he tries to reassure himself that this is actually pretty incredible news. The phone rings endlessly with no answer, forcing him to accept that she is not going to pick up. Kangwoo turns to leave, commanding Balrog to stay put while he heads out to investigate. The loyal demon quickly begs to accompany him, but Kangwoo flatly refuses, pointing out that in his current banged-up and injured condition, he would only make things 100 times worse. Kangwoo puts on a communication earpiece, ready to keep in touch. As Kangwoo departs, he remains deep in thought. Meanwhile, Yuri Kurosaki is currently in Tokyo, staying inside the Imperial Palace. He uses his heavenly authority to summon a pair of wings. And then he slowly takes flight. Tokyo, Japan. In no time at all, Kangwoo arrives at his destination. The moment he lands, the guards are shocked and demand to know who he is. He introduces himself as Kangwoo, the one who rescued Lady Yuri from the demon cult months ago. He demands to see Yuri Kurosaki, leaving the guards wondering who this Kangwoo is. Right then, Shinji Ito appears and tells the guards to step aside. Recognizing him, they immediately address him as Captain Ito. Shinji Ito explains that he knows this man, ordering everyone to resume their patrol. They quickly obey. Watching Shinji Ito, Kangwoo wonders about his identity. He remembers this man was with Soyeon Chun and Lady Yuri during the Ryoma incident. Shinji Ito smiles warmly, introducing himself as one of the Guardians. He mentions hearing a lot about him from Gaia, though this is their first time meeting. Kangwoo realizes he is indeed a Guardian, but more importantly is Yuri Kurosaki currently in the palace. Shinji Ito steps closer, bowing his head slightly, and admits there is something important he needs to explain. She only left a letter for them to hand over if Kangwoo came looking for her. And Yuri Kurosaki has been missing for about a month. Kangwoo is utterly shocked and immediately asks how she could have gone missing. He asks if they have any idea where she went. Shinji Ito replies that they have searched the entire country but found absolutely no clues. Taking the letter, Kangwoo demands to know why they did not contact him sooner. Shinji Ito explains that she warned them that if they contacted him first or opened the letter, it would burn into ashes. They did not want to risk it. Kangwoo is completely baffled by this. As he opens the letter, he wonders what she is plotting by leaving a message and disappearing. The letter is addressed to her beloved Demon King, noting that he must have realized her true identity by now, otherwise he would not have searched for Yuri Kurosaki. Kangwoo is impressed by her sharpness but wonders when she learned Korean. She apologizes for hiding her identity, explaining she had to borrow a human vessel to reach Earth. Kangwoo finds this highly suspicious and wonders why she went to such lengths to hide. The letter clearly states that with this filthy and hideous human body, she lacks the courage to stand before her glorious king. Reading this, Kangwoo is absolutely dumbfounded. Ugly and disgusting, he tells himself she has got to be kidding. The letter goes on, explaining she wants to discard this repulsive human vessel to regain the true form he once loved. Kangwoo can only silently beg her not to do it, but she adds that she fortunately ran into people highly skilled in manipulating demonic energy known as the Demon Cult who promised they could help her restore her original appearance. By this point, Kangwoo's face has gone completely pale as cold sweat pours down. What did she just say? She asks if his heart is fluttering yet for his loyal subject, since just the thought of seeing him again makes her burst with excitement. Kangwoo trembles violently as he clutches the letter, desperately wondering why this is happening to him. The letter reveals even more shocking details. But wait, he recalls hearing that this specific cult worships Satan as their demon king. She writes that she will join them to spread his true name, instead reclaim her original form and return to his side, asking her beloved king to wait just a little longer. At the very end of the letter, she even left a kiss mark behind. After finishing the letter, Kangwoo gets so incredibly angry that he tears it into 100 pieces. He screams in pure frustration, leaving Ito Shinji standing there completely confused by his sudden outburst. Unable to calm himself down, Kangwoo grabs his collar and desperately asks why it had to be him. He wails about why this nightmare is happening to him. Seeing him so completely miserable, Ito Shinji can only offer a helpless apology. Kangwoo continues to weep in absolute despair, shouting to the heavens about what he did to deserve this. Ito Shinji quickly tries his best to calm him down, begging him to stay composed. But Kangwoo does not care at all. Covered in tears and snot, he just screams out what he did wrong. Kangwoo finally lets go of Ito Shinji's collar. Watching him sob uncontrollably, the young man wonders what on earth was written inside that letter to cause this. Kangwoo simply demands the security footage, leaving him utterly confused. Kangwoo coldly orders him to play every security feed from the area where Yuri Kurosaki vanished. Ito Shinji immediately declines, explaining they have already reviewed all of the footage themselves. Kangwoo does not argue, simply repeating his demand to see all the camera feeds right now. A second later, he releases a wave of energy that forces Ito Shinji straight to his knees. The young man gasps in pain at the sheer pressure. Just this aura alone makes his hands tremble and makes it hard to breathe. He realizes this is the true power of a hero blessed by a god, the hero Tyrion. He had heard Gao mention it before, but this guy really is a monster. Yielding to the force, he agrees to lead the way. They arrive at a room. Shinji leads Kangwoo inside, explaining that this is the control center. It houses the entire Japanese security monitoring system. The footage on screen is from the night Yuri Kurosaki went missing 1 month ago. Looking at Lilith's current state, Kangwoo quietly celebrates. Luckily, she was still in her human form back then. Reclaiming her true form is very difficult, so there is still hope. Even if he has to risk his life, he must track down clues on Lilith immediately. As he watches, Kangwoo suddenly speaks up and tells them to wait. Shinji Ito quickly explains that they tried to investigate the man's identity but had no luck. Since his face is completely obscure in the footage, they could not trace him. Hearing this, Kangwoo immediately wonders if the block camera face is intentional. Kangwoo immediately asks if the other videos are the same, and Shinji Ito gives a hesitant response. He suggests that Kangwoo should just keep watching. A second later, the masked man and Lilith completely vanish. Shinji Ito adds that they could not find any trace of Yuri Kurosaki or the masked stranger after that. He suspects the man has illusion and teleportation abilities, but Kangwoo silently disagrees. That is definitely not his skill. That is clearly Lilith's illusion skill, and their sudden disappearance is actually stealth rather than teleportation. She is hiding their bodies from sight. The fact that she is using these powers so openly means she is trying to make a statement. He must find her quickly. It is not just about her monstrous transformation. Although, let's be honest, we all want to prevent that nightmare. Her previous letter suddenly flashes in his mind. She promised to join the cult. She wanted to announce the true demon lord. This is what worries him the most. Lilith intends to spread word of his existence. She wants them to abandon Satan. If they bow to him instead, his peaceful life is completely over. He simply cannot let her make him their new god. He has no idea who leads this demonic cult, but converting them seems impossible. After all, they spent thousands of years building up this worship. There is simply no way they would easily hand over their entire organization to a shadowy, mysterious demon lord based solely on Lilith's claims. It makes no sense. But the real issue is that Lilith is extremely capable. She once built a massive army to fight the seven princes. If she makes the cult worship him like Balrog did, everything will fall apart. With these worries piling up, Kangwoo asks if they have any information on the masked man. Shinji Ito replies that there is one interesting detail, rewinding the footage to show him. Hearing this, Kangwoo is slightly caught off guard. Shinji Ito points directly at the screen, telling him to take a very close look. He spots it immediately, a massive scar. Shinji Ito confirms it, explaining they are now focusing their investigation on suspects with large chest scars. This makes Kangwoo think even deeper. A cult member with a massive chest scar who managed to get close to Lilith. Only one person fits this description perfectly. It must be the same cultist who contacted her before. Kangwoo suddenly turns to Ito. He asks him to search for this man immediately, feeling absolutely certain that this is the guy. A figure glides along the red carpet. Demonic subordinates kneel in absolute silent reverence. The majestic figure they worship is none other than Lilith herself. She calmly announces that everything is finally ready. Standing nearby, Ichiro Akiyama quickly confirms this, earning warm praise from Lilith for his exceptional work as cardinal. With an obsessed look on his face, he replies that it is nothing and he will do absolutely anything to restore her true form. Lilith smiles, asking for the exact plan once more. Ichiro Akiyama explains that they will open a massive rift leading straight to the ninth hell. They will absorb all of its demonic energy in one go, using the imprint on her soul to reconstruct her original physical form. Lilith is quite surprised, wondering if such a massive feat is actually possible. Ichiro Akiyama credits the ancient knowledge left by his predecessors, explaining that the weakened Gaia system allows them to perform even greater wonders. Hearing this, Lilith narrows her eyes, asking if one of those legendary predecessors was actually Satan. Ichiro Akiyama scratches his head helplessly, apologizing because details regarding the exact identities of their predecessors are highly classified top secrets within the cult. This leaves Lilith feeling rather disappointed. Seeing her reaction, he quickly reassures her that once she successfully recovers her true form, she will get to meet those legendary figures very soon. At this, Lilith smiles warmly, expressing that whoever they might be, she is absolutely thrilled to meet them. She then asks about her previous request, and Ichiro Akiyama confirms it is currently underway. However, he cannot help but wonder if a true demon lord actually exists, since they believe 7 powers balance the 9 hells. Lilith does not explain. She simply sits down giggling as she tells him he will find out very soon. She orders him to begin now that preparations are complete. Ichiro Akiyama is absolutely thrilled, thinking that the moment she regains her true form has finally arrived. Lilith suddenly presses the tip of her high heel against his chin, promising him a very worthy reward. Staring up at her stunning beauty, Ichiro Akiyama practically drools with excitement, thinking that the moment has finally come. She is already so incredibly gorgeous. He wonders how much more beautiful she will be in her true form. This thought gets Ichiro Akiyama so excited that he shouts to everyone. Their long-held dream is finally about to become a beautiful reality. He urges them to rise up together for this dream. Above them, the sky begins to change color. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashes across the sky. At this very moment, Kangwoo is rushing forward at top speed, desperately hoping he will not be too late. Ito Shinji's previous words echo in his mind. We found him. His full name is Akiyama Ichiro. He vanished several years ago. But a nationwide investigation found a witness who sold him a boat. Hearing that, Kangwoo immediately questioned the purchase. Shinji confirms that the man bought a luxury yacht worth billions of yen and departed with about 10 followers. Kangwoo immediately asked if they knew his coordinates. He explains that based on the tracking data, his destination is Sapporo, and that is the exact location Kangwoo is rushing toward right now. He falls into deep thought. Sapporo is where that perverted creep previously tried to summon Lilith, claiming it was every man's ultimate dream. He really should have killed the bastard back then. Damn it, he simply cannot stand those hideous tentacles anymore. He is absolutely done. Nearly 1,000 years were spent suffering through that hell. Is he seriously supposed to endure that nightmare again? No way. He worked too hard to escape that terrible underworld. He must stop Lilith's descent at all costs. With that thought, he accelerates even faster. A blinding light pours down from the sky. It is accompanied by the deafening, creepy chants of those cultists. Even Akiyama Ichiro is ecstatic, chanting along while thinking that controlling atmospheric mana normally requires high-level skills. Yet this is surprisingly easy, likely due to the vast knowledge bestowed upon him by Visang. Those supreme terrifying entities ruling the demon cult possess thousands of years of profound wisdom. It is truly unbelievable. Summoning dark demons, dragging their souls into physical vessels, and even weakening the Gaia system, this is truly a miraculous level of forbidden knowledge. Could the Demon King Lady Lilith spoke of actually transcend even them? Lady Lilith requested that he spread word of the true Demon King, asking him to secretly distribute the demon scripture within the cult. He has not read it yet, but rumors say the book documents a demon lord far surpassing Visang, but that is not important right now. He eagerly wonders how Lady Lilith will reward him. Will she pat his head or step on him with her dominant feet? Talk about some seriously weird desires. Either way, it would be the ultimate reward of a lifetime. Suddenly, one of his followers collapses, leaving Akiyama Ichiro utterly bewildered. When he demands to know what is happening, the others shout that the amount of mana being absorbed by the rift is completely abnormal. The dimensional rift is acting up and becoming completely uncontrollable. As panic spreads, Akiyama Ichiro yells at them not to lose their heads. No panicking, he commands, while secretly wondering why the rift is suddenly going wild. Seeing the widespread panic, he tries to reassure them to calm down. Yet immense anxiety fills his own heart because if the rift explodes, the overflowing mana could trigger absolute disaster. The terrified followers scream out to their cardinal in total panic. They beg him to stop the ritual and flee immediately before the entire chamber collapses. Akiyama Ichiro is completely frustrated, cursing his bad luck that this is happening right before completion. As he hesitates, the others continue to scream for their cardinal. Cardinal Akiyama. Meanwhile, the man grits his teeth knowing that normally he would have abandoned everything and run. But with the ultimate beauty he has always dreamed of right before his eyes, how could he flee just to save his own skin? He refuses to give up now. He commands his followers to run while he continues the ritual alone. This leaves his subordinates completely bewildered, prompting them to ask what on earth he is talking about. Akiyama Ichiro replies that they have waited for this dream for far too long, sacrificing so much and enduring countless painful failures along the way. His loyal followers are deeply moved to tears by his grand words. The cardinal continues, declaring that even if he must sacrifice his life to achieve their shared dream, there is absolutely nothing to regret. They must keep going. So they push forward with the ritual chants. The disciple chanting right next to Akiyama Ichiro suddenly speaks up with weak breath. He gasps, entrusting their collective dream entirely to the cardinal. With that, his very last follower collapses to the ground. Tears well up in Akiyama Ichiro's eyes as he silently promises those foolish, loyal men he will definitely make their grand dream a reality. Right then, Kangwoo crashes down through the ceiling with a thunderous roar, commanding the bastard to stop. Taking in the chaotic scene, he realizes he might still be in time. But in the next split second, his face completely pales. He stares in utter disbelief at the fully formed energy sphere cocooning Lilith. Before he can process it, Akiyama Ichiro springs up and demands to know who the hell he is. Identifying him as the culprit who ruined their last ceremony, he watches. Meanwhile, the sight of the giant writhing tentacles makes Kangwoo break out in a cold sweat. Damn it, stop this first. Staring at the cracking rift in front of him, Kangwoo unleashes his devouring power. Seeing the energy blocking him, Ichiro Akiyama demands to know if he is getting in the way again. Kangwoo helplessly screams back for the crazy bastard to help him. But Ichiro Akiyama flatly refuses. He must complete the ritual. Kangwoo is utterly desperate, yelling that if this keeps up, everything will be ruined. If it goes on, the ritual and everything else will blow apart. Ichiro claims he does not care. As long as it is for her, he will gladly die. Kangwoo loses his mind, screaming that if he dies, there will be no succubus queen left to love anyway. Hearing this, Ichiro Akiyama snaps back, asking if he is just a delusional otaku or a lifetime loser who has never even held a girl's hand before. That catches Kangwoo off guard. He quickly fires back that he did not mean to go that far, you complete bastard. Ichiro Akiyama remains completely unshaken. He declares he will never give up. Even if it is a hopeless, delusional dream, he will stand firm. Watching the man's reckless moves, Kangwoo panics as the rift begins to lose total control. He desperately screams at him to stop before it is too late. Ichiro fires back with burning intensity, claiming his faith will pierce through space itself. Right on cue, massive tentacles slowly begin to creep out from the rift. Shivers run down Kangwoo's spine as he gasps out Lilith's name. In absolute panic, he unleashes his devouring power to stop the summon. Deep down, he has always carried a heavy sense of guilt towards Lilith. She loved him unconditionally, yet he treated her coldly just because of her terrifying, monstrous appearance. He activates his ultimate power to push the summoning back. Fighting her arrival with everything he has, he recalls how his guilt once made him consider sharing a bed with her. But some things are just impossible. Even a demon transformation cannot overwrite basic human survival instincts. He just could not bring himself to take that final step. Let's be real, he absolutely cannot deal with those terrifying tentacles. Honestly, those things are way worse than normal tentacles. Living with those creepy, writhing things here on Earth is his absolute worst nightmare. There is no way he is letting that happen. Suddenly, a system alert flashes, confirming he has absorbed the chaotic magic from the rift. Gritting his teeth, Kangwoo endures the painful transformation. He will pay any price to stop this. He ignores the flashing alerts, warning him of dangerously low magic reserves. With pure determination, he swears to seal the rift as the system begins to purify the erratic energy. Standing nearby, Ichiro Akiyama can only watch in absolute disbelief. I mean, would you ever expect someone to pull off a stunt like this? Controlling a rampaging dimensional rift using nothing but raw strength is something not even a Grand Duke of the Nine Hells could achieve. He questions if the man is even human at all. But then again, it does not matter anymore. It has absolutely nothing to do with him now. Seeing Kangwoo barely standing after exhausting himself, Ichiro Akiyama smugly mutters that no matter how hard he struggles, it is already too late. The sealing gem begins to crack right before their eyes. A second later, it shatters completely, much to Ichiro Akiyama's absolute delight. The ritual succeeds. Bursting with anticipation, Ichiro Akiyama begs Lady Lilith to reveal her true glorious form to her most loyal servant. But the moment his words leave his mouth, his jaw drops in utter horror. Stepping onto the ground, Lilith mocks him, thanking the useless human for helping her regain her true shape. Ichiro Akiyama is frozen in shock, his legs giving out as he collapses heavily to the ground. Pale as a ghost, Kangwoo mutters that he warned the idiot to stop. Ichiro Akiyama stares blankly ahead, unable to accept that this grotesque monster is the true form of his beloved succubus queen. Lilith playfully teases him, asking if he is utterly captivated by her supreme beauty, which must feel like a blessing after looking at those ugly human women. She praises his effort, offering a reward. But since her king is watching, she simply cannot do that. Without another word, she drives a massive tentacle straight into Ichiro's head, leaving him completely bewildered and broken. He lies there wondering what his life and sacrifices were even for. With him out of the way, Lilith steps forward with a wide grin. She cheerfully calls out to her lovely king while Kangwoo recoils in absolute terror, begging her to stay away. Extending her slimy tentacles toward him, she playfully asks what her beloved king could possibly mean. Sweating bullets. Kangwoo tries to play it cool with a weak greeting, but inside he is screaming for mercy. Seeing her writhe with excitement as those tentacles creep closer, he silently prays for anyone, absolutely anyone, to come save him. His face goes completely pale as he forces out a trembling greeting, noting how long it has been since they last met. She towers over him with a hungry look, her tongue licking her lips in anticipation. Lilith slowly approaches him and speaks in a soft voice, saying she knows her king has always missed her and apologizing for not coming to his side sooner. On the other hand, Kangwoo silently thinks to himself that he has never missed her even once. Suddenly, her body vanishes into thin air as her voice echoes right beside his ear, telling him to finally rest easy now, His Majesty. Lilith suddenly throws her arms around Kangwoo, declaring that she has finally discarded her hideous disguise to return to her true, authentic form. Kangwoo turns incredibly pale as he weakly begs her to change back into her human form, desperately asking if she really cannot turn back. Lilith hugs herself as her tentacles shyly retract, like a giant bashful beast, stammering that she is only deeply embarrassed to let her beloved king gaze upon such a terrifying form. She sighs softly, explaining that her true form is a massive burden in the human world, which is why she prepared a human disguise. Kangwoo quickly nods while looking away, agreeing that living among humans as a demon is indeed far too inconvenient. Lilith caresses her face with extreme boastful confidence, claiming her true form is simply too beautiful for mere mortals to handle, making gorgeousness a heavy burden. Meanwhile, Kangwoo has a lot of questions, realizing that she basically just took on a human shape because she wanted to blend into the human world. Wondering if he can coax her the right way, Kangwoo breaks the silence and agrees that she is absolutely correct. His voice drops with fake jealousy, saying humans cannot handle her beauty, and he hates the thought of pest-like men swarming her. Lilith laughs playfully, tilting her head as her tentacles wriggle, teasing him about being jealous and calling him adorable. Kangwoo pulls her close by the waist, lowering his voice as a warning to Lilith. He steps closer with a heavy gaze, telling Lilith he does not want anyone else seeing her true form. She freezes, her eyes widening in surprise as she speaks his name. Forcing a smile, he slowly suggests that she should keep her human form forever, though Lilith pouts, complaining that her human disguise is incredibly ugly. He steps even closer, his voice flowing as gently as a soft wave, telling her that outer appearances are not what he truly cares about. Looking straight into her eyes, he reassures her that all that matters is that she is Lilith, completely mesmerizing her into breathlessly calling him her beloved lord. Lilith quickly compromises, promising that even if it is a hideous form, she will live as a human if it is his wish. Hearing this, Kangwoo is absolutely ecstatic inside, celebrating that he is finally free from those cursed tentacles and will no longer wake up terrified in the middle of the night. Lilith speaks with a choked, emotional voice, admitting she was so worried he would hate it, but now she's incredibly relieved. At that point, she flashes a pretty devious smile, mentioning that since humans called her disguise beautiful, she had wondered if beauty standards between mortals and demons were just completely different from each other. Her eyes glow with a creepy look as she happily notes that in the end, her king actually prefers her true demonic form. Lilith leans in close and whispers that she will only show her true self when they are completely alone, pointing out that they are alone right this second. Hearing this, a panicked Kangwoo quickly stumbles backward, desperately trying to get away. He raises his hands to block the approaching tentacles, desperately shouting that she looks way better as a human and that he absolutely hates tentacles because they make her look like a hideous monster. But Lilith only giggles, asking why he is being so shy and promising she is not going to run away. Lilith's voice echoes like a gentle curse, calling him her most beloved king. Seeing her tentacles rushing straight at him, Kangwoo lets out a terrified scream that shakes the entire room. A system voice rings out as light washes over the area, announcing that the magic purification process of the rift is complete. His magic stat has reached 130, allowing his 8th awakened attribute to fully blossom. Staring down at his palm, Kangwoo realizes his magic power has hit 130. He remembers how he barely survived last time because Balrog's magic recovered, and right now his own mind feels incredibly clear and peaceful compared to before. Meanwhile, Lilith stares at him with a completely clueless look, but Kangwoo firmly commands her to turn back into her human form first, hoping this ridiculous comedy between them can finally end here. She tries to protest, but Kangwoo coldly cuts her off, warning her not to make him repeat himself. Lilith stops arguing and quietly obeys his command, while Kangwoo curses internally, wanting to quickly move past this completely grotesque scene by checking out his newly unlocked 8th awakened attribute. The system screen pops up right in front of him, revealing his 8th attribute as Grand Duke Slayer rank 55, which allows him to wield a Grand Duke's power by absorbing their soul. Kangwoo is completely stunned by the sheer power of a Grand Duke, as old memories suddenly wash over him. The supreme strength of the 7 Grand Dukes, including Satan, was sealed deep within the abyss of the demon battlefield. Even when he ruled the 9 hells, he could never touch that power, yet now he can actually wield it. He tilts his head in calculation, realizing his soul harvester trait might work on Grand Dukes as well. Their souls are likely connected to the second condition for becoming a demonic spirit, but the real issue is that he actually needs a Grand Duke's soul first. Right at that moment, Lilith's voice suddenly interrupts his thoughts as she happily announces that she has completed her transformation. Lilith reappears as a human with long hair, pale skin, and red eyes full of admiration. Kangwoo is relieved, thinking that while stopping her from transforming again is ideal, this is still a win. Meanwhile, she pouts, complaining that this ugly human form cannot seduce him. Kangwoo quickly changes the subject, asking about the real Yuri Kurosaki. Lilith replies that she has completely suppressed her consciousness, so the girl is currently fast asleep. He quickly asks if she can be woken up, and Lilith nods, saying she will do it immediately if he commands. Kangwoo's face turns serious as he asks about Yuri Kurosaki's ability to borrow power from another world. Lilith sighs softly, admitting she is not sure about it because she cannot use that power, making the air grow incredibly tense. Kangwoo concludes that it must be her unique ability. He had hoped to use it to summon a Grand Duke's soul, but now he must postpone those plans. His voice drops as he orders her to explain everything that happened since she joined the demonic cult. A while later, the fire inside the dark cave continues to burn softly. Kangwoo crosses his arms with a disapproving look, questioning her about trying to force his name into the cult's teachings because she hated seeing them worship other demons. She immediately drops to her knees, trembling as she begs for forgiveness, admitting she was incredibly foolish to leak information to his enemies. Hearing her plea, he immediately orders her to return to Japan for now. Still, Kangwoo cannot help but feel suspicious about the great demons who lead this demonic cult. First, they tried to summon and control Balrog, an unpredictable beast even to him, and now they want to use Yuri's body as a vessel to merge with Lilith. Even if the cult developed for 1,000 years, could they really pull this off with just human knowledge? What on earth are they? Kangwoo stares at Lilith, asking if the cult is still clueless about his true identity. She quickly replies with a tense look, saying they have already begun distributing the Book of Hell within the church. He curiously asks what this book is, and she explains it is a crude record of the 1,000-year war across the 9 hells, meaning they still believe the 7 Grand Dukes rule the underworld. Kangwoo concludes that she cannot distribute it publicly. She nods softly, agreeing that they worship the Grand Dukes like absolute gods. Coldly putting pressure on her, he asks where exactly they are distributing this book, believing there is still some hope. She looks up at him, wondering what this place is. The scene shifts to a massive city with high-rises where Kangwoo stops, wondering if this is really the place. Tapping his foot on the ground, he can't help but marvel, noting that hiding in the Middle East suburbs makes them incredibly hard to find. Immediately after, Kangwoo activates his special authority as the observer. Bowing his head with both eyes shut tight, his mind begins to race with fast thoughts. His main goal is to sneak into this demonic cult facility completely undetected, verify how widespread the Hell Book has become, and uncover any unexpected information they might be holding. Peering down into the hall below using his X-ray vision, he grows highly skeptical, noticing a demon down there that is likely just a 9 Hells rank monster. It is normal for demons to show up in a cult, but seeing them actually sitting and having a meeting with humans makes him open his eyes wide. He has to check this out. Staring down in disbelief after a long moment, he wonders if this is an old spy movie since he actually has to crawl through a ventilation duct. Shrugging it off, he suddenly hears Darkin's voice echoing below, admitting he never expected humans on Earth to be capable of wielding demonic energy. Speaking in a low and commanding voice, Darkin adds that their power far surpasses the dark mages of the 6 hells of Manhwa, and most demons probably couldn't resist them. Park Jeong-chan quickly interrupts, claiming that compared to the direct subordinates of Grand Duke Lucifer, these humans are nothing more than mere flies. Back with Kangwoo, he faces a massive puzzle, wondering why Lucifer's subordinates from Manhwa are even hanging around a demonic cult base. Suddenly, Darkin's voice booms below like a holy sermon, declaring that Lord Lucifer has transcended the Grand Duke rank to achieve true divinity, so they must address him as the evil god, causing Park Jeong-chan to bow in deep fear and beg for forgiveness. Curious, Park Jeong-chan asks why the evil god's followers who belong in another world are present here. Darkin coldly responds that they arrived to demand answers for the grave sins their cult leader committed, causing the cultists to scream out in absolute shock. Darkin stares directly into Park Jeong-chan's eyes, stating they already learned everything from Hamfus and warning him not to play dumb, which makes the terrified man beg for mercy, stammering that they know absolutely nothing. Darkin suddenly throws his fist forward into the empty air. Slamming the table, he roars how they dare deny it. Darkin roars with burning eyes, accusing their master Satan of murdering both Lord Phoenix and Lord Manfez, asking if they honestly believe they could keep it a secret. Meanwhile, Park Jeong-chan looks completely baffled, asking if Darkin just mentioned the name Satan. Kangwoo processes this instantly, realizing that while they came to confront Satan, Lucifer sending his messengers actually means he desperately wants to avoid launching an all-out war with Satan. In the ruthless demon realm, every conversation is usually settled through bloodshed and slaughter, yet Lucifer, despite being targeted first by Satan, actually wants to negotiate, which leaves only 2 realistic options. First, he might believe he stands no chance against Satan, the holder of the demonic sea, though that is unlikely since Lucifer would rather fight to the death than give up his claim on it. Deep in thought, he figures the only other option is that Lucifer is trapped in a critical situation, preventing him from focusing any attention on Satan. Something big is happening, perhaps a clash with his old enemies, the archangels, or maybe even God himself, but none of that matters compared to the fact that Lucifer is still choosing diplomacy after getting hit first. Choosing to talk proves that Lucifer is desperate and feeling intense pressure under a tight spot. Just then, Park Jeong-chan's trembling voice echoes from below, pleading that he has no idea what they mean because the master they serve is definitely not Satan. And then out of nowhere, a massive pillar of light crashes straight down. Shocked by the sight, Darkin gasps, asking what is going on. Kangwoo's cold voice echoes out, asking what Lucifer's dogs are doing here, instantly terrifying the demon. A horrifying thought flashes in Darkin's mind as suffocating demonic energy crushes him, wondering if this monster is actually Kangwoo. Stepping forward slowly, he calmly declares that yes, it is him. As leader of this demonic cult, he is Satan. Seeing Kangwoo, the cultists whisper in utter confusion, questioning if this man is truly Satan. Darkin roars at them with massive authority, demanding what they are doing and telling them to get on their knees. Dropping to one knee, Darkin humbles himself to greet the prince, introducing himself as a loyal servant from the bloodline of Lucifer, leaving Kangwoo staring. Without hesitating, Kangwoo sternly demands to know what brought Dark into Earth, since he already made his will perfectly clear through handfast, leaving the demon stammering in response. Suddenly, Darkin reaches out and produces a clear glass orb. Carefully presenting it, he says that Lucifer wishes to speak with him. Leaning in close with deep suspicion, Kangwoo questions why Lucifer would want to talk to him, prompting a terrified, trembling yes from the kneeling demon. Reaching out, Kangwoo slowly touches the orb, muttering to himself about this sudden request for a chat. Immediately after, he suddenly uses force and shatters the orb completely right before Darkin's shocked eyes. Screaming in a panic, the demon asks what Prince Satan is planning to do. In total contrast to the demon, Kangwoo laughs heartily. Then, snapping into pure rage, he shouts, questioning why Lucifer thinks he can just have a talk. Instantly transitioning back into a chuckle, he mutters about how absolutely hilarious this is. Suddenly roaring, he shakes the room while saying how entertaining this really is. Then, pulling out a massive battle axe, a sinister smile slowly creeps across his face. Confused by the sudden weapon, Darkin nervously asks why Prince Satan is holding an axe, but Kangwoo just coldly points the blade straight at his eyes, telling him to listen very closely. Fresh blood suddenly splattered everywhere, but Kangwoo just kept laughing maniacally. He roared that demons do not negotiate, they do not talk. In a split second, Darkin stood there completely headless. The horrific sight left the entire crowd completely speechless. Finally, a man leapt from his seat and screamed out in disbelief. The subordinates stood up with furious glares, demanding to know what was happening and why Satan was attacking Lucifer's people. He swung his axe at them without hesitation, asking if he had not just made himself clear. As the bodies hit the floor, Kangwoo smirked, repeating that demons do not need to talk. He suddenly whipped his head around toward another direction. A giant of a man stared at him, desperately asking why he was so hostile, but Kangwoo just mocked his question. Kangwoo casually asked if demons ever needed a reason to start a war. He shrugged with a quiet chuckle, calling the very concept of demonic diplomacy absolutely ridiculous, a weak mindset fit only for someone like Lucifer. The giant finally snapped, screaming at Satan to stop insulting his prince. Kangwoo just smiled slowly, reaching his hand forward, challenging the beast to prove his prince was not weak. Kangwoo coldly added that they were born to kill and live in pure bloodlust. He grabbed the giant and hoisted him in the air, his deep voice commanding him to tell Lucifer. Leaning in close, Kangwoo stared at his agonizing face, telling him that if his master lacked the courage to show up himself, he should just stay hidden. The gasping giant choked out that he did not understand his master's terrible situation, but Kangwoo laughed, replying that he did not know and did not care in the slightest. Narrowing his eyes with a razor-sharp, chilling gaze, he declared that he knew one thing for certain: Lucifer was absolutely desperate, making this the perfect opportunity to seize his soul. The giant panicked, screaming for him to wait because they could not afford to fight among themselves when the heavenly forces were actively marching to wipe out their entire race. He kept throwing out questions, demanding to know if they wanted to slaughter each other and burn together after the 6 hells were destroyed. Kangwoo muttered the word heaven, his brow furrowing slightly. A sharp, mockery-filled laugh escaped his lips, asking if they were seriously losing to those holy pieces of trash. The giant screamed back that they were not trash, reminding him how weakened the 9 hells had become after the war with the Demon King. While the giant warned that heaven had built up its army for a long war, Kangwoo calmly whispered that the Demon King died by his own hand, his overwhelming presence instantly filling the entire room with dread. He coldly ordered him to tell Lucifer that since Satan possessed the demonic sea, heaven could never touch him, so the prince should stop trembling and come face him. Kangwoo's voice dropped so low it completely silenced the room, demanding the prince challenge Satan for the demonic sea, or simply choose the path of absolute destruction. He turned away with a smirk, and you know he's about to drop a massive truth bomb. Demons do not cooperate, period. With that, he hurled the giant to the floor, forcing the terrified onlookers to take a step back. He stepped closer, asking them where they thought they were going, while one of them shivered in terror and desperately asked if he truly was the legendary Satan. He just grinned at them. Tapping his mask, he said he had questions, prompting the angry crowd to realize he was a guardian who had tricked them. A man stood up, refusing to speak to a guardian, but Kangwoo drew his sword, declaring they had no right to refuse. Glaring at the two like cornered beasts, he noted that he did not actually need both of them to talk. He clenched his fist and asked who would speak first. Probing them, he asked if they knew how far the legendary Hell Bible had spread. One quickly replied that its contents were far too absurd to be real, while the other guessed it was probably just treated as a funny story in other secret branches. This got him thinking, realizing he had just gathered 3 crucial pieces of information. First, Lucifer was currently in direct conflict with the forces of heaven. Second, the Hell Bible was not yet widely circulated, dismissed as a mere fictional story. And third, there was a major demonic cult meeting point in China, likely their main headquarters. Satisfied with the information, he calmly asked how many cultists were currently stationed at this base. A trembling survivor gasped that it was just a small branch of 50 people, while another frantically cut and swearing they had never even tried summoning a demon before. Falling to his knees in pure panic, one begged to surrender if spared, while the other quickly agreed to face the full penalty of human law. Since he was now officially a guardian, Kangwoo realized he could not just slaughter these people without totally ruining his public reputation as a noble hero of light. Waving his hand dismissively, he promised to treat them as humanely as he possibly could. Suddenly, Kangwoo pulled out a sharp dagger. The cultist asked what humane meant only for him to drop the blade and offer to spare just one of them. He softly explained he only needed one survivor, so they had to fight to the death and the winner would get to live. One screamed in absolute despair, asking how a righteous hero of light could do this, while the other loudly cried out desperately, reminding him of his promise to give them humane treatment. He coldly told them he was giving them an opportunity, not a choice. Suddenly, a man on screen has a fierce glint in his eyes. The other man turns around to meet him with a sharp glare. In an instant, the two of them lunge toward a nearby knife. One of them manages to grab the dagger first, gripping it tightly. He stabs forward without hesitation, screaming for his target to die. He retaliates, swinging a hard slap and calling his opponent a bastard. The two of them immediately get locked in a chaotic brawl. One of them complains, shouting that the other cannot possibly move like that. The other fires back, calling him a terrible fighter. Watching them pull each other's hair, Kangwoo calmly judges their performance, even casually cheering them on to keep going. But then he pauses, staring at them blankly and wondering why they stopped fighting. On screen, they scream in absolute rage, calling each other corrupted trash who disgrace the holy light. Kangwoo watches this unfold and feels quite confused. After all, he only used his power to give them a survival chance, which actually seemed like a pretty humane option to him. He smirks with a distorted face, feeling like something is slightly off here. With a thoroughly dissatisfied look, he complains that people might actually mistake him for some kind of villain. The scene shifts to a quiet city street bathed in the warm sunset. But right at that moment, the ground violently trembles, shaking the surrounding buildings. Suddenly, massive pillars of light erupt from beneath the concrete, shooting straight up. Faced with this terrifying sight, members of the dark cult look around in sheer panic. One of them frantically wonders what is happening, while another warily asks if there was a basement explosion. Meanwhile, one of them begins to ponder if this attack is connected to those mysterious demons that invaded their branch a few hours ago. But he still cannot understand why those creatures would target them. Just then, the chief manager slowly limps forward, his voice completely dry as he warns everyone to run because the place is about to collapse. Stunned, they spin around as the manager urgently warns them that it is an ambush. Lucifer's underlings are attacking the demonic cult. The news leaves the man completely bewildered. Lucifer's minions. Another cultist demands to know why they are being targeted, but the manager just screams that it is not over yet. They must escape immediately to warn the main sect. He struggles to scream that the terrifying demons from the 6 realms of Manhwa are about to invade Earth. Suddenly, the chief manager collapses, face first onto the ground, leaving the cultists staring down in absolute shock. They glance at one another, silently trying to figure out what to do. Moments later, finally grasping the situation, the leader warns that this means war. Lucifer's forces have declared war on them, so they must notify the other branches immediately. As the chief manager lies there trembling, Kangwoo suddenly appears and praises his performance. Watching this, Kangwoo admits the man has much better acting skills than expected, while the chief barely manages to gasp out a weak question about their promise. Kangwoo tilts his head, smirking as he promises he will naturally keep his word. Shaking violently, the manager urgently begs him to get him out of this place right away. But Kangwoo just asks why he should do that, leaving the manager to scream in utter disbelief. The chief spits out bitter words, reminding him of the promise to let him live, especially after he killed his own trusted men and acted like a fool. But Kangwoo calmly points out that staying alive and being escorted out are two entirely different things before whistling and strolling away to wait outside. The manager bows his head, trying to swallow his raging fury while cursing the bastard and realizing he has to use his final trump card. It is a demon stone, a gem of refined energy that grants explosive power, though losing control will turn the user into a mindless monster. The manager slowly places the gem into his mouth, knowing he would normally never touch it, but desperation forces his hand as he vows to survive at all costs and take his revenge. Kangwoo suddenly materializes, letting out a slow, mocking laugh about how long it has been since he encountered someone like him. Highly amused by his struggling prey, Kangwoo explains that he knew the man wouldn't just die quietly, so he waited to see what he would pull out. Recognizing his terrifying intent, the chief immediately begins to beg for mercy. Shrugging, Kangwoo treats the stone like a cheap trinket, muttering that while it won't help much now, it is still better than nothing, before thanking the man and promising to use it well. With that, Kangwoo casually strolls away, leaving the abandoned manager consumed by absolute fury. A throat-tearing scream of pure rage echoes behind him, cursing the bastard to burn in hell. The scene shifts outside to a wide, empty clearing on the ground. Just then, Kangwoo tilts his head back and pops the demon stone right into his mouth. He munches on it for a moment before casually muttering that it was not nearly as effective as expected. His eyes flash with determination. It looks like he needs to hunt down a Grand Duke himself, since their souls are the key to unlocking the second condition of becoming a demon god. To become a demon god condition, one soul upgrade is complete, while condition 2 remains locked until his 8th awakening as the 55th rank Grand Duke Slayer, which lets him consume their souls for power. Making a quiet resolve, Kangwoo knew there was only one way to claim a Grand Duke's soul. With Lucifer confirmed as the only resurrected Archduke, he had to drag him into this world somehow. The seed was already sown. Through Hanfus, rumors spread that the demonic cult existed and that Satan controlled the sea of demonic energy. That unconscious messenger had likely woken up by now, reporting today's events to Lucifer. This would push the conflict between the cult and Lucifer to its absolute boiling point. Lucifer would move to wipe out Satan, an unforgivable insult to a Grand Duke. When he clashed violently with the cult, Kangwoo would strike from the shadows to take his head and claim that soul. But there was a problem. Lucifer's power was no joke. Even if he ended up exhausted from the battle, there was zero guarantee of a 100% victory. As a top-tier Grand Duke rivaling Satan, a one-on-one fight would be brutally difficult. However, with Balrog and Lilith backing him up, the plan became entirely doable. With those thoughts, Kangwoo stood up to plan his next move. Waiting around for Lucifer was out of the question. He needed to keep hunting demons and building up his strength. A sudden thought struck him. To pull this off, he had to locate the cult's contact point in China. But China was massive. Even with a rough location, finding just one spot took half a day. Tracking down every single cult base across the country all by himself was practically impossible. Even with help from John Mujin's Heavenly Sword sect, it was a hopeless search. Finding them all required global mobilization. But while the Guardians had ties with international leaders like Yuri and John Mujin, they lacked the authority to command them. Right then, Kangwoo reached out, summoning a glowing orb. He sighed quietly, realizing he would have to play a few special cards. The scene shifts to a massive conference room with a large table set right in the center. Gaia asked him in disbelief, questioning if he really meant a global summit. Before she could finish, he firmly confirmed it. Sensing the heavy tension, Gaia sighed softly. Getting world leaders to gather and cooperate against the demonic cult was never going to be easy. She spoke slowly, noting that regardless of the urgency, every nation had its own political agenda. Even with a summit, real change was a long shot. As expected, Kangwoo realized it would be a tough sell. But then Gaia's tone suddenly shifted. She spoke with absolute confidence. No one would dare reject a request from the Hero of Light. They would make it happen. Letting out a forced smile, Kangwoo thanked her quietly, marveling at how she always managed to be so incredibly devoted. He watched Gaia closely, pleased that things were moving smoothly. Yet one lingering wildcard kept him on edge. If the cult's true power eclipsed Lucifer's forces, things could get messy. With so many unknowns surrounding their true strength, the absolute worst-case scenario meant losing Lucifer's soul right before his eyes. He chuckled dryly, shaking off the dark thoughts. Surely he was just overthinking things. Could the cult really outperform a literal Grand Duke? Meanwhile, let's head over to a frozen wasteland where a dark cave lies buried beneath thick sheets of ice. Slow, heavy footsteps begin echoing through the freezing darkness. A cloaked dark figure slowly approaches a strange glowing orb sitting in the cavern. She kneels in the snow. Bowing her head deeply, Yulia greets the entity as the loyal apostle of the demon. A heavy abyssal voice rumbles back, asking her what business she has brought. Bowing even lower, she reports major shifts in the cult, prompting the demon to command her to speak. Her voice trembling, she explains that the face of fire is nearing awakening. She promises to coordinate his immediate action, earning a satisfied grunt from the dark entity. Yulia adds that Balrog's summoning failed because they simply couldn't control his wild power. The demon remains entirely unfazed, stating that with the Demon King gone, controlling Balrog was always highly unlikely. However, Yulia's voice drops as she admits Gaia's followers defeated him, leaving their grand plan short of expectations. This sparks deep skepticism in the demon. Even with divine blessings, no mere human should have been capable of defeating a monster of that caliber. Yulia smirks, suggesting they take extra precautions. Fortunately, a perfect opportunity is already presenting itself on the horizon. She confidently promises to handle the matter personally when the perfect moment arrives. The demon coldly leaves the task to her before asking for any final updates, which she quickly offers. He asks if it is worth hearing. She hesitates before revealing that survivors from the Middle East identified their attacker as Lucifer's personal subordinate. Demonic energy erupts. The demon roars in absolute disbelief. Declaring this a clear misunderstanding, the demon commands her not to provoke Lucifer's envoys if they arrive, but rather try to persuade them to withdraw. Yulia immediately agrees. The demon reminds her that their top priority is accelerating the Demon King's awakening. Bowing, she promises to command the China branch to awaken the face of water immediately. Yulia bows deeply, declaring that everything shall unfold according to Lord Satan's divine will. The scene shifts to Washington, where a massive skyscraper stands proudly in the city center. Meanwhile, Han Seola gently reaches out to adjust his collar, noting his tie is crooked. He nods slightly in appreciation, thanking her as she smiles back. Whether it is real or just a show, she playfully tells Kangwoo that he looks incredibly handsome in this suit. Kangwoo awkwardly scratches his head, muttering that compared to Kim Si-hoon, he is basically just a plain squid. But her tone turns serious, insisting that is completely untrue right before Echidna runs over quickly, chiming in that Kangwoo looks totally uncomfortable in those fancy clothes. Meanwhile, Han Seola looks incredibly bashful, telling them they both look way better than her. She adds that this is her very first time wearing something so fancy, making her feel pretty embarrassed. Nearby, Echidna happily spins around a few times, looking up with pure excitement to ask if the outfit really suits her. Kangwoo turns to answer but remembers they are entering with Cha Yeonjo. Suddenly, Cha Yeonjo swings the door open, asking Han Seola and Echidna if they are ready. She frowns slightly upon spotting him, telling Kangwoo it is almost their turn and asking why he is here instead of with the proxy guardians. He turns, replying that since they enter last, he is just waiting. Cha Yeonju urges them forward, warning him that the hall will be absolute chaos since everyone seems to be waiting for him. She tells the girls to head in first. Han Seola bows, saying goodbye to Kangwoo, leaving him utterly confused, wondering why everyone is waiting for him. She calmly explains that as the one whom the Black Dragon Kim Si-hoon values more than his own flesh and blood, he's a huge deal. She warns him to stay alert, then bids him goodbye. Kangwoo bows slightly, thinking to himself that they are indeed paying attention, which actually works out great for his plans. This summit aims to destroy the demonic cult led by their master, Satan. It is a massive gathering of world leaders, all hosted under the guidance of the Guardians of Light. Despite initial concerns, world leaders readily agreed to the summit. And so a day before the main event, they have all gathered in Washington, D.C. for a welcome party to strengthen their ties. Amon scans the room with a sharp, glittering gaze. Beside him, his subordinate quickly points out the heavily rumored figures. His eyes lock onto Kangwoo, who simply offers a polite bow, greeting them warmly. Kangwoo pauses for a split second. The way this crowd parted when she approached and how they keep scanning the room tells him this is a highly coordinated setup. Yulia bashfully approaches Kangwoo, mentioning she noticed a private VIP room nearby. Meanwhile, he remains deep in thought, recognizing a very familiar, suspicious scent wafting off her. She beams at Kangwoo, asking if he could spare a little time to talk with her somewhere private, as she has something important to share. Kangwoo smiles and agrees immediately. Internally, though, his instincts flare up, amused by how interesting this girl is. A moment later, a woman's sweet, seductive voice coos, urging Kangwoo to open wide for a bite. She excitedly asks him if it tastes good, giggling at how well he eats before eagerly offering him another piece. Meanwhile, Yulia calmly sips her wine, silently sneering that this guy is even more pathetic than the rumors suggested. Kangwoo was not chosen by Gaia, nor is he Kim Si-hoon's actual brother. Yet his alleged talent earned him a spot as a guardian of light. As they feed him fruit, Yulia scoffs that Gaia trusts him second only to Grace. To her, Gaia must be completely blind. She originally thought she could use him to manipulate the Black Dragon and fracture the Guardians of Light, but seeing how Kim Si-hoon could value such a complete piece of trash over his own brother makes her lose all hope in this ridiculous plan. Maybe she did not even need the special incense after all, but then she remembers he defeated Balrog, meaning she cannot be too careless. To play it safe, she decides to increase the concentration of the dark magic narcotic incense, slowly filling the room. This potent scent amplifies physical desires when exposed to a demon's body, a force so corrupting that even the most devout monks would instantly succumb to temptation. Since Yulia and her team took the antidote beforehand, they are totally immune. She knows that if the scent gets too strong too quickly, he might notice and leave, so she starts off light. She suddenly asks if he likes beautiful girls. Kangwoo flinches, playing dumb and acting incredibly embarrassed, asking her what she means and wondering if he even deserves such amazing royal treatment. Yulia leans in, her voice as smooth as silk. She tells him that after fighting the demonic cult so hard, this is the relaxation a true hero deserves, offering to send the girls away if they bother him. The girls press closer with dreamy eyes, poutingly asking if he does not like them, while another whines cutely, telling him how much she already adores her handsome big brother. Kangwoo turns to Yulia, asking if she did not say she wanted to speak in private. Amused that he at least remembered, Yulia drops her voice lower, teasingly dismissing it as nothing major, claiming she simply admired him and wanted to chat. Kangwoo chuckles, questioning if she really admires him. She looks at her group smoothly, guiding the conversation, saying that his sacrifice of joining the Guardians of Light just for his brother is deeply admirable. The others quickly agree, praising his bravery and claiming they are all incredibly touched by his heroic brotherly love. Kangwoo sighs deeply, pretending to be deeply moved while a tiny mocking smirk plays on his lips. He declares that after receiving such wonderful hospitality, he cannot just sit idly by. He proudly presents a bottle of wine like a sacred offering. He claims this premium vintage was meant for his teammates, but seeing their dedication to world peace, he simply must share it with them. One of the men laughs happily, thanking him for being so thoughtful, while another jokes about how Kangwoo knew he loved wine. Meanwhile, Yulia sneers internally, completely underwhelmed by how incredibly easy and disappointing the Guardians of Light really are. Kangwoo raises his glass to her, offering Yulia a drink. She maintains her calm facade, thanking him while silently concluding that this guy poses absolutely zero threat to the demonic cult's grand plans. It seems Satan highly overestimated Balrog. Then again, Balrog was utterly crushed by his former master, the true Demon King. Satan always avoids mentioning Hel, the great Demon King who fought the 7 Archdukes, or his 2 close subordinates Balrog and Lilith, as if he is deeply traumatized by them. That legendary Demon King only left behind the demonic sea, burning everything before vanishing behind a wall of fire. Since he is gone, she tells herself to focus on the current plan. Meanwhile, Kangwoo raises his glass with immense excitement, cheering for everyone to lift their drinks. He cheers to the destruction of the demonic cult and world peace. Bottoms up. Amon drains his glass of deep red wine without a single second of hesitation. The rest of the group quickly follows suit, enjoying the fine wine. Yulia smirks, thinking a pathetic man like him would have cheap taste, while Kangwoo loudly toasts to a wonderful day. Suddenly, his voice drops, turning so dead serious that the crowded room instantly falls silent. He whispers that since they are all gathered, he has urgent news. Sways of alcohol draw them in curiously, asking what is going on. Kangwoo glances bashfully at the 2 women, clinging closely to his arms. Seeing this, Yulia waves her hand, ordering everyone to leave the room for now, prompting the group to quickly exit. She narrows her eyes at Kangwoo, realizing that even in his drunken state, he is highly cautious about who might be listening. Kangwoo reminds them that what he is about to say cannot be leaked to anyone. The group chuckles, claiming no one keeps secrets better than them. Under Amon's curious gaze, his voice slowly rings out, saying that, in reality, immediately after Kangwoo lowers his voice and mentions the wine they all just drank. Swirling his glass, he casually announces it is actually poisoned. The glass in Yulia's hand immediately crashes straight to the ground. Her face turns completely pale, her voice trembling as she asks what he meant. Yulia trembles all over, asking what he just said. Kangwoo calmly replies that it is not exactly poison, but basically the same. He speaks in a completely flat voice, stating that from now on, everyone must receive regular antidote from him or writhe in agony and die. One man chuckles, asking if he is just joking, while Amon chimes in, laughing that Kangwoo actually has a great sense of humor to try and lighten the heavy atmosphere. He tries to keep the conversation going to normal, saying that since Kangwoo is still young, he probably enjoys jokes like this. Meanwhile, Kangwoo simply snaps his fingers in a calm manner. Instantly, dark veins of blood bulge across Amon's face. He immediately collapses, clutching his head in agony. Witnessing this, one man worriedly asks after Lord Amon, while the other urgently asks if he is all right. Then he suddenly opens his mouth and lets out a mad, agonizing roar. Terrified, the group demands to know what is happening, asking if he did this and telling him to stop immediately. Kangwoo calmly replies in a voice light as air, explaining that he just activated the toxin inside their bodies. From now on, they must take his medicine weekly or they will convulse like this and die. He grins, asking if they understand. The furious crowd screams, demanding to know if he realizes what he has just done. The man leaps from his chair, warning that this is a major international crime, asking if the Guardians of Light intend to declare war on the entire world. Kangwoo merely shrugs, replying that he only wants to resolve this as peacefully as possible. The entire group stands up furiously, shouting that he has gone completely mad and will pay for this. They threaten to cancel all the aid promised to the Guardians of Light, demanding to know how the self-proclaimed hope of humanity can act like this, accusing Kangwoo of secretly being a member of the villainous demonic cult. Kangwoo cannot help but let out a long, heavy sigh. He smirks, his voice sounding incredibly chilling as he tells them they talk too much, activating his power of fear. Kangwoo asks if they really have that much to say, while the terrified man desperately tells himself not to look back. Right then, Kangwoo casually puts his foot on the table, warning him that if he is told to strip, he should just strip. After speaking, Kangwoo calmly watches the terrified group struggle. He gently moves his fingertip, casually telling them that if they object, they can just go die. At that moment, Yulia cannot help but speak up, telling Kangwoo she completely misjudged him, believing he was a man of true justice who cared for world peace more than anyone else. She is left utterly confused as to why her special fragrance failed to work, since the demonic lust should have been an irresistible temptation for any normal human. Yulia strictly demands to know why he is acting so unreasonably like this. Suddenly, a sharp chill runs through her heart, wondering if it could actually be Kangwoo. He smiles faintly, teasing that if she wants to seduce someone, she should at least be subtle instead of being so obvious about using them. This makes Yulia even more suspicious that he is resisting her power through sheer willpower. Kangwoo looks straight into her eyes, adding that if she really wants to seduce someone, she should at least offer some hot kimchi stew instead. Yulia is momentarily dazed, wondering how the Guardians of Light could have such a monster. She contemplates summoning her demonic weapon to suppress him, but doing so might alert the other guardians nearby. Right at this moment, the furious man rushes straight toward him, yelling at him. He throws a wild punch directly at Kangwoo. Screaming for him to die, the man gets his hand casually grabbed by Kangwoo, who asks where everyone learns those cliché lines since different nationalities and species all sound identical. Immediately after, Kangwoo violently hurls the man forward. He gently squeezes the man's arm, stating he originally did not plan to go this far as he only cares about getting their support. The man struggles violently, screaming for Kangwoo to let him go. Kangwoo suddenly squeezes the man's arm tightly, lowering his voice as he thinks it over carefully. He shrugs, noting that if he yields now, he will always have to cater to their whims. He admits playing along and eating delicious food is fine, but still. He continues with some bizarre logic, complaining that nameless side characters would get too much screen time and dialogue. The man furiously roars, asking if Kangwoo even knows who he is messing with. In response, Kangwoo casually releases his arm. The man screams in agony while Kangwoo tilts his head, asking who allowed an absolute nobody to have such a massive amount of dialogue. He begins criticizing him, pointing out that in a webtoon he would have wasted at least 12 panels, meaning 12 panels of Koa wearing a dress could not appear understand. The man bursts into tears, feeling incredibly confused and wondering who this Koa character even is. Finished with him, Kangwoo turns to Yulia, asking if he has explained his reasons well enough. She falls silent, staring with cold eyes and asking what he wants. After a moment, Eamon speaks up, his voice echoing throughout the entire room. He slowly reads the unanimous resolution of the 47 participating nations, announcing that they will immediately provide full aid to the Guardians of Light. First, France will dispatch a special force of 30 Napoleonic cavalry members to support the Guardians of Light. China will send Jeon Mujin and Jeon So-yeon along with 217 sword sect masters. Japan will send Yuri Kurosaki and her entire escort team. South Korea will send 13 members of the Red Rose Guild under Cha Yeon-jo and both Hwarang teams. Italy will send 10 million euros and 17 Sarah Special Force agents. Kangwoo smiles with satisfaction at their contribution to world peace. He silently chuckles to himself, who wouldn't be deeply moved by such an incredibly noble spirit of sacrifice. Eamon continues that England will send the Knights of the Round Table. Kangwoo marvels that even those who were poisoned are crying tears of gratitude now. After a long discussion, Gaia softly speaks up to ask if that is all. She smiles brightly and thanks them sincerely for making such a difficult decision. Gaia places a hand over her heart and declares that she will not arrogantly promise to protect every single life, but she vows no one will sacrifice themselves in vain. The world is in peril as monsters continue pouring from the gates while Satan and the demonic cult plot the world's destruction. This will be a fierce war, but not a single drop of our blood will be wasted. No matter who is sent, their sacrifice will shine like tiny fireflies gathering in the pitch black. Together, they will tear this darkness apart. Kangwoo clapped enthusiastically at her incredibly powerful speech. He keeps his eyes glued on Gaia's overwhelming and proud aura. She is completely different from the hesitant Kim Si-hoon he remembers. Thinking of this, Kangwoo giggles. That guy will cling to anything just to survive. At the same time, Hanseala stares at him with cold eyes. She notes a strong smell of alcohol and perfume on him. She tilts her head, smiling gently while asking for an explanation. He trembles and quickly agrees. Much later, darkness gradually blankets the entire hotel. At the same time, a lone figure walks quickly toward a waiting taxi. Yulia growls an order to head straight for Dula Airport. The driver quickly complies. She grits her teeth, certain that there is something deeply wrong with Kangwoo. A political faction worked hard to dissolve the Guardians, yet he sees their network with a cheap trick of poisoning wine and holding the cure hostage. 2. Manipulate those puppet politicians and neutralize the remaining poison in her own body. She must first create her own antidote. She will head to the Tibet branch, one of their 5 largest bases, to begin brewing it. It works out anyway because of the body of fire. Meanwhile, Lilith asks skeptically if letting her leave is wise. Kangwoo calmly replies that he let her go on purpose. When Lilith asks how long he knew she was demonic cult, he says, since day one. Hearing this, Lilith wonders if he felt her demonic energy, as she detected nothing on the guest list. Kangwoo explains that they completely hide it deep within their hearts. Confused, she asks how the Demon King could possibly know. He emphasizes that it is all because of the scent. Kangwoo explains that they use a scent that triggers primal demonic desires unique to her cult. He knows that distinct feeling all too well. Those who accept demonic energy to survive in hell must endure a terrifying bloodthirsty thirst as their desires burn out of control. Kangwoo Wu stares at his bloodied fingers, reflecting on how he has suppressed that urge. Lilith notices and quickly offers to wipe his hands. He looks at her suspiciously, wondering why she is not asking about the blood. She reasons that a true demon king would never use such a clumsy poison trick. Hearing this, Kangwoo grins. Lilith is incredibly sharp compared to Balrog. She scoffs at how easily fooled Yulia was by his bluff. Lilith leans close, whispering that only she can truly satisfy him. Internally, he screams in protest. Then, Kangwoo firmly reminds her that with global cooperation secured, it is time to begin preparations. She lifts her skirt like a noble lady and pledges to follow his every command. Meanwhile, the harsh winter weather leaves the landscape buried under a thick white frost. Heavy snow completely blankets the demonic cult headquarters deep in Tibet. Inside, a dark cave, an ancient magic circle glows as a ritual is performed. An elder closes his eyes, muttering that there is absolutely nothing. What? He slowly steps forward, explaining that despite using black magic and medicine, no traces exist. Yulia asks in absolute disbelief. The elder clarifies that her body is perfectly healthy, leaving her frustrated as she demands to know if there is really no poison. The tense conversation continues as they search for anomalies, but everything is normal. Yulia realizes this makes absolutely no sense. Kangwoo clearly stated he poisoned the wine to kill her within a week. Terrifying visions of her agonizing demise flash through her mind. Emmanuel's painful screaming fits seemed like proof, but there are absolutely no traces of poison. Suddenly, Yulia realizes Emmanuel is a normal human who would convulse from pure mana pressure alone. She wonders why she easily fell for his bluff, duped by his sheer confidence. She immediately demands to know about the wine bottle she brought along, and the elder quickly presents it. Yulia slowly uncorks the bottle left in the VIP room by Kangwoo, not quite sure what to expect. Fills the entire room with its rich aroma. The answer surely lies right here. Catching that scent suddenly triggers something, making her realize she knows this exact smell. Meanwhile, in a spacious room, Gaia speaks up. Prepare for war, she says. Kangwoo agrees, noting that promised aid from world leaders means they must prepare to face the demon cult. But Gaia hesitates, pointing out they still do not even know where the enemy is hiding. Tapping his fingers gently on the table, he reveals they have already located one of their major bases. Deep in the mountainous region of Tibet lies the main stronghold of the demon cult inside China. Just then, Yulia struggles to recall the metallic scent of blood when suddenly, a massive meteor storm erupts, spreading across the globe like wildfire. 47 nations gathered for the largest summit since the apocalypse, yielding an incredible result. Breaking through selfish national greed, politicians chose global peace. In a historic display of unity, world leaders announced a brand new United States-led global alliance officially named the Guardians of Light, making headlines everywhere. News coverage floods every screen. 6 years ago, during the apocalypse, half the world vanished as monsters invaded. Even with millions slaughtered, a united global alliance of this scale was completely impossible to form back then. This humanity-protecting alliance, the Guardians of Light, is officially led by Grace McCupin. Her second-in-command and trusted advisor is none other than the legendary sword dragon Kim Si-hoon. His nomination sparked heavy controversy. While Kim Si-hoon is a rapidly rising star, many felt his abilities had not yet been truly proven among the top-tier world rankers. The tension peaked when a legendary world-ranked player named Jason Helmet stepped forward to challenge Kim Si-hoon. Soon after, a global shockwave hit when the duel commenced. Televised globally, the fight between Kim Si-hoon and Jason became an absolute shutout. Kim Si-hoon completely dominated his opponent, securing a flawless victory that made his name and the Guardians famous overnight. The shadow group that once secretly protected humanity is now formally stepping out as the Guardians of Light. Watching the screen, someone gasps in disbelief at Kim Si-hoon defeating Jason. Choi Eun-bi remarks that the media is entirely focused on Kim Si-hoon, making him feel like an unreachable star. Kangwoo softly reminds Han Seola that she is also officially part of the Guardians now. She smiles shyly, nodding. As new players from across the globe enlist under the Guardians, they are split into specialized teams based on their unique abilities to begin group training. Han Seola is placed into Kim Si-hoon's elite team, the Silver Wolf Squad. Alongside Cha Yeon-jo and Hwa Young, almost all of their close allies are grouped here. Kim Si-hoon proudly chose the Silver Wolf name himself, smiling brightly as he asked if it sounded cool. Since the official debut, the group has grown at a rapid pace. Chatting warmly with Choi Eun-bi, Kangwoo asks how training is going, reflecting on the old dungeon days. Now that the world knows the Guardians, there is no longer any need to limit their roster. Echidna whines, wishing the media would stop playing the exact same news broadcast because all her favorite anime got postponed. Internally, Kangwoo sighs, realizing she is officially addicted to anime now. Kangwoo suddenly turns around, noticing Gaia looks off. He asks if she is feeling unwell anywhere. Speaking in a warm, gentle voice, he calls out to her, but she remains visibly downcast. Gaia lowers her head, whispering that it is nothing. She admits that seeing Grace and Kim Si-hoon so busy makes her feel guilty about being completely idle. Smiling warmly, Kangwoo reassures her, saying it is perfectly fine to relax a bit. Swirling thoughts fill his mind. Gaia began staying with them after the official launch. When announcing the Guardians to the world, they purposely kept their own presence and Gaia hidden from the public eye. They are hiding for different reasons. While Kangwoo is the ultimate trump card and strongest force, Gaia remains their biggest vulnerability. With everyone else so busy, the two of them actually enjoy a quiet, free life. Gaia speaks up again, asking if he investigated the demon cult base in Tibet. Casually, Kangwoo replies that he actually went there just a few days ago. Recalling his visit, he explains he only observed from a distance, but the scale matched their fears. There are at least 5,000 cultists there, and that number will explode once the demons are summoned. It is by far the largest stronghold they have ever uncovered. Hearing this, she grows anxious, realizing a real war is brewing, and asks if he still plans to sit this one out. Kangwoo coldly replies that he will definitely not fight on the front lines. She might find his stance cold, but he knows it is absolutely necessary. He silently realizes his presence on the battlefield would make things too easy and spare many lives. But Kangwoo gently explains that she has already seen how world politicians behave. They do not show even a shred of concern regarding the looming threat of the demon cult. The players joining the Guardians are the exact same. Thanks to their hidden efforts, the public remains oblivious to the danger. Because they have never experienced true bloodshed, they completely lack vigilance. If this continues, their sheer carelessness will eventually lead to their own destruction. They desperately need to realize just how strong and terrifying these demons truly are, even if that realization must be paid in blood. Hearing this, Gaia looks down in solemn silence. He slowly stands up, explaining that waking them up is not his only goal. There are other ways, but no one can predict what terrors might appear in the future. There is absolutely no guarantee he can stop everything alone, meaning these players must grow stronger to defend their own peace. Kangwoo carries deep unspoken worries. To successfully fight the brutal demon kings, they need at least 30 world-class rankers to deal any real damage. Reaching his hand forward, he softly calls out to Gaia, waiting. He reminds her that she said their shed blood would illuminate the darkness. She looks up, agreeing softly. Locking eyes with deep determination, he promises that this coming war will prove those exact words. Hearing his resolve, Gaia feels her heavy heart ease slightly. 2 months later, a massive bombshell of an event finally takes place. Aggressive hunters rush forward, shouting about a $500,000 bounty. How is the bounty on a single cult fanatic this high? Panic screams echo everywhere, wondering how the enemies found their location as they try to block them. Fierce enemies charge in waves, while the defenders grow weary of this mountain landscape. The brutal battle rages on with no end in sight, leaving Gaia. Watching the tragedy unfold with deep sadness, she whispers to Kangwoo that it has begun. He stands there perfectly calm, silently observing every single detail of the unfolding chaos. Kangwoo silently notes that the trained squads have launched their ambush on the cult headquarters in China, joined by 10,000 elite players from around the globe. All elite warriors who have awakened to level 7 or higher. Deep down, he acts as though he has a burning desire to join the fight. Immediately, the authority of greed blankets the area while the players desperately clash with the demons. Though highly tragic scenes unfold everywhere, he knows this heavy bloodshed will not go to waste. The Guardians of Light will only grow stronger from their sacrifice, building a peaceful future for the entire world. Suddenly, the system alerts him that the Death God trait is active, slightly expanding the passage to the deep. Kangwoo declares that humanity will take a massive step forward as system notifications continue to flash, repeating that the passage to the deep has expanded slightly. He has to actively restrain himself from laughing out loud, forcing a serious expression. He pretends his heart aches for the players, risking their lives against demons, acting upset that he is just standing by. But as more notifications pop up confirming the Death God trait is constantly active, and showing that the passage to the deep is gradually widening, Kangwoo stands there acting so heartbroken he could literally cry. The system flashes once more, indicating the passage has expanded yet again. Then he flashes a sinister grin, joking that he cannot stop the tears drooling from his mouth. Arrogant players keep complaining, claiming they heard these demons could not even stand against the Guardians of Light, wondering why they are so strong. A fierce demon suddenly lunges forward, questioning what these pathetic humans are doing in a holy war. The greedy hunters charge in anyway, shouting that killing demons pays even more, and that these monsters are just easy prey to deal with. But the demon blocks them, roaring in anger that mere mortals would dare to look down on demonkind so foolishly. The demon screams that they have committed a completely unforgivable insult. Suddenly, a sharp flashing blade slices right through the monster. Kim Si-hoon immediately arrives as the terrified crowd gasps for the sword dragon. The two hunters rejoice, shouting that the legendary sword dragon has finally arrived to save them, proving his famous victory at Mount Jason was definitely not just luck. Kim Si-hoon steps forward and coldly tells them to get lost, making their faces turn completely pale. He furiously barks that they were warned not to engage demons without orders, declaring he has absolutely no use for fools who cannot follow a simple command. He commands them to leave the Guardians of Light, leaving the greedy hunters terrified that they might have to return all the money they received. They drop to their knees, begging for another chance, pleading that they did not expect the demons to be so powerful, but Kim Si-hoon just coldly turns away. While things have gone smoothly, thanks to him, he reflects on how humanity has become as fragile as greenhouse flowers. They are still trapped by the lingering terror of that fateful day, but he knows they cannot stay weak forever. He shouts at the top of his lungs, commanding everyone to stick close and fight strictly in their designated squads. Kangwoo silently notes that Kim Si-hoon is performing much better than expected, having previously worried his soft-hearted disciple would break down over the casualties, but it looks like he worried for nothing. Gaia notices this as well, praising Kim Si-hoon's excellent leadership, while Kangwoo quietly hopes this brutal battle serves as a much-needed wake-up call. In a sense, this war is a cleansing ritual because even if they fear the demon's overwhelming power, it is the only way to find players who will fight to the very end. They successfully achieve their goal of waking these players up, though. Kangwoo admits that just standing by and watching is still incredibly frustrating. Gaia turns to address him, but he replies that he needs a quick break to clear his head as Kangwoo has already prepared everything for his next big move. He turns and asks if they are ready, ordering them to proceed with the plan. His squad asks about the remaining cultists, and Kangwoo coldly answers that they shouldn't even have to ask. The other side of the line still hesitates, fighting evil with demons, countering bloodlust with an even stronger killer aura. But Kangwoo remains completely calm, ordering their total annihilation. Right now, a massive reservoir of boiling lava bubbles violently. A deadly matrix of dark energy is already prepared. Yulia is still refining her dark energy deep inside the gloomy cavern. Her ominous chants echo continuously, sounding both mesmerizing and deeply terrifying. She quietly realizes there is no other choice left at this point. Suddenly, urgent news arrives that enemies are invading the facility. A shock, Yulia demands to know if someone really broke inside. She tells herself it is impossible. Even the Guardians of Light would struggle to break through the main gates. Yulia just stares blankly ahead without uttering a single word. Turns out she is monitoring everything through a magic illusion, and there stands Balrog. Wasn't he supposed to be killed by the Guardians of Light? She doesn't know who that kid and the skeleton beside him are, but using demonic energy proves a different force is at play. Panicking, Yulia screams to recall all teams deployed outside. Her henchman stammers that doing so will let the Guardians of Light make their move. Furious, she snaps that their core base is under attack right now. The terrified lackey quickly promises to do it immediately. Holding her magic orb, she remembers Balrog is a monster their entire Tibet branch couldn't hope to stop even at full strength. They must request immediate reinforcement from other major branches to block him. But before she can, the communication orb suddenly flashes strangely, making Yulia wonder what is going on. Answering angrily, Apostle Yulia Vinkova reports the Tibet branch is under attack and requests backup. But a voice from the orb scoffs, telling her not to be ridiculous because they are being raided too. Surprised, Yulia asks if the Guardians of Light are responsible, but the voice shouts back, "What Light Guardians? It is Lucifer's followers. They are attacking." Yulia is utterly stunned, wondering why Lucifer's faction is raiding them. Lucifer is supposedly tied up in a war with the heavens and unable to move. Agitated, she yells out to ask who would dare attack Lucifer's envoys, but the caller snaps that they did nothing. The enemies simply opened portals and struck without warning. Yulia gazes into the distance, pondering if the enemy went mad with war despite no provocation. Do they intend to wipe them out completely? And has Balrog actually aligned himself with Lucifer? She mutters aloud while calculating her options, realizing Lucifer's sudden assault on the demonic cult might also play into things. Yulia suddenly bursts into a sinister laugh, shaking the entire chamber. Furious, she crushes the magic formation, cursing both Balrog and Lucifer. She snarls over how they dare to target the demonic cult. She realizes Lucifer would only launch this raid mid-war for one specific reason. It must be the source of magic the cult possesses. At this point, there is no room left for compromise with Lucifer. Yulia grits her teeth, knowing that nothing remains now but absolute war. Her explosive fury causes the boiling lava to spill over the edges, yet she is still plagued by frustration, cursing their lack of preparation as the demonic energy fluctuates wildly. Normally, she would never risk playing such a highly dangerous gamble. She looks up, but none of those calculations matter anymore. The only thing that matters now is awakening the giant statue standing before them. Once that final task is complete, every single problem will be solved. Yulia's eyes widen as she gazes up at the statue of the fire god. The stone casing instantly shatters, revealing the Archduke of Greed Mammon. The demon lord looks down and speaks, asking what this is and how they dare awaken him before his time. Yulia immediately falls to her knees, begging for forgiveness and explaining that they were attacked before the summoning ritual was complete, but Mammon simply cuts her off. Mammon reaches his massive hand toward her, demanding to know how they dared force him to wake up early. He grips her neck tightly, forcing Yulia to gasp out desperate apologies. Fierce flames wrap around her, burning her flesh even as she continues to plead for her life. Mammon remains utterly cold, snarling that because of these pathetic humans, the demonic energy he accumulated for a century has completely vanished. He demands to know how they will make amends for reducing his long slumber to absolutely nothing. He slowly burns Yulia alive while wearing a truly terrifying, monstrous grin. Mammon releases his grip, muttering that Satan must quite like her to spare her. He asks who is attacking, but seeing her silent state, he decides to go out and see for himself. He curses under his breath. His precious recovery time is ruined, and he will be sealed for another 100 years unless he just kills this guy right now. He grumbles as he walks away, letting it go. There is no need to provoke that madman Satan over a mere human. But since he is finally out after so long, it is time for a little warm-up. Hellfire erupts all around him, and that sinister grin on his face makes the entire scene look absolutely hideous. Meanwhile, just behind the snow-covered mountains, a brutal battle is taking place. This ruthless clash shows absolutely no signs of stopping. Kim Si-hoon calmly assesses the situation while gripping his sword. He unleashes a flurry of slash attacks, cutting down the beasts. Kim Si-hoon lands gracefully, casting a quick glance to the side. Studying his surroundings, he immediately senses that something is seriously wrong. Sure, the Guardians of Light are slaying the demons, but their numbers are dropping way too fast. It is as if they are moving in packs. Kim Si-hoon suddenly freezes, recognizing the terrifying energy in the air. Everyone else can feel the ominous shift in the atmosphere. Flames suddenly erupt from a massive boulder, signaling a massive surge of demonic energy. Kim Si-hoon knows that something terrible is coming, and this is definitely no ordinary demonic energy. He remembers this exact feeling from meeting Valak, high-ranking demons who operate on an entirely different level of power. Out of all the demons, he knows only one could release energy of this crazy magnitude. Satan is here, and Kim Si-hoon knows he shouldn't go. He turns to Commander Ray, leaving the team in her hands as she quickly nods in agreement. With that, Kim Si-hoon bolts off like the wind, though doubt still lingers deep in his mind. Kim Si-hoon simply has to ignore the rising sense of dread screaming inside him. He rushes toward the source of the dark energy, knowing he has to check it out. Kim Si-hoon charges straight ahead. Watch what happens next. Deep inside the cavern, a pool of molten lava boils intensely. Desperate cries for help echo through the dark chambers. Chaos erupts as people scream in confusion, wondering why Valak is even here. Terrified, one monster immediately tries to make a run for it. Valak grabs his leg instantly, telling him there is no escape. The beast screams to be let go, complaining about the unexpected threat, but Valak shuts him up with a punch, calling him a loud idiot. Valak asks if anyone else wants to run, while another leader orders his minions to hold the line. Even if a few escape, it doesn't matter because the only way out is already blocked. My greatest knight is guarding that exit right now. Even demons from the 9 hells stand absolutely no chance against him. She stands up, declaring that no one will escape as the situation grows increasingly chaotic. Xiaolong is warned not to overdo it, but she denies struggling. Valak stands there calmly, explaining that if this is how he can help his lord, then he must do it, though she argues that Kangwoo is already too perfect to need assistance despite the system's seal weakening him. Valak just flashes a wicked razor-sharp grin right back at her. Valak continues, noting his master said his strength was sealed by some Gaia system, while she stands there asking if Valak is fine, pointing out that she never knew the old Kangwoo, but the current one is clearly far weaker. Valak pats her head, telling Xiaolong not to worry. She still doesn't know who he truly is or what he is capable of, but she will realize it soon enough. He then asks Xiaolong if she really is the daughter of the magic dragon Kagas. A sudden burst of fire roaring behind them forces Valak to cut his sentence short. He turns his head to see what is going on. The heavy impact shatters the ground beneath them, sending cracks everywhere. Weaker monsters struggle to keep their footing as the shockwave hits. Balrog glares with wide eyes, demanding to know his identity. Mammon smiles, gently amused by the unexpected reunion. He mocks Balrog, calling him a masterless dog and noting that this situation has become far more interesting than he initially anticipated. Balrog secretly worries. Mammon might rank below Satan and Lucifer, but he is still one of the 7 great archdukes. Balrog steps closer, telling the skeleton and the little dragon to run. He thinks to himself that while these recruits of the Demon King's army are decent, facing a great archduke is utterly pointless. Right now, what they really need is to escape. The air grows heavy with dark energy. They need to summon their lord when suddenly, a sudden voice rings out, telling them there is no need. Everyone gasps in shock as the Demon King, Kangwoo, calmly says Mammon's name. He calls him a worthy opponent, putting on a perfectly cool act while secretly panicking inside. He only came here to scavenge some demon corpses, hoping this massive demonic branch had some valuable loot. Running into a great archduke was definitely not part of his plan. Meanwhile, Mammon stares back in utter shock, wondering what on earth is going on. What on earth is happening here? Kangwoo figured that if Lucifer was reborn, the other archdukes would follow, but he never expected it to be in this exact place. Could Mammon really be here? Mammon demands in absolute shock, asking how he is still alive. Mammon stammers that he saw it clearly, making his presence completely impossible. The onlookers watch in confusion, wondering what is wrong with the Archduke. Mammon is still consumed by disbelief, asking if he was not completely destroyed. Kangwoo silently curses, trying to figure out his next move. Mammon yells that the system erased him, demanding to know how this monster is still alive. Suddenly, a realization hits Kangwoo and everything begins to click. Kangwoo smirks mockingly, realizing these fools actually thought he died. When he fell into the dimensional rift with the hell creature and reached Earth, he clashed with the Gaia system, sealing his 10,000 demonic energy. The other archdukes must have felt his massive power vanish back then, leading them to falsely believe he was completely wiped out. Since his soul was trapped inside the hell beast, his senses were mostly blocked, and he realizes he can use this misunderstanding to his advantage. He steps closer, mocking them for believing he was dead. Terrified, Mammon steps back, telling him to stay away. Kangwoo calmly demands Mammon's submission. The Archduke is completely shocked, refusing to believe he is being ordered to serve. Kangwoo slowly closes the distance, asking if he is not tired of the 9 hells by now. The blood-red sky, the barren land, and the ruined atmosphere of that desolate place. But compared to hell, this planet is beautiful. Have you never wanted to seize it, twist it, and corrupt it to your heart's content? He gently extends a warm hand, calling out to Mammon. He asks if Mammon wants to rule this world together, though privately he reconsiders the risky idea. Mammon hesitates, and Kangwoo can tell from his expression that the Archduke is already halfway swayed by the offer. If Mammon realizes how weak he actually is, betrayal is absolutely guaranteed. He cannot fully tame him, so he decides to use him temporarily, planning to eventually devour him completely once the time is right. Talk about a tense standoff, the battle of wits between them is far from over. Suddenly, a massive boulder falls from high above, hurtling straight toward Kangwoo. Kangwoo remains completely coolly calm. He instantly activates his powerful wave authority. The massive rock shatters into pieces, raining down onto the ground. Mammon smirks as if he has just spotted a major weakness. That smug grin sends a chill down Kangwoo's spine. Damn it. Mammon speaks up, noting the weak energy he sensed from that authority. You've gotten weaker, Demon King, have you not? Hearing those words, Kangwoo realizes his opponent has completely exposed his current weakness. He starts to panic, realizing their negotiations have officially failed. To make matters worse, lava continues to rise as the overflowing demonic energy actively agitates the volcano. The source of the leak seems to be at the deepest part of this tunnel. If they do not stop this rampaging energy, the entire volcano will erupt, triggering a catastrophic natural disaster on an absolutely massive scale. Right now, the Guardians of Light are locked in battle with the demons outside. If the volcano erupts, both factions will be completely wiped out, destroying any chance for the young Guardians to grow and forcing them to die in vain. Kangwoo orders Balrog to take the youngsters to the end of the tunnel and stop the leak. Balrog hesitates, pointing out the powerful opponent in front of them. Kangwoo cuts him off, commanding him to leave this place to him. Balrog immediately obeys, acknowledging his lord's direct order. He quickly leaves, leaving a final message that everything will unfold exactly as the Demon King desires. Mammon smiles, muttering that they can easily round up those useless small fry later on. He is scheming, planning even further ahead. Suddenly, his monstrous arm swells, exposing veins and heavily built demonic muscles. Gloating, Mammon laughs that the legendary Demon King is somehow this pathetic, proving what he saw back then was entirely true. That means right now is the ultimate gold-plated chance to finally seize the demonic sea. Isn't that right? He roars, his massive body trembling with laughter that literally shakes the entire earth. Kangwoo cuts in, telling the giant pig to stop that obnoxious smirking because he's not amused. Cool and absolutely oozing confidence, Kangwoo asks if that savage beating earlier wasn't quite enough for him. Without wasting another second, Kangwoo throws the first strike. Mammon refuses to back down, summoning a sea of roaring hot flames. Searing embers erupt. He is completely surrounded. Calm, as always, he prepares to block. He lands a heavy, flawless blow on Mammon. An earth-shattering shockwave tears through the ground. Kangwoo quickly chains his next move, unleashing the devastating authority of explosion. The demon struggles to stand, forcing out a vicious retaliatory strike. Wild flames blaze, smothering the battlefield in suffocating heat. Kangwoo shifts gears, calling upon yet another ability, the Void Authority, but a massive wave of fire erupts, cutting off his casting. Seizing this rare opening, Mammon slips behind him, ready to launch a deadly ambush. Kangwoo reacts instantly, chaining his moves, Authority of Heavenly Power and Authority of Shockwave. The clash intensifies by the second, shattering the sky as both demonic forces collide in a blinding flash that covers the entire area. This fight doesn't seem very balanced right now, but Kangwoo maintains the upper hand, pushing forward with highly aggressive blows. Refusing to break, Mammon retaliates by throwing burning boiling acid while tightly gritting his razor-sharp teeth together. The thick acid looks harmless, but it actually carries immense destructive power. getting caught in the splash. Kangwoo winces in pain. He freezes, realizing his left arm is useless. Staring straight ahead, he knows there's a bigger problem. The beast has healed. Back in the day, that insane regeneration factor made him a total nightmare to defeat. Either way, letting this drag on into a war of attrition will end badly for him. In that case, relying solely on Gungnir simply won't be enough. He has to strike harder, combining both authority of decay and authority of frost. His freezing energy instantly surges toward Manhwa in a sudden strike. A roaring blizzard heads straight for him. He remembers that when forging the key to the demonic sea using 6 authorities at once would completely overload his demonic energy reserves. Eyes burning with raw resolve, he accepts the harsh reality. He must abandon all control and focus entirely on raw destruction. Manhwa stumbles back, his massive body shivering under the intense cold. Kangwoo closes his eyes, preparing for one last move. Summoning his ultimate divine weapon, the dragon spear Gungnir. And so their endless clash of power rages on. Manhwa is determined to fight to the end, mocking Kangwoo about what he can do with that tiny spear. Kangwoo steps back to build up his momentum. His injured hand still tightly grips his weapon. He slowly lifts the spear up while unleashing an unimaginable amount of raw strength. Kangwoo hurls the spear straight at the demon. Manhwa easily blocks it, scoffing at the weak attack. But the sheer power behind it forces him to freeze. Sharp freezing icicles suddenly erupt and shoot straight towards him. Heavy chunks of frozen ice crash onto the ground. Manhwa is completely trapped in the ice, unable to move. Kangwoo collapses heavily onto the frozen ground, gasping for air as he realizes he used far too much demonic energy to even stand. Against a normal demon archduke, that freezing blow would have been fatal, but this brutal battle is far from over. Manhwa uses his raw power to easily shatter the thick ice, proving that utilizing the infinite hell alone is simply not enough to take down an archduke. Frowning, the demon mutters that he almost froze to death. Kangwoo can only sit there helplessly and watch. Manhwa immediately retaliates by unleashing a massive blazing ball of fire. He grins arrogantly, showing his razor-sharp teeth as he boasts about the legendary demon sea. The demonic ocean now belongs to him. This ultimate power, which even Satan and Lucifer could never obtain, has finally fallen into Manhwa's hands. Kim Si-hoon rushes in from the outside but suddenly freezes when he notices something. Seeing Kangwoo sealed inside that blazing sphere of fire completely shocks him. Manhwa looks over and wonders how a mere human managed to reach this place. Arrogantly, the demon tells him to get lost right now. Kim Si-hoon is so angry that his hands begin to shake. Manhwa prepares to resume the ritual to absorb the Demon King's massive power. The young warrior immediately lunges forward, unleashing consecutive sword strikes to stop him. With his sword pointing straight at him, Manhwa shouts out, demanding where the human got such nerve. Kim Si-hoon angrily fires back, calling him a filthy fat monster who dared touch his brother. As he charges forward, Manhwa calmly stands his ground, highly amused by the mention of a brother. The demon scoffs at the idea of a weak human insect being the brother of the powerful Demon King. Annoyed, he tells the human to get out of his way, secretly grumbling about these annoying insects, constantly interrupting his recovery. Even with most of his power sealed, that last desperate attack from the Demon King did serious damage. While it did not kill him on the spot, it severely slowed down his regeneration ability. To fully heal himself, Manhwa desperately needs to absorb the Demon Sea, but these pesky human bugs keep getting in his way. Unleashing a massive wave of fire, the Archduke grows deeply irritated by this pest. The raging flames erupt violently, completely overpowering Kim Si-hoon as the demon tells him to move. The intense blast sends the young warrior flying back across the battlefield. Kim Si-hoon freezes, realizing his legendary El Cuero sword was completely melted in a single strike. This monster is on a completely different level than any opponent he has ever faced in battle. With his body trembling and his breath growing heavy, he wonders if he should flee, but he simply cannot abandon his brother. He remembers the Heavenly Wind single strike he mastered against Halfas, hoping this ultimate skill might actually damage the Archduke. Pushing his doubts aside, he decides to try one last time because there is absolutely no time to hesitate. Manhwa grows completely enraged, demanding that the pests stay out of his way. Kim Si-hoon remains highly resolute, trying to recall the exact flow of his technique. He gathers his remaining strength and unleashes a powerful strike. The Heavenly Wind single strike erupts, blindingly illuminating the entire dark space. Even Manhwa is caught off guard, shocked that a mere human could withstand his devastating attack. Kim Si-hoon is completely bewildered too. Damn it, his sword is melting and his ultimate wind strike could only block the attack. This means targeting the giant's blind spot on his armless side is going to be incredibly tough. Manhwa slowly raises his massive finger. Kim Si-hoon spots an opening and aims straight for his arm. But Manhwa's raw power is simply too overwhelming for Kim Si-hoon to resist. The sword slips from his grip as his strength completely fades. Kim Si-hoon collapses to the ground as the giant sneers, "Unlike you, I can regenerate my limbs." Manhwa takes a slow, heavy step right past him. He mockingly tells him that life would have been much easier if he had just stepped aside. "Now cower there and watch me absorb the Demon King's power." Kim Si-hoon's arm is broken and shattered, but the giant's mockery only fuels his resolve to stand up and fight. Summoning his last bit of strength, Kim Si-hoon drives his broken blade right into Hamon's foot. He gasps for air, glaring up at the monster. Kim Si-hoon weakly gasps out, "You cannot pass." But that shallow wound does absolutely nothing to slow Hamon down. Enraged, he swings his arm and flings Kim Si-hoon away. Hamon looms over him. "You really are a far more annoying pest than I expected." Every single step he takes makes the very earth tremble beneath him. Intense heat radiates from his feet, enough to burn an ordinary man alive. He delivers a chilling threat. "Looks like you will never be holding a sword again. I warn you to stay back, but you just had to learn the hard way." Time to claim the Demon King's true power. But Kim Si-hoon refuses to yield. Since he cannot hold his sword, he uses his teeth to bite the giant's foot, halting him in his tracks. He screams through his gritted teeth, "I told you were not laying a hand on my brother, you bastard." Hamon just bursts into a loud, mocking laugh. He raises his massive fist to deliver a crushing blow. "If you want to die so badly, I will oblige." A brutal fist crashes down on Kim Si-hoon. The impact leaves him critically injured, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Hamon scowls. "You should have just begged for death from the very beginning. That way, we would not have wasted so much of each other's time." He prepares another fiery fist to finish him off, but wait, look at that. A strange, overwhelming surge of energy erupts nearby. Before Hamon can swing his final punch, a dark force intervenes. Demonic energy wraps around Hamon as he gasps out, "What is this?" He is dragged backward with immense force. Powerless to resist, Hamon can only scream as the oppressive magic paralyzes him completely. Then a calm and cold voice echoes, sending shivers down Hamon's spine. "Oh, Kangwoo has awakened." Hamon panics, stuttering out in sheer terror, "Demon King, how are you moving? I locked you inside the gates of hell. There is no way you could break free." Oh, Kangwoo slowly looks up. "You want to know how I managed to break out?" Deep within the Hall of Demons, the second gate begins to manifest. The massive stone gate slowly creaks open. Hellfire erupts from within, burning with eternal fury. The gate swings wide open, unleashing a pressure that suffocates everyone nearby. Oh, Kangwoo looks down calmly. "Bae Kang-hyun, Yulia, and the others do not know who I really am, so they are safe." Hamon desperately screams back, calling him a crazy monster and begging him to let go. Oh, Kangwoo continues in a freezing tone, "But you are different. You already know my true identity." He lifts Hamon high into the air, completely rendering him helpless. He asks in a terrifying voice, "Why did you do that? Stop right there. Stop cowering like that and just answer me, you coward." Mammon trembles in absolute terror, whimpering as he looks up. Oh, Kangwoo asks in a bone-chilling voice, "Why did you pick a fight with me?" Mammon screams out in sheer panic. He writhes in agony, screaming to get lost. He shoves Oh Kangwoo to the ground. Mammon sits there, gasping heavily for breath. In his mind, he wonders if that nightmarish body made of black slime could actually be. Then suddenly, a bizarre, twisted voice rings out, startling him as he tries to flee. He backs away in terror, pleading for him to stay back. Oh, Kangwoo keeps closing the distance, fueling his panic. He knows those nightmarish mouths will tear his body to shreds if they latch onto him, devouring every single piece until absolutely nothing is left. Mammon summons a blazing fire in his palm, but Oh Kangwoo effortlessly strikes, severing his entire arm. The demon slumps down onto the floor in utter despair, swearing under his breath. His eyes widen in sheer shock as he sees Oh Kangwoo lying on the ground wearing a twisted, eerie smile. He backs away in terror, pleading for his life. He promises to serve the Demon King and stay under his command, so please stay back. Suddenly, he unleashes a burst of golden energy and screams, "Die!" Oh Kangwoo lets out a chilling, eerie laugh. Mammon is confident because that weapon of the 9 hells is forged from the absolute essence of the 9 hellish layers. Even a great Duke of Hell would disintegrate from a direct hit, making a weakened Demon King an easy target. He laughs aloud, confident in his blazing fire as several demons fly in. They are thrilled their great Duke has finally awakened. Mammon looks at them in confusion, asking who they are. They explain they are demons from the 8th hell who were summoned here. They have been waiting for the day of his return, and since the battle against the human forces is turning against them, they came to beg for his supreme power to save them. But Mammon looks around, brushing their words aside. Right now, none of that matters. He knows that Demon King will keep coming back, no matter how many times he is killed. He cannot afford to let his guard down. Yet, he can no longer sense any trace of the Demon King's energy. Did he actually die? He is stunned. Mammon bursts into laughter. That arrogant Demon King finally got what he deserved. If anyone asks why he attacked him, it is simply because he became so incredibly weak. Hearing about the human trouble, he finds it annoying but decides to help since he is in a great mood. The demons look at him in complete shock, but then Mammon notices something strange on his face and is confused. What is happening? He touches his cheek and panics, realizing there is blood on his hand. Then, he violently vomits dark, bloody slime in agony. The demons scream in terror as he suddenly collapses. Suddenly, black portals open behind them, pulling the helpless demons in as they scream in panic. They beg him to stop, but Mammon stares in absolute horror. This is not his own blood. The controlled demons desperately cry out for help. He realizes too late that this dark fluid is no ordinary blood. It clearly belongs to the Demon King. Kangwoo simply sits on the ground and sighs. Why did you do that? His voice drops cold. Why did you attack me? Then, a massive explosion rips through, sending debris flying everywhere. Mammon screams in pure rage. Why are you not dead? How are you still alive? Just die already, please just die. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is furious. He rushes toward him with fury in his eyes. Mammon holds out a trembling hand, desperately trying to resist him. He unleashes a desperate, lethal strike that knocks Kangwoo back. This is the weapon of the 9 hells, you bastard. Even in a weakened state, there is no way you can break this power. The authority of the sword, the authority of haste, the power of the sky, and the first sacred oath. A bizarre, terrifying scene begins to unfold. Mammon screams in constant agonizing pain. Refusing to back down, he suddenly bursts into a mad, savage laugh. His distorted face twists as he begs Satan for mercy. We made a mistake, my son. This monster is the demon of demons, the absolute end, the very hell of hells itself. He is the ultimate predator of predators. There is absolutely no way. We can never win. This marks the second defeat of Mammon, but a third. There will not be a third time. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion and helplessness sets in. It feels like sleep paralysis, as if he is being dragged straight down. Kangwoo flashes a strange smile, this feeling again. He bites his lip in anger. These pests dare to eat humans. Back in hell, he always taught those who like to bite a very painful lesson. They might have retreated for now, but their next attack is only a matter of time. With his body in this weakened state, escaping them to climb back up on his own is basically impossible. Come to think of it, why does he always get dragged down here whenever he pushes his limits? This is the deepest part of the pandemonium, a mysterious domain even he never explored. The abyss, it seems like something deep down there is actively calling out to him. Suddenly, he smiles and flies straight down. Might as well pay this place a visit. By the time they realize and chase after him, it will be too late. He calls out loudly, "Hello, I am here by invitation." A loud voice echoes as Kangwoo asks for permission to enter. Wait, what is that strange rift? What exactly is that crack? A deep voice suddenly cuts through his thoughts, asking why Kangwoo has arrived at this place so incredibly early. No, that is no ordinary crack. His entire body begins to shake as goosebumps cover his skin. He feels an overwhelming presence that is completely impossible to resist. He stands directly before a giant looming eye. Kangwoo grows incredibly anxious. He knows that even in his absolute prime, before the Gaia system sealed him away, he could never resist this guy. His terrifying presence alone completely dwarfs someone like Tyrion. The raspy voice of the demon god echoes, asking if it is already time for the prophecy. Kangwoo is left completely stunned. Demanding answers, Kangwoo asks who is inside him. The demon god slowly responds, telling him exactly who he is. I am the source and root of all demons, the father of devils and creator of the 9 hells. In short, you can simply call me the demon god. While Kangwoo is indeed on the path to becoming a demon god, he has only met half the requirements. Wondering why this entity is here, he calmly asks why the source of all demons is living inside his body. The demon god mocks his ignorance, but Kangwoo calmly responds. He has devoured countless creatures in his life, but he has absolutely no memory of eating a god, especially since Tyrion faded away on his own. With a creepy laugh, the deity explains that Kangwoo cannot remember, because this power has resided within him since long before he ever fell to hell. Deeply unsettled, Kangwoo wonders what this crazy demonic energy is and dismisses the claim as pure nonsense. The demon god questions if he was truly just a normal, ordinary human before all of this. The deity points out the incredible predatory authority that perfectly fits a glutton like Kangwoo. He questions if a normal human could ever possess such an overpowered broken ability, let alone wield the special skills of every demon they devour, while somehow maintaining their human sanity through it all, which is extremely bizarre. In his mind, Kangwoo realizes the god makes a very good point. Since he had this predation ability from the very second he fell into hell, he simply assumed it was some sort of standard starter pack or a dimensional perk designed to help him survive that incredibly brutal, dangerous world. The giant eye slowly looks down, asking if he remembers his mother or the one who gave birth to him. Kangwoo immediately gets a very bad feeling about this. The entity presses further, asking if Kangwoo truly believes he ever even had a mother. No life is ever born from nothing. Every single living being has an origin, a source of creation. Even demons are born from seeds of demonic energy. But not him. The demon god asks why he has never seen them. Why does he have no parents? What makes him different from other children? The answer is simple. From the very start, he was unique and he was never meant to be normal. Surely he felt it vaguely. While other people were busy dating and building normal relationships, he stood apart. Before falling into hell, his state was such that he could not build any relationships due to a deep sense of isolation he felt. By now, surely he must understand just how much of an isolated existence he truly is. Then suddenly, a hand drops on the entity's shoulder. "Who are you?" it gasps. Suddenly, Kangwoo bursts out laughing. He has lived over 10,000 years and never heard such nonsense. He spins around, demanding why the trash is bringing up his parents to insult him. The demon god cannot believe his ears, gasping, "What did you say?" Kangwoo's face contorts terrifyingly as he asks what his mother's existence has to do with him. The panicked demon god stammers, "No, that is not what I meant." He continues to demand what his friendships have to do with him. The panicked demon god waves his hands, begging him to wait and listen. He waves his hand, joking that he already gets the basic idea. It is just another cliché in the end, a trap hinting at the final boss. He does not even need to look to know. This trash will sneak in later, claiming everything that happened was part of his plan and demanding he hand over his body right. Seeing the demon stay silent as a stone basically confirms it. The second it started rambling about the secret of the demon god he knew. Did the demon honestly think he would be so shocked that he would cry over not having parents? He asks if he needs to dramatically act out a scene of discovering he is not human just to satisfy it. Its nature is rotten to the absolute core. He mocks it, asking why it did not just do things itself if it was so annoyed. It hid in a dark corner all this time only to crawl out now and show off. He twists his mouth mockingly at the dog. Kangwoo claims he kept this body pure for 10,000 years, asking what right the demon has to covet it. The demon god trembles in absolute rage. Calling him insolent, the demon fires a blast of energy straight at Kangwoo, who just smiles. He looks at the attacks with a contemptuous smile. The energy blades, sharp as knives, tear straight through his body. He screams in agonizing pain and rage. Seeing his miserable state, the demon god mocks him as an incompetent human who dared to cross him. But this pain only makes him certain of one thing. Smiling, he asks the deity if it finally knows its own place yet. The confused demon god mutters, "What do you mean?" He admits he has no idea what the demon is planning or how its progress is going, but he knows one absolute truth. Without him, the plan will completely fail. This mysterious entity is undeniably powerful, worthy of being called a god, but it can only sneer, asking what he could possibly know. Kangwoo simply retorts that he already admitted he knows nothing. The only thing he knows is that this demon cannot kill him because it needs him. Since it has followed him from the start, power was never the issue. His fall into hell must have been completely orchestrated. Even his acquisition of the predation power was part of the plan. What matters now is the leverage between them. Surely the demon did not orchestrate all of this without a reason or a clear purpose. Its goal is glaringly obvious. The demon simply wants to escape from this desolate place. He does not know why it is trapped, but escaping requires his help. The demon god's voice trembles as it asks why he is not afraid of its true identity. Before the entity can finish, Kangwoo cuts in, asking how many times he has to say he does not care. He warns that whether it is a demon god or a lunatic, it will never use him. Staying inside him for 10,000 years, it must have seen how things end. He reminds it of how those foolish demons ended up. Kangwoo continues arrogantly, telling it to stop acting tough and make a choice. Either send him back now, or they both stay. They can die together here, and the demon will end up just like the rest of them. Slowly, a modern bedroom ceiling comes into view. Kangwoo lies on the bed, staring blankly up at the unfamiliar ceiling. Lilith happily approaches, asking if the Demon King is finally awake. He wonders where they are, and she teases him about the severe side effects of opening the gate. She playfully teases him as they sit in their new quarters. This is the Chinese branch of the Guardians of Light. A man named Xion Mujin prepared a private room for them. He asks how long it has been, and she replies that the war ended about a week ago. When Kangwoo asks about the casualties, she reports 769 losses for the Guardians of Light. He sighs in relief. The death toll is lower than he feared, as he expected thousands. Lilith happily explains that the demons turned back to attack their own branches, leading Kangwoo to ask about the survivors. She explains that Balrog suffered the worst injuries while suppressing the demonic energy, but he has already recovered and resumed training. Kangwoo laughs, muttering that it is just like Balrog to do that. As for the human named Kim Si-hoon, she managed to pull him back from the brink of death. However, he still has not woken up. Out of everyone, Kangwoo knows he took the heaviest damage in the battle. Lilith reports one more thing. Lucifer's forces have clashed with the demon cult, leaving Kangwoo absolutely shocked by the news. Lilith explains that when Balrog was under attack, a girl named Julia called other branches for help. She simply wiretapped the call and gathered the intel. Intrigued, Kangwoo asks if Lucifer's faction attacked other branches while they were busy fighting the cult. Lilith confirms that is exactly what happened. Inside, he is not quite sure if they got lucky or not. He asks her if she only gathered the call contents. She shakes her head and reveals that she traced the records to find the locations of 5 other branches. One of them is a massive stronghold housing thousands of cultists, just like the Tibet branch. Kangwoo is deeply impressed, thinking that she truly is a master of her craft. He reaches out his hand, telling her she did a fantastic job. She gently presses his hand against her cheek and asks for their next move, wondering if they should use the Guardians to attack. He disagrees, telling her to contact Lucifer's forces instead. They will feed the locations of the newly discovered cult branches to them. Amazed by his dark genius, she acknowledges his clever plan. Still, she admits she was terribly worried when he would not wake up. He teases her, saying she does not look worried at all, but she insists she was. She explains that every single night she knocked out his bedroom guards just to sneak in and stay by his side. Kangwoo snaps in absolute frustration, demanding to know what is wrong with her. Her voice softens as she talks about her deep, painful loneliness. Suddenly, her dark tentacles wrap around him tightly as she wallows in sadness. Kangwoo panics, struggling wildly and shouting that he is still a sick patient. She shoves a tentacle right into his mouth to heal his wounds. Then she lifts him high up in the air using her powerful tentacles. Blushing deeply, she says she wants to heal herself by sleeping right next to him. As night falls, a loud scream echoes from the room while another innocent flower petal falls to the ground. Outside the window, the sky is bright and perfectly clear. But inside his hospital room, Kangwoo is lying completely exhausted. His body is totally battered and bruised, and his innocence has been thoroughly exhausted. Groaning in pain, Kangwoo forces himself to sit up. He wonders why the side effects of using the door are still lingering like this. He curses his last opponent, realizing that opening the door forced him to face a bizarre nameless god in the abyss. If negotiations had failed, he would probably still be trapped down there. Brushing those thoughts aside, he remembers that the ordeal allowed him to devour Mammon. He opens his system to see what he got. A notification pops up immediately, asking if he wants to check his unread messages. Let's see what kind of crazy loot is waiting for him. He has devoured Mammon, the Grand Duke of Greed. The system activates the Soul Reaper trait and the Grand Duke Godslayer trait, granting him access to Mammon's authority of Blaze. Reading this, Kangwoo is extremely satisfied. Mammon's authority of Blaze is powerful enough to rival the strongest Grand Dukes. With this firepower, dealing with Lucifer will be a lot easier. Next, another progress notification appears. The second condition for the demonic soul has been partially completed. Consuming just one more Grand Duke's soul will fully satisfy all requirements. He sighs with regret, noting that he is still just a bit short. But the next alert surprises him. Because the demonic soul conditions are partially met, his demonic energy stat limit has increased, boosting his current stat by 5. With his stat at 135, the gate to the 10,000 Demon Palace is 82.3% open. He wonders if his sealed power is almost fully restored since the pathway is nearly complete at a stat of 135. He remembers that in the past he could never utilize 100% of the Abyss's raw energy, yet even back then he became the Demon King ruling the 9 Hells. If he can master 100% of it now, he will easily surpass his old prime. Even if his current state is not absolute perfection, Kangwoo is still pleased. It might not be enough to face the top-ranked Grand Duke Baal, but it is a solid start. Taking on Lucifer and Satan is well within his reach now. Assuming, of course, that those two have not grown stronger than before. Putting that aside, he pulls out his phone to search for something else. Now that his stats are cleared, he needs to check on that item. Right then, Lilith calls him to ask if he had a peaceful night. Hearing her voice, Kangwoo bluntly replies that he did not, silently cursing her for harassing him with tentacles all night. Shaking off his annoyance, he gets straight to the point and asks Lilith where Greed is currently located. Lilith asks if he is referring to Mammon's demonic weapon, Greed. When he confirms this, she apologizes and explains that they searched the entire battlefield where they fought but found absolutely nothing. Kangwoo is left deeply puzzled by the news. How could Greed simply vanish? A wild theory crosses his mind, but he immediately dismisses it. He wonders if he somehow consumed it along with Mammon, but knows that no matter how versatile his devouring power is, eating a hell armament is out of the question. Even if some miracle allowed him to eat it, he should have received a massive surge of power, which did not happen. And there is no way it was destroyed either, since escaping a hell armament is entirely different from obliterating it. Lost in thought, Kangwoo grows increasingly confused. Where on earth could the weapon have gone? Right then, his attention is drawn to something else. It is the key of the demonic sea, radiating a strange but familiar warmth. Could it really be what he thinks? Suddenly, a window of item details pops up. The item is the key of the demonic sea, a transcendent-grade growth-type weapon that scales up when specific conditions are met. Its basic effect grants +3 to stats along with indomitability. The special attributes transformation and unique effects, however, remain locked for now. Effect 1 is indomitability, rendering it impervious to any physical, magical, or spiritual damage. Effect 2 is transformation, allowing it to morph into any registered weapon, while maintaining 34% of that weapon's original performance. Kangwoo skims through the details, initially finding it pretty standard, but the next line completely catches him off guard. Status 1 shows it is preparing to digest Mammon's demonic weapon of greed. Status 2, however, notes he is currently lacking demonic energy, meaning the digestion process can only begin once he acquires a demon soul. Digesting. He blinks in surprise, but the realization slowly sinks in. He remembers this is a growth-type weapon, a detail he completely forgot since he got so used to using it. At the very least, he is glad he does not have to go on a wild goose chase looking for where Mammon's weapon went. A wicked smile creeps onto his face as he licks his lips. If this thing can actually digest Mammon's weapon, it means something huge. He can barely contain his excitement for the future. This implies he can swallow the demonic weapons of all the other great dukes. If he devours every single one of them, how overpowered will he become? The possibilities are endless. Seeing him lost in thought, Lilith speaks up, asking if anything is wrong and offering to double-check on the demonic weapon. But Kangwoo quickly waves her off, telling her that it is totally fine and there is no need to bother. Instead, he changes the subject, asking her to point him towards Si-hoon's hospital room. Once he gets the directions, Kangwoo heads straight over, only to pause at the door. Inside, a small crowd is already gathered, turning to him in surprise. Hanseola rushes forward first, asking if he is really awake, with Echidna close behind, worrying over his physical condition. He quickly reassures both of them that he is perfectly fine and just got out of bed himself. Lilith must have told them he woke up last night. Seeing him act so casual, Hanseola scolds him, telling him he shouldn't be wandering around right after waking up. Her genuine concern warms his heart. She looks at him with deep concern, asking if he stayed up all night worrying because of the dark circles under his eyes, and gently inquires if he is in any pain. He simply nods, feeling a wave of warmth. She jokingly remarks that while some are busy attacking a patient's innocence, she intends to dedicate her entire life to him. He turns his attention to the bed across the room, asking Gaia how Si-hoon is doing. She quickly speaks up to report that they have been taking turns watching over him day and night, but he still has not opened his eyes. Staring at the unconscious hero, Kangwoo quietly notes that the kid's condition seems pretty dire. He approaches the bed. His old regeneration authority could only patch up surface wounds, but things are different now. With his demonic energy currently sitting at 135, he has a new trick up his sleeve. Without warning, Kangwoo slices his own palm and lets his dark blood drip into Si-hoon's mouth. He immediately triggers his authority of regeneration, letting the magic flow. A violent burst of dark energy instantly floods the entire room. The sheer pressure is intense enough to blow back anyone standing nearby. But then a miracle happens. Si-hoon's severed arm slowly begins to reconstruct itself. His eyes slowly flutter open. Is he finally awake? The moment Si-hoon regains consciousness, he weakly asks if Kangwoo is safe. Kangwoo sighs, telling him to stop talking nonsense, since he should be the one asking how the kid is feeling. The young hero chuckles weakly, reassuring him that he feels completely fine and is no longer in pain. But he suddenly panics, asking what happened to Mammon. Kangwoo assures him that the demon prince is dead. He pats him on the shoulder, giving him full credit for the victory. It is not just empty praise either. Kangwoo knows that if Si-hoon had not bought him crucial time, things would have taken a disastrous turn. His massive investment in this kid is finally paying off. Even so, he secretly wishes for a bit more, thinking it would be perfect if the kid could awaken right now and gain another power boost. But he knows it is a stretch. Even for a genius, triggering an awakening is never that easy. Suddenly, Si-hoon freezes as a look of sheer terror washes over his face, stammering that he cannot feel his hands at all. The entire room falls into a stunned, horrified silence. Kangwoo goes pale as his mind starts racing. A legendary hero losing his powers after a brutal clash with a supreme foe. This classic trope feels incredibly familiar. Is this really setting up a massive awakening flag right here? Days pass, and those hands still refuse to properly grip a sword. They just keep trembling uncontrollably. Si-hoon tries with all his might to steady his grip, but eventually gives up, cursing in sheer frustration. In the silence, a dark whisper echoes in his mind, telling him he needs to become much stronger. Si-hoon angrily tells it to shut up. Once again, he desperately tries to pick up his sword. Meanwhile, Kangwoo and Gaia watch him from a separate observation room. Anxious for the young hero, Gaia turns to Kangwoo, asking if it is really okay to just stand by and watch when Si-hoon has been locked in the training room for days. Kangwoo does not have a definitive answer, stating that they have no choice but to wait. He points out that if they do not show absolute trust in Si-hoon, nobody else will. When Gaia suggests at least offering some comfort, he firmly stops her, warning that meaningless sympathy will only worsen the boy's suffering. Right now, their only option is to trust him and wait. She looks away, still feeling incredibly hesitant. Before she can say another word, he reassures her that everything will turn out fine. Kangwoo had full faith that Kim Si-hoon would get through this. He quietly reflected on Kim Si-hoon's character, that guy simply never gave up no matter what. Even when facing powerful foes like Hanfus or Mammon, he refused to back down. Even in life or death situations with zero hope of winning, he never ran away. It wasn't because he lacked fear, but because his iron will made him look at death as nothing. Their relationship didn't start on the best terms. Kangwoo had once complained that Kim Si-hoon was like a webtoon protagonist who got easy power. He didn't have to suffer yet still got incredibly strong. But once Kangwoo truly understood Kim Si-hoon, his thoughts shifted. Lately, he had even started to view him as his own younger brother. Kim Si-hoon would surely overcome this hardship and grow even stronger. Of course, while Kangwoo knew he wouldn't crumble here, he couldn't just stand by and watch him suffer forever. With that, Kangwoo turned to Gaia to say goodbye, promising to return and pick her up that afternoon. Curious, she asked where he was heading, leaving him to quietly scheme his next move. He needed to intervene a bit, but he quickly made up a lie. He claimed he had just obtained a brand new power and wanted to test it out. Hearing that, Gaia gasped in utter shock, wondering how on earth he could possibly get any stronger than he already was. Kangwoo simply bid her farewell and turned to leave. However, this wasn't a task he planned to throw himself into right away. He needed to wait a bit longer until Kim Si-hoon hit absolute rock bottom and became completely miserable, struggling helplessly inside his shattered body and unable to do anything on his own. Only then would he finally step in. Sudden explosions rang out. Thick black smoke billowed everywhere. Balrog slumped to the ground, panting heavily from sheer exhaustion as his body gave out. Balrog, after a fierce sparring match with Kangwoo, couldn't help but marvel at the Demon King's legendary reputation, humbly asking if his master felt there was anything about his performance that remained unsatisfactory. Frowning with clear disappointment written all over his face, Kangwoo admitted he was still quite unsatisfied, finding Mammon's raw power to be unexpectedly difficult to control. Hearing this, Balrog tried to offer some comfort based on how their battle went, but Kangwoo cut him off immediately, pointing out that none of them had actually used their true full strength anyway. Uninterested in flattery, he demanded a blunt evaluation, telling them to speak their minds. Balrog scratched his cheek awkwardly, stammering and clearly struggling to find the right words. Although your demonic energy was almost as dense as before, it still feels a bit lacking. Disappointed by the lack of clear answers, Kangwoo immediately turned to ask the others for their thoughts, catching Lilith slightly off guard as she reacted with surprise. She flashed a bright, calm smile and replied that unlike Balrog, she didn't specialize in direct combat, making it hard to give a truly precise answer. Lilith glided forward with swift grace, adding that one thing was absolutely certain. Landing gracefully right in front of him, she didn't hold back at all, remarking that he still felt much weaker than his usual Demon King self. Perhaps it was because his command over Mammon's authority still seemed rather awkward and unrefined. Lilith bluntly pointed out the harsh reality, warning that a rematch with Mammon in his current state would only bring endless trouble. Kangwoo fully agreed with her, silently admitting that his command over this power was incredibly clumsy compared to Mammon, who had already mastered and wielded this authority for over 10,000 years. To stand a chance against Lucifer, even if he couldn't match Mammon's smooth mastery, he at least needed his fire powers sufficiently combat-ready for real action. It seemed there was absolutely no other choice left but to engage in continuous grueling training and non-stop cultivation. A trace of excitement danced on his lips. Ever since reaching the Great Demon King realm, he had slackened off and ignored his training, making it a very long time since he last felt this intense burning desire to fight. Kangwoo folded his arms and solemnly ordered everyone to join his training sessions. Lilith bowed respectfully, declaring they were always honored to serve. Echidna, treating it like a fun game, cheered excitedly and promised to do her absolute best. Meanwhile, Balrog stepped forward to remind his master to take a recovery potion first, but feeling suddenly excluded, he panicked and began to stutter, nervously calling out to the Demon King. Balrog wondered why the master needed to train with them when he was right here, but Kangwoo had noticed his state from the very start. He pointed out that Balrog's body was clearly unstable, making it highly obvious that his health was in bad shape. He added that even a small amount of heavy physical movement had already turned Balrog pale with pain. Even with assistance from the other two, using a mortal shell to suppress the demonic energy of an Archduke was bound to take a massive toll. Kangwoo demanded to know his actual condition right now, urging Balrog to stop hiding it. Exposed and embarrassed, Balrog stammered that his recovery was going great and just needed a few days of rest to heal completely. Paying no attention to the excuses, Kangwoo bit down on his own finger. He extended his bleeding fingertip, oozing a dark drop of demonic blood, and ordered Balrog to come closer. Completely shocked, Balrog begged his master not to waste his precious regeneration authority, assuring him that the wounds would heal on their own. But Kangwoo remained completely firm, commanding him to stop being stubborn. Although his words sounded a bit cold, they carried deep concern. He urged Balrog to recover quickly so he could help train him instead of leaving that job to the other demons forever. Deeply moved to the point of tears, Balrog sobbed with pure joy and threw his massive body directly toward Kangwoo, loudly crying out for his beloved Demon King. Weeping dramatically, the loyal servant swore eternal allegiance, promising to follow his master forever. Honestly, seeing this giant demon cry like a baby is wild, so an annoyed Kangwoo yelled at him to stay far away. Suddenly, Kangwoo paused for a few seconds as he remembered something important. He realized he still had a few more favors to ask of them. 3 months later, inside the sanctuary's training room, Kim Si-hun had spent 90 grueling days training day and night, forgetting to eat or sleep, all in a desperate attempt to wield his sword once more. In absolute despair, he threw his weapon to the ground. Nothing. Not a single thing had changed. He simply hadn't made even a single bit of progress. Kim Si-hun grit his teeth, choking back tears of deep, agonizing frustration as he cursed his fate, still utterly unable to firmly hold the sword in his hands. For the first time in his life, he had earned recognition from those around him, and for the first time, he felt he actually had worth. Kim Si-hun had genuinely believed that he could reach his destination this time, holding on to the hope of becoming strong just like Kangwoo. Yet reality has always proved to be incredibly cruel. The back of the man he once looked up to now seems further and further out of reach. It has completely vanished from his sight, leaving nothing behind but a pitch-black night. Kim Si-hun realizes he can never hope to catch up to Kangwoo now. Falling to his knees, Si-hun screams in agonizing despair, his legs frozen and unable to take another step forward. He gasps heavily for air, utterly disgusted by his own weakness. Right then, Arya gently steps into the room and softly calls his name. Si-hun looks over his eyes, still red and pooling with tears. He slowly lifts his head and whispers her name. Wearing a warm smile, she gently asks if she might trouble him for just a moment. The scene shifts to a serene garden as Si-hun wonders why she suddenly wanted to take a walk out here, asking if something is wrong. Hearing his concern, Arya calmly offers a reassuring smile and says it is nothing serious. She sincerely expresses her deep care and worry, gently mentioning that she noticed guardian Kim Si-hun has seemed incredibly miserable lately. Si-hun can only manage a weary smile, attempting to brush it off as he apologizes for letting her witness him in such a pathetic state. Arya suddenly stops walking firmly, telling him to never say such things. She opens up about her own past trauma, sharing that when she lost her sight and her ability to walk, she also spiraled into absolute despair. Back then, she truly believed she was a useless burden with no value left in this world, leaving Si-hun stunned by her words. Arya gently reaches out to clasp his hand, softly telling him that she truly understands the agonizing despair he is carrying. She implores him to please stop hating himself so much. She admits that as someone who relies completely on others, her advice might sound silly, but she genuinely hopes that Kim Si-hun will not have to suffer in silence any longer. Si-hun's eyes well up with tears once again, but this time from pure, overwhelming gratitude. He was just about to express his gratitude, thinking, Kangwoo truly was amazing. But suddenly, a burst of dark energy erupted, leaving Kim Si-hun shocked and wondering what was happening. Balrog suddenly appeared in a different form, violently knocking him far away. Hyojin turned completely pale and shrieked out for Kim Si-hun. Kim Si-hun collapsed on the ground, bleeding heavily as he painfully cried out for Hyojin. His giant tentacles crawled along the ground as the massive demon Balrog gazed down, declaring with an imposing voice that he had finally captured them, while Kim Si-hun struggled to sit up, demanding to know who he was. He glared down with a sharp gaze, declaring himself a loyal servant of Lord Keranos, the Great Serpent, while Log screamed out dramatically in perfect character, commanding everyone to kneel before this god of death. All while Kangwoo sat nearby, watching the scene unfold, highly amused as he praised Balrog's top-tier acting skills, thinking to himself that this was indeed the most flawless, perfect setup to trigger Kim Si-hun's epic awakening. Balrog perfectly played the role of the despair-inducing enemy right in front of the protagonist, while the zombies he summoned further intensified the dark, gloomy atmosphere of the entire scene. On top of that, his lovely sister-in-law was playing the female lead held hostage by the demon, proving that dragging her into this plan was an exceptionally brilliant, wise decision. A while back, Hyojin was completely stunned when he first brought up this ridiculous plan. She had anxiously demanded to know the purpose, asking why on earth she had to act as a hostage, forcing Kangwoo to sigh and gently explain that it was all for Kim Si-hun's sake. She had still hesitated deeply, wondering how she could possibly bring herself to cruelly deceive the loyal guardian Kim Si-hun, but he turned to her, frankly hitting the nail on the head by asking if she already knew his terrible condition. Barrier holding Kim Si-hun back was never a physical health issue. The nerves in his two arms had actually healed a long time ago, and as she could clearly see, the sole reason he still couldn't hold his sword was entirely due to a deep mental block. That was why he desperately needed Hyojin's help, so Kim Si-hun could overcome this mental hurdle entirely on his own. And after thinking it over for a long time, she finally relented and said she understood. Back to reality. Kangwoo nodded with great satisfaction, thinking that the dramatic scene of the heroine being captured was flawlessly set up, even though his sister-in-law clearly wasn't a good liar. He wondered if he should have Balrog cover her mouth while she kept screaming frantically for Kim Si-hun to save her. She screamed with intense enthusiasm, leaving him completely stunned as she begged Kim Si-hun to save her, while Hyojin put on an incredibly deep and realistic performance, screaming at the dirty, despicable demon to release her immediately. Kangwoo stood completely frozen by this dramatic display, wondering why on earth she was acting so intensely, especially since even Balrog himself was starting to look genuinely panicked. She screamed out once more, fiercely cursing his filthy, lustful hands while demanding to know what they planned to do to her. He couldn't handle this absurd turn of events at all, frantically screaming for her to wait while Jin burst into tears, crying out in deep agony, asking if they were planning to use those giant, terrifying tentacles to do horrible things to her, leaving Kangwoo completely speechless. This acting was too realistic. What on earth was wrong with his sister-in-law as she was going completely all out to deliver a top-tier performance, behaving exactly like an actress in some uncut, mature-rated film? He covered his face and sighed in utter helplessness, wondering why on earth she was doing this when their plan was supposed to be entirely family-friendly, while Jin kept sobbing and screaming for her beloved Kim Si-hoon. Down below, Kim Si-hoon reached for his sword, preparing to draw it and fight for Jin. But his hands suddenly lost all strength, leaving him completely unable to draw his blade. His sword just dropped straight to the cold ground. It is a massive blow to Kim Si-hoon's already shattered morale. Balor laughs mockingly, asking him why he is even bothering with such a pointless, pathetic struggle. Pointing his finger forward, he orders his zombie army to swarm and tear that foolish human to pieces. Looking up at the approaching horde of zombies, Kim Si-hoon quickly analyzes his desperate situation. Just gripping his sword is an agonizing struggle, making it practically impossible to fight back with his blade. Suddenly, Kim Si-hoon's legs begin to glow with a surge of steady magical energy. Using the blue dragon footwork, he leaps backward to escape the swarm. He continuously dodges, keeping his distance from the closing enemy circle. Kim Si-hoon keeps moving at high speed, fully aware of the risk if he fails to dodge their relentless strikes. Mixing basic attacks into his footwork could wipe out these weak monsters without wasting too much physical energy. But the fatal drawback of this style is obvious. It drains his mental strength far more than swordsmanship. Watching the struggle, Balor sneers in pure contempt, mocking him for running completely out of breath after dealing with nothing but low-level trash monsters. Balor keeps talking down to him, saying this is nothing like what he heard from Lord Satan, leaving Kim Si-hoon utterly confused. Suddenly, a deep slash rips open a long wound across his shoulder, making Kim Si-hoon gasp in sheer horror. Screaming in pure agony, he collapses to his knees, leaving Han Seola terribly worried. Balor intentionally provokes him further, reminding him that Demon King Satan himself believed he had the potential to become a Grand Duke. Kim Si-hoon tightly clutches his bleeding shoulder and asks if Satan, the Demon King himself, sent him. Balor answers, without a shred of hesitation, that he did. Trapped in a terrible dilemma, Kim Si-hoon curses his luck for being heavily injured at a time like this, but he tries to pry for more information by asking why Satan sent him. Balor calmly explains his dark purpose, stating that Lord Satan has massive expectations for him but feels he still lacks the ultimate despair needed to enter the demonic path. Driven to a mix of pure rage and absolute helplessness, Kim Si-hoon screams out, demanding to know why they are placing that cursed burden on his shoulders. Balor simply scoffs with a cold, mocking laugh, saying that is the exact question he wanted to ask, wondering why Lord Satan would ever care about such a weak piece of trash. He points mockingly at the weapon lying right beside him, telling him his sword is not just some useless decoration. He demands the human pick it up and finally prove his worth in battle. Kim Si-hoon gnashes his teeth, staring down at his weak, trembling hands. With his arms so badly injured, holding a sword is out of the question. Balor wraps a slimy tentacle right around Han Solo's neck, taunting Kim Si-hoon for hesitating to pick up his sword and fight. He tightens his grip on her as a terrifying threat, roaring if he needs to watch his own woman die right before his eyes just to find the resolve to fight. Han Seola gasps his name in sheer terror, making Kim Si-hoon scream out for her in desperation. Balor spits out harsh, venomous words, telling him that if he cannot prove his worth, he should just die because there is no reason to expect anything from a useless weakling who cannot even lift a sword. Kim Si-hoon lowers his head, his expression darkening with a surge of deep hatred. Ignoring his broken body, Kim Si-hoon lunges straight at the monster in a blind rage. But before he can even touch Balor, a massive fist crashes straight into his face. The brutal impact sends Kim Si-hoon flying backward. Balor frowns in disappointment, sighing that he absolutely cannot understand why his master praised him. Watching him rush in blindly like a moth to a flame, Balor complains that Satan warned him to be careful of this supposedly great swordsman. Deflecting him easily with a single tentacle, the demon wonders why the legendary player refuses to pick up his blade. As things get boring, Balor wonders if the human is merely hiding his real power. Sending him flying once again, Balor asks if he is simply looking down on him. Balor clicks his tongue in disgust at how utterly dull the fight has become. Looking down at the motionless boy on the ground, Balor scoffs that he is just trash while Han Seola screams out his name. Han Seola acts her heart out, desperately crying for him to run, but Balor only tightens his grip around her, complaining about her constant annoying screams. While still trying to act menacing, Balor suddenly freezes because he accidentally chokes Han Seola completely unconscious. Watching from the sidelines, Kangwoo totally loses his mind and yells at him, demanding to know why he knocked her out for real when he was only supposed to fake it. A flustered Balor tries to defend himself, stammering that he used barely any force and had no idea she was that fragile. Quickly regaining his menacing look, Balor mockingly asks if he truly lacks the strength to lift a sword, telling him not to despair too much. Down on the ground, Kim Si-hoon lies completely motionless, desperately begging his broken body to move. As Balor continues to ramble about how he is nothing but a worthless ordinary human, Kim Si-hoon can only curse his own utter weakness. Inside his head, he is screaming in agony, begging his useless limbs to move just this once. A swordsman who cannot even pick up his sword is completely powerless. He swore to protect Han Solo with his life and keep her happy, yet here she is clutched in the filthy hands of a demon, and he can do nothing. He cannot do a single thing to save her. Gritting his teeth, Kim Si-hoon feels a wave of absolute despair wash over him. He begs for strength, one last time, filled with a burning rage at his own pathetic helplessness to save the woman he loves. Suddenly, he lets out a feral roar as a terrifying wave of power erupts from within. Kim Si-hoon slams his hand against the earth, shattering the ground as his raw magic begins to overflow. Seeing that sight for the very last time makes him freeze for a second. Si-hoon manages to sit up, not caring if he can never hold a sword again. His eyes burn with pure hatred, begging for power just this once, even if only for a single moment to protect her. Just moments ago, Kangwoo was still sitting nearby, keeping a close eye on everything. He seriously considers what he has done. Even though he designed and executed this entire plan himself, seeing the kid break down so miserably makes him feel pretty uncomfortable. Maybe he should have waited a little bit longer. But no waiting was not an option. Si-hoon needed a turning point to rise from despair, a situation far more hopeless than anything he had ever faced. Instead, he has to grow much stronger and quickly. With Lucifer's invasion of Earth almost guaranteed to happen soon, Si-hoon's awakened power will definitely be a massive help to him. Actually, it is more than just help, he is the essential trump card for this battle. Because Kim Si-hoon's true potential is even greater than Bala's. The first reason is his heavenly bone physique. According to John Musin, calling this talent a divine gift is no exaggeration. The kid has grown fast enough to leave everyone behind. His second reason is his trait. Si-hoon awakened a tier of power right from the start that even Kangwoo, despite reaching his 8th awakening, has never been able to touch. Even the title of Grand Duke Slayer only limits one's power to the Cups tier, but if Si-hoon can fully unleash this Cups trait, he will easily surpass Bala to reach the Grand Duke level, and honestly maybe even go way beyond that. Suddenly, Kangwoo notices the atmosphere turning quite a bit stranger than before. Seeing Si-hoon finally unleash his power, a wave of relief and deep satisfaction washes over him. Kangwoo's eyes light up with pure pride and excitement. You finally did it, Si-hoon. He is so proud his mind is practically celebrating. Damn it, he knew he could trust the kid. When a protagonist faces absolute despair, they always awaken to crush their limits. Now all that is left is to fully unlock the power of the godless sword. But Si-hoon's next words completely freeze. Kangwoo, none of it matters anymore, he says. His power erupts violently. Anyone will do, he mutters. Demonic energy begins to pool and explode out of Si-hoon's body, saying he will take anything. He has fallen so deep into despair that pure darkness is taking over. Even if it ends in tragedy, he does not care. Watching from nearby, Kangwoo is stunned by the sheer amount of demonic energy pouring out. Si-hoon's eyes flash with murderous intent as he demands more power. 2 pairs of pitch-black wings burst from his back as he vows to do absolutely anything to save her. Kangwoo feels a sudden jolt of pure panic. Is this kid crazy, and why is he suddenly so terrifying? His face turns pale as he senses disaster, and trust me, things are about to go completely off the rails. Si-hoon's hands transform into a dark purple tipped with razor-sharp claws. Once the transformation is complete, he looks exactly like a demon god rising straight from hell. A long horn sprouts from his forehead and his face turns a terrifying shade of gray. Kangwoo feels completely helpless now that the idiot has fallen into darkness. What on earth is he supposed to do? Dark magic begins to swirl and probe the entire area. Without even realizing it, Si-hoon has fully transformed into a demon. He lets out a slow, quiet breath after that incredibly sudden transformation. An unprecedented, incredibly violent energy surges through his entire body, carrying a deeply brutal and destructive aura. It feels like an intense shot of adrenaline, a rush of raw power threatening to burst his chest. Clenching his fists tight, Si-hoon realizes that his hands have finally stopped trembling. At long last, he can hold a sword again. He locks his eyes onto Bala, immediately shifting into his stance, though none of that really matters anymore. Si-hoon can tell his body is in a very bizarre state, fully aware that he is sliding deep into darkness. But what does that matter? Si-hoon's complete transformation leaves Bala frozen in utter shock. He raises his hand and it instantly reshapes into a massive razor-sharp blade because, after all, the power he has desperately craved for so long finally belongs to him. Knitting his brows, he still cannot quite process the situation. What the hell is happening? But without a second thought, he charges straight ahead to deliver a lethal blow. The sheer destructive force of the attack is enough to completely shatter the ground. Thanks to his quick instincts, Bala barely manages to dodge, though he is still utterly bewildered by whatever this power is. But standing frozen in place like this is definitely going to get him killed. He immediately sends his massive tentacles whipping forward to attack. They flare out like a deadly trap, locking directly onto Si-hoon as their target. Quick as lightning, Kim Si-hoon slices them down before they can even touch him. Kim Si-hoon leaps up, dodging the strike with ease. He steps right on the massive tentacle to hold his ground. Using that momentum, Kim Si-hoon lunges directly towards Balrog. Gritting his teeth, Balrog raises both hands in a defensive guard. Now he can only retreat to dodge completely, losing his chance to dominate like he did earlier. Kim Si-hoon refuses to back down, pressing the attack without wasting a single second. He cleanly slices through the massive tentacle that was holding Han Seola hostage. Balrog is left utterly shocked by this terrifying display of power. Yet this only excites him. Not bad, this sheer bloodlust is incredible. Balrog rants that this insane aura is incredibly thrilling, a wild feeling of excitement he hasn't experienced since his legendary battle with the Grand Duke. Balrog tightens the remaining small tentacles on his back, deciding to step up his game. He violently rips those annoying extra limbs off his own body, determined to finally get serious and tear his opponent apart. But before Balrog can throw another strike, Kangwoo steps in and demands he stop. Kangwoo sternly warns his ally, reminding Balrog not to act on his own whims. Frowning in deep frustration, Kangwoo mutters a curse under his breath as his mind races in absolute chaos, trying to figure out why everything has spiraled so far out of control. Kangwoo assumed that connecting their powers would only expose Kim Si-hoon to a fraction of demonic energy, but since Kim Si-hoon's raw foundation relies on internal chi rather than demonic force, these two entirely conflicting energies should have never merged or been absorbed in such a bizarre and unstable way. Normally, a little patience would bring everything back to normal, but the major issue now is that Kim Si-hoon has already felt the dark presence of demonic energy inside his own body. If the young warrior starts questioning its origin and traces it back to their connection, Kangwoo's entire plan is ruined. He needs to crush this seed of doubt immediately, and luckily the perfect solution is already playing out inside his head. A scheming smirk spreads across Kangwoo's face as he commands Balrog to repeat his exact words, excited to finally unleash his ultimate cheat code of deception on his unsuspecting victim. Meanwhile, a dark and terrifying thirst begins to bubble violently through Kim Si-hoon's veins, completely clouding his mind as he looks down at Han Seola, desperately screaming inside his own head to resist this monstrous urge. This fragile girl, who looked like she might shatter from a single touch, was the very person he swore to protect and bring happiness to. And yet, staring at her delicate neck right now, Kim Si-hoon feels a horrific, overwhelming urge to squeeze and snap it. Suddenly, Balrog bursts into a loud, mocking laugh that echoes through the room. With a smug grin, the demon gloats that everything is playing out exactly as planned, leaving Kim Si-hoon completely baffled as he demands to know what the beast is talking about. Balrog whispers a chilling truth, claiming the seed Lord Satan planted is finally ready to bloom, which immediately sends cold sweat down Kim Si-hoon's neck as he nervously questions him. Kim Si-hoon begins to realize the horrifying truth as the demon continues to pile on the psychological pressure, explaining that everything was carefully orchestrated by his master. He mocks Kim Si-hoon, asking why else someone as powerful as Satan would care about a mere human, revealing that a seed of pure corruption was planted deep inside him to strip away his humanity and force his transformation into a demon. Kim Si-hoon stands frozen in sheer horror, wondering why they would do this to him before realizing that the demonic cult wants to force this transformation so they can easily control him as their pet. Realizing their terrifying goal, Kim Si-hoon looks up with a trembling gaze and directly asks Balrog if they intend to turn him into a mindless puppet. The demon only laughs hysterically, mockingly praising the boy for not being completely brainless before proudly confirming that Satan's master plan from the very beginning was to transform him into a disposable pawn for their cult's ultimate victory. Balrog feeds on his growing fear, suggesting that as a puppet, Kim Si-hoon's very first task should be to personally murder the girl standing right next to him. This twisted suggestion successfully pushes Kim Si-hoon into a dark spiral of self-doubt, making him wonder if that terrifying urge to strangle Han Seola earlier was indeed the demonic corruption taking root. The beast refuses to show mercy, tauntingly asking how much despair his beloved allies will feel once they witness him falling into absolute demonic darkness. Kim Si-hoon stumbles backward, his mind completely consumed by overwhelming panic as he desperately tells himself this is not what he wanted. He never wanted to become a monster, let alone a brainless puppet controlled by Satan. Kim Si-hoon's face goes completely pale as intense agony consumes his soul, weeping that he only wanted to protect his loved ones right when Kangwoo suddenly arrives, looking utterly shocked. Hearing his friend's familiar voice, the young warrior slowly turns around. Kim Si-hoon freezes, stammering his friend's name while Kangwoo acts completely devastated, looking incredibly pale as he demands to know if this monstrous figure is truly Kim Si-hoon. He asks how his body became so hideously deformed and why there is dark, demonic energy radiating from him. Terrified, Kim Si-hoon desperately grabs his hideously mutated arm, crying out that this absolute nightmare cannot be real. Kim Si-hoon screams in agony as dark energy erupts from him, forcing a stuttering Kangwoo to take a step back. Tensing his entire body, Kim Si-hoon fights with everything he has to regain control, desperately telling himself that there is still time to reverse the mutation if he can just break free from these dark, sinful urges. Clenching his fists with iron determination, the young warrior forces his inner chi to purge the toxic demonic energy from his veins before he ends up accidentally hurting the people he loves most. Suddenly, a dark manifestation of Satan appears behind him, whispering a tempting question about whether he truly wants to reject such legendary power. The devil chuckles softly, asking if he would rather return to being a helpless weakling who can protect absolutely no one. Sweating profusely, Kim Si-hoon pants heavily as he reminds himself that these are merely dark hallucinations designed to break his resolve. But if he gave up this power as suggested, he would remain helpless for the rest of his life. While Kim Si-hoon wavered under the temptation of that dark power, the real Kangwoo yelled at him to snap out of it, pleading for his brother to wake up. He grabbed Kim Si-hoon's shoulders firmly and warned him not to let the demonic energy cloud his mind, causing Kim Si-hoon to snap out of it and stammer. Kangwoo spoke with growing determination, promising to stand by his side no matter what, urging him to wake up. Suddenly, Kim Si-hoon remembered a crucial detail. Before Kangwoo absorbed Goddess Gaia's energy to become the apostle of the hero god, he also once possessed the body of a demon himself, yet he controlled it. This thought calmed Kim Si-hoon's mind. Knowing he had Kangwoo's support, a soft smile appeared on his face as he called out his brother's name, but then, suddenly a subjugation authority activated, turning his pupils into a deep crimson red. Kim Si-hoon clutched his head and screamed in agony, deeply worrying, Kangwoo. Balaz let out a satisfied laugh, asking if he felt it yet. That is the power of the seed Lord Serpent gave you. Kim Si-hoon gritted his teeth and tried to resist, but his mind spiraled as his arm began moving completely on its own, refusing to obey his commands. A wild urge to destroy everything burned inside him, fueled by intense hatred and madness. The ultimate target of all this dark negative emotion was. His vision grew blurry and dark. He knew he could not do this. He could not bring himself to harm his dear brother. Kim Si-hoon clutched his head in absolute despair, begging the power to stop. Kangwoo rushed forward in deep worry, asking if he was okay and what this seed meant. But Kim Si-hoon backed away, screaming at the top of his lungs for Kangwoo to stay far away from him. In just a single split second of lost control, the sharp blade thrust straight into Kangwoo. He could only scream out in helpless despair, yelling at his brother to get away. Kangwoo coughed up a thick mouthful of dark blood from the fatal wound. Kim Si-hoon froze in horror, having personally struck down his most cherished person. Kangwoo gasped for air as the agonizing pain set in. Kim Si-hoon looked on helplessly with a trembling voice, begging his brother for forgiveness and saying how truly sorry he was. His face went completely pale, his eyes filled with absolute panic over the terrible mistake he had just made. Kangwoo weakly reached out gently, caressing Kim Si-hoon's trembling face and quietly telling the fool to snap out of it. Kangwoo still tried to calm Kim Si-hoon down with a gentle voice, saying he did not know what was happening or why things ended up this way, but he believed in him. Terrified, Kim Si-hoon frantically cut him off, begging him to stop talking because of how much blood was gushing out. He offered a warm, genuine smile to comfort Kim Si-hoon, thanking him for being his younger brother. The hand resting on Kim Si-hoon's cheek lost all strength and slowly slipped away. Kangwoo's body lost its support, collapsing backward onto the cold ground. A guilt-ridden voice echoed deeply in Kim Si-hoon's mind, apologizing for ever bringing him into this world. Kim Si-hoon struggled to hold back his trembling emotions. Those words had weighed heavily on him his entire life, a nightmare and a curse that he had desperately wished to deny, having worked incredibly hard just to prove the exact opposite. His heart grew heavy with a deep sense of helplessness, having only ever wanted simple validation of his existence. Just a simple thank you for being born. He had craved those exact words for so long. The energy flowing inside his body began to shift and transform rapidly. Just as he struggled to control this surging power, the mechanical voice of the system rang out. Synchronization with the celestial martial god Taehuang reached 51.2%. Every blood vessel and structure inside his body began to reconstruct, fully meeting all requirements for a complete rebirth. He suddenly threw his head back and screamed as his entire physical structure rebuilt itself. A massive pillar of pressure erupted, shooting straight into the sky. Balaz stood there in utter shock, frozen solid as he tried to process what was happening. A moment later, Kim Si-hoon closed his eyes, feeling a wondrous sensation of being reborn. When his eyes snapped open again, his expression had completely transformed. The system announced that he had fully comprehended the unique skill, Sword Chi Control, Mixed emotions flooded Kim Si-hoon as he realized he could feel it in massive power on a completely different level compared to demonic energy. Oh, Kangwoo still lay unconscious on the ground. He was still breathing, meaning they could easily save him if they rushed him to Han Seola right now. His gaze immediately locked onto the glowing sword. In order to make that happen, Kim Si-hoon gripped his sword tightly, his eyes filled with cold intent. He needed to end this fight as quickly as possible. Just then, a mocking voice called out, making him freeze. How could a mere human like him escape the absolute control of the demonic curse? Bala spoke with absolute contempt, warning him that a mere human could never resist a demon's desires, but he gasped as massive energy began to gather. A massive current of energy gathered around the blade in his hand. This was the demon he detested the most, a minion of his sworn enemy, and he refused to listen. Each sword appeared one after another inside the sword key control array. As soon as he finished speaking, they all moved. The sword chi turned into countless sharp rays of light rushing straight toward the mastermind who put Gaia in danger and made him stab his own brother. The murderous intent in Kim Si-hoon's eyes grew colder. Kill Balas. Bala stands frozen in place, his pupils shrinking in pure terror. Dozens of razor-sharp blades repeatedly impale right through his massive body. He is completely trapped inside a suffocating storm of razor-sharp sword energy. Bala lets out a maddened roar as excruciating pain threatens to tear his physical form apart. Finally, his strength gives out completely, forcing both of his knees to buckle. Bala's eyes burn with absolute resentment and utter disbelief. Damn it all, how could a mere human insect possibly ruin the grand design of Lord Saturn? The demon tightly clutches the glowing sphere in his hand. Bala gnashes his teeth and spits out a venomous warning, "You bastard, do not think everything ends this easily." His grip instantly tightens on his blade. With a freezing glare locked onto the demon, he coldly asks if the creature really thought escape would be that easy. A massive shockwave of energy condenses on his blade, launching straight toward Bala with his heavenly dragon strike. The entire space is utterly swallowed by a terrifying flood of raw spiritual energy. Yet even as his body turns to dust, he sneers one last threat. "Remember this, you miserable humans." A blinding light completely engulfs Bala as he screams that the ultimate victory will belong to the demons. Kim Si-hoon's expression remains completely unshaken. Did that creature really claim it was all part of Saturn's grand plan? Weak coughs. A painful sound breaks the heavy silence. Despite his heavily wounded body, Kangwoo speaks up, calling out to ask if that is indeed Kim Si-hoon. A soft, relieved smile flashes across his face. Just looking at his expression tells him everything has been taken care of nicely. Kim Si-hoon immediately cries out in pure relief, calling out his brother's name. The older man chuckles weakly, expressing his absolute faith that the kid would pull it off. Kim Si-hoon suddenly feels a wave of panic, warning him not to move around with those severe wounds. Yet Kangwoo remains completely calm, replying that this injury is absolutely nothing to him as long as he is still breathing. Kim Si-hoon rushes over with trembling eyes, but Kangwoo instantly raises a hand to command him to stop right there. Kangwoo's voice drops to a serious tone, reminding his friend that he is not the one who needs attention right now. Aya looks on with a complicated expression, realizing that she definitely just heard Kangwoo's voice from over there. Kim Si-hoon quickly walks over to Aya, who gives a relieved smile. The young guardian lets out a deep breath, thankful that the nightmare has finally ended well. Meanwhile, Kangwoo silently reflects on the scene. A younger brother manipulated by evil forces had accidentally inflicted a mortal wound on his own sibling. Yet their tragic bond shines brightly through the despair, sealed with a deeply moving line, "Thank you so much for being my brother." His eyes gleam with pride, knowing that this tragic sacrifice has finally awakened the legendary hero from the ashes of despair, while the cunning devil fled. Seeing Aya look shyly at his injured arm, Kim Si-hoon quickly and firmly states that this victory was only possible because of her incredible help and Kangwoo's support. At last, the heroine has been saved. Kangwoo secretly plots his next move. Thanks to this chaos, everything has been settled quite smoothly, and now this demon lord Saturn has become their ultimate master key. Thick, dark smoke completely covers the battlefield, blocking all vision. Massive fiery craters scar the scorched earth all across the devastated battlefield. A heavy sigh. Kangwoo looks completely exhausted. He speaks up in a caring tone, noting that Bala's human body seems to have mostly recovered by now. Bala immediately beats his chest in pride, declaring that he is indeed the great and mighty Bala. The demon admits that the human kid is remarkably talented, confessing that he was skeptical when the Demon King first ordered him to act out this drama. It has been an incredibly long time since he suffered such a severe wound. Bala gets an uneasy feeling, admitting he never expected a newly awakened human to break through to such an insane level of power. Kangwoo merely smirks mockingly, asking if the big demon is actually scared of being surpassed. Bala laughs heartily at the idea, boasting that even if the boy inherits the martial god's soul, there is no way a legendary demon would ever lose to a mere human child. Kangwoo looks on with mixed feelings, knowing that while this battle was a bit much for Kim Si-hoon, the boy is already strong enough to easily crush any low-tier demons. Pathetic weaklings like Manhwa would be completely overwhelmed by Kim Si-hoon alone now. Kangwoo's eyes flash with calculating intent. If he can just train 2 or 3 more elite players of Kim Si-hoon's caliber, everything will be set. He remains focused as he analyzes the situation. The power balance between demons and humanity is still ridiculously uneven. To put it bluntly, if he had not stepped up to stop the archdemon, Mammon Earth would have easily fallen into the clutches of the demon army a long time ago. Kangwoo falls into brief silence. Considering that players have only existed for 6 years, reaching this level is already a miracle. As for how much further they can grow, only the future will tell. Ambition. A cold, hungry spark gleams in his eyes. The most critical task right now is to fully master Mammon's power, but there is still one more thing he needs to test. He must experiment combining this wild, violent flame with his other dark abilities. Unfortunately, since his current control is not yet on par with Mammon's, attempting to coordinate these complex powers is simply out of the question for now. Kangwoo tightly clenches his fist, suppressing his frustration while remaining absolutely certain he will achieve it one day. He immediately orders Bala to focus on training harder, even if he has to do it in hell. The demon can only sigh, admiring how his king never allows himself any time to rest. Kangwoo's lips curl into a self-deprecating smirk. Nobody in this world actually hates resting, but some people are just trapped in situations where they cannot afford to stop. Frankly, he wants a break more than anyone. A brief vision of him and Sun-Ah happily together flashes by. He really wants to go on a private date. And next, he just wants to lazily watch television in peace with his cute companion, Echina. Kangwoo falls into deep thought, wishing he could hit the internet cafe with Cha Yeonjo just one more time. Just as he loses focus, a dark figure suddenly appears. Thinking back on it, before he ever set foot on Earth, he only wanted to relax and enjoy his life. Yet for some reason, he keeps throwing himself into these endless brutal wars just to put the fate of the world on the line. Well, the decision is made. With a relieved smile, Kangwoo tells himself that he definitely needs to pick a day to get some proper rest. A cold shiver runs down his spine as Lilith speaks up mockingly, asking if her king truly wants to rest. Flustered, Kangwoo quickly explains that they really do not have time for breaks. She immediately grumbles in dissatisfaction, complaining that he is starting again, especially since it has been ages since they last spent some quality private time together. Feeling completely helpless, he quickly reassures her that such intimate moments are absolutely unnecessary, whether now or in the future. Lilith's face instantly flushes red as she shyly mutters that it is only natural for her king to feel tired. She wonders if he actually misses that passionate, intimate night they once shared, making her feel incredibly embarrassed. Panicking, Kangwoo quickly apologizes, promising he will never think about resting again. He vows to work like a slave even throughout the weekends, pleading with her to put away the terrifying tentacles. With a deep regretful sigh, she laments that today will not work out, even though she deeply desires some wet and wild moments with her king. Sensing the shift, he awkwardly asks if something bad has happened or if a new problem has arisen. Lilith's voice grows serious as she reports on the ongoing conflict between Lucifer's forces and the demonic cult. This time, a survivor managed to escape and seek asylum with the Guardians of Light. In a low tone, Kangwoo asks if this refugee is a believer from the demonic cult. She immediately shakes her head, explaining that the man claims he was merely forced into slave labor and was never an actual member of the demonic cult. His expression turns highly suspicious as he asks who this survivor actually claims to be. Sensing something is terribly wrong, Lilith begins to explain the situation. She directly states that he claims to be a magician from the Magic Tower, causing Kangwoo's expression to twist. He gasps in disbelief, wondering how the Magic Tower could be involved as smoking ruins of lava smolder around them. However, that shock is nothing compared to Kangwoo's immense curiosity about the Magic Tower. Lilith drops her playful attitude, switching to a highly professional tone to explain that it is a massive European organization known as the Tower of Truth. Based on her research, this mysterious group boasts an incredibly long and deep history. Hearing this, he feels a sudden wave of confusion. A long history. It feels like an incorrect choice of words given that active players only appeared on Earth about 6 years ago. If they claim to have ancient traditions, it should be impossible for them to stretch back that far. Suddenly, a crazy realization hits. Kangwoo, wait, let him cook for a second. The legendary Muguk sect had been practicing martial arts long before the age of players even began. Though somewhat faded over time, those secret techniques were passed down from the era of the Heavenly Emperor. The demonic cult is quite similar, having existed for thousands of years with dark powers rooted in ancient forbidden knowledge, likely granted by some powerful archduke. Following that logic, the Tower of Truth might be the exact same. There is a high probability that they possess a unique power derived from ancient knowledge preserved across generations. The more Kangwoo thinks, the more a cold shiver runs down his spine. Realizing the danger, he prepares to leave immediately, asking where the survivor is being held. Lilith understands his urgency, explaining that with Shihun's permission, the man is being guarded at the sanctuary. She asks if he is headed there right now. Kangwoo nods, searching through his clothes as he replies that there is no better way to verify the truth than a face-to-face interrogation. Hearing this, Lilith giggles and offers to lead the way, but he flatly refuses, saying it is not necessary. He pulls out a fairly large oval metal device, muttering that he has visited that sanctuary so many times he is absolutely sick of it. In truth, Kangwoo is brewing a grand plan, knowing he must first evaluate the survivor's magic. A short while later at the grand sanctuary, a deathly silence fills the air. Beneath a massive looming sculpture lies a dark doorway with no end in sight. Shihun stands guard inside, suddenly noticing someone approaching the room. Recognizing Kangwoo, he immediately stands straight, welcoming his leader warmly, skipping any useless pleasantries. Kangwoo gets straight to the point, demanding to know where they are holding the magician who requested asylum. Shihun points to the cell behind him, gesturing that the target is inside. To ensure complete safety, he secured the man with chains that suppress mana. Kangwoo takes a close look at Kaga, noting his messy hair and gray beard. With the classic look of a legendary wizard, the old man looks exactly like a character straight out of the Lord of the Rings movies. Stepping forward, Kangwoo greets the old wizard, saying it is an honor to meet him. Unused to speaking, Kaga's voice is as raspy as sandpaper as he asks who he is. Seeing Kangwoo casually open the door and step inside, Shihun panics in shock. Ignoring the fuss, Kangwoo maintains a calm professional demeanor, introducing himself as Kangwoo from the Guardians of Light. He explains he came to clarify a few things and asks for understanding regarding the uncomfortable restraints. Touched by his polite manner, the old man lowers his guard, agreeing that the chains are necessary under the circumstances. He introduces himself as Kaga, a magician from the Tower of Truth. Kangwoo plays along with a friendly smile, admitting it is his very first time hearing of such a group. Kaga chuckles softly, replying that it makes perfect sense since the public has absolutely no knowledge of the magic tower. Getting straight to the point, he asks about the claims of being tortured and exploited by the demonic cult. Asking for specific details, the old man bows his head, his teeth clenching in raw anger as he confirms the horrific story. He laments that those filthy demons not only forced them into hard labor day and night like slaves, but anyone who tried to escape or got caught was brutally beaten and starved. Kangwoo quietly studies the old man, and judging by his genuine expression, he does not seem to be lying. Tearing up, Kaga weeps, explaining that they had dedicated their entire lives to studying magic in search of the ultimate truth. Leaning down, Kangwoo asks the question that has been bothering him for a long time, noting they supposedly mastered magic before players even appeared on Earth. Kaga makes no effort to hide the truth, confirming it was a small reward for their dedication to finding the truth. He explains they could cast specific spells, and while they were pouring all their focus into researching magic, the demonic cult launched a surprise attack on their tower. They seized the tower, enslaved them, and forced them to constantly drain their mana. Hearing this, Kangwoo presses further, demanding to know when this tragedy occurred. Kaga pauses for a long moment to search his memory, estimating it was about 1 year ago. This revelation shows him that things are far worse than imagined. He asks what specifically they were forced to do while being drained of mana. Choking back his intense anger, the old man rasps that they were forced to craft specific magical tools. For instance, they had to make tiny black gems the size of a fingertip alongside strange cross-shaped stakes. Hearing this, Kangwoo's gaze turns sharp as ice. Those are undoubtedly demonic stones and fissure seeds, revealing the exact process of mass-producing those two items. He now understands the entire operation clearly. Shaking with rage, Kaga adds that they were also forced to enchant and enhance various weapons and armor. Their existence was no different from factory slaves in a giant assembly line. He suddenly growls in his raspy voice, cursing those wretched demons. Magic was never meant to be abused as a cheap mass-production tool like that. Kneeling down to lock eyes with Kaga, Kangwoo urges him to calm down, asking how he managed to escape. Looking up, the old wizard explains that internal conflict broke out, prompting another demon faction to launch an attack. He simply took advantage of the absolute chaos to flee. Furrowing his brow, Kangwoo asks if none of the Magic Tower magicians possessed any combat skills, wondering why he did not try to escape alongside his fellow companions. Kaga shakes his head in absolute despair, explaining that although they inherited ancient powerful magic, it only worked against monsters. Against the demons, their spells were completely useless. Reaching out his chained hands toward Kangwoo, the old man begs him for help. He begs Kangwoo to save his poor comrades, explaining that the cruel demonic cult is currently holding them prisoner and exploiting their labor as we speak, and desperately pleads for help. Kangwoo agrees without a single moment of hesitation, but then his sharp mind quickly spots something incredibly strange about a legendary magic tower supposedly being enslaved by mere devils. It sounds pitiable on the surface, but a closer look at this group reveals a different story. If they were attacked a year ago, it proves the magic tower lived in total peace before then, which is why the outside world still knows absolutely nothing about them. It means that on the day of Cataclysm, when humanity faced total extinction, these mages chose to just sit back and watch despite having the power to actually fight. Of course, having power does not mean you are obligated to save the world, but those who ignore the suffering of their own kind are certainly no saints. Ultimately, Kangwoo does not care if they have any morals or not. The only thing that truly matters is their utility and the concrete benefits he can get from them. Since Kaga claims he can reinforce equipment, Kangwoo realizes he can exploit this even further, aiming to mass-produce powerful magic weapons and spell scrolls to fully equip his entire army. This is highly convenient, especially since he is currently feeling quite disappointed with the lackluster average combat abilities of today's players. He reaches his hand out toward Kaga. Wearing a gentle smile, Kangwoo promises to rescue the comrades inside the magic tower, leaving the old man completely oblivious to the fact that his savior is secretly laughing at how perfectly his plans are aligning. Deep in Europe, a towering skyscraper known as the Tower of Truth stands tall at the center of the city. This place has long been overrun and occupied by hordes of hideous monsters. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoes, instantly putting the beasts on high alert. But before the creatures can even react, they are cleanly sliced right in half. Having delivered his swift strike, Kim Si-hoon immediately signals the rest of the group that this is their moment to strike. The Guardians of Light immediately raise their weapons high and charge straight into the fray. They have no idea that a mysterious figure is stealthily watching them from behind the ruins. Dropping his pitiful act, Kaga breaks into a twisted, hideous grin, whispering to himself that seeking help from the Guardians of Light was an absolutely brilliant decision. He mocks them as naive fools who are always ready to sacrifice everything for humanity. While he had heard whispers of their existence, he never actually believed people could be so incredibly gullible and innocent. While Kaga is secretly gloating about recovering a certain item, Kangwoo suddenly places a hand on the old man's shoulder. Kangwoo tells Kaga they will storm the inside of the magic tower once the outer monsters are cleared, instructing him to stay close and lead the way. This instantly turns the old man pale with guilt, stuttering in sheer panic. With a firm, unquestionable tone, Kangwoo insists they absolutely need his help to locate and rescue his comrades. Kaga is visibly nervous, stuttering that he, of course, knows the way while secretly cursing and thinking he does not care about his useless colleagues at all. Kaga does not care if his former colleagues remain slaves forever or drop dead, as they have absolutely nothing to do with him. He quickly changes the subject, begging the group to retrieve his research documents inside the tower. Kangwoo generously agrees to help, but then casually asks what kind of research is so incredibly important to him. Laughing awkwardly, Kaga tries to brush it off, stammering that it is nothing major, just some simple research notes regarding his quest for ultimate truth. In reality, it is an extremely rare artifact he desperately wants to keep for himself, specifically the sacred relic of the magic tower, the Book of Hecate. As the ancient titan of magic and one of the most powerful deities, Hecate left behind this sacred ancient grimoire, which contains her entire boundless cosmic wisdom. After years of waiting, just as the chance to grasp this ultimate knowledge finally appeared, those damn demons attack at the most critical moment. Being a master of constant deceit, Kaga easily spins another lie, claiming his research is just an unfinished project that is incredibly difficult to decipher. He proudly believes he has fooled them all, especially since the Guardians of Light are just a powerful group of naive crusaders who famously crushed the massive demonic cult branch in Tibet. Kaga cannot help but tightly clench his fist in triumph, feeling incredibly confident about his impending success. The day he finally gets liberated from those foul demons has finally arrived. And with that liberation, the legendary Book of Hecate will finally be all his. Out of Kaga's sight, Kangwoo lets out a highly sinister smirk, clicking his tongue in absolute disgust at how terrible the old man's acting is, thinking that a lifetime locked in a magic lab must have completely ruined his social skills. Instantly hiding his greedy face, Kaga harmlessly suggests he should slowly regroup with the others, asking Kangwoo about his plan. Kangwoo instantly flashes a warm smile, replying that he will set out a little bit later. Kangwoo gazes over at the Tower of Truth, fully aware that jumping into the action right now would only slow things down. With the Guardians fighting fiercely, Kangwoo knows experience points are key to growth, and joining now would only steal EXP from Kim Si-hoon's team. But staying out of the direct fight does not mean he will do nothing. He intends to investigate this supposed truth and the mysterious book himself, although he doubts he will get much out of it. After all, a person who is completely clueless about magic trying to read supreme truth is just like a failing student helplessly staring at complex mathematical formulas. Even if he holds this sacred ultimate grimoire in his hands, it will look like nothing but gibberish to him. If it were Ammon, the absolute master of magical knowledge in the Demon King's army, he might actually understand it. Chuckling to himself, Kangwoo pulls out a magic communication stone, knowing he has completely seen through that old fraud and has him dancing on the palm of his hand. Knowing that everything Kaga said is a complete lie, Kangwoo quietly contacts his loyal ally Lilith. He asks if everything is set according to their roadmap, and Lilith, holding a thick folder, replies that she has finished all the preparations. Walking away with light, relaxed steps, he smiles knowing that truth is actually quite simple, telling Lilith to proceed exactly as planned since the goal is right beside them. With that thought, the demonic ocean key in Kangwoo's hand flared with bright red flames. Alright, let's get to work. With a clean slash, the cage lock shattered completely. The poor captive mages were finally freed from their torment. Luger's tear-filled eyes instantly lit up with hope. He joyfully grabbed his old friend Harlan's hand, asking if he was safe and sound. Luger was so moved that he shed tears, praising him for finally succeeding. Luger always knew this glorious day would come, finally escaping the clutches of those filthy demons. But mid-sentence, Luger cleared his throat, bringing up another matter. While their rescue was certainly worth celebrating, there was still one concern. He wondered if Harlan remembered their deal, which earned a confident smirk and a prompt reassurance. Harlan explained he had planned to inspect things on his way, but the sheer speed of their devastating onslaught left him absolutely no openings to slip inside. Luger remained extremely anxious about the possibility of them snatching the precious item first, but Harlan merely maintained a confident smile, assuring his old friend that those amateurs would never even notice its true value, let alone steal it. Kangwoo stepped in at the perfect moment, suggesting they all leave together and addressing Lord Harlan directly. He asked if everyone was accounted for, prompting Harlan to quickly put on his typical fake smile while thanking them for helping rescue his entire crew. But the moment Harlan eagerly brought up the crucial research documents, Kangwoo suddenly hesitated, and watch his face here, he looked uncharacteristically flustered. He awkwardly suggested that the old man should probably see the situation for himself. The shocking sight immediately drained all color from Harlan. The surrounding mages looked ready to foam at the mouth and pass out. The legendary Book of Hermes had somehow been completely burned to ashes, leaving them utterly shell-shocked. Harlan completely broke down. The sacred Book of Hermes was protected by incredibly robust wards of ancient magic. Forget mere fire, even throwing it straight into a boiling volcanic furnace shouldn't have left a single scratch on it. Even the devastating power of the demon who defeated them before couldn't scratch it. Thinking of this, Harlan's fragile mask of a kind old man completely shattered. He aggressively lunged forward, grabbing Kangwoo's collar. Screaming in a high-pitched, furious screech like a cornered beast, Harlan aggressively demanded to know what on earth they had done to ruin his precious research so completely. He cursed them as completely useless trash, screaming about the priceless ancient truths lost forever, while the other mages, absolutely horrified by his sudden loss of sanity, frantically begged Harlan to calm his rage down. In stark contrast, Kangwoo remained perfectly composed, keeping up his fake performance to the very end. He offered a deeply sincere apology for failing to preserve those incredibly priceless documents. Harlan could only see the helpless frustration, leaving him completely speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Kangwoo quickly stepped forward with a lucrative compensation proposal, offering their full support to help reconstruct all of the lost research. He proposed fully sponsoring all of the Magic Tower's future research projects in Korea. The stunned old man stared in absolute disbelief, questioning if they would actually sponsor their work. Kangwoo immediately dropped to one knee to show his complete sincerity, assuring Harlan that while the physical book was lost, the true knowledge still remained in the Grand Mage's mind, making reconstruction entirely possible with the right backing. Harlan's furious attitude vanished in an instant as he eagerly agreed with him. However, the greedy old man noted that such massive research required astronomical funding. Kangwoo offered a warm, innocent smile, promising unlimited financial backing if Harlan simply agreed to assist them with a small favor in return. The old man was quickly swayed, asking what kind of help he meant. Realizing his target had taken the bait, Kangwoo smoothly pushed the deal forward. He requested that they continue crafting and supplying high-grade magical items just like before. The request left Harlan slightly hesitant, but Kangwoo quickly spoke over him, promising that the working conditions over there would be vastly superior. He assured him that he would negotiate directly with the leader of the Red Rose Guild, a massive Korean power currently stationed nearby. He promised to secure them benefits and status on par with official guild members. The surrounding mages were instantly sold on the idea, eager to secure a safe place to work, while even a hesitant Harlan finally agreed that there was absolutely nothing left to ponder about. Since the Magic Tower was now overrun by demonic energy, it was no longer safe for them anyway. With the Book of Hermes destroyed, their sole purpose had vanished, forcing them to find a new path. Harlan finally nodded in agreement, accepting the sweet deal. Kangwoo immediately showered him with lavish praise before casually inquiring if the old mages happened to have any upfront research funds ready on them to cover their initial startup costs. The sudden question made Harlan's face turn incredibly pale as he frantically reminded Kangwoo of his earlier promise of immediate sponsorship. However, Kangwoo smoothly pivoted like a seasoned salesman, explaining that official funding required a formal evaluation of their crafted items first before any official budget proposal could be submitted to the guild leadership. The old man began waving his hands frantically, insisting they could easily produce highly valuable magic scrolls in addition to basic gear enhancements. Kangwoo cleared his throat with an incredibly troubled look, warning that getting the corporate higher-ups to approve any new project was a notoriously slow and tedious process. He estimated it could take anywhere from 6 months to over a full year, causing Harlan to panic like he was sitting on a hot stove, unwilling to waste another second of their hard-won freedom. He completely leads them on his own terms, explaining that an unsecured loan could easily cover their initial research costs. The mages standing behind him have absolutely no clue, as they have never even heard of such a term before. Kangwoo slyly explains that an unsecured loan is simply borrowing money based on their personal credibility. The group gasps in realization, wondering if it works just like a standard bank transaction. But they wonder what they can offer since the demonic cult ruined their credibility. Waving his hand, Kangwoo summons a stack of documents and tells them not to worry, because a specialized Tier 3 financial package is already waiting for them. Kalen blankly stares at the contracts, so Kangwoo quickly explains that Tier 3 finance is like advanced magic circles. Unlike Tiers 1 and 2, this tier allows their capital to flow with much greater flexibility. He reassures them that, in the financial world, Tier 3 is the absolute highest peak. Once Sura taking the paper, Kayla misinterprets Kangwoo's fake kindness, feeling a deep wave of shame and regret. Truth be told, Kaylin had initially only planned to use him. Yet, thanks to the escort team, they easily escaped slavery while he only focused on stealing the ultimate magic knowledge from the legendary book. He even lost his temper and acted completely out of line when he saw the damaged tome. After treating him so poorly, they deserve to be abandoned, yet Kangwoo still goes out of his way to fund these penniless scholars. The mages are absolutely thrilled with this generous deal, eagerly asking if they will receive the money the moment they sign. Hada feels deeply indebted, thanking Kangwoo for going the extra mile by offering them this special Tier 3 financial package. He offers his deepest, most sincere gratitude, secretly wanting to slap himself for ever looking down on such an incredibly generous and forgiving savior. With his trap successfully set, Kangwoo offers a warm smile, making Taeda feel even more guilty for ever doubting his intentions. Kangwoo even pretends to apologize for not having the authority to fund them directly, but the emotional mages quickly reassure him that this loan is already a massive blessing. Still playing his part, Kangwoo mentions a slight complication with the Tier 3 credit package, instantly making the old mage curious about what is wrong. Kangwoo asks if they have ever heard of interest rates, and Kalen correctly guesses it means paying an extra fee on top of the borrowed principal. Kangwoo nods, simplifying it as the basic cost of renting cash. Kangwoo explains that while the Tier 3 package offers massive funding, the interest rate is extremely high at 24% monthly. Worse, it compounds after every cycle, leaving Kalen completely baffled by this bizarre concept of interest compounding on top of interest. Kangwoo simply offers a patient smile, telling him not to overthink it and to treat it like any regular interest scheme. One mage points out that the Guardians of Light will eventually disperse their official research funds anyway. Kangwoo agrees with a nod but warns them that failing to pay on time will ruin their credits smoothly, proposing a brand new alternative right after. He suggests they extend their magic item production hours to earn extra income, explaining that in Korea, this practice of working extra hours is commonly known as overtime. Kangwoo promises to purchase all their excess magic items directly, ensuring they have a steady cash flow even before their official funding arrives. Kalen stares at him with pure admiration, deeply moved by his apparent generosity. Yet, as an experienced leader, Kalen hesitates to jump in, asking for a moment to think it over. Kangwoo cheerfully agrees, telling them to take all the time they need. Even from a distance, Kangwoo easily overhears their worried whispers. While some worry that 20% a month is too expensive, others argue they are lucky to get any loan at all. Huddled together, the four mages quickly convince themselves that selling their magical creations will easily cover the debt. They unanimously agree to work overtime, producing magic items non-stop until their official research budget finally arrives. Hada still worries if they will actually have enough time to restore the sacred book of El Roque. Luca and the other mages quickly agree, realizing that recovering their lost ancient knowledge must remain their absolute top priority. Adjusting his glasses, Luca looks over at Kangwoo, remembering that their savior promised to follow the standard working hours of Korea's major guilds. With opinions flying around, they wonder how long those standard guild hours actually are. Kalen reveals he managed to gather some general labor data from other countries, confidently assuming the standards are likely the same worldwide. Luca estimates their average shift is around 6 hours, meaning even with overtime they will work 8 hours at most. Some worry this leaves them with too little time for their beloved research. The whispering continues as they realize they still have holidays to rest. Besides, they agree their current situation is a massive upgrade compared to those dark, painful days of being enslaved by brutal demons. Finally, Kalen turns back to deliver their decision to Kangwoo. Walking forward, the old mage agrees to the proposal. Kangwoo praises his wise choice, promising to disperse their initial research loan the moment they set foot back in Korea. Reaching out with a withered hand, Kalen expresses their deepest gratitude. Hada smiles warmly, swearing to never forget this kindness and support. Kangwoo gladly accepts the firm handshake, playing the humble savior perfectly. But behind that friendly smile, his inner demon is laughing hysterically as he urges them to work together for world peace. It does not take long for their new magic crafting center to officially open its doors in Korea. From protective wards and enchanted weapons to emergency potions, the mages work tirelessly day and night. Their high-quality creations quickly become popular, giving the Guardians of Light a massive, unprecedented boost in combat power. But before long, the brutal workload proves too much and Kalen collapses. The worried mages quickly rush to his side, asking if he is all right. Bleary-eyed and utterly exhausted, Kalen desperately tries to keep working, muttering that the mountain of debt will swallow them whole. Panicking, another mage screams at him to snap out of it. Right on cue, Kangwoo slides the door open, casually asking if everyone is doing well. They immediately explode in pure rage, calling him absolute trash. Showing his true colors, Kangwoo casually points out that they were the ones who willingly signed the contracts. As they scream that he scammed them, Kangwoo takes a slow step forward, acting completely innocent. He asks how it could be fraud when he explained every single term in detail. Summoning every last bit of his remaining strength, the old mage lunges forward. He furiously throws a desperate punch at the smiling scammer. But Kangwoo effortlessly catches Kalen by the throat. Hoisting the old man high in the air, Kangwoo asks if he still hasn't learned his lesson after being conned once before. Why waste his precious debt repaying magic on such useless nonsense? Even as Kala struggles to squeeze out words about reconstructing the legendary book, Kangwoo cuts him off immediately. He mockingly tells him that there is no need to search far and wide for the truth because the truth is actually very simple. Raising his voice for everyone present to hear, he declares that humans absolutely must eat. Except for demons, every living being needs sustenance to survive, and in order to put food on the table, you need money. Kangwoo seems to have completely lost his sense of shame. He tells them that to make money, they must work just like what they are doing right now. To him, labor is the only real truth. His grip tightens as he asks Kala how he likes his logic. The truth is simple and right beside them, isn't it? Trembling with pain and absolute rage, the old man spits back, calling him a goddamn bastard. With that final warning, he drops Kala to the ground. If they want a decent meal every day, they had better get to work immediately, because the truth will never smile on lazy slackers. Collapsing onto the floor, the old man refuses to back down, calling him a dirty scammer. He asks how Kangwoo can ruthlessly force them to work day and night with constant overtime and weekend shifts when he promised standard guild working hours. Kangwoo simply yells back, declaring that he has never once lied to them. He brings up Cha Yeonjo, whose head is spinning from her massive workload. He explains that between guild business, the Guardians of Light, personal training, and the endless paperwork she is currently processing, her schedule totals about 14 hours a day. He then asks if they would like to pitch in and help. Kangwoo continues blathering without an ounce of shame, claiming that 14 hours is the standard average for major Korean guilds. Sure, since they are carrying a massive debt, they will have to work a bit harder, but that is the path they willingly chose for themselves. Then he suddenly remembers something else. He says he almost forgot to tell them, and though they have already been living in Korea for several months, making this a bit late, he still has one final message. He flashes a toothy grin, and honestly, you have to love his savage welcome to Korea. Night falls, revealing a starry sky without a single cloud in sight. Down below, Kangwoo walks alone along a quiet, narrow path. He lets out a long, quiet sigh. Then he begins gathering the power of the flames. Originating from the deepest depths of the pandemonium, he awakens the soul of Mammon, the soul that was imprisoned and devoured in that very place. Kangwoo raises the hand wearing his ring, and the sparks are drawn straight into it. The fiery glow grows brighter, condensing all of that terrifying energy into a single point. At the same time, his eyes turn a terrifyingly murky color as the key of the demonic sea activates. Suddenly, blood drips from Kangwoo's mouth, putting him in excruciating pain. The raging hellfire is completely out of control, but he is determined to crush and tame it completely. Right after a massive crack suddenly rips open across the ground. From that fissure, the raw power of countless blades surges upward. They are gradually absorbed by Kangwoo. He layers the raw power of the blades directly onto his Archduke authority. Up until now, no demon Archduke or even god had ever dared to experiment with fusing Archduke power with a completely different type of magic. The reward for surviving all that agony is the skill Hellfire. A system notification alerts him that he has successfully acquired it. Then a barrage of system notifications pops up. Named skills can now be cast with absolute precision. He has achieved a legendary feat never done before, unlocking a clue for a high-level quest on his path to becoming a demon god. But Kangwoo is still struggling to process this sudden flood of information, wondering what the hell is even going on. Wiping the blood from his lips, he wonders how a path to becoming a demon god can already have a high-level quest. As far as he knows, this path only has 2 stages, the ultimate demonic body and the demonic soul. He hasn't even reached the soul stage yet, so why is this appearing now? While he hesitates on what to do next based on the data, another alert pops up. The notification feels like a slap to his face, stating that he doesn't have the authority to access the quest. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he curses the mysterious question marks, swearing that if he ever meets the system's designer, he will twist their head into a giant question mark. Kangwoo then looks back at the sword in his hand. Since he can't solve the system issue right now, he decides to shelf it. The real problem lies with this weapon. It is suddenly oozing a bizarre liquid and cannot maintain a stable shape even without any external force. A wave of disappointment washes over him, realizing the result is not as perfect as he had hoped. But Kangwoo shrugs it off and swings the sword anyway, figuring he still needs to test its actual power. Suddenly, his eyes light up in surprise. The television screen shifts to the 8 o'clock news. A sudden massive earthquake has just struck the Grand Canyon area in America, triggering an incredibly violent volcanic eruption. The entire canyon is currently being completely submerged in towering pillars of fire and a vast sea of boiling lava. The reporters' voices echo everywhere. The scientific community is already declaring that this is no ordinary natural disaster, but rather the direct aftermath of some incredibly powerful magic. The news broadcast plays in Lilith's room, mentioning that the Guardians of Light are actively deploying forces to investigate the incident. She shuts off the television and happily congratulates Kangwoo on making his grand debut on national television as the Demon King. Seeing him lying there, motionless, Lilith asks if he is doing okay. Even with a pale face, Kangwoo stubbornly insists that he is totally fine. Gazing gloomily at the ring hanging around his neck, he realizes this power cannot be used recklessly. He admits he never expected the consequences to be so disastrous. Anxiety wells up inside him, especially since his rapid regeneration is completely useless against this. If an incomplete skill is already this terrifying, its perfected form will be truly monstrous. Lilith sits down right beside him, mentioning that things are going exceptionally well with the Guardians of Light. The supply of magical gear is running smoothly and the players' power levels are constantly rising. An image of her using tentacles to restrain lone sharks flashes through his mind. Just like back at the Magic Tower, after targeting a few more sketchy financial groups, the Guardians of Light's funding has been completely sorted out, giving him one less thing to worry about. His eyes gradually turn cold. How is the war between Lucifer's faction and the demonic cult playing out? Deep anxiety creeps into Kangwoo's mind. For the Guardians of Light, the key is this very clash. To sit back and watch them destroy each other, they must make sure both sides bleed as much as possible. Lilith lets out a long, heavy sigh. Unfortunately, they are still being quite cautious, actively avoiding an all-out war. Endless thoughts race through his mind. Between the demonic cult and Lucifer's forces, who will come out on top? Normally, Lucifer's faction would hold an absolute advantage, but drawing a conclusion now is way too premature. Information on the demonic cult is still incredibly scarce. Even the fact that Mao was an incarnation of evil was unknown before. It seems Mao was not the one truly running the cult, meaning an even more powerful entity is pulling the strings from behind. Realizing he cannot solve these mysteries right now, Kangwoo grips his chair. Never mind, that is not as urgent as what lies ahead. Standing up abruptly, he focuses on the real question. Has Lucifer actually set foot on Earth yet? Kangwoo calculates his options. His power has reached a point where low-level beasts no longer grant him any experience. Even though he devoured Mao's soul, reaching the next level requires the lives of other archdukes. However, Lilith's response does not satisfy him. Not yet, my lord, she replies. He has left absolutely no trace, so he likely has not arrived. Annoyance flares in his mind. Lucifer needs to crawl over to this world to hunt souls or make his move. Is he really that terrified of the angels to act so cowardly? Talk about disappointing. He recalls how a certain blonde warrior erupted in pure rage when his bald friend was killed. Back then, Lucifer was so angry he was practically on fire, much like Satan is right now. This sparks a new plan for Kangwoo. He needs to make Lucifer abandon his fear of the heavens and blindly charge in alone just like Satan did. The only problem is, how does he bait a guy who doesn't have a single friend? Lilith's voice suddenly breaks the silence. Excuse me, Lord Kangwoo, what are you pondering so deeply? Her tone is slightly hesitant. As I reported, Lucifer is not here yet, however. Her next words catch Kangwoo completely off guard. They have detected a demon on Earth who is suspected to be Lucifer's descendant. Snapping out of his thoughts, he turns to her. His son, are you sure? She nods, claiming she is 90% certain. Lilith explains that she discovered this by hacking the surveillance system of a demonic cult branch that Lucifer's forces had wiped out. On the monitor, Louise's arrogant face appears. That demon openly claimed to be the true successor of Lucifer. Kangwoo's hand instinctively brushes his lips. Lucifer's son, an archduke, actually has flesh and blood. His skepticism is well-founded as demons are typically born directly from pools of raw demonic energy. Naturally, reproducing is an incredibly rare occurrence among their kind. Kangwoo simply cannot bring himself to believe it. For tens of thousands of years, there has never been a single precedent of an archduke producing direct lineage. Even Leviathan has parents but absolutely no children. After a long chain of idle thoughts, a smirk plays on his lips. So an archduke actually had a child. Kangwoo calls out to Lilith. His expression darkens into something deeply sinister. Do demons even care about their own offspring? Sensing the chilling shift in his tone, she flinches in surprise. A heavy, suffocating darkness floods the room. It has been so long since he felt like a true villain, and the thrill is absolutely intoxicating. This mysterious cool line of his is flawless, but the icy chill leaves Lilith trembling as she whispers, "My demon king." Suddenly, her face turns as red as a ripe chili pepper. "Are you planning to create children with me?" This unexpected twist catches Kangwoo completely off guard. Wait, what? Meanwhile, Lilith is entirely lost in her own blissful delusion, rambling about how flustered she is by his bold proposal. She admits she has fantasized about this, but the suddenness leaves her incredibly shy. Kangwoo tries to ignore the absurd pink aura filling the room. What on earth is this demon girl babbling about? How did she twist his words into such a perverted meaning? His sharp shout snaps her out of it. Absolutely not. That is not what he meant at all, so she needs to calm down. Realizing her mistake, Lilith quickly bows an apology. "I deeply apologize, my lord," she says. She just got a bit too emotional. Seeing Lilith hang her head in silence, Kangwoo feels a slight twinge of guilt. Was he too harsh? She looks completely devastated. He tells himself he cannot just leave her moping like this. Standing up from his chair, he gently says that now is not the time to focus on such matters, and she understands that. Both then and now, Lilith remains an invaluable strategic asset. When it comes to gathering and manipulating information, no demon can even compare to her. Losing her would be like going blind, deaf, and having an arm severed. Even if she gets a little too enthusiastic sometimes, he smoothly reaches out to her. If her hurt feelings tank her productivity, he is the one who will suffer the consequences. He must fix this situation quickly. He wraps her in a gentle back hug, whispering that once everything is settled, they will discuss this matter seriously. His mind is truly calculating, dangling a clear reward like bait on a hook. Her tears of sheer joy are exactly the reaction he wanted. Surely this will cheer Lilith right up. Crying and smiling all at once, she looks at her demon king. This reaction is a bit much. Was there really a need for tears? Wiping her eyes, Lilith agrees that since Lord Kangwoo made a promise, she can hold off on her anticipation for now. Kangwoo's smile instantly freezes. Why does he suddenly feel a heavy wave of guilt? Quickly changing the subject, he asks for her thoughts on the matter. Composing herself, she clarifies if he is asking whether demons feel affection for their offspring. He replies with a swift, exact nod. Lilith instinctively places a hand over her stomach, admitting she cannot say for sure. But if she were to bear the Demon King's children, she would protect them with her very life. He can only manage a dry chuckle. To dodge further awkwardness, Kangwoo immediately assigns her a task. He orders her to track down where this self-proclaimed son of Lucifer is hiding. She looks up in surprise, asking if he plans to take action. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Let us see how Lucifer reacts. Time to go test the waters. Meanwhile, in another city, a fierce battle is raging with absolute intensity. Under a relentless onslaught, the commander desperately orders a full retreat. His ally panics as Lucifer's forces continue their brutal sweep. Wherever Luz goes, everyone in his path is utterly decimated. Screams of terror echo through the alleys as victims beg for mercy. Yet his face remains completely devoid of sympathy, muttering how incredibly boring they all are. Louis summons his minion, scoffing that if Satan's underlings are this pathetic, their leader must be a total joke. Eva immediately appears and kneels awaiting her master's orders. His voice is ice-cold as he demands to know if they found the serpent's lair. A drop of sweat rolls down his subordinate's cheek. Apologizing profusely, the man explains that although they captured and tortured the local leader, he remains too loyal to talk. Louis grows even more furious, failed yet again. He immediately fires a warning blast at Asvan, calling them a bunch of useless trash. Losing his patience, Louis roars, asking how many more chances he has to give. Asvan sits stiffly, not daring to move a single muscle, pleading that they have already dragged this on far too long. Lord Louis. Asvan even tries to warn him that if Lord Lucifer finds out he came here on his own, but Louis refuses to listen. Shut up, he snaps. I will not return to the palace without Serpent's head. Furious, Louis grinds his teeth, wondering how that arrogant bastard dares to declare war on them. Though Louis knows everything happens for a reason. Sensing a dimensional rift open to track down Serpent, the great archangel Arhan descended from heaven to oppose them and is now actively hunting the target. Because of this, his father must prepare for another massive war against the angels, even going so far as to wear a demonic power-sealing bracelet to accumulate his strength. Louis' eyes gleam with a murderous light. Since his father cannot personally march into battle, he must be the one to stand up and protect their glory. He is highly confident of success. No matter what rumors claim about Serpent being a terrifying demon king or possessing godlike powers, Louis carries the bloodline of the great Lucifer himself. There is absolutely no way he could ever lose. Unconsciously looking at his hand, he knows he just needs to bring back Serpent's head. But this hand looks more human than demonic. Because of it, he had to endure endless ridicule and contempt since his childhood. Even as a child, he faced nothing but cold rejection from all the demons around him. They whispered that he was not a true demon, but just a pathetic half-breed. They mocked his weak human appearance, questioning why the great Lord Lucifer would ever walk alongside such a lowly, ordinary creature. Louis clenches his fist in quiet determination, swearing that he will make everyone acknowledge him as a true demon. He turns to Asvan and orders him to move on to the next target. But suddenly, a dark vortex appears out of nowhere, accompanied by an arrogant voice mocking that they expected more from Lucifer's legendary son. The vortex surges straight toward Louis as the voice sneers that he is nothing but a wet-behind-the-ears brat. Louis looks up at the dark sphere, demanding to know who is playing games. The voice chuckles, saying they heard he was desperately searching for them. Suddenly, a realization hits Louis. Kangwoo appears wearing a mask that covers half his face, declaring exactly. Floating in midair with a confident smirk, Kangwoo reveals that he is indeed the serpent, or rather a cheater in this game. Louis suddenly bursts out laughing. His laughter echoes, turning into a long, wild fit of pure amusement. Demonic energy flares in Louis' hands as he sneers that he thought Serpent was just a coward hiding in some dark corner. His face twists with pure bloodlust as he mocks Kangwoo for finally showing himself. Unfazed, Kangwoo just smirks right back at him. Looking down from above, Kangwoo asks if Louis isn't afraid of him, or if he even knows who he is. Louis calmly replies that of course he knows the former second-ranking Archduke of the demon world who now runs the demonic cult here. But Kangwoo keeps smiling, telling Louis that he still doesn't quite get it. Louis freezes, asking what he means, while Kangwoo mockingly notes that if Louis truly understood the power of an Archduke, he wouldn't be standing there so calmly. Didn't Lucifer teach him anything? Kangwoo's provocation works perfectly as Louis flies into a rage, roaring how a coward who hid like a sewer rat after declaring war dares to speak his father's name. Kangwoo pushes him even further, mocking if Lucifer isn't the exact same. He asks why a mere brat was sent here instead of the big man himself. Louis quickly makes an excuse, snapping that his father doesn't need to step in personally to deal with a washed-up has-been. Kangwoo can only marvel at how incredibly arrogant this brat is. Continuing his verbal onslaught, Kangwoo wonders aloud if Louis is just a fool. Gritting his teeth, Louis has no comeback and can only snap that he is all talk. Louis assures himself that this opponent's aura is so incredibly faint he can barely feel it, meaning he can easily handle this guy alone. But then, Kangwoo delivers his final verbal blow, casually mentioning that Louis doesn't actually look like a demon at all. Those words immediately strike Louis' sore spot as Kangwoo asks if he is a half-breed born of a demon and a human. Losing his sanity, Louis clenches his fists and screams at him to shut up. He looks nothing like a demon, completely different from the rest. They couldn't believe this was Lucifer's offspring, calling his human appearance disgusting. They spat that he didn't deserve to be Lucifer's son, calling him palace trash. Having an appearance closer to a human than a demon was deemed repulsive, all because he was a hybrid born of a demon father and a human mother. The deep-seated pain fueled Louis' resolve back then. He swore to prove to everyone who looked down on him and his mother that he is indeed the son of the demon god carrying Lucifer's noble blood. Louis fiercely fires back, asking how a loser like him dares to speak like that. Didn't he also suffer defeat at the hands of a human? His father told him that the demon king who defeated all 7 archdukes of the demon world was actually just a human. In the end, those great archdukes were just pathetic losers who fell to a mere mortal. Driven by rage, Louis resolves to slaughter this legendary archduke who once terrified all of demonkind. While Louis is fired up to destroy the serpent right here, Kangwoo looks utterly disgusted. He thinks this kid is way out of line talking about parents. If Lucifer heard this, he would probably weep tears of blood. Louis suddenly freezes. Realizing he let something slip, Kangwoo clears his throat, retorting that when it comes to losing to the demon king, Louis' father is no different. Suddenly, Kangwoo's expression shifts. Louis snaps that it was in the past and everything is different now, making Kangwoo scoff at his double standards and call him an unfilial brat. Louis takes the opportunity to mock him, sneering that he seems to be completely out of his mind. Demonic energy surges from his hands as he tells Kangwoo to cut the nonsense. If he is truly an archduke, then he should prove it with his power as Louis' dark energy sphere grows larger and larger. Right then, to Louis' absolute shock, Kangwoo just bursts into another loud laugh. Regaining his usual arrogant smirk, Kangwoo tells him that since he asked, he will show him exactly who he is. The explosive power inside Kangwoo erupts. He challenges Louis, telling him to show his worth and prove his very existence. Just as Louis tries to argue that he does not need to prove anything, Kangwoo quickly cuts him off, telling him to shut up and just fight. Louis refuses to back down, shouting that he has to prove who he really is. Even Satan Kangwoo is completely done with this stubborn kid telling him he gets it, so just drop it already. The brat just keeps rambling on, asking how much longer his opponent thinks he can stay this relaxed. Kangwoo is rapidly losing his patience, wondering if this kid can even hear a single word he is saying. After all that endless talking, Louis finally summons his pitch-black spheres, warning his opponent to get ready. An overwhelming aura explodes from the kid as he boasts that even begging on his knees won't save him now. Kangwoo has been waiting forever for the main event, and at long last, Louis even brags to his subordinate Eva, telling her to open her eyes wide and watch. Kangwoo can only watch this extreme self-satisfaction in absolute disbelief, wondering what on earth is wrong with this guy. But the kid still refuses to actually attack, shouting about whether their master is a lowly hybrid or the true demon heir of Lucifer. Kangwoo holds his head in pure exhaustion. He is completely done playing along with this ridiculous, over-the-top anime villain script and just wants it to end. Unbelievably, the actual fight still hasn't started because Louis is just standing there mouthing silent words. He tells them to watch closely and warns them never to breathe a word of this to anyone. No one knows where he gets this insane level of arrogance, still shouting about how he will prove himself today. In a split second, Louis' smug face gets violently caved in, and the one who delivered that brutal hit is none other than Kangwoo. A massive cloud of dust kicks up right where their young master just got blasted. One punch is more than enough to completely flatten the kid. Kangwoo ruthlessly stomps his foot right onto Louis' face, calling him an incredibly insolent little brat. What follows is a relentless barrage of stomps and scolding from Kangwoo, and honestly, you can't even blame him. He asks if Louis is one of those classic hybrid kids whining about discrimination and acting out. He yells at him for being in some rebellious phase, constantly trying to prove himself. There's a limit, and he was only playing along to build up some decent tension. Asvan tries to rush in to save his young master, but Balas instantly pins him down, asking how he dares to interfere. Meanwhile, Louis tries to make excuses for himself, whining that he was also just trying to build the hype, asking why Kangwoo is being such a bastard. Kangwoo completely snaps. He asks if the kid has any idea how exhausting it is to play along with this nonsense. He admits he is dying of embarrassment while Louis acts like he is the main character in some cheesy Saturday morning cartoon. Right on cue, Lilith arrives to report that she has found exactly what Lord Satan needs. Kangwoo stops his stomping foot midair, asking if that is so, and tells her to get it ready. By the time he looks down, Lou's face has already been beaten into a swollen mess. He sighs in relief, utterly speechless at the sheer absurdity of it all. Meanwhile, over at Lucifer's domain, he demands to know what this is. The gleaming blade of a guillotine makes him highly uneasy, prompting him to ask what game Satan is playing. Kangwoo has locked Louis right into the device, casually asking if the connection is finally working. He even offers a highly polite greeting, saying it has been a long time since they last spoke. But of course, Lucifer completely ignores him, demanding to know why his son is locked up in that machine. Kangwoo squeezes the kid's jaw tight, claiming he has absolutely no clue either, and suggests Lucifer just ask his precious son directly. He continues to playfully mock them, telling Louis to look directly into the crystal ball and state his name and age. Every trembling word out of Louis' mouth makes Lucifer clench his fists as the boy begs his father for forgiveness. Lucifer is completely baffled, trying to piece everything together. He reasons that if Satan had entered his domain to kidnap Louis, he would have noticed immediately. That means his foolish son must have secretly sneaked onto Earth, challenged Satan, and gotten himself utterly thrashed. Honestly, the moment his son decided to challenge a Grand Duke of Hell, his fate was sealed because those monstrous entities are on a completely different level. Lucifer instantly snaps, cursing his own son as a pathetic, useless failure. Louis puts on an incredibly remorseful face, desperately crying out for his father. Kangwoo has zero interest in watching this family drama play out and immediately cuts them off. He tells them to settle their household issues later, assuming Lucifer already knows exactly why he spared the boy's life. Suddenly, Lucifer drops an absolute bombshell of a response: just execute him. He uses incredibly harsh words to curse his own flesh and blood for being a brainless fool who dared to cause such chaos. In an ice-cold tone, Lucifer states he has no obligation to protect him. Just execute him already. He ruthlessly discards his own son like a piece of garbage, proving that a hybrid's limits are painfully low. Kangwoo actually tries to play mediator, reminding him that the boy is still his own flesh and blood, but Lucifer doesn't buy it for a second, scoffing at the ridiculous idea of demons suddenly caring about family bonds. Lounging calmly on his throne, Lucifer tells Satan to stop playing stupid games, asking why anyone would expect parental love from a demon. Kangwoo hesitates for a brief second before pressing on. Kangwoo's next question instantly makes the Demon King freeze. Why did he even bother having a kid? Lucifer quickly looks away, trying desperately to hide his sudden panic. He frantically scrambles and blurts out the most ridiculous excuse imaginable, claiming it was just an accident. Kangwoo immediately sees right through the lie, completely unable to believe such a pathetic cover-up. Kangwoo smirks, laughing with sheer amusement. He snaps his fingers casually, declaring that there is no other choice left. The rope catches fire and snaps instantly, causing Lucifer's eyes to widen in genuine sudden panic. Down goes the heavy guillotine blade as Kangwoo coldly remarks that he has absolutely no use for a worthless hostage. Squeezing his eyes shut, Louis completely gives up waiting to accept his brutal and final end. Strangely, Lucifer jumped up, shouting at them to stop. His face froze completely upon hearing a snort escape from Kangwoo's mouth. Then Kangwoo burst into loud laughter. Shaking with laughter, he mocked Lucifer, asking since when he started acting so cute with his stop crying nonsense. He grabbed Lucis by his horns and hauled him up. Kangwoo roughly tilted Lucis's face back, whispering that since he never had a father, he wouldn't really know. His smile grew sinister as he mocked this fatherly love, while Lucis in a heavy voice weakly whimpered out for his father. Unable to hold back, the boy sobbed out apologies to his father. Lucifer fell silent, letting out a heavy dark sigh, asking what he wanted. Kangwoo playfully questioned him back, asking if Lucifer didn't already know, prompting the Dark Lord to growl out a single word: war. That answer made Kangwoo laugh in pure excitement, confirming that Lucifer was spot on. He urged him to start a bloody, chaotic, and destructive war where they could tear each other apart just to satisfy their endless hunger. Lucifer's gaze lost all patience, coldly noting that setting foot on Earth seemed to have made Kangwoo far more insane. He asked if the Demon Lord even realized the desperate situation the demons were currently facing. He coldly continued, warning him that Elpation and even Earth, where Kangwoo lived, were in jeopardy. The heavenly forces were actively purging demons from every single world linked to the Nine Hells. Using a threatening tone, Lucifer warned that the Nine Hells would soon be completely severed from all other worlds, asking if Kangwoo understood what that truly meant. He answered his own question for Kangwoo, stating they would never have a way back to the Nine Hells again. Lucifer assumed Kangwoo wouldn't want that future, but the human only sneered mockingly, asking why he should care about being locked out of the Nine Hells. Startled, Lucifer gasped out in disbelief, demanding to know what he just said. Unable to believe his ears, Lucifer questioned his sanity, but Kangwoo merely tightened his grip on Lucis's horn, firing back that he should be the one asking Lucifer that very question. Ripping the horn completely off, Kangwoo casually asked if they had ever actually been sane in the first place. Lucis's agonizing screams echoed through the communication orb, forcing a panicked Lucifer to roar out for him to stop. Instead of stopping, Kangwoo grabbed the other horn, mocking Lucifer that if he wanted him to quit, he should come over and kill him himself. Kangwoo drawled out a threat, making Lucifer clench his fists in sheer rage as he ordered him to stop immediately. Kangwoo calmly warned him that his precious son would end up losing his life right here. As Lucis screamed again, driving Lucifer to the brink of madness, his subordinate quickly intervened, pleading with him not to fall for such obvious bait. She desperately tried to calm him down, reminding him of everything he had endured in preparation for the final war against the heavenly realm. But before she could even finish, Lucifer brutally smashed her face in. With the annoying distraction taken care of, Lucifer exhaled a deep, grim breath. Growling with absolutely zero patience left, he offered Satan one final deal. With those words, Lucifer's massive wings unfurled with explosive rage. Dark energy violently surged outward as he warned Satan not to assume the angels would ever show mercy, declaring that he was their very next target. Glaring fiercely into the communication orb and absolutely furious, Lucifer declared that he would make sure everything played out exactly as it had to. His sudden explosive anger summoned crackling lightning from the skies as he warned that this war would have no victors. Lucifer coldly pointed out that win or lose, they would both end up with nothing, questioning if Kangwoo still wanted to fight. Kangwoo remained silent, staring intently at the dark aura radiating from the orb. A heavy pressure felt clearly despite the distance. Raising his foot, Kangwoo knew he didn't need to give a long response. The heavy aura itself was already answer enough. He brutally stomped right on Lucis's head, grinding it into the dirt while declaring himself to be Satan, the embodiment of death, ruin, and absolute rage. He scoffed, demanding to know why he should care if his enemies were angels or gods. If they wanted to know why, he let out a mocking laugh, saying the more the better. He challenged them to bring their entire army and fight him to the absolute death. On the inside, Kangwoo was laughing like a maniac, since none of this was his problem, though he kept his cool on the outside. No matter what, Lucifer said he wasn't going to stop feeling incredibly hyped about how high his Satan persona's stock was about to rise. The scene shifts to him and his crew watching an urgent news broadcast about a massive portal that just appeared in Africa. The news anchor gravely reported that although the giant gate vanished after a very short time, it completely wiped out all the wildlife, plants, and monsters in the surrounding area. The Guardians of Light were now actively stepping in to investigate if there was any direct connection between this event and the previous volcanic eruption. The broadcast only amused Kangwoo, proving his plan to provoke Lucifer by using his own son was a massive success. His grin turned exceptionally devilish. Violet had mentioned that Lucifer had already flattened several demonic cult branches on his own. Now all they needed was for the demonic cult to retaliate and frame Lucifer's forces to make the situation absolutely perfect. Meanwhile, Echidna was extremely annoyed that her favorite cartoon got cancelled for the news broadcast. Wiping the terrifying smirk off his face, Kangwoo gently reassured the little girl that everything would return to normal soon, prompting Echidna to look up and ask if he had been busy lately. He speaks softly, asking what is wrong since he is still incredibly busy. The young girl hesitates, complaining that her cartoon keeps getting delayed, and she hasn't been able to play with Kangwoo lately. Kangwoo already knows what she wants before she even finishes. She has spent months training hard to master the Grand Duke's power, so she must be bored to death. Gently patting Echidna's head, he apologizes and promises everything will be wrapped up soon, but the little girl just keeps pouting. Seeing her pout, Kangwoo pulls out his ultimate weapon. He promises they will go on a picnic once this job is done. Instantly, Echidna's eyes light up like bright stars as she repeats the word picnic. He nods, adding that Han Seola will come along too. The mention of Han Seola makes the little girl even more excited, demanding they absolutely must go. Her pure joy completely melts Kangwoo's heart. He wonders if this protective fatherly warmth is what Lucifer used to feel. He begins to imagine a future where things work out with Han Seola and they have children together, realizing how incredibly healing that would be. But just as he is grinning like an idiot, Echidna calls out to him, snapping him right back to reality. She excitedly suggests inviting Lilith and Baal to join their picnic. Kangwoo stares at Echidna in pure shock, wondering why on earth they would need to bring those two along. The girl happily explains that neither of them is close with Han Seola yet. She believes Lilith and Baal are actually very decent and kind people, so she wants everyone to finally become close friends. Kangwoo forces a smile while panicking inside. Those two know far too many of his old secrets from his days as the Demon King. He has actively kept them apart from everyone else to avoid any slips of the tongue, but keeping them completely isolated forever might not be the best idea either. He decides he will have to seriously think about this issue later. Lifting Echidna off his lap, he tells her he is quite busy and has to leave before asking where Han Seola has gone. The obedient girl lets him place her on the chair, mentioning that Han Seola went out with the red-haired lady. Kangwoo pauses, asking if she means Cha Yeonju. Echidna nods happily, saying those two have been hanging out a lot lately. Hearing this, he cannot help but feel a bit concerned. Cha Yeonju and Han Seola are absolute opposites, making them seem like a highly unusual pair. Still, Kangwoo decides not to overthink it. Who knows what might happen? Sometimes complete opposites end up becoming the absolute closest of friends. After saying goodbye to Echidna, he heads back down to Luis's dungeon cell. At this moment, Luis lies there with broken horns, covered in wounds and bound by heavy chains. Weakly raising his head, he hears a mocking voice comment on how incredibly stubborn he is. Luis defiantly demands to be killed, but Kangwoo naturally refuses. The captive warns him never to expect him to beg for death. Smirking arrogantly, Kangwoo reminds him that whether he lives or dies is a choice that rests entirely in his hands. Feeling slightly annoyed, Kangwoo notes how stubborn the captive is. Just then, Baal approaches and apologizes for the interruption to address Lord Satan. Baal honestly reports that despite using every dark magic spell in his arsenal, the prisoner refuses to yield. Luis coughs violently but remains defiant, mocking the idea that Baal's cheap magic could ever affect a body flowing with the blood of a demon god. He demands death once again, shouting that he would rather die than ever submit to them. His unyielding attitude finally begins to worry Kangwoo, who realizes things are getting pretty troublesome. Staring at Luis, Kangwoo worries that if this guy does not submit, the entire plan will fall apart. Nobody could have predicted this. Because Luis carries the Grand Duke's blood mind control powers are completely useless against him. He is clearly a hopeless case, yet he possesses an incredibly stubborn will. Kangwoo wonders if he will be forced to change his plans. Just as he is feeling highly annoyed, Lilith's voice rings out, expressing her delight at finding Lord Satan there. She walks over casually, asking if the stubborn brat still refuses to yield. Kangwoo honestly admits that is unfortunately the case. Instead of offering any actual advice, Lilith suddenly clings to his arm, complaining about how the boy dares to trouble Lord Satan. Looking up with deep concern, she asks if the brat has completely exhausted him. Her overly intense behavior panics Kangwoo, making him sweat bullets as he quickly denies being tired. Lilith continues to rub her head against his arm, insisting he needs her comfort now more than ever. She softly asks how long it has been since they spent a passionate night together. Inside, Kangwoo completely panics, desperately screaming for her to please stop. The tentacles behind her back begin to emerge as she asks what he thinks. Revealing her true form, Lilith grabs Kangwoo and suggests he cast aside all his stress to spend the night relaxing with her. Amidst the utter panic, a brilliant realization suddenly flashes through Kangwoo's mind. He looks over at Louise, hoping that if the prisoner freaks out at these terrifying tentacles, Lilith will lose interest and change back to her human form. Meanwhile, Louise is staring, muttering under his breath about how incredible this is. Kangwoo desperately hopes the captive will scream about how disgusting the tentacles are. Instead, he is shocked to see an absolute look of infatuation on Louise's face. Louise is utterly dazed, wondering how such an incredibly beautiful woman could possibly exist. The bizarre reaction leaves Kangwoo completely frozen in shock. Louise mutters in jealousy, complaining that such a stunning beauty has to serve a petty villain like Kangwoo. This comment highly pleases Lilith, who notes that although he is just a brat, he certainly appreciates true beauty. Terrified and deeply confused, Kangwoo can only stare at them, wishing he could explain that this is all a misunderstanding. Lilith smirks, telling the boy to go back and drink some milk before trying to talk to her. Kangwoo screams silently in horror at how out of hand this situation has gotten. Suddenly, in the dimly lit dungeon, Louis screams out that Lilith is being tricked. Confused, Lilith demands to know what on earth he is talking about. Even while bound, Louis boldly declares that a piece of trash like Kangwoo does not deserve such a beautiful, gentle lady. However, Lilith immediately shuts him down, threatening to rip his mouth open if he ever calls her king trash again. Meanwhile, a completely baffled Kangwoo stands there, utterly unable to comprehend what kind of bizarre drama is unfolding in front of him. Louis blushes furiously, confessing he fell in love at first sight and wants to protect her. Talk about a wild plot twist. It leaves Kangwoo completely dumbfounded, wondering how anyone could fall for a literal tentacle monster. Lilith covers her mouth and giggles, amused by his unexpectedly sweet words. She completely ignores Kangwoo, who stands right next to her, sweating profusely and wondering how on earth his interrogation turned into a weird romantic comedy. Walking calmly over to the tied-up prisoner, she asks Lord Satan if he is indeed having trouble making the young brat obey. Kangwoo quickly confirms it, and she nods knowingly, saying it simply cannot be helped. As her tentacle-like hair begins to wriggle, Lilith promises that she will take care of the matter personally. Folding her arms, she asks if he really fell in love at first sight. Without a second thought, Luce nods his head furiously to confirm it. The 10 glowing eyes on Lilith's face shine with a terrifying yet seductive allure. Leaning in close, she whispers that he is actually quite cute. Her tentacles slowly close in on Louise as she issues a commanding order, telling him to finally prove his words. The young captive is completely under her spell, whispering about how absolutely breathtaking she is. Lilith sternly tells him to address her by name, and Luoji immediately obeys. Meanwhile, staring at this horrifying sight, Kangwoo's entire body suddenly loses its strength and he collapses right onto the ground. Her excited laughter only makes it worse, filling him with intense disgust. He immediately covers his mouth, trying to hold back the urge to throw up. But there is no escaping it. Kangwoo ends up puking his guts out, spraying a colorful rainbow of liquid everywhere. Meanwhile, those two just keep going with their own bizarre little torture session. A short while later, he finally steps out of the cave to breathe in some much-needed fresh air. Right now, Kangwoo is in pretty rough shape. His eyes are completely glazed over and he is just dazed, muttering random nonsense about mountains and rivers to himself. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from right behind him, sighing that dealing with that kid was a real hassle. Lilith strolls over confidently, explaining that while it's tough now, in a day or two, she can turn him into a completely obedient puppet. Despite still feeling quite nauseous, Kangwoo forces out a word of praise, telling her she did great. In his head, he's relieved. Brainwashing Luoji is a crucial part of his grand plan, and thanks to Lilith, the hardest part is already taken care of. But just thinking about her methods makes cold sweat pour down Kangwoo's pale face. Seeing his disgust, Lilith gets flustered, begging her Demon King not to misunderstand. This only leaves him feeling utterly confused, wondering what on earth she's talking about. Lilith frantically explains that she actually severed all the tentacles she used, meaning she didn't use her real body at all, so this definitely doesn't count as cheating. Of course, that is not even close to what Kangwoo is worried about. He tells her he never even thought of that. She suddenly drops to her knees in a formal posture, stating that now isn't the time for that anyway. She reports a minor issue with a demonic cult that she needs to share, which instantly grabs his full attention. Asking what the problem is, she quickly explains that she's been tracking one of their massive branches for a while. Lilith calmly reports her steps, explaining how she leaked info to lure Lucifer. They're hoping to spark a full-blown war with that cult branch. However, her plan completely fell flat. Kangwoo listens with a deadly serious expression, telling her to keep going. She then drops another crucial piece of information. The demonic cult has been actively avoiding any direct clashes with Lucifer, and lately, not a single core member has shown up. Hearing this, he knits his brows in absolute annoyance, grumbling about how troublesome this is. Kangwoo had pictured Lucifer and Beelzebub tearing each other apart while he quietly waited in the shadows to strike. But that plan is hitting a dead end. If the cult keeps running, his whole strategy to make them exhaust their forces will completely fail. He places a hand under his chin, deeply lost in thought. Did we end up overestimating the demonic cult? No, that can't be right. Ever since Kangwoo arrived on Earth, he has constantly kept an eye on them and faced them in battle. From those brutal experiences, his instincts are screaming that they definitely have a massive trump card hidden up their sleeves. Piecing together the clues, he digs deeper. They woke up Mammon, but he wasn't the mastermind pulling the strings. If Mammon were the actual leader, the demonic cult would have crumbled completely after his disappearance. Connecting all these events, he quickly reaches a final conclusion. There has to be someone even more powerful than Mammon behind this. But wait, surely Satan himself isn't actually leading them, right? Kangwoo suddenly stands straight up, declaring that they can't just sit around. Seeing this, Lilith quickly asks what he plans to do. He calmly breaks down the situation, explaining that while the cult worships these so-called incarnations of evil, most of them don't even know who they really are, let alone if they're demons or humans. She nods her head in total agreement, reaching deep into his coat pocket to search for something. Kangwoo continues, arguing that the reason the cult is avoiding an all-out war is simply because they currently lack the strength to face Lucifer head-on. Now watch his next words cause Lilith's eyes to widen in shock. If that's the case. He slowly puts on his striking red mask, his lips curling into a smug, arrogant grin as he declares that he will simply become their strength. The scene slowly shifts to a completely devastated battlefield littered with the broken remains of fallen soldiers everywhere. A cold, gloved hand drenched in thick blood shows just how brutal the recent clash really was. Elsewhere, a group of figures dressed in black are gathered around a round table. These are the cardinals of the African branch of the demonic cult. They're in deep trouble. One clutches his face in despair, crying that victory is impossible, while another panics that hundreds of their followers have already been wiped out by Lucifer, yet there's still no word from headquarters. The next update only plunges them deeper into despair as they realize they can't even get in touch with headquarters. Another cardinal slams his hand on the table in pure rage, demanding to know what they should do without any guidance in such a dire situation. That's when a name is brought up. They can't even reach Lady Yuli. Meanwhile, Paget, who has been quietly observing the chaos this entire time, finally speaks up as the other cardinals keep cursing in frustration. One cardinal curses, wondering how many of their female believers have already been sacrificed. Right at that chaotic moment, Paget finally decides to voice his thoughts. Paget bluntly drops a heavy question, asking what the incarnations of evil are actually doing right now. Another cardinal fires back, asking how much longer they have to wait for these incarnations whose very existence remains a total mystery to them. Their eyes drift toward the empty seats across the room. 4 of their key leaders have already been crushed by Lucifer, leaving them completely powerless to fight back. While they are frantically debating whether to abandon the branch and retreat, a purple rift suddenly tears open in the fabric of space out of nowhere. A massive shockwave instantly blasts across the room, forcing everyone present to snap around and face the sudden anomaly. Pure panic erupts as they scream, wondering what the hell is happening. Sensing an absolutely overwhelming surge of magical energy, Paget immediately summons his weapon to defend himself. Trapped in the chaos, they frantically wonder if Lucifer has found them. But then a foot quietly steps down onto the wooden table, accompanied by a tisk of pure disdain. Kangwoo makes his grand dramatic entrance, mockingly asking how they could fail to recognize their own master, calling them completely pathetic. He slowly repeats Paget's earlier question, asking if he was just wondering what the incarnation of evil is doing. Hearing this, Paget gasps, hoping against hope that this can't be real. Unleashing an insanely oppressive aura, Kangwoo declares that he has finally descended before them, claiming to be their father, the creator of darkness and the ultimate ruler of the night. He proudly and loudly proclaims that he is Satan. The cult cardinals are absolutely thrilled, completely unable to contain their pure excitement at this legendary sight. Kangwoo immediately spots one cardinal acting highly suspicious, mockingly asking if he is trying to slip away. The man breaks down in tears, desperately begging Lord Satan to give them just one more chance. But before the coward can even finish his plea, Kangwoo ruthlessly obliterates him on the spot, stating that demons never run. Watching this, the remaining cardinals immediately bow as low as possible, begging for their lives. Kangwoo then steps forward with a chilling question, demanding to know why they worship demons in the first place. Pal C hesitantly replies that he does not understand his meaning at all. Hearing this, Kangwoo decides to educate these ignorant fools on the real reason why humanity submits to worships and fears demons. There is only one sole reason, and it was decided from the very beginning of time. Kangwoo's entire body slowly rises amidst a swirling torrent of dark energy. Eternal life. What is the point of living forever as a slave who can never die? Desire unfulfilled. Desires are nothing but a curse. They certainly do not submit to demons for such trivial and meaningless things. His hand, crackling with concentrated magical energy, suddenly thrusts forward as he delivers a chilling and absolute truth. They only want one single thing. Kangwoo releases his overwhelming power right onto the table below. It is a devastating power to crush others and trample everyone underfoot. Is this not what they truly crave? While the cardinals watch in utter shock at this terrifying and magnificent display, his deep voice echoes smoothly. Runaway, compromised demons never do that. They must thirst for power and fight, eradicate and destroy their enemies to claim it. That is their sole purpose of existence. Next, countless mysterious and glowing purple demonic crystals materialize in the air. One cardinal looks on in total confusion, but an experienced veteran immediately recognizes them as demonic crystals. A massive quantity of them. A single thought crosses their minds: if they can absorb just a few of these, they can easily stand against Lucifer's army outside. Before they can even process this, Kangwoo directly delivers a cold command: eat them. Pure dark energy continues to pool in his palm. If they lack strength, he will give it to them. Fight and eliminate the foolish Archduke who dared to insult the demonic cult. As his dark mana condenses, more and more demonic crystals are rapidly produced. Yet, Kangwoo is not done speaking. To Palsey's utter shock, he confidently declares that they must die for him. Beneath the raining demonic crystals, Palsey's flushed face betrays an indescribable rush of excitement. In the next moment, Kangwoo is bathed in their fanatical cheers, chanting him as their master and the true embodiment of evil. The demonic cult's cardinals have completely surrendered to the absolute power of the serpent, leaving Kangwoo grinning from ear to ear. The scene slowly transitions to the freezing night air outside. A pair of legs sprints desperately across the cold ground. Uriel runs frantically toward a massive sphere of energy at the center, shouting out to Lord Satan in a panicked voice. Something suddenly glows on the surface of the massive orb. A deep voice abruptly echoes from within the orb. Satan has heard her frantic calls and asks, "What is the meaning of this, Uriel?" She collapses to her knees, completely out of breath. Satan quickly grows impatient and demands she speak up, warning her that if her reason for waking him is foolish, Satan is about to threaten her very soul, but Uriel suddenly cuts him off with a dead serious report. The serpent has finally appeared. Satan freezes, unable to process the sudden and shocking news. What? In the sky, a massive sphere of energy suddenly forms, dragging everything inside as desperate high-pitched screams tell everyone to run away. It turns out there is not just one but countless magic spheres controlled by Lucifer that are obliterating the entire army. The only thing left behind is a blood-soaked battlefield and desperate, agonizing pleas for help. Just then something targets him from high above in the sky. Demonic cult cardinals launch a surprise attack right from his blind spot, screaming for Lucifer to finally die. However, they are completely and effortlessly wiped out in a matter of seconds. The remaining survivors naturally meet the exact same grim fate. As a result, Lucifer wipes them all out without breaking a single sweat. Yet his sharp eyes catch something unusual. How strange, he thinks. Lucifer's eyes sweep across the battlefield. These enemies used to prioritize avoiding fights and retreating, yet now they are fighting with absolute and insane desperation. If this is not their final stand, it will drag on into a brutal war of attrition where both sides destroy each other. Wait, mutual destruction. Could there be someone else behind this who is aiming for exactly that outcome? After thinking it over, he shakes his head to clear his mind. No, now is not the time to worry about this. Seeing his visible exhaustion, his loyal subordinates repeatedly advise him to take a rest, only to receive a firm and absolute refusal from Lucifer. No, he will not rest. In his mind, he imagines his son Lucis being turned into literal raw meat by Kangwoo. His beloved son Lucis is currently held hostage by that serpent. He cannot possibly rest while that absolute lunatic is out there planning his next move. He turns to announce their next tactical move, ordering them to head to the next location immediately. But then several other subordinates run up to him in a total panic, shouting for him. The lead soldier shouts that the guardian Ivan has brought young Lord Lucis back. Lucifer is completely stunned when he sees Ivan carrying Lucis in his arms. What did you just say? He immediately rushes over, demanding everyone get out of the way. Is Lucis all right? Ivan slowly kneels on the ground, explaining that the young master passed out after severe torture. This situation makes Lucifer demand to know what happened. Ivan explains the details as thoroughly as possible, saying they got incredibly lucky. He says the guards left their post and he seized that perfect moment to rescue the young master. Hearing this, Lucifer praises his loyal subordinate, telling him he did an excellent job. Lucis slowly opens his eyes weakly, calling for his father. Lucifer is overjoyed, asking if his son is finally awake. Once he confirms his son is safe, Lucifer calms down but still gently scolds him for being so incredibly foolish. Lucis hesitantly apologizes to his father. Lucifer quickly asks for details, saying that having his son safe is all that matters. He asks where Satan is completely failing to notice a sharp phantom blade slowly forming in Lucis's hand. This sudden and shocking turn of events leaves his subordinates wide-eyed in sheer panic. They try to shout a warning to watch out, but it is already too late. Even Lucifer never expected his own son to stab him in the back like this. "What are you doing, my son?" His son's face twists into a grotesque expression as he mutters that he is simply taking his father's strength. The subordinate immediately orders everyone to pull Lucis away. But Lucis, completely lost and a mad trance, mutters to Lilith that he finally did it. Lucifer coughs violently, completely unable to comprehend what the hell is happening around him. Just then, a spatial rift tears open once more, bringing with it a familiar voice. "Are you satisfied with my gift?" A pair of legs suddenly appears, throwing him into even greater shock as he stammers, "You, is you." Only now does Lucifer realize his enemy has officially revealed his true form. Kangwoo sneers mockingly, pointing out how amusing his expression is right now. The provocation infuriates him so much that he spits out a mouthful of blood, his rage soaring to an absolute peak. Clutching his chest, Lucifer yells out, demanding to know how that crazy bastard could resort to such underhanded tricks, asking if he feels no shame as a Grand Duke. Kangwoo merely responds with a mocking laugh. Kangwoo is not easily provoked. He turns the tables on his foe, mocking his demands underhanded. "Shameful. Did you think you were fighting angels? Did you expect honor in a demon purge, or were you actually dreaming of a noble battle?" After letting out that satisfying rant, he takes a brief breath before continuing. Kangwoo's crimson pupils dilate as his raspy voice unleashes an invisible, suffocating pressure that makes it hard to breathe. "Stop saying such ridiculous things, Lucifer." He begins to recall the brutal battlefield of the past. "Do you still remember the Great War with the Demon King? How did we fight back then? Was there any cleanliness or honor, sir?" Kangwoo asks and then answers his own question, "Not at all. Back then, a subordinate slowly approached him, addressing him as Master Kangwoo, and he carefully warned him to retreat if he was not well before the Grand Dukes arrived. Just a second later, the subordinate's body suddenly glows, leaving only a regretful apology as he perishes. Kangwoo coldly lists their past crimes. Kidnapping was just the start. They used every trick from deception to manipulation. That horrifying sight was deeply engraved in his mind. He had turned the Demon King's subordinates into living bombs with dark magic, forcing them to detonate along with their master. Yet things did not just stop there. Was that truly all there was to it? Right then, a familiar, terrifying voice suddenly echoed, "Do you like the gift I gave you?" That was the moment. Kangwoo faced Lucifer's brutal army. "I spread plagues and curses to wipe out those loyal to the Demon King, even dismembering his closest subordinates to send back as a warning. To this day, he still cannot forget that wicked smirk of yours. And yet you want to play the saint now. Are you planning to beg for my mercy and compassion?" The tables are completely turned. Kangwoo unleashes his hatred on Lucifer, mocking how pathetic and weak a Grand Duke has become, laughing at his complaints about his brainwashed son turning on him. Gritting his teeth, Lucifer struggles to pull the blade from his chest, muttering that trying to reason with a psychopath was his greatest mistake. Lucifer flings the blade aside, his face darkening with rage as he mutters, "Satan." He then unleashes countless deadly feathers at Kangwoo with blinding speed, roaring that he should have never touched his son. Kangwoo is thrilled with this turn of events, thinking this is how it should be. He continues to provoke him, asking what he expected in a war between demons. His plan from the start was clear: drive Lucifer completely mad. That was the real purpose of brainwashing Lear, not just causing physical injury. Lucifer charges straight at his enemy with a dark energy sphere, shouting that he will send him to hell. It all plays right into Kangwoo's hands. The angrier his foe gets, the more openings he leaves. He knows this only leads to one outcome, clouding his opponent's judgment. But right at the climax, Balor suddenly makes a wildly unexpected entrance. He swings a powerful fist at Lucifer, triggering a massive explosion right at the point of impact. Lucifer is sent skidding backward by the force, clicking his tongue in sheer frustration. Balor keeps his fist tightly clenched, declaring who he is. He confidently introduces himself as a loyal subordinate under Master Satan, claiming his name is Khosar. Lucifer is furious to hear this, scoffing at Khosar as a nameless, insignificant demon he has never heard of, wondering how he dares stand in his way. But it does not stop there. Countless other demons show themselves one after another, leaving him unable to believe his eyes at this arrogant army. Their smug faces only irritate Lucifer further, making him wonder how they dare behave this way. He never expected to see the day anyone would oppose him, the great demon lord Lucifer. Now everything is under the absolute control of the powerful demons under Kangwoo's command. But Lucifer will not back down so easily, immediately ordering his troops to march into battle and punish his foes. Kangwoo, of course, has his own trump card, Baal Hazak. The skeleton slowly rises from his master's shadow. Raising his powerful magic staff high, he knows everything is proceeding exactly as Master Satan desired. Lucifer's demon army charges forward in high spirits, shouting that their lord has spoken and they must grant their enemies a brutal death. Suddenly, a strange dark energy ripples through the air, causing Halfaz's eyes to widen in shock. He seems on the verge of realizing something crucial, muttering that the name Baal Hazak sounds familiar. Countless zombies suddenly ambush them from behind. Halfaz finally realizes the gravity of the situation and loudly warns everyone to get away from those corpses immediately. The battlefield instantly turns into absolute chaos, with black blood spraying everywhere. Lucifer's demon army falls into complete panic, screaming in confusion as they watch the dead move once more. Elsewhere, Balor alone is strong enough to suppress 3 enemies at the same time. Lilac also successfully charms one of the opposing soldiers. Seeing this disaster unfold, Lucifer can no longer stand idly by muttering Satan's name in rage. Lucifer's hand suddenly reaches out. He summons a highly powerful spear, warning his foe that he is finally taking things to the very end. Kangwoo is naturally prepared. Gathering intense heat in both palms, he gets ready for battle. Without his hellish power of pride, none of this would have started. This is the true power of fire. Just as Lu San is about to snap back with a response, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupts from the sky. Before he can even finish his threat to end it all, that intense beam strikes straight down onto a giant demon. Kangwoo is completely caught off guard, and even Lucifer reflexively turns around to see what is happening. A strange, ominous figure steps onto the solid ground. Satan's voice rings out as if rising from the deepest depths of hell, claiming he is the embodiment of death. Instantly, an uneasy feeling washes over Kangwoo. The figure continues his grand monologue, declaring himself to be the ultimate end. Cold sweat begins to pour down Kangwoo's face as he realizes this shouldn't be happening. The incredibly powerful entity has actually arrived, revealing himself right before Kangwoo and Lucifer. He proclaims to be the father of all rage and wrath. This is none other than the real Satan. The overwhelming pressure radiating from him is absolutely insane. Satan casts a deadly murderous glare at the person standing right next to Lucifer. He introduces himself as a leader of the demonic church who came here to negotiate, suggesting there has been some kind of misunderstanding between them. He insists the demonic church has absolutely no intention of opposing Lucifer. Satan remarks that the guy has an impressively massive amount of demonic energy, one that seemingly even surpasses Mammon himself. But he questions why this powerful figure is standing alongside Lucifer. Suddenly, putting the pieces together, Satan shrieks in fury. He realizes this must be the imposter that you will warn him about. Before Satan can say more, Kangwoo stomps his foot, unleashing a massive wave of intense heat. Kangwoo decides to turn the tables on the real deal. He demands to know how this intruder dares to use his name, asking if he has no fear of death. Satan is completely stunned by this bold accusation, but before he can protest, Kangwoo barks at him to shut up. He growls, asking how this fraud dares to utter the great name of Satan. As the raging flames surge toward him, Satan desperately screams back that the other guy is the real fake. Roaring with fury, Kangwoo launches an even more violent attack, shouting that he is the true Satan. He stares blankly into the thick rising smoke in front of him. Only now does Kangwoo's face turn completely pale with panic, realizing that might actually be the real Satan. He knew someone on Satan's level was behind Mammon, but he never expected the real deal to be a leader of the demonic church. He begins to wonder if he has been pushing his luck with these tricks a bit too far. Right now, there are two secrets that can absolutely never be revealed. First, that he is the prophesied demon, and second, that he personally killed Iman and Alak. This is entirely different from when his demon king identity was exposed. Back then, his allies still trusted and cared for him. But if the real Satan's existence is revealed and they realize he has just been putting on a massive act, everything will end. Every ounce of trust and every single relationship he painstakingly built on Earth will completely collapse. No matter the cost, he must prevent the real Satan from exposing the truth, or at least stop them from realizing he is a fraud. But then a thought strikes him. Despite the grand entrance, isn't this guy way too weak to be the real Satan? His demonic energy is weaker than Lucifer's. In fact, it is not even a quarter of Mammon's power. This leaves two possibilities. Either he has not fully recovered his original strength, or the entity standing right in front of him is merely a clone rather than the main body. The second scenario seems highly likely, and if that is indeed the case, a wild, crazy smile slowly spreads across Kangwoo's face. He realizes he can definitely keep playing this game. Rewinding back to a few days ago, strange voices echo from deep inside an icy cave, laughing at the ridiculous rumor that Satan has appeared. Yulei kneels respectfully on the ground, reporting that someone is impersonating Lord Satan. Through an energy orb, Satan's voice booms with absolute fury, demanding to know who dares to steal his name. Keeping her bandaged face lowered, she explains that they are not sure, but the imposter has sparked a massive war with Lucifer. Now Lucifer has personally descended to Earth, wiping out the demonic church's main bases in his hunt for Satan. With communication cut, they estimate that a base in Africa is currently under siege. Hearing this, Satan's voice grows incredibly dark, processing the double threat of an imposter and an angry Lucifer. Knowing it is not the time to clash with Lucifer, he asks what the other leaders are doing. Yule reveals that Belphegor and the Blood Lord are busy absorbing the source while Kaiser is investigating the prophecy. Hearing this, Satan's dark shadow vanishes into the distance. There is simply no other option left. He decides he must handle this personally. Believing that clearing up the misunderstanding with Lucifer is far more urgent than catching the fake, he sends a clone directly to Africa. But he never expected to find Lucifer and the fraud together. Even worse, the moment he arrived, that bastard had the nerve to claim that the real Satan is the fake. At least it seems Lucifer has not completely bought into the imposter's lies just yet. Realizing he needs to convince Lucifer first, Satan speaks up in a deep voice declaring that he is the true Satan. He insists the church has no grudge against him and that the impostor is pulling all the strings. Satan is practically shaking with pure rage. In all his long years of existence, he never imagined he would have to face someone bold enough to steal his identity. Satan tells the guy he is talking complete nonsense, but Kangwoo roars over him, asking how he dares to use such a deceitful tongue to trick the supreme beings. He directly unleashes his dark power to intimidate everyone, telling them to open their eyes and look closely. In Kangwoo's hands is a great sword radiating swirling waves of fiery red energy. This is wrath, the absolute proof that he is the true Satan. This throws Satan into an absolute panic as he questions how Kangwoo can use that weapon. He tries to warn Lucifer that the other is a fake, but Lucifer cuts him off in sheer disgust, calling it a boring show. Lucifer demands to know if Satan still plans to impersonate the Demon King even after seeing Hell's holy relic, accusing him of looking down on them. Kangwoo mockingly chimes in, wondering which nameless corner this nobody crawled out from. Satan is absolutely furious but helpless, desperately insisting that the relic cannot be real because the true power of wrath resides within his main body. Satan wonders who on earth this crazy bastard is possessing such a massive pool of demonic energy while knowing everything about Hell's relics and even successfully stealing his identity. Satan freezes for a moment as memories of Kangwoo suddenly flash through his mind. Only now does he realize something is deeply wrong. No, the Demon King is dead, especially since he gave his undercover subordinate Amon extremely strict orders. If he were ever defeated and the Demon King tried to return to Earth like he always threatened, he was supposed to be crushed to pieces by the dimensional barrier. He knows Amon did not betray him, and he himself felt the Demon King get torn apart by the absolute laws of the universe. But if that is the case, is he actually still alive? Right in front of him, Kangwoo smirks, arrogantly declaring that there is no need to waste any more words. Lucifer agrees they cannot let an outsider ruin their sacred battle, casting a look of pure disgust at the fake Satan and calling him incredibly foolish. But honestly, he hates this situation just as much. Even with 100 mouths, Satan cannot explain himself. He begs them to wait, but Lucifer coldly interrupts, stating he does not care why that guy is using his identity. In the next second, both Lucifer and Kangwoo charge forward, agreeing to crush this imposter first. The real Satan is left defenseless, pleading for them to wait. He gets brutally beaten, completely out of shape. Satan screams in total helplessness, warning Lucifer that he is being tricked. Forced to defend from both sides at once, he screams that this is just a clone. He insists that the real wrath is within his actual main body. He promises to lead them there right now, so he begs them to please stop. Satan goes from roaring to screaming at the top of his lungs. Ultimately, a split-second slip-up costs him dearly as one of his horns gets sliced clean off. The real and genuine Satan gets absolutely pummeled like a cheap punching bag. He makes one last desperate effort, yelling that this is no time for civil war. But he has no idea Kangwoo is already right next to him. Kangwoo sends him flying 80 meters. Lucifer seizes the perfect opportunity to leap into the air. He shoots down like a lethal arrow towards Satan. Satan panics completely at the sight, screaming for Lucifer to listen because he is the real Satan. Lucifer just clicks his tongue in utter annoyance. Satan feels incredibly wronged, begging Lucifer to believe him about the other guy's identity. But Lucifer impatiently cuts him off, saying he has no clue where this fake crawled out from, but thanks to him. Kangwoo charges from the other side as Lucifer declares that he has finally regained his senses. Both weapons stab forward simultaneously, leaving Satan to curse his luck. With a massive boom, two opposing energies erupt violently like fire and ice. He screams out in agony, completely losing his dignified image. Even a king of hell has a day where he cries like a baby, sobbing that he is the real Satan. But his illusion is finally broken and defeated. His entire body goes completely limp, yet he still mutters with bitter resentment that he is the real deal. A second later, he melts away into a puddle of black sludge. Only now does Kangwoo let himself relax, glad to have temporarily taken care of the immediate threat. It was definitely a clone, since a real body would never melt away like this. But more importantly, Satan actually existing on Earth and leading the demon cult cannot be a coincidence. If that is the case, then Kangwoo cannot help but flash a sinister smirk, realizing he can easily manipulate this entire situation. He just needs to wait for Satan's sins to pile up to a boiling point, making it so that nothing can be resolved until Satan is dead for real. With that settled, it is finally time to enjoy the main course. Kangwoo boldly turns to Lucifer to announce that the annoying third wheel has been eliminated, but a sudden high-pitched scream completely cuts him off, telling him to look. It is Lucis squirming on the ground, screaming for them to let go because he dedicated his soul to Lady Lilith. Lucifer lost his patience and smacks his troublesome son, telling him to shut up and stay put. Realizing the Archduke's true intentions, Kangwoo growls his name. But having his cover blown, Lucifer immediately tries to slip away, knowing things are about to get bad. Kangwoo cannot accept this shameful behavior from someone claiming to be a Grand Duke of Hell. Kangwoo summons a massive dark hand, launching it straight at the fleeing Lucifer to stop his escape. It tightly binds him like heavy iron shackles. Lucifer glares at his opponent, claiming he is finally back to his senses. Furious, Kangwoo violently yanks the dark arm. Did he really think he could just escape? Yet Lucifer does not budge, only staring coldly, promising Satan that he will return. He will absolutely return to destroy everything Satan holds dear. Lucifer actually rips his own arm off, growling that, for what was done today, he will make him regret this forever. Kangwoo stands there holding onto Lucifer's severed, bleeding arm. The fallen Archduke slowly vanishes behind a spatial rift, warning the serpent to remember this. Those spiteful, hate-filled eyes remain locked onto Kangwoo until the very end, warning that he will definitely return. Lucifer heavily emphasizes those last words without a doubt. In the very next second, a shadow lunges towards Satan. It is Lucifer's loyal subordinate who fiercely bares his fangs and claws at Kangwoo, demanding his master's arm back. But before the beast can even touch him, Kangwoo grabs him. A split second later, the demon is slammed into the ground like a useless sandbag. Still stubborn, the weak subordinate calls for Lucifer. But before he can even finish, a furious Kangwoo begins to brutally beat him down. He vents his frustration with brutal blows, cursing under his breath that he should never have let Lucifer escape. Blaming his own confusion on the sudden appearance of the serpent is nothing but a pathetic excuse. If he had been just slightly more focused or acted with more precision, Lucifer would already be dead. Lucifer will surely return with a flawless, well-prepared plan, but this operation is not a complete failure. After all, the Archduke's burning rage is now pointed directly at Satan anyway. When he really thinks about it, the outcome is not that bad. With his anger cooled, Kangwoo's tense demeanor softens as his loyal companion Lilith materializes right beside him. As he silently gazes into the distance and asks if she witnessed everything, she quickly catches onto his plan, promising to personally torture every single member of the demonic cult to extract Satan's exact coordinates. In a rare move, Kangwoo declines her offer, explaining that those low-level cultists do not even know the real mastermind is the serpent, making interrogation completely pointless. Since the entity he just destroyed was merely a clone, the real body already knows about the attack, prompting Lilith to suggest that the enemy might make the first move. But what if he decides to stay put? Chuckling, Kangwoo removes his mask and declares that they will simply have to force his hand. He orders her to capture all surviving high-ranking cardinals from the battlefield and completely brainwash them using dark magic or seduction before planting them back inside the cult. Receiving her new orders, Lilith bows deeply, declaring that everything shall be done exactly according to the wishes of her beloved demon king. Right at that moment, Balor approaches to deliver his battle report. Balor reports that they have successfully subdued all of Lucifer's remaining familiars, while the bound monsters desperately beg for their lives, crying out that they surrender and swear absolute loyalty to Lord Satan. Balor prepares to report the exact casualties, but Kangwoo bluntly cuts him off, stating there is no need for such details. He coldly utters 3 simple words, "Kill them all," throwing the captured monsters into a state of absolute panic as they beg him to wait. Without hesitation, Balor immediately moves to execute the order, obeying his absolute ruler. Wu calmly watches the bloody massacre unfold before him. If they actually had a way to access the 9 hells right now, Lucifer's captured subordinates might have been useful, but currently they are completely worthless. Those who betray once are bound to do it again, so it is far better to simply execute them now and raise them as loyal undead later. Speaking of which, he barely gained anything from this entire battle. If only he could have devoured Lucifer himself, it would have easily met the conditions for his demonic spirit awakening. For now, he decides to consume the severed arm, hoping it might increase his stats. The moment he swallows Lucifer's arm, the system interface immediately flashes with a notification that his Grand Duke Slayer trait has been activated. The system begins absorbing the divine souls within the remnants of both Satan and Lucifer. Detecting a trace of divinity, it upgrades the soul grade well beyond that of ordinary Grand Dukes as the predation process concludes with absolute success. A second later, a brilliant purple magical aura envelops Kangwoo as the connection to the deep Great Demon Palace reaches 100% completion. Having met all conditions for the demonic spirit transformation, he stands completely dazed. The system's pleasant tone rings out to announce the awakening of his demonic spirit, leaving Kangwoo absolutely speechless as he struggles to comprehend his sudden stroke of luck. In the next instant, he sinks deep into a pitch-black infinite ocean. As Kangwoo allows himself to float in the dark void, he wonders if he is visiting this place way too often. Since it has only been about 16 chapters, he is just glad he did not sink to the deepest abyss and run into that terrifying monster. He recalls the system mentioning a demonic spirit, but wonders what that actually means. Compared to his ultimate demonic body, nothing seems to have noticeably changed at first glance. Yet an indescribable sensation of expansion and sublimation slowly begins to take over. It feels like standing on a high mountain peak, looking down at the landscape. The concepts that he has always taken completely for granted until now. As Kangwoo stares blankly through the void, he realizes those old assumptions might not be so simple anymore. It is not about crushing opponents or gaining mere raw physical force. Instead, it is a process of preparing to contain something. Right then, system screens pop up to announce he has successfully awakened his demonic soul. The vessel for divinity is complete, raising his demonic energy to 140. Balrog is startled to see Kangwoo suddenly reappear, while Lilith hovers close by, deeply worried, asking if her lord is alright. Kangwoo remains silent, looking dazed. He wonders if a vessel that can contain divinity is the actual path to becoming a demon god. First, the physical body changes, then the soul follows. Both of these transformations target one single ultimate goal. It is all to build a perfect vessel for divinity, the very power that makes it god worthy of the title. A strange fluid begins to drip from Kangwoo's fingertips. This liquid defies all physical laws, embodying a miracle-working force. The strange liquid drips quietly onto the ground. Suddenly, the surrounding space begins to violently shake. Even the headless monster carcasses start moving in response. Instantly, sharp spikes erupt from the ground to encircle them. This represents a force capable of interfering with the entire power system of the blade. A smirk plays on Kangwoo's lips. He whispers, "Long time no see." His voice sounds slightly different now, as he notes that this is the true authority of the scythe. The sight leaves Balrog completely dumbfounded. His Grand Demon King has finally returned. He stands tall, ruling over 10,000 demons in the 9 hells, just like in the old days. 2 years have already slipped by since he first returned to Earth. Balrog and Lilith drop to one knee, declaring their lord has truly returned. Kangwoo looks down, telling them to stop talking nonsense, though he silently reflects on how fast 7 years have flown since the Great Cataclysm. Keeping a steady smirk, Kangwoo says he has always been here, making the phrase about his return sound quite silly. Balrog looks up, reflecting on how well he knows the Demon King and what immense feats his lord is truly capable of. He did not rise to the peak of hell to rule over all demons through raw strength alone. After all, when looking at pure physical power, the great archdukes far surpassed him. Throughout their 1,000-year war, they tasted defeat more times than they could count, losing countless loyal allies along the way. Yet, in the end, the Demon King emerged victorious because he never backed down and refused to be conquered. He never compromised or yielded, gladly throwing himself into battle even when the odds of survival were absolutely zero. Tears well up in his eyes as he realizes the king was right. There was never any need to return. Overwhelmed by emotion, Balrog lunges forward to hug Kangwoo, crying out while realizing his master has always been right here with them. Balrog squeezes him tight and wails, declaring what a supreme honor it is to serve his beloved Demon King. Lilith grins, noting that taking down Satan and Lucifer will be a breeze now. Kangwoo shoves Balrog away with a scowl, muttering that things are definitely not going to be that simple. Kangwoo seriously warns her that their enemies possess divinity. Lilith gasps, asking if he means actual godlike power, which he quickly confirms. He reminds himself that owning divinity does not automatically guarantee absolute power, and lesser beings prove that point perfectly. But if Satan and Lucifer have secured divinity, that changes everything. Back in hell, those two never possessed such high-tier authority. Had they held even a fraction of it when he devoured them, there is no way he would have missed it. Kangwoo breaks into a cold sweat, wondering how they did it. They must have regressed at least 1,000 years before him, but stealing divinity in such a short time frame seems completely impossible. He deeply analyzes the facts. For tens of thousands of years, no archduke ever broke past their limits, except for Baal, the top archduke. Yet these two somehow managed to shatter that wall in just 1,000 years. This realization fuels Kangwoo's determination to grow stronger immediately. Just then, a system notification flashes before him, announcing that the final phase of his transformation into a demon god has officially been activated. Countless demanding conditions pop up, making him sweat. He mutters about how annoying the requirements are, especially with all these locked question marks. Kangwoo slips away from Balrog's tight embrace while processing the news. He already knew about this high-level quest from back when he built the Hellfire, and though it might not be the final step, it is still progress. The real issue is the requirement to reach a demonic energy stat of 150. To raise an already massive stat, he must either devour legions of high-tier demons or consume the actual bodies of the archdukes. Kangwoo snaps his fingers with a serious look, concluding that there is currently no viable way to boost his stats any further. As dark energy blankets the area, he waves his hand to signal their retreat, deciding they should head back first. Time flies quickly, skipping ahead to a few days later. Kangwoo sits on his bed, carefully studying the document in his hands. Lilith knocks on the door to announce her arrival. He looks up from his files and asks what she needs. She slides the door open with a bright smile, ready to deliver her latest report. She explains that the brainwashing of the 3 cardinals is finished and they are heading back. Kangwoo is shocked by the speed, but she confidently laughs, asking if he forgot how potent her honey trap is. Sweating, he asks if she really resorted to that. She proudly claims her looks are extremely popular among humans. Kangwoo stands completely dumbfounded, questioning if she is actually serious. Lilith giggles, explaining she planned to send clones of her true monster form to seduce them for 3 days, but they broke in just one. Kangwoo turns absolutely pale, looking ready to throw up. She flops onto the bed, laughing at how easily humans fall for her monster clones. Watching her, Kangwoo flinches as if seeing a ghost. Then Lilith blushes, confessing that both her body and her true heart belong solely to Lord Kangwoo. At the same time, his face turns completely pale as he looks back at her. Next, Kangwoo raises an eyebrow, asking if she managed to find any useful intel. Looking closely at her computer screen, she seriously reports that there is still no trace of Satan's movements. However, they have recently deployed 3 cardinals who just returned to a branch office. Kangwoo is surprised to hear this, wondering exactly which branch she is talking about. Lilith points directly to a skull icon on the screen and explains in a serious tone that it is the Russian branch. According to the captured cardinal's testimony, this is the largest demonic cult base ever established, a massive super branch housing at least 10,000 fanatical cult members. Hearing this, Kangwoo gasps in utter disbelief. 10,000 people. That is practically their main headquarters, not just a simple branch. But Lilith shuts her laptop, clarifying that according to their intel, that location still is not Satan's actual headquarters. Stroking his chin, Kangwoo mumbles that it makes sense. He realizes that Satan must be hiding out at the main headquarters, or there is a strong possibility he has a completely separate secret sanctuary to protect his true body. He looks up, telling her to focus on that branch for now to track Satan's movements. After all, he thinks to himself, the enemy will eventually be forced to make the first move anyway. They just need to wait patiently for that moment. If they act too hastily, Satan will surely cut his losses and escape just like Lucifer did. After that, Kangwoo happily praises her for working so hard to gather this intel. Lilith blushes and giggles, saying it is all for her king. Kangwoo realizes that even though she always drags him into her pace, he cannot bring himself to hate her. She is incredibly competent and her loyalty is off the charts. He then raises an eyebrow, asking if she forgot their date tomorrow. Lilith tilts her head with a playful smile, asking if he means the picnic Echidna suggested. She assures him she has not, adding that she has already contacted Balrog as well. Getting up from the bed, Kangwoo says that sounds great and tells her he will see her tomorrow. He offers to walk her to the door. Suddenly, a tentacle wraps tightly around his wrist, making him freeze in surprise. With a suggestive smile, Lilith giggles and says leaving right now would be such a shame. Seeing her terrifying expression, Kangwoo immediately starts breaking out in a cold sweat. Grinning playfully, Lilith tells him that rewarding a subordinate's hard work is the duty of a wise ruler, and surely he understands that. Countless tentacles shoot forward, causing a pale Kangwoo to stammer for her to wait. A delicious-looking pot of meat stew is bubbling away on the stove. A delicate pale hand gently covers the pot with its lid. At the same time, Hanseola glances anxiously toward the bedroom door. She wonders what on earth Kangwoo and Lilith could be discussing in there for such a long time. She feels a bit down as she realizes she has barely had any chances to talk to him lately. Ever since the great Archduke Demon Mammon appeared, things have been incredibly busy. Between her duties with the Guardians of Light, her training, and having so many other people to worry about, her quiet moments to talk with Kangwoo have slowly dwindled away. Hanseola sighs, thinking about how they are supposedly living under the very same roof. Yet it feels like the distance between them is only growing wider by the day. Honestly, it makes her feel pretty lonely. With a worried expression, she quietly wonders what Kangwoo actually thinks of her these days. Memories of the past flash through her mind. They have been close companions for 2 years now, which is a long enough time for even bitter enemies to open up and develop feelings for each other. And she had felt drawn to Kangwoo from the very first moment they met. He was the one who saved her life. He freed her from that living hell, but her reasons go far deeper than simple gratitude. His sharp, fierce gaze and his relentless drive to do whatever needs to be done, just standing by his side and quietly following in his footsteps, gave her an absolute belief that everything would eventually turn out fine. Yet there are times when his eyes turn chillingly dark and even his smiles carry a dangerous edge. He looks so lonely, as if he is absorbing all the coldness of the world by himself. Her deep trust in him and her desperate wish to care for him have tangled together. She recognized these true feelings a long time ago, but fully closing that final gap seems impossible. Everything remains frozen in place, as if she is standing just one step away from the finish line, yet unable to reach it. Still, she believes she will reach him one day. Blushing and sweating slightly, Hanseola nervously twirls a lock of her hair. Back then, Kangwoo had excitedly asked her to marry him. Now she blushes and mutters to herself that he was the one who brought up marriage first. The moment he escaped the hell that had imprisoned him for 10,000 years, she was the very first person he met after all that time. Hanseola smiles warmly, thinking that there must be a touch of destiny in that. Suddenly, the pot boils over, making her gasp and jump back in shock. She quickly turns off the stove and tells herself to calm down. Holding her tomato-red face, Han Solo admits to herself that since she has never actually dated a guy before, she is completely clueless and has no idea what she should do in this situation. Yeongju's words suddenly echo in her head. If she does not take the lead, a dense guy like Kangwoo might never notice her. She bites her lip, remembering that was the exact advice her friend gave her. She starts to worry again, realizing it has already been over an hour. Could they really be doing something else? Just then, Lilith steps out of the room with a glowing face, startling her. Lilith calls out, saying she will see him tomorrow. Spotting Han Solo standing there, Lilith looks confused and asks if something is wrong. Flustered, Han Solo stammers that she definitely was not standing there waiting for them to come out. Hearing this, Lilith's lips slowly curve into a knowing smirk. She gently touches her cheek and slowly licks her lips, murmuring, "Oh my." Han Solo turns completely pale, absolutely terrified by Lilith's suggestive behavior. Watching the girl panic right in front of her, Lilith simply chuckles softly with a playful grin. Han Solo bites her lip, thinking that even though it has been months since they met, she still feels incredibly awkward standing next to Lilith. She possesses such a gorgeous beauty that even other women gasp in admiration. She once claimed her true form is even more stunning. Besides, she has stood by Kangwoo for over 1,000 years, even following him to Earth just to remain by his side. That definitely proves Lilith has some pretty special feelings for Kangwoo. She walks past her with a shrug and a light laugh, warning her that melting the heart of a demon king is not going to be easy. Han Solo turns around in complete shock, but Lilith just tilts her head. She admits she has been trying for an incredibly long time and still lost, though she definitely has no intention of giving up just yet. Then she gently adds that if Han Solo somehow succeeds, she should definitely share her secrets. With that, she closes the door and leaves, promising to cheer her on, leaving Han Solo staring blankly at the entryway. Breaking into a nervous sweat, Han Solo sighs deeply. If someone that stunning failed, what hope does she have? Her tiny shred of confidence completely vanishes. When she thinks about it, aside from kimchi stew, she has no idea what Kangwoo actually enjoys. No wonder their relationship has not progressed at all over the last 2 years. It was bound to happen. She quietly cracks open his door, hesitantly asking if he is ready for dinner. Seeing him collapse right on the bed, she panics in confusion. He is fast asleep, but his entire body keeps twitching uncontrollably. Could he actually be having a terrible nightmare? Kangwoo keeps shivering violently on the bed. She bites her lip, realizing how many crazy things he has had to deal with lately. She truly wants to stay by his side, care for him, and become his ultimate pillar of strength. But sweating anxiously, Han Solo wonders what she can possibly do to reach and melt Kangwoo's heart. The next day arrives and Echidna sits on his shoulder, excitedly pointing out the pool. With shining eyes, she gasps at how beautiful the villa is. Che Yeonjo walks over with a smile, glad that everyone is so excited despite this being a last-minute trip. Kangwoo looks at her and offers a bright smile, thanking her for allowing them to visit such an awesome place. Adjusting her sunglasses, she smirks proudly, asking if he finally sees this older sister in a different light. But he is still incredibly puzzled as to why she suddenly swapped a simple picnic for this massive luxury villa, even though everyone absolutely loves being here. She explains that Han Solo called her yesterday to ask for a favor, but before she can finish the sentence, Han Solo frantically covers her mouth. Sweating nervously, she blurts out that it is summer anyway. Gritting her teeth, Han Solo whispers a protest, asking why she is spilling the beans. Cha Yeonju just giggles, saying it is not exactly a big secret. Han Solo blushes deeply and twirls her hair, whispering that swimsuits are definitely the best choice. Kangwoo cries internally, feeling like he has poked his nose into completely unnecessary drama. Cha Yeonjo looks at him with total confusion, asking if he is actually crying, while Han Solo just laughs awkwardly beside him. To break the tension, Han Solo asks Kangwoo to help her carry the food out before the others arrive, and he quickly agrees. As everyone enjoys this rare vacation, a gentle voice points out that although it has been months since they returned to Earth, having a formal gathering with absolutely everyone present like this, to just sit down and talk, is actually a first. Wearing a light black jacket, Lilith happily introduces herself, stating it is a pleasure to meet everyone and that she has assisted Kangwoo in hell for a long time. Hearing this, Cha Yeonjo hesitantly asks if a powerful demonic entity has taken residence inside Han Solo's physical body, and Lilith confirms it without any hesitation. This immediately prompts another curious guest to ask what will happen to Han Solo now. Closing her eyes, Lilith explains in a low voice that Han Solo is currently in a deep sleep. Although she cannot wake up yet, due to the demonic fusion process, they will naturally share a single consciousness over time. She promises to let everyone know when that time comes. A man frowns, muttering about whether humans and demons can truly coexist in one mind, while Iris worries if other demons are as reliable as Kangwoo. Clenching his fist, Kangwoo firmly states that other demons cannot control demonic energy on their own like he did. However, they will still assist them in destroying the demon mentioned in the prophecy, making Iris nod hesitantly. At that moment, Iris grows pale, questioning whether they should really trust these pure-blooded demons. After all, only Kangwoo discarded his demonic form to inherit the great will and power of Theo. For all they know, Kangwoo might be getting deceived too. But suddenly, a calm voice interrupts her thoughts, telling her there is no need to worry. Balrog crosses his arms loudly, declaring they have dedicated their entire souls to their king and would do anything for him. Iris is surprised, asking if he still remains so fiercely loyal even though Kangwoo is no longer the demon king. With absolute conviction, he replies that while the king was indeed defeated by El Cuero and lost his throne, the king will always remain the king to him. Hearing these sincere words, Iris gently nods, agreeing to place her trust in him. Balrog simply chuckles, displaying a surprisingly calm and reassuring demeanor that is completely different from before, making her blush in embarrassment and frantically tell him to keep quiet. Seeing everyone getting along so well, Kangwoo smiles warmly to himself. Introducing Balrog and Lilith to bond with the rest of the group has turned out to be a massive success. Meanwhile, down in the swimming pool, Echidna calls out to him. He turns around to ask what is wrong, and the little girl grimaces, clutching her growling stomach. She whines that playing around has left her absolutely starving. Laughing, Kangwoo pulls out some gimbap and tells her to hold on for just a moment. Echidna happily stuffs her cheeks with the roll while Kangwoo smiles and asks if everyone is enjoying the food. With sparkling eyes, she praises Hanseola as the absolute best cook ever. Hanseola just giggles, pointing out that Echidna actually lent her a hand this morning. The kid proudly holds up a roll, explaining she made it herself and urges him to try. Smiling, Kangwoo readily opens his mouth for a bite. She looks at him with high expectations, asking if it is delicious. Chewing happily, he tells her it tastes much better because she fed it to him herself. Meanwhile, Lilith opens a container with a soft giggle, noting the atmosphere is way livelier than she expected. She pulls out a roll filled with writhing tentacles, shrugging as she presents it to her king. Sweating profusely, Kangwoo wonders what kind of nightmare food she just created. Since this gathering is to welcome Lilith, he forces himself to eat the terrifying roll. Bearing a strange smile, he lies that it actually tastes pretty good. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him from behind, making him turn around. Blushing furiously, Si-hoon shyly holds out a gimbap roll of his own, asking if he is supposed to feed him just like the girls did. Kangwoo freezes, completely bewildered as to why his friend's face is so red. Kangwoo hesitantly tells them that it is absolutely nothing, but deep down he is already getting totally sick of Balrog. Right then, Balrog proudly serves a plate of fish heads, confidently declaring that the puny human still does not understand their king. He claims the Lord actually loves eating the heads of creatures, just like this. Hearing this ridiculous claim, Kangwoo turns completely pale, silently screaming in his head that Balrog has absolutely no idea what he is talking about either. Balrog shamelessly pushes Kim Si-hoon's cup aside with a contemptuous smirk. He sneers that he heard Kim Si-hoon swore loyalty to the king, but clearly the kid is still way too green. Kim Si-hoon flinches in shock at the insult, gasping out in disbelief, asking what on earth Balrog just said. Meanwhile, Balrog looks incredibly smug, boasting that it is only natural since they have served the king for vastly different lengths of time. He claims Kim Si-hoon's time with their lord has been far too short to ever truly understand him. Watching this bizarre, escalating argument between his loyal followers, Kangwoo starts sweating bullets, desperately wondering in his head what is wrong with everyone all of a sudden. Suddenly, Kim Si-hoon snaps angrily, shouting that Balrog talks as if he knows absolutely everything about Kangwoo. Meanwhile, Kangwoo can only offer a very strained, awkward smile. He nervously wonders to himself if they did not all come here today just to hang out and become good friends. Balrog refuses to back down, yelling straight into his rival's face to look at the king's joyful expression. But Kim Si-hoon matches his energy loudly, arguing back that Kangwoo is simply a naturally warm person who is always friendly to everyone and everything around him. The two hotheads start desperately competing, shoving food right into Kangwoo's face and begging their respected lord to eat their specific dish instead. Unable to take the overwhelming pressure for another second, Kangwoo dives headfirst into the swimming pool while screaming out in pure desperation. Cool water splashes everywhere, leaving Balrog and Kim Si-hoon staring blankly while calling out for their lord. Watching this chaotic scene, Sola breaks into a nervous sweat. She softly calls his name, though a secret thought crosses her mind that she actually wants to dive in right alongside him. Just then, a soft giggle from nearby catches her attention, prompting her to look over. Lilith asks if everything went smoothly yesterday with her friend Sola. Seola hesitantly replies that absolutely nothing has happened yet between them. Hearing this, Lilith smiles playfully and comments that Seola seems to lack a bit of courage, especially since she had such high hopes for her success. Flustered, Seola nervously stammers, asking Lilith if she is truly okay with this. She wonders what would happen if Seola and Kangwoo actually ended up becoming a couple. Understanding her friend's deep anxiety, Lilith narrows her eyes with a gentle smile, stating that she does not mind at all because a powerful king is naturally entitled to have many wives. Seola blushes furiously at the shocking response, gasping out in sheer embarrassment. Seeing how adorable her reaction is, Lilith giggles softly and admits she was only teasing her a bit. Lilith then gently shifts the tone, speaking sincerely about how anyone capable of bringing comfort to their king's lonely heart is a true blessing. She asks Seola if she has ever heard about the bitter hardships and absolute torture Kangwoo had to endure during his time in hell. Curious about his dark past, Seola shakes her head, admitting she has never heard that story before. Lilith grows incredibly serious, revealing that while Kangwoo always acts perfectly fine on the outside, the harsh reality is that he carries deep, painful scars from his past. Lilith casts her gaze toward Balrog, asking Seola if she knows why the king initially waged a massive war against the great archdukes. It was all to rescue that giant demon standing right over there. For his sake alone, Kangwoo was willing to make deadly enemies of every powerful lord in hell. Nearby, Balrog stands holding his ridiculous fish plate, frantically looking around for the demon king, while Kim Sihun anxiously begs Kangwoo to please come back to them. Lilith smiles softly, noting that their king has always been a deeply loyal and caring person, and that is exactly why she feels this way. She truly hopes Seola will succeed in winning his heart. Hearing those highly encouraging words, Seola hardens her resolve not to hesitate for another second. Even if she ends up facing absolute failure yet again, she knows she has to try. From Lilith's emotional words, she fully understands just how incredibly difficult it is going to be to truly win Kangwoo's heart. Seeing him sitting dripping wet under a tree, she softly calls out his name. Her thoughts keep racing, but at the very least she wants to be honest. At the very least she wants to lay bare all her hidden feelings. Surprised by her approach, Kangwoo asks what is on her mind. Seola stammers, saying she has something important to tell him. Kangwoo raises an eyebrow, wondering what she could possibly want to discuss. She sits down right next to him, her face flushing as she hesitates. Panicking inside, she wonders where to even begin. Her heart is bursting with a million different things to say, but she has no idea how to phrase them. Deciding to start with his personal tastes, Seola gently places her soft hand over the back of his. She wants to dedicate the rest of her entire life to Kangwoo, and gathering every ounce of her courage, she blushes deeply and confesses that she wants to personally cook kimchi stew for him every single day. Hearing this unexpected confession, Kangwoo cannot hide his utter confusion. Seola tightly bites her lip internally, screaming and calling herself a total idiot for blurting out what basically sounds like a completely random marriage proposal out of nowhere. She panics, worrying that she went way too far and that he will definitely think she is a weird girl. She fears he will wonder why she made such a sudden out-of-the-blue declaration. While she frantically searches for a way to break this agonizingly awkward silence, Kangwoo suddenly bursts into tears right next to her. He weeps openly, crying that he is truly incredibly lucky to have been born into this world. Kangwoo suddenly lunges forward and wraps her in a tight emotional hug, thanking her from the bottom of his heart. Seola is completely startled by his sudden embrace, gasping out his name in shock. Sniffling, he solemnly promises that he will take care of her and make her incredibly happy from now on. Just then, Lilith's warning about how difficult it would be to touch the Demon King's heart echoes in her mind. Lilith had claimed that even after years of relentless effort, she had still failed. Remembering this, Seola quietly apologizes to her friend in her mind, thinking that maybe winning his heart is not that hard after all. Is melting the cold heart of a Demon King really supposed to be this easy? Outside, warm sunlight gently bathes the courtyard of the peaceful villa. Everyone is hanging out and playing happily together, finally enjoying some well-deserved rest after so many exhausting days. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name, causing Kangwoo to snap out of his thoughts and look over. Seeing Seola standing there, he asks in surprise what is going on. Looking incredibly shy, she stammers that she has something important she wants to tell him. Slightly curious, Kangwoo asks what it is. She sits down next to him, her face flushing as she begins her confession. Gathering up all her courage, Seola hesitantly confesses that she wants to spend the rest of her life doing something special for him. She wants to cook him tentacle kimchi stew. Suddenly, right next to him stands a grotesque, terrifying monster covered in countless bloodshot eyes. Terrified by the horrific image, Kangwoo jolts awake from his sleep, breaking into a cold sweat as he screams out about tentacles. Waking up from the nightmare, he fearfully asks himself if it was all just a bad dream. Pale as a ghost, Kangwoo mutters that he has not had a single peaceful night since Lilith moved upstairs. He seriously considers moving houses. Just then, Lilith calls out to him with a sweet smile, greeting her beloved Demon King. Shaking off the dread, he picks up a report from the floor. He remembers this is the crucial document Lilith handed him yesterday regarding the recent movements of Satan and Lucifer. Stroking his chin, Kangwoo seriously analyzes the situation. Since both factions suffered heavy damage in their last clash, he expected at least one of them to make a move by now. Yet contrary to his calculations, neither of them has shown their face. He needs to raise his demonic energy stat to 150 to break through to the next stage. It is going to be incredibly troublesome if the Archdukes, who are his main power sources, keep hiding away. Just as he wishes he knew where to find the remaining archdukes, a glowing crystal orb begins to float right before his eyes. He stares at it in total confusion. Suddenly, a panicked voice rings out from inside the glass orb, urging him to come to the sanctuary immediately because Gaia has just received an urgent divine oracle. Reynald mentions that reinforcements are coming from the 6 continents. Hearing this, Kangwoo turns around in surprise, wondering if help is actually on the way. Right before their eyes, countless blades of green grass sway wildly in a powerful gust of wind. Suddenly, a massive portal leading to another world materializes. A grand group of people steps out as a clear voice calls out, so this is the place they call Earth. The followers behind him look around quietly, remarking on how completely desolate and ruined the land appears. Compared to their world of Arborant, the mana distribution here is incredibly scarce. At this moment, Hana breaks into a sweat and turns to ask, "But Apostle Reynald, do we really have to help these apostles of Earth? After all, the servants of a fallen god are not going to be of any real use in wiping out demons anyway." Reynald does not even let her finish, cutting her off with a sharp warning, "Priestess, do not say such things." He gently takes her hand, softly reminding her that they are also fellow humans who serve the light. The thicker the darkness becomes, the more they must shelter each other under the glorious light. Hearing this, Hannah quickly bows her head in apology, admitting her thoughts were far too shallow. Just then, a sudden voice from behind startles both of them, drawing their attention as someone proclaims it is a true honor to finally meet you all. Layla, with her eyes closed, smiles and says she has received an oracle from Lord Tyrion. Asking if they are indeed the ones from Arborant, she proudly welcomes them as the guardians of Earth. Reynald steps forward and happily introduces himself as the Keeper of Light, honored to meet the Apostles of Gaia. In response, she softly introduces herself as Layla, the official leader of Earth's Guardians. Sweating nervously, he mentions that Lord Tyrion told him about them but asks about the goddess Gaia. Layla places a hand on her chest and honestly reveals she is still in a deep coma. Hearing this, his voice drops in disappointment, expressing how truly tragic it is for such a benevolent goddess to fall into this state. Meanwhile, Kangwoo raises an eyebrow, silently wondering what a Keeper of Light is even supposed to mean. Reynald is slightly startled and apologizes for not explaining things more clearly. Reynald solemnly explains that the Keepers of Light are holy followers serving Lord Tyrion. Looking closely at the emblem on Reynald's robes, Kangwoo suspiciously notes that these guys are clearly connected to the angels, though he wonders where he has seen that symbol before. It seems they cannot detect his demonic energy through his sovereign's shroud, meaning it is far better to stay on friendly terms than to make enemies right now. Layla then speaks up, asking in a serious tone if they came here to investigate something. Reynald immediately nods, confirming that they indeed have a vital mission on Earth. He explains they are tracking down Lucifer, leaving Kangwoo utterly bewildered while Layla breaks into a nervous sweat, gasping at the infamous demon's name. Reynald speaks with a stern gaze, explaining that Lucifer is a vile demon who dared to oppose Lord Tyrion. Since he suddenly vanished not long ago, they are actively tracking his path. Layla listens curiously, asking if they believe that Lucifer has actually made his way to Earth. With a deadpan expression, Reynald firmly states that while they cannot be completely certain, they definitely sensed his aura here. Kangwoo breaks into a cold sweat, his face darkening as he curses silently, wondering if that bastard Lucifer was not supposed to have fled back to Arborant already. Quickly calming his racing thoughts, Kangwoo reasons that the demon definitely went back to their world and is likely just hiding from the angels to nurse his previous injuries. Still, this is not exactly bad news for him. At the same time, Layla bows slightly, thanking them for carrying the burden of another world's crisis. Reynald simply waves his hand with a light chuckle, dismissing the praise and declaring that no matter their differences, all demons must be annihilated. Watching them closely, Kangwoo quietly sighs in relief, realizing that even if they somehow find Lucifer, it only benefits him. He could easily play both sides, sparking a massive war between Tyrion and Lucifer. Meanwhile, Reynald extends his hand to Layla, warmly proposing that as fellow servants of the light they should join forces to crush all evil. Layla hesitates in embarrassment, sweating as she reaches out to shake his hand and stammers out her agreement. Standing beside her, Kangwoo smirks, planning his next move. He steps forward to shake Reynald's hand cheerfully, declaring that they will also support their mission to the absolute best of their abilities. He secretly muses that no matter how much these angels loathe demons, everything will be fine as long as they do not discover his true demonic nature. Narrowing his eyes with a pleasant grin, he tells them he looks forward to a successful partnership. His train of thought continues, noting that this holy knight seems like a decent, tolerable guy who might actually make a useful partner. Reynald then raises an eyebrow, revealing that besides Lucifer's whereabouts, they are investigating another crucial matter. Intrigued, Kangwoo asks what else they could possibly be searching for. Reynald narrows his eyes solemnly, stating they are looking for an entity known as the Demon of Prophecy. Hearing this, Kangwoo immediately changes his tune, completely taking back his thoughts of ever partnering up with them. Completely unaware of the actual situation, Reynald casually spills everything, telling them not to worry, because Lord Tyrion worked with Earth's gods to show them exactly how to find him. Kangwoo sneers in utter disgust, cursing silently that he hated this guy's face from the very start and that his righteous act is just a mask hiding some filthy putrid ambition. Glaring intensely, he continues to curse them in his mind, branding these self-righteous zealots as disgusting creatures that do not even deserve to exist in this world. Suddenly, Kim Si-hoon is startled and gasps out, asking what they actually know about the demon of prophecy, Satan. Looking at him calmly, Reynold explains that Lord Tyrion was initially completely unaware of this evil entity's existence until he sat down and conversed with Earth's own deities. Reynold adds that Lord Tyrion suspected the demon of prophecy might not actually be Satan. Kim Si-hoon gasps in shock at this revelation, desperately asking what he means by that. Reynold solemnly explains that the Satan they know never possessed the demonic sea, meaning he might just be a mere subordinate rather than the real demon of prophecy. But right in the middle of his explanation, a voice suddenly cuts him off flatly, denying that possibility. Shaking his head, Kangwoo steps up to reveal that he previously clashed with Satan, who personally bragged about acquiring the demonic sea. Narrowing his eyes in deep thought, Reynold mutters that if Satan himself admitted to possessing it, then there is absolutely no doubt that he is indeed the true demon of prophecy. Sweating slightly, Kangwoo questions how they plan to locate this demon of prophecy, reminding him that he mentioned having a specific method. Shrugging his shoulders, Reynold admits that he has not explained that part of the plan clearly either. With a proud smile, Reynold draws his majestic sword, declaring that it is a holy weapon which can only be wielded by a pure soul, completely untainted by any form of evil. It possesses extraordinary tracking power, and with it, they can pinpoint the exact location of the demonic sea. Impressed by this, Layla suggests that they should put it to use right away. However, Reynold awkwardly scratches his head, apologizing because the ambient light is currently too weak, meaning the holy blade has not fully adapted to this world yet. He estimates they will need to wait about a week to activate it. Kim Si-hoon looks visibly disappointed by the delay, while Reynold awkwardly adds that he has one small favor to ask. Looking quite embarrassed, Reynold twirls a lock of his hair and quietly asks if they would be willing to show his group around Earth in the meantime. With a slight blush, Reynold chuckles and admits he is highly interested in this world. Kim Si-hoon happily nods in response, promising that he will gladly show them around the city. Looking around at the bustling city, they marvel at how incredibly advanced Earth's civilization is compared to the 6 continents of Arborant. Seeing that the Guardians also appear to be exceptionally kind and honest people, Reynold sighs in deep relief, expressing how incredibly fortunate it is that Gaia's apostles are being so cooperative. He suddenly bursts into a dark chuckle, whispering that their combat strength is actually quite impressive, meaning they can easily utilize them as meat shields in the upcoming battle to eradicate all demons. Overhearing this, Deer breaks into a nervous sweat and asks if Reynold seriously plans to use Gaia's subordinates like that, reminding him that she is still a high-ranking deity. Reynold looks down at the item in his palm, narrowing his eyes with a cold smirk as he admits he misspoke. With sparkling eyes, Kim Si-hoon steps up and solemnly presents a beautifully wrapped package, calling it a special welcoming gift for his arrival on Earth. Gripping the gift tightly, Reynold quietly murmurs to himself that the correct term should be sacrifice, not a gift. Raising his eyebrows, Lotway calmly explains that sacrifices are completely inevitable if they want to eradicate all demons from the world. He claims the protectors should feel deeply honored to die during the subjugation. Glancing at the crowd, Lotway reminds them in a heavy, serious voice not to forget this truth. Even if this entire land is wiped completely clean and even if they must pay with countless lives, the mission continues. The demon prophet Satan must be eliminated at any cost. He asks if everyone understands, prompting the crowd to immediately drop to their knees and yell that of course they do. Sweating and biting their lip, they realize that just as expected when it comes to fighting demons, Lord Lotway will stop at absolutely nothing to achieve his goal, even if that price is the lives of his allies, subordinates, or even his own lover. Meanwhile, Lotway looks ahead with a relaxed laugh, telling them not to worry. He claims sacrificing oneself to eliminate demons is a noble act, ensuring their departed souls will rise to heaven and receive true ultimate salvation. This twisted righteousness is exactly why the world gave him a very specific title. He is Lotway, the Pilgrim of Madness. As night falls, warm lights begin to flicker from the windows of the apartment building. Inside, Kangwoo holds his head in frustration, eyes wide as he realizes he was completely tricked. Lotway's passwords suddenly echo in his mind, boasting that the Holy Sword has the extraordinary power to track demons and pinpoint their exact location. Clenching his fist, Kangwoo mutters to himself in disbelief. The guy put on a nice guy mask to deceive the demon race, but who would have guessed he possessed such a bizarre and terrifying tracking ability? Frowning, Kangwoo realizes he only has 1 week to make a move. He debates transforming into a serpent demon to beat the guy up, but quickly dismisses the idea. While it is a great tactic, overusing it will definitely make people suspicious. Suddenly, Lotway's voice echoes in his ears again, reminding him that the Holy Sword can only be wielded by a pure soul untainted by evil. Remembering this, a smug grin creeps onto his face. Exactly, he thinks if only a pure soul can hold the holy sword. Kangwoo flashes a completely diabolical excited grin. All he needs to do is stain that pure soul and the problem is solved. The scene shifts to Kangwoo's neat and tidy bedroom. Sitting at his desk with folded arms, Kangwoo recalls promising yesterday that he would completely crush Lot Wei's mind. But thinking about it now, there is absolutely no reason to go through all that trouble, simply because Lot Wei is already completely rotten to the core. There is no debate that the man has committed countless brutal crimes under the convenient guise of punishing evil. What he is about to do is not destroying Lot Wei. It is simply tearing off that disgusting mask to expose his hypocritical nature to the world. In other words, Kangwoo is definitely not the bad guy here, right? Alright, time to get to work. With a scheming smile, Kangwoo calls out to Lilith. From the other end of the line, she immediately answers, asking what her beloved lord has in store for her. In a serious tone, Kangwoo tells her he has an important mission and asks if she can come over right away. Without a single moment of hesitation, she giggles, saying that she will be by her beloved lord's side in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, Kangwoo happily calculates that since it will take her about 30 minutes to arrive, he should quickly enjoy a hot bowl of kimchi soup while he waits. Suddenly sensing something behind him, he slowly turns around. At that exact moment, a soft, familiar giggle echoes through the quiet bedroom. Surrounded by countless writhing tentacles, Lilith grins and announces her arrival. Witnessing this absolute nightmare of a horror scene, Kangwoo loses his mind and screams at the top of his lungs. Drenched in sweat, Kangwoo stammers, asking if she actually moved to the apartment right upstairs just to pull off these creepy stunts. Smiling sweetly, she explains it was all so she could be ready to serve her beloved lord at any given moment. Kangwoo frowns and demands to know why she punched a hole straight through Hanseola's bedroom ceiling. Lilith simply shrugs, claiming the gap will close itself up eventually before eagerly asking what orders he has for her. She shyly asks if this is about sleeping together tonight, but Kangwoo instantly cuts her off. He sternly explains that he wants to build a dungeon, reminding her that it is still broad daylight outside. Looking surprised, Lilith questions if he truly wants a dungeon. Kangwoo nods with a deadly serious face, confirming they have a tight 1-week deadline to construct the most massive and terrifying dungeon possible. She feels a bit anxious about such an incredibly tight deadline, but Kangwoo folds his arms and confidently declares that he will personally help build it. Hearing this, she sighs in deep relief, knowing his direct, powerful involvement changes the entire situation. Lilith gently reminds him that back in the 9 Hells, even the Grand Palace where they once resided took him only a single week to construct. Raising her eyebrows, she promises to draw up the blueprints immediately and asks what theme he wants. Tilting his head, Kangwoo contemplates the question, deciding that a place designed to evoke absolute pure dread and terror would be the absolute perfect choice. A place powerful enough to break even the most highly respected saint, and force them to collapse entirely into absolute crippling despair, a place that turns their deepest and darkest nightmares into reality, a place that forces anyone to break down and kneel in complete helplessness. But while he is mapping out this incredibly dark concept, Lilith cheerfully tells him to take his time thinking about it. Startled, he quickly glances over at her. A sudden thought flashes through Kangwoo's mind, realizing the ultimate source of terror is right in front of him. Seeing him stare, her eyes widen in complete confusion. Just like that, a whole week passes by. A gentle voice rings out thanking him and saying that today's outing was just as incredibly fun as always. Dressed neatly, Lot Wei happily remarks that Earth's cuisine is truly amazing. He notes that while they make ice cream back home, the flavors here are far richer. Standing opposite him, Shihoon smiles and sighs in deep relief, admitting he is just glad the guy likes it. With great excitement, Lot Wei confesses his absolute favorite is still mint chocolate, calling it surprisingly delicious. Shihoon breaks into a nervous sweat, laughing dryly as he explains that is actually the most heavily debated flavor on Earth. Lot Wei cannot hide his surprise, claiming he found the flavor absolutely amazing. Shihoon awkwardly scratches his head, trying to ask what the situation is like back in Lot Wei's own world. Suddenly, the guy gently suggests that he should just call him Lot Wei. The offer catches Shihoon completely off guard, making him blurt out, "Huh." Lot Wei gently points out that nearly a week has already flown by since they first began exploring Earth's civilization together. He notes that once they activate the Holy Sword to track down the demons, heavenly reinforcements will arrive, meaning peaceful, relaxing strolls with the Guardians like this will quickly become a thing of the past. Therefore, before that intense time comes, he wants to make more Earthling friends, hoping his very first friend is Shihoon. Hearing this sincere request, Shihoon's face immediately lights up with pure joy. Shihoon laughs happily, saying fate brought them together and they should definitely build a great friendship. He tells Lot Wei there is no need to be formal with him. Raising his eyebrows, Lot Wei replies that he is genuinely looking forward to it. As the two continue walking down the street, Shihoon hesitantly asks if today is indeed the big day. Walking beside him, Lot Wei nods, confirming that today is the exact day the Holy Sword should finish its assimilation process with this world. With an excited expression, Shihoon clenches his fist and suggests they gather all the guardians immediately. However, Lotwei quickly dismisses the idea, claiming there is absolutely no need for that. Ludwig narrows his eyes, declaring that wielding the sacred holy sword is an incredibly sensitive and crucial matter. He wants this entire process to happen without any outside interference whatsoever. Furthermore, although he really hates to imagine such a dark scenario, what if a traitor with evil intent has already infiltrated the five guardians? Just to be absolutely safe, Ludwig only plans to activate the holy sword under the watchful eyes of the observers of light. Hearing this, Kim Si-hoon breaks into a sweat and asks if they can just make a quick hypothetical. What if a demon is truly hiding among the guardians? Privately, he wonders if Ludwig can ever get along with Kangwoo, since Kangwoo is a demon himself. Ludwig does not hesitate for a second, loudly declaring that every last one of them must pay with their lives. Hearing those harsh words makes Kim Si-hoon instantly freeze. But Kim Si-hoon refuses to drop it hesitantly, asking what if they are not a pure demon and were forced to turn against their will. Suddenly, Ludwig stops in his tracks, calling out Kim Si-hoon's name in a dead serious voice. Glaring with eyes as cold as absolute ice, Ludwig lowers his voice. The reason why someone becomes a demon does not matter. A demon is always a demon regardless of their circumstances, excuses, or whatever tragic backstory they might have. They must be destroyed down to the very last one, torn apart and burned to ash with absolutely no exceptions whatsoever. Kim Si-hoon clenches his fists, hesitantly asking if that applies, even if they were forced. Ludwig replies that once demonic energy is absorbed, a person turns into a demon whether they want to or not. Watching him, Kim Si-hoon can't help but feel that something is seriously off about Ludwig. With a casual smile, Ludwig states that while that is indeed possible, it is simply not their concern. Forced or voluntary, once they are labeled a demon, their only path is death. Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoon is left utterly bewildered, thinking that Ludwig's attitude is becoming incredibly bizarre for some reason. There is definitely something hidden under his mask. But just as Kim Si-hoon is about to try and explain, suddenly, Ludwig points his finger toward two figures standing in the distance. Surprised, Kim Si-hoon recognizes the guy right away. It is indeed Kangwoo, and it looks like he is out buying ice cream. Ludwig speaks up in surprise, asking about the beautiful girl standing right next to him. Kim Si-hoon happily reveals that she is Han Seola, and that the two of them are actually a couple. Nearby, Han Seola suggests buying a bunch of ice cream to share with everyone, and Echidna eagerly agrees. But Ludwig is left in utter disbelief, stammering that a mere earthling being with her is completely impossible. Kim Si-hoon is left totally confused, asking what he means by that. Instead of giving any explanation, Ludwig simply lets out a dark smirk. Ludwig covers his face and bursts into maniacal laughter. He can't believe his own eyes that such an absurd thing actually exists. Seeing this bizarre reaction, Kim Si-hoon can't hide his curiosity, asking what is going on. Ludwig simply places a hand on his shoulder, calling his name. With a cheerful tone, Ludwig announces that he needs to head back first. Back with his group, everyone is left in absolute shock after hearing his report. They anxiously ask Ludwig if what he says is really true, and if that woman is actually from Earth. He responds with absolute certainty, guaranteeing it is 100% true. Ludwig narrows his eyes, thinking to himself that Earth's civilization is truly far beyond anything he could have ever imagined. Kim Si-hoon's parting words suddenly flash through Ludwig's mind. He remembers being handed a compact gate activation device containing a communication crystal, which Kangwoo insisted on giving him before his journey. Kangwoo had explained that he and Khan modified the tech so even non-guardians could operate it with ease. Ludwig is completely astonished that Earth possesses such incredibly advanced compact machinery, and he is genuinely surprised by how incredibly generous Kangwoo was to offer such a highly valuable parting gift. But anyway, those trivial details do not matter anymore. Right now, there is only one crucial mission he must complete. As a spatial gate opens before them, Ludwig commands everyone in a serious voice, telling them it is time to go. A faint smirk plays on his lips as Ludwig silently plans his next move. Once they step through this portal in Africa and return to the heavenly realm, he will report every single piece of information he gathered today to Lord Wrongly. But suddenly, the entire surrounding space pitch blacks, causing Ludwig to break into a cold sweat in pure shock. Ludwig stares at the oppressive darkness surrounding them, utterly bewildered, wondering where on earth they have ended up. Looking around, Jay asks in absolute confusion what kind of place they have stumbled into, while Aizen breaks into a nervous sweat, anxiously noting that this looks absolutely nothing like their intended destination. At the same time, Ahi leans in close and whispers to Ludwig about the ominous energy he is feeling all around them, to which Ludwig firmly confirms that it is, without a single doubt, demonic energy. Keeping his voice low, Ludwig asks his companion Jay if he can use his magic to light up the dark area. Jay immediately complies, conjuring a bright light. A brilliant golden light suddenly erupts from the palm of Jay's hand. Staring at the terrifying tentacles squirming all around them, he mutters in horror, wondering where on earth they have ended up, when suddenly, A blood-curdling scream echoes through the eerie silence, forcing Ludwig and Aizen to whip their heads around in shock. Before their eyes, Jay is being tightly squeezed by the giant tentacle, screaming in absolute terror for someone to save him. Tears stream down his face as he desperately screams out Ludwig's name. Despite his companion's desperate pleas, Ludwig stands completely frozen, refusing to take even a single step to help, leaving Jay to meet a tragic and brutal demise right then and there. Only then does Ludwig finally react quickly, summoning his sword and calling out for his fallen ally. Suddenly, a massive splash of fresh blood sprays right next to him, forcing Ludwig to flinch in shock. Right in front of him, Ahi is brutally impaled straight through the chest by a massive squirming tentacle. Witnessing the horrific scene, Ludwig screams out his ally's name in utter terror, while Ahi, covered in sweat, can only weakly gasp out his final words. With his final breath, Ahi desperately warns them to run away before being violently dragged off into the darkness, leaving the remaining two watching in sheer panic. Pale with terror, Hana stammers in absolute panic, wondering what on earth that monstrous thing is. Both of them realize that since their companions were dragged away before they could even react, one of them is bound to be the next target. Overcome by fear, Hana spins around and bolts, leaving Aizen to desperately scream after her, begging her not to run. Reaching her hand out toward the portal, Hana screams in sheer desperation that she does not want to die in this place. But before her fingers can even graze the surface, the spatial gate vanishes right before her eyes. Aizen is left completely bewildered by the vanishing portal, while Hana cries out with a darkened face that it disappeared without a single trace. Ludwig, however, calmly analyzes the situation, grimly deducing what is going on. He realizes someone deliberately lured them into this trap. Right at that moment, a system notification alerts them that they have entered a level 5 dungeon created by Lilith.